I just killed a low-level slime, but I lost 99% of my health. Therefore, my usually fond father has disappointed me greatly. Even the passing sycophants couldn't help but laugh. What guided my awakening was that every skill released by the attacking Berserker costs health, but I'm not worried about it at all. It's because I gained a cheat when I crossed over. My health limit increases by 10 points every second. Other Berserkers lose 99% of their health, turning into fragile beings with just a few hundred points, yet I still have hundreds of thousands of health left. After calculating for 2.5 seconds, I realized that even if I slept at home for a day, I could gain 864,000 health points, so that even an ordinary mountain crusher, I can unleash power comparable to a nuclear bomb. At this moment, I looked at the Berserker's exclusive skill, Blood Fury. After activating the skill, consuming 100 health points through active or other means grants a 1-point increase to strength attributes. No more pretending, I'll lay it all out. If I lose 864,000 health points at once, that would mean an increase of 8,640 strength, which translates to 25,920 physical attack power. Wouldn't that be a one-hit kill? So I looked at the other 3 basic skills. Identification can be used to appraise items. Monster practitioners regain control of their weapons. Unleash a powerful strike. The mountain crusher raises its weapon and leaps forward, slamming down on the ground, dealing damage based on the skill level multiplied by 1 meter, or targeting an area within a 1 meter radius, causing damage equal to current strength multiplied by 3 times the skill level. If paired with Blood Fury and actively losing health, then a single mountain crusher strike would deal over 25,000 damage. The diameter would reach 8.5 kilometers. This is the true blood selling style. The Berserker is about to report to the university, so I decided to buy a set of ordinary equipment first, and then go grind for levels. Before long, I arrived at the Blackwater Trading House in Jiangyun City, where I casually picked a bronze-quality greatsword, a set of bronze-quality warrior gear, all for 5,000 dragon coins. While swiping my card, I took a glance at my balance. Uncle Shin Jinsong is truly a god. He casually gave me a card with 3 million dragon coins on it. 40 minutes later, I arrived at the training area outside Jiangyun City. The novice dungeon is rich in experience, but you must be at least level 1 to enter. Someone like me, who isn't even level 1, can go to the novice leveling area. The novice leveling area has protective rules, so practitioners cannot harm each other. After stepping into the novice leveling area, I immediately took out my equipment from my spatial bag to change. My current health is 166,000 points. I need to find a place with a high density of monsters to maximize efficiency. I pondered and decided to move. I began running towards the center of the novice training area. 10 minutes later, as the density of monsters began to increase, I started attracting the aggro of these wild mobs. I immediately stopped and activated Blood Fury. I held the square greatsword with both hands. A surge of blood energy exploded from my body as the center. It erupted violently in all directions. With my active guidance, my health quickly dropped to 2,000 points. Blood Fury took effect, reducing my health by 170,000 points and increasing my strength by 1,700 points. My physical attack power increased by 5,100 points. I activated the mountain crusher in place, raising the square greatsword high, leaping from the ground, and then striking down onto the ground. The ground was slashed open, creating a cracked pattern, while a shockwave made of blood energy, carrying over 5,000 points of physical attack power, instantly spread in all directions. I immediately saw a large number of damage numbers popping up within a radius of 1.7 kilometers, 456, minus 214. Each damage number represented a wild mob being hit. No monster within a 1.7 kilometer radius was spared, regardless of whether they showed themselves. Instantly killing those little guys. This is called Mountain Crusher, and this is basically a nuclear bomb. Successfully killed 32 level 1 tiger tooth rabbits, gaining 320 experience points and 32 tiger tooth materials. As the dinging notification sounded, I began to flash repeatedly, and the golden glow of leveling up was unremarkable. The Mountain Crusher leveled up 4 times in one go. Then I opened my class panel and took a glance. Name, Funeral. Class, Berserker, Level 4, Health, 172,030. After leveling up, both health and mana will fully recover. I hesitated not at all and immediately allocated all 20 free attribute points to strength. As a physical berserker, raising mental attributes wouldn't be of any use. After clearing all the wild mobs within a 1.7 kilometer radius, my confidence soared, and I expertly began to repeat the previous area kill. I ran out to an area of about 2 to 3 kilometers. The writer activated Blood Fury, instantly losing 170,000 health points. The Mountain Crusher's radius is 1.7 kilometers, dealing 20,868 damage, and the War God jumped up again. Successfully killed 21 level 2 small rascals. Gained 420 experience points and 21 lengthy materials. Successfully killed 34 level 1 Akun, gaining 340 experience points. Gained 34 basketball leather materials. As the dinging notification sounded, I frowned. The number of mobs killed in this area was about the same as last time, but I'd only leveled up by 1. The higher the level, the harder it is to level up. I should still grind in dungeons. Just as I left, a mage came to the novice area to level up, but after walking 4 kilometers, they didn't see a single big ear rabbit. At the dungeon entrance, a group of level 21st transformation practitioners worked part-time as guides. Some charged a fee to lead, while others demanded an even split of rewards, which varied widely. After looking for a while, I chose a dungeon that suited me best, the Sunset Coliseum, but I was still unsure what difficulty to select. Hey, everyone, how much health does the final boss of the Nightmare difficulty in the Sunset Coliseum have? I asked sincerely, a bit of a newbie. Immediately, a mage girl from a certain guild spoke up. The final boss of the Nightmare difficulty in the Coliseum has 15,000 health points. Bro, you're only level 5 right now. It's unrealistic to tackle the Nightmare difficulty directly. How about joining our sister group from Misty Rain Tower? We won't charge you, just chatting is fine. Next time for sure. I politely smiled, casually activated the portal, and with a swoosh, I vanished right at the dungeon entrance. The mage girl looked shocked. This guy wasn't in a party, and he was only level 5, attempting to solo this Nightmare level 15 dungeon. Is he crazy? If he clears this, I'll give him a live demonstration right here, between the remaining dungeons of Feeding Sheep and Organic. I stood straight at the center of the Sunset Arena, wielding a square giant sword, facing the direction where the monsters would emerge. The reason I chose this dungeon is simple. The monsters are dense, and they spawn quickly. A single Mountain Crusher can cover the entire map. Next comes the highly anticipated and adrenaline-pumping battle moment. Our challenger is ready. The festivities begin. In front of me, 2 iron gates swung open with a clang, and 10 striped fissures burst out. Blood rage unleashed. Wielding the square giant sword with both hands, blood chi erupts. Without hesitation, I reduced my health to 500 points, instantly losing 178,000 health and gaining 1,780 strength. As the Mountain Crusher struck the ground with my square giant sword, the blood chi surged, sweeping across the entire arena. The impact instantly wiped out those 10 striped fissures, minus 1,412. Full map kill successful. Killed 15 level striped hyenas, gaining 2,250 experience. All 10 striped hyenas were one-shot. I calmly waited for the Mountain Crusher skill to cool down, and after a second, the iron gates across from me opened again. Still 10 level 15 monsters. The Ghost Wolf Mountain Crusher rider gets wiped again. Successfully killed 15 level Ghost Wolf X, gaining 2,250 experience. The first, second, and third waves of monsters barely emerged from the iron gates before falling to my hands, with the full map Mountain Crusher landing in a steady 2 seconds. In the blink of an eye, 20 seconds passed, and the fourth wave of monsters was cleared. I leveled up to level 6. A black-skinned goblin riding a cowardly battle lizard wielded a curved blade and shield, suddenly smashing through the iron bars. The goblin night boss appears. Level 15 with 15,000 health. This doesn't seem too tough. It seems that Nightmare difficulty is far from my limit. Let me give you a taste of my sword. It's too easy. After using the identification skill, I swung the square giant sword down, unleashing the Mountain Crusher that covered the entire arena, immediately generating a mixed impact of blood chi that swept through everything. One shot this level 15 Goblin Knight, minus 15,000, a single strike, and it was over. What the heck? Successfully killed level 15 boss Goblin Knight, gaining 2,250 experience. Congratulations on clearing the Nightmare level Sunset Arena. You have received 1 golden treasure chest. You have received the title Goblin Slayer. As the rewards were distributed, I glanced at my experience bar. I was just a bit short of leveling up to 7. Oh no, the moment I saw the summary panel, I regretted not clicking. I should have wasted a bit more time and run the records a few more times. Each run gives a reward. I got too carried away and went too hard. I opened the golden treasure chest. It opened successfully. Congratulations, you have obtained one of the level 15 bronze grade knight giant swords. Random skill input. I nodded in satisfaction and began to check one by one, claiming the knight giant sword. Normal attacks will deal an additional 1 point of true damage. My strength attribute perfectly met the requirements, so I immediately replaced the plain giant sword I was holding. Used a level 1 random skill book right where I stood. Congratulations, you have obtained a universal skill, Steel Bones, a level 1 passive skill that increases your constitution attribute by 10 points. Not bad luck, I got a universal class skill, and finally, the title reward is Goblin Slayer. Increased strength by 1%. Outside the speed dungeon area, a large crowd of players surrounded the dungeon exit, all looking at the speed leaderboard. Sunset Arena Speed Leaderboard, Solo Nightmare Challenge. A player wielding a long spear jumped out of the crowd, and upon seeing the words on the leaderboard, Xiao's first reaction was that the leaderboard was broken, definitely broken. A level 6 player cleared the Nightmare difficulty arena in 22 seconds. That's really scary. He crushed the second place by a full 38 minutes. What kind of terrifying class is this guy? With a swoosh, I was teleported out of the dungeon. Immediately, he gripped the night giant sword behind him and cautiously watched his surroundings. Outside the dungeon exit, layers of players surrounded it. Several in the front row held up their phones, looking cool, and soon a group of guild members came to invite. I suddenly smiled at everyone. Don't you want to know what class I am? Clearing the Sunset Arena in 22 seconds. Aren't you curious? Then someone used the identification skill on me. This time, I had already lifted the restrictions on the class column, so as long as the level difference was no more than 10, they could see my class name. A few seconds later, whoa, Barbarian? I don't know who shouted, but the players around me instantly cleared out, creating a safety distance of several meters. Guys, I have something to do. I'm leaving. It's not that I'm scared. My wife is about to give birth. Yeah, I have something too. My wife is about to give birth as well. Within moments, those guild players slipped away cleanly. The Barbarian is notorious in the class community, known as a teammate harvester, indiscriminately attacking allies and foes alike, among other titles like lifelong enemy for those in the back row. Who would dare team up with a Barbarian? Once they get bloodthirsty, they can't control themselves and end up critting their own teammates. What dungeon should we run next? The Goblin Cave? No way, the terrain is too complicated. It's easy to get lost. I remember the highest dungeon here is level 20. Is that a hidden dungeon? That level 20 dungeon is indeed a hidden one, the mage Ayun replied, located in a high-level wild area, but you can only enter it once every 12 hours unless you have a pass. Do you have a pass? I asked excitedly. No, Ayun said awkwardly, dungeon passes aren't cheap. I have a pass for the arena, do you want it? A chubby-cheeked cute girl said, and then this short-haired girl took out a pass and handed it to me. Purgatory Dungeon Pass. Bronze players can use this pass to access the Sunset Arena at Purgatory difficulty once. Seeing this, people around immediately began shouting bids. Our Rolling Stone Guild offers 10,000 dragon coins for that pass. See Blue Guild, 12,000 dragon coins. I ignored those people and turned to the short-haired girl. Do you want to sell this pass or run it? I can match their price. After hesitating for 2 seconds, the short-haired girl said softly, I want to run it, but I probably can't do it alone. It's just Purgatory difficulty. I'll take you through it. I nodded in agreement. The short-haired girl looked pleasantly surprised. I took the short-haired girl to the dungeon entrance, formed a party with her, and then without hesitation, used the Purgatory Dungeon Pass. At the entrance, a portal surrounded by black flames opened, signifying Purgatory level difficulty. Mage Ayun leaned over. The class of the one who sends the funeral is a barbarian. Aren't you afraid? The short-haired girl was stunned for 2 seconds at the thought of being accidentally hurt, then shook her head. My gear is good enough to handle it. But you're running Purgatory level difficulty, the monster stats are at least tripled. It's very dangerous. Mage Ayun turned to me, wanting to team up with a few more people. I refused without hesitation. Having more people means less experience for everyone. Then the two of us stepped forward and vanished into the Purgatory level dungeon portal. Purgatory level Sunset Arena. What's your name? Brother Son, my name is Su Xiao. I'm a lightning mage. Currently level 12, a student of Jiangyun Academy. At first, I didn't pay much attention, but after a quick glance, I was shocked. Wow, she's wearing a full set of silver quality lightning mage gear, with a bursting staff and seems to have 2 magic amplification rings. What kind of rich girl is this, trying to experience life? Once the dungeon starts, just stay back and don't interfere. Just watch my performance. Got it? Upon hearing my instructions, Su Xiao quickly nodded and stepped back while holding her staff. Based on the information, the final boss should have around 30,000 health, and my health is currently up to 192,500. I could deduct 190,000 health points in one hit. A single mountain crusher would deal over 34,000 damage. I don't believe this final boss can withstand 2 hits in a row. I'm very confident. Then I remembered something important. Su Xiao, do you have a skill like air control? Cast it on yourself. I do have it, she replied, but it can only last for 1 minute. Su Xiao obediently cast air control on herself, and then she began to hover a couple of meters off the ground. She hovered about 2 meters above the ground. "A minute is enough," I let out a sigh of relief. The familiar passionate voice echoed above the sunset arena, signaling the highly anticipated, adrenaline-pumping battle moment. "Our challenger is ready, let the festivities begin." A passionate voice echoed above the dungeon. At the same time, in the direction that Songchen was facing, 2 iron gates swung open with a clang, and 10 striped hyenas burst out. Blood Fury, activate! With both hands braced on the massive square sword, blood energy erupted. Without hesitation, Songchen directly reduced his health points to 500. His health was instantly deducted by 178,000 points, increasing his strength by 1,780 points and physical attack power by 5,340 points. Mountain Breaker. With the wildly surging power attributes and enhanced physical attack, Songchen still chose the most time-efficient and effortless method. After the massive health deduction, the Mountain Breaker covered a distance of 1 kilometer, dealing 27,375 damage, 1,780 strength, skill level 5. The war god leaped, bang! As the massive square sword in Song Chan's hand struck the ground, the blood energy transformed into a shockwave that swept across the entire arena, instantly obliterating the 10 striped hyenas. A full map kill. Watching the kill numbers jump was satisfying. Successfully killed a level 15 striped hyena, gained 2,250 experience points. All 10 striped hyenas were eliminated in an instant. Songchen calmly awaited the cooldown of the Mountain Breaker skill, and after a 1-second interval, the Iron Gate opened again. Still 10 level 15 monsters, Ghost Wolves. Mountain Breaker initiated, and they were killed again. Successfully killed a level 15 Ghost Wolf, gained 2,250 experience points. First wave, second wave, third wave. Waves of monsters seemed to follow a script, emerging from the Iron Gate only to die to Song Chen's full map Mountain Breaker. After a 1-second interval, the Iron Gate opened again, spawning the next wave of monsters. The cycle continued. The key was that Song Chen hadn't moved from his spot at all. The entire circular arena had a diameter of only a few hundred meters, not even reaching a kilometer, yet Song Chen's Mountain Breaker covered a full kilometer. Run? Where to run? A stable wave of monsters every 2 seconds. The health points of these level 15 small monsters generally fluctuated between 1,000 and 1,500, with very few exceeding 1,500. Song Chen's Mountain Breaker dealt over 27,000 damage. Even considering the small monsters had defense, could over 27,000 damage not finish you off? It would twist your mouth off. In the blink of an eye, 20 seconds passed, and the 10th wave of monsters was cleared. Song Chen leveled up, gambling 5 points into strength, 46 points. After a 1-second interval, a black-skinned goblin knight riding a timid lizard burst through the iron bars, wielding a shiny curved sword and shield. Monster name, Goblin Knight. Monster level, monster attributes, health, 15,000 magic, 500 strength, 150 spirit, 80 constitution, 100 agility, 100 skills, barbaric charge, battle roar 15,000 health points. This seems insufficient? It looks like the nightmare difficulty is far from my limit. Come, let me send you to meet your maker. As Songchen cast the identification spell, he had already swung the massive square sword and leaped to strike the ground. The Mountain Breaker, enveloping the entire arena, immediately unleashed a shockwave of mixed blood energy, instantly obliterating the Goblin Knight. Song Chen, is that it? Goblin Knight, I'm up, 1 slash and I'm done, play with your wooden horse. 22 seconds for the fastest clear, soloing the Nightmare level dungeon. Successfully cleared the Nightmare level dungeon, successfully killed a level 15 Goblin Knight, gained 2,250 experience points. Congratulations on clearing the Nightmare level dungeon. Sunset Arena, received a golden treasure chest. Gained title, Goblin Slayer. Current clear time, 22 seconds. You have refreshed this dungeon, solo nightmare difficulty clear time rated as, gained experience points, 7 colored diamond rock. At the same time as the rewards were being distributed, Songchen glanced at his experience bar, just a little short of leveling up. Oh no! The moment he saw the settlement panel, Songchen regretted it immensely. Theoretically, the dungeon records could refresh indefinitely, and each time a record refreshed, a refresh reward could be obtained. Until the completion time of the dungeon was compressed to a point where it was nearly impossible to improve further. I was careless, I should have held back a bit. I had a great run, but this dungeon record has almost no room for improvement. I should have wasted a little more time, refreshed the records a few more times. Each refresh would have given me a reward. Song Chen sighed. He had been too focused on enjoying himself, and in one go, he had pushed too hard. The dungeon record had basically no upward potential left. Unless he could reduce the cooldown time of the mountain collapse skill to about 1 second. Then he could still push the record of the Sunset Beast Arena dungeon a bit higher. It would probably take around level 10 to make that possible. Open the golden treasure chest. Golden treasure chest opened successfully, congratulations. You have obtained a 15th level Bronze Knight's Greatsword, a random skill book, level 1, materials, Black Goblin's Minion Claws. Not bad luck, got a weapon and a random skill book. A level 1 random skill book? That's still pretty good. Song Chen nodded in satisfaction and began to check his gains. Equipment name, Knight's Greatsword. Equipment quality, 15th level bronze, requires 50 strength or level 15. Equipment attributes, strength, constitution, normal attacks will add 1 point of true damage. This weapon is decent, but has usage restrictions. Either the strength attribute must reach 50 points, or he must reach level 15. Song Chen glanced at his strength attribute, 51. His strength attribute just met the requirement, and he immediately replaced the plain greatsword in his hand, not caring too much. The 10 points of strength and constitution bonus were negligible for him. For professionals, the speed of equipment upgrades is very fast. Even if one had explosive luck in dungeons and obtained 1 or 2 good pieces of equipment, it was often difficult to gather a complete set. Most professionals mixed and matched in the early stages. Of course, the pay-to-win players were not included in this category. Pay-to-win players started with a full set of equipment, and their upgrade speed was always the fastest. Their skills might not be great, but their equipment was definitely top-notch. Item name, random skill book. Item quality, level 1. Item description, using this item will randomly grant a level 1 skill. Some skills level up with the professional, while others require skill books or skill stones to upgrade. Skill books are hard currency in this world. A level 1 random skill book doesn't seem to be particularly valuable. What I got is just basic or common skills. I'll just use it myself. Song Chen had no intention of selling it for money, he planned to use it. He used the level 1 random skill book on the spot. Congratulations! You have obtained a common skill, Steel Bones. This skill levels up synchronously with the professional's level. Steel Bones, passive skill, increases constitution attribute by 10 points. That's a win. Not bad luck, got a common skill. If it had been a skill from another profession, like the collapse fist or step shot, I really wouldn't be able to use it, and it would be hard to level up. Song Chen nodded in satisfaction. A common skill means it can be used by all professions and levels up synchronously with the professional, which is very good. Even if it doesn't have much use, he would keep it. After all, no one would complain about having more usable skills. Finally, the last reward, the title, Goblin Slayer. Title, Goblin Slayer. Title quality, bronze. Title attributes, strength, movement speed. The title automatically takes effect after being issued. Since it is a title obtained from refreshing a dungeon record, if a newcomer clears the dungeon record of the title holder, the title will transfer to the newcomer. Outside the dungeon area, a large group of adventurers surrounded the dungeon exit, but the atmosphere was eerily silent. After Song Chen refreshed the dungeon record, his name had already jumped to the top of the leaderboard for the Sunset Arena in the competitive rankings. The dungeon record had just been refreshed and was immediately noticed, drawing a crowd. Sunset Arena competitive rankings, solo nightmare level, 001, Song Chen, no guild, current record, 22 seconds. 002, Xiaowu Rolling Stone Guild, current record, 38 minutes 22 seconds. 003, Luing High Blue Guild, current record, 41 minutes 25 seconds. Goo, your solo record for the arena has been broken. Shut the hell up. I borrowed a full set of level 15 silver gear from the guild and brought a backpack full of red and blue potions. It was a struggle to solo it, and you tell me someone broke the record? A professional with a spear stepped forward. Upon seeing the words on the leaderboard, Xiaowu's first reaction was, is this leaderboard broken? It must be broken. A level 6 adventurer cleared the nightmare difficulty arena in 22 seconds? Believe it or not, I don't care. Where's my title? The leaderboard can't be fake. It hasn't been wrong for hundreds of years. A nearby adventurer scoffed. Xiaowu's face darkened, stubbornly insisting, if I said it was wrong, then it's wrong. The crowd couldn't be bothered to argue with him, only casting sympathetic glances. After all, having one's record ruthlessly crushed in such a way could make anyone lose their composure. Wasn't that the guy who just entered the dungeon? I remember he was only level 5 when he went in. That's terrifying. He crushed the second place by a full 38 minutes. What kind of terrifying profession is this guy? Hey, where are the girls from Misty Rain Tower? Come quickly to see the dungeon record. Oh right, I almost forgot about this. Hurry, find a good spot in the front row to watch the exciting show. In the bustling crowd, the team of female adventurers from Misty Rain Tower was called over to the dungeon exit, confused. The leading mage glanced at the competitive rankings and nearly fainted, her legs clamping together in shock. Ah, that handsome guy really soloed this nightmare dungeon? Ayun, what do you think? The assassin girl turned to the mage Ayun. The warrior girl next to them laughed so hard she nearly fell over, teasing, I told you not to talk nonsense, and look what happened. Ayun, did you get carried? The priest girl joined in the fun. Mage Ayun was stunned, feeling unjust but still trying to sound strong. Don't jump to conclusions. What if it was another adventurer who set the record? Let's ask that little brother when he comes out if his name is Song Chen. And if it is? An onlooker added fuel to the fire. If it is. Mage Ayun bit her lip and said firmly, if it is, I still stand by my words, it was carried, I guarantee it with the name of Misty Rain Tower. No way, you guarantee it with your own name, we from Misty Rain Tower won't take responsibility. The girl who seemed to be the leader quickly declared. This was serious. If word got out, what would happen to the reputation of the Misty Rain Tower Guild? Stubborn as she was, Ayun knew very well in her heart. In just about 3 minutes, many people had gone to clear the dungeon, but they were all in teams. Only one person went in alone and chose the nightmare level difficulty of the Sunset Beast Arena. That is Song Chen. If it really is that guy. Seems not bad? Ha, why do I have such a strange thought? I really am a woman who is easily swayed by appearances. He's a berserker? Time to run. He's a berserker? Time to run. With a whoosh, Song Chen was teleported out of the dungeon, and the first thing he did was grip the knight's greatsword behind him tightly, vigilantly watching his surroundings. At the dungeon exit, there were layers of professionals inside and out. The few professionals in the front row were excitedly holding up their phones to take pictures, like professional reporters conducting interviews. Did I offend them? No, right? Isn't it just that I refused that mage girl's invitation to train? It shouldn't be such a big deal. Are they trying to expose me? In an instant, Song Chen even thought of the headlines for tomorrow's front page. A young man publicly does that to a mage girl. The world is going downhill, sisters need to stand up, tearing apart scumbags, exposing the Sea King, and so on. Dude, you're Song Chen, right? It's you, isn't it? Before Song Chen could speak, the battle mage in front, who seemed overly familiar, nodded repeatedly. It's him, he's only level 6. It must be him who set the record, he is Song Chen. Without a doubt, the battle mage indiscriminately cast an identification spell. Song Chen had an anti-scrying piece of equipment, but it only concealed his profession, a tribute panel, an equipment panel, including his 4-dimensional attributes, health points, and magic points. His level could still be identified or detected. The reason was simple, levels were meant to show off, so it was fine to display them openly. It's me, what's up? Song Chen understood. It really was that the nightmare level dungeon was too intense. A 22-second speedrun record, is that high? He turned to glance at the dungeon speedrun leaderboard not far away and was stunned. Damn, directly crushing the second place by 38 minutes? He had lost count of how many times he had refreshed the dungeon rewards. Congratulations, Song Chen, you broke the record. You're really amazing, you're only level 6. Can I interview you? How did you do it? Is it convenient to ask, Song Chen, are you some kind of hidden profession? 22 seconds for a dungeon is too brutal. Even level 15 professionals from major guilds, even wearing the best gear, can't achieve such a record. No way? If it's a hidden profession, someone like Song Chen at this age should have been poached long ago, right? Good news, Song Chen, the mage girl Ayun from Misty Rain Tower said that as long as you can solo the nightmare difficulty of the Sunset Beast Arena, she will publicly give you a chance between the zodiac of the sheep and the rooster. It's a deal, bro. When do we start? Hurry up, everyone is still busy. What zodiac, what deal, what? Song Chen was momentarily dazed for a few seconds, almost unable to hold it together. The mage girl Ayun immediately became the second focus of attention, and under the various gazes of the crowd, she shyly approached Song Chen, involuntarily squeezing her legs together. This mage girl could only be described as average, her figure was decent at best. In reality, it was hard for any girl to catch Song Chen's eye. There was no way around it, since childhood, he had always had a flawless beauty, Xin Xingning, by his side. No matter what kind of girl you were, you would pale in comparison to Xin Xingning, instantly kneeling in defeat. The beauty of the young lady from the Xin family was simply extraordinary and striking. The key was that she was also a very wealthy woman, Hello, Song Chen, let's get to know each other again? The mage girl suddenly mustered her courage and spoke boldly. My name is Ayun, is it convenient for us to borrow a moment to talk? Songchen smiled politely and shook his head. Not really convenient, I'm very busy. As he spoke, Songchen paid her no further attention and moved through the crowd towards the dungeon entrance, preparing to pick another dungeon to grind for some records. To be honest, the rewards for refreshing dungeon records were quite enticing. Wasn't that more fun than chatting with a girl? Seeing that there was no exciting show to watch, the crowd sighed in disappointment and dispersed in groups of 3 or 5. However, several guild professionals became interested and followed him. Hey, little brother, do you have a guild? How about joining our Blue Sea Guild? The conditions and benefits are excellent, don't worry, we even have a 36-level Black Silk Assassin sister who leads teams from time to time. A professional from the Blue Sea Guild was the first to make a move. Immediately, another guild professional chimed in. With those few beauties in your guild, you might as well throw them away. My grandma looks better than them. Brother, I can tell you're the type who has no interest in women. In our Rolling Stone Guild, we don't talk about women, only brotherhood. Name your price. Several onlookers burst into laughter. Another professional jumped in. Our Jiangyun Guild offers a full set of silver equipment, 50,000 dragon coins a month, holidays off, plus 5 insurances and 1 fund, 9 to 5. Consider it? A few guild professionals surrounded Song Chen, bombarding him with offers. Suddenly, Song Chen turned around and smiled at everyone. Don't you want to know what my profession is? 22-second speed run of the Sunset Beast Arena. Aren't you curious? Yeah, what's your profession, little brother? A professional instinctively replied. Then someone used an identification spell on Song Chen. This time, Song Chen had already lifted the restriction on the profession column, so as long as the level difference was no more than 10 levels, they could see his profession name. A few seconds later. Holy crap, Berserker? Someone shouted. Instantly, a group of professionals around Song Chen stepped back in unison, leaving several meters of safe distance. Really, a level Berserker? Wait, with such a good level, shouldn't he have already taken the college entrance exam and been picked by various universities? I'm out. Brothers, I have something to do. I'm really not scared. It's just that my wife is about to give birth. Right, I also have something to do. My wife is about to give birth too. What a pity, he's actually a berserker profession, otherwise he would have been a great teammate. Farewell, brother. The mountains are high and the waters are long. We'll meet again if fate allows. In just a few exchanges, the professionals from those guilds slipped away cleanly, and no one dared to approach again. For a moment, Song Chen really didn't know whether to be happy or to feel a bit pained. Berserkers were indeed notorious in the profession world, awarded titles like Teammate Harvester, the chopper who can't distinguish between friends and foes, and the lifelong enemy of the backline. The number of teammates who had died at the hands of berserkers throughout history could easily wrap halfway around the blue star. Even in this world, where team play could cause friendly fire, it wasn't like in a real game where there was no friendly fire after forming a team. It was all about fighting. Who would dare to team up with a berserker? Once they got bloodthirsty and lost control, they could even chop down their own buddies, and that was real damage, every hit a critical strike. Especially in some super large team dungeons, they would directly put up signs during the recruitment phase, berserkers and summoners, no inquiries, thank you for your cooperation. That title of berserker really works well to swat flies. According to the personal accounts of veteran berserkers on the forum, once a berserker enters combat mode, they can be swayed by killing intent if they're not careful. But why don't I feel anything? Reflecting on the previous dungeon runs, including the earlier monster grinding, Song Chen didn't feel any sense of urgency at all. It was just like any other day. He guessed this might be one of the advantages of being a traveler. Which dungeon should I tackle next? Goblin Cave? No, the terrain is too complicated, and it's easy to get lost. Cat Demon Forest. The level is too low. I remember the highest dungeon around here is level 20. Is that a hidden dungeon? Triple difficulty, Hell Level Beast Arena. That level 20 dungeon is indeed a hidden dungeon, Song Chen. The Mage Yin clearly heard Song Chen talking to himself and prompted, but it's not here, it's in the high-level wild area. Do you need me to take you there? Song Chen continued to check the strategy on his phone without stopping. Thanks, I'll find the way by checking the guide. The Mage Yun was taken aback. Here I am, a seasoned veteran, and you're not asking me but looking up the guide? Seeing Song Chen standing there seriously studying the strategy map and memorizing the route, the Mage Yin began to doubt life, touching his own face and then looking down, clearly seeing his toes without any obstruction. It seemed there wasn't much to highlight. Not far away, a battle mage brother, carrying a spear, looked like a seasoned veteran, smoking and sighing. Women, it's like this. Bro, elaborate? A nearby professional leaned in to help light his cigarette. Elaborate, I want to hear. A few other bored professionals also gathered around, eager for knowledge. Hey, if you want to hear this, I'm all in. After taking a drag from his cigarette, the battle mage began to impart wisdom seriously. When it comes to women, the more you flatter her, the more she floats, you understand? Flattering 1 is a simp, flattering 10, what is that? Answer me, it's a wolf. No, it's a sea king. So you can't spoil women, you have to press them down and give them a good beating. The more you rush to please, the cheaper it becomes. If you ignore her, won't the girl just come over on her own? Right? Of course, the premise is that you have to be handsome. The crowd of professionals listened in a daze, thinking to themselves that in the end, it still comes down to having a handsome face, right? Truly, listening to this was like hearing a wise man's words. After memorizing the route and respawn time for the level 20 hidden dungeon, Songchen flipped through a few other dungeons here, preparing to settle for something similar to the Sunset Beast Arena. Whether it's normal difficulty or nightmare difficulty, the same dungeon has a cooldown time. Moreover, the cooldown time is shared, usually 12 hours. Since Songchen had just completed the nightmare difficulty of the Sunset Beast Arena, he couldn't enter again within 12 hours, including normal and hard difficulties, and vice versa. The Beast Arena is still the best. The spawn rate is fast and dense, just a quick kill. Too bad there's no more entry left. Hearing Songchen mutter to himself, the Mage Yun suddenly spoke up. If you have an extra dungeon pass, you can increase the number of entries, but the cooldown time will reset to 12 hours. Do you have a pass? Songchen became a bit interested. No. The Mage Yun awkwardly shook his head, thinking that dungeon passes are not cheap. They are tightly held by the leaders of various guilds and are not easily given out. Suddenly, a slightly timid voice came from not far away. I have a pass for the Beast Arena, do you want it? Yes. Songchen immediately replied. The one who spoke was a slightly chubby cute girl with short hair, a bit shorter in stature, dressed in casual clothes, looking somewhat socially anxious. Then this short-haired girl took out a pass and handed it to Songchen. Item name, Hell Dungeon Pass. Item quality, Bronze. Item description, using this pass, you can unlock the Sunset Beast Arena at Hell difficulty once. After clearing or exiting, the cooldown for this instance resets. A pass for Hell difficulty? The nearby mage, Ayun, glanced over, somewhat surprised. Sister, which guild are you from? How do you have a pass for a Hell difficulty instance? This shout attracted the attention of many adventurers. Immediately, someone shouted a bid. Our Rolling Stone Guild offers 10,000 dragon coins for that pass. Blue Sea Guild, 12,000 dragon coins. Our Flowing Cloud Guild is wealthy, we'll buy it for 15,000 dragon coins. Several guild adventurers came rushing over, but upon seeing Songchen, they halted in their tracks. This guy is a berserker. Songchen ignored these people and turned to the short-haired girl. Do you want to sell this pass or run it? I can pay for it, the same price they offered. After hesitating for 2 seconds, the short-haired girl looked at Songchen and whispered, I want to run it, but I probably can't do it alone. It's just Hell difficulty, I'll take you through it. Songchen nodded in agreement. Okay. The short-haired girl looked pleasantly surprised. Leading the short-haired girl to the entrance of the instance, Songchen first formed a party with her, then without hesitation used the Hell Instance Pass. A portal surrounded by black flames opened at the entrance, representing Hell level difficulty. Wait, girl, you really aren't scared. Mei Jiayun came over, not knowing what prompted her, and blurted out, Songchen's class is Berserker, aren't you afraid? The short-haired girl was stunned for 2 seconds, then shook her head. My equipment is decent. What does that mean? Your equipment is decent enough to withstand a few more hits from a berserker? Songchen, you guys are running Hell level difficulty, the monster attributes are at least tripled, it's very dangerous. Mei Jiayun turned to Songchen, her eyes full of expectation. How about we send 3 sisters over here to form a party with you too? It's not taking advantage, we can pay. Aside from some other thoughts, Ayun was eager to experience Hell level difficulty. She had never run a Hell level instance before and was very curious. I'll have to decline. Songchen smiled politely, shook his head, and stepped into the portal, with the short-haired girl following closely behind. The two disappeared into the Hell level instance portal. Instant image flow, burning the girl's CPU. Instant image flow, burning the girl's Hell level Sunset Beast Arena. What's your name? Brother Song, my name is Su Xiao. You're a mage? Yes, Brother Song, my class is Thunder Mage, currently level 12, a freshman at Jiangyun Academy, just finished registration. Su Xiao introduced herself in a string. Then she realized she might have said too much, quickly shut her mouth, and lowered her head to change into a full set of mage gear. Songchen initially didn't pay much attention. After a quick glance, he was taken aback. Wow, a full set of silver quality thunder mage gear, a burst staff, and it seemed she was also wearing 2 magic amplification rings? No wonder Su Xiao said her equipment was decent. For For a normal level 6 Berserker, even if he went crazy and started attacking teammates, he probably couldn't break through this set of gear's defense. Just this set of equipment alone must be worth over 100,000 dragon coins. Which young lady is here to experience life? Once the instance starts, you stand back and don't act recklessly, just watch me perform, got it? Hearing Song Chen's instructions, Su Xiao quickly nodded, gripping her staff and stepping back a few paces, her small face filled with seriousness and determination, as if she were about to go into battle. The little girl was quite interesting, a bit silly and shy. The Jiangyun Academy is located within Jiangyun City and is considered a top-tier institution, though it certainly cannot compare to the prestigious schools like the Beijing Academy or the Kunlun Academy. The lightning mage profession is also a high-level class, known for its explosive power and rarity. Song Chen speculated that this young girl might be a wealthy child from out of town, likely someone who, after enrolling, found herself with nothing to do and wanted to try her hand at some outdoor dungeons. Her family background must be affluent. Generally, a regular family wouldn't have the means to casually prepare a full set of lightning mage gear for their child. Did they really think that over 100,000 dragon coins just fell from the sky, available to any family? In terms of Inferno difficulty, it's roughly 3 times that of normal difficulty, and the experience gain is also tripled. So, the final health should be around 30,000? That shouldn't be a problem. If one hit of Mountain Smash doesn't take it down, then 2 hits will. As for the experience gain, Song Chen wasn't too concerned. With the 2 of them teaming up, the experience would be split evenly, which was almost equivalent to him having cleared the nightmare difficulty of the Sunset Beast Arena once more. If there were 1 or more people in the party, Song Chen would be less pleased. In a party dungeon, experience is divided equally among members unless certain items are used to alter the distribution ratio. What Song Chen was focused on was breaking records. Once a record is broken, there's a substantial amount of experience to be gained, along with valuable materials that could be worth a lot of money. Take the material 7-colored diamond rock awarded for breaking the nightmare level record, for example. This is a necessary consumable for forging and enhancing equipment. It's basically useless for the poor, but for the big shots and wealthy folks, they want as much as they can get. A single 7-colored diamond rock has a market price of 10,000 dragon coins and will always have a market. Song Chen gripped the knight's greatsword in his hand and quickly glanced at his character panel. Name, Song Chen. Class, Berserker. Level, Health, 192500 Mana, 400 Strength, Agility, Spirit, Constitution and Free Attribute Points, 0 Skills, Exclusive Skill, Blood Frenzy, Heavy Slash, Mountain Smash, Appraisal, Steel Body, Appraisal, can appraise items, monsters, and players, but cannot be used on targets exceeding 10 levels above oneself. Cooldown, 1, Mana Cost, 1. This skill levels up in sync with the player's level. Heavy Slash, swing the weapon to deliver a powerful strike, dealing, current strength skill level, damage to a single target. Cooldown, 1, Mana Cost, 10. This skill levels up in sync with the player's level. Mountain Smash, raise the weapon and leap forward, striking the ground to deal, current strength skill level, damage to targets within a circular area of, skill level meters, or, consumed health meters, in diameter. Cooldown, 2, Mana Cost, 20. This skill levels up in sync with the player's level. A one-time deduction of 190,000 health points should be enough. 1 hit of Mountain Smash will deal over 34,000 damage, even accounting for defense. I don't believe it can withstand 2 hits in a row. Song Chen was quite confident, and then he remembered something important. Su Xiao, do you have any skills like levitation? Cast one on yourself. I do, Brother Song, but it can only last for a minute. Su Xiao immediately cast levitation on herself. Then she began to hover about 2 meters off the ground. A minute is enough. Song Chen breathed a sigh of relief. His Mountain Smash would deal serious ground damage, with a range that could cover 1 square kilometer, encompassing the entire map. If Su Xiao didn't levitate, and Song Chen unleashed a Mountain Smash, the monster would definitely be taken down in an instant, and he might accidentally take her down with it too. In the next moment, a familiar passionate voice echoed above the sunset arena. Next up is the highly anticipated, blood-pumping beast battle moment. Our challenger is ready, let the festivities begin. At the same time, facing the direction of Song Chen and Su Xiao, on the other side of the arena, 2 iron gates opened, and as usual, 10 striped hyenas dashed out. These striped hyenas seem to be much faster. Blood Fury, activate. Song Chen didn't have time to think, he immediately activated his exclusive skill, Blood Fury, reducing his health points to 2,500 in one go. Health points decreased, strength increased by 1,900 points, physical attack power increased by 5,700 points. The Mountain Smash covered a range of 1 kilometer, with a damage value of 35,478. Brother Song, Mountain Smash. Su Xiao's voice was completely drowned out by the thunderous sound of mountain smash striking the ground, the blood energy transforming into a shockwave that swept across the arena, instantly obliterating the 10 striped hyenas. 10 consecutive kill notifications popped up in an instant, pleasing to the eye. Successfully killed a level 15 striped hyena, gained 2,250 experience points. Su Xiao gained 2,250 experience points. Only then did Song Chen have time to turn back and look at Su Xiao. What's wrong? Su Xiao was suspended in mid-air, looking bewildered, suddenly at a loss for words, feeling completely burned out. Is this the hell-level difficulty dungeon? How is it different from what I imagined? So the 22-second nightmare-level dungeon record that Song Chen set before was completed in this way? That's terrifying. Su Xiao's young heart suddenly took a heavy blow, murmuring to herself, is this the super high burst of the Berserker class? So rich. Song Chen's eyes lit up, 500,000. Breaking the record again, level 15 hell-level treasure chest. Breaking the record again, level 15 hell-level treasure chest. Song Chen looked at Su Xiao with shining eyes, 500,000, 500,000, are you from Fusan? Ha, I'm not. Su Xiao was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly realized and quickly defended herself, I just like some dramas from Fusan. Su Xiao could clearly see a hint of disappointment flash in Song Chen's eyes. What's going on? Did I disappoint Brother Song? I didn't do anything. Su Xiao felt numb, thinking to herself that since entering the dungeon, she had only cast one levitation spell and hadn't done much at all. You keep hovering in the air, coming down might lead to death. Song Chen thought it was a pity, expecting 500,000, but ended up with a homebody who liked watching dramas. Then, Song Chen once again hefted the knight's great sword, waiting for the cooldown of Mountain Smash to end. The second wave of monsters refreshed, and the cooldown of Mountain Smash ended. The war god jumped up again. Bang! The great sword struck the ground, and the blood energy shockwave swept around. The 10 ghost wolves just released were quite resilient, not making a sound. Successfully killed a level 15 ghost wolf, gained 2,250 experience points. Su Xiao gained 2,250 experience points. Following that, the third wave, fourth wave, fifth wave. Leveling up. As usual, he invested 5 points into strength attributes, which increased physical attack and also met equipment requirements. Song Chen was having a great time but was also puzzled. Hell level difficulty is actually just monsters attributes multiplied by about 3 times? Hard mode 1x, nightmare 1x, hell 3x, it makes no difference to me. If the attributes double, I can kill in an instant. If they triple, I can still kill in an instant. What's the difference? Standing at the front, Song Chen consistently unleashed a mountain smash every 2 seconds. Su Xiao stood behind, tightly gripping her staff but didn't know what to do. Suddenly, she realized she seemed to be completely just an accessory. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? As the last 2 waves of monsters approached, Song Chen reminded, be careful, it's coming. Su Xiao replied, oh. Song Chen asked. When he turned around, he saw Su Xiao suspended in midair, one hand holding a staff and the other holding a phone, recording a video of Song Chen's back from a high vantage point. Seeing Song Chen suddenly turn around, Su Xiao hurriedly tried to hide the phone in her arms, almost dropping it, her face flustered and panicked. It's fine, you keep recording. Song Chen smiled kindly, not saying much more. There was no helping it, he was busy using his skill to instantly defeat monsters across the map, the fastest way to play, and he had no time to let the little sister show off her skills. As for Su Xiao, she could do whatever she wanted, after all, she was just a sidekick. 2 mountain crumble skills took out the last 2 waves of monsters, and a second later, a familiar figure burst through the iron gate, making a dazzling entrance. The black-skinned goblin riding the timid battle lizard hadn't even stabilized itself. A hit from the identification spell landed, a silver lightning bolt struck, and a mountain crumble covering 1 kilometer hit. The 3 skills seemed to synchronize perfectly. The moment the silver lightning hit the goblin knight, the shockwave from the mountain crumble also struck. A string of large numbers left Song Chen stunned. What was going on? This seems to be a critical hit damage number? The hell level difficulty goblin knight has just over 30,000 health. With the critical hit damage coming in, it still owes me over 40,000 health, TSK. Song Chen pondered, looking at Su Xiao. Su Xiao, holding her staff, slowly landed and shyly spoke, I just used a skill, Brother Song. Increased critical hit, reduced defense? Song Chen realized. Yes, it's my exclusive skill. Su Xiao nodded and added, it applies an absolute critical hit after hitting, reducing defense by 10, but the duration is only very short, just 1 second. Thunder Mage, exclusive skill. Song Chen understood, even if Su Xiao hadn't mentioned it, he could find some clues on the forum. High-level professions were rare, but that didn't mean there were no peers. The level itself was truly rare, like a divine beast, with very little information available. Not to mention those hidden professions, where there were no predecessors to refer to, relying solely on personal exploration. Even the teachers in prestigious universities didn't know how to teach. The final kill and dungeon settlement information chimed in. Successfully killed a level 15 Goblin Knight, gained 3,000 experience points. Su Xiao gained 2,250 experience points. Congratulations on clearing the Hell level dungeon. Sunset Beast Arena, received a level 15 Hell chest. Gained the title, Hell Gladiator. Current clearing time, 22 seconds. You have refreshed this dungeon. The dual Hell difficulty clearing time is rated as, gained experience points, 7 colored diamond rock, Breath of Hell. Level 7 has surpassed 80. The experience reward for refreshing the dungeon record is really great. Song Chen thought about refreshing all the dungeon records here later. Unfortunately, the pass for Hell level difficulty was very rare. Otherwise, just the experience rewards for refreshing the records of Hell level dungeons would be enough to level up. Ah, Brother Song, I got the title. Su Xiao beside him looked excited. Since they were in a duo, both Song Chen and Su Xiao received the title, Hell Gladiator. Title name, Hell Gladiator. Title quality, Silver. Title attributes, Strength, Agility, Movement speed. After the title was issued, it took effect immediately. According to the rules of the title, since Song Chen and Su Xiao received the title of Hell Gladiator, it also meant that 2 other people lost this title. Song Chen didn't pay much attention to the title. He was pondering over this Hell chest. Was there no quality distinction? Or was the Hell difficulty itself a tiered reward, only distinguishing between levels? Still not enough dungeon runs, lacking experience. I'll go check the forums in a bit to see what's going on. Next up is the opening of the treasure chest. Song Chen rubbed his hands together and took a deep breath. Level 15 Hell chest opened successfully. Congratulations. You have obtained Level 15 Silver Gladiator Spear, Level 15 Silver Gladiator Set, First Turn Skill Stone, Material, Fragment of Hell's Minion. Wow, this Hell chest is so generous? Song Chen was a bit surprised. This was his first time running a Hell level dungeon, and he really didn't know the chest rewards were this rich. A level 15 silver weapon and a level 15 silver set together would be worth over 100,000 dragon coins. The first turn skill stone was even more impressive, with a minimum price of 200,000 dragon coins. As for the fragment of Hell's Minion, Song Chen wasn't very clear on its use, so he made a mental note of it. No wonder every guild is holding onto their passes so tightly. Other passes are one thing, but the Hell level pass can make a huge profit with just one clear. What made Song Chen feel a bit regretful was that this level 15 Silver Gladiator Spear wasn't a weapon usable by Berserkers. It could only be exchanged or sold. The set, however, had no major restrictions and could be worn. Song Chen cast an identification spell and saw the attributes and wearing requirements of the Gladiator set. Each piece required 50 points of strength or level 15. Among them, Gladiator Helmet adds strength, Gladiator Armor adds constitution, Gladiator Bracers add strength and agility, Gladiator Pants add spirit, Gladiator Boots add agility. Set effect, strength, attack speed, movement speed. Not bad, a 4-dimensional attribute set. The effect of gathering the 5-piece set is quite nice. It directly adds 50 points to strength. Very good. Song Chen happily accepted the Gladiator set. Next were the first turn skill stone and the fragment of Hell's Minion, all stored in his backpack. Item name, skill stone, item quality, first turn, level 1, item description. After using this item, you can designate a level 1 skill to upgrade by 1 level, including class skills and skill book skills, but cannot upgrade exclusive skills. Song Chen was very clear about the value of the skill stone. Rarity makes things valuable. Most of a profession's core skills, except for exclusive skills, would level up alongside the profession. However, special skills obtained through skill books or non-core skills only have 2 upgrade paths, skill stones and skill books. This made skill stones and skill books consistently high in price, with demand exceeding supply. Songgu, I opened a skill book from the treasure chest. It's a random skill book for level 15. Next to him, Su Xiao exclaimed in surprise. Song Chen was taken aback, thinking he should have let this girl go first. Damn it, all that experience accumulated from so many 648 draws in his past life wasted. Level 15 special skill, Blade Blood Feather. Congratulations. Song Chen maintained a calm expression. Emotions come quickly and go just as fast. This is the self-cultivation of a card drawer. But unexpectedly, Su Xiao handed the level 15 skill book to Song Chen. Here you go, Songgu. Oh, thank you. Song Chen didn't refuse and quickly accepted it. How funny, that's a level 15 skill book. What if it turns out to be a good skill? I'll check the market price for the level 15 skill book later and transfer the money to you. One thing at a time, Songchen didn't take handouts, his uncle at home was wealthy. Su Xiao was stunned for 2 seconds, hesitantly replied, I don't lack money, Songgu, can I have your contact information? Songchen immediately became alert. Oh no, she's coming for me. Sure. Songchen quickly added Su Xiao on WeChat, his face serious, you mustn't make a fuss after we go out, do you understand? Understood. Su Xiao nodded rapidly. After hesitating for a moment, Songchen decided to take advantage of Su Xiao's luck and, before being forcibly asked to leave the dungeon, opened the level 15 skill book. The value of skill books lies in their rarity. No matter what level you are, you can use them, and any usable skill you obtain is a gain. Even if you are level 20, if you use a skill book to acquire an 80 level skill, you can still use it, provided you can afford it. Want to play an 80 level skill at level 20? Sure. The biggest prerequisite is that you need to have a good father or mother. As long as you are born well, you start at the peak of the mountain. Using level 15 skill book. Skill book used successfully, congratulations. You have obtained a level 15 special skill, Blade Blood Feather. Blade Blood Feather consumes a large amount of health to condense into, consumes health skill level, blade-shaped blood feathers, duration 10, each blade blood feather deals, consumes health, points of damage to the target. Cooldown, 30, mana cost, 0. So the damage is determined by health consumption? Tailor-made. It seems that releasing this skill can also trigger the amplification of Blood Frenzy, which fits me quite well. Unfortunately, it's a special skill and not a Berserker's primary skill. In the future, I can only upgrade it with skill stones or skill books. After a brief calculation, Songchen immediately realized the value of this skill. For other professions, this skill might be somewhat lackluster. But for Songchen, having an extremely high health pool means this will be an incredibly terrifying high-frequency, high-damage skill. Blood Frenzy, after activating the skill, actively or through other means consuming health will grant an increase in strength attribute, but will significantly reduce defense. After closing the skill, it automatically transforms into death resistance, slowly restoring full health. For every 100 health points deducted, increase 1 point of strength. 1 point of strength increases physical attack power. For every 10 health points deducted, reduce 10 defense. After the skill is activated, it will enhance and amplify certain combat skills. Cooldown, 10, mana cost, 10, for every 10 levels the practitioner gains, this skill increases by 1 level. After reviewing his exclusive skill again, Songchen confirmed his idea. During battle, first activate Blood Frenzy, then use the Blade Blood Feather skill. As long as I consume health, I can gain the corresponding strength attribute increase. Perfect. With the concept set, the next step was to find an opportunity to test this new skill. Both of them were very satisfied and comfortable in the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, however, the practitioners were all dumbfounded. Songchen's name appeared again on the dungeon speed leaderboard, but this time it was for the Duo Hell difficulty ranking. Sunset Beast Arena speed ranking, Duo Hell level, 001, Songchen no guild Su Xiao no guild, current record, 22 seconds. 002, Shiru Rolling Stone Guild Gao Ni Rolling Stone Guild, current record, 35 minutes 31 seconds. 003, Chen Duo Flowing Cloud Guild Luyan Flowing Cloud Guild, current record, 45 minutes 44 seconds. Wait, who the hell is this Songchen? He's only level 7. How can he achieve an outrageous 22 seconds on Hell difficulty? Songchen must have leveled up to 7 after finishing. He was only level 6 when he went in. Is it possible that he found a loophole in the dungeon? Come on, the Sunset Beast Arena dungeon has been farmed to death. How come no one else found a loophole? It's fine, the one that got beaten isn't our guild's dungeon, so it doesn't hurt at all. Ha ha ha, look at the president of the Rolling Stone Guild, his face is all black. TSK, losing 2 records and 2 titles in one day. At the Dungeon Speed Ranking Board, a group of professionals found it quite enjoyable. It didn't matter to them that they hadn't set the records. As long as they could see the previous record holder getting humiliated on the spot, that was satisfying enough. The joys and sorrows of people do not connect. The expressions on the faces of the dozen or so professionals from the Rolling Stone Guild were varied, especially that of President Shiru, who wished he could scratch out those 2 names from the speed ranking. Damn it, this is too much bullying, right? What's up with this Songchen? Why is he constantly breaking our Rolling Stone Guild's records? Is he doing it on purpose? The speaker was a professional named Xiaowu, the previous first place holder in the Nightmare Difficulty Beast Arena solo speed ranking. Did you guys have a grudge against him? Shiru barely maintained a bit of rationality as he looked at the guild members beside him. The members quickly shook their heads. If there's no grudge, why target us? Shiru was left with a head full of question marks, glancing again at the speed ranking board, the glaring 22-second completion record stinging his eyes and making his head buzz. Is this even a record that a person can set? Seconds? A level 15 dungeon at hell difficulty can be soloed by a level 15 professional, but the margin for error is extremely low, and it requires spending a fortune on equipment, resources, and skills to even have a chance. In comparison, duo runs at hell difficulty have a much higher margin for error. The Dungeon Record Speed Ranking Board has 3 main categories: solo, duo, and multiplayer. Then there are 4 difficulty levels: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. Refreshing records according to the 3 categories in 4 levels yields different rewards, and the titles gained also vary. Boss, what should we do now? Hearing his subordinate speak, Shiru pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed helplessly. What else can we do? The records are set. There's nothing we can do unless someone can break it within 22 seconds. Who wants to try? This left several subordinates in silence. Even setting a record for a normal difficulty Sunset Beast Arena is not easy, let alone at hell difficulty? Forget it. We'll just admit defeat this time. Shiru dejectedly lit a cigarette, preparing to leave, but as he turned, he felt the smiles on the faces of professionals from other guilds were particularly glaring. The happier they were, the more uncomfortable Shiru felt. No, we can't just let it go. After walking a few steps, Shiru turned back. Enduring for a moment doesn't necessarily lead to a vast sea and sky, but taking a step back will definitely make one angrier. Damn it, our Rolling Stone Guild's record has been broken. The other guilds shouldn't think they can be comfortable either. Let's take them down. Shiru cursed, fiercely grinding out his cigarette but with his foot. Beside him, Xiao was stunned for a few seconds and tentatively asked, "Boss, are we going to war with those guilds?" War? No. Shiru shook his head, sneering as he said, "I still have 3 hell difficulty passes in hand. I'll use the hell difficulty passes and ask Song Chen to help us set the record." The surrounding subordinates? Song Chen, record boosting? Sure, but it'll cost more. Song Chen, record boosting? Sure, but it'll cost more. Is this what you call taking them down? The professionals from the Rolling Stone Guild were left with buzzing heads, unable to react for a while. But upon careful consideration, hey, it really is a good way to take them down, killing 1,000 while injuring 800 of themselves. No, boss, think twice. Xiao nearly knelt before Shiru, hastily advising, hell difficulty passes don't come cheap on the black market. A level 10 pass costs around 70 to 80,000 dragon coins. I've made up my mind. Shiru fiercely waved his hand. Yes, I indeed can't set a record of 22 seconds, such a monstrous record. But I'd rather spend some money to turn your 3 guilds' records upside down, focusing on a competitive spirit. With a whoosh, 2 figures appeared at the exit of the dungeon, Song Chen, who was 1.8 meters tall, and Su Xiao, who was 1.6 meters tall. They saw a large group of professionals gathered at the exit. Song Chen was already used to it. It's getting late, I'm heading back to school now. Brother Song, if there's a chance, I'll come to Beijing to hang out with you. Su Xiao waved goodbye. Alright, Song Chen nodded. Before he could finish speaking, a group of professionals from the Rolling Stone Guild rushed over, looking like they were there to seek revenge or start a brawl. Here they come. Finally can't hold back from provoking me, huh? Song Chen put on a cold expression, thinking that the troublemakers had finally shown up after he had cleared 2 records in a row. Seeing the situation, Su Xiao, who had just taken a few steps away, quickly ran back. There were about a dozen people around, and although Su Xiao was a bit shy, he still forced himself to stand beside Song Chen, trying to look fierce. Song Chen was a bit surprised. Aren't you going back to school? I want to help you out. Su Xiao's voice was soft but quick. My brother said that when fighting, you first have to build up your momentum, and then whether you win or lose can be discussed later. You have to be tough first. Song Chen? Your brother sounds like an expert. He turned to the group of professionals from the Rolling Stone Guild. Song Chen raised his hand and pointed towards the high-level wild area, revealing a friendly smile. Is there something you need? If there's something, we can head to the wild area? He often browsed forums and knew quite a bit about such matters. In the outdoor leveling area, the dungeon zones had rules that restricted all professionals from using weapons to fight, and even bare-handed combat was not allowed. The novice wild area also had rules that prevented professionals from causing harm to each other. But the high-level wild area was different. There were no protective rules for low-level professionals, and it was all about the survival of the fittest. Yes, there is something. But it's not to fight you, Brother Song Chen. Seeing the situation was not good, Shiru quickly stepped forward with a smile. I am one of the vice presidents of the Rolling Stone Guild. My name is Shiru. Purgatory level Sunset Beast Arena. First place in the dual-person speed ranking. Former. Oh, hello, former brother. Song Chen nodded politely, feeling a bit regretful, thinking that the tone didn't seem like someone here to cause trouble. It's like this, Brother Song Chen. Shiru rubbed his hands and pointed to the dungeon speed ranking, saying, I want to ask you for a favor, help me clear the purgatory level records for 3 dungeons. I don't have a pass, Song-Chen shrugged. I have. Shiru immediately took out 3 passes and continued, I'll provide the passes, you go clear the records, how about it? Sure, but I need extra payment. Song-Chen wore a polite smile. Extra payment? Shiru was taken aback, thinking he hadn't even planned to ask for dungeon reward equipment or anything, and you want extra payment? After a few seconds of silence, Shiru gritted his teeth and nodded, alright, how much extra? Song-Chen thought for a moment and quoted a price, 10,000 dragon coins for each record. Alright, no problem. Following the principle of having already spent, Shiru wasn't afraid to spend another 30,000 dragon coins, smiling at Song-Chen, since I'm paying extra, can you hang our Rolling Stone Guild's name? Just a simple name association, and if you want to leave the guild later, we won't insist. No problem, Song-Chen agreed readily. Just a name association, not a big deal. Joining a professional guild wasn't difficult, it was similar to being an intern versus a full-time employee. The former could join or leave at any time but had a 7-day cooldown. The latter had to follow a contract, which wasn't as free, and breaking the contract would come with some costs. Su Xiao beside them was completely bewildered. How did the conversation turn into a business negotiation? And it was with the Rolling Stone Guild, providing passes and money, was this hiring muscle? Hey, someone, bring over a set of tables and chairs. Shiru shouted, then added, also, get some drinks and snacks for brother Song-Chen and sister Su Xiao, hurry up. Soon, tables and chairs were brought over. Then a few bottles of chilled soda, orange juice, and other drinks were set out, along with popcorn, sunflower seeds, and fruits. Thank you. Song-Chen pulled Su Xiao to sit down and looked at Shiru. Which 3 dungeons are we checking the records for? Cat Demon Ruins, Zombie Dungeon, Goblin Cave, just these 3. Shiru had already thought it through and tossed out 3 hell level passes. 2 level 10 dungeons and 1 level 15 dungeon. Song-Chen sipped his chilled soda and checked the dungeon speedrun leaderboard, quickly guessing Shiru's intentions. It wasn't hard to guess. After all, Song-Chen had just broken the records for 2 dungeons belonging to the Rolling Stone Guild, and Shiru had been mocked by people from other guilds, so he chose to throw caution to the wind and directly hired Song-Chen to break the dungeon records. In reality, the dungeon records in the wild areas outside Jianyun City were not particularly valuable, but for various low-level guilds, there were plenty of benefits, especially for those low-level professionals. When they came to check the dungeons, they would see, wow, this guild is dominating the leaderboard? They must be really strong, let's join. Free labor just like that? Are all of them on the hell level difficulty duo leaderboard? Clearing his thoughts, Song-Chen turned to Su Xiao. I see you haven't joined a guild either. Want to register with me and break a couple of dungeon records for fun? No problem. Su Xiao immediately replied with excitement. After a 5-minute break, Song-Chen temporarily brought Su Xiao into the Rolling Stone Guild, just for the name, then put away the 3 hell-level passes and walked towards the dungeon entrance. As one pass was used, a portal wreathed in black flames appeared, and Song-Chen and Su Xiao entered the portal one after the other. Why is Song-Chen opening another hell-level dungeon? Where did he get so many passes? He must have farmed them, can't he just be lucky? I don't think so. Did anyone see what dungeon Song-Chen just opened? It seems to be Cat Demon Ruins? Oh no, it looks like he's coming for our Flowing Cloud Guild. Damn it, he wants to break our guild's record. It must be the president of Rolling Stone. They've been flirting since just now. Maybe the president hired Song-Chen to break the records. Quick, notify the boss. The professionals from several guilds at the dungeon entrance immediately panicked and hurried to call their guild leaders. This time, the guild leaders were also in a frenzy. Just lying there and getting hit, right? It was like just finishing a shower and going upstairs, picking a good card in Technician, and before they could enjoy it, the uncles in hats burst in. It was quite sudden. New skill, full damage 2 million? New skill, full damage 2 million? The guilds outside the dungeon were in chaos, sweating in anxiety. Inside the hell-level Cat Demon Ruins, Song-Chen glanced at the ruined town in front of him, the complex terrain, and then remembered a tricky problem. He didn't know the way. Oh no, I forgot to check the guide. Is it too late to look it up now? Song-Chen felt a bit frustrated. He had come in such a rush that he hadn't had time to prepare a guide. Although there were plenty of guides on the professional forum, they needed to be carefully considered. It's okay, brother Song. I've done this dungeon before. Su Xiao felt she finally had some use and took the initiative to walk ahead. This dungeon looks complicated, but actually, you just need to fight your way to the clock tower in the middle. Just fight my way through? Song-Chen pondered. Yes, just fight your way through. Su Xiao recalled and continued. Normally, To clear this dungeon, you need to ignite the flames at the 4 corners of the ruins to gain a buff and then go to the bell tower to trigger the encounter. That way, the kills will be faster. It's fine, we don't need to follow the mechanics, Songchen said, pulling Su Xiao back behind him. Mechanics? Buffs? None of that is needed. One shot is all it takes. Do they have health bars? If they dare to show their heads, they'll be taken out in an instant. With a swift motion, Songchen drew his great sword and donned the silver tier gladiator set, just in time to glance at his character panel. Name, Songchen, class, Berserker, level, health, 205,010, magic, 500, strength, weapon, equipment, title, agility, equipment, title, mentality, equipment, constitution, weapon, equipment, skills, free attribute points, 0, skills, exclusive skill blood fury, blade blood feather, heavy slash, mountain smash, steel muscles, appraisal. Songchen activated his exclusive skill blood fury, but this time he didn't rush to consume health to amplify his strength. Brother Song, do I still need to use the stasis spell later? Su Xiao, already in his thunder pattern mage set and holding a burst staff, quietly asked as he followed behind Songchen. Su Xiao vividly remembered Songchen's mountain smash that wiped out monsters in a wide area. It was truly an eye-opener. I'll tell you when to use it, no rush. Before Songchen finished speaking, in the ruins of the town ahead, various abandoned buildings on the left and right began to reveal cat demons one after another. They're coming, they're coming. Songchen rubbed his hands together, readying himself. He didn't even plan to use appraisal, completely unconcerned about the attributes of these minor cat demon mobs. There seemed to be about a dozen cat demons. A whoa! Accompanied by a chilling cry reminiscent of an old cat's night wail from deep within the ruins, the dozen cat demons seemed to receive some command and charged straight at Songchen and Su Xiao. Blade blood feather. With one hand holding the great sword and the other outstretched, Songchen suddenly erupted with a surge of blood energy. In an instant, the blood energy around Songchen rapidly condensed into tangible blood feathers. One by one, the blood-red feathers, sharp at the tips like blades, glimmered with a sinister crimson light. The number of blade blood feathers increased rapidly. In just a few seconds, there were already 2,000 blade-shaped blood feathers formed around Songchen. Go! As Songchen pointed, the blade blood feathers immediately whistled through the air, transforming into streaks of blood-red light, akin to arrows. Wherever Songchen pointed, a flurry of blade blood feathers would cover that area, resembling a human-shaped Gatling gun. In the blink of an eye, all the cat demons were annihilated. Successfully killed 10-level Screaming Cat Demon, gained 2,700 experience points. Su Xiao gained 2,700 experience points. Boom! Boom! As the cat demons were wiped out, the surrounding ruins began to show signs of collapse. The buildings that were barely standing were now flattened by the blade feathers. After firing off the 2,000 blade blood feathers, Songchen frowned. He had already noticed the drawbacks and limitations of this skill. Is this the new skill from the level 15 series, Brother Song? It looks really strong. Su Xiao, wide-eyed, exclaimed, it even flattened the ruins. The damage is really high. Yeah, single target damage is 10,000 points, not bad, Songchen nodded. Each blade blood feather's damage consumed health, which could be considered percentage damage. Each feather dealt 10,000 points of damage, and with a wave, that was 2,000 blade blood feathers. If all 2,000 blades of blood feathers could hit the same target, the total damage from the multi-hit would be 20 million. Songchen was taken aback. With 20 million points of damage coming down, what monster could withstand that? It would crack your mouth wide open, filled to the brim. Maxing out the damage is quite invincible, but the drawbacks are also very obvious. The accuracy is too poor, and the flight speed of each blade of blood feather isn't fast enough. It's easy to be dodged by agile professionals. The key is still a one-time deal. How many blades of blood feathers can be condensed must all be unleashed within 10 seconds. Songchen thought carefully and felt that this skill was better suited for dealing with swarms of flying monsters. Just a wave of the hand would send feathers flying everywhere. Wouldn't it be great for hunting birds? Of course, it could also be used against large monsters or specially mobile monsters, capable of taking them down in one go. It's a pity, Brother Song, that you're not a mage or an archer, one of those ranged professions. Hearing Songchen analyze the pros and cons of the skill, Su Xiao spoke up. Ranged professions generally have similar skills for target locking and tracking, which fits well with your skill. It's fine, I'll just use it as an anti-aircraft gun, Songchen said with a smile, shaking his head, not taking it to heart. No worries. When poor, tactics intertwine. When rich, firepower covers. With a wave of his hand, thousands or tens of thousands of blades of blood feathers could be unleashed, with single hit damage in the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. As long as one hit landed, it could kill. It was proven that Songchen's previous idea was valid. After releasing a blade of blood feather, he consumed 200,000 points of health, and the exclusive skill Blood Frenzy was equally effective. Health points, strength points, and the range of Mountain Smash expanded to 2,000 meters. After taking down the first wave of cat demons, Songchen couldn't be bothered to think about any dungeon mechanics and headed straight for the bell tower in the middle of the ruins with Su Xiao. The little girl sensibly cast a levitation spell on herself to avoid being crushed by Songchen's Mountain Smash. Mountain Smash initiated, the war god descends. Successfully killed a level 10 screaming cat demon, gained 1050 experience points. Su Xiao gained 1050 experience points. Successfully killed a level 10 screaming cat demon, gained 1800 experience points. Su Xiao gained 1800 experience points. Successfully killed a level 10 screaming cat demon, gained 2400 experience points. Su Xiao gained 2400 experience points. 3 minutes later, Song Chen and Su Xiao arrived at the ruined bell tower. Song Chen leveled up. Su Xiao couldn't help but look back and took a photo with her phone. So tragic, this is truly a ruin. With Mountain Smash clearing the way, the already precarious buildings couldn't hold up. Wherever Song Chen went, the area within a 2-kilometer radius was flattened. Get ready, we're about to trigger the finale. Song Chen moved his shoulders, eager to try. As the bell rang and triggered, a prompt popped up. Congratulations, you have obtained the hidden title, Ruin Demolition Team. Song Chen? Mage Girl, not my fault. Can you blame me for this? Mage Girl, not my fault. Can you blame me for this? Title name, Ruin Demolition Team. Title quality, Bronze. Title attribute, deals damage to building type monsters. After glancing at the title attributes, Song Chen didn't study it further. They had already triggered the finale, and the record refresh was in sight. Bang bang bang! The bell tower shook, producing a deafening sound, and a cat demon squatted at the top of the bell tower, revealing a pale human face, grinning down at the two below. Cat Demon Ruins, the finale. Song Chen raised his hand and cast an identification spell. Monster name, Human-Faced Cat Demon. Monster level, monster attributes, health, 11,000 magic, 300 strength, 103 spirit, 81 constitution, 72 agility, 152 skills, wind speed, claw strike, piercing magic sound, invisibility. Is this it? 11,000 health? Song Chen thought for a moment and felt relieved. In a hell level difficulty 15 level dungeon, the Sunset Beast Arena, the final health was only over 30,000. Meow, the human-faced cat demon leaped down from the top of the clock tower. The primary target for attack was clearly Song Chen in front. Heavy slash. This time, Song Chen didn't use the mountain collapse strike but switched to a basic attack skill aimed at single targets, heavy slash. For others, this was just a basic skill, and using it felt like a waste of mana. But in Song Chen's hands, with this heavy slash, the damage dealt was 52,008 points. Song Chen gripped the knight's giant sword resting on his shoulder and swung it backhandedly, accurately hitting the leaping human-faced cat demon. Bang! With this strike, the human-faced cat demon instantly shattered into countless fragments and flew away. Successfully killed level 10, human-faced cat demon, gained 1,500 experience points. Su Xiao gained 1,500 experience points. Congratulations on clearing the hell level dungeon. Cat Demon Ruins, received a level 10 hell treasure chest. Game title, Cat Demon Slayer. Current clearing time, 3 minutes 5 seconds. You have refreshed the dungeon. Dual hell difficulty clearing time, rated as, gained experience points, 7 colored diamond rock, breath of hell. Still refreshing the record feels great. Su Xiao, you opened the chest first this time. Song Chen didn't rush to open the chest, letting Su Xiao go first while he looked at his new title. Title name, Cat Demon Slayer. Title quality, silver. Title attributes, agility, deals damage to beast-type monsters. After clearing a Cat Demon Ruins, 2 titles popped up, and Song Chen had a premonition that he would soon evolve into a title collector. Open! Su Xiao was mumbling something, and suddenly shouted, opening her hell treasure chest. Seeing her expression fall, Song Chen knew his chance had come and hurriedly opened his level 10 hell treasure chest. Level 10 hell treasure chest opened successfully. Congratulations, you received silver tier level 10 shattered longbow, silver tier level 10 ranger set, material, fragment of hell's minion. Oh no, it's bad. Song Chen's face fell, feeling a bit lost. It seemed this dungeon wasn't very good. Su Xiao's hell treasure chest didn't yield anything great, and neither did his. A set of silver tier level 10 ranger gear was useless to Song Chen, but it could be sold or traded. Did you not get anything either, Songgu? Don't ask. Song Chen waved his hand and left the Cat Demon Ruins dungeon with Su Xiao. As soon as they appeared at the dungeon exit, they immediately saw the president of the Rolling Stone Guild, Shiru, walking over with an excited expression. Awesome, Song Chen. You broke the record again. Glancing at the dungeon speed leaderboard, Songchin noticed that the second place, the Luyun Guild, had a record of 13 minutes 58 seconds for the same hell-level Cat Demon Ruins dungeon. The gap was about 10 minutes, which wasn't too far off. This was unlike the Sunset Beast Arena record, which was directly crushed by Song Chen to a bewildering 22 seconds. Indeed, for dungeons that require traveling, the winding paths waste a bit of time. The Beast Arena is still more enjoyable. Song Chen didn't say much and nodded to Shuru. Next, let's go clear the zombie dungeon. Alright, brother, aren't you going to take a break? Shuru had a look as if he were serving a master. No, I'm in a hurry. Song Chen shook his head and took Su Xiao to open the purgatory-level zombie dungeon instance again, disappearing in a flash. Racing against time, eager to break records? No. Song Chen simply wanted to test his luck. There was no reason he couldn't get another level 10 purgatory treasure chest this time, right? In the instance area, seeing Song Chen and Su Xiao dive into the second instance without much rest, Shuru couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions as he lit a cigarette. Look at their efficiency. That's the advantage of paying for services, it's quick. Now we can quickly record 3 instances for the Rolling Stone Guild. Shuru leaned back, pleased. The gazes from the professionals of nearby guilds seemed like they could tear Shuru apart. Of course, they didn't dare direct the same looks at Song Chen. If the first time Song Chen broke the instance record was purely luck, then what about this consecutive streak? No one was foolish. They didn't think they could withstand a real fight better than those in the instance. Damn it! Our Luyun Guild's record has been wiped. What the hell? They finished the Cat Demon Ruins in 3 minutes. And it's at purgatory level difficulty. Those two didn't even follow the mechanics, right? Not following the mechanics and still clearing it this fast? I'm impressed. Whose instance is next? By the way, isn't your guild leader coming to check this out? It's a big deal. I think it looks like a zombie dungeon. Whose is it? It's ours, from the Misty Rain Tower. Oh, isn't that the mage girl we recruited? Ayun, right? Can I interview you? What are your thoughts right now? Is the Berserker class really this strong? I want to awaken in my next life and try it out. There were quite a few onlookers, and more kept gathering. After all, breaking 3 records in a row wasn't something that happened every day, and many were calling friends to come see the excitement. Vendors in the wild camp began to gather around as well. Hey, this is a disaster. The warrior girl from Misty Rain Tower sighed repeatedly, looking somewhat reproachfully at the mage girl. Ayun, you were so loud before, why didn't you manage to take down this Song Chen? Mage Ayun? Not my fault, how can you blame me for this? The problem is, he looks down on me, and I can't just keep throwing myself at him, right? Who can handle being rejected all the time? Ayun really isn't that effective. I say, it would be better if the guild leader came personally. A 36-year-old black silk, golden-eyed glasses lady, a trinity, guaranteed to charm any boy of Song Chen's age. The assassin girl in leather pants said seriously. Only the priest girl in the team remained calm. Song Chen has already entered the instance. I estimate we'll have results in a few minutes. I guess our guild's instance record is definitely going to be lost. Since it's come to this, why don't we go grab some fries? The 3 guild leaders arrived, and the hidden instance was about to refresh. Forget it, let's wait for the boss to come. The assassin girl shrugged, having nothing to say about her sister's laid-back attitude. What else can we do? It's already a done deal, I might as well relax. Let's go, get some fries to eat. Anyway, our record is lost, so it doesn't matter. Let's go, Ayun. The priest girl had a good attitude. Since they couldn't resist, they might as well lie back and enjoy it. Opening up their mindset made it even more comfortable. At the instance exit, Shuru, the leader of the Rolling Stone Guild, was happily leaning back, enjoying the spectacle of the other guild's clowns on his phone. The other guild leaders hadn't rushed over immediately, but that was fine. They were all WeChat friends, so they could just pull each other in to start roasting. Seeing the screen filled with 99 message notifications, Shuru, holding a cigarette, operated with one hand and consecutively blacklisted 3 guild leaders. Feels good. Damn it, finally breathing easy. Shuru was so pleased he was almost beside himself. A younger member, Xiaohu, leaned in and whispered, Boss, do you think Song Chen and his buddy can make a killing after finishing 3 hell-level dungeons? Definitely, Shuru nodded. He had run hell-level dungeons before and knew just how generous the rewards could be. The items that could be opened from hell chests basically represented the best rewards available from this series of low-level dungeons, though it also depended on luck. Hey, I didn't even feel bad until you mentioned it. Damn, that's 3 hell chests. If luck is on their side, they could earn over 1 million dragon coins. After thinking for a while, Shuru felt a bit regretful. He had acted impulsively. The loot was indeed great, and the thrill was real. But once reason returned, Shiru began to calculate the gains and losses, and it was completely disproportionate. He would even have to pay out of pocket. 5 minutes later, the guild leaders of 3 other guilds, Lu Yun from Lu Yun, Shenlan from Hailan, and Chu Yenyu from Yenyu Tower, rushed to the dungeon area. What's going on? What's going on? What the hell? 3 minutes and 5 seconds? Is this really a record for a dungeon that humans can achieve? Lu Yun, the leader of Lu Yun, looked bewildered. It was only after seeing the record on the dungeon speed leaderboard that he confirmed he wasn't dreaming. Which guild is Song Chen from? Shenlan, the leader of Hailan, asked a crucial question. He was a solo player before. Now, Shiru, with a smug expression, crossed his legs and calmly replied, now he's one of us from the Rolling Stone Guild. I think it's just a nominal membership, right? The one who spoke was a mature woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses and black stockings, looking decent, but her confidence added to her appeal. From Yenyu Tower, it was Chu Yenyu. With Chu Yenyu pointing out the key issue, Shiru remained unfazed and waved his hand dismissively. So what if it's nominal? Even if Song Chen leaves the guild later, the record will still show our Rolling Stone Guild's name. This statement left the 3 guild leaders speechless. There was indeed such a rule on the dungeon speed leaderboard. No matter if you were still in the guild afterward, as long as you were in the guild when you completed the run, the guild name would remain on the leaderboard. Look! New record! Someone shouted. The 4 guild leaders, including Shiru, immediately looked at the newly posted record on the dungeon speed leaderboard. Zombie Dungeon Speed Leaderboard, 2-person Hell Level, 001, Songchen Rolling Stone Guild Sushao Rolling Stone Guild, current record, 5 minutes 36 seconds. 002, Chu Yenyu Yenyu Tower Zhang Nico Yenyu Tower, current record, 35 minutes 35 seconds. 003, Yin De Meng Hailan Guilding Air Meng Hailan Guild, current record, 55 minutes 14 seconds. Total time improved by a full 30 minutes? Why? Chu Yenyu pushed her glasses, expressing her confusion. What profession is this Songchen? He's a berserker, boss, said a warrior girl from Yenyu Tower beside her. A berserker? Someone actually dared to team up with a berserker to run dungeons? Chu Yenyu thought for a moment and sighed. After all, it's a high-level profession, they naturally have an advantage, there's nothing to be done. The warrior girl wanted to retort but didn't dare to. Is it really just a matter of professional advantage and ranking? Such a big deal, and the guild leader can't see it at all. While everyone was chatting, Song Chen and Su Zhao's figures reappeared at the dungeon exit, but both of their faces didn't look too good. Let's go, the last dungeon. Song Chen didn't even feel like talking to Shiru and the others. He led Su Zhao towards the entrance of the dungeon, using up the last of his hell difficulty pass. Not a moment was spent mourning the fall of the record at Misty Rain Tower. What was about to take the stage was, who saw what dungeon Song Chen chose? The Goblin Cave. This time it's the record of the Blue Sea Guild. Hearing the shouts from several professionals, Shenlan almost blacked out, feeling as if the sky was about to collapse. Why does it feel like Song Chen isn't in a good mood? Shiru wondered, looking around. Can someone explain the reason to me? The group of underlings exchanged glances, all looking confused. Enough. Stop looking, Shenlan. Song Chen has already wiped out the records of 3 guilds in a row. Do you think your Blue Sea Guild can escape? Chu Yenyu pulled out a chair and sat down at the table, coldly looking at Shiru. The hidden dungeon is about to refresh, let's discuss the distribution. Upon hearing the words hidden dungeon, Lu Yun and Shenlan immediately came over to sit as well. What are you looking at me for? Shiru sneered and said, even if I've wiped out your 3 guilds records, I won't let go of the entry times for the hidden dungeon. You crazy woman, has your brain short-circuited? Chu Yenyu wasn't angry, she just smiled. You've already come this far, it's quite reasonable for our 3 guilds to target you, right? I support it. Lu Yun raised his hand first. I also want to target. Shenlan was even more direct. If it weren't for the rules in the dungeon area, he would have already started fighting. Shiru was stunned for a few seconds and slammed the table hard. The Rolling Stone Guild's influence in Jiangyun City wasn't small, but to handle the joint targeting of 3 guilds alone was clearly impossible. Damn it, we're not going to the hidden dungeon this time. Shiru almost gritted his teeth to squeeze out this sentence, adding, but next time. 3 times. Chu Yenyu said coldly. Support. Lu Yun nodded. Seconded. Shenlan echoed. This was clearly 3 guilds targeting one. Even if Shiru wanted to engage in a war of words, he had to consider the future. 3 times it is. Shiru was so angry that he flipped the table, thinking to himself, damn it, I'm uncomfortable, and you all want to sit here comfortably and watch the show? No way. With the consensus reached, the 3 guild leaders left one after another. Calming down to calculate the gains and losses, Shiru sighed and lit another cigarette, taking a deep drag and finishing half of it in one go. Wait a minute, how did things develop into this mess? I'm paying for tickets and expenses, the dungeon records are indeed wiped out, but damn it, the hidden dungeon is worth even more. Am I the clown here? Wishing to be single for 10 years, directly getting the goods. The Goblin Cave is a level 15 dungeon, one that Songchen was very reluctant to run. Twisting and turning, it was more difficult to navigate than the damn zombie dungeon. Luckily he had Su Xiao as a human GPS. Where did my luck go? It shouldn't be like this. 2 hell chests in a row without any goods. Right, this must be a cushion, to raise first and then lower, 2 cushions will definitely yield big goods. Songchen pondered secretly, not forgetting to swing the knight's greatsword to face the enemy. Heavy slash. The basic skill itself didn't produce such exaggerated damage. But considering Songchen's 2,000 points of strength increase, that damage was enough to be called explosive. The knight's greatsword swung out in a series. The approaching monsters, the goblins, were sent flying one by one, turning into a shower of blood. Successfully killed a level 15 goblin, gained 2,700 experience points. Su Xiao gained 2,700 experience points. Turn this corner, and we'll reach the core lair of the Goblin Cave, Songgu. Is it convenient to ask about the hellish treasure chest from just now? Su Xiao hadn't finished her sentence. Songchen frowned and said, the mat is a necessary path in life, understand? Su Xiao replied, I understand, I get it. I just got a set of priest gear, and I feel like my luck is about to run out. Songchen sighed. At least you got a set of equipment. I opened a hellish treasure chest and got a bunch of materials. Who am I supposed to complain to? The dungeon progress was moving quickly. Mainly because Su Xiao was leading the way so well, she was like a human GPS. In a dungeon like the Goblin Cave, with its twists and turns and ups and downs, Su Xiao could find the shortest route straight to the lair. It was hard not to admit that this was a talent. Soon, they arrived at the Goblin Cave, the final lair. Mountain Smash. Songchen couldn't be bothered to play any tricks with the bunch of green-skinned big goblins. As the monsters surrounded them, he jumped on the spot. A series of damage numbers exploded on the screen. The dozen or so big goblins that had just shown their heads were instantly killed, turning into experience points. Successfully killed a level 15 big goblin, gained 3,825 experience points. Su Xiao gained 3,825 experience points. Songchen glanced at his experience bar, 32. After clearing the final Goblin King, he could easily level up and also enjoy an extra wave of experience rewards for breaking the record, which was quite appealing. Here it comes, Songgu. Su Xiao, suspended in midair, excitedly rubbed her hands together and raised her phone, ready to record Songchen's moment of glory. Accompanied by a low, rumbling roar, a 2-meter-tall Goblin King stood up from the throne in the inner lair, dragging a bronze warhammer. Dare to invade my goblin territory, human. Mountain Smash. This time, Songchen didn't even plan to use identification skills. He didn't even intend to give the Goblin King a chance to finish his lines. He raised his knight's greatsword and jumped on the spot, executing Mountain Smash. Boom! The shockwave formed by his blood surged across an area of 2,000 square meters, dealing a massive 45,507 points of damage, sweeping through the entire lair. The throne collapsed, and before the Goblin King could finish his lines, he was instantly turned into a mist of blood, leaving only a bronze warhammer on the ground. Successfully killed level 15, Goblin King, gained 2,500 experience points. Su Xiao gained 2,500 experience points. Congratulations on clearing the hellish dungeon, Goblin Cave, gained a level 15 hellish treasure chest. Gained title, Lair Destroyer. Current clearing time, 7 minutes 23 seconds. You have refreshed this dungeon. The duo hellish difficulty clearing time is rated as, gained experience points, 7 colored diamond rock, breath of hell. Experience points surged in, and golden light of leveling up flashed over both Song Chen and Su Xiao, the former and the latter. Old rules, should I open it first? Su Xiao asked. Go ahead. Song Chen nodded nonchalantly, glancing at the new title he had just received. Title name, Lair Destroyer. Title quality, Silver. Title attribute, Constitution, deals damage to humanoid monsters. Oh, a level 15 silver staff. Just the weapon I can use. Songgu, look quickly. After opening the treasure chest, Su Xiao was very excited and quickly equipped the newly obtained staff, showing it to Song Chen. Alright. I wish to exchange Su Xiao's 10 years of being single for my successful treasure chest opening this time. It must yield great loot. Song Chen muttered as he opened his hellish treasure chest. Su Xiao, wait, buddy, you can just make a wish for your treasure chest opening. Why are you using me as collateral? If something good comes out, who gets the credit? Level 15 hellish treasure chest opened successfully. Congratulations. You have obtained level 15 silver grade Deathbringer hammer, level 15 silver grade strength ring, first transition skill stone, materials, fragments of hellish minions. Hey, it's still the wishing spirit. A first transition skill stone, a Deathbringer hammer, a blunt weapon of level 15 silver grade? Quite suitable for me, and a strength ring too. This is a great deal. Song Chen was very satisfied. Su Xiao felt increasingly uneasy, touched her face, and said in confusion, "Wait, Songgu, if you got this, doesn't that mean the wish was fulfilled? Does that mean I have to be single for 10 years? Song Chen was taken aback. Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. No wonder when others make wishes, they always say they want to sacrifice their roommate, their buddies, or a friend, talking about being single for 10 years or having a son, so that's how it is. It's fine, you're still young." Song Chen nodded nonchalantly, his face serious. "Your top priority now is to study hard. No, you need to further your studies, grind dungeons to level up. Why are you even thinking about being single or not? Think about it, 10 years from now when you achieve the title of Thunder King, won't all kinds of handsome guys be at your disposal?" After a thorough lecture, Su Xiao believed him, filled with motivation, and her gaze gradually firmed, as if she had made some kind of resolution. Song Chen felt a bit uneasy under her gaze, but it didn't matter. This is great. Before being kicked out of the dungeon, Song Chen quickly glanced at his haul from this trip. Equipment name, Deathbringer hammer, equipment quality, level 15 silver grade, requires 100 strength, equipment attributes, strength, constitution, normal attacks create a shockwave with a diameter of 1 meter, fixed damage of 100 points. Equipment name, strength ring, equipment quality, level 15 silver grade, requires 50 constitution or level 15, equipment attributes, strength. An unremarkable strength-type weapon, a strength-enhancing accessory. Song Chen accepted everything without hesitation. Compared to the previous 2 level 10 hellish treasure chests, he was very satisfied with the haul from this level 15 hellish treasure chest. All the equipment was usable for him, plus a first transition skill stone. A first transition skill stone guarantees at least 200,000 dragon coins, with additional pricing. Song Chen currently had 2 first transition skill stones. He planned to save them for now and consider using them to upgrade special skills later. "Let's go, we're heading out." Song Chen called out to Su Xiao and said, "After we exit the dungeon, you should head back to school, it's getting late." "And you, Song Gu?" Su Xiao asked curiously. "I plan to take a stroll in the high-level wild area. I heard there's a hidden dungeon about to refresh, and I need to join the fun." Song Chen didn't intend to take Su Xiao with him. It wasn't that the young girl was incapable, he simply wanted to avoid trouble. "Alright, Song Gu. I'll look up the hidden dungeon strategies for the high-level wild area for you and personally make you a dungeon navigation guide," Su Xiao said earnestly. Having cleared 3 hellish-level dungeons together, Su Xiao was already well aware that Song Chen had a bit of a spatial awareness issue and was quite averse to trouble. Song Chen felt a bit embarrassed to refuse this kindness, thought for a moment, and said, "You gave me a level 15 random skill book before, I'll transfer you the market price after I check it." "No need for that." Su Xiao waved her hand generously, almost writing "money is like dirt" on her face. Song Chen shook his head. "A deal is a deal. As long as I don't owe anyone a favor, I won't be morally bound. 1 win, 2 near-deaths, 3 lavish burials. 1 win, 2 near-deaths, 3 lavish burials." After being teleported out of the dungeon, Su Xiao greeted Song Chen, pocketing a bag of silver-grade equipment and left quickly. Because run was a bit slow, many professionals gathered around. "You said you treat money like dirt, that you don't lack money. Your family is quite wealthy, right? However, this girl is quite honest." Song Chen shook his head with a smile. Aside from the hammer of the dead, the strength ring, and a set of ranger gear, he gave the remaining scattered weapons and equipment to Su Xiao, which counted as settling the account for the level 15 skill book. Skill books are mainly divided into 3 categories: random, directional, and designated. Among them, random skill books are the least valuable, but a level 15 random skill book is at least worth 150,000 dragon coins as a base. But this is fine. Song Chen was used to keeping things clear. What belongs to whom is just that. He wouldn't take advantage of others, but he wouldn't let himself suffer losses either. Where is everyone? After coming out of the dungeon, Song Chen was a bit surprised. There should have been a crowd of professionals gathering, but the number of professionals in the dungeon area was at least halved compared to before. Come, sit down, brother Song Chen." Shiru invited Song Chen to sit, looking satisfied as he glanced at the dungeon speed ranking board, where Song Chen's name was at the top, followed by a name from the Rolling Stone Guild. Well, that was quite satisfying. First, they defeated the Flowing Cloud Guild, then crushed the Misty Rain Tower, and finally overpowered the Blue Sea Guild, breaking the dungeon record 3 times in a row. Shiru still felt quite pleased. It was a loss, but Let's just say it was a gain. I won't sit, I'm going to take a stroll in the high-level wild area. Songchen took a few bottles of chilled happy water and stored them in his space backpack. Upon hearing high-level wild area, Shiru immediately reacted, a bit puzzled. Brother, you're too hard-working. Are you planning to look for hidden dungeons to farm? Yeah, I'm just going to join the fun, Songchen nodded, not hiding anything. In the high-level wild area, there were no rules against mutual harm. For Songchen, that meant entering a vast world, not to say there would be great opportunities, but it could also mean a skill could instantly turn him red-named. Speaking of hidden dungeons, I need to remind you, brother. Shiru thought for a moment and continued, 3 guilds have already gone to the hidden dungeon. When the hidden dungeon refreshes, the area will definitely be cleared. Cleared? Songchen nodded thoughtfully. Compared to regular dungeons, hidden dungeons offer much higher experience points and completion rewards, and the equipment and materials dropped are of better quality and more valuable. However, each refresh of a hidden dungeon limits the number of entries. This means that some guilds will clear the area whenever a hidden dungeon refreshes to ensure that only their guild members can farm the dungeon and take the rewards. Essentially, it's a forced occupation of resources. Professionals not belonging to a guild find it hard to benefit from hidden dungeons in such situations, creating a cycle. This is quite normal. Otherwise, why are the 4 top academies of the Qinglong Empire considered top? It's because they hold hidden dungeons in secret realms that other academies do not. In a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, having a strong fist allows one to occupy more resources. This is my fault. If I hadn't asked you to help me break the record, the Flowing Cloud, Blue Sea, and Misty Rain Tower guilds wouldn't have united to target us, Rolling Stone. Originally, our Rolling Stone guild could have had a few more chances to enter the hidden dungeon. Shiru's face was full of regret. It wasn't an act, he truly regretted it. Songchen was left with a head full of question marks. How does targeting your Rolling Stone guild relate to me, brother Shiru? It does relate to you. Shiru's brain suddenly froze. They are targeting your Rolling Stone guild. I'm not a member of your Rolling Stone guild, I'm just here to break a record. Songchen waved goodbye to Shiru, sipping his chilled happy water, and walked towards the high-level wild area on his own. He even withdrew from the guild without any hesitation. The 3 guilds are targeting your Rolling Stone guild. What does that have to do with me, the lone player Songchen? Shiru pondered for a few minutes, his expression somewhat dazed. The reasoning is sound, but it just feels off somewhere? Boss, what if Songchen went to a hidden dungeon? Would the 3 guilds let him farm there? A subordinate asked. They should. I guess, Shiru also couldn't be sure. Initially, he thought that since the 3 guilds were targeting Rolling Stone, they would definitely also target Songchen, who was farming records. But upon further reflection, that might not be the case. Every guild leader isn't a fool. They can guess that Shiru was the one stirring up trouble by inviting Songchen to farm records. This is bad. So, after calculating everything, am I the only one who ends up losing? Shiru felt a bit overwhelmed. Just then, a subordinate seemed to discover something new and hurriedly reported, Boss, Songchen has quit the guild. Shiru immediately panicked. In the high-level wilderness area. After registering his name, Songchen directly entered the wilderness, staring at the strategy map on his phone to find his way. The strategy map came from Su Xiao. This girl had sent Songchen a carefully selected guide and map shortly after leaving, which would help him easily locate the hidden dungeon. It's not much different from a regular dungeon, just with a few more elite monsters. Too bad there's no specific route in the dungeon. Songchen casually chopped down a small monster blocking his path, collecting experience points and materials, and continued on. He studied and fought monsters along the way. Gradually, Songchen began to ponder how to interact with other players. Glancing at his character panel, he started to think about his shortcomings. Name, Songchen. Class, Berserker. Level, Health, 241,110. Magic, 500. Strength, Weapon, Equipment, Title, Agility, Equipment, Title, Mentality, Equipment, Constitution, Weapon, Equipment, Skills, Title, Free Attribute Points, 0, Skills, Exclusive Skill Blood Rage, Blade Blood Feather, Heavy Slash, Mountain Crushing Strike, Steel Bones, Appraisal. When he leveled up, he habitually allocated his free attribute points to Strength. He equipped a new weapon, a level 15 Silver Tier Death Hammer, and put on a Strength Ring. With Songchen's current strength attribute of 202, even without activating Blood Rage, a regular strike would deal over 600 points of physical damage. Against monsters of the same level, one strike was enough, he didn't need a second. With my current 240,000 health, if I activate Blood Rage and start with Blade Blood Feather, I can deal 240,000 damage, with 2,400 Blade Blood Feathers, each dealing 12,000 damage. Whether in one-on-one or group fights, this skill is enough to take them out. So what I lack now are survival skills. Acceleration or teleportation skills would be good. After pondering for a while, Songchen settled on a few ideas. He acknowledged that his current output was explosively high, far beyond what others at the same level could reach or compare to. Killing monsters felt like a game. But it was still not enough. After enhancing Mountain Crushing Strike with low health, its diameter ranged in kilometers, dealing over 45,000 damage per second, but it was a ground skill, ineffective against flying monsters or players. Blade Blood Feather had considerable damage, effective against both air and ground, but its drawbacks were fatal, poor accuracy and slow flight speed, making it hard to hit speedy players. Fortunately, Song Chen could use quantity to make up for quality. With a flick of his hand, 2,400 Blade Blood Feathers exploded like a chicken coop. As long as he hit once, he basically won. 2 hits would bring them to the brink of death, and 3 would bury them. Still need to work on my aerial skills. Alright, remember there's an area skill that can be learned after level 10, which can target the air. I need to research a skill tree that belongs to me. It would be best if a few skill books dropped from hidden dungeons. As Songchen planned in his mind, he silently made a wish. I wish to exchange my cousin's 10 years of being single. No, my uncle's. That won't work either. How about my brother Shiru's 10 years of being single, in exchange for a big haul from the hidden dungeon? Seizing the hell-level hidden dungeon, the Luyun Guild breaks through. The sky was already turning to dusk. In the misty forest area of the high-level wild zone, there were already professionals waiting here in advance. However, none of them were solo players. The Luyun Guild, the Hailan Guild, and the Yenyu Tower Guild each occupied a temporary camp. Boss, is it just our team going to clear the hidden dungeon today? Just your team. Clear it a couple more times to level up and get some gear. Luyun leisurely sipped his tea and glanced at the other 2 guilds before saying, those 2 guilds are the same. They only sent 1 team each. This time, no, for the next 2 hidden dungeons, the Rolling Stone Guild isn't getting involved, so each of us gets an extra chance to enter the hidden dungeon. After a slight pause, Luyun earnestly advised, you guys need to clear it well. From now on, you will be the face of our Luyun Guild. We promise not to let the boss down. The 5 little brothers responded in unison. Time passed quickly, until the mist in the misty forest rapidly gathered, like a tangible fog coalescing like milk, slowly forming a white teleportation portal. Alright, let's get ready to clear the hidden dungeon. On the Yenyu Tower side, Chu Yenyu stood up, clapped his hands, and called to his 5 dungeon running members. Each of the 3 guilds had a president leading 5 members. With 10 entries, today only our 3 guilds are here, each with 3 attempts. How do we distribute the last one? Same as usual, a duel to determine the winner. The winner gets to enter. No problem. The 3 guild leaders were quite polite and in good spirits. With the Rolling Stone Guild absent from the pie, it meant that each of their 3 guilds had an extra opportunity, allowing them to earn more and cultivate their core strength. The 3 teams stood at the entrance of the hidden dungeon, waiting for the dungeon to fully open. I found it! Thank goodness for the map. If I had to search slowly, who knows where I would end up. Just as the 3 teams were waiting, Songchen hurriedly arrived, carrying the Hammer of the Dead, and walked straight into the middle of the 3 teams, heading directly for the teleportation portal. Hey, who are you? Which guild are you from? Stay right there. Luyun immediately called out to stop him when he sensed something was off. On the other side, Shenlan recognized Song Chen and was filled with a bunch of question marks, unable to understand why Song Chen was so bold. Song Chen? A mage girl from Yenyu Tower exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing here? Do you want to clear the hidden dungeon too? No, but what level are you? How dare you come to clear this dungeon? This is a level 20 hidden dungeon, and the difficulty is extremely high. Thanks for the reminder. Song Chen politely nodded to show he understood. It's you? Luyun finally recognized Song Chen, and his expression turned sour. I said, little brother, don't go too far. How can you bully people like this? You just cleared our 3 guilds' dungeon records, and now you want to come and snatch the hidden dungeon? Song Chen glanced at Luyun and smiled. I have the ability to clear records. I can clear them however I want, and the same goes for hidden dungeons. What's wrong with that? This. Luyun didn't know what to say. It seemed like everything fit together somehow, but it just sounded really unpleasant. Think carefully about it, Song Chen. Shu Yenyu looked at Song Chen and said, if the difficulty of a level 20 normal dungeon is 1, then the difficulty of a hidden dungeon of the same level is about 2, equivalent to the hard mode of the former. It's not as simple as you think. Before she finished speaking, the white portal suddenly began to expand outward in circles of deep black flames. This scene felt somewhat familiar to Song Chen. He had seen this kind of dungeon portal many times this afternoon. It represented hell level difficulty. What's going on? Why has this hidden dungeon turned into hell level? Oh no, this difficulty has doubled. Isn't that the key? I remember that if a hidden dungeon becomes hell level, the number of entries is reduced to 3. Right, nightmare level difficulty is reduced to 5 entries, and hell level is 3. A level 20 hell level hidden dungeon is probably 4 times the difficulty of a level 20 normal dungeon? How the hell are we supposed to clear this? Fortunately, this time we brought enough red and blue potions, and we have the full set of equipment ready. Otherwise, it would be hard to say. Should we give it a try? Go! Let's do this! Hey, didn't someone just enter the hidden dungeon? Seeing the black flames erupting from the hidden dungeon portal, which had turned into hell level difficulty, the surrounding professionals were a bit stunned, especially the 3 guild leaders. This situation had occurred before, but the probability of a hell level hidden dungeon appearing was very low, basically only once in 100 tries. But what was even more bewildering was, just after the dungeon portal had formed, Songchen had already stepped inside and vanished in a flash. Hell level hidden dungeon, dark forest, remaining entries, 2. What level 20 dungeon, what multiple difficulty? Songchen hadn't really listened carefully. When he saw the portal symbolizing hell level difficulty appear, his body had already honestly walked in. No other reason. The hell level treasure chest was just too tempting. Bye-bye, Sister Yenyu, we're going in to show our skills. You just wait outside for our good news. The priestess from Yenyu Tower was particularly clever. As soon as she saw Songchen enter the dungeon portal, she immediately made a smooth move, even slicker than an assassin, and followed him to touch the portal second. With a whoosh, the 5 girls from Yenyu Tower also entered the hidden dungeon. The 5 professionals from the Ocean Blue Guild followed suit, not bothering to analyze. They rushed into the dungeon first and would figure things out later. With another whoosh, another 5 professionals entered. In the blink of an eye, the hidden dungeon portal had already consumed 3 entries, and 2 chains appeared, locking the portal in place. What the hell? Luyan suddenly woke up as if from a dream, giving himself 2 hard slaps. What the hell was I thinking just now? You were thinking about why the hidden dungeon turned into hell level difficulty. Shenlong beside him barely held back his laughter. It was actually hard to keep a straight face. Shu Yenyu was almost unable to hold it in. Under normal circumstances, a hidden dungeon had 10 entries, with each of the 3 teams getting 3, and the remaining one being a duel for victory or defeat, which was very reasonable. But what happened? The hidden dungeon suddenly evolved into hell level difficulty, and the number of entries was reduced to 3. Song Chen took the lead. Yenyu Tower followed closely. The Ocean Blue Guild wasn't foolish either. With 3 entries exhausted, it was awkward for anyone who hadn't entered yet. They didn't even need to speak, as it was written all over their faces that they were idiots. It's fine. Given the professional composition of your team, even if you manage to qualify for entry, you won't be able to clear the hellish difficulty of the Dark Forest. You should come back next time, better prepared. Shu Yenyu was more rational, providing a very reasonable analysis. Like their 2 teams, Yenyu Tower and the Ocean Blue Guild, they had ensured that all members were at least level 18, and their equipment was quite good. Almost everyone had a full set. With such hardware strength, it was no problem to tackle a level 20 hidden dungeon. Even for hellish difficulty, it would just take a bit more time. In contrast, the Flowing Cloud Guild. It's better not to mention. However, Shu Yenyu forgot a truth. Lies don't hurt, the truth is the sharp knife. Luyan's face immediately turned dark, and he got anxious. Isn't it because of your 2 families chatting nonsense that messed up my thoughts? Letting that Song Chen rush into the dungeon first, you 2 share the blame. Chanlon? Shu Yenyu? Wang Defa? What kind of outrageous statement is this? Damn it, get me some people. Luyan's pent-up anger finally burst out. First, he lost the record, and now he was robbed of the qualification to enter the hidden dungeon, completely losing his rationality. Bring all the guild members from the high-level wild area over. Damn it, we must take down this Songchen today. A plain and unremarkable strike, 70,000 damage. A plain and unremarkable strike, 70,000 damage. Hellish difficulty hidden dungeon, dark forest. Standing at the entrance of the forest, looking at the winding path ahead, Songchen lowered his head to compare it with the strategy map on his phone. Fortunately, my skills are superior. I cached the map offline in advance. But this dark forest doesn't seem to be too complicated. Just following this path should be enough, right? After studying for 2 minutes, Songchen put away his phone. Holding the hammer of the dead in one hand, wearing a gladiator set, and with a strength ring on his thumb, Songchen showed the respect due to a hidden dungeon. He quickly moved forward along the forest path. Songchen walked steadily, not in a hurry, mainly because there was no record refresh in hidden dungeons. It didn't matter whether he went fast or slow. Damn intruder! Accompanied by a low growl, a towering figure appeared before Songchen, a minotaur standing at a height of nearly 2 meters and 80. very strong and robust, holding a large axe, its eyes gleaming with a blood-red light. Songchen raised his hand and cast an identification spell. Monster name, Minotaur Beast, Elite, Monster Level, Monster Attributes, Health, 35,000 Mana, 500 Strength, 213 Spirit, 102 Constitution, 223 Agility, 98 Skills, Crushing Strike, Barbaric Charge. Wow, the difficulty of the hellish hidden dungeon is indeed high. Even a random level 20 elite monster has 35,000 health points? The intensity is good, and the experience points must be substantial. Glancing at the Minotaur Beast's information, Songchen nodded in satisfaction. It was clear that this was a monster focused on strength and high health, with health points even higher than a level 15 monster, which was normal. Blood Frenzy. Songchen didn't bother to study the Minotaur Beast further. He activated his exclusive skill, Blood Frenzy, and then unleashed the skill, Blade Blood Feather. Accompanied by a surge of blood energy, one after another, blade blood feathers rapidly formed around Songchen, and in the blink of an eye, there were as many as 2,400. Health points, blade blood feather, single damage 12,000 points. The Minotaur Beast executed Barbaric Charge. Two horns as thick as an adult's calf were aimed directly at Songchen, and its hind hooves stomped violently on the ground, creating a network of cracks. Go! Just as the Minotaur Beast charged forward, Songchen casually raised his hand and waved. 2,400 blade feathers of blood immediately stirred up a wave of blood-red stench, the sound of slicing through the air incessantly ringing in the ears. The flying speed of the blade feathers was indeed not fast, but the sheer size of the bull-headed giant beast made it an easy target. Even if Songchen didn't aim and just threw them all at once, the bull-headed giant beast could still crash to its death. Pft, pft, pft. The blade feathers continuously struck the bull-headed giant beast. Successfully killed level 20 elite monster, bull-headed giant beast, gained 4,987 experience points. Gained material, hard horn of the bull-headed giant beast. The experience points are indeed substantial, very nice. Songchen nodded in satisfaction. With a flick of his hand, he dispatched the level 20 elite monster, and continued forward with the undead hammer, quickly advancing along the narrow path. Soon, the second wave of monsters encountered Songchen, a group of highly agile shapeshifting cat demons. Mountain Collapse Strike. Songchen slammed the undead hammer into the ground. The shockwave of blood energy immediately spread over a full area of 2,400 square meters. Instant damage 62,448. The dozen or so shapeshifting cat demons that had just shown their heads were crushed into clouds of blood mist before they could even make a sound. Successfully killed level 20 monster, shapeshifting cat demon, gained 2,762 experience points. Awesome! The monsters are densely packed, and the experience points are plentiful. If I finish this hidden dungeon, I might just hit level 10. Following the winding path through the forest, he moved quickly. While the other two teams were still struggling against the bull-headed giant beast, Songchen had already pushed the progress of the hidden dungeon, the dark forest, to a third. After the first wave of shapeshifting cat demons, the second wave of dense monsters, the Burning Hill people, turned into Songchen's experience points upon contact. Successfully killed level 20 monster, Burning Hill person, gained 2,312 experience points. Immediately after, the third wave, fourth wave, fifth wave. Successfully killed level 20 monster, Malicious Goblin, gained 4,233 experience points. Successfully killed level 20 monster, Razor Hamster, gained 3,515 experience points. Successfully killed level 20 monster, Mutated Calf-Headed Monster, gained 2,117 experience points. It was hard for any group of monsters to make Songchen linger for even a second. Don't ask, just know that with the Mountain Collapse Strike, there couldn't be a single monster within a 2-kilometer radius still standing intact. 10 minutes later. Wait, how is there a fork in the road? Looking at the path in front of him splitting into two, Songchen paused for 2 seconds, took out his phone, and began flipping through offline guides. The guide did mention the existence of a fork in the road. Infernal level Dark Forest has 2 paths to grind, but whichever one you take will randomly encounter one of them. Will the 2 paths trigger different encounters? Songchen held the undead hammer in one hand while flipping through the guide with the other. The differences between hidden dungeons and regular dungeons were quite significant. The former had entry limits, respawning after a certain period, was more mysterious, and had a higher difficulty, with guides not being very detailed. In contrast, regular dungeons were easier, could be grinded daily, and had been thoroughly explored by professionals. There really are 2 paths. Forget it, I'll just pick one. Songchen didn't waste much time. If he could choose, he would definitely take both. He stepped into one of the forks. Almost as soon as Song Chen entered, a dull sound of wind breaking, mixed with a strange cackling laughter, rushed towards him. Heavy slash. Song Chen countered with a heavy slash. An unremarkable basic skill, yet it dealt over 70,000 points of damage, the same as the mountain crushing strike, only it was a single target skill. The undead hammer swung up, meeting that shadow. At the same time, Song Chen's identification spell landed on that figure, but he only had time to see a monster name, Mad Fighter. A humanoid monster? Oh, it's an elite monster. The next second, with a muffled bang, a blood mist erupted. The undead hammer in Song Chen's hand struck the crazed professional, dealing over 60,000 points of damage, instantly causing it to explode on the spot. Successfully killed the level 20 elite monster, Mad Fighter, gained 5,451 experience points. Gained equipment, bronze tier level 20 worn armored bracers. It dropped a piece of equipment. It's a pity I couldn't tell if it was a male or female fighter, but whatever, it's all turned to blood mist now. Song Chen shook his head slightly and casually collected the equipment. The bronze tier level 20 equipment could only be considered average, and since it was fighter gear, Song Chen wasn't very interested. He continued to push forward. Meanwhile, outside the hidden dungeon, Xu Yenyu from Misty Rain Tower and Shenlong from the Ocean Blue Guild both looked rather grim. Old Lu, think twice, stay calm. Shenlong looked at Lu Yun, earnestly reminding him, this Song Chen is clearly not someone to be trifled with, don't escalate the situation. If he's not trifling, do I have to be? Lu Yun sneered. Lu Yun had just made a call, summoning all high-level professionals from the Lu Yun Guild in the wild area to hurry over. It was clear he intended to encircle Song Chen. Forget it, don't bother advising him. Xu Yenyu lowered her voice and said to Shenlong, let's quickly gather our people too. We can't let it turn out that Song Chen can't be taken down, and instead, Lu Yun ends up taking us down. That makes sense. Shenlong suddenly realized and quickly took out his phone. It seemed Lu Yun had gotten carried away, wanting to use his numerical advantage to take down Song Chen, but who knew what schemes he was plotting? This was a high-level wild area, and there were no rules to protect anyone. If they failed to take down Song Chen and instead ended up being taken down by Lu Yun, who would they turn to for justice in the underworld? Hello? This is Shenlong. All professionals above level 15, gather immediately at Misty Forest. Yes, equip your best gear and prepare for a fight. Double kill the boss, gain hidden rewards. Double kill, gain hidden rewards. Yes, gather here at Misty Forest. All professionals grinding monsters in the high-level wild area, hurry over as fast as you can, no questions asked. Xu Yenyu was also on the phone, issuing orders and gathering manpower. The situation could escalate or de-escalate, but they had to be cautious. Where there are people, there are rivalries, and intrigue is inevitable. Xu Yenyu would rather misjudge Lu Yun's intentions than put herself and her core team in danger. If the Lu Yun guild showed up with a dozen or 20 people, while they only had a guild leader and 5 members, it was obvious who would be more easily killed in that scenario. President Chu, should we hide for a bit? No need. Xu Yenyu glanced at Shenlong, her expression still calm. Everyone's already shown their cards, it will come down to whose professionals arrive faster. That's true. Shenlong nodded. In the dark forest. Blood frenzy. Blade blood feather. With 2 skills used in succession, Song Chen's health instantly dropped by a whopping 250,000 points. Just after leveling up and recovering to full health, he was back to being critically injured. However, for Song Chen, being critically injured was when his combat power and damage were at their most explosive. This is the first time I've encountered a flying monster. Well, more than 20 bloodthirsty black crows, with 2,500 blade feathers, should guarantee a win. It's almost a 1-to-1 ratio, how could it not be a sure win? Song Chen held the winning card and was completely unruffled. In the air, there were more than 20 bloodthirsty black crows, all level 20 flying monsters, creating a dark mass that gave a strong sense of oppression. But it was just a sense of oppression. Flying monsters generally don't have high health, even a level 20 flying monster, can it withstand a single blade feather? This blade feather has a damage of 12,500 points. Wow, the harsh and unpleasant cawing of the crows echoed from the air. Amidst the flurry of wings flapping, the more than 20 bloodthirsty black crows began to dive, locking onto Song Chen as their target. Here they come, area anti-air cannon, go! Song Chen had been waiting for this wave and immediately waved his hand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 2,500 blade feathers instantly stirred up a dense, blood-red whirlwind. When in dire straits, tactics intertwine. When prosperous, artillery covers. More than 20 bloodthirsty black crows looked numerous, but in the moment of contact, they were all instantly killed. Successfully killed level 20 monster, bloodthirsty black crow, gained 7,841 experience points. As long as the coverage area is large enough, accuracy doesn't seem to matter that much. Song Chen was very satisfied with his operation. Carrying the Deathbringer hammer, he continued on his way. After turning up a slope, Song Chen realized he had stepped into the final camp. Surrounding him was a circle of wooden fences of varying heights, and a strangely shaped war chariot stood alone in the center of the camp. It looked like a heavy tank. In reality, it was an oversized siege chariot, with a sawtooth wheel the size of a grinding disc at the front. Raising his hand, he cast an identification spell and immediately obtained the information he wanted. Monster name, Ancient War Chariot, monster level, monster attributes, health, 42,500 mana, 0 strength, 300 spirit, 0 constitution, 300 agility, 211, skills, death charge, cutting wheel, self-destruct only over 40,000 health points? It can be killed in one hit. Song Chen made an accurate judgment immediately. Whether he used heavy slash or mountain collapse, he had damage up to 73,089 points. Even if this ancient war chariot was a building-type monster with extremely high defense, it absolutely couldn't withstand over 70,000 damage in one go. It would definitely burst. Buzz buzz buzz, the ancient war chariot started up. The sawtooth wheel the size of a grinding disc began to spin rapidly, and the 4 steam chimneys at the back started spewing out large amounts of steam. Mountain collapse. Song Chen had no intention of admiring the chariot's startup. Relying on the super large attack range of mountain collapse, which was a full 2 kilometers, Song Chen could ensure a safe distance while instantly killing this level 20. Boom! The Deathbringer hammer hit the ground. The mixed blood energy and shockwave rapidly spread outwards, with a whopping 73,089 points of high damage, instantly reducing the ancient war chariot to a pile of wreckage. Successfully killed level 20, ancient war chariot, gained 8,224 experience points. Damn invader! You actually destroyed my great invention! A frantic scream came from within the destroyed chariot, and then Song Chen saw a big-headed gnome jump out from inside the vehicle. Strange, does this have a second phase? Song Chen was stunned for just a second before realizing this might not be a second phase at all. He raised his hand and cast an identification spell. Monster name, Gnome Inventor, monster level, monster attributes, health, 54,200 mana, 1,000 strength, 52 spirit, 320 constitution, 104 agility, 311, skills, Gigapunch, Death Airdrop, Scientific Sweep Missile. Did I accidentally trigger the second one? Then the trigger condition is instant kill. Combining this with the strategy content he had seen before, Song Chen immediately understood what was going on. The hidden dungeon, the Dark Forest, has different types of monsters depending on the difficulty level. The current Dark Forest is at the Hell level difficulty, where there will ultimately be 2 different monsters, theoretically only one of which can be encountered at a time. And right now, Song Chen's previous mountain smash had instantly taken down the ancient war chariot, but inadvertently triggered the second gnome inventor. Is there really a way to have it all? As long as you can kill it quickly, that's enough. Watching the gnome inventor bouncing around and shouting, Song Chen felt quite lucky. 2 monsters in one dungeon, it was exhilarating. Glancing at the gnome inventor's attribute panel, Song Chen stepped back a little, still not planning to engage up close. It was clear this was a magic-using monster. Song Chen always prioritized his safety, especially when it came to health points. The Berserker's exclusive skill, Blood Frenzy, is widely recognized as a double-edged sword. Based on Song Chen's current health ratio, he had already lost nearly 99 health points, which meant his defense was proportionally reduced by 99. In this situation, if he got hit even once, Song Chen really couldn't guarantee he would be fine. Trying it out might just lead to his demise, which was not worth the risk. This world isn't a game. Dying means truly dying, with no option to reload. Mountain Smash. Taking advantage of the gnome inventor's feet being on the ground, Song Chen didn't hesitate to grip the hammer of the dead tightly and chose to repeat his previous tactic. The distance was only a few hundred meters, but it felt safe. The shockwave from the blood-boosted mountain smash, carrying an enormous damage of 73,089, hit the gnome inventor. A few hundred meters? That's a joke. This mountain smash had a coverage range of 2 kilometers. Successfully killed level 20, gnome inventor, gained 9,020 experience points. Gained equipment, level 20 silver grade invisibility cloak. Congratulations on clearing the Hell level hidden dungeon, Dark Forest. Gained level 20 Hell chest, level 20 hidden chest. Gained hidden title, Ruthless. Current clearing time, 17 minutes 21 seconds. Level 20 life-saving skill Absolute Defense. Level 20 life-saving skill Absolute Defense. It really is a hidden dungeon. The rewards are quite generous. Song Chen nodded in satisfaction. Having obtained 2 chests and a hidden title in one go, it was a significant profit. The 4 characters of the hidden title piqued Song Chen's interest. Title name, ruthless, hidden, unique. Title quality, silver. Title attributes, strength, spirit, constitution, agility. Deals damage to building type monsters, deals damage to mechanical type monsters, physical damage defense. Title description, obtained by killing both in the Dark Forest at once. This title is a unique hidden title and cannot be obtained again. Wow, this hidden title has great attributes, boosting all 4 dimensions. A unique hidden title, which means no one has been able to clear both monsters in the Dark Forest at once before? Song Chen thought for a moment and understood. This title has a high value. First, the conditions to trigger the second one consecutively are quite harsh. Song Chen estimated that it would require taking down the first ancient war chariot in a very short time to possibly trigger the second gnome inventor. Assuming a level 20 professional were to clear the Dark Forest dungeon, with their level, attributes, and combat power, how could they easily take down the ancient war chariot? Of course, those above level 20 might be able to, but if they exceed the dungeon's level cap and come back to clear it, they wouldn't gain any experience points or rewards, so how could they obtain the hidden title? As for the uniqueness description, it means that only Song Chen has obtained it, and thereafter no one else can acquire this hidden title. Very profitable, very rare. Next, it's time to open the treasure chests. I wish to exchange Brother Shiru's 10 years of being single, no, 20 years of being single, for these 2 treasure chests to yield great rewards. Song Chen mumbled as he opened the 2 chests. Level 20 Hell treasure chest opened successfully. Congratulations, you have obtained Level 20 Skill Book Absolute Defense. Material, Fragment of Hell's Minion. Level 20 Hidden treasure chest opened successfully. Congratulations, you have obtained Silver Tier Level 20 Inventor's Greatsword. First Transition Experience Book. Material, Alloy Chainsaw. Inventor's Glasses. A pile of rewards poured into Song Chen's space backpack. Damn, it's still effective to mention Brother Shiru's name. Is this guy's luck really that good? Song Chen was astonished. The name of Shiru, the president of the Rolling Stone Guild, is so effective for wishing? Both treasure chests yielded great rewards. Level 20 Skill Book Absolute Defense. Wow, this seems to be a specific skill book. A level 20 specific skill book should be worth around 5 to 600,000 dragon coins, right? No, it might even be higher, could be traded for nearly 1 million. The first transition experience book, this seems non-tradable, can only be used by myself. Item name, specific skill book absolute defense, item quality, level 20, item description. Using this item grants the knight class a level 20 skill, absolute defense. Other classes must consume skill books and skill stones to upgrade this skill. Item name, experience book, non-tradable, item quality, first transition, level 1, item description, can only be used before the first transition, using it grants a random amount of experience points. Equipment name, Inventor's Greatsword, equipment quality, silver tier level 20, requires 200 strength for level 20, equipment attributes, strength, spirit, normal attacks will additionally increase magic attack damage by 1. What a pity, an extra useless spirit attribute. After looking at the attributes of this new weapon in his hand, Song Chen felt a bit regretful. The additional attribute was a bit off, but it was still good. Among the 4 attributes, Song Chen welcomed strength, agility, and constitution. Only the spirit attribute really has no significant use. At most, it adds some magic defense, increases mana, magic attack power, and so on, but he doesn't even need that. Who uses a staff as a berserker, right? Moreover, all his skills deal physical damage, so he doesn't benefit from the spirit attribute at all. Following the principle that a good start means the second draw will be bad, Song Chen temporarily left the first transition experience book untouched, planning to go back, take a bath, change clothes, and light incense, then wish again with another person before opening it. Use the level 20 specific skill book. Without hesitation, Song Chen immediately used the skill book he just obtained. The level 20 skill from the knight class, absolute defense. This skill sounds very life-saving, and it's exactly what Song Chen is lacking right now. Level 20 specific skill book used successfully. Congratulations, you have obtained the level 20 special skill, absolute defense. Absolute defense, using this skill grants 1 invincibility time, immune to various abnormal states such as dizziness, bleeding, and electric shock, cannot immunize against non-damage control skills. During invincibility time, other skills can be released, and free movement is allowed. Cooldown time, 12 hours, mana cost, 100, a defensive divine skill. Song Chen instantly fell in love with this skill. The knight class is known for its high health and defense, specializing in withstanding damage, making it very popular in various dungeons and secret realms. The skill tree for the knight profession mostly consists of various skills that increase health and defense. Unfortunately, the cooldown time is too long, 12 hours. And the duration is a bit short, only 1 second, which can't immunize against non-damage control skills, so that's not great either. After quickly weighing the pros and cons, Songchen was quite satisfied. This was truly a case of a pillow arriving just when he needed it. He had been pondering his lack of a life-saving skill, and then he hit the jackpot. Thanks to the hidden dungeon. Thanks to Brother Shiru. Then, Songchen used the 2 first-turn skill stones he had, smashing them all into the absolute defense skill, leveling it up twice. Absolute defense, invincibility duration, 1 second. Cooldown time, 12 hours. Mana cost, 100 points. Leveling up only adds 0 seconds of invincibility? Alright, if I have more skill stones in the future, I can try smashing a few. I need at least around 5 seconds of invincibility to consider it barely acceptable. Songchen felt a bit regretful, but it was still acceptable. After all, it was a good skill that could provide temporary invincibility, very useful for survival. What more could he ask for? He then glanced at a piece of equipment dropped by the gnome inventor. Equipment name, Cloak of Concealment. Equipment quality, Silver tier level 20, requires 200 spirit or 200 agility or level 20. Equipment attributes, agility, spirit, grants an active skill, concealment upon equipping. Concealment, enter a stealth state for 10 seconds. During stealth, using skills or running will immediately reveal you. Not very useful. Compared to that, it's more suitable for assassin-type professions. My agility and spirit attributes don't meet the requirements. I'm far off. After a bit of thought, Songchen evaluated this piece of equipment as looking good but practically useless, and he wouldn't allocate his attribute points to spirit or agility. By the time he reached level 20, wouldn't he have better equipment? Why bother with this one? After equipping the inventor's giant sword, Songchen admired the techy-looking giant sword, swung it a couple of times, and left the hidden dungeon. With a whoosh, Songchen's figure appeared at the teleportation point in the dark forest, immediately meeting the fierce gazes of about 10 other players. It's lively here, hello everyone. Songchen greeted with a smile and turned to leave. The hidden dungeon in the dark forest only had 3 entry opportunities, and he was out of chances. Songchen was too lazy to waste time here. He would rather farm some wild monsters and then go home to prepare for reporting to the capital's academy. Songchen, stand right there. Luyan strode forward, sneering at Songchen. You took away our Luyan Guild's hidden dungeon entry, and you think you can just leave? Songchen smiled. How can you call it taking when it comes to players' matters? Luyan paused, thinking that this argument seemed a bit flawed. For hundreds of years, players had been competing for resources to level up. Was it called stealing when it came to cultured people? Similarly, players' matters weren't called taking, right? It was called the reasonable distribution of effective resources. No, that's not it. Damn, I almost got led astray by you. Luyan gritted his teeth and looked at Songchen, saying in a deep voice, hand over all the gains from this dungeon run, and compensate us with 100,000 dragon coins for each of our members for the lost work time, and I can pretend this never happened. In an instant, the Luyan Guild's 13 members surrounded him, and he was only level 9. You idiot Luyan, have you gone mad? You're a guild leader, over level 20, and you're bullying a level 9 player, are you even human? A bit further away, Chenlong, the president of the Hailan Guild, spoke up with a classic remark. Songchen was a bit surprised to glance at Chenlong, who looked like a burly bandit but spoke quite nicely. Songchen, come over here. The one speaking was a mature woman, Chu Yinyu, the president of the Misty Rain Tower. The professionals from our 2 families will be arriving soon, so there's no need to worry. What do you mean by you two? Chen Yun's expression darkened further. Previously, the 3 families had targeted a single Rolling Stone guild. In the blink of an eye, the situation had shifted to the Misty Rain Tower and the Sea Blue family targeting their Flowing Cloud guild. It doesn't mean anything, I just simply dislike you because of your surname Lu. Chenlong was straightforward, nodding at Songchen. Don't be too narcissistic, I don't like you. Songchen, 6. Chu Yinyu was also quite direct, smiling as she said, our Misty Rain Tower has many women, so we prefer to make friends rather than enemies. Goodness, this woman has made her path quite broad. What a pity. Songchen felt a bit regretful. According to his envisioned script, it should have been the Flowing Cloud, Misty Rain Tower, and Sea Blue guilds working together to target him alone. If they weren't targeting him, how could Songchen have the face to counterattack? They needed to target him for him to counterattack, justifiably reaping the rewards and making a huge profit. Now, it was unfortunate that 2 guilds had inexplicably stopped targeting him, which made Songchen feel a bit regretful. He might miss out on some earnings. Thank you for your kindness, presidents. Songchen politely thanked Chenlong and Chu Yinyu. He then turned to Lu Yun and said, during this run in the dungeon, I obtained a level 20 specific skill book, an experience book, a level 20 silver tier weapon, and 2 pieces of equipment. Blah blah blah. Song Chen introduced his gains as if they were treasures. The more he introduced, the more Lu Yun's eyes turned red with envy and jealousy, while his heart was roaring in anger. All these benefits should have been his. Wait a minute. With all that you said, are you planning to accept my conditions? Lu Yun gradually realized something was off, looking at Song Chen in confusion. You don't seem like a softie. Are you backing down? Not at all. Song Chen smiled and shook his head. Lu Yun was even more puzzled. Then what are you doing? Stalling for time? Damn, you're stalling for time until the other two guilds arrive. Song Chen shook his head again and said, I'm just waiting for more of your people to arrive. Look. Lu Yun's heart skipped a beat, and he turned to look, suddenly feeling reassured. 3 more professionals from the Flowing Cloud Guild rushed over, bringing the total to 14, including President Chun Yun. 14 people here, and they couldn't squash a mere level 9? They could grind him down with rice. Fine, 14 is 14, 3 more is still a considerable gain. Brother Shuru, bless me from above. No, I'll grant you another 10 years of being single in exchange for me making a big profit this time. Song Chen clasped his hands together and muttered a few words, then grabbed the inventor's giant sword behind him. Blood Frenzy. After leaving the dungeon, the exclusive skill Blood Frenzy automatically closed, converting into death resistance, which would automatically restore full health. But in these 2 or 3 minutes, he hadn't recovered much. Song Chen's health returned to the state it was in the dungeon. Health points, strength points. This kid activated a skill. Let's blow him up. Damn, he's really crazy. With over a dozen of us, he dares to activate a skill? Looking for death? Ha, that's how a berserker is. This kid probably has a lot of good equipment. If we blow him up, it'll all be ours, a blood profit. Dare to snatch things from our Flowing Cloud Guild, we will hunt you down no matter how far. Knights, charge. Assassins, go invisible and prepare to deliver a fatal blow. Where are the mages? Mages, hurry up and cast your skills. Blowing him up was a common term among professionals, referring to the fact that when a professional dies, everything in their spatial backpack will drop. Mountain Crushing Strike. Song Chen did not hesitate for a moment. While the crowd of professionals from the Lu Yun Guild was shouting and clamoring, he had already grasped the inventor's giant sword and jumped up from the spot. The war god leaped, the war god landed. This strike, the mountain collapse, had an attack range of 2 kilometers, with a damage value of 2,747, totaling a staggering 74,169 points. Boom! The shock damage generated by the mountain collapse instantly spread to a radius of 2 kilometers under the enhancement of blood energy. Instant damage of 74,000. Successfully killed a level 12 monster. Earth Spirit Warrior, gained 3,600 experience points. Successfully killed a level 14 professional fighter. Successfully killed a level 12 professional knight. Successfully killed a level 20 professional priest. The sound of notifications rang continuously in Song Chen's ears, and in an instant, a number of professionals from the Lu Yun Guild fell down. Equipment, weapons, items, and materials burst forth from the bodies of the fallen professionals like fireworks, scattering all over the ground. For a moment, the misty forest fell into a deathly silence, immediately becoming quiet. A few seconds later. What the hell is this monster? Chu Yinyu, are you dead? Chen Lanhui, covered in dirt, crawled out of the ground. At first glance, he didn't see Chu Yinyu's figure and thought to himself, oh no, has the 36-level Black Silk Queen really kicked the bucket? I'm here. Chu Yinyu floated in midair, not daring to land. Her golden-rimmed glasses had long been flung away. It was close, damn it, it was almost over. As a woman, Chu Yinyu sensed something was wrong when she saw Song Chen grasp the giant sword and immediately cast a spell to fly. Fortunately, as a storm mage, her speed in casting wind attribute skills was enhanced. Otherwise, Chu Yinyu shivered, not daring to think too deeply. Even a moment's hesitation back then would have likely led to her demise. Hey, you two are okay? Hearing the voices of Chu Yinyu and Chen Lan behind him, Song Chen turned around in surprise. I didn't give you any hints. How did you predict I was going to cast a skill? Chen Lan paused for a moment and instinctively replied, I have a near-death passive skill, Burrow. Chu Yinyu, I was just guessing. Song Chen looked at Chu Yinyu and earnestly advised, luck-based players don't go far, you should be careful. Okay. Chu Yinyu nodded seriously, reflecting deeply, prioritizing listening to advice. Forget about being a queen or having a certain aura, all that was set aside. She had almost died just now. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became, to the point where Chu Yinyu didn't dare to land, especially after glancing at the situation on the Lu Yun Guild's side. Her head felt like it was about to explode. What kind of damage was that? Chu Yinyu, do you have any clues? As a holy class, my health is over 40,000, and with just one skill from Song Chen, my near-death passive skill was triggered. Is this reasonable? Chen-Lan was almost scratching his head off, his bewildered eyes filled with helplessness and curiosity. Chu Yanyu was also confused, shaking her head. What skill can deal over 40,000 instant damage? He's only level 9. He's only level 9. 150k critical damage, instantly killing the level 23 Night Guild leader. The critical damage that broke through the defense happened in an instant. Chen-Lan broke first. Chu Yanyu followed suit, forgetting her aloof queen persona, already cursing in shock. I'm waiting to earn more. What are you waiting for? Song Chen, holding the inventor's giant sword, looked at Lu Yun with a smile from a distance of 7 or 8 meters. From the Lu Yun Guild, 14 professionals. In the blink of an eye, only Lu Yun, the Bare Bones Guild leader, remained. The remaining 13 people all turned into corpses, various items bursting out from their bodies with a clatter, including equipment, props, and mostly materials. Lu Yun looked around in disbelief. Just now, Song Chen's devastating strike had dealt over 74,000 points of damage in an instant, and Lu Yun hadn't even reacted. He had survived because he was holding a life-saving item, which had automatically activated. Let's go, President Lu. Song Chen once again gripped the inventor's greatsword. Not giving the opponent too much time to react was a commendable virtue. As for the principle of eliminating the roots when cutting grass, since he had made a move, he had to finish off the entire group. This was something Song Chen kept firmly in mind. Send me on my way? Do you really think you have that kind of strength? Lu Yun suddenly swung out his knight's sword, raising his kite-shaped shield in a swift motion, and shouted, Knight Spirit, one of the exclusive skills of the knight class. After using this skill, he would gain high defense, a temporary shield, and an increase in certain strength attributes. Valiant Charge. Lu Yun's second skill followed closely. Instantly, his figure was surrounded by dazzling golden light, and the knight's sword locked onto Song Chen as he charged forward with great strides. At this moment, Song Chen was no longer anxious. There was no need to be. Previously, he had seen related posts about the knight class on the professional forum and knew that this class was very resilient, tough to kill. Especially a knight who mastered the knight spirit skill. In one-on-one combat, they were not weak and even had the ability for a one-for-one trade. After activating Knight Spirit, if the knight then used Valiant Charge, this charge skill would transform into Fearless Absolute Charge. Even if the knight died during the charge, their corpse would continue to complete the charge and hit the target. A locked-on charge skill. This move was widely referred to by professionals as an extreme one-for-one skill, meaning that even if I'm already dead, I still have to charge at you. The shining golden knight's sword charged straight for Song Chen's heart. Seeing that Song Chen showed no reaction, not even attempting to block, Lu Yun's heart skipped a beat, but the arrow was already on the string. He had locked onto Song Chen, and this charge could not be actively stopped. Oh no, could Song Chen be about to die? Why isn't he dodging? The charge with Knight Spirit is indeed a strong locking skill, but it has distance limitations. Chen-Lan behind them was sweating nervously. Chu Yanyu had cast another levitation spell on herself, not daring to land. It seems like Song Chen has no intention of dodging at all. Where does he get his confidence? Not you too, sister. Can you cast a levitation spell for me as well? Looking up at Chu Yanyu's black silk thighs, Chen-Lan suddenly felt a bit panicked. What if Song Chen uses another large-scale skill that deals over 40,000 damage? What should I do? Sister, help me. Chu Yanyu. Being chased by a burly, rough-looking man shouting for help made Chu Yanyu feel like her eyes were going to go blind. Before Chu Yanyu could cast a levitation spell for Chen-Lan, ahead, Chen Yun's night sword had already pierced Song Chen. A distance of 7 or 8 meters was really not long. Ding! I don't know what trump card you're holding, but this charge of mine is bound to. Why are you unharmed? Chen Yun suddenly froze. This feeling was off. Why was it a ding sound instead of the thud of piercing flesh? The exhilarating sensation he had imagined of a sword piercing through was completely absent. I have a life-saving skill, buddy. Song Chen smiled at Chen Yun, suddenly erupting with force, gripping the inventor's greatsword and delivering a powerful slash. Heavy slash. This strike dealt 140,454 points of damage. What are you going to block with? Do you still have a life-saving item? The greatsword came crashing down. The inventor wielded a giant sword with a special move reminiscent of a lightsaber, effortlessly sending Chen Yun flying. In that instant, as immense damage surged through him, he was already dead. The knight class is quite tough, but ultimately, there is still a health bar. Song Chen couldn't be bothered to calculate Lu Yun's health points or defense. No matter how you looked at it, he was just a level 23 practitioner, and his hard attributes were right there. Over 74,000 points of damage, enough to do the job. Successfully killed a level 23 practitioner, unyielding knight. Ping ping pong. A pile of equipment, weapons, items, mixed with a large amount of materials, flew out and scattered all over the ground. Made a huge profit. That's great. Songchin hurriedly began to collect things into his space backpack, not even bothering to take a closer look, just stuffing them in. Weapons, equipment, various items, heaps of materials. A few minutes later, the two guild leaders, Chu Yenyu and Chen Lan, cautiously landed on the ground, looking at Songchen with heightened vigilance. Nothing happened, esteemed leaders. Songchen flashed a harmless smile, his white teeth gleaming. I have no grudges against you two. How could I possibly attack you, right? I'm actually quite kind-hearted. Yes. Chen-Lan nodded first. Chu Yenyu, standing beside her, remained silent, thinking to herself that just a moment ago, he nearly wiped them both out with a single skill, quite the kind-hearted fellow. The two guild leaders had already donned full sets of equipment. It wasn't that they intended to attack Songchen, but being without gear made them feel extremely anxious. They quickly cleaned up the battlefield, scavenging everything that could be taken. Songchen was ready to leave. Staying here made him worry he might not be able to resist eliminating the two witnesses as well. By the way, esteemed leaders, do you know what just happened here? Songchen pointed to the 14 corpses of the Flowing Cloud Guild practitioners, smiling as he looked at Chen Lan and Chu Yenyu. Chen Lan's mind began to race, showing signs of overheating. Chu Yenyu reacted quickly, saying, a very powerful wild monster happened to spawn here and wiped out the Flowing Cloud Guild members. Is that so? I thought so too. Song Chen nodded with a smile. No wonder this woman's path has widened. By the way, Song Chen, can we buy those materials and equipment from you? Chu Yenyu blinked her beautiful eyes, a smile appearing on her face. Of course, we can offer a slightly higher price, about 10% more than the trading market. What do you think? Chen-Lan quickly caught on, nodding eagerly. RC Blue Guild will buy as well. Little brother, are you selling? Both guild leaders had the same thought, to show goodwill. They wanted to make a good impression first. If they couldn't win him over, at least they could become familiar faces, right? If they could even become friends, that would be even better. As for the idea of making a huge profit off Song Chen, that thought had been firmly squashed in their minds the moment Song Chen instantly killed 13 Flowing Cloud Guild practitioners with his skill. They had kicked that thought 3 times and even added 100 concrete to it. Who dares to have such thoughts after losing several lives? Breaking through defenses happens in an instant, and being scared happens in an instant too. Everyone can be afraid, especially when facing death. No problem. Songchen nodded generously, polite and friendly. Just in time, I wanted to clear out my backpack. Let's get started. Making $1 million in profit, shocking both guilds. This silver tier weapon is priced at 120,000 dragon coins in the trading market. We just happen to have a suitable practitioner in our guild. I'll take it. I'll take these few silver tier pieces of equipment, all of them. We need to solidify our strength. Wait, Chu Yenyu, shouldn't the materials be split evenly between our two guilds? You rough old man, what do you understand? I have my ways to get these materials. If I take a little more, I earn more. Is there a problem? Watching their own president bidding there, it was like shopping at a market. The professionals from the Blue Sea and Misty Rain guilds stood aside, collectively bewildered, over 20 of them as if they were under some kind of control, completely at a loss. Song Chen was the vendor selling vegetables. Ding! Your account 8989 has received a transfer of 340,000 dragon coins to your savings card. Available balance, 1,421,423 yuan. Ding! Your account 8989 has received a transfer of 240,000 dragon coins to your savings card. Available balance, 1,661,423 yuan. Ding! Your account 8989 has received a transfer of 110,000 dragon coins to your savings card. Available balance, 1,771,423 yuan. Text messages arrived every so often, all transfers from the two guild leaders, Chu Yenyu and Chen Lan. This card belonged to Song Chen himself. Previously, his uncle Shen Jinsong had given him a card with 3 million dragon coins, and Song Chen hadn't spent a single cent, mainly because he didn't need to. No wonder they say there are countless professionals who get rich overnight in those high-level wild areas. This thing makes money fast. Song Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. The old saying goes well, a horse doesn't get fat without night grass, and a person doesn't get rich without windfall, and that's exactly what it means. Defeating other professionals is also considered a windfall, which is quite reasonable. He had taken down a total of 14 professionals from the Flowing Cloud Guild, including their leader Lu Yun. After counting, Song Chen had harvested 32 pieces of weapons and equipment, more than half of which were silver tier, and the rest were bronze tier. Of course, the truly valuable ones were the silver tier weapons, which started at 10,000 in the trading market. Bronze tier wasn't worth much, just a few thousand each. Besides that, Song Chen also collected a lot of various items, such as acceleration scrolls, strength enhancement potions, return crystals, red and blue potions, and so on. He sold off some of the items he had no use for. The various materials were the main haul, a significant amount, conservatively estimated to be worth around 1 million dragon coins. It seemed Lu Yun had recently hoarded materials and hadn't had the chance to sell them, so he handed them over to Song Chen. What a nice guy! In addition, there were a few passes for hell-level difficulty dungeons. Song Chen had just finished those dungeons not long ago, and they were still on cooldown. He quickly sold these passes to Chu Yanyu and Chen Lan, mainly because he didn't have time. The dungeon cooldown was 12 hours, and Song Chen couldn't wait that long. After returning tonight, he needed to pack up and prepare to go to the capital. He was too lazy to grind those low-level dungeons anymore. It was better to sell the passes for money. Wait, what are we here for? Didn't we say we were going to deal with the Flowing Cloud Guild? I've already taken off my pants, and you show me this? The president said that those 10 or so people from the Flowing Cloud Guild were wiped out by a wild group. You believe that? I don't even believe my grandma. I always feel like Song Chen is looking at me strangely, making my skin crawl. It feels like he wants to eat me. You're not alone. I feel like he wants to strip me naked. What the hell, does he want me? Unbelievable. Is there a possibility that Song Chen wiped out the Flowing Cloud Guild? That's why our 2 guild leaders are buying things from him? Are you crazy, or am I too excited? Song Chen is only level 10. President Lu Yun is level 23. There's no comparison. The professionals from both guilds gathered together, and the more they talked, the more confused they became, unable to grasp their own president's thoughts, and not knowing what had really happened here. At the same time, they were all intentionally or unintentionally avoiding Song Chen's gaze, very neatly. The reason was simple, it was too bizarre. When Song Chen's gaze swept over, he clearly wore a smile on his face, yet one could distinctly read the words very regretful from his expression, as if he was regretting something. This was quite eerie. It made the group of professionals tremble with fear. The girl instinctively tightened her legs, while the men frantically smoked and hid their hooks, feeling waves of phantom pain. Alright, the inventory has been cleared. Thank you both presidents for your support, then I'll take my leave. Until we meet again? Song Chen put away his phone, satisfied, and shook hands with the 2 presidents, Chu Yanyu and Chen Lan, signaling his goodwill. Okay, little brother Song Chen, take care. Until we meet again. Chen Lan nodded with a smile. Feel free to contact us anytime. By the way, Song Chen, we have branches of Yanyu Tower all over the country. If you need anything, I can help you with a few words. Chu Yanyu also smiled, approachable. Song Chen nodded in response, shouldering the inventor's giant sword as he turned to leave, quickly disappearing into the high-level wilderness of the night. Just as Song Chen had left, 2 streams of light flashed at the teleportation portal of the hidden dungeon, and 2 teams emerged. Finally done. This guy nearly killed me. I almost died in there. The warrior girl from Yanyu Tower sat on the ground, not wanting to move, just wanting to lie down. The priest girl beside her quickly pulled out a bottle of happy water and gulped it down. You're tired? You're full of crap. I'm a priest. Goodness, I really became a firefighter. Look, I was at 36 before entering the dungeon, and now I'm like this. What a load of nonsense. The assassin girl rolled her eyes. Soon, they noticed something was off. Why were there so many people around? Yenyu's sister. Hasn't Song Chen finished this hidden dungeon yet? The mage girl was still lost in thought, looking at Chu Yanyu. This hell-level dark forest is too hard. Song Chen wouldn't have died in there, right? Not at all. Chu Yanyu shook her head, reverting to her authoritative persona. He probably finished it nearly an hour before you. Ha! The mage girl was taken aback. The surrounding professionals were even more shocked, unable to believe their ears. Wait, Yenyu's sister, is that for real? The warrior girl sat up in shock, her face falling. We 5 sisters were nearly killed in the dungeon, and you're saying Song Chen finished it an hour early? And he soloed it. Chu Yanyu felt that there was something off in their words. Alright, let's disperse. Thank you all for gathering urgently. When we return to Jiangyun City, I'll treat everyone to a late-night snack. Chu Yanyu waved her hand, dismissing all the professionals from Yanyu Tower. Chen Lan greeted them and led her guild members away, seemingly not daring to stay any longer. Once the crowd had mostly dispersed, Chu Yanyu turned to the 5 girls beside her and said, You 5 are my trusted confidants and good sisters, so I can share a bit more with you. Go ahead. The priest girl was almost anxious. After organizing her thoughts, Chu Yanyu finally spoke. Song Chen probably soloed this dungeon in about 10 minutes. After coming out, he was surrounded by the Luyan Guild, who planned to kill him. The mage girl couldn't help but clench her fists, her breathing quickening. So Song Chen was killed? No, it was the Luyan Guild that got wiped out. Altogether 14 professionals, including their president Lu Yun, were all killed by Song Chen. Shu Yenyu's tone was very calm. The warrior girl was stunned. Wait, Yenyu sister, how can your 36-degree mouth say something so over 100 degrees? How high level is Song Chen, anyway? I remember that President Lu Yun seems to be over level 20. Am I tired? I must be tired. Silence spread like a virus. After a long pause, the pastor's sister suddenly took out a small mirror and looked at her face before speaking. Sister Yenyu, do you think our 5 sisters can team up to ask for a friend position from Song Chen? I think it's quite unlikely, Shu Yenyu said honestly. Do you 5 really not have any self-awareness about your looks and figures? Level 10, Blood Frenzy Upgrade, instant damage of 150,000. It was 1:30 in the morning. Song Chen lay comfortably on his big bed, starting to review the gains and insights from this trip. He had gone from the novice wild area to the dungeon area, then to the high-level wild area to farm hidden dungeons, clashing with the Flowing Cloud Guild and wiping out over 10 people. The harvest was quite rich. I'm just a little short of leveling up to 10, but I still have an experience book I haven't used. I'll try it after my shower and change. Strange, why have the Hailan and Yenyu Lu guilds become so timid? He glanced at the balance on his savings card, 3,044. Song Chen suddenly felt a strong sense of security and got up to head to the bathroom. The transaction with Chen Lan and Chu Yenyu had earned Song Chen over 1.9 million dragon coins. In a way, it could be considered Song Chen's first bucket of gold. Showering and changing, burning incense. This process was skipped by Song Chen, and just as he stepped out of the bathroom, he received a call from his cousin, Shin Xingning. Hello, Song Chen. I had Dad arrange a special car for you. It leaves at 7 in the morning and should arrive in the capital by evening, so it won't delay your registration. Don't forget. Shin Xingning's tone was lazy, as if she had just finished showering. Song Chen could hear the sound of her slapping her thighs on the other end. It was clear she was applying body lotion or something. He was very familiar with that noise, having heard it many times before. Just from the sound, he had to rely on his imagination. The entire scene had automatically generated in Song Chen's mind, still in 4K resolution. TSK, actually, my cousin is quite fragrant, Song Chen couldn't help but exclaim. The next second, Song Chen suddenly realized and quickly tried to backtrack. Cousin, I meant I was tired and confused, and I started talking nonsense. Do you believe me? Shen Xingning. Song Chen, hey, what I said has nothing to do with me, Song Chen. We're really not that close. On the other end of the phone, Shin Xingning sat on her single dorm bed, staring at her stunningly fair legs, lost in thought. What did this little cousin mean? What did he mean by saying she was quite fragrant? Did he think she wanted to sleep with him just because she treated him like a cousin? Alright, I didn't hear anything just now. You should rest early. Call me when you arrive in the capital tomorrow night, and I'll come pick you up. I'm hanging up now to sleep, bye. Without waiting for Song Chen to respond, Shin Xingning had already hung up the phone. Looking at his phone screen, Song Chen fell into contemplation, thinking how the hell did he accidentally let his true feelings slip out? Shin Xingning, this cousin with no blood relation. She was truly beautiful, and her figure was one of a kind, but her sharp tongue and her proficiency in martial arts made her seem like a refined yet fierce person. This gave Song Chen a strange illusion of returning to his past life on Blue Star, marrying a woman from Sichuan and Chongqing, and enjoying a wonderful life. Indeed, after showering, it was easy to let one's mind wander and think about all sorts of things, and it was also easy to lose vigilance. After replaying the scene in his mind again, Song Chen had to admit that with the right comparison, he could clearly perceive that Shin Xingning's figure was absolutely explosive, and there was no one in the entire Jiangyun city who could rival her. Shin Xingning's stunning beauty was a disaster for the nation, far surpassing any of the sisters from the Misty Rain Tower, or any of the mature women or those in black stockings. It was a crushing superiority. Do you like it? Of course you do. Men are very devoted creatures. For instance, they might always like beautiful girls who are 18, always like prison guards, always like black stockings, and so on. Devoted and persistent, that's what men are. After a series of wild thoughts, Song Chen packed his luggage into his spatial backpack and then took out the experience book. Brother Shiru has already sacrificed 20 years of being single last time. This time it might not be very effective, let's change to someone else. Borrow the 10 years of marriage faith from Presidents Chen Lan and Chu Yenyu, and let me earn this skill book. After making his wish, Song Chen immediately used the experience book. Successfully used the first turn experience book, gained experience points, 32,711. The golden light of leveling up enveloped Song Chen, successfully bringing him to the next level. I haven't used the experience book before, so I don't know if this wish will work. Other professionals can learn a few new skills at level 10 in the professional hall. But I don't need to, I'll just go to the Capitals Academy and freeload. Song Chen wasn't in a hurry to learn any new skills. For him, the current skills were more than enough. He just needed to slowly adjust and fill in the gaps to find the skill path that suited him best. As usual, he put all his free attribute points into strength and glanced at his profession panel. Name, Song Chan, profession, Berserker, level, health, 262,320, magic, 1000, strength, weapon, equipment, title, agility, equipment, title, spirit, weapon, equipment, title, constitution, weapon, equipment, skill, title, free attribute points, 0, skills, exclusive skill blood fury, blade blood feather, absolute defense, heavy slash, mountain crushing strike, steel muscles, appraisal technique. The exclusive skill blood fury was upgraded, which was an incredibly important skill for him. Song Chen carefully examined the changes after the upgrade. Blood fury, after activating the skill, consuming health points through active or other means will grant a boost to strength attributes, but will significantly reduce defense. After deactivating the skill, it automatically converts to death resistance, slowly restoring full health. For every 100 health points deducted, strength increases by 2 points, 1 point of strength equals physical attack power. For every 10 health points deducted, defense decreases by 10 points. Once the skill is activated, it will enhance and amplify certain combat skills. Cooldown time, 10, magic consumption, 10, for every 10 levels of professional gains, this skill increases by 1 level. The cooldown time and consumption haven't changed, but the strength boost has increased by 1 point. Wow, this means that based on my current combat power, I can double my damage out of nowhere? Song Chen calculated carefully, feeling a bit startled. Based on his current health, if he consumed 260,000 health points in one go, that would mean a boost of 2,600 strength points. Converted to physical attack, that's 2,600 points. And Song Chen's ordinary mountain crushing strike or heavy slash skills had a single hit damage of 156,000 points. Goodness, a mountain crushing strike covers a radius of 2 kilometers, dealing 156,000 points of damage. Who wouldn't be dazed by that? This is solid. Song Chen was filled with interest for the upcoming meeting at the Capitals Academy. Who doesn't like to show off, right? With over 150,000 damage per second, wouldn't it be a shame not to flaunt it? Cousin, let's talk about the Capitals Academy, shall we? With a quick swipe, Song Chen sent a WeChat message to Xingning, followed by a shy cat emoji. I just want to know, how many prodigies are there at the Capitals Academy? Half a minute later, Xingning replied, "You little rascal must have some thoughts about me. What kind of good person stays up at 2 in the morning to talk about prodigies at the academy? I'm a poet, I eat that." Xingning, I had a disagreement with my boyfriend. Xingning, I had a disagreement with my boyfriend. Song Chen must have some serious issues. What kind of strange thought process does he have? Xingning furrowed her beautiful brows, utterly perplexed, chatting with a girl at 2 in the morning, and starting off with this? She couldn't understand it at all and felt a bit inexplicably annoyed. Dude, it's 2 in the morning, and instead of sleeping, you're asking me how many prodigies there are at school? Are you serious? Upon seeing Xingning's reply, Song Chen quickly picked up on her resentment and responded cheerfully, "Yeah, I'm just scouting the scene in advance. When the time comes, whoever chases you, I'll take them down." Xingning short-circuited again, replying in confusion, "So you mean, to support every single person's dream of being single? Song Chen, the goal is to take down the prodigies and prove that Uncle's vision is unique." Xingning, no, why do you want me to be single? What are you thinking? I want to interview you for a moment. Song Chen, the 3-year period is up, tomorrow. No, the day after tomorrow, I will return to the Dragon King position. Xingning. After taking several deep breaths, Xingning silently recited a long poem about not getting angry, suppressing the impulse to rush back to Jiangyun City overnight. It's beyond reach. Xingning only hated that it was beyond reach. The road from Jiangyun City to the capital was not short, driving took nearly 10 hours, and taking the high-speed train was faster, but that would lose face. In the blink of an eye, it was 7 in the morning. Song Chen got into the Shin family's special car and politely greeted the driver uncle, then settled into the back seat to catch up on sleep. With Song Chen's thought process, he never expected that Xingning was not quite right. At 2 in the morning, not only was she not angry and throwing her phone to sleep, but she also started talking to him about the Capitals Academy and even revealed some information about the Qinglong Academy. This left Song Chen feeling a mix of emotions, but also a bit worried about what kind of blow he might face when he arrived in the capital. Qinglong Academy is a great place, like the inner sect in novels, with good treatment and abundant resources, but the threshold is quite high, ordinary people really can't get in. After all, it's the top academy of the Qinglong Empire. The strength and foundation of the capital's academy are still very solid. Xin Xingning scored a level 15 in this college entrance examination. How did she manage that? I have to say, this girl has looks, figure, and strength. Ordinary people really can't compete. Lost in thought, Songchen fell into a deep sleep. When they arrived in the capital, it was already 6 in the evening. The Xin family's special car dropped Songchen off at the commercial street outside the capital's academy, where Xin Xingning had booked him a presidential suite. Not expensive, just 200,000 dragon coins a day. With a special car to pick me up in a presidential suite, what kind of strange idea is Xin Xingning constructing? Is she trying to set me up? No way. After taking a shower and changing clothes, Songchen was just about to enjoy the comfort of the presidential suite's big bed when he saw Xin Xingning burst in with the room card. Oh, cousin, you're here. Xin Xingning walked into the suite in a pair of black high-heeled shoes with red soles, wearing a light gold floral black waist-cinching long dress, tied with a red belt, exuding a full combat vibe. Song Chen referred to this outfit as a battle suit. Generally, Xin Xingning would only choose such a fierce outfit when she intended to suppress the aura of certain women. Cousin, are you planning to fight someone? Song Chen tentatively asked. Going to a dinner party, just finished a fight yesterday. Xin Xingning calmly nodded and added, yesterday I arrived at the Capital Academy, and after completing a bunch of procedures, I took down a senior from the outer court. How did you do that? Song Chen exclaimed. Goodness, that's really something. On the very first day at the Capital Academy, she took down a senior from the outer court. Given Xin Xingning's temperament, the other party probably ended up with a week in bed at the very least. As for why Xin Xingning targeted the senior, Song Chen didn't ask. This sister indeed had a bit of a temper and could be quite arrogant at times, but she generally wouldn't act without reason or deliberately seek trouble. It could only be said that there must be a cause for the incident. Just do this and that. It's not difficult. Xin Xingning glanced at Song Chen and suddenly smiled. Let me remind you, dueling is allowed at the Capital Academy. All grievances and conflicts can be resolved in the duel arena. At the Capital Academy, as long as you are strong enough, you can enjoy countless privileges. Is it allowed to take out the opponent in the duel arena? Song Chen gestured at his neck, making a slicing motion. Xin Xingning paused for a moment and shook her head. That wouldn't be allowed. Apparently, there are very strict rules. Song Chen immediately lost interest, feeling it was rather dull. If you can't take out your opponent, what kind of nonsense duel is that? A fake duel, a bunch of back and forth sparring, and in the end, they might even shake hands and become best friends or lifelong partners. A real duel, meet and unleash your strongest moves, determining both the victor and the fate. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal and welcome you. Xin Xingning waved her hand and stood up first. Song Chen keenly sensed something was off but had no evidence. I can just eat a little. I need to rest early. Don't we have to report to the academy at 8 tomorrow morning? Xin Xingning replied, simply looking at Song Chen calmly. After more than a decade of living together. No, living in the same villa, Song Chen could predict many dangers just from Xin Xingning's subtle changes in expression. Just like now. Song Chen would bet his head that if he didn't stand up in 3 seconds, Xin Xingning would surely smile and shout that famous line, I'm the one who controls the mountain road. Alright, let's go eat. A wise man doesn't suffer losses in front of him, no need to count to 3. After leaving the hotel and getting in the car, they quickly arrived at an old-fashioned restaurant just 2 streets away, a well-established place with antique decor. I'm just treating you to a meal, what are you afraid of? But I'm your cousin. Once the table was filled with dishes, Xin Xingning sighed dramatically, would I harm you, cousin? That would be impossible, right? It's just that in this Capital Academy, I have no relatives to rely on, the only person I can depend on is you, Song Chen. She spoke with deep emotion, making it sound genuine. Song Chen took it as nonsense and quickly devoured a plate of sweet and sour pork, leaving not a single piece for her. Hey, how did you reach level 10? I just left home a little over a day ago, you. Wait, did you pay someone to help you level up? Come here, let me take a closer look. Xin Xingning leaned forward, acting as if getting closer would allow her to see through Song Chen's secrets. In reality, she couldn't see anything at all. Song Chen didn't know what level his inconspicuous pendant was, but its effective blocking detection was excellent. It was top-notch anti-scrying gear. Whether it was a practitioner of the same level or one over level 20, none could use identification or detection skills to see Song Chen's profession panel or his attribute information. Xin Xingning also saw nothing, but Song Chen had already seen through everything. It was truly a heart-stirring milky white snowflake. Cousin, control yourself. Song Chen gnawed on a piece of spicy ribs, pointed to the collar of his shirt, and said earnestly, "This isn't home. If I look a little longer, that's called not letting the good water flow to outsiders. If others see it, what does that count as? That would be a loss." What? Shin Xingning was stunned for 2 seconds. Then, Shin Xingning suddenly realized that her earlier actions had been too bold, and she immediately became furious out of embarrassment. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, and she slammed her palm down on the table. Bang! The fine mahogany dining table was instantly broken at one corner. This immediately attracted the attention of many diners around. It was hard not to notice. Who could break a 5-centimeter thick mahogany dining table with a single slap? Some looked at Song Chen with sympathy, while others regarded him as if he were a dead man, mixed with a hint of regret. No one dared to look too long at Shin Xingning, fearing that if she lost her temper, she might perform a bare-handed opening of the heavens. "What's that noise? Shin Xingning? What are you doing here?" A man's voice, mixed with surprise and joy, rang out, followed by hurried footsteps, and soon 7 or 8 people quickly approached. Each of them had the badge of the prestigious university hanging from their collars. "Ah, so you were waiting for me here." Song Chen immediately understood, thinking to himself that Shin Xingning was indeed petty, just like a weasel inviting a cunt to dinner. "It's nothing." Shin Xingning glanced at the crowd, her expression cold. "I had a little disagreement with my boyfriend, it has nothing to do with you." Song Chen almost couldn't help but applaud. 9. Washing small pants and socks for a month, broken, a chain reaction? Washing small pants and socks for a month, broken, a chain reaction? It was simply a 6 for my sister. Fortunately, Song Chen had anticipated and guessed that Shin Xingning wouldn't invite him to dinner for no reason, and she had ordered all his favorite dishes. No good deed goes unpunished, either sleep or sleep. "You have a boyfriend? That's impossible." "Hello." The bespectacled young man at the front looked at Song Chen and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Xie Jiangnan, the president of the student council at the prestigious university." "Just now, Shin Xingning said you are her boyfriend?" He seemed cultured and polite. In reality, he was flaunting his identity and bullying others. The students around, both male and female, dressed more like rich young masters and young ladies, had a rather high demeanor. Song Chen temporarily ignored Xie Jiangnan and instead turned to Shin Xingning, making a gesture of one with his hand. Shin Xingning blinked, indicating her acceptance. The tacit understanding between the two was extremely high. After all, they had grown up together. A single glance or gesture instantly conveyed their meaning. "Song Chen, treat me to a month of meals." Shin Xingning, "No problem." Seeing Shin Xingning being particularly straightforward, Song Chen felt a bit dissatisfied. He thought for a moment and made a gesture of one again, but this time with the palm facing down. Shin Xingning pressed down on the table, her breathing noticeably quickening. The crowd around them looked bewildered, wondering what kind of silent code they were exchanging. It felt like a secret agent meeting. "Song Chen, wash my small pants and socks for a month." Shin Xingning blinked hard. "Sure. Deal struck." "Sorry, I didn't hear you clearly just now. What did you ask me?" Song Chen smiled at Xie Jiangnan, his tone calm. Xie Jiangnan was stunned for 2 seconds but still suppressed his displeasure and asked again, "Are you Shin Xingning's boyfriend?" "Yes, I am." Song Chen replied readily. "Impossible." Xie Jiangnan blurted out in rebuttal, losing his composure. "Shin Xingning just enrolled yesterday, how could she possibly have a boyfriend? Besides, you're a level 10 professional, and you're not even a student at the prestigious university. Do you deserve Shin Xingning? She is recognized by the mentors as one of the Reserve 18 kings." "He's anxious, really anxious." Song Chen smiled and said, "My relationship with Shin Xingning is like childhood sweethearts, growing up together, supporting each other through thick and thin. Being together is the most heartfelt confession, you understand, right, buddy? Also, I'm starting school at the Capital Academy tomorrow." The sudden blow nearly made Xie Jiangnan smoke with anger. Sitting across from him, Shin Xingning tactically sipped her water, her eyes giving Song Chen a thumbs up, thinking that her cousin's mastery of idioms and sharp retorts might just give him a shot at the graduate entrance exam. Song Chen remained calm. "Don't underestimate the bond between me and my cousin, you fools." Xie Jiangnan stuttered and stammered, ultimately not saying a word, turning to leave quickly as if he had made a certain decision. The group of students following behind were still dazed, their heads buzzing, until they exited the restaurant. Shin Xingning has a boyfriend? A childhood sweetheart? Is there really such a shocking scoop to chew on? I don't know, she just enrolled yesterday, didn't she? Yes, she just enrolled yesterday and got into a fight with a senior from the Foreign Studies department, and that night she went viral on the Academy forum, being called the most beautiful freshman in the Capital Academy in over a decade. To be fair, Shin Xingning's looks are truly top tier in the Qinglong Institute, right? That's not necessarily true. Have you forgotten there's also a stunning 3-no girl in the Qinglong Institute? If you ask me, that guy just now is only somewhat handsome, level 10? What kind of profession? Isn't that common in the Capital Academy? He really doesn't deserve it. It's still Jiang Nangu who deserves it. Rare profession at level, student council president, 3 consecutive years topping the foreign studies department. Jiang Nangu, you agree, right? Hearing the flattery and praise from the group of younger brothers beside him, Xia Jiangnan's expression finally improved a bit, returning to his previous mature demeanor. Tomorrow is the last batch of freshmen reporting, right? Ichi, I need you to make a trip to the freshman registration area tomorrow, and make sure to find out everything about that guy from earlier, Xia Jiangnan said seriously to a girl beside him. The group then got into their cars and left, heading towards the Capital Academy. Meanwhile, Songchen finished the last piece of spicy ribs and tapped on his empty drink cup. Xin Xingning immediately poured him some orange juice. That's not right, cousin, with your personality, shouldn't you have handled this kind of thing long ago? What, is Xia Jiangnan being backed by someone? Songchen sipped his orange juice, feeling a bit puzzled. Xin Xingning had always been fearless, rarely handling things in a more gentle manner. In the past, it was always, first, reason, if reason didn't work, then physics. Anyway, if physics didn't work, the worst that could happen was paying compensation, no big deal. The Xin family had plenty of money, they weren't short on a few coins. Xia Jiangnan's family, do you know there's a King Xia among the 18 kings of the Qinglong Empire? Xin Xingning sighed and continued, moreover, my dad is currently negotiating a very important deal that requires King Xia to step in. Songchen frowned, aren't you afraid King Xia will step in and force you into a relationship? Xin Xingning shrugged and laughed, the higher the position, the more they care about face, they wouldn't force or use other means to threaten someone like me, a young junior. Songchen nodded in understanding. After sipping his orange juice a couple of times, Songchen suddenly realized and panicked, you're a high-level profession, a favored daughter of heaven, with the heavens feeding you, and they say you're a reserve for the future 18 kings. They definitely won't pressure you. What about me? So, you just pass all the pressure onto me with a few words? You're really something. Are you human? Didn't I invite you to dinner for a month? Xin Xingning retorted, though her reasoning was weak, her tone was strong. And you're also supposed to wash my socks and underwear for a month, did you eat? Songchen immediately added conditions, supplementing, I lost a lot, you need to give me 3 more months, no, half a year. Xin Xingning bit her silver teeth tightly, her beautiful eyes flashing with fierce light. Songchen didn't care at all. The problem with beautiful women is that they look very angry, their anger levels off the charts, but they also seem to have a hint of coquetry. If it were a 1-meter-8 female version of Ma Dongxi, Songchen might have backed down. Just say whether you agree or not. After all, it's a buyer's market now, and I'm already under pressure here, you have to show some response, right? Before the execution, there's still a last meal. After a few seconds of silence, Xin Xingning nodded, stood up, walked close to Songchen, gently leaned down, and covered her collar. Songchen sat upright, thinking to himself that this was going to be serious. I agree, but you have to have dinner with me every day from now on, and by the way, hand over your changed clothes to me. I'm leaving now, Xin Xingning said and walked away decisively. There were no iron fists smashing down on her head, nor any deliberately flirtatious little actions. The scent of Xin Xingning still lingered at the tip of his nose. Songchen remained motionless, but his brain was racing. Is this really reasonable? It feels like something's off. Xin Xingning's reaction was too unconventional. According to the principle that unusual occurrences must have something strange behind them, Songchen pondered carefully, paid the bill, and returned to the hotel. It wasn't until he finished his shower and lay down that he vaguely grasped a bit of insight. Why do I have this strange feeling of falling into a trap? Special recruits are the bosses. Furiously brushing the trial tower. The next morning, at 7 o'clock, Songchen had already finished washing up early, changed into a comfortable and appropriate casual outfit, and arrived at the freshman registration area of the Beijing Academy. Please follow me, young Master Song. The driver of the special car was the butler, leading Songchen to another side. Songchen was taken aback and puzzled. Isn't the freshman registration area here? I see quite a few new students checking in. The butler smiled and replied, young Master Song, you are a special recruit, different from them. Soon, Songchen followed the butler into a large building, a 4-story structure with a unified classical style inside and out. Upon entering the reception hall and glancing around, Songchen immediately understood. The treatment for special recruits is indeed different. The reception hall looked like a banquet hall. There were coffee tables, booths, and sofas everywhere, with well-dressed young people sitting in groups, chatting about seemingly explosive topics. These people had one thing in common. It was obvious they were rich young masters and young ladies, flaunting their wealth, all written on their faces. This is the registration area for special recruits, young Master Song. I can't accompany you for now. If you need anything, just call me. I'll be on standby outside the academy 24 hours a day. The butler reminded him of a few precautions before leaving. Looking around, Songchen casually grabbed a bottle of chilled soda and found a sofa to sit down, preparing to dive into the campus forum of the Beijing Academy. There aren't many special recruits, only about 20. It's not to say they are all useless rich kids. There might be a few elites hidden among them, like me. Songchen observed his surroundings without showing any signs. After taking a couple of sips of soda, a few guys approached him, holding various champagnes and red wines. Let's get to know each other, bro. I'm Su Gangzi, they all call me Si Malu Gangzi. This is Along, that one is Zhang Shang, and this little girl is Yen Yen. The leader was a fitness enthusiast, Su Gangzi, who introduced everyone very familiarly. The three young men around him nodded politely. Songchen smiled and nodded. My name is Song Chen, and I'm from Jiangyun City. The mention of Jiangyun City seemed to be a key phrase, instantly activating Su Gangzi. Jiangyun City? Hey, isn't there someone who's been talked about since yesterday, also from Jiangyun City? Do you know her? You mean Shin Qingning? She's my girlfriend, Song Chen replied calmly. Since he had promised Shin Qingning to help her withstand pressure, Song Chen wasn't one to shy away. If he was going to do it, he would do it to the best of his ability, and if he was going to bear it, he would bear the strongest pressure. Right, that's Shin Qingning. Su Gangzi quickly nodded, his face full of surprise. They say she's a top-tier beauty. Not only does she look good, but her strength is impressive, simply. Wait a minute, what did you just say? Can you repeat the second half? She's my girlfriend. Song Chen remained calm. The four people around exchanged glances, their expressions clearly saying I don't believe it, but they weren't quite sure. You, a special enrollment student, what do you have to offer? No way, bro, is Shin Qingning really your girlfriend? Seeing Song Chen's calmness was genuine, Su Gangzi finally couldn't hold back, his voice rising a bit. This immediately attracted the attention of a dozen gazes. It was no surprise, the name Shin Qingning had been incredibly hot in the capital's academy these past few days. Not only was she well known within the academy, but even among special enrollment students like them, they had heard the gossip and were quite excited about it. As everyone knew, special enrollment students were not particularly studious, but they excelled in other areas like partying, drinking, flirting, and driving. Basic skills, everyone sit down. Songchen calmly gestured for them to settle down, intentionally revealing a little, Shin Qingning and I are childhood friends, innocent and pure, you know what I mean? I get it, but this is just too. Wow. Su Gangzi nodded while internally cursing Songchen over and over, thinking, brother, you really should be dead, I'm so envious. They were all peers and surprisingly down to earth, so the group quickly became familiar with each other. Soon, a woman in a black silk secretary outfit approached, holding a tablet. Hello, Song Chen. I'm the one in charge of handling your enrollment procedures. You just need to press your fingerprint here and sign your name, and someone will bring your student card over shortly. The process for special enrollment students was straightforward and simple. Songchen recognized the secretary. The housekeeper had previously mentioned that she was one of the female secretaries assigned to the vice principal by his uncle. Before long, the student card was delivered. Following that, Songchen toured the teaching building, training grounds, and special enrollment villa area sponsored by his uncle Shin Jinsong. Everything looked quite expensive. This special enrollment spot isn't cheap at all. Wow, special enrollment students really get to enjoy life to the fullest. Each one has a villa as a dormitory. I must say, it's really comfortable. After touring his villa, Songchen didn't plan to idle around. He stepped out and pulled out his phone to find the map of the capital's academy, preparing to learn a couple of new skills first. After reaching level 10 as a professional, one could learn new skills in the professional hall or within the academy. The difference was, learning skills in the academy didn't cost money, while learning outside could be quite expensive, and Songchen was famously known for his frugality. Following the map, Songchen found the skill hall of the capital's academy. He then received two pieces of news. Good news, he could learn skills for free. Bad news, he had to earn credits to do so. Excuse me, senior, could you tell me the main ways to earn credits at our capital academy and what they can be used for? A senior from the external college, randomly caught by Songchen on the street, seemed a bit impatient. But after seeing that Songchen was 1.8 meters tall and quite good-looking, the frown on the senior's face immediately relaxed, and her smile softened a bit. You're the new freshman, right? Yes, that's right, Songchen nodded with a smile. As expected. A good appearance is a universal pass for a person. It can be used anywhere, and if it doesn't work, one must reflect on their own reasons. Alright, today is the last wave of new student registrations. Aren't there any student council members to guide you and show you around the Shangjing Academy? The scenery is quite nice. The unknown senior extended an invitation. Song Chen politely declined. Credits are very important in school. You can think of them as universal currency. There are many things that must be exchanged for credits, such as tickets for the Qinglong Tower, permits for the Zhuke Secret Realm, equipment and weapons crafted by mentors, and so on. Despite being declined by Song Chen, the senior remained enthusiastic and continued. There are many ways to earn credits, such as bounty tasks, tower runs, secret realms, etc. Since you're just starting, I suggest you try the trial tower. You earn credit experience rewards for each level you clear, and if you break records, the rewards are even better. Do you want me to show you the way, Junior? Thank you, Senior, but I can go by myself, Song Chen replied with a polite smile. In return, Song Chen added the unknown senior as a friend. He then headed straight for the trial tower. The trial tower was easy to find. It was a tall, black building, though not very high. Soon, Song Chen entered the trial tower. The interior space was surprisingly spacious, with a circular management desk at the center, where several students and a supervising mentor were seated. Surrounding it were 4 large areas representing the difficulty levels: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. There was also a long screen hanging in the middle displaying the tower levels cleared in time records, serving as a leaderboard. Is the trial tower only 50 levels? Does it correspond to the 50-level second transition for professional cards? 50 levels might not be enough for me to grind. Song Chen estimated and walked up to the management desk. Hello, I want to grind in the trial tower. Just use your student card here. The mentor pointed to the card reader in front of him. Beep, card reads successfully. The mentor glanced at the screen and smirked. Song Chen? You're this year's special recruit, huh? Yes, that's me, Song Chen nodded. As a special recruit, just focus on being a special recruit. Is it necessary to mess around with these trivial matters? Anyway, you guys don't care. Forget it. The unknown mentor's expression was a bit strange, with undisguised disdain in his eyes. Song Chen paid no mind. Such societal prejudices exist, especially for middle-aged men in their 40s or 50s who feel unfulfilled. Can I start grinding the tower now? Yes. This mentor clearly didn't want to say much to Song Chen, and Song Chen wasn't particularly interested in engaging with him either. He took his student card and headed straight for the hell difficulty area. Song Chen really liked the hell difficulty level. To be honest, the experience rewards were genuinely high and very much to his liking. A special recruit is here to grind the trial tower? Ha, this year really has a lot of fresh happenings. Special recruits are simply a joke. Sigh, it's truly a disgrace to the reputation of Shangjing Academy. Glancing up inadvertently, the supervising mentor happened to see Song Chen's figure disappearing at the entrance of the hell difficulty area, and he was momentarily stunned. Going to grind the hell difficulty trial tower at just level 10? Is this guy heartbroken or did his family go bankrupt? LV11. We agreed to be slackers together, and yet you astonish everyone? We agreed to be slackers together, and yet you astonish everyone? Trial tower hell difficulty, first level. At the same time as he took in the surrounding terrain, Song Chen knew he had this in the bag. It was going to be a thrilling grind. Who designed this trial tower? What a genius! The terrain and mechanics of the trial tower are almost identical to the Beast Arena. It's like it was tailor-made for me. Song Chen was already getting excited in advance. Not far ahead of him was a transparent barrier, and behind him were 10 level 5 burrowing mice, all monsters of the same level. The transparent barrier was convenient for students to use identification skills to assess combat power and analyze monsters. Only by defeating the monsters on this level can we enter the next one. Each level cleared will have a rest period. Yes, the mechanics are quite similar to the Beast Arena. Song Chen understood the mechanics of the trial tower and glanced at his character panel. Name, Song Chen class, Berserker, level health, 1494000 mana, 1000 strength, weapons, equipment, titles, agility, equipment, titles, spirit, weapons, equipment, titles, constitution, weapons, equipment, skills, titles, free attribute points, 0 skills, exclusive skill blood fury, blade blood feather, absolute defense, heavy strike, mountain crushing blow, steel muscles, identification, 1,494,000 health points. Wow, this string of numbers really gives a sense of security. Let's get started. The countdown for battle ended. The 10 level 5 burrowing mice were just about to attack when they immediately saw Song Chen surrounded by a dense aura of blood. Blood fury. Blade blood feather. As usual, he opened with the same 2 skills, and in an instant, 14,900 blade blood feathers rapidly formed around Song Chen. The sheer number of blade blood feathers created a marvelous visual of a blood-red rain curtain surrounding Song Chen, instantly maximizing the pressure. Each individual blade blood feather dealt 74,500 damage. Go! Songchen simply waved his hand nonchalantly. The dense rain of blade blood feathers surged forward like an impenetrable blood-red wall. Bang 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 bang. All 10 burrowing mice exploded into a mist of blood. Successfully killed level 5 monster, burrowing mouse. Gained 1,578 experience points. Successfully cleared the first level of the trial tower, gained 5 credits. Immediately, the second level. Blood Fury was still in effect, and Song Chen's health was reduced to 1,490,000 points, translating to an increased strength attribute of 29,800 points. Nothing special, mountain crushing blow. Instant damage of 901,560 points, attack range of 14 square kilometers. Each level of the trial tower had a maximum area of about 300 square meters, so Songchen could easily cover the area with a single mountain crushing blow, jumping up and landing back down. A skill dealing 900,000 damage, what could possibly withstand that? Successfully killed level 7 monster, Half-Blood Cat Demon, gained 3,567 experience points. Successfully cleared the second level of the trial tower, gained 5 credits. Third level, time taken, 1 second. Fourth level, time taken, 1 second. Fifth level, time taken, 1 second. Songchen didn't need any rest time, didn't need to stop for a red or blue potion, and didn't even have to wait for skill cooldowns. What a joke! With a single mountain crushing blow, cooldown time of 1, mana cost of 30 points, and damage over 900,000, what monster could possibly survive? 10th level. Successfully killed level 20 monster, Demonized Sword Saint, gained 10,599 experience points. Successfully cleared the 10th level of the trial tower, gained 10 credits. You have reset the trial tower's hell level difficulty, 10th level clearance record. The tower clearing records from the Outer Academy aren't that impressive, huh? Oh wait, it seems my speed in clearing the tower is a bit out of the ordinary, but it feels great. With a whoosh, Song Chen was teleported to the 11th level of the trial tower. Facing level 21 monsters and 3 elite monsters. Glancing at his experience progress bar, Songchen estimated that by the time he finished this round in the trial tower, leveling up 3 to 5 levels would be a piece of cake. Level 11, 1 second per floor. Level 12, 1 second per floor. Level up to level 13, 1 second per floor. Level 14, 1 second per floor. Songchen was having a blast in the trial tower, feeling exhilarated. Outside the trial tower, more and more students rushed over upon hearing the news, and over 30 people were already standing in the hall, both men and women, all fixated on the trial tower leaderboard. Is Songchen really a special recruit? Can a special recruit have this level of skill? No, everyone knows the difficulty of the trial tower. It's not like no one has set records under a minute before level 10, but to still be 1 second per floor after level 10, is that even possible? The key is this guy is only level 10. Oh, now he's level 11, 3 minutes, I want all the data on this monster. Song Chen, special recruit, class of level Berserker, suspected to be the boyfriend of Xingning, a new student from the same term at Qinglong Academy, specific information unknown. Xingning's boyfriend? Damn, this guy is really something. Do you think it's possible that Songchen could clear all 50 floors of the trial tower today? Don't joke around, bro. The difficulty and monster levels increase every 10 floors. I heard from a senior that the monster on the 50th floor is a clone of a combat instructor with 100 strength. Every student present was in awe and confusion, unable to believe their eyes, preferring to think they were dreaming. This is a new student? A special recruit. Who doesn't know that special recruits come to prestigious universities just to gild their resumes? Gilding, wasting time, chasing girls, building connections. Everyone knows that's what special recruits do in universities. And right now, special recruit Songchen was on a rampage. The trial tower's hellish difficulty, clearing records at 1 second per jump. Song Chen's name shot up like a rocket, and his total time in the tower had easily surged into the top 10 of the leaderboard, still climbing. This news quickly spread throughout the entire capital university. A post about Song Chen's tower clearing time was rapidly gaining traction on the forum, with likes and replies skyrocketing. What the hell? Su Gangzi, who was fishing by the river at the university, accidentally stumbled upon this hot post and immediately shivered, dropping his fishing rod. What's wrong, Gangzi? A long-haired guy named Along, who was smoking, leaned over curiously. Look, it's Song Chen. Su Gangzi quickly stubbed out his cigarette and focused on the post. This guy went to clear the trial tower of the Outer Academy, and you might not believe it, but so far he's reached level 23 in just 23 seconds. No way? Along shivered too. 23 seconds? A girl named Yin Yen came over, took a look, and pulled out her phone to find the hot post. Silence spread like a virus. This bastard Song Chen really deserves to die. Su Gangzi gritted his teeth, filled with resentment. Didn't we agree to all be useless together? Aren't we here just to waste time? Why is he trying to impress the whole school right from the start? Before he finished speaking, Yen Yen had already jumped up and started running towards the outer academy. Where are you going, Yen Yen? I'm going to cheer for brother Song Chen. If I'm late, I won't get a front row spot, and I have to show my support. Yen Yen's voice quickly faded away. After a few seconds of silence, Along looked at Yen Yen, then at Su Gangzi. Gangzi, doesn't Yen Yen know that Xin Xingning is Song Chen's girlfriend? Su Gangzi suddenly smiled, letting go of his worries, and took a deep drag of his cigarette. Some people actually understand everything. They just don't want to wake up. Xin Xingning, oh no, the pressure is on me again? Xin Xingning, oh no, the pressure is on me again? Phew, this morning class is really exhausting. Xin Xingning had just finished her intensive morning class, took a shower in the dormitory, changed into clean clothes, and was preparing to head to the trading hall for a stroll. As soon as she opened her phone, she saw the message 99. Xingning, hurry up and check the top post on the forum. It's your family's Song Chen, he's really amazing. I'm so excited. When can you introduce us? Don't be shy, we're all sisters. What a mess. What do you mean your family's Song Chen? What do you mean introduce us as sisters? Xin Xingning was filled with questions as she entered the forum, and at first glance, she saw the top post. Special enrollment student is terrifying. Watch the freshman speedrun the trial tower, breaking the school record at 1 layer per second. Xin Xingning? Who? Song Chen? Speedrunning the trial tower at 1 layer per second? After glancing at the post a few times, Xin Xingning involuntarily sat up straight, her brows slightly furrowed, lost in thought. Every time Song Chen cleared a layer of the trial tower, someone would immediately post a photo along with his total tower clearing time, essentially a real-time record post. Trial tower, hell level difficulty. 35 layers, time taken 35 seconds? Ah, Xin Xingning bit her lip, her heart sinking. Isn't this bad? This is bad. On the very first day of school, before things even warmed up, such a big commotion was made. Isn't this clearly meant to make all the girls in the school cheer with excitement? The key point is that someone even posted a photo of Song Chen in the thread. The more Xin Xingning looked, the more uncomfortable she felt, especially with the comments below the photo, all filled with drooling emojis, with dozens of comments. What a bunch of flashy vixens, just watch this girl wield the Excalibur and slay all the monsters. Wait. Why do I feel like the pressure has suddenly shifted to me? While she was puzzled inside, Xin Xingning's body was very honest, immediately changing into a battle outfit, ready to kill with her aura. The trial tower is one of the tower-clearing dungeons in the outer academy. For Xin Xingning, who had entered the Qinglong Academy, the difficulty of the trial tower wasn't that high. But when it comes to hell-level difficulty, it still poses a bit of a challenge. As for how Song Chen managed to speedrun at 1 layer per second, Xin Xingning was a bit curious, but not too much. Right now, all her thoughts were focused on how to arm herself, preparing to rush to the battlefield and slay all the vixens. Meanwhile, in the trial tower, Song Chen? Is he the one who had dinner with Xin Xingning yesterday? Yeah, Jiangnan, that's him. A simple conversation, but there was an undeniable unease. Xia Jiangnan walked into the trial tower with a serious expression, followed by a group of student council members. Please maintain order inside the trial tower, and do not disturb others from their normal tower clearing. Make way, the student council president is here. Hey, what's wrong with your ears? The student council president is here, clear a path. A few student council members struggled to part the crowd, and Xia Jiangnan calmly walked forward, looking at the tower clearing record board hanging high above. The name at the top of the board was none other than Song Chen. Trial Tower Speedrun Rankings, Single Player Hell Level, 001, Song Chen, Outer Academy, Layers Cleared, 38, Time Taken, 38 Seconds. 002, Xia Jiangnan, Outer Academy, Layers Cleared, 49, Time Taken, 26 minutes 41 seconds. 003, Shu Yuan, Outer Academy, Layers Cleared, 43, Time Taken, 39 minutes 32 seconds. 38 layers, 38 seconds? Is there something wrong with the speed leaderboard? It must be a display error, right? How could he possibly do 1 layer per second at level 12? Xia Jiangnan was stunned for a moment. Just as he took off his gold-rimmed glasses to wipe them and put them back on, Song Chen had already cleared the 39th layer, with the completion time updated to 39 seconds. Teacher Tang. Xia Jiangnan turned and walked towards the management desk, looking at the duty instructor, Mr. Tang, is there an error on the speed leaderboard? Unfortunately, there isn't, Instructor Tang said, shrugging helplessly. When he first noticed this situation, his initial reaction was also that it was a display error or some kind of unexpected issue with the leaderboard. After checking, everything was fine. Instructor Tang himself was bewildered for a long time, thinking, is this guy a special recruit? What kind of special recruit clears the trial tower at 1 second per layer? Can a normal person achieve such results? If the leaderboard is fine, then that means impossible, absolutely impossible. Xia Jingnan's face turned pale. How could he, the president of the student council, be reduced to second place, and by a newly enrolled special recruit, knocked off the throne of first place? It was an utter humiliation. Clearly, Songchen had said nothing and hadn't even shown up. Just seeing the record at the top of the speed leaderboard made Xia Jiangnan feel a sharp pain in his face. With each layer Songchen cleared, the record added another second, and Xia Jiangnan felt the pain increase. Damn, Songchen is also clearing the 40th layer in 1 second. No way, man, is this a trade fair? Is the Berserker class really that awesome? Quick, go ask the 3-Wu girl from Qinglong Academy. Those pretentious student council members are here too. Hey, Xia family's young master's face doesn't look too good. Alright, don't kick him while he's down. Songchen's record crushed Xia Jiangnan by over 20 minutes. How can that be comfortable? Excuse us, fellow students, we are campus reporters, please give us some space, thank you. The surrounding chatter was deafening, and Xia Jiangnan felt overwhelmed by the noise. Brother Jiangnan, how about we go back and rest for a bit? A follower whispered. No. I need to ask him in person what's going on. Xia Jiangnan took a few deep breaths to adjust his emotions. Songchen must have cheated. He must have discovered a loophole in the trial tower. Otherwise, with his level, even as a berserker at that level, how could he possibly clear the trial tower at 1 second per layer? Do you believe it? I don't believe it, the follower answered honestly. So I must maintain order on campus. I need to thoroughly investigate Song Chen and not allow him to tarnish our prestigious academy. Xia Jiangnan's tone was particularly harsh. Unbeknownst to him, outside noise and excitement, Song Chen was soaring, clearing layers with immense satisfaction. The inventor of tower-clearing dungeons deserves to be honored. This feels amazing. Glancing at his experience progress bar, Songchen felt he was just 1 or 2 layers away from leveling up. After clearing the 40th layer, Songchen didn't rush to the next layer. Instead, he took advantage of the break to open a bottle of soda and briefly reviewed his performance. The break time didn't count towards the tower clearing time, but each layer only had about 5 minutes. Every 10 layers, the difficulty increases. Just now, at over 30 layers, I was mostly facing elite monsters around level 30, which should match the intensity of monsters in hell-level dungeons. If we consider that every 10 layers spawns a monster of a certain level, tisk, doesn't that mean if I clear to the 50th layer, I'm essentially facing a level 50 monster? But all of that was secondary. Are level monsters really that impressive? Do they have over 1 million health? If they don't have over 1 million health, then fine, 1 hit from Mountain Collapse will definitely let you witness the glory of the great healer. Continue, the goal is credits. After finishing the happy drink, Songchen immediately got up and entered the 41st floor of the trial tower. From start to finish, he remained true to his original intention. He came to grind in the trial tower for the credits, and only after obtaining the credits could he enjoy the skills at the prestigious school in Beijing for free. He couldn't forget his roots. Over 1 million damage from basic skills? What a joke! Make way! Hey, you stupid classmate in front, can't you see we're here to help out? Hurry up and clear the path. The one speaking was one of the special recruits, Zhang Yanyan. What? Who do you think you are? The classmate who was called stupid felt a bit annoyed, turned around, and was stunned by Zhang Yanyan's punk makeup. Classmate, you are. You're really stupid. She's the second young lady of the Zhang family. Get out of the way. A nearby classmate quickly reminded. The title of the second young lady of the Zhang family seemed to have a magical effect, and the students who were watching the speed ranking of the trial tower quickly cleared a large space. Zhang Yanyan nodded in satisfaction and beckoned with her little finger. Immediately, a dozen bodyguards in suits followed. Behind them were several elegantly made-up rich young ladies, and further back was a neat line of welcoming girls. Zhang Yanyan, this is the prestigious school in Beijing, not your Zhang family. Xia Jiangnan's expression was cold and hard as he led a group of student council members over, quickly dispersed them. I'm here to find my brother Songchen. What does it have to do with you? Zhang Yanyan completely dismissed him. That guy, forget it. All bodyguards, seal off the purgatory area for me. And don't let anyone touch a single hair of our brother Songchen. Where's the sign? Get the custom sign over here, now. As soon as she decided to come and support Songchen, Zhang Yanyan immediately activated her money power, bringing in a group of family bodyguards from outside, and even called in several media outlets to wait outside. She also brought along a few good sisters and a team of professional welcoming girls. The goal was to create a buzz. Nothing more, just money. Who is this Zhang Yanyan? So impressive? Daring to go against Xia Jiangnan in the prestigious school? The second young lady of the Zhang family. Her older sister is studying in the Qinglong Academy. You don't know the Zhang family? I know. Isn't that the big family in import and export trade? With such a thick family background, they still come to school? That's called gilding. I get the reasoning, but this girl keeps calling him Brother Songchen. It feels a bit prickly. Don't be fooled by Zhang Yanyan's punk look. She's actually very beautiful. I've had the fortune to see her true face once. Beautiful? Can she beat Shen Qingning? The onlooking students grew more excited, especially after someone explained Zhang Yanyan's identity. Xia Jiangnan had excellent hearing. The gossiping voices of the surrounding students were kept low, but a few scattered remarks still reached his ears, making him very uncomfortable. Zhang Yanyan, I'll warn you one last time. Immediately, right now, tell your bodyguards to withdraw. And what's up with those cheapao girls? Hurry up and get them out too. Xia Jiangnan's face grew increasingly grim as he sternly reprimanded. Zhang Yanyan finally deigned to look back at Xia Jiangnan, sneering, there are plenty of board members in the prestigious school. Coincidentally, your family has one, and my family has one too. If you have the guts, try touching me. Xia Jiangnan's expression changed slightly as he quickly calculated the pros and cons. Zhang Yanyan pouted inside, so boring, and you're still the student council president, you're nothing. Hurry up, is it that hard to change into a cheapao? Add another 5,000 to each. Call the security department. Xia Jiangnan gritted his teeth and spoke, snorting coldly, by the way, inform them to prepare for conflict. There are outsiders intending to harm our students. Suddenly, the atmosphere became tense, and the onlooking students grew increasingly excited, each choosing the best spot to enjoy the spectacle up close. Xia Jiangnan felt that things were slipping out of his control. The title of student council president, which had always served him well, was now useless. The student council could suppress ordinary students, but could it suppress Zhang Yanyan? Could it suppress the Qinglong Academy? It could not. It simply could not. Damn! Songchen has cleared the 49th floor too. And it took only 1 second. Someone suddenly shouted. Xia Jiangnan snapped back to reality, his eyes widening as he looked at the leaderboard of the trial tower above him. The name at the top was strikingly eye-catching. 001, Songchen, Outer Academy, cleared floors, 49, time taken, 49 seconds. He reached the 49th floor, and cleared it in just 1 second? There's something wrong, absolutely something wrong. Xia Jiangnan quickly regained his composure, deep in thought. I took over 5 minutes to clear the 49th floor. Songchen is only level 13. How could he do this? He must have used some kind of trick, found a loophole, otherwise, it's impossible to clear a floor so consistently in 1 second. He was certain that Songchen had cheated, but Xia Jiangnan couldn't help but glance back at the trial tower leaderboard, feeling anxious. Could Songchen clear the 50th floor of the trial tower at hellish difficulty? If he could, what would I do? It turned out that the joys and sorrows of people do not resonate with one another. While some were anxious and restless, Songchen was having the time of his life. He had never experienced such a wonderful monster clearing session, feeling completely at ease. Feels great, bring it on. I wonder if the tower-like dungeons in Qinglong Academy have similar mechanics. As the last blow of the mountain collapse ended, Songchen stood still with the inventor's greatsword in hand, golden light of leveling up swirling around him, level 13 achieved. Not a moment of rest. After clearing the 49th floor of the trial tower, Songchen unhesitatingly teleported to the 50th floor. Only one monster, no, a person? Is this the final floor, a one-on-one battle? Songchen was taken aback. Behind a barrier of light stood a clear professional, not some demonized monster. He cast an identification spell. Identification failed. I can't use identification, it seems the level gap is too great. Songchen was not surprised. Identification spells fail when the level difference exceeds 10 levels. Lower levels cannot identify higher levels. By the time he reached the 30th floor of the trial tower, he could no longer use identification spells on monster information. But it didn't matter. As long as you don't have millions of health points, one skill can take you down. The weapon is a Tang Dao, and the armor looks like heavy armor. He seems to be some kind of breaker or swordsman. Why does this person look a bit familiar? I feel like I've seen him somewhere. After pondering for a while with no results, Songchen couldn't be bothered to think more. Since identification wouldn't work, he decided to stick to his usual approach, take him down first. Let's kill. Blood frenzy. Blade blood feather. The moment the barrier disappeared, Songchen unleashed two skills simultaneously, a rich blood aura erupting around him, instantly condensing into blade blood feathers. Health points. Strength attribute points. The dense blade blood feather roots surrounded Song Chen, a blood-red rain curtain forming, the sense of pressure immediately reaching its peak. Go! A single blade blood feather dealt a staggering 74,500 points of damage. With 14,900 blade blood feathers, it was as if Song Chen raised his hand, and a wave of blood-red rain swept forward. The attack wasn't high frequency, but it excelled in its vast coverage, focusing on firepower suppression. A serious injury from 1 hit, near death from 2, and a heavy burial from 3, who can withstand such damage? Whoosh! Amidst the whistling blood feathers of the blade, a cold light suddenly flashed. The speed of the cold light was incredibly fast, almost instantaneously reaching Song Chen's side, where he could even see the patterns on the blade of the tang knife. Absolute defense! Song Chen thought to himself, relieved that the life-saving skill of absolute defense had no wind-up or delay. It was an instant cast skill. Clang! The tang knife grazed Song Chen's throat but failed to take effect. Heavy slash! At the same time, Song Chen swung the inventor's greatsword, delivering a heavy slash downwards. The close combat practitioner seemed to recognize the basic skill of heavy slash and immediately raised his knife to meet it. Wow, you're quite brave. Song Chen hadn't expected his heavy slash to be effective. The opponent clearly looked like an agile combat class, fast as lightning, as evidenced by that previous strike. But it wasn't a big deal. This heavy slash of his, the current damage value, 1,172,028 points. You really dare to take it? Bang! It was indeed a loud muffled sound. The practitioner who had raised his knife to meet the attack instantly exploded into a mist of blood, clearly being overwhelmed by the sudden damage of over 1 million. Successfully killed level 50, Extreme Martial Sword Saint, clone, gained 0 experience points, obtained token, Extreme Martial Sword Saint's weapon forging license. Successfully cleared the 50th floor of the trial tower, gained 100 credits. You have refreshed the record for clearing the 50th floor of the trial tower at hell difficulty. Song Chen? Wait. Why didn't I get any experience points for this level 50 kill? What the hell? It was truly baffling. What was this token? Extreme Martial Sword Saint's weapon forging license? Song Chen cursed as he exited the trial tower. Coincidentally, in an independent office of the Qinglong Academy, a mentor smashed his fist through the computer screen. Damn it! A basic skill from a broken Heba, and the damage is over 1 million? What the hell? Breaking through the trial tower, Shin Xingning went berserk in combat. Breaking through the trial tower, Shin Xingning went berserk in combat. Trial tower speed ranking, single hell level, 001, Song Chen, Outer Academy, floors cleared, 50, time taken, 51 seconds. 002, Xia Jiangnan, Outer Academy, floors cleared, 49, time taken, 26 minutes 41 seconds. 003, Shu Yuan, Outer Academy, floors cleared, 43, time taken, 39 minutes 32 seconds. Everyone in the trial tower was staring at the speed ranking hanging above their heads, silence spreading amidst the madness. He really did it. He cleared it. Time taken, 51 seconds. Broke through the trial tower. Good news, this time it wasn't 1 second. Bad news, it was 2 seconds. If the one who broke through the trial tower was the pride of the Outer Academy, Xia Jiangnan, the students wouldn't be too surprised. And if it was a student from Qinglong Academy who broke through the trial tower, no one would be surprised either. The key point was, a special recruit, and a freshman, entering the hell level trial tower on the first day of school at level 10, clearing a floor in a second. This was quite bizarre. Wait, did this guy just break the Outer Academy's record right after entering the capital's academy? Is that reasonable? Don't worry about that, just say whether he cleared it or not. Xia Jiangnan tried several times and couldn't get past the 50th floor, and Song Chen did it in 2 seconds. Does that make sense? Strange, why did it take 2 seconds for the last floor? The level 50 boss is big, spending an extra second is a sign of respect. Is this guy really a special recruit? Honestly, after being single for so long, everything looks appealing. To be honest, even I, a guy, find Song Chen's looks a bit attractive, and that's not impossible. After the silence came an explosive uproar. As Song Chen's figure was transmitted out, the commotion was completely ignited, and various sounds echoed throughout the trial tower. For the first time in his life, Xia Jiangnan experienced what it meant to feel out of place. Congratulations, Song Jr. You just broke through the hell level trial tower of our Outer Academy. What are your thoughts? The one speaking was a campus reporter, her sweet broadcasting tone easily drawing attention. Song Chen smiled politely. It was indeed surprising, but not overly so. After all, Song Chen himself realized that his rapid clearing of the levels was a significant test of his classmates' endurance. Song Chen had just begun to speak when a senior from the back suddenly shouted, I am the flower of the auxiliary department from the Outer Academy. Lu Yuyu. I confess my feelings for Songchen. You heal me, I'll be your support. The declaration stunned everyone. Get that flower out of here. Zhang Yanyan was nearly fuming, thinking to herself that she hadn't even secured her friend position yet, and here this girl was, directly making a bold move? Bodyguards, maintain order. Today, if anyone dares to touch Brother Songchen, I'll chop off their hand. I'm Zhang Yanyan, come at me if you dare. Before Zhang Yanyan's fierce words could settle, Xia Jiangnan entered with a group of student council members and a security team of 12 from the academy, exuding authority. Everyone, please quiet down for a moment and listen to me. Listen to your nonsense. Zhang Yanyan showed no respect, extremely irritable. Don't waste your breath here, just get lost if you have nothing to say. Shut up. Xia Jiangnan could no longer contain his anger, his voice gradually rising. Even a fool knows there's something off about Songchen's clearing of the trial tower. Who can't see that? Ha! Who doesn't suspect there's something fishy going on here? To uphold the reputation of the academy, I must stand up. Songchen, please come with us to the academic affairs office. The records of this trial tower will not be counted for now, and I will request the instructors to conduct a strict review shortly. As he spoke, Xia Jiangnan waved his hand. Several student council members moved forward. Zhang Yanyan sneered and snapped her fingers. Anyone who dares to touch Songchen, I'll chop off the hand that moves. A group of bodyguards responded, understood, second miss. As Zhang Yanyan's bodyguards, these people were actually similar to security guards, working for a meager 2,000 a month, risking their lives for it. The problem was, Zhang Yanyan offered far too much. 2,000 was not worth risking their lives, but what about 20,000? 200,000? Who knows, if she was in a good mood, she might casually throw out a bonus of over 100,000, who wouldn't jump at that? The tense atmosphere suddenly escalated. The onlooking students hesitated to step forward. Enjoying the spectacle was one thing, but getting involved could lead to serious trouble. Zhang Yanyan, think this through. You are openly challenging the authority of the academy. If it comes to blows, it won't be so easy to settle, not even for your Zhang family. Xia Jiangnan's tone was cold and firm, determined to take Songchen away first. Zhang Yanyan's lips moved as if to curse, but she inadvertently caught sight of a graceful figure flash by, and her heart skipped a beat. Oh no, the main person has arrived. Seeing that Zhang Yanyan had fallen silent and stopped cursing, Xia Jiangnan was a bit taken aback but didn't think much of it. Turning to Songchen, let's go, Songchen Jr., come with us for an investigation. No thanks, brother, I have things to do. Songchen shook his head with a smile. What kind of strange game was this? Songchen was still in a daze. Was it the rich handsome guy and his rebellious little wife? No, bro, it's not like I'm part of your circle. You can't leave today, Songchen. Today, he's taken care of, Chairman Xia. 2 sentences, one before and one after. The first came from Xia Jiangnan's mouth, and the latter from Xinqingning. Wherever Xinqingning went, the onlooking students, eager for gossip, consciously made way for her, fulfilling their role as green leaves. She wore a fitted little Chanel-style jacket, cinched at the waist with a red belt. On her lower half, she had on a light gray pleated skirt, and on her feet were a pair of black high heels with red soles. The most striking detail was her stockings. Balenciaga, oh, you are my best friend. Wow, cousin, with this battle outfit and those black stockings, who are you planning to kill? Just based on Xinqingning's commanding presence, Songchen keenly sensed her murderous aura. It was like a Taoist descending the mountain to exorcise demons. One must stuff their sleeves with vermilion talismans and carry various swords like peach wood and money swords. Whether one is powerful or not can be set aside. The equipment must first suppress the enemy. The aura is truly mysterious. It's akin to the conqueror's haki. As soon as Xinqingning appeared, the surrounding noise basically vanished. Words like you, Ashi, my healer, brother, you smell so good, and my meow will spit at you, instantly disappeared, and everyone collectively went offline and muted. Even Zhang Yanyan, who had just been very irritable, now seemed to be offline as well. In the face of Xinqingning's aura, she couldn't muster any strength. How to fight? The enemy comes with a fully leveled Gundam, and you only have a turtle box in hand. Are you going to headbutt it? Xinqingning, this is a public matter. Xia Jiangnan suppressed his anger, looking at Xinqingning, speaking each word clearly. This concerns the honor of the capital's academy. We must handle it officially, no exceptions. I must take Songchen away for a thorough investigation. Xinqingning ignored him, striding in her high heels to Songchen's side. She casually hooked her arm through his, then felt that wasn't enough strength, so she held his hand instead, smiling as she said, I'm taking him away today, let's see who dares to stop me? Xinqingning cut through the crowd, level 100, invitation from the Qinglong Academy mentor. Xinqingning, don't think just because you are from the Qinglong Academy. Xia Jiangnan's words halted abruptly. He suddenly didn't know how to continue. The Qinglong Academy, as the inner academy of the capital's institution, only recruited students who could be considered the most gifted and extraordinary talents in the entire Qinglong Empire. In comparison, what is the outer academy? And the true prodigies often enjoy immense benefits, conveniences, and resources. Who knows how many big shots want to come forward to protect them? Xia Jiangnan could suppress the outer academy, but he couldn't suppress the Qinglong Academy. Let's go. Xin Xingning held Song Chen's hand and walked out of the crowd, never once glancing at the people around her. It didn't matter, they were all just ants. She had expected to encounter many formidable vixens, but in the end, there were only one or two. It was truly underwhelming. Song Chen sighed and remained silent. As they passed in front of everyone, Song Chen felt as if he were being pierced by 1,000 daggers of gazes. Fortunately, he had a bulletproof demeanor, and the stares had no effect on him. Wait, are we just leaving? Xia Jiangnan can't do anything. I thought he was so impressive. Song Chen, that scoundrel, really deserves to die. Is he playing some new card collecting game? He truly deserves to die. Those who are dry will die of drought, and those who are wet will die of flooding. Hey, where's that support system milk healer from earlier? Stop looking, you saw Xin Xingning's aura just now, right? Goodness, she came here to assert her dominance. Indeed, look at the second young lady of the Zhang family. She was so arrogant just now, and now she's completely offline. The gossiping students became lively once again. Soon, a second post climbed to the top of the Academy Forum's trending list, still in the familiar tone of shock, and it was related to Song Chen. Why are 3 girls fighting over one guy? The truth behind the chaos surrounding the new student Song Chen. Some people were munching on snacks. Some were caught in a dilemma. Jiangnan, we should. Let's go. Xia Jiangnan gritted his teeth and forced out a word, struggling to control his nearly contorted facial muscles as he exited the trial tower. The student council members trailing behind exchanged glances, not daring to speak. The security team, consisting of 12 members, left without even a word, none of them giving Xia Jiangnan a pleasant look. Damn it, I thought I could achieve some results and earn a bonus, but it turned out to be nothing. Just then, a figure shot through the air like a meteor, coming from the direction of the Qinglong Academy. Isn't flying prohibited above the academy? Who is that? Are you an idiot? The flying ban is for students. The academy mentors can fly whenever they want. Generally, mentors don't fly either, unless they're really impressive. That mentor seems to be, oh my god, the extreme martial sword saint, Zhang Haike. Who? The extreme martial sword saint? It must be him. I've seen his photo on the top 10 mentor list of the Capital Academy. I heard he reached level 100 3 months ago. I wonder what level he is now. Wait, is he here to find Song Chen? The student council members grew increasingly confused, their minds struggling to keep up. The renowned combat mentor from Qinglong Academy, flying at high speed across the inner and outer academy in broad daylight, was here for a newly enrolled special student? Is this world for real? The student council members weren't blind, and neither was Xie Jiangnan. As Zhang Haike flew in at high speed, he made a sharp descent, demonstrating remarkable control over his speed, transitioning from high speed to a sudden stop and then landing effortlessly right in front of Song Chen and Xin Xingning. Xia Jiangnan witnessed the entire scene, his mind blank. Why would Zhang Haike seek out Song Chen? Could it be that this combat mentor discovered some hidden means Song Chen used in the trial tower? Is there really a problem? It must be. I heard that the 50th level of the trial tower is Zhang Haike's level 50 avatar. Thoughts raced through Xie Jiangnan's mind. He suddenly took a quick step forward, his excitement nearly overwhelming him. He couldn't wait to uncover the truth. Yes, it's me. I am Zhang Haike, the extreme martial sword saint. The one you defeated on the 50th level was my level 50 avatar, possessing my combat power of 100 at that level. As Xie Jiangnan rushed closer, Zhang Haike was proudly explaining to Song Chen. Song Chen suddenly realized and pouted, I thought I could gain a lot of experience points from the last level, but it turned out to be nothing. Zhang Haike felt a bit awkward. That was my avatar. Defeating him is like defeating a level 50 professional, so it's normal not to gain experience points. Song Chen asked, what's that weapon permit about? Zhang Haike perked up again. It's a special permit I issued. You can take this permit to the equipment department, and they can custom make a weapon for you. Exciting, right? Song Chen. I'm thrilled, sure. What the Extreme Martial Sword Saint's weapon forging permit really is just a piece of paper. Even if I wield a giant sword made of a whiteboard, I could still deal a damage number of 99,999 with a skill. In reality, the enhancement from the weapon isn't that significant for Song Chen. It's even less effective than the experience point rewards, and not as substantial as tangible rewards like scholarships or credits. Hello, Mentor Jiang. Xia Jiangnan suddenly interjected, politely greeting Jiang Haik. I am the president of the Outer Academy Student Council. My name is Xia Jiangnan. Jiang Haik paused for a moment, then nodded. Is there something you need? Xia Jiangnan suddenly experienced a mental glitch. He realized something might be off, but he still mustered the courage to ask. I'd like to ask Mentor Jiang. Songchen just broke through the trial tower. His record shouldn't count, right? Why shouldn't it count? Jiang Haik was bewildered. No. This kid can't possibly know that my level 50 avatar was taken out by Songchen in one hit, right? What am I supposed to do with my old face? Xia Jiangnan looked confused and continued to press. He was only level 10 when he went to clear the trial tower, and he could clear a floor in a second. Isn't that a problem? And he only took 2 seconds for the last 50 floors. That's impossible, right? Jiang Haik's face darkened instantly. Damn it, it's confirmed. This foolish student is just here to rub salt in my wounds. I said, there's nothing wrong with the record Songchen cleared. Jiang Haik glared at Xia Jiangnan, his voice cold. If you feel something is off, you can go to the academic office, find the principal, or whoever you want. Xia Jiangnan stood there, his head buzzing, completely frozen. Songchen's clearing of the tower is fine? Then who has the problem? Come on, Songchen, follow me. Xingning, right? I know you should come too. It's reasonable for you to accompany this lonely old man for some morning tea, right? Respect your elders, young people. With a dark expression, Jiang Haik put on a show of miraculous face-changing. Songchen looked at Xingning, who shrugged. Sure, I just finished killing someone and I'm feeling great. Jiang Haik's face was serious. There are rules on campus. Remember to kill off campus next time. Xingning, okay, Mentor Jiang. Songchen? Are you two really on the same wavelength? Where did those 2 sentences even go? Is this still the same country? One mentor, 2 students, chatting and laughing as they headed towards the Qinglong Academy. Xia Jiangnan stood there dazed for a long time before slowly coming to his senses, only to feel a tightness in his chest, darkness before his eyes, and he fainted. Several student council members rushed forward to help, shouting as they carried Xia Jiangnan towards the infirmary. On the other side, unable to resist their curiosity, special recruit Su Gangzi and Along arrived at the trial tower, only to find that the crowd had mostly dispersed. Su Gangzi looked regretful. It's all your fault. If you had said something earlier, we might have seen a big spectacle. Along immediately retorted, what does that have to do with me? It's not my fault you were acting all shy like a bride on her wedding day. Songchen is also a special recruit. He's one of us, so stop your inner struggle. What do you mean by that? Su Gangzi didn't catch on. Along means you're not even in the same league as Songchen. You're not as handsome, not as strong, and not as tall, so don't overthink it. Zhang Yanyan's voice floated over. In a flash, her words cut Su Gangzi down to size. Along glanced at Zhang Yanyan, slightly puzzled. Aren't you here to support Songchen? Didn't you want to add him as a friend? No, Xingning intercepted me. Zhang Yanyan looked sorrowful. She was caught off guard. Xingning clearly came prepared, with battle gear and black stockings. Wasn't that just taking out a junior sister or senior sister one by one? So, where is Songchen? Su Gangzi asked, puzzled. They say he was taken away by Jiang Haik from Qinglong Academy. I heard through the grapevine that Jiang Haik wants to invite Songchen for morning tea. Muttering to herself, Zhang Yanyan touched her face and suddenly had an idea. What if I change my style? Is there a chance? Along smiled but said nothing. The silence was even more disheartening. Not like that, buddy. Su Gangzi finally grasped the main point, exclaiming, why do I feel like Songchen is about to enter Qinglong Academy? He's just a special recruit who just enrolled. It hasn't even been 3 hours, and he's already preparing to enter Qinglong Academy? Zhang Yanyan, I've made up my mind. I need to pull myself together. My big breasts might not be a disadvantage after all. The two of them were talking over each other, a typical case of neither of them holding back. The remaining Along squatted calmly beside them, smoking, thinking to himself that he must have committed some sin in his past life to end up with friends who couldn't even put together a complete brain. The second special recruitment for the Qinglong Academy, 6 math scores. Come, make yourselves at home. Treat this place like your own. Jiang Haik greeted Songchen and Xingning with a smile, personally boiling a pot of water, seemingly preparing to showcase his tea ceremony skills. Songchen inadvertently caught sight of the broken screen on the desk and couldn't help but take a couple more glances. Oh, that was just me getting a bit too excited. Jiang Haik pointed at the computer screen, calmly saying, I suddenly remembered some happy things, and in my excitement, I smashed the screen. Impressive, Songchen marveled. How happy must one be to get that worked up? Soon, the 3 cups of tea were finished. Xingning, tired of playing on her phone, glanced at Jiang Haik. Instructor Jiang, if you have something to say, just say it. We still have to go. Oh, a date, I understand. Jiang Haik nodded quickly. Song Chen was about to say, what do you understand? When Shin Qingning smiled and held his hand, their fingers interlocking, a clear signal that if he dared to speak out of turn, she would bite him. Then I'll speak frankly. Song Chen, I personally think you're wasting your talent in the Outer Academy. How about this? I'll apply to the principal to transfer you to the Qinglong Academy. Jiang Haik looked at Song Chen with hope. He was genuinely considering it. Over the years, there had been students who completely broke through the trials of the Outer Academy. But to say someone broke through the hell-level difficulty trials with just a few levels, that had never happened before. It was truly unprecedented, setting a record in the history of the Capital Academy. Just based on this, Jiang Haik felt he could bring Song Chen into the Qinglong Academy for further training. I'm fine with that. But I'm curious about the benefits. Song Chen readily agreed first. Talking about reputation and righteousness was just nonsense. It was better to get some real benefits. Shin Qingning remained silent. But she had already messaged Song Chen in advance, reminding him that if there was a chance, it would be best to enter the Qinglong Academy. The Capital Academy is divided into the Inner and Outer Academies, with the Inner Academy referring to the Qinglong Academy. Although both are part of the same institution, the disparity in resources, treatment, and the level of students is not something that can be described lightly. The benefits are absolutely no problem. Single dormitory, specialized mentors for targeted training, free learning of relevant skills for your profession, including access to numerous dungeons and secret realms in the Capital Academy. There's nothing you can't think of that we can't provide. Everything will be made convenient for you, Jiang Haik said grandly. Suddenly, Song Chen thought of something and asked, if I agree, does that mean you will be my mentor in the future? That's right, but you can also choose for yourself. Jiang Haik took a sip of tea, smiling as he said, there are many combat mentors in the Qinglong Academy, but whether they are suitable for you. Got it, Instructor Jiang, I'll join the Qinglong Academy. Song Chen nodded immediately. Wasn't that obvious? It was clear that Jiang Haik was considering taking him as a closed-door disciple. Among the top 10 mentors in the Capital Academy, Jiang Haik ranked first. Did he really think that a combat professional over 100 levels would be joking around? Great. I'll call the principal right now. Let me borrow your student card for a moment. I'll reserve a single dormitory for you. Jiang Haik immediately became energized. Ask Song Chen to get the student card. Jiang Haik suddenly remembered that he had smashed his computer screen with a punch and immediately ran to another office to get busy. Cousin, this Jiang mentor. You've hit the jackpot, Song Chen, Shin Qingning said, sipping her tea and lowering her voice. I've heard that in the entire Beijing Academy, Jiang Haik's combat power can definitely rank in the top 3. Only top 3? Song Chen scoffed. Of course, the first and second are the principal and vice principal, both over level 120 and seasoned professionals who completed their 4th transition long ago. Shin Qingning poked Song Chen's head and continued, the higher the mentor's status in the Beijing Academy, the more benefits you can reap, understand? Got it. Song Chen nodded. It's a common truth that one can enjoy the shade of a big tree. Where there are people, there are rivalries. Where there are rivalries, there are inevitably factions. Song Chen's choice was like gaining a solid backing. Actually, Shin Qingning had a bit of selfishness. She didn't want Song Chen to stay in the Outer Academy, fearing he might attract the attention of younger students. The situation in the Qinglong Academy was quite different. You could say that everyone in the Qinglong Academy was a prodigy, all monsters in their own right. Most people in the Qinglong Academy were focused on how to become stronger and improve themselves, rather than seeking friendship with a younger student who was tall, good-looking, and strong. Before long, Jiang Haik returned. Alright, everything's settled. You can move over to the single dormitory in the Qinglong Academy later. There's a surprise waiting for you, Jiang Haik said to Song Chen, winking. Song Chen was puzzled. What kind of surprise could a single dormitory have? I'll have someone make a list of other matters and send it to you. Come see me tomorrow morning at 8. I want to have a good chat with you. Alright, go on your date. Jiang Haik waved his hand with a smile, signaling the two could leave. Thank you, Jiang mentor, for being so understanding. Shin Qingning pulled Song Chen away, but he didn't forget to politely say goodbye. It was a long time after the two had left. A mentor holding a thermos of goji berries slipped into Jiang Haik's office, clicking his tongue in surprise. Old Jiang, what are you up to? You haven't taken in a direct student in 10 years, have you? 12 years, Jiang Haik smiled. What's wrong, Director Chu? Are you feeling envious? After a moment of silence, Director Chu calmly looked at Jiang Haik, hesitating to speak. You really are still fixated on the divine domain matter, keeping it in your heart. Of course. Jiang Haik's expression darkened as if a switch had been flipped. There have been quite a few good seedlings emerging in recent years, why not choose them? Director Chu still didn't quite understand. I can't explain it. Jang Haek pondered and said, this kid Songchen is not ordinary. Although he's just a level berserker, I feel his potential goes beyond that. Maybe he gained a brand new exclusive skill or talent when he awakened his profession, or perhaps he has dual exclusives. But that's his secret. This revelation surprised Director Chu. It seemed that whenever Songchen was mentioned, Jang Haek's spirits lifted, making him appear 10 years younger and full of vigor. Alright then, congratulations. I hope this kid really suits your taste, Director Chu said, pointing to the computer screen on the desk behind him. By the way, who smashed your computer screen? I did. Jang Haek awkwardly rubbed his nose. Director Chu? Jang Haek thought to himself that he couldn't hide it for too long anyway, so he simply confessed, that kid Songchen broke through the trial tower in the outer academy, at hell level difficulty, you know? Director Chu shook his head. Jang Haek chuckled and said, you might not believe it, but Songchen took down my level 50 clone in just 2 seconds. Seriously? Director Chu's voice immediately rose by 8 degrees, leaving everyone stunned. 2 seconds to take down a level 50 Jang Haek? Is this something a special recruit from the outer college can achieve? Achoo! Songchen sneezed and rubbed his nose. Which bastard is pointing fingers at me behind my back? Next to him, Shin Xingning shot him a disdainful glance and suddenly said, I have a physical training class this afternoon, you should come with me. Songchen decisively shook his head. What physical training class? It sounded incredibly boring. Shin Xingning thought for a moment and suddenly spoke up. It's just me and the instructor, a one-on-one physical training class. I remember there's a specific dress code. What was it? Oh right, it seems to be yoga clothes. As if recalling something, Shin Xingning had a look of sudden realization. Songchen casually glanced at his phone, coughed lightly. I just remembered I don't have anything to do this afternoon, cousin. He. Shin Xingning saw right through him. Men's words are truly like Schrodinger's stainless steel. They can be hard when the universe is about to end and soft when they automatically soften. Songchen didn't care about that. Shin Xingning often saw him, but the limited edition yoga clothes of Shin Xingning were not something one could see often. Once this village was passed, there would be no more shops. I'll go learn a few skills first, cousin. Ha! Taking out his phone to check his credits, Songchen was momentarily stunned. Cousin, do you see my credit balance? Has it increased? It suddenly turned into 6 digits. New skill, blood burst bloodthirsty / am I going to the girls' dormitory? New skill, blood burst bloodthirsty / am I going to the girls' dormitory? Credit balance, 100,500 points. As for that 500 points, Songchen was very clear about its source. It was what he earned after breaking through the hell difficulty of the trial tower. As for the 100,000 points, oh, it's a reward from Instructor Jiang. Songchen flipped through his messages and saw a text and a friend request from Jang Haek. Shin Xingning wasn't too surprised, lazily nodding. 100,000 points is considered the highest level of special recruitment reward. Not every student specially recruited into the Qinglong Academy gets that. Songchen pondered, cousin, what can credits be used for? This left Shin Xingning momentarily confused, but she still held her ground. You can search for it on the Academy forum yourself. How old are you? Asking your older sister about everything. Do you need me to feed you while eating? Songchen smiled, that's not impossible. In an unprecedented turn of events, Shin Xingning didn't retort or make a move, humming an unknown song as she strolled leisurely. Truly strange. Songchen felt as if Shin Xingning had set up an elaborate trap, but he had no evidence. While browsing the forum, he made his way to the skill hall of Qinglong Academy and arrived shortly after. Credits, when you think about it, are just high-grade currency within the academy, right? For daily living, meal tickets, buying weapons, equipment, and items, entering various high-level dungeons and secret realms, TSK. The uses are really numerous. 100,000 credits probably won't last long. I'll go check the campus trading hall later. I wonder if I can buy rare items like skill stones. Song Chen was determined to spend some. There weren't many students in the skill hall, just a sparse few in groups of 3 or 5, while the supervising instructor was dozing off. Learning skills wasn't too troublesome. The main method was still through awakening stones. These stones, which contain mysterious powers, can awaken a person's profession and allow them to learn skills of that profession. Awakening stones also have quality distinctions. The known awakening stones are divided into 4 tiers. The one we use when awakening our profession is a first-tier awakening stone, and you'll need it to activate your first-tier quest when you reach level 20. You can learn level 1 skills of your profession at the first-tier awakening stone. Level 20 skills require a second-tier awakening stone. Shin Xingning stood beside Song Chen, earnestly explaining. Song Chen noticed that she was still holding her phone, which was unlocked, and the content on it seemed to match exactly what she was saying. Alright, so you're learning and selling on the spot, huh? After swiping his student card, Songchen reached out to press down on an awakening stone in front of him, and immediately a skill tree appeared in his mind. In the upper right corner of the skill tree, there was a line indicating, current learnable skills. 2. Before the first promotion, you get 1 skill point every 5 levels, and after the first promotion, you get 1 skill point every 10 levels. I just happen to have 2 points saved up. I'll start with a series skill, Blood Burst. Perfectly fits my blood selling build. I can add another series of mobility skills, Bloodthirsty Slide. Nice, this should be enough. Both skills were the result of careful consideration by Songchen. The reason was simple, both of these berserkers' primary skills could benefit from the exclusive skill Blood Frenzy's amplification. Confirm learning. Immediately, a clear stream surged into Songchen's mind, disappearing in an instant. The skill tree turned completely gray, indicating that Songchen had no skill points available and could not continue learning skills. Acquired, Blood Burst, Bloodthirsty Slide. Done learning? Seeing Songchen's hand move away from the awakening stone, Xingning looked at him suspiciously and whispered, skill points are extremely precious, have you thought this through? Of course. Songchen was very certain. Are you kidding? Did you really think my forum for professionals was just for show? I've absorbed so much experience from blood-selling berserkers. Let's go, first to have lunch. Xingning, without suspicion, linked her arm with Songchen's and left the skill hall. Songchen didn't bother to think about Xinxingning's unusual behavior and let her link her arm with his as they walked. To be honest, it was quite enjoyable being bumped around by Xinxingning, though his arm bore an unbearable weight. Calm down. Ha, this thing really gets to you. Songchen finally managed to shift his thoughts away and quickly glanced at the 2 skills he had just acquired to calm himself down. Bloodburst, centered on oneself, consumes health to release a surging hot blood energy, dealing, health consumed skill level, points of damage to targets within a diameter of, health consumed meters, and height of, health consumed meters. Cooldown, 15, mana cost, 50. This skill levels up synchronously with the professional's level. This was a skill that relied purely on selling blood to deal damage, and it dealt fixed damage. Generally speaking, berserkers wouldn't spend their precious skill points on this skill. Even those who followed the blood-selling path wouldn't choose this skill. It was simply too lackluster. Early on, professionals had very little health. With only about 10,000 to 20,000 health, using 10,000 health for this skill might cover a large area, but dealing just over 100 points of damage was hardly worth it. Songchen had no such concerns. Lackluster? Or is it that your health isn't thick enough? Look for reasons within yourself. Bloodthirsty Slide, swing the weapon for a quick slash and use inertia to slide. Slash damage, current strength skill level. Number of slashes, 1 time. Single slide distance, 1 meter, skill level meters, or, health consumed meters. Cooldown, 3, mana cost, 20. This skill levels up synchronously with the professional's level. The reason Songchen chose this skill was also simple. It was an instant mobility skill that could be amplified and enhanced using the exclusive skill Blood Frenzy. The specific single slide distance still needs research. I'll have to study it while at the training ground this afternoon. Oh no, wait. I need to go to the physical training class to check the layout. The minimum slide distance is 1 meter, and the maximum slide distance. Let me calculate. Songchen quickly calculated and was astonished. With his current life value of over 1.5 million, activating Blood Frenzy deducts 1.5 million points. Damn, if calculated this way, my bloodthirsty slide can achieve a maximum displacement distance of over 1 kilometer? What the hell? This is even better than skills like teleportation. Initially, Songchen chose the bloodthirsty slide skill just for its instant displacement effect, but he didn't expect to gain unexpected benefits. Mom no longer has to worry about me getting tired while running maps. The dungeon is too big, running around is troublesome? No worries. Just look at my bloodthirsty slide. A single gesture can instantly slide 1 kilometer. What dungeon can't I finish? What are you mumbling about, so excited? Xinxingning finally noticed something was off with Songchen and forced herself to calm down. Do you want to eat lunch in the cafeteria or go to an off-campus restaurant? I'm fine with anything. Songchen's mind was completely not on eating. The 2 skills he just acquired seemed to perform quite well in practice, and he couldn't help but want to find a dungeon to grind. But then he remembered that he had Xinxingning's physical training class in the afternoon. It was hard to choose. Women do affect the speed of drawing a sword, but on the other hand, rewarding oneself occasionally is reasonable, right? You're not right. Xinxingning turned her head to stare at Songchen's face, trying to pry something out of him. Songchen looked back at her blankly. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Xinxingning, go order food. The 3 words were spat out by Xinxingning through clenched teeth, her anger rising rapidly. Song Chen, still confused, went to order food. He completely forgot what they had for lunch. He was basically in a daze. However, Song Chen respected the meal and gave a big thumbs up to the top chefs at the Qinglong Academy in Beijing. To be honest, the food was delicious. But it was really expensive, over 200 credits for a meal. Lunch, a walk, digestion. Before long, it was time for the afternoon physical training class. When he followed Xingning back to the dorm to get his yoga outfit, Song Chen finally understood the surprise Jiang Haik had prepared for him. What the hell is a surprise? A surprise is, wait a minute, how did I end up in the girls' dorm area with a single dorm? And I'm neighbors with my cousin? What the hell is Zhang Laodang thinking? Damn, this old guy can't be a dog food brain, can he? The mature instructor Qin Qiannan Xinxingning's single dorm was one of the row houses, belonging to the girls' dorm area of Qinglong Academy. Zhang Laodang is ruthless. Does he have that much authority? He just threw me into the girls' dorm. Is this really okay? If the brothers from the outer academy find out about this, won't they go crazy with envy? Song Chen pondered as he took out his student card. Xinxingning's was 2419, and this building next door was 2420. Song Chen casually tested his student card. Beep. The door lock opened automatically. This is great. For a moment, Song Chen didn't know whether to be excited or worried. It was a mixed bag of emotions. Living next to Xinxingning would undoubtedly lead to a noisy environment. Song Chen had plenty of experience in this regard. After all, they had lived next to each other for over a decade since childhood, so he was somewhat used to it. Following the principle of being here now, Song Chen quickly admired the upstairs and downstairs. Everything from the living room, kitchen, bathroom, balcony, to the gym area was available. Next door, Xinxingning had already put her yoga outfit into her spatial backpack and was now admiring herself in the floor-to-ceiling mirror on the balcony, taking a moment to appreciate her incredibly proportioned beautiful legs. This is really strange. With legs like these, this face, and this figure, combined, wouldn't it be absolutely stunning? Xinxingning tidied her hair and couldn't help but sigh. Why hasn't Song Chen reacted? Could this guy be gay? Not interested in women? The more she thought about it, the more she wanted to explode on the spot. How many people outside are vying to pursue me? Why is it that when I try to get closer to you, you don't even react? Is this reasonable? Unintentionally glancing at the floor-to-ceiling mirror in front of her, Xinxingning's beautiful eyes suddenly froze, her expression a mix of surprise and delight, but mostly it was unexpected. In one corner of the mirror, Song Chen was leaning against the railing of the neighboring balcony, sipping on a cold drink, smiling and waving at Xinxingning in the mirror. Wait, are you spying on me? You. Xinxingning abruptly turned around to open the window but got stuck. The balconies of the townhouses were very close, only 2 or 3 meters apart. They could easily touch each other by stretching out their arms. I didn't expect this either, cousin. Song Chen said innocently, shrugging. This dormitory was arranged by old Jiang, completely unexpected. Xinxingning thought for a moment and suddenly smiled. Old Jiang is really a good person. Song Chen? All the previous displeasure was washed away by this unexpected joy, and Xinxingning's mood visibly brightened. Let's go to the physical training class. Actually, I'm more familiar with being your neighbor. Is it okay if we have 3 meals together from now on, little cousin? Xinxingning said proudly, walking backward with her hands behind her back. Song Chen pouted, unable to resist speaking up. Stop calling me little cousin. Do you measure a man's strength by size? Have you really seen me? I didn't expect you to be so superficial. Xinxingning tilted her head and thought for a moment, her pretty face visibly flushing. You're blushing like a teapot. Song Chen was stunned, suddenly looking terrified. Wait, when did you see my martial soul's true form? I've never seen it. Xinxingning immediately denied. Song Chen. Based on a woman's thought process, saying no means yes. Therefore, it could be concluded that Xinxingning had indeed seen it. So when exactly did that happen? It must have been during the days I was unconscious. It has to be. My martial soul's true form is a giant-level entity, a master of all techniques, incredibly powerful. It must have stood upright by accident while I was unconscious, and Xinxingning just happened to see it. All the way to the physical training classroom, Song Chen was still pondering how the news got out, completely clueless, especially since Xinxingning's mouth was so tight. 3rd floor, physical training classroom. A mature female instructor, around 30 years old, had already arrived early. She was sitting cross-legged. No, it should be a special yoga position called the lotus position. She is my instructor, Qin Shenan. Currently a level 107 3rd transition. Her profession is a dimensional traveler, a very rare type of half-mage, half-assassin combat profession, with strong abilities. Xinxingning quickly introduced Song Chen before entering the classroom. Dimensional traveler. A mage assassin? That's not someone to mess with. Instructor, I'm here. Shin Qingning entered the classroom and greeted loudly. Song Chen politely followed. Hello, Instructor Qin, I'm Song Chen, just specially recruited into the Qinglong Academy. I know you, you're Jiang Heike's newly accepted disciple. Qin Qianan nodded kindly. Before Song Chen could react, Qin Qianan suddenly launched a surprise attack. When are you and Qingning planning to get your marriage certificate? Song Chen was caught off guard and stunned. When did I and Qingning plan to get a marriage certificate? That's my cousin. But thinking carefully, a cousin without blood relations, well, that doesn't seem impossible to try. Instructor, what are you talking about? Shin Qingning complained with a face full of grievances. Qin Qiannan smiled and deliberately pinched Shin Qingning's small waist. Weren't you the one who asked me to be your wingman before? Shin Qingning quickly denied it. Song Chen stood by, smiling but saying nothing. He could see that the relationship between Qin Qiannan and Shin Qingning was not that of a typical mentor and student, but more like a sisterly bond. By the way, Qin Qiannan suddenly spoke, looking at Song Chen. Do you know that Jiang Heike just had a huge fight with the Academic Affairs Office and almost got into a physical altercation? Is that so? Song Chen was taken aback. Goodness, this newly recognized combat mentor of his was actually quite a brute? It seems to be about your dorm assignment issue. Alright, and about your second special recruitment, the Academic Affairs Office said it doesn't follow the proper procedures, and there's an implication of the Xie family board members' involvement in this matter. Qin Qiannan didn't elaborate further. Song Chen, being astute, didn't ask more questions. The involvement of the Xie family board member? Wasn't that targeting him? In fact, Song Chen did know someone with the surname Xie, the student council president of the Foreign Studies Department, Xie Jiangnan. To say there was no connection between the two would be hard to believe. In just a few exchanges, Shin Qingning had already come out of the changing room, wearing a black tight tank top and gray tight yoga pants, her fair feet bare on the wooden floor, particularly eye-catching. Song Chen casually glanced a few times. Instinctively, he compared Shin Qingning with Qin Qiannan and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Men really are devoted. They only like beautiful women. Qin Qiannan was around 30 years old, reportedly still single, an absolutely alluring mature woman, the kind that was like a perfectly ripe peach. Her maturity was evident in her every gesture, her every smile, with an aura that radiated from within. In contrast, Shin Qingning seemed a bit more inexperienced, though her exaggerated curves were anything but juvenile, showcasing an extremely balanced distribution of nutrition. If he had to pick a flaw, it might be her temperament. Shin Qingning was far less mature and composed than Qin Qiannan, and it was clear that this mentor's sister would be caring. Song Chen, you probably haven't attended a physical training class yet. Since you're here with Shin Qingning today, why not sit in? Sure, Mentor Qin. Song Chen took a deep breath, maintaining his calm and avoiding distractions. This was far more challenging than the highest difficulty hell-level dungeon. Song Chen felt as if his eyes had a mind of their own. They inexplicably locked onto strange places, as if he had activated an aimbot. Of course, with Song Chen's keen eyesight, he easily understood the layout, which was probably an innate talent of men. In the end, Song Chen gave up. What he saw had nothing to do with him, right? Focus on the class. Shin Qingning had already skillfully assumed a lotus position, whispering, "You can try sitting like us, it helps maintain focus." Okay, Bodhisattva Shin. Song Chen nodded and mimicked the lotus position. To be honest, this peculiar sitting posture had its merits. Song Chen felt it was quite suitable for enhancing relationships or unlocking specific maps. The physical training class isn't too formal, it's mainly for self-cultivation, adjusting one's mindset, and I'll share some stories along the way. Song Chen, have you heard of the Divine Realm? Qin Qiannan suddenly posed a question. Song Chen rummaged through his memory and shook his head. Sorry, Mentor Qin, I have no recollection. Qin Qiannan was not surprised by this, nodding slightly. The Divine Realm is the place where all practitioners can become gods, also known as the Realm of the Gods. If I say practitioners can become gods, do you have any questions? Song Chen thought for 2 seconds and looked at Qin Qiannan. Does a practitioner who becomes a god still have a health bar? Qin Qiannan? Shin Qingning, I'm in a good mood, let's order more. Shin Qingning, I'm in a good mood, let's order more. A question almost burned Qin Qiannan out. Are we really on the same wavelength? Normally, shouldn't you be curious and ask me how to become a god? Noticing Qin Qiannan's confusion and lack of understanding, Song Chen smiled and explained, I just wanted to say, if gods had health bars, we could try to take them down in one hit. Qin Qiannan was momentarily speechless. First, listen to the mentor talk about the realm of gods, and then if you want to brainstorm, I'll join you. Shin Qingning quietly reminded from the side. Song Chen nodded in agreement. After giving Qin Qiannan a few seconds to gather herself, she had returned to normal. I'll give you an analogy that you can quickly understand. The blue star we are on and the realm of gods are actually similar to ordinary wild areas and high-level wild areas. Ordinary wild areas are accessible at level 0, while high-level wild areas require level 100 to enter. Similarly, the resources, treasures, items, and anything else in high-level wild areas are far better, stronger, and more mysterious than those in ordinary wild areas. Qin Xian Nan's analogy was easy to grasp. Song Chen and Shen Shengning immediately understood. The distinction was that simple, without much mystery. The question you just asked me, I can also answer. The name of the god achieved by a professional is referred to as a pseudo-god. Essentially, they are still professionals, with a profession panel, health points, and so on, just much stronger than ordinary professionals. Qin Xian Nan spoke eloquently, while Song Chen and Shen Shengning listened attentively, as the term realm of gods was a completely new territory for them. In the blink of an eye, the afternoon passed. After class, following Shen Shengning around Xinglong Courtyard, Song Chen was unsurprisingly pulled into the single villa number 2419. I'll call to order food, we'll eat at my place tonight. Are you going to take a shower first? As soon as Shen Shengning entered the room, she kicked off her shoes and dashed to the fridge in a pair of prison guard slippers, grabbing 2 bottles of orange juice. Song Chen, confused, took the orange juice. I'm here to eat, why would I take a shower? Shen Shengning shrugged, just asking. Something's off with you. Song Chen took a sip of orange juice, pondering, what do you want to do to me? Shut up! Shen Shengning angrily punched Song Chen. While Shen Shengning went to take a shower, Song Chen calmly drank the orange juice, quickly digesting and summarizing what Qin Xian Nan had talked about that afternoon. Under normal circumstances, you can enter the realm of gods after reaching level 80 in the third transition. At that time, you can go explore. A pseudo-god is essentially a high-level professional. They can still die, just much stronger than ordinary professionals. Reaching the pseudo-god level grants nearly 1,000 years of lifespan. What about true gods? Are there even higher levels? It wasn't until the food was delivered that Song Chen returned to normal and temporarily set aside these thoughts. The realm of gods was still too early for him. The urgent task was to level up. Only with a high enough level and strong enough power could he experience higher realms. Alright, let's eat. Song Chen quickly tidied up the dining table and called out to Shen Shengning. Shen Shengning sat down across from him, bringing a waft of fragrance. Her slightly damp hair, not fully dried, still carried the faint scent of shampoo, which was pleasant. Wearing a fluffy oversized pajama, Shen Shengning perfectly illustrated the saying the more you try to cover up, the more obvious it becomes, nothing can hide it. You're making it hard for me, Shen Shengning. Song Chen sighed. How can one eat like this? Forget eating, just looking is enough to fill me up. Shen Shengning glanced at Song Chen and calmly picked up some food. Didn't you ask me to treat you to dinner for a month? Are you not happy about it? Can I get extra? Song Chen pointed under the dining table. At first, Shen Shengning didn't react, then she looked down and saw her own 2 feet, immediately biting her silver teeth with a crunching sound. You're really twisted, Song Chen. Well, it's not impossible. Just wait until I'm in a good mood to consider giving you extra. What a surprising answer. It seemed like a promise, yet not entirely a promise. Song Chen found this meal tasteless. Mainly because his eyes were always filled with their own thoughts, locking onto various distractions, until he couldn't even remember what dishes he had eaten. His mind was filled with milky white snowflakes. After dinner, he returned to the single villa No. 2420. Song Chen browsed the academy forum for a while before going to sleep, tossing and turning, with some colorful images flying around in his mind. The next morning, glancing at the summer quilt that was almost poked through, Song Chen sighed, thinking that 18-year-olds are really doomed. The trajectory is a bit off to the left. Whose gun is this? How strange, we used to live under the same roof every day, and I never thought Shen Shengning could be this fierce. What's the principle behind this? In a sea of questions, Song Chen hung up his little pants. He didn't have breakfast with Shen Shengning. She had left early with Qin Xian Nan to explore the wilderness. At 8 o'clock, Song Chen met Zhang Haik at the training ground. Not bad, very motivated. Are you satisfied with the dormitory I arranged for you? Zhang Haik patted Song Chen's shoulder, looking proud. Those dogs in the academic affairs office actually told me the dormitory arrangement was unreasonable. Why is it unreasonable? Shouldn't boyfriends and girlfriends live together? That's very reasonable. Song Chen replied, Mentor, actually, Shen Shengning and I. Zhang Haik waved his hand grandly. I know your relationship, no problem. Just keep your mouth shut and move your legs. Song Chen was left speechless. Is this really the top mentor on the list of the 10 best mentors in the capital? Why does he sound more like a professional matchmaker? Today, I'll tell you about things you don't know, like the realm of the gods. Have you heard of it before? Looking at Jiang Hake's mysterious and profound expression, Songchen hesitated for a few seconds and decided to speak the truth. Mentor, I attended a class with Xin Qingning at Mentor Chin's yesterday and learned about the realm of the gods. Jiang Hake was stunned. Damn! I spent almost half the night figuring out how to explain the realm of the gods to you, and you tell me you've already learned it from another mentor? What's up with that beautiful woman Qin Shennan? Is she trying to steal my prized student? Jiang Hake looked at Song Chen with a resentful gaze, as if his wife had run off with the neighbor. Song Chen quickly spoke up, I personally think the realm of the gods is a bit too early for me, mentor. How about I level up first or hunt some monsters in the wilderness? That makes sense. Jiang Hake nodded. Jiang Hake wasn't good at theoretical knowledge, nor was he good at storytelling. His strength lay in combat. My main profession isn't a berserker, but once you understand one method, you can understand many. There are many techniques and means that are common to various professions that I can teach you, and I guarantee you'll master them. When the time comes, whether it's against others or in duels, it will be very helpful. When it came to combat, Jiang Hake immediately showed an extremely sharp side. Song Chen found it hard not to be impressed. For the entire morning, Jiang Hake shared his insights and combat experiences with Song Chen at the training ground. It could only be said that the gains were immense. Before Song Chen, it was unimaginable that even a basic skill like heavy slash could be executed in so many unexpected and unguarded ways, far more refined and effective than his previous methods. What back-facing heavy slash, what shadow step, what feigned attack into instant skills. Jiang Hake's combat experience was genuinely rich, with a set of insights applicable to both professionals and various monsters. By the way, mentor, I want to grind in a dungeon with a relatively high monster density and a larger map to level up and try out new skills. Do you have any suitable options? Upon hearing Song Chen's request, Jiang Hake pondered for a moment and nodded. There are a few suitable dungeons, around level 20 to 30, but those dungeons are a bit unstable and can easily spawn high-level monsters. Song Chen's eyes lit up immediately. High-level monsters are great. The higher the level, the richer the experience points. I guessed you wouldn't refuse. Jiang Hake chuckled, waving his hand. Let's go. I'll personally take you there and give you a special pass to grind. Blood Burst 23. 3 kilometers, killing hundreds. Blood Burst 23 kilometers, killing hundreds at the Qinglong Academy, Dungeon Square. This was a huge place resembling a stadium, with a circular management platform in the center, divided into various dungeon areas, each with different levels and types, numerous in quantity. Aside from a few staff members operating the dungeon monitors, 3 management mentors were seated inside, sipping tea. Yo, isn't this the Great Sword St. Jiang? What brings you to our dungeon square today? The one who greeted them was a man around 40, looking about the same age as Jiang Hake. Let me introduce you, Song Chen. This is one of the resident management mentors of the dungeon square, Wan Yunjian, a level 110 combat profession mechanical expert. This gentleman behind him is Zhang Mu, a level 98 support profession, a formation master. The one with glasses is Qian Lu, a level 102 combat profession gunner. Jiang Hake introduced them one by one, and Song Chen politely greeted them, knowing that Jiang Hake was creating future conveniences for him. You must be Song Chen, right? The young man looks quite good, has a bit of my youthful charm. Wan Yunjian greeted them with a smile as they took their seats. Song Chen merely smiled politely, saying nothing. I can't respond to that. Come on, you? When you were young, you weren't that impressive either. Jiang Hake scoffed, saying, Song Chen, you go ahead to the level 20 dungeon area, choose the Inferno difficulty Chaos Wasteland. Okay, mentor. Song Chen nodded and walked towards the level 20 dungeon area. This dungeon was one Jiang Hake had selected based on Song Chen's needs. The dungeon map was large, the monster levels were high, and it could even randomly spawn high-level monsters. Come on, Lao Wan, swipe my card to open the dungeon for Song Chen. Adjust Song Chen's permissions to grant him access to all dungeons in the square. Jiang Hake handed over his identity card. Wan Yunjian first swiped the card and then adjusted Song Chen's permissions before asking, what's the background of this kid? Worth you doing this? Just someone who suits my taste. Jiang Hake replied nonchalantly. The 2 mentors drinking tea exchanged glances and smiled without speaking. Who didn't know each other among the old buddies? Let's have a drink together tonight. I still have a few bottles of aged brew, it's really good. Jiang Hake took the initiative to invite, and none of the 3 around him refused. They were all familiar faces, of course, understanding his intentions. Song Chen is only level 13, and you want him to grind in the Inferno difficulty Chaos Wasteland? This dungeon starts at level 20, and the randomly spawned high-level monsters could even be over level 30. Is that really okay? Qian Lu had a question mark on his face. Who would treat their own students like this? This is simply throwing them into the stove to roast. It's just a high-level monster over level 30, no big deal. Jung Haek waved his hand calmly, not worried at all. This kid broke through the trial tower of the Outer Academy yesterday, didn't you know? Is that so? Jungmu was shocked. Yes, it is. Won Yunjin looked at Jungmu, puzzled. You didn't know? What were you busy with yesterday? Jungmu hesitated, thinking to himself that he was with his wife yesterday. If he broke through the trial tower of the Outer Academy, that means, Old Jiang, your level 50 avatar was also taken down by this kid Songchen? Qianlu brought up a sensitive topic for Jung Haek. Once this was mentioned, Jung Haek knew he couldn't avoid it and nodded calmly. Yes, this kid took down my level 50 avatar in just 2 seconds. What? Qianlu was stunned. All three of them were caught off guard. A level 30 professional, in the eyes of these high-level big shots, was just a newbie. A newbie could take down Jung Haek's level 50 avatar in 2 seconds? What level was Jung Haek? That was no trash monster like a goblin. Meanwhile, Songchen had already entered the teleportation portal and was instantly transported into the dungeon, the Inferno difficulty Chaos Wasteland. This dungeon map is really not small, it stretches endlessly. Chaos Wasteland, a level 20 dungeon, will randomly spawn higher level monsters. Only after defeating a sufficient number of monsters will the final trigger occur. Before entering this dungeon, Songchen didn't have time to strategize. He just quickly glanced at the relevant introduction of this dungeon and noted the final trigger mechanism. Glancing at his profession panel, Songchen allocated all 15 of his free attribute points to strength. He mindlessly poured everything into strength. The focus was on high damage. Name, Songchen, profession, Berserker, level, health, 2,336,220, mana, 1,200, strength, weapon, equipment, title, agility, equipment, title, spirit, weapon, equipment, title, constitution, weapon, equipment, skill, title, free attribute points, 0, skills, exclusive skill blood fury, blade blood feather, absolute defense, blood chi eruption, bloodthirsty slide slash, heavy slash, mountain crushing strike, steel muscles, appraisal technique, he had 2 skills he was ready to test, one was blood chi eruption and the other was bloodthirsty slide slash. He had just learned these 2 skills yesterday and hadn't had the chance to test them. Today was just the right time to try. Using up 2,330,000 health points at once. Let me calculate. Songchen quickly did the math. The strength of the blood chi eruption skill was proportional to health points. The more health points consumed, the larger the range and the higher the damage. However, this skill was only level 1, so the damage wouldn't be too terrifying. Waiting for the preparation time to end, Songchen had already changed his equipment and stepped onto the endless wasteland. The scene he had imagined of being besieged by a large number of monsters upon entering the dungeon did not occur. All he could see were a few wolf-shaped monsters wandering around. Blood Fury. Starting with the Blood Fury exclusive skill had already become Songchen's combat habit. Blood Chi Eruption. In the blink of an eye, Songchen's health dropped to over 6,000, with a damage reduction of over 99, consuming 2,330,000 health points. Dense blood energy centered around Songchen, instantly covering a diameter of 23,300 meters. Within the entire circular area of 23 kilometers in diameter, everything was engulfed in scorching blood energy. The hot blood energy surged like a volcanic eruption, reaching a height of 23 kilometers. Truly reminiscent of the feeling of the Rui Jingu bang piercing the heavens. What the hell? Songchen was completely stunned. Everywhere he looked, there was nothing but the surging hot blood energy, with no end in sight. The damage was slightly lower, only 23,300 points. The actual damage was over 20,000 points, it was impossible to hit the maximum. Successfully killed a level 20 monster, Wasteland Demon Wolf, gained 33,210 experience points. Successfully killed a level 23 monster, Sulfuric Acid Flying Eagle, gained 25,144 experience points. Successfully killed. In an instant, countless kill notifications rang in his ears, and Songchen couldn't even keep count. 2 golden lights of level up flashed by, and with just this one skill, Songchen effortlessly leveled up twice, instantly restoring his health and mana to full. What is efficiency? In this wave, I took down about 100 monsters. If you calculate it, the larger the dungeon map, the more monsters there actually are. While tower-type dungeons are certainly fun to grind, the number of monsters is relatively lower, and the experience points are also somewhat less. This was a very clear comparison. Previously, Songchen didn't like grinding in larger dungeons because he found the map running tedious, but now it was different. Ant pincers are ant pincers. Crab babies are crab babies. After leveling up twice, both Blood Energy Eruption and Bloodthirsty Slide Slash also increased by 2 levels each, transforming into Blood Energy Eruption, centered on oneself, consumes health to release surging hot blood energy, dealing, consumed health skill level, points of damage to targets within a diameter, consumed health meters, and height, consumed health meters. Cooldown, 10, mana cost, 30. This skill levels up synchronously with the player's level. Bloodthirsty Slide Slash, quickly slash with a weapon and use inertia to slide. Slash damage, current strength skill level. Number of slashes, 3 times. Single slide distance, 1 meter, skill level meters, or, consumed health meters. Cooldown, 1, mana cost, 30. This skill levels up synchronously with the player's level. Blood Energy Eruption hasn't changed much, the cooldown has been reduced by 5 seconds. Now, 1 eruption deals about 69,900 points of damage, not bad. Has the number of slashes for Bloodthirsty Slide Slash increased to 3? Songchen looked at the inventor's greatsword in his hand, pondering, I could try a 3-hit slide slash. I wonder if I can achieve the Ma family triangle kill. 1 slide slash, 2,330 meters, accidentally killing the final boss. 1 slide slash, 2,330 meters, accidentally killing the final, what the hell? What's going on with the Chaos Wasteland dungeon? Over 100 level 20 monsters were instantly killed? We're about to trigger aggro. The staff responsible for monitoring the dungeon suddenly exclaimed, their faces filled with confusion. Monitoring the dungeon wasn't particularly difficult. It was essentially about statistics and data collection, serving as a comprehensive assessment of the student's abilities. Instantly killing over 100 monsters? Can you see what skill Songchen used? Zhang Heike immediately became interested. The staff member beside him shook his head, helplessly shrugging. We can only monitor the number of monsters in the dungeon, the time taken to clear the dungeon, roughly estimate the damage, etc. It's not as precise as monitoring, Instructor Jiang. Then what was Song Chen's damage per second just now? Zhang Heike changed the question. About 20,000 points of damage. The staff pulled out a piece of data and analyzed. The actual damage needs to account for the monster's defense, resistance, and various other factors, so we can only provide an approximate damage per second figure, around 20,000. It seemed like they had said everything, yet it also felt like they had said nothing. As if to say, has it been a minute since Song Chen entered the dungeon? He has killed over 100 monsters. Lao Jiang, your precious student is quite impressive. Wan Yunjian, nearby, was very interested, holding his teacup and clicking his tongue in amazement. Are you interested in having the 3 of us help you train him? Does a berserker need teammates? Zhang Heike suddenly asked. This question set the 3 of them into high-speed operation. Does a berserker need teammates? If he can overcome the flaw of losing control during slaughter, then a berserker paired with suitable support teammates would be unstoppable, but unfortunately, it's nearly impossible. Without this flaw, a berserker could be a top-tier profession. Qian Lu sighed, expressing regret. Zhang Mu, beside him, nodded in agreement and added, historically, far too many teammates have died at the hands of berserkers. This profession is forever a lone wolf series. The 2 lamented this greatly. Zhang Heike took a sip of tea, then released a bombshell news. I used my authority to investigate Song Chen's data last night. He took down 14 professionals in Jiangyun City a couple of days ago. Their levels were around level 14 or so. Did he get ambushed while grabbing equipment? The 3 mentors were not very surprised. This was a world where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. In high-level wild areas in various secret realms, treasure hunting, vendettas, and ambushes were common occurrences. No one was exempt. Pretty much, at that time Songchen was only level 9. Think about it, a level 9 Songchen took down 14 professionals who were 5 or 6 levels higher, even over 10 levels higher. The key point is, Songchen seems to be immune to the berserker's inherent flaw. He does not lose his rationality. A few words were spoken. Wan Yunjian, Zhang Mu, and Qian Lu were now completely stunned. The amount of information was overwhelming, and they were struggling to process it. Wait, hold on. This guy Zhang Heike seems to be showing off? Wan Yunjian was the first to react, cursing, you don't want the 3 of us to help train Songchen, do you? Just say it directly. Are we brothers or not? Zhang Heike smiled. Aside from me, the things you can teach him are extremely limited. Qian Lu, speak plainly. Zhang Heike coughed lightly. To put it simply, the 3 of you training Songchen would be utterly useless. How to make 3 men rush to my aid with a single sentence? Seeing the unfriendly looks in their eyes, Zhang Heike spread his hands. In fact, aside from our type of melee profession's combat experience and skills, I have nothing else to teach him. At this, Wan Yunjian, Zhang Mu, and Qian Lu felt a bit better. Zhang Heike was actually holding back. He thought to himself, this kid's basic skills deal over 1,000,000 points of damage, I'm worried sick. What else can I teach him? Damn! The Chaos Wasteland has been triggered. The staff member in charge of monitoring the dungeon suddenly let out a strange shout. Jung Haek was puzzled. Triggered is triggered. What's wrong with you? You're not being steady at all. Staff, in 3 minutes, the Inferno difficulty of the Chaos Wasteland will be triggered. All mentors, Song Chen has once again refreshed the historical record of the Capital Academy. Wait, why did I say again? He broke the record again? Jung Haek's expression brightened. Making an exception to recruit Song Chen into the Qinglong Academy had put Jung Haek under considerable pressure. The more outstanding Song Chen's performance, the more it proved Jung Haek's unique insight. So, what pressure would follow? What would come next would be a significant tilt of resources. Goodness, this kid Song Chen is ruthless. In just 2 days, he broke 2 school history records. That old rascal the principal probably wakes up laughing in his sleep. Wan Yunjian clicked his tongue in amazement and turned to Jung Haek. Your speed is impressive. If you had waited any longer, Song Chen would have been snatched up by the mentors of the Qinglong Academy. Jung Haek's face was filled with pride. I am known for my speed at Qinglong Academy. Just a few seconds earlier, Song Chen had just gambled all 10 of his free attribute points from leveling up twice into strength when he turned around to see a group of blood-red-eyed ironhead rhinos charging at him. A group of about a dozen ironhead rhinos had clearly locked onto Song Chen as their target. Is it because of that previous blood chi explosion that I damaged this group of ironhead rhinos but didn't kill them, causing them to lock onto me in hatred? Song Chen suddenly realized. Ironhead rhinos have thick blood, right? Blood chi explosion. After leveling up and restoring his health and mana, Song Chen unleashed his second blood chi explosion right where he stood. Perfect replication. Consuming 2,330,000 health points, the blood chi explosion covered a circular area with a diameter of 23 kilometers. Along with another crescent moon strike, successfully killed a level 25 monster, Ironhead Rhino, gained 22,745 experience points. Boom! At the same time he wiped out a group of severely injured Ironhead Rhinos. Song Chen keenly sensed the ground beginning to tremble. A crack suddenly opened in the ground about 10 meters away, revealing a pair of black giant pincers. A scorpion-like monster, roughly the size of a car, leaped onto the ground. He raised his hand to use identification, but the skill was ineffective. I'm level 15 now, and the identification skill is ineffective. This scorpion monster must be at least level 25 or higher, that's confirmed. No need to hesitate, killing it will reveal the information. Just in time to test it. Bloodthirsty slide slash. Song Chen was in need of a test subject, so he immediately swung the inventor's greatsword and unleashed his first slide slash. As soon as he raised the sword, a massive inertia was generated. While swinging the sword, the inertia propelled Song Chen's body, instantly moving him forward 2,330 meters. What just zipped past? Is it really this exhilarating? It's like a wonderful experience of long-distance teleportation. Song Chen then used the second slide slash, moving forward again, but this time he veered slightly off course. This time, his long-distance displacement of 2,330 meters unexpectedly collided with the target. The slide slash ended, the displacement ended, and the greatsword in Song Chen's hand completed its final slashing pose, the blade just landing on the target. Immediately, a large damage number popped up, 422,046. Successfully killed level 35, aka Scorpion King, gained 102,011 experience points. Gained material, Scorpion King's Venom Stinger. Shinshingning, Songchen can really motivate me. Shinshingning, Songchen can really motivate me. Congratulations on clearing the Hell level dungeon. Chaotic Wasteland, gained a level 25 Hell treasure chest. Gained title, Rapid Pursuit. Current clearing time, 3 minutes 12 seconds. You have refreshed this dungeon, single player Hell difficulty clearing time, rated as, gained experience points, 7 colored diamond rock, breath of hell. The moment the rewards were distributed, Songchen successfully leveled up to 16. I really didn't mean to, buddy. I just wanted to test the skill. Looking at the aka Scorpion King he accidentally killed with his slide slash, Songchen sighed and tearfully accepted the large amount of experience points. It was purely because he wasn't paying attention to the direction while using the slide slash. He crashed right into it. Who can he blame? Blame that it couldn't move, lying there like a fool, just waiting to be smashed. Am I supposed to be blamed? Songchen confidently held up the greatsword, feeling no guilt at all. He was still immersed in the wonderful experience of executing the bloodthirsty slide slash, unable to extricate himself. After trying it a dozen more times, he gradually grasped some ideas and became increasingly proficient. The distance of the slide slash can be controlled, but it's a bit challenging. It requires my subjective control and distance judgment. This skill really relies on proficiency. With over a dozen experiences of the bloodthirsty slide slash, Song Chen had begun to find some insights. It was only Song Chen who faced such a dilemma. If someone else were to use the bloodthirsty slide slash, the shortest slide distance would be 1 meter, and the farthest would only be a dozen or several dozen meters at most. Who could casually execute a slide slash that flings them over 2 kilometers? The distance can be controlled, and it seems that the direction change during the slide slash can also be fine-tuned. Based on the experience taught by my mentor, it's theoretically feasible. Changing direction mid-slide, a 2-stage slide slash, while increasing distance, I can also catch them off guard. With this slide slash, over 400,000 points of damage, not to mention opponents of the same level, I could take out someone 10 levels higher with a single strike. Song Chen was very confident in his explosive damage. While he hadn't been forcibly ejected from the dungeon yet, he took a glance at the title he had just obtained and opened the level 25 Hell level treasure chest. Title name, Swift Pursuit, title quality, Silver, title attributes, 1. Agility, 2. When releasing a skill, there is a 1% chance to reduce the cooldown of other skills by 1 second. This title seems pretty good? It's a title bonus specifically for farming, very suitable for those professions that rely on skills, like various ranged mages. This title was somewhat optional for Song Chen. However, having it was better than not having it. A little boost was still appreciated. Level 25 Hell treasure chest opened successfully, congratulations. You have obtained, Silver tier level 25 Scorpion King Tang Dao. First transition skill stone, material, Fragment of Hell's Claw. I got another skill stone, what a profit. Song Chen could overlook the other rewards. The only ones he truly valued were skill stones and skill books. He welcomed them all. Getting them was like cashing in, a guaranteed profit. After a moment's hesitation, Song Chen temporarily put away the skill stone, planning to check the trading market after returning, or ask Zhang Haik if he had any channels to acquire more skill stones. Who would complain about having too many skill stones? Equipment name, Scorpion King Tang Dao. Equipment quality, Silver tier level 25, requires 250 strength or level 25. Equipment attributes, 1. Strength, agility, 2. When initiating any attack, there is a 1% chance to apply a poison effect to the target, losing health per second, lasting for 5 seconds. After reviewing the attributes of the Scorpion King Tang Dao, Song Chen found it quite good, especially since he liked both the strength and agility attributes, much better than the Inventor's Greatsword he had. The Inventor's Greatsword had a useless mental attribute, which Song Chen had long wanted to replace. A 1% chance to apply poison is best for professions with maximum attack frequency. I can use it well, if paired with a bleeding skill. Wow. Bleeding and poisoning primarily target real damage to health. Allocating free attributes to strength, Song Chen's strength attribute just met the requirements for equipping the Scorpion King Tang Dao. After replacing the Inventor's Greatsword, Song Chen's strength attribute alone had already surpassed 300 points. In the remaining few minutes, Song Chen didn't waste any time. However, this time he didn't consume health points, just continuously released and operated the bloodthirsty slide slash, striving to master it in the shortest time possible. Dungeon Square, Management Desk. This is ridiculous, Lao Jiang. That kid Song Chen definitely has some secrets up his sleeve. He cleared the level 20 Hell level dungeon, Chaotic Wasteland, in 3 minutes and 12 seconds. He directly set the fastest record since the school was established. Wan Yunjian was now both astonished and envious. Astonished by how outrageous Song Chen was, and envious of Zhang Haik's good fortune in encountering such a prodigy. This is just the beginning. The real impressive stuff is still to come. Zhang Haik calmly waved his hand, unable to hide the smile on his face. The speed at which news spread was unimaginable. Just as Song Chen had refreshed the record for the Hell-level Chaotic Wasteland dungeon, someone immediately posted his time of 3 minutes and 12 seconds on the Academy forum. Come on, man, don't be ridiculous. You just enrolled yesterday, and you've already set 2 school records in 2 days. Is that reasonable? Who's the second on the leaderboard? Who is Tang Xiling's friend? Just looking at the name, you can tell it's a beautiful girl. Wow, her record time is 7 minutes and 30 seconds? That's also insane. You guys don't know Tang Xiling? The 3-no girl from the Qinglong Academy, the recognized top beauty of the academy before Shin Qingning arrived. Student Council President Xia Jiangnan. Dude upstairs, you're ruthless. Killing and striking at the heart. Don't you know President Xia has been in a coma since yesterday and hasn't woken up yet? Is that so? Bro, spill the details. On the Academy forum of the Jing Capital Academy, the name Song Chen appeared once again in everyone's sight, climbing back up the trending list. Currently, the top 3 trending posts were all related to Song Chen. In a high-level wild area of the Jing capital, Shin Qingning took out her phone during a break preparing to send a message to Song Chen to assert her presence, only to see several group chats with a 99 notification. Keywords, Song Chen, school record, Tang Xiling. Did he break another new record? Another school record? This guy Song Chen really is. Wait, why is it related to Tang Xiling? Shin Qingning immediately became highly alert, her beautiful eyes turning cold as she began to search through records and forums for clues. Sitting across from her, Qin Xiannan was puzzled, thinking that she hadn't seen Shin Qingning this serious while grinding monsters just a moment ago. Then it dawned on her. Women only focus intensely on a few things, like checking their boyfriend's or husband's phone, being wary of rivals, or putting on makeup, commonly known as battle mode. You scared me. I thought they had some story going on, but it turns out he just broke Tang Xiling's dungeon record. No. Considering Tang Xiling's temperament, although the senior is not very old, her competitive spirit is extremely strong. It's hard to say she won't proactively challenge Song Chen to some kind of bet, which isn't good. After a moment of thought, Shin Qingning flipped through the forum again and finally looked at Qin Xiannan. Mentor, do you know what level Tang Xiling is at now? About a week ago, she was around level 50, Qin Xiannan replied succinctly, adding, she is currently undergoing her second job transfer quest, and we don't know the outcome yet. Let's get started, mentor. Which dungeon should we tackle next? Suddenly, Shin Qingning seemed to be energized, her spirit fully revived, completely shedding her previous laziness. Qin Xiannan rested her chin on her hand, looking at Shin Qingning with a teasing smile. The only one who can motivate you like this must be a rival, right? Shin Qingning thought for a moment and shook her head. Song Chen can also motivate me. Qin Xiannan? Song Chen limited edition mud truck, launching in the Akina Mountain dungeon. For a moment, Qin Xiannan felt as if something had rushed past her face at lightning speed. But there was no evidence. Forget it, as long as you're motivated, just remember to balance work and rest. Qin Xiannan estimated and said, there happens to be a hidden dungeon in this wild area. I'll call to get you a ticket. How about you solo it? No problem. Shin Qingning nodded enthusiastically. Estimating her experience points, Shin Qingning felt that if she cleared another dungeon, she would surely level up to 20, after which she could take on her first job transfer quest. For someone of Shin Qingning's caliber, the Qinglong Academy was truly willing to invest resources in her. Qin Xiannan, as Shin Qingning's mentor, held a wealth of various resources and connections, all of which would open doors for Shin Qingning and support her rapid growth. This is the advantage of prestigious educational institutions. Of course, not everyone can enjoy such a tilt in resources, because not everyone is a top-tier professional, and not everyone has the potential to become one of the future 18 kings. Mentor, isn't that enough? Since you arrived, your smirk has been hard to suppress. Don't you need to maintain your mentor's image? Song Chen lowered his voice to remind her. Jiang Heike was taken aback. Is that so? I didn't mean to, I just remembered something happy. Song Chen fell silent. The three management mentors nearby, Wan Yunjian, Zhang Mu, and Qian Lu, had long since lost interest in Jiang Heike. He was too full of himself. Damn, is it really impressive to have a prodigy of a student? Xiao Song, are you interested in clearing another record? There's a hell-level difficulty dungeon here. It's a hidden dungeon. Wan Yunjian's voice was full of temptation. Song Chen was stunned. Hidden dungeon? Aren't hidden dungeons only supposed to appear in outdoor leveling areas? This truly surprised Song Chen. Hidden dungeons could only appear in outdoor leveling areas. This was common knowledge taught in high school. Under normal circumstances, hidden dungeons do only appear in outdoor leveling areas, but this is Qinglong Academy, so anything is possible. Wan Yunjian's tone was confident, stemming from the academy's profound background. Beside them, mentor Qian Lu smiled and explained, it's actually a kind of spatial cutting ability, sealing and segmenting the refresh area of the hidden dungeon, then transferring it here. Song Chen suddenly understood. It sounded simple, but actually doing it would require a significant amount of high-level items, not to mention needing the assistance of spatial-type professionals, which was another resource, and this was essentially a form of resource occupation. Let's open the dungeon, Mentor 1. I love clearing hidden dungeons. Song Chen had no intention of refusing. Wan Yunjian smiled, handed a tablet to Song Chen. Take a look at the basic information of this hidden dungeon first. Song Chen took it and glanced, his eyes lighting up. Is it a challenge-type dungeon? Upon hearing the words challenge-type dungeon, Jiang Heike raised an eyebrow and turned to take a look. Sure enough, it's this dungeon, the Despair Dungeon. This dungeon is similar to the Chaotic Wasteland from earlier. You can enter at level 10, but the difficulty fluctuates greatly, with monsters at level 20, 30, or even higher, making it very suitable for you. Yes, mentor, it's very suitable for me, Song Chen nodded. He was currently level 16. Under normal circumstances, a level 16 professional would only challenge a level 20 dungeon at most. Fighting monsters 4 levels higher was already somewhat difficult. But for Song Chen, I can take down a level 50 mentor's avatar in 2 seconds. Are level 20 or 30 monsters really a threat? Alright, I'll reserve the last chance for you to enter this hidden dungeon. Xiaosong, take a break and carefully review the strategy before. Wang Yunjian had just turned to operate something, and when he looked back, Song Chen was already at the teleportation portal. This kid is so impatient? Is he really going to a dungeon he hasn't cleared without even looking at the strategy first? This left Wang Yunjian utterly baffled. Is he really this reckless? Zhang Haike was not too surprised, shrugging his shoulders. Killing monsters at level 10 is a piece of cake for Song Chen. Don't forget he has a track record. No, he has already proven himself. Are you referring to how you got killed in 2 seconds by your level 50 clone? Wang Yunjian huffed, not in the best of moods. Still bringing up the clone matter. Zhang Haike had already let it go. It didn't matter, after all, it was my student who killed my clone, which only proves my keen eye for talent. The portal to the hidden dungeon had already opened. According to Wang Yunjian, the Despair Dungeon, this hidden instance, had only 1 entry slot left. If they wanted to run it again, they would have to wait a week. Precious and rare hidden dungeons often represented better rewards and greater challenges. Song Chen didn't think much and stepped into the portal. The next moment, he found himself in a dark and damp dungeon. Hell-level Despair Dungeon. It's my first time tackling a challenge-type dungeon, let's give it a try. The dungeon mechanics are not hard to understand. You have to kill all the monsters on this level to enter the next, but there's a time limit. Song Chen glanced at the barrier's light screen, which displayed a clearly visible number, 00:60. 60 minutes limit. This meant that within these 60 minutes, how many monsters he could kill and how many levels he could descend depended entirely on his ability. What a fantastic terrain. Just right for practicing my bloodthirsty positioning. I wonder if a single mountain collapse or bloodburst can cover the entire level. The barrier's light screen disappeared. The minute countdown began. Blood Frenzy. As usual, he activated Blood Frenzy first. He didn't necessarily have to actively consume health points for a power boost, but he had to activate it. He saw a group of skeleton soldiers emerge from the dungeon's iron gate. Song Chen couldn't be bothered to use identification skills. Gripping his Scorpion King Tangdao tightly, he initiated with a blood burst. Health points. The damage range expanded to a circle with a diameter of 23 kilometers, with a damage per second reaching 93,200 points. The scorching blood energy instantly enveloped him, and Song Chen realized one of the downsides of this skill. It somewhat obstructed his view. But it didn't matter. With over 90,000 points of damage dealt, they wouldn't survive. Successfully killed a level 15 monster, Skeleton Warrior, gained 8,974 experience points. A group of skeleton soldiers was completely wiped out by the bloodburst, not even leaving a bone fragment behind. Test concluded. Song Chen frowned slightly. Is it due to the dungeon's terrain? The range is large, but the damage didn't cover? The bloodburst didn't achieve the effect he had imagined, which didn't surprise Song Chen too much. He had been reluctant to run similar dungeons before for similar reasons. The terrain was too complex, with too many obstacles, making area damage skills hard to work effectively. But just right, time to practice my displacement. Song Chen raised the Scorpion King Tangdao and initiated a bloodthirsty slash, instantly executing a forward slash. The Scorpion King Tangdao sliced through, and the powerful inertia propelled Song Chen forward. After leveling up, the number of slashes in bloodthirsty slash increased to 4, allowing for 4 consecutive slashes. If interrupted, it would enter cooldown. After the first slash ended, Song Chen's handsome face was just about 5 centimeters away from the dungeon wall covered in black-gray moss, a thrillingly close call. Again! The second bloodthirsty slash, the slash moved forward, instantly displacing him 20 meters. To Song Chen, this felt like a normal forward slashing motion, but it was slowed down dozens of times. In reality, it was completed in an instant. This meant that during this moment of slashing, Song Chen needed to calculate the distance, control the direction and angle, requiring a high level of precision. What did I just shatter? After the second bloodthirsty slash ended, Song Chen was momentarily stunned. Just now, it seemed like he shattered something during the slashing displacement. A crisp cut went through, leaving it in tatters. Successfully killed a level 15 monster, Skeleton Orc Warrior, gained 1,012 experience points. Did I just transform into a dump truck? Song Chen's eyes lit up as he discovered the door to a new world. The dungeon before him was a dangerous and complex racetrack, and he was that dump truck, sliding forward with slashes, not only fast but also dealing incredibly high damage. Which dump truck can deal 562,800 points of damage in one hit? Over 560,000 damage, who wouldn't die from that? With damage like this, Songchen didn't have to worry about missing any monsters. He only needed to consider how to drift around corners, make 90-degree turns, and other techniques. No more pretending, I'm laying it all out. Song Dump Truck is here, officially starting the challenge of the Akina Mountain Dungeon. Xia Jiangnan fainted twice in a row. Song Chen's nuclear bomb dump truck, 2.7 billion damage per second. Xia Jiangnan fainted twice in a row. Song Chen's nuclear bomb dump truck, 2.7 billion damage per second. Young master, you're awake? The young master is awake. Quickly call the doctor in, hurry and check the young master's health again. As soon as Xia Jiangnan opened his eyes, he heard the butler beside him exclaim in surprise. Then several people quickly pushed the door open and entered the bedroom. Xiaonan, how do you feel? The middle-aged man at the forefront quickly approached. His slightly graying temples could not hide the imposing aura he carried, clearly a result of long-term high status. The current head of the Xia family, Xia Changhe, Xia Jiangnan's father. Where's my phone? Bring it to me. Xia Jiangnan didn't want to pay attention to anyone, he only wanted to do one thing. Taking the phone the butler brought, Xia Jiangnan immediately logged into the Beijing Academy forum and quickly scanned the top 3 trending topics. Shocking! Freshman Song Chen is actually a scumbag. Long-standing campus beauty Tang Xiling and newly crowned campus beauty Shen Xingning, both vying for one man? In just 2 days of enrollment, breaking 2 school history records, Song Chen's record-breaking real-time post. Special enrollment for a second time? Song Chen enters the Qinglong Academy, likely to become this year's biggest dark horse freshman. The top 3 trending topics on the forum were all related to Song Chen. It was hard not to notice. What? Song Chen was specially recruited into Qinglong Academy? Why is this happening? Hell-level dungeon chaos wasteland. Song Chen created an unprecedented 3 minutes and 12 seconds? Xia Jiangnan only looked at the last 2 posts. He didn't have the courage to click on the first one, or rather, he hadn't had the chance to look, and once again, everything went dark before his eyes, plunging him back into unconsciousness. This caused the nearby servants and doctors to panic, quickly checking Xia Jiangnan's condition. Not far away, Xia Changhe's face had turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, a surge of anger almost bursting out of his chest. After thinking for a few seconds, Xia Changhe left the bedroom and pulled out his phone to make a call. Changshan, it's me. Yes, it's about Xiaonan. He just woke up, but now he's fainted again due to the shock from Song Chen. Xia Changhe took several deep breaths to barely maintain his composure. Is there any way to erase this Song Chen? I won't allow anyone to become Xiaonan's inner demon. The person on the other end of the line was none other than Xia Changshan, the second in command of the Xia family, Xia Jiangnan's uncle, and also one of the board members of the Beijing Academy. Song Chen is currently protected by Jiang Haike, so some methods aren't very effective. However, this time, it just so happens that we can transfer Xiaonan to Qinglong Academy. There's a major secret realm opening in a week, and in that secret realm, no one can protect Song Chen. Brother, do you understand what I mean? Xia Changshan's voice was calm and steady, as if he was confident of victory. Xia Changhe seriously considered the feasibility and responded, alright, let's use your method, I'll leave Xiaonan's matter to you. Xia Changshan, okay, brother. The call ended. Yet both brothers on either end of the line fell into deep thought, quickly weighing the pros and cons, calculating gains and losses. Ha ha ha, I did it. Sliding slash through the turn, 90-degree drift. Ha ha ha, I did it. So during the sliding process of the sound wave, achieving high difficulty maneuvers during the sliding slash has been validated. Song Chen held the Scorpion King Tang Dao, glancing at the dungeon passage behind him. Inside, it was filled with piles of shattered bones. He had already reached the 5th level of the Despair Dungeon instance, taking just a little over 7 minutes. Most of the time wasted was in the first 3 levels, which took over 4 minutes. By the time he tackled the last 2 levels, Song Chen had become quite adept at using the bloodthirsty sliding slash skill. It took about a minute and a half to clear each level, as if he were playing a racing game. What's fast in a straight line? It's the turns that are truly fast. The key is that the bloodthirsty sliding slash skill has really high damage. Whether it's level 15 or over level 20 monsters, whether it's the fragile undead mage or the thicker-skinned orc skeleton warrior, as long as they are in the path of Song Chen's sliding slash, they will definitely be shredded. Did you really think this mud truck of mine was just for fun? One sliding slash can deal up to 562,800 points of damage. At least so far, there hasn't been a monster that Song Chen couldn't kill with a single sliding slash, annihilating everything in his path. With a whoosh, he entered the 6th level of the Despair Dungeon. Song Chen, holding the Scorpion King Tang Dao, initiated with a bloodthirsty sliding slash, his figure resembling a cold, electric snake, slicing forward over 20 meters in an instant. Crack 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 crack. On the path of the sliding slash, a group of skeleton spearmen, just getting up from the ground, fell back asleep as soon as they woke. TSK, young skeleton soldiers are great, they just fall asleep right away. Song Chen was very pleased with his operation. Successfully killed a level 20 monster, skeleton spearman, gained 8,452 experience points. A flash of golden light indicated a level up. Song Chen rose to level 17. The 5 free attribute points he just received were all gambled on agility. This was the experience he gained from practical combat. After clearing the 5 levels of the Despair Dungeon, Song Chen realized that to better master the bloodthirsty sliding slash, adding more points to agility would significantly enhance his performance. It would make it easier for him to make slight directional adjustments, change angles, and achieve smoother drifting and sliding slashes through turns. The focus was on looking cool. Looking cool is a lifelong endeavor. If I activate Blade Bloodfeather, can I use the high-speed displacement of Bloodthirsty Sliding Slash to execute a close-range ultimate move? It seems feasible. Song Chen conceived a bold idea. The Blade Bloodfeather skill was one that Song Chen had no plans to invest skill stones in for now. He did have a skill stone in hand, but wouldn't it be better to use it to upgrade that absolute defense skill by 1 level? Blood Frenzy. Blade Bloodfeather. Just as Song Chen restored his full health, he instantly lost 2,330,000 points, focusing on sacrificing health. Health points. Number of Blade Blood Feathers. Single Blade Blood Feather damage, 116,500 points. Holy crap, am I a human nuclear bomb? Self-destructing mud truck? I call myself the magnetic pump. Song Chen didn't know how to describe himself anymore. 23,300 Blade Blood Feathers, each dealing 116,500 points of damage. If all hit, that's 2 points of damage. An ultimate burst of 7 billion damage. Countless Blade Blood Feathers, totaling 23,300, surrounded Song Chen, making him look like a red hedgehog in a defensive stance. Let's give it a try. If this set of martial soul fusion technique, no, nuclear bomb fusion technique proves effective, then this will be a killer move. With over 7 billion damage erupting, I wonder if it can kill a level 120 player who has transcended 4 times. Song Chen didn't ponder deeply. He didn't have much time left, mainly because the skill Blade Blood Feather only lasted 10 seconds. If Song Chen didn't release these Blade Blood Feathers within 10 seconds, they would automatically dissipate, which would be a waste. He initiated Sliding Slash. Song Chen's figure traced a shape, perfectly drifting into the second dungeon passage. What came into view were 2 black bull-headed beasts, their bodies shimmering with black energy, muscles bulging, standing at 2 meters and 80 centimeters tall. I will strike with the form of a nuclear bomb tortoise, eat my road roller. The 3-no girl Tang Ziling, the incoming junior doesn't understand the rules, wants to cut. The 3-no girl Tang Ziling, the incoming junior doesn't understand the rules, wants to cut the 2 black bull-headed beasts, which were clearly different from ordinary monsters. They looked very much like elite monsters. After a sliding slash and a tail whip around the corner, Song Chen had no intention of stopping. Second stage Bloodthirsty Sliding Slash, activate. The Blade Blood Feathers gathered around Song Chen, forming a blood-red hedgehog. The sound of the sliding slash whistled past. Considering the need to test the effect of this fusion skill, Song Chen was very precise in controlling the distance, just right to pass through the gap between the 2 bull-headed beasts, ensuring that he wouldn't kill them with a single sliding slash. Bang! Bang! Just as Song Chen slid and moved through the 2 bull-headed beasts, 2 clouds of blood mist suddenly exploded, truly leaving no bones behind. 2 massive damage numbers suddenly popped up. Successfully killed level 25 elite monster, Amino's bull monster, gained 24,574 experience points. What the hell? One dealing over 54 million damage per second, and another over 170 million, good lord, this move is effective. After a quick review of a few seconds, Song Chen felt that his operation just now was completely fine, confirming his previous speculation. Mainly, the over 23,000 Blade Blood Feathers were simply too dense. Song Chen didn't even need to actively control them, he could just face them head-on and shred the monsters. Of course, he couldn't control them all. With over 20,000 Blade Blood Feathers, even a high mental attribute mage would find it hard to control them all. It was better to be simple and brutal. Is my nuclear bomb flying slowly? No problem. A sliding slash from me covers 2 kilometers, casually speeding up to face them. I still need to deepen my research slowly. Once I'm fully proficient, this dump truck of mine, TSK, what's in front isn't just a traverser's front but a nuclear bomb dealing 27 billion damage per second. Song Chen was very satisfied with the experimental results. He still needed some more proficiency, but that was fine, he had plenty of time to practice slowly. After dealing with the 2 Aminos elite monsters, Song Chen initiated another bloodthirsty sliding slash, his figure emphasizing a graceful and explosive damage. In the Despair Dungeon's 6th layer, within 63 seconds, Song Chen used drifting, cornering, linear acceleration, arc sliding slashes, and other techniques to kill all the monsters and entered the next layer. Immediately after 7th layer, 61 seconds for a speedrun, Song Chen successfully executed the Moz triangle kill, almost simultaneously killing 3 waves of monsters with 3 sliding slashes. 8th layer, 60 seconds speedrun. 9th layer, 55 seconds speedrun. 10th layer, taking a full 2 minutes, mainly because the entire 10th layer was filled with elite monsters, and a few elite monsters were hidden in corners, which made Song Chen quite annoyed, so he sent them a mountain-crushing strike. 15th layer, 20th layer. Level up to level 18. 21st layer. The monsters in the Despair Dungeon were dumbfounded, almost all being killed in a single encounter. How the hell are we supposed to play like this? Even the War God has time to jump. They were fine, just showing their heads before being instantly killed, then they turned over and slept soundly. The monsters exclaimed, "This is no joke. A dump truck just entered the Despair Dungeon. Speed unknown, damage unknown, and it's blasting through." The monsters in the Despair Dungeon were quickly going offline, layer by layer. At the management console in the instance square, Zhang Haike and 3 other management mentors were staring intently at the screen, monitoring the time. "No, Lao Jiang. Doesn't Song Chen need to rest? Layer after layer, he's already cleared over 20 layers, is he a perpetual motion machine?" Wan Yunjian was dumbfounded. Could it be that I remembered it wrong? Perhaps this hidden instance isn't that difficult, just that the right person hasn't been encountered? On average, a layer per minute isn't even Song Chen's best state. Zhang Haike vaguely guessed something and added, "The terrain in the Despair Dungeon is too complex, winding and turning, and you have to clear all the monsters in this layer to enter the next, which severely limits Song Chen's combat power." "Then let him go clear the tower," Chen Lu said with a curl of his lip. It seemed casual, but he was so envious he could almost bleed. "Damn you, Lao Deng. I'm really envious of your student. Clear the tower? Do you think I don't want Song Chen to clear the tower?" Unfortunately, the lowest level tower instance in the Qinglong Academy requires a first transfer at level 20 to enter. But with Song Chen's leveling speed, Zhang Haike pondered. He then glanced at the remaining time in the Despair Dungeon, 31 minutes left. There's hope. If Song Chen can consistently clear a layer per minute, I estimate he could reach around level 50, leveling up to 20 shouldn't be a problem. Zhang Mu, sitting nearby, took a sip of tea and continued analyzing. The number of monsters in the Despair Dungeon is much greater than in the Trial Tower of the Outer Academy. Every 10 layers, large groups of elite monsters or small ones randomly appear, providing rich experience. Before he finished speaking, Wan Yunjian looked at Zhang Haike, puzzled. "Didn't you prepare any leveling items for Song Chen? Or any experience-boosting equipment?" Zhang Haike's face flushed. "I came too hurriedly, I forgot." Xian Lu shook his head and sighed. "What a pity, such a good seedling wasted. You really don't deserve it, Lao Jiang. How about I cultivate him instead?" Wan Yunjian added a timely jab. Zhang Mu, an auxiliary class, didn't speak, but his gaze towards Zhang Haike clearly conveyed the same sentiment. This immediately made Zhang Haike feel as if he were surrounded by enemies. "Damn it, why does it feel like everyone around is eyeing my precious student? You all should be damned." Meanwhile, at an exit of a secret realm in the Qinglong Academy, a girl dressed in casual clothes stepped out of the secret realm, with a short dagger on each side of her waist, the handle sparkling like stars. Immediately, several gazes turned towards her. Among these gazes were admiration, jealousy, and more than anything, an indescribable fear. "Hey, look, Tang Xiling is out. It really is her. She's been in that secret realm for about a week, right? I wonder if she completed the second transfer task. Probably not easy. The second transfer task is said to be very difficult. What are those weapons of Tang Xiling called? Star Calamity, right? I heard they're a pair of diamond quality weapons, worth a fortune. I really want to go up and strike up a conversation. If I could get her as a friend, I'd wake up laughing from the dream." "Are you crazy? The last guy who dared to ask Tang Xiling for a friend position almost got killed." Whispers echoed in her ears. Tang Xiling had long since gotten used to it. Expressionless, she walked out of the crowd until she reached a deserted area, then she stretched lightly and took out her phone to skillfully browse the academy forum. Students at the prestigious academy in the capital all know about a girl named Tang Xiling from the Qinglong Institute, who is known as the 3-No girl. But no one knows that the 3-No girl actually enjoys browsing the Academy's forum. Tang Xiling's beautiful eyes flickered for a rare moment. This person actually wiped out 2 of my records in one day? New students from outside are so rude, writing on the heads of senior sisters. How infuriating, I want to stab. Jung Haek, my precious student has priority in choosing a partner, isn't that reasonable? Jung Haek, my precious student has priority in choosing a partner, isn't that reasonable? How infuriating, I'm a bit curious about what's going on. Tang Xiling looked towards the instant square, lost in thought. She was curious and wanted to see who Song Chen was, but at the same time, she hated crowded places. Go? Not go? The stunning 3-No girl hesitated by the roadside, her choice phobia acting up again. After about 5 minutes of hesitation, Tang Xiling pulled a coin from her pocket and muttered softly, when in doubt, ask the coin, heads means go, tails means go back and take a shower. With a snap, it landed on tails. I think I just said that if it lands on tails, I should go take a look, right? It must be that way. Tang Xiling picked up the coin from the ground and walked towards the instant square, satisfied. Using a coin like this, you actually know your choice the moment you toss it. It's quite effective. The instant square was already crowded with students from the Qinglong Institute. The number of students from Qinglong Institute couldn't compare to those from other departments, but they were the top elite of the prestigious academy. Every year after the college entrance examination, the best young professionals from all over the country are specially recruited and selected to enter the 4 major academies of the Qinglong Empire, with the academy in the capital being the best among them. Tang Xiling walked into the instant square with a blank expression. That cool and aloof aura formed naturally from within, creating a barrier that kept others at a distance, cold and detached. No one dared to speak to Tang Xiling, but the whispers and admiring glances were never absent. Yo, the 3-No girl is here. Brother, this time Song Chen has really messed with a tough opponent. I remember the record for the Chaos Wasteland instance has always been held by Tang Xiling, right? Is it possible that Song Chen is trying to get Tang Xiling's attention this way? It seems to be quite effective. Stop talking nonsense. What qualifications does Song Chen have? He's involved with both Shin Qingning and Tang Xiling. Does he think he can kill 2 birds with 1 stone and go against the heavens? Not a chance. Tang Xiling doesn't give face to anyone. Have you forgotten that senior who just graduated? Bloodbath Dragon Gun, Chen Xiaodong. Don't say that, man, that senior was really miserable. I heard he pursued Tang Xiling for 2 years and barely spoke 3 sentences to her. The whispers and various gossip around her didn't reach Tang Xiling's ears. She had long since gotten used to it. So many people, so annoying. Tang Xiling muttered to herself as she walked to the management desk. Yo, little Tang is here. Come, sit down and have some tea, take a break. So, have you completed the second transfer task? Wan Yunjian greeted her warmly. Tang Xiling nodded slightly and didn't refuse, walking into the management desk and sitting by the tea table. In contrast, there were fewer people at the management desk, making it relatively more comfortable, plus there was tea to drink. Are you here to find Song Chen? Zhang Mu poured a cup of tea for Tang Xiling, slightly puzzled. You don't want to challenge him, do you? He hasn't even completed his first transfer yet. Tang Xiling? He hasn't even completed his first transfer? He isn't even level 20 yet? She had come in such a rush that Tang Xiling hadn't had time to dig deeper into Song Chen's information. She had thought he was a level 30 professional. The Chaos Wasteland and the Despair Dungeon both had a level restriction of 10. When Tang Xiling was recording her progress, she happened to be stuck at level 30, having achieved records in a Chaotic Wasteland and a Despair Dungeon at level 50. This was quite normal. Many players who record their dungeon runs choose to get stuck at a very extreme level, adjusting their equipment, skills, and status, and then push hard to set records that others find hard to match. Most people operate this way when recording. For someone like Song Chen, however, level restrictions were almost non-existent, and there was no issue of insufficient damage while grinding. Insufficient damage? How about a billion explosive damage nuclear bomb? Song Chen, haven't you advanced yet? Tang Xiling suddenly spoke up. The several management mentors at the tea table were taken aback, including Zhang Haek. Although they were not Tang Xiling's exclusive mentors, this 3-No girl was quite famous in the Qinglong Academy. Almost everyone knew her. Unless absolutely necessary, Tang Xiling would not speak, treating everyone around her, whether classmates or mentors, equally, without giving any face. Song Chen indeed hasn't advanced yet, but it will be soon, Zhang Haek replied, pointing to the screen beside them, which displayed the dungeon countdown, dungeon level, and Song Chen's level. Despair Dungeon, countdown 4 minutes and 23 seconds. Dungeon level, 55. Song Chen's level, 19. After reading the information on the screen, Tang Xiling fell silent, a series of question marks popping up in her mind. Why? It doesn't make sense. When I was level 30, I only reached level 50, and I've held that record for almost a year without anyone breaking it. It seems like the new students from outside have some skills. Quite surprising, right? But for Song Chen, this is just basic practice, Zhang Haik said with a calm smile, gesturing for Tang Xiling to drink tea. I could introduce you two to each other, little Tang. Are you interested? Tang Xiling was taken aback and looked at Zhang Haik. The three management mentors beside them were confused, thinking, so your precious student deserves the best mate selection rights in Qinglong Academy? So the other male students are unworthy? Old Jiang, don't mess around. This girl Tang Xiling has a temperament that is, well, quite different from ordinary people. The two of them might not get along. Chen Lu thought for a moment and added, and Song Chen's relationship with Xin Qingning isn't that of a boyfriend and girlfriend. Before he could finish, Zhang Haik waved his hand dismissively and said seriously, you don't understand this, who can say for sure about mutual attraction? Besides, our Qinglong Empire doesn't have a concept of monogamy. That's true, Wan Yunjian scratched his head. The reasoning was sound. But this, Wan Yunjian pondered, wondering if Song Chen had a grudge against old Jiang? Isn't old Jiang digging a pit for Song Chen to create hatred? Then I'll trouble mentor Jiang to introduce us. Tang Xiling's response exceeded everyone's expectations. She had already thought about meeting Song Chen, wanting to see if he was truly extraordinary or just average. Sure. Zhang Haik responded cheerfully, bubbling with joy. What's yours, mine, or everyone's? It doesn't exist. Good things should be reserved for my precious student. If he's not worthy, who is? Meanwhile, Song Chen, who was frantically racing through the despair dungeon, could never have imagined that while he was grinding a dungeon and honing his racing skills, his mentor was already digging a huge pit for him outside. He even planned to incite collective hatred from all the male students in the school, who finally made it to level 60. That was close. When Song Chen broke through the 59th level of the despair dungeon, the dungeon countdown had only 1 second left, and he almost didn't make it to the 60th level. Missing a level meant missing out on a reward. Glancing at his experience points, Song Chen nodded in satisfaction. After finishing this last layer, I can definitely level up to level 20, let's go. Level 20, offering the dual treasure chest from sacrificing Xie Jiangnan. The dungeon instance is similar to tower-type instances, with small or large elite monsters on every 10 layers, providing a generous amount of experience rewards. So refreshing. I'll come again next time. Song Chen was very pleased with his leveling speed. It was incredibly fast. If he were in the leveling area or instance area outside, such a rapid leveling speed would be impossible. Did they really think the foundation of the capital's academy was a joke? Being selected to join the Qinglong Academy's instance square proved that these instances must be rich in experience and rewards, with many benefits. Behind a layer of barrier light, Song Chen saw 2 black iron gates ahead, covered in cobwebs and rust. The 60th layer of the despair dungeon was not a typical dungeon layout. Instead, it was a platform in front of a large gate, no more than 300 square meters. Creak! The 2 iron gates slowly opened, and a tall, slender dark-skinned elf stepped out, holding a spear in each hand. It also had 7 or 8 spears strapped to its back, resembling a ranged monster. Oh, an elf-type monster? Dark elf spear wielder? No, wait, I think I've seen this monster's illustration on the forum. Speed type? Ranged? Song Chen became very interested. Unfortunately, his identification skill was ineffective. This monster was clearly of a higher level, far exceeding Song Chen's own level. Dungeon intruder, die. In the name of the Phantom Spear Wielder, I grant you the opportunity to commit suicide, human. Whoosh. Song Chen had no intention of listening to this guy's monologue. He launched a bloodthirsty slash right away. Blood energy swirled around Song Chen, and the cold light from the Scorpion King Tang Dao's sliding slash instantly moved him several meters forward, closing in on the Phantom Spear Wielder. This slash of mine deals over 980,000 damage per second. Ha! The sliding slash easily shattered the illusion of the Phantom Spear Wielder. In an instant, Song Chen had a flash of insight, realizing he hadn't struck the real body and quickly turned around. Sure enough, 9 illusions of the Phantom Spear Wielder appeared, forming a star-shaped formation that surrounded Song Chen. In the name of the Great Elf, grant me a guaranteed kill. In the name of the Elf Divine Bow, grant me tracking. In the name of the Elf Blood Moon, grant me synchronization. The 9 identical Phantom Spear Wielders began to chant some prayer-like incantation. They all raised their spears, pointing them at Song Chen. What guaranteed kill tracking? Come on, dude. You not only used a clone technique but also activated a lock-on, right? Song Chen was bewildered. Alright, so this is how you want to play. Fine, since you've activated it, I won't hold back. Originally, Songchen planned to execute a beautiful arc combo sliding slash, intending to create a star shape while simultaneously killing this one. It would definitely look cool, but it also carried risks. After all, if it was a tracking type skill, it could lead to a situation where he was flying ahead while the spears chased from behind. The timing for that absolute defense skill wasn't precise enough, it could fail. So, I'll just use a mountain crushing strike directly, let's see how you respond. Songchen gripped the Scorpion King Tang Dao, leaped forward, and slashed down. Mountain crushing strike. The coverage area was a circular diameter of 23 kilometers, absolutely covering the entire 60th layer, leaving no gaps. Bang! The moment the war god landed, a surging wave of blood energy swept across the field, effortlessly enveloping all 9 identical phantom spear wielders. Bang 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 bang. 9 blood mists erupted in succession, and 9 identical damage numbers popped up, too. A single mountain collapse hit dealt 2,670,000 damage. Successfully killed level 55 monster, Phantom Spear Wielder, gained 125,422 experience points. Obtained special item, Endless Dungeon Key. Congratulations on clearing the Hell level dungeon, Despair Dungeon, received a level 30 Hell chest. Level 30 Hidden chest. Gained title, Dungeon Hunter. Current cleared floor count, 60 floors. A golden light of upgrade enveloped Songchen, successfully leveling up to level 20. You have leveled up to level 20, overflow experience points are 12,141, automatically stored. Please complete your first job transfer as soon as possible to continue leveling up. Feels good, I can do my first transfer now. It's a pity that the Hidden Dungeon's new record doesn't come with extra experience rewards, otherwise, I could have gained more experience. 2 level 30 chests, What kind of special item is that? Songchen reflected on his gains, raising an eyebrow slightly. Title name, Dungeon Hunter, title quality, Gold, title attributes, 1. Agility, Spirit, 2. Deal any form of damage to undead monsters, 3. Gain experience points when entering dungeon type instances. Oh, a gold quality title? Agility and Spirit both increase by 100 points. Not bad, that's one more attribute than a silver quality title. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. However, Songchen felt mixed emotions. The title quality was great, being gold, but did that also mean the probability of getting good items from the chests would decrease? Turning to his second gain. Item name, Endless Dungeon Key, item quality, Hell level, item description, use this item at a specific location to open a Hell level hidden dungeon, which can only be entered once, maximum number of entrants, 5. At a glance, Songchen understood. This Endless Dungeon Key was essentially a ticket to enter a hidden dungeon. Whether this thing was valuable or scarce would have to be checked after going out, it was still up for debate. After taking a few deep breaths, Songchen pulled out a bottle of mineral water from his space backpack, washed his hands and face, and then rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Who should I use to make a wish this time? There aren't many people I'm close to, huh? I bet Xie Jiangnan, being the student council president, would be more than happy to help a newcomer like me. Songchen's eyes lit up, muttering softly, wishing for Xie Jiangnan's future. No, for his 10 years of being single. Let's make it 20 years, in exchange for these 2 chests to yield something good. Open. He opened 2 level 30 chests in one breath, banking on trusting Xie Jiangnan's luck and romance. Level 30 Hell chest opened successfully, congratulations. You have obtained, first transfer attribute stone, gold tier level 25 equipment void boots, level 20 random skill book, materials, fragments of Hell's minions, breath of Hell. Level 30 hidden chest opened successfully, congratulations. You have obtained, gold tier level 30 weapon law staff, gold tier level 25 equipment dungeon hunter set, 3. First transfer skill stone, materials, skeleton emblem, phantom spear fragments. A flurry of reward notifications rang out. Songchen couldn't help but click his tongue, pondering, Xie Jiangnan's luck and romance seems quite strong? The student council president really works wonders, I should wish for him again next time. Old dang, exploding gold coins, spicy. This wave is a huge profit, Xie Jiangnan is really a good person. I need to treat him better next time we meet. Songchen was in a great mood. Having opened 2 chests and received good items from both could only be attributed to good luck, though it might also be the effect of his wish. He turned to check the equipment first. Equipment name, Boots of Nihility, equipment quality, gold tier level 25, requires 250 agility or level 25, equipment attributes, 1. Agility, 2. When displacement skills end, gain 1 invincibility time, immune to all control effects, immune to all forms of damage, this effect has a cooldown of 10. That's a bit fierce, this attribute. For speed-oriented classes, these boots are top-notch. For me, it's like a mud truck going invincible? Comfortable, very comfortable. A very nice piece of equipment. Song-chen accepted it with satisfaction. Open the Dungeon Hunter set. Immediately, 3 pieces of equipment were revealed. Equipment name, Dungeon Hunter Heavy Armor. Equipment quality, Gold Tier Level 25, requires 250 Constitution or Level 25. Equipment attributes, 1. Constitution, 2. All forms of damage received reduced by 5. Equipment name, Dungeon Hunter Bracers. Equipment quality, Gold Tier Level 25, requires 250 Agility or Level 25. Equipment attributes, 1. Agility, 2. Attack speed. Equipment name, Dungeon Hunter Breeches. Equipment quality, Gold Tier Level 25, requires 250 Strength or Level 25. Equipment attributes, 1. Strength, 2. Upon taking damage, summon a non-attribute spirit that can block 1 attack. 3-piece set attributes, 1. Strength, Agility, Constitution, 2. Deal damage to undead monsters, 3. Attack speed, skill release speed. While the attribute bonuses from the 3-piece set are quite good, my strength and agility attributes are up to standard, but I'm still lacking a bit in Constitution. I have 15 free attribute points left and 1 first-turn attribute stone to use, but no, I'm still missing some Constitution. Song-chen calculated carefully, frowning. If the equipment drawn cannot be used, then rounding down means he has made a small loss, right? As for the mix of heavy armor for the upper body, light armor for the bracers, and cloth armor for the pants, Song-chen didn't care at all. It's all about pursuing attributes. What heavy on the head and light on the feet, or various mixed equipment styles of cloth and leather, he couldn't care less. After all, the dungeon is filled with monsters, not girls. Who are you dressing up for? If a pair of underwear could add tens of thousands of attribute points, Song-chen would gladly wear underwear to fight monsters. The remaining piece, a Gold Tier Level 30 weapon, the Staff of Discipline. Song-chen just glanced at it and skipped over it. The attribute lines were quite good, but unfortunately, it wasn't a weapon he could use. The level random skill book and first-turn skill stone were also temporarily overlooked by Song-chen. Drawing cards for a good start doesn't necessarily mean continuous good luck. The next draw after a good start is very likely to be a disaster, which might lead people to start spending money recklessly, a classic gambler's mentality. Item name, Attribute Stone. Item quality, first turn, level 1. Item description, using this item grants 20 free attribute points. Then Song-chen glanced at his profession panel again, calculating his Constitution attribute points, still not enough to meet the equipment requirements. Name, Song-chen. Occupation, Berserker. Level, Health points, 2,342,520. Magic points, 2,000. Strength, Weapons, Equipment, Titles, Agility, Weapons, Equipment, Titles, Mentality, Equipment, Titles, Constitution, Equipment, Titles, Skills, Free attribute points, 15. Skills, Exclusive skill Blood Frenzy, Blade Blood Feather, Absolute Defense, Blood Chi Explosion, Bloodthirsty Slash, Heavy Slash, Mountain Crushing Strike, Steel Bones, Appraisal Technique. The equipment requirement for the Dungeon Hunter Heavy Armor is 250 points in Constitution or level 25. I still lack 60 points. If I invest 15 free attribute points and 1 attribute stone, I will still be short by 25 points in Constitution. How about going to find old Deng? Or ask the mentor for some gold coins? Sounds feasible. Song-chen nodded in agreement. His mentor was at the top of the list of the 10 mentors at the capital's academy, with resources and connections that were incredibly powerful. Getting a couple of attribute stones would be a piece of cake. As he teleported out of the dungeon, Song-chen suddenly remembered a question. He had already leveled up to 20, so why was his exclusive skill Blood Frenzy still at its initial level? According to the rule of leveling up exclusive skills every 10 levels, Blood Frenzy should have advanced by now. Here he comes. Song-chen is out. That handsome. I admit he's handsome, but this is Tomato. I can only say he's still lacking compared to the readers. Finally seeing the real person, the top internet celebrity of the academy, who got the dual flowers of the Qinglong Academy on the second day of enrollment. What dual flowers? Speak clearly. Don't mix up the couples, Song-chen and Tang Xiling? No way. Wow, how did he push the record of the Despair Dungeon to level 60? Is he even human? It's decided. For this joint expedition of the 4 major academies, you're the one to lead. Although there weren't many students in the Qinglong Academy, about 40 to 50 had gathered to watch the excitement, all marveling as if they were admiring some rare mythical beast, offering a flurry of comments. Song-chen smiled and greeted them. What does it mean to have the demeanor of a berserker? Tactical retreat. As he approached the management desk, he glanced at Tang Xiling, who was quietly sipping tea but staring intently at him, and Song Chen was left puzzled. How to describe this girl? Well, she was just quite alluring. In terms of figure and looks, she could match Shin Xingning, but she was a completely different type. Tang Xiling exuded a very cold aura, as if she sat there alone in her own little world, completely out of sync with the outside. Zhang Haik patted Song Chen's shoulder with satisfaction, his eyes filled with admiration, almost overflowing. But before he could speak, Song Chen took the initiative. Mentor, I still lack some free attribute points. As the top mentor among the 10, and a formidable extreme martial sword saint, it must be a piece of cake for you to help me get a couple of attribute stones, right? Zhang Haik? Tang Xiling, let's be friends, hope you recognize my worth. Tang Xiling, let's be friends, hope you recognize my worth. Song Chen's true thoughts, old dang, don't just stand there, hurry up and drop some gold coins. Zhang Haik's true thoughts, this kid really has a keen eye. Well said, speak more next time. Attribute stones, right? No problem. However, attribute stones and skill stones of the second transfer and above are quite precious and hard to come by. First transfer attribute stones are simple. Zhang Haik readily agreed. This was the first time my precious student asked me to do something, so I must help him out beautifully. Old one. Turning around, Zhang Haik looked at Wan Yunjian, smiling as he rubbed his fingers together. You have plenty of items, can you spare some attribute stones? Just a few, a couple of hundred will do. Wan Yunjian, do I look like a big fool to you? A couple of hundred, do you really think attribute stones are as common as pebbles? The market price of attribute stones is not much different from that of skill stones. One costs around 200,000 dragon coins, and they are not easy to buy. Generally speaking, when professionals get their hands on such items, most keep them for personal use, and very few sell them unless they are truly in need of money. Old Zhang? Old Qian? Turning his head, Zhang Haik glanced at the other two mentors, who quickly turned away as if avoiding a plague. Not far away, Song Chen still stood there with a smile, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at Zhang Haik. Who could refuse the eager gaze of a precious student? Zhang Haik waved his hand grandly. No problem, small issue. If those three old fellows refuse to bring you some attribute stones as a meeting gift, then I'll just have to ask other mentors. I'm sure the other mentors would be more than happy to guide such a good seedling like Song Chen, right? As soon as these words were spoken, Wan Yunjian, Zhang Mu, and Qian Lu were instantly dumbfounded, thinking to themselves that this guy is getting craftier with age. Why not just rob him directly? Song Chen was puzzled, not quite understanding. Shouldn't it be like that? Zhang Haik's combat power is also top tier at the Beijing Academy. He has a high rank and status, so there's no reason he wouldn't have skill stones or attribute stones. Is he really that tight on resources? The more he thought about it, the more something felt off. Song Chen guessed that Zhang Haik definitely had some story behind him and made a mental note to inquire later. I have one first turn attribute stone here, take it. Zhang Mu was the first to act, pulling out an attribute stone and handing it over. The other two were now anxious as well, each taking out one first turn attribute stone and one first turn skill stone. They couldn't afford to be slow. Zhang Haik was undoubtedly Song Chen's exclusive mentor, but Song Chen could have multiple guiding mentors, similar to honorary professors. When Song Chen soared to great heights, it wouldn't just be the exclusive mentor who benefited, the guiding mentors would also share in the glory. One person achieves success, and all around them rise. This was a simple yet realistic issue. Aren't you going to thank these three guiding mentors? Zhang Haik cheerfully took the 3 stones and handed them to Song Chen. Song Chen's politeness was never lacking. He respectfully bowed to Wan Yunjian, Zhang Mu, and Qian Lu. Thank you for your kindness, esteemed mentors. I will work hard to achieve great success and create brilliance. The 3 guiding mentors were overjoyed. Good, very good. Alright, you 3 continue to hold down the fort here. I'll take Song Chen out for a walk. Zhang Haik waved his hand, giving a glance to Tang Xiling, who had been quietly sipping tea, and led her and Song Chen out of the instance square. Zhang Haik walked ahead. Song Chen and Tang Xiling followed behind. Neither of them spoke, but the visual effect of them walking together was particularly striking. They looked quite compatible. Damn it, who just said there was no chance for Song Chen and Tang Xiling? I see them together, they definitely make a couple. 555 My Xiling, how can I live without you? That damn Song Chen really deserves to die. We're both in the Qinglong Academy, why can he play card collecting games? I'm posting on the Academy forum right now, let the online bullying begin. Damn it, let it ring. My youth hasn't even started, and it's about to end? Revive, my love. Dude, wake up, you're mixing up your lines. Watching Song Chen and the others leave, a group of Qinglong Academy students, especially the male students, exchanged glances, suddenly finding a common language among themselves. A few scattered female students also formed a temporary flower of the Killing Academy, snatching the male god task force. Mentor, I have a question. Why did I level up to level 20, but my exclusive skill didn't upgrade? Is it because I haven't completed my first transition? Upon hearing Song Chen's question, Zhang Haik nodded slightly and explained in detail, you know there's a saying that a professional's first transition determines their lifelong path, right? After a professional completes their first transition, they can choose to abandon their initial awakened exclusive skill and opt for another exclusive skill to change their fate. If you complete your first transition and still choose your exclusive skill, it will automatically upgrade by one level. If you choose to switch to another exclusive skill, it won't upgrade. Song Chen immediately understood. Essentially, after completing the first transition, if one abandons their initial exclusive skill, it means they have one level less than others in terms of exclusive skill. By the way, my 3 old buddies are good people and trustworthy. You don't mind if I have them be your guiding mentors, right? Zhang Haik suddenly asked. Song Chen shook his head and smiled, no objections. An old buddy who can drop gold coins is a good buddy. What could I possibly object to? I'm quite happy about it. Some things I'll explain to you later. As for the first transition skill stones and attribute stones, I really don't have any on hand. But don't worry, I'll go to the logistics department to get some for you. Zhang Haik patted Song Chen's shoulder and said solemnly, if the logistics department doesn't approve your resources, I'll hang myself right at the principal's office door. Song Chen was taken aback and quickly waved his hand. No need for that, mentor, really. Then Song Chen gave Zhang Haik a look, clearly asking, who is this girl beside you? Zhang Haik slapped his forehead and quickly spoke, I forgot to introduce her. This is Tang Xiling from the Qinglong Academy, currently a level 52nd transition professional. You succeeded in your second transition, right, Xiao Tang? Tang Xiling nodded. Zhang Haik continued, Xiao Tang wants to get to know you. You two should get along well. It's important to maintain good relationships among classmates. Alright, I'll go hang myself. No, I'm going to the logistics department. Without waiting for Song Chen to respond, Zhang Haik vanished in an instant, moving with remarkable speed. It was clear he was really anxious, worried that Song Chen would be lured away by other cunning mentors using scarce items. After a moment of silence, Tang Xiling suddenly turned to Song Chen, her voice slightly trembling, I want to be friends with you. I hope you won't look down on me. The forum says making friends is like this, right? Song Chen thought, oh no, she's coming for me. Xinxingning, oh no, my home has been stolen. Boys must take good care of themselves when they are out. Is it scary? Song Chen sighed, thinking that being handsome indeed has its perks, but it also makes it easy for girls to take notice. Wait a minute. The forum says making friends is like this. What does that mean? Isn't it enough to just have a face? Is it really that hard? Do you really like browsing the Academy forum? Song Chen keenly caught on to a clue and looked at Tang Xiling. After hesitating for a few seconds, Tang Xiling gently nodded, I really like it. Song Chen said, so, senior, you don't like going to crowded places, am I right? Tang Xiling looked at Song Chen in surprise, thinking, how did he guess that? Can this junior read minds? Seeing her astonished little expression, Song Chen knew he was right. The first law of the fat, I strike hard online, but in reality, I'm timid. What nonsense about a cold, aloof senior, what eternal iceberg refusing to melt, it's not as exaggerated as what's said on the forum. Social anxiety confirmed. Song Chen was also a seasoned forum enthusiast. Within 2 days of school, he already knew about the beauty named Tang Xiling from Qinglong Academy. According to the descriptions from the numerous admirers at the prestigious university in the capital, Tang Xiling stands at 173 meters tall, loves to wear black clothing, possesses stunning looks and an excellent figure, and has a waterfall-like cascade of long, dark hair. However, she exudes a sense of coldness from the inside out and hardly communicates with others. This is how she earned the title of the 3-No girl, no words, no heart, no expression. In reality, Song Chen has already realized that her high and aloof demeanor, her expressionless face, is merely a facade of social anxiety for self-protection. If it's about making friends, I'm okay with that, senior. To be honest, Song Chen's mouth is quite honest. Can you refuse a beautiful single female driver asking for help to change a tire? Obviously not. The same logic applies. Making friends with a uniquely charming and beautiful senior is completely reasonable. Okay. Seeing Song Chen nod in agreement, Tang Xiling's eyes lit up immediately as she beckoned him with her finger. Shall we go out and have some fun, Song Chen? Tang Xiling continued, I'm a bit scared to go out alone, but now we're friends, right? Friends should have fun together. The forum says friends can also eat together, take baths, sleep, fix washing machines, and play games. Wait a minute, senior. The more Song Chen listened, the more he felt something was off. Is this a serious academic forum? Why does it sound more like a 3D adult game? Tang Xiling looked confused, staring at Song Chen, unsure of which of her words was wrong. Forget it. Who told me to be a good person? I love helping others the most. Song Chen thought about how he had nothing to do that afternoon and decided to agree. There are some things friends shouldn't do together, like taking baths or playing games. But going out to have fun is fine. Let's go. Tang Xiling's eyes sparkled again. The two maintained a polite distance of about 30 centimeters as they left the university together. The first stop was the shopping street. Clearly, Tang Xiling had already scouted the place, holding her phone with the map, leading Song Chen straight into a large arcade. Song Chen, I want to play this. Claw machine? Sure. Song Chen, can you just stand next to me? I'm a bit nervous. Sure. Song Chen leaned against the side, munching on a cone, watching Tang Xiling clutching a basket full of game tokens as she tried to grab stuffed toys. She really has serious social anxiety. It seems she also has some tendencies towards being reclusive? Hard to say. Tang Xiling looks back at me every 5 seconds to see if I'm still there. TSK. This is bad. I can't let her latch onto me, can I? To be honest, her skills are really poor. Game tokens, stuffed toys. Game tokens, stuffed toys. Game tokens, stuffed toys. By the end, Song Chen could no longer hold back, snatching the last 2 game tokens and effortlessly grabbing 2 garlic turtle plushies. Oh, Tang Xiling was once again astonished. Basic skills, no need to show off. My lady, please take a seat. Song Chen waved his hand calmly. The claw machine is about 80% about the machine, 10% about luck, and 10% about skill. What else does the senior want to play? Ride a motorcycle. After 2 rounds of wild motorcycle racing, Song Chen drove terribly, mainly because his eyes had their own ideas. What can he do? It's normal for his eyes to have their own thoughts as they grew up. Moreover, with Tang Xiling leaning forward on the motorcycle in the arcade, her perfect figure was fully displayed, with long legs and a stunning silhouette that was dizzying. As an 18-year-old hot-blooded warrior, it was already impressive that he could keep his composure. Let's go play with water guns. Watching Tang Xiling holding a water gun, aiming at the shooting game screen, Song Chen fell into deep thought. Who am I, where am I, and what am I doing here? What is this déjà vu of taking a girl to the arcade? Where did this come from? After a round of fun at the arcade, Tang Xiling seemed to still be in high spirits as she looked at Song Chen and pointed to the sunken snack street. She hadn't said a word, yet Song Chen understood everything. Please, I want to go. Let's go to the snack street. With a wave of his hand, Song Chen didn't care about his own feelings anymore. He just treated it as a way to relax. After all, good looks are justice. Soon, very soon, a hot post featuring Song Chen shot up to the top 10 on the forum of the prestigious academy in the capital. Spicy balls. Song Chen the dog thief has Tang Xiling in his grasp. A deep analysis of the meaning behind the gazes in the photos. The post contained a long string of photos. The first photo showed Tang Xiling holding 2 garlic turtle dolls, looking at Song Chen beside her with gentle eyes. Isn't it just me? Did I wake up to a different world? What the hell? Spicy balls, all spicy balls. This dog really deserves to die. I'm truly seeing red. Look at those affectionate eyes, full of tenderness and admiration. Isn't she just a little fangirl? Xingning, my dear. The backyard is on fire. Damn it, brothers, let's expose this kid. He's leaving us no way out. This is truly a beautiful love. Even the spots on my face have faded. The explosive post quickly climbed to the top 3 in popularity. Song Chen's name seemed to be in first place, with a steady and high level of hate value. Meanwhile, Xingning, who had just finished a dungeon, lay exhausted in the passenger seat of Qin Xiannan's car. After resting for a few minutes, she pulled out her phone. Another 99 unread messages? No way! Xingning immediately sensed something was wrong and quickly opened a message, nearly jumping up from the passenger seat. Something happened, mentor. Qin Xiannan was puzzled. What happened? Xingning pouted, her face filled with grievance. That monkey. My crystal has run away. Tang Xiling's companion, Song Chen, worth 500,000 dragon coins for companionship. Qin Xiannan? Xingning could no longer contain herself and urged, let's go back to Qinglong Academy first, mentor, there's no time to explain. Qin Xiannan didn't understand, but she felt Xingning's urgency and immediately stepped on the gas, speeding back to Qinglong Academy. I really can't stand Tang Xiling, that sly one. I just stepped out to level up, and my house got robbed? Or did my crystal grow legs? I can't hold it in. The more she scrolled through posts and messages, the more her anger surged, making her feel even more furious. But then she thought, No. Song Chen and I haven't confirmed our relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend, so I don't have the right to be anxious or defensive. I'm not qualified to be upset yet. From this series of photos, it seems the angles are a bit ambiguous, but there's actually no intimate behavior. Therefore, in summary, Shin Qingning's brain was running at high speed, fully powered. I can't be anxious or defensive. I can still turn this around. Qin Xiannan, who was driving, couldn't have imagined that her precious student had conceived dozens of scenarios in just a few minutes, showcasing an astonishing computing power. And this was one of the innate skills of women. By the way, I heard from old Jiang that Songchen has already reached level 20, but it seems he hasn't taken on the first transfer quest yet. Qin Xiannan suddenly reminded her. Shin Qingning blinked, thinking, isn't this the chance for a major turnaround? Mentor, can I go with Songchen to take on the first transfer quest? Is it possible that we'll go to a secret realm for the quest? That's very likely. There are only a few secret realms for the first transfer quest. Qin Xiannan thought for a moment and added, and you can help him with a first turn task first. Doesn't that make it natural to team up? Right. Shin Qingning nodded repeatedly. Great, another point for a comeback. By 5 in the afternoon, Songchen was carrying various bags of food, drinks, and supplies, following Tang Ziling to the girls' dormitory area. It was really on the way. I live in room 2420. Which dorm do you live in? Songchen stopped in his tracks. Tang Ziling was taken aback, clearly not understanding. Why? Why do you live in the girls' dormitory area? Songchen shrugged. My mentor is a bit clueless. He arranged it for me. Alright, after playing all afternoon, you must be tired. I'm heading back now. As he spoke, Songchen took out his student card and walked towards the single villa at 2420. However, Tang Ziling suddenly grabbed his arm and placed 2 stones in his palm. Here's a skill stone and an attribute stone, both of first turn quality. I know you need attribute points, so don't be polite. We're good friends now, right? Tang Ziling's eyes were very clear and pure. Songchen nodded. We are good friends, but this. I don't sell my kidneys for art, senior. I don't understand what you're saying. Tang Ziling pouted and turned to leave. After walking a few steps, she suddenly turned back, revealing a somewhat awkward smile. I had a lot of fun, thank you. You're welcome, Songchen replied politely. They fell into silence for a moment. Songchen looked at the 2 first-turn stones in his hand, gradually falling into thought. Wait, sister, how did I become a gaming companion? And I'm getting paid? Doesn't that make me a gigolo? The 2 stones are worth about 5 to 600,000 dragon coins. Don't say it. You really can't say it. It's actually quite nice, and I get to accompany her. Songchen didn't think too much about it, treating it as accompanying a socially anxious beautiful girl for therapy, and returned to his single villa with the bags. He laid out the food and drinks on the dining table. After taking a shower and changing clothes, Songchen half lay on the sofa, first replying to a few messages from Shin Qingning, then calling Zhang Haiku. Hello, mentor, it's me, Songchen. Yeah, I know it's you, just wait a moment. Zhang Haiku answered the phone immediately but seemed quite busy. Through the phone, Songchen could still hear the conversation on the other end, and it sounded quite tense. Where's the brain of your logistics department? Damn it, my precious student has almost torn through the Qinglong Academy these past few days, don't you know? Is your logistics department not online? No, Lao Jiang, let me explain. Our logistics department has to follow the rules, right? According to the rules, you do have the corresponding training resources you can apply for, but you. What do you mean? Don't bring up old matters. Fine, you won't approve, huh? I'll call those 2 old geezers right now. This is really bizarre. I haven't taken in students for nearly 10 years. Do you really think I have a good temper? Amidst the cursing, Zhang Haika covered the phone, and his tone suddenly took a 180-degree turn. Songchen, I'm a bit busy here. I'll message you later. Don't worry, I'm hanging up. Songchen didn't get a chance to speak at all. He wanted to mention to Zhang Haika that the first turn attribute stone he had was enough, but he couldn't get a word in. His mentor definitely had a story. However, Songchen didn't have time to ponder that for now. He planned to find a time to have a good chat with Zhang Haiku or go look for the 3 guiding mentors of Wan Yin Jian to inquire indirectly. Instead, Songchen summarized the items he hadn't used yet. A random skill book, a first-turn skill stone, a first-turn attribute stone. I'll keep the skill stone for now and consider using it after I open this random skill book. Well, a first-turn attribute stone can grant 20 free attribute points. I still need 60 points in Constitution, so I'll just gamble on 3 attribute stones for Constitution. 15 free attribute points can be allocated to agility. With a swift motion, Songchen used 3 first-turn attribute stones, allocating all 60 points to Constitution. Constitution attribute, 210 points, agility attribute, 295 points. The golden tier 25 level Dungeon Hunter heavy armor replaces the gladiator armor, which means the 5-piece set bonus is now invalid. But it doesn't matter, the Dungeon Hunter 3-piece set has a higher attribute bonus. Song Chen nodded in satisfaction, finally feeling comfortable. The gladiator set was only a silver tier 15 level set, and the 5-piece set bonus provided strength, attack speed, movement speed. But clearly, the golden tier 25 level Dungeon Hunter 3-piece set offered higher bonuses: strength, agility, constitution, damage to undead monsters, attack speed, skill casting speed. No need to choose? Song Chen directly updated his equipment, replacing the 3 pieces of gladiator gear. 4-dimensional attributes updated: strength, weapon, equipment, title, agility, weapon, equipment, title, spirit, equipment, title, constitution, equipment, title, skill. Feels good, it has to be the top quality golden equipment. Song Chen was very satisfied with his current panel attributes, nodding. Next, how about adding some spirit attributes when I level up later? Let's try the new era of dual cultivation Berserker. Level 20 skill Rage of the Berserker, Shinshingning. I'm about to cause a ruckus. Using the level 20 random skill book. Without any hesitation, Song Chen used the level 20 random skill book in his hand. Skill book used successfully, congratulations. You have obtained the level 20 primary skill, Rage of the Berserker. Rage of the Berserker passive skill, for every 1 health point lost, gain 1 attack speed. Cooldown, 0, mana cost, 0. This skill levels up synchronously with the practitioner's level. Ha! The random skill book opened a primary skill? No kidding, this time it really worked. If I remember correctly, this seems to be a core passive skill for the lifesteal Berserker, but then again, basically every Berserker must take this level 20 skill. Song Chen nodded in satisfaction. He had previously considered spending a skill point to take Rage of the Berserker after leveling up to 20. Now, having directly obtained it from the random skill book, he saved a skill point, which was quite a bargain. After all, before the first turn at level 20, he only gained 1 skill point every 5 levels. After the first turn at level 20, he only gained 1 skill point every 10 levels. Skill points are incredibly precious, so they must be used for key skills, high damage skills, and so on. Song Chen was no stranger to this passive skill, which provided a very nice bonus. Any form of losing 1 health point would grant 1 attack speed bonus, meaning it could perfectly fit into Song Chen's current skill tree. It's a pity that this skill's growth rate isn't fast enough. It only grants 1 attack speed per level. But for me, it's already sufficient. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Considering Song Chen's method of grinding dungeons and monsters, he would always start with Blood Frenzy, followed by the Blood Feather slashing skill, evolving into a nuclear explosion mud truck on the spot. With a minimum damage output of 2.7 billion, wouldn't that mean he could take down anyone he caught? And based on Song Chen's habit of losing health, as long as he entered combat, his health would definitely drop below 90. This meant he would have at least a 90 attack speed bonus. But as Song Chen's level increased to 30, with Rage of the Berserker at level 10, the attack speed bonus would become 90, with an attack speed bonus of 180. The higher Song Chen's level, the higher the level of the passive skill Fury of the Berserker. As the game progresses into the mid to late stages, the attack speed bonus becomes increasingly explosive. Berserker? No, it's the Phantom Sword Saint disguised as a Berserker, focusing on the principle that the lower the health, the faster the attack speed. 17 strikes per second? Be more confident, 117 strikes per second. Chop them into minced meat, whether it's a boss or a pseudo-god. Of course, ordinary Berserkers or melee classes wouldn't dare to play like Song Chen. Other Berserkers, when their health drops to 90, are basically left with single-digit or double-digit health. And Song Chen? He keeps his health at 99, with still several thousand points remaining. Just as Song Chen was deep in thought, a refreshing scent of shower gel wafted in from behind, fresh yet tinged with a hint of floral fragrance. Without even turning his head, he knew it was Xingning. The two had exchanged access permissions for their individual villas, allowing them to enter freely with their cards. This was Xingning's request, conveniently allowing her to come over and wash Song Chen's underwear, which really just meant tossing them in the washing machine. Cousin is back. On the table, there's grilled cold noodles, fruit salad, fried stinky tofu, and rolled dough, along with crispy meat and chicken bones. Song Chen pointed to the dining table, but when he turned around, his gaze was firmly captured. So white. Xingning, just out of the shower, exuded a refreshing aura, like a lotus emerging from the water, her fair skin tinged with a hint of pink, quite alluring. Her hair was still slightly damp. I'm back. Xingning's tone was quite calm. In fact, when she walked into Song Chen's villa, she was suppressing her anger. How did that saying go? Nothing is more frightening than a replay. The more you replay, the angrier you get. Taking a step back doesn't lead to a broad horizon, only more frustration. But, forget it, it is what it is, let's eat first. Shin Xingning found it hard to refuse. After all, the various snacks Songchen brought back were all her favorites, and they were all the extremely spicy kind. A few minutes later, happily munching on the extremely spicy chicken bones, Shin Xingning was gasping for air, continuing to indulge. Songchen grabbed 2 cans of soda and opened one for Shin Xingning. Oh, cousin, you've reached level 22? He casually cast an identification spell and saw that Shin Xingning's level was the same as his. Yeah, gasp, gasp, I was exhausted today, gasp, gasp. Shin Xingning took a sip of soda, her face filled with resentment. I can't compare to you, you just breezed through a couple of dungeons and shot up to level 20. Song Chen smiled and didn't respond. The 2 hell-level dungeons he cleared in the dungeon plaza were indeed quite valuable, shockingly high. Otherwise, how could he level up so quickly? As for Shin Xingning, Song Chen didn't want to undermine her confidence. After all, she was a high-level class, someone who had been specially recruited into the Qinglong Academy. Such people are often referred to as the chosen ones. Song Chen wanted to challenge the elites of the Qinglong Academy, crush a few to establish a notorious reputation, but he wouldn't use Shin Xingning as a target. By the way, Song Chen. Shin Xingning fed him a piece of crispy meat. Let's go together tomorrow to take the job transfer quest? If we're lucky, we might end up in the same secret realm for our first job quest. Sure, Song Chen nodded while eating the crispy meat. So white. No, so big. No, right. It smells so good. What the hell am I thinking? Wait a minute. If Uncle finds out you're teaming up with me to do quests in the secret realm, won't he be scared to death? Cousin, my class is a Berserker. Song Chen suddenly remembered this. Uncle Shin Jinsong had previously said to take good care of Shin Xingning at the capital academy, but then he changed his mind. Clearly, it was discrimination against Berserkers. It's fine, it's just friendly fire, right? I was planning to learn a skill tomorrow, a contract-type skill that can exempt friendly fire. Oh, could it be? Shin Xingning looked bewildered, coldly scooping up a dumpling and vigorously dipping it in the vinegar dish several times. Cousin has grown up, huh? No longer interested in this aging and faded cousin? Or is the senior from Qinglong Academy prettier, right? Song Chen? What's with the sudden sarcasm? No, there's an information gap. Song Chen keenly sensed something and realized he seemed to have fallen into an information gap. After a moment's thought, he remembered he hadn't checked the forum all afternoon and hadn't really looked at the group chat messages. Song Chen directly read and replied messily, "Cousin, if you don't eat soon, this dumpling will drown." Shin Xingning glared at him, suddenly leaning forward. "I won't eat it, I'll drown it. I don't care, I'm going to start making a scene now." With a slap, Song Chen silenced Shin Xingning. His peculiar hobby of silencing her was something he had developed living under the same roof for over a decade. As soon as Shin Xingning opened her mouth, Song Chen could guess what she wanted to say, immediately understanding her implications. Who else could it be? It absolutely couldn't be anyone else. In Qinglong Academy, the only senior who could go toe-to-toe with Shin Xingning was Tang Xiling. There must be posts related to me on the forum, definitely. Maybe there are even some photos taken by certain admirers. If they can't have it, they want to ruin it? TSK. With his thoughts racing back and forth, Song Chen could guess most of it without even looking at the academy forum, mastering the hatred aspect perfectly. Shin Xingning leaned on the dining table, her body forward, glaring at him. It looked like she was about to explode. Upon closer inspection, it seemed like she was pouting. This is what beautiful women are like. Even when they're about to explode with anger, they still look like they're teasing. Go ahead, if you want to make a scene, then do it. Song Chen calmly reached out, buttoning up Shin Xingning's collar, then picked up a napkin to wipe the corner of her mouth. Go ahead. You make your scene. What does it have to do with me, Song Chen? Could it be that I really have to throw a big tantrum? Thinking about that scene seems quite enjoyable. What do you mean I can make a scene if I want? Song Chen, what do you mean? You give me slap. Song Chen swung his hand for a big slap, but his right hand had its own ideas and inexplicably locked onto her head. A slap landed squarely on Shin Xingning. The sound of the slap was crisp. Song Chen felt a strange sensation, like slapping a jelly. His fingers felt like they were reaching out of the window while driving, spread wide against the wind, or like freshly steamed white buns. It was quite firm, and very lively, bouncing around. After the slap, Shin Xingning suddenly became obedient, silently sitting back in her place, lowering her head and starting to devour cold noodles. For a long time, she didn't say a word, quietly eating and drinking cola. Cousin? Song Chen thought, oh no. This big slap felt good, but he hoped it wouldn't leave Shin Qingning with any trauma or develop any peculiar hobbies. That would be terrible. Shin Qingning still didn't speak, shaking her head. Alright, so one slap turned her mute, huh? Casually glancing down, Songchen happened to see a pair of delicate little guards curled up together, seemingly trembling a bit, with a rosy hue on the tops and tips of their feet. The redness confirmed it. Come find me tomorrow morning, cousin, let's go take on a quest together. I'll guide you through it, guaranteed, big sister. This statement seemed to flip a switch, and Shin Qingning's competitive spirit flared up. What do you mean you'll guide me? Do you really think I, as a level of divine word arbiter, am just playing around with you? Song Chen shrugged and instinctively twirled his fingers. Forget it. I've eaten well, I'm heading back first. I'm really too tired today. Where are your clean clothes? Find them and bring them to me. Shin Qingning immediately shrank back, hurriedly getting up to leave. She had never experienced this. Since childhood, Shin Qingning had been a mess when it came to balanced nutrition, always focused on abundant harvests weighing down the branches. Song Chen had watched her grow up, and just looking at her made him feel tired. It was like not being able to see your toes when looking down, leaning over the table, unable to see the exam paper. The last time Shin Qingning was bullied face-to-face was the last time, right when Song Chen had just woken up from a coma. Suddenly, Song Chen proposed, since you're here, why don't we go watch a newly released movie together? What movie? Shin Qingning turned back almost instinctively, her expression surprisingly calm. Actually, I'm not that tired. What young person goes to bed before midnight? That's not human. Let's go, let's get started. The two hit it off, changed clothes, and went out. Driver Lao Su had been waiting outside the capital's university all day, ready to take Song Chen and Shin Qingning to the cinema. The movie lasted over 2 hours. By the end, Song Chen couldn't even remember what he had watched. He only recalled a little brat in a red leather suit and a big uncle with a claw made of Edmund alloy. To be honest, they looked quite compatible, quite similar. As the movie ended, there were only 2 or 3 pairs of young couples in the theater, all busy leaving as soon as it was over. They probably had left their hometowns when they were young, and now that they had finally made it, they were busy returning home to reclaim their wells. Song Chen, shall we go back? Shin Qingning's voice was barely audible beside him. Song Chen nodded and prepared to get up, only to realize in his hand. Whoa, whose little foot is this? Damn! My hand seems to have a mind of its own. It was actually moving by itself, and it even learned foot massage on its own. Considering you're my cousin, I won't charge you. This foot massage technique of the Song family has been passed down from my grandfather's grandfather's grandfather. It has a history of nearly a few hundred years, you know? Song Chen had an expression that said it had nothing to do with him. Shin Qingning bit her lip and nodded gently. I understand, but could you please put my foot down first? Song Chen calmly released his grip, thought for a moment, and then helped Shin Qingning put on her light gray Roman sandals. Shin Qingning said, and the socks? Song Chen replied, oh. He stood up, looked around, scratched his head, and searched under the seats again, but he didn't find a single sock. This was really strange. Oh no, it couldn't be that I ate them, right? That stuff is indigestible. Casually checking his pocket, Song Chen was surprised to pull out a pair of pure white lace stockings. Cousin, these socks come with a spirit. Shin Qingning's face turned red as she silently nodded, snatching the socks and putting them on herself. They didn't stop until they returned to their respective single villas. Lying on her bed, Shin Qingning was still pondering. Song Chen, he seems to have something special about him. Ouch, my big toe is a bit sore from being squeezed. If this movie had started at 4 hours, wouldn't Song Chen have gone straight to dinner? So fierce and flashy? The more she thought about it, the more Shin Qingning felt she was getting warm, even experiencing a strange phantom pain. I really can't do anything about you. Who told me to be beautiful, kind-hearted, and have a pair of pretty jailers? Right, I need to quickly stock up on some gear to increase Song Chen's dosage. Turning around, Shin Qingning pulled out her phone and began to shop online enthusiastically. This included but was not limited to classic black stockings from prestigious families, radiant stockings, sailor socks, short socks, boat socks, lace or hollow socks, etc. The focus was on quantity to fill her up. Shin Qingning was busy procuring her gear. Song Chen tossed and turned, growing more doubtful of himself the more he pondered. When did I develop this hobby? This is really strange, but it does smell good. The 18-year-old powerhouse, Wang, found it hard to sleep, so he decided to browse the Academy Forum of the capital's university. A hot post did not disappoint, breaking through the noise. Song Chen the dog thief has a late-night date with Shin Qingning. Confirmed Sea King, he is the true master of time management. A quest turned, hunting wild bosses. A quest turned, hunting wild. Did I become a master of time management? I just accompanied Senior Tang Xiling for an afternoon, and then watched a movie with my cousin at night. What's the problem? These little haters. The more Song Chin read, the more he felt something was off. Mainly, the comments under this hot post were outrageous. Do you like to eat meow meow punches? I can testify that this junior Song Chin has king qualities. On his first day of school, he tried to steal my prestige signal. You can tell he wanted to flirt with me. 200 Gene old lowly, is that it? The child I just aborted last month, would I say it was Song Chen's? Impossible. Flower blooms with wealth, I see you all are just jealous of him. Unlike me, who can only feel heartache. Lick dog, no thanks for cooperation. Everyone, please give a thumbs up to push this up. I'm 1.7 meters tall, can be salty or sweet, proficient in dozens of difficult yoga poses, silky little combos, only 1998 dragon coins, enjoy a silky life, and so on. The comments section was filled with an endless army of lick dogs, all jointly denouncing Song Chen, trying to pressure him into letting go of the campus flower and becoming a monk on the spot. It seems that even in this capital university, one can observe the diversity of species. But what kind of price is this 1998 package? Damn it, it can't be casually inflated, that's unreasonable. After scrolling through, Song Chen found that he had become one of the key hot topics in the Academy forum. Typing in his name would bring up a bunch of chaotic posts. He logged out, locked his screen, and went to sleep. After all, he had already filled up the hate value in the capital university. Song Chen didn't care at all. Whoever is not satisfied can just die. If I unleash a nuclear bomb truck with 2.7 billion damage, how would you respond? The next morning, in his dreams, Song Chen hadn't even opened his eyes when he already felt a heavy sense of oppression hanging over him. It was suffocating. He opened his eyes, and couldn't see Shin Xingning's face at all, it was completely blocked. Cousin, you standing at my bedside at 7 in the morning really puts me in a tough spot. Song Chen sighed. He subtly pulled the summer quilt to cover everything below his neck, aiming for a tight seal. Next to him, Shin Xingning was playing on her phone while drinking soy milk, glancing at Song Chen, still hiding things in front of me? Do you think I don't know your weight and size? Song Chen. That was true. Although they couldn't be called intimately familiar, they were certainly aware of each other. Who didn't know who? Hiding things was useless. Song Chen, I'm just going to throw caution to the wind. The 18-year-old powerhouse jumped up, treating Shin Xingning like air, and in his slippers, he went to the bathroom to wash up. Shin Xingning's face didn't flush, her heart didn't race, she pretended to be calm. What am I even doing? I mean, how did I wake up and feel like a different person? Who is controlling my body? Shin Xingning sat on the sofa in confusion, her alluring red lips biting the straw, sipping soy milk intermittently. Song Chen didn't care about that. Anyway, I'm throwing caution to the wind, let it be however it wants. If you want to watch, then watch, as long as I'm not embarrassed, there are plenty of people who can keep their legs tightly crossed. Grooming, changing clothes, having breakfast. By the time Qin Mu and Shin Xingning arrived at the Qinglong Academy Skill Hall, it was already past 8 o'clock. There weren't many students in the skill hall, just a few scattered here and there. First learn the skills, then take on the first transfer quest. You don't need me to teach you how to operate it, right? No need. Song Chen waved his hand dismissively. He raised his hand to press down on the first transfer awakening stone in front of him, and immediately a massive skill tree appeared in his mind. In the upper right corner of the skill book, there was a line indicating, current learnable skills, 2, with skill points in hand. Song Chen glanced at the level 20 series skills of the Berserker. Among them, the passive skill Fury of the Berserker was one he had already obtained yesterday through a random skill book, which he could only describe as a huge profit. Getting it meant saving a skill point. I'm still short on single target skills. Currently, I only have the basic skill Heavy Slash, which is barely enough. For displacement damage skills, there's Bloodthirsty Slide, and for area skills, there's Mountain Smash and Bloodburst. How about a control skill? After some consideration, Song Chen spent his 2 skill points and gained 2 new skills, Blood Rage Rampage and Soul Devouring Hand. One was a status skill, and the other was a control skill, both of which were quite effective. Following that, Song Chen exited the skill learning interface and accepted his first transfer quest. First transfer quest, enter the level 20 reverse flow secret realm, kill 3 wild monsters, Furious Mechanical Bull, Furious Zombie King, Furious Knight, obtain 3 exclusive materials from the wild monsters and submit them to the first transfer awakening stone to complete the transfer. My first transfer quest is to hunt in the wild? And the reverse flow secret realm doesn't seem to be in the Qinglong Academy, this could be a bit troublesome. Song Chen frowned, immediately leaving the awakening stone and pulling out his phone to search for the location of the reverse flow secret realm. Sure enough, the location of the reverse flow secret realm was not in the Qinglong Academy but in a high-level leveling area in the capital. Although the foundation of the Capital Academy was indeed strong, it couldn't guarantee that all secret realms and hidden dungeons were under its control. What about the other professionals? Have you finished learning your skills? Have you accepted your first transfer quest? Came the voice of Shin Xingning from beside him. Song Chen nodded, a bit helpless. My first transfer quest is in the reverse flow secret realm, and it requires killing 3 wild monsters. What about you, cousin? I'm also in the reverse flow secret realm, Shin Xingning said, her happiness fading as if she suddenly remembered something, her expression slightly changing. Wait, killing in the wild? Such a first transfer quest is not easy. The wild is full of rich resources, and since the reverse flow secret realm isn't under the control of the Qinglong Academy, doesn't that mean? Shin Xingning's brows furrowed tightly, looking troubled. Are we going to have to compete with those guild professionals for the wild? It's fine, it's not difficult. Song Chen, on the contrary, didn't care much. Wasn't it just competing in the wild? Other guild professionals? He had never been afraid. What about your quest, cousin? My quest is easy. I just need to kill 100 level 30 wild monsters in the reverse flow secret realm. Your first transfer quest is indeed simple. Song Chen clicked his tongue. Killing 100 level 30 wild monsters? Wasn't that too easy for a first transfer quest? Song Chen estimated that if it were him, just entering the reverse flow secret realm and using a mountain smash would probably complete such a task. Let's go, head to the reverse flow secret realm first. Shin Xingning pulled Song Chen out of the skill hall, and then she took out her phone to call their mentor. Qin Xiannan, mentor, can you help us? We need to go to the reverse flow secret realm to farm in the wild. Can you help us clear out the other professionals in the secret realm? Qin Xiannan? New skills, Blood Rage Rampage, Soul Devouring Hand. Just getting out of bed and having breakfast, Qin Xiannan suddenly felt a surge of heat. Do you really think so highly of me as a mentor? Clearing the area is a bit difficult. It's not easy to handle. The Qinglong Empire has clear regulations that prohibit high-level professionals from entering low-level wild areas, monopolizing resources like those found in the wilderness. But if we can reach a cooperation with those guild professionals, clearing the area is not impossible. Qin Xiannan pondered for a moment and continued, the reverse flow secret realm, right? Whose task is it to kill in the wild, you or Song Chen? Mine. Shin Xingning lied with her eyes wide open. Qin Xiannan chuckled lightly, alright, I know it's Song Chen's first turn task. You two go to the reverse flow secret realm first, and I'll go find old Jiang. She hung up the phone, beep beep beep. Shin Xingning looked at her phone in confusion, thinking, this is wrong. I lied so decisively, not hesitating for a second, how could I be seen through? The mentor said that if we can reach a cooperation, we can clear the area. As soon as Song Chen heard this, he understood. It was merely an exchange of interests. The wilderness in the secret realm or high-level leveling areas is a very rich resource, dropping all sorts of items, high-quality equipment, and so on. Generally speaking, ordinary professionals definitely have no chance to touch the wilderness. Not to mention their levels and equipment, the main point is that the wilderness is much stronger than dungeons of the same level and harder to kill. Soloing the wilderness? That's really difficult. Except for a few rare exceptions, most wilderness areas are immediately surrounded and beaten to death by professionals from major guilds as soon as they refresh, and they won't leave this juicy piece of meat for others. Let's talk about it when we get there. If we can negotiate, it will naturally save trouble. If we can't, that's fine too. I'm a reasonable person, I can talk reason in physics. Song Chen didn't think too much and signaled Shin Xingning not to take it too seriously. Shin Xingning shrugged, took off her shoes, and nestled into the back seat of the car, adopting a very homebody sitting posture. How could Song Chen withstand this? Especially with the half-lace black over the knee stockings, branded with Balenciaga, designed to entice. Calm down, there's still a driver, old Sue, in the car. Must stay calm. Control your hands, control your mouth, can't expose anything. Song Chen took a deep breath, then took several more deep breaths, barely managing to control his eyes from wandering. It was crucial to stay calm. If old Sue found out about his special preferences and started showing off in the car, he probably wouldn't even need to wait until they reached the reverse flow secret realm. Uncle Shin Jinsong would come over and have a one-for-one exchange with Song Chen. Shin Jinsong was notorious for being protective. Song Chen then turned his attention to the two skills he had just unlocked to distract himself. Controlling his preferences was really too difficult. Blood Rage Rampage, after activating this skill, normal attacks will change to dual wielding, with the second weapon formed from condensed blood energy, sharing the same attributes as the main weapon. Rampage Boost, physical attack power, attack speed, movement speed, casting speed. Rampage Reduction, physical defense, mental attributes. Skill duration, 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 30 seconds, mana cost, 50. This skill levels up synchronously with the professional's level. Berserker goes rampage, teammates scatter everywhere. A very good buff skill, not a single skill point wasted, and the growth potential is not low. Every level up increases physical attack power in 3 speeds. Song Chen pondered. The Blood Rage Rampage, a level 20 skill for Berserkers, is a must-have buff skill for every Berserker, and its buff effect is indeed excellent, capable of translating into impressive power. If Blood Rage Rampage is activated, combined with the passive skill Berserker's Fury, an unrelenting bulldozer, 17 strikes per second, just a straight push. Song Chen estimated his physical attack power, based on a 2.3 million damage ratio, that would be 46,000, with physical attack power reaching a staggering 139,320 points. The Blood Rage has been unleashed, and with physical attack, that's 153,252 points. A normal hit would deal 150,000 damage. Adding in the attack speed bonus from the Berserker's Fury, that's 99, and this doesn't even account for the additional attributes from equipment. With this setup, I could just bulldoze through. Song Chen glanced at the second skill he had just learned. Soul Grip grabs a target directly in front, firmly attaching it to the palm, rendering the target immobile and reducing its defense. After the grab ends, it releases a burst of blood energy, dealing damage to the target based on the life points consumed. This skill can grab targets that are in a state of invulnerability, moving, or special status. This skill cannot grab building-type monsters or invincible targets. Grab duration, 1 second. Defense reduction, 5. Burst blood energy damage, based on consumed life points skill level. Cooldown, 10 seconds, mana cost, 30. This skill levels up in sync with the practitioner's level. This is a single target control damage skill. The reason Song Chen chose this skill was nothing special, just for control. In the Berserker's skill tree, there's also an area control skill called Soul Sealing Slash, but that can only be learned at level 40. You need to have single target control skills, and you also need area control skills. You can't have too few. The damage of this skill is relatively low, which is due to the level not being high yet, so there's no rush. Song Chen estimated. After deducting life points, this Soul Grip could deal 230,000 damage. At first glance, it didn't seem high, but as long as he leveled up a few times, the damage would exponentially increase, making single target kills a breeze. Both new skills were targeted enhancements. They might not be needed right away, but they had to be there. Song Chen didn't think he could rely solely on his skills to conquer this world, or maybe he could. While Song Chen was pondering, Xin Xingning received a message from her mentor, Xin Xiannan, and felt a bit unhappy. What's wrong? Hearing Song Chen's inquiry, Xin Xingning thought for a moment and decided to be honest. The mentor negotiated with several guilds from the Reverse Flow Secret Realm, but they couldn't reach a cooperation agreement. Wasn't a trade of benefits possible? Song Chen was slightly surprised. Normally, these guilds that roamed the leveling areas and secret realms wouldn't dare to oppose a giant like the Beijing Academy. It would be best to step back gracefully. But right now, Mentor Jiang intervened, but it didn't help. Xin Xingning looked at Song Chen, pondering, that means there's a stronger background behind them than our two mentors, supporting them. Song Chen's eyes lit up. That's great. Negotiations fell through? Time to freeze them out. -3 million life points, a slide slash for 3 kilometers. 10,000 life points, a slide slash for 3 kilometers. Can't reason with them? No problem, I can reason with physics. If they can't reach an agreement, then so be it. No worries, I'm quite good at physics. By the way, cousin, have you learned that skill that exempts friendly fire? Song Chen not only didn't frown but was even more delighted. He loved the iron-headed kid. More gold coins to explode. Xin Xingning didn't understand where Song Chen's excitement came from and nodded. I've learned that skill. It's 100% exemption from friendly fire, so you don't have to worry about hitting me. Song Chen smiled. That's great. No friendly fire? Then that guy wouldn't be invincible anymore. The Reverse Flow Secret Realm is located within a high-level wilderness area in Beijing, only about a 30-minute drive away. Song Chen took Xin Xingning out of the car and registered at the entrance of the high-level wilderness area. At the entrance, there were stalls selling various items, including props and equipment, as well as priests for weapon repairs and health recovery, a colorful array. For these, neither Song Chen nor Xin Xingning had any particular needs. There are quite a few tails watching us here, Song Chen. I estimate that as soon as we stepped into the wild area, someone followed us right in. Want to go wild? Xin Xingning's tone carried an uncontainable excitement. She was certainly not someone to be underestimated. Song Chen smiled and nodded. That's exactly why this high-level wild area is fun. Come on, let's go in first. As expected, just after Song Chen and Xin Xingning entered the high-level wild area, 3 waves of people followed closely behind. Cousin, your team skill is ready to use. Great. Shin Qingning immediately donned a full set of combat gear, gripping a staff weapon in her hand, and quickly began to chant obscure syllables. There weren't many syllables, it sounded like just 3 or 5 words. Suddenly, a golden light chain shot out from the center of Shin Qingning's forehead and merged into Song Chen's forehead. What skill is this? A contract? A community? Song Chen looked a bit intrigued, and while he had already formed a 2-person team with Shin Qingning, a new rule called exempt friend damage appeared. Shin Qingning was quite pleased and explained with a hum, "It's a way to use divine words, it's actually a skill. The binder will be exempt from 100 friend damage within 24 hours, but the cooldown is a bit longer. In our usual terms, that means divine words, exemption." That sounded rather juvenile, Song Chen silently evaluated. "You can use this equipment first, cousin. I can't use the level 25 golden staff, so it's yours." "What do you mean it's mine?" Shin Qingning took the level 25 golden staff that Song Chen handed over, quickly swapped it out, and huffed, "Didn't I give you good food yesterday? We're even." "Nonsense. I haven't eaten yet," Song Chen exclaimed, his face filled with indignation. "How could one tarnish another's reputation out of thin air? I clearly only played for a little over 2 hours and didn't even get a chance to eat before the movie ended." Shin Qingning. She glanced back at the 3 waves of professionals who had followed them into the high-level wild area. Song Chen smiled and deliberately shouted loudly, "We're going to the reverse flow secret realm to fiercely farm 3 wild monsters." Shin Qingning looked at him as if he were a fool. Those 3 waves of professionals were clearly not from the same guild, scattered in groups of 2 or 3, totaling about 10 people, resembling scouts. "Wait, Song Chen, aren't we going to deal with them? Today, I'll let you see what professional worth means. It's all about being aggressive." Shin Qingning, holding the staff, was eager to fight. Song Chen sighed and quickly explained, "You clearly lack experience. These little minions aren't worth anything, they're just pure scouts. What good would it do to take them down? We need to catch the big fish, understand? At the very least, we need to take out a few guild leaders to make a real profit." Shin Qingning gasped. That sounded quite reasonable. Then Song Chen glanced at his profession panel. Name, Song Chen, profession, Berserker, level, health, 3,204,120, magic, 3,000, strength, weapon, equipment, title, agility, weapon, equipment, title, mentality, equipment, title, constitution, equipment, title, skill, free attribute points, 0, skills, exclusive skill blood fury, blade blood feather, Berserker's rage, blood rage rampage, soul devouring hand, absolute defense, blood chi explosion, bloodthirsty slide slash, heavy slash, mountain, crushing strike, steel muscles, appraisal technique, blood fury. Song Chen activated blood fury right away, looking at his over 3 million health points, which gave him a strong sense of security. Following the principle of fishing for big fish, Song Chen had no intention of taking down the scouts at the entrance. At the very least, they won't all be wiped out. Otherwise, if one skill takes out this group, who will send the message? If they don't send the message, how will the big fish bite? Blade edge blood feathers. Song Chen pulled Shin Qingning behind him and feigned a single-handed gesture. In the blink of an eye, countless blade edge blood feathers condensed in front of Song Chen, one after another, so many that it was impossible to count them. Health points. Blade edge blood feather. The damage of a single blade edge blood feather is 3 million points. This nuclear warhead of mine, with 30,000 blade edge blood feathers, can deal a total of 4.5 billion damage at full power. Who the hell can withstand that? Go! Song Chen couldn't be bothered to aim and waved his hand casually. His intention wasn't to completely annihilate these scout professionals, just to give them a little scare. They were afraid. That's why they would send stronger professionals to assist. Stronger professionals often meant more expensive, more valuable, and capable of dropping better loot. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 30,000 blade edge blood feathers surged like a red whirlwind, smashing down indiscriminately. Get out of the way, quick. It's fine, as long as we're fast. What the hell? Isn't it just about being fast? Old Zhang, what's wrong with you? What kind of damage is this? Our team shield mountain just picked up the shield and exploded? Spread out. The damage from this skill is too damn ridiculous. In an instant, chaos ensued. 7 out of 10 frontline scout professionals were instantly taken out by the blade edge blood feathers, leaving just 3 survivors, each belonging to a different guild. Where are Song Chen and Shin Qingning? The 3 survivors exchanged glances. One person on the side thought for a moment and said uncertainly, "It seems like they used a displacement skill? It looked like a sliding slash or something, but wait, which sliding slash can instantly move 3 kilometers? Shin Qingning, Song Chen is really fast. Shin Qingning, Song Chen is really fast. A sliding slash that moves 3 kilometers? Dude, did you overdose last night? The nearby professional clearly didn't believe it, looking puzzled. Are you sure it's not some mage's teleportation skill? A mage can't teleport 3 kilometers, right? That would have to be a teleportation skill. Another professional retorted. I definitely didn't see it wrong. The last professional swore, I'm a marksman, my eyesight is top-notch, how could I be mistaken? After Songchen used that area skill, he picked up Xinxingning and swung his knife. Whoosh, and they were gone. The three exchanged glances, straining to look into the distance. How could they still see the shadows of Songchen and Xinxingning? They had no idea how many kilometers they had slid away. Now that it's come to this, let's collect our brother's belongings first. A certain professional sighed and began to gather various items, equipment, and materials that had dropped on the ground, angrily licking his teammate's bag. After finishing with the teammate's bag, the 3 scouts hurriedly reported the situation to their guild leader. What? Are you kidding me? Songchen took out 7 of you with 1 skill? He's only level 20 and hasn't even advanced yet. Are you sure it wasn't Xinxingning who did it? Where is he now? I'll arrange for someone to intercept him immediately. The angry shouts and doubts of the 3 guild leaders came through the phone, clearly indicating that none of them believed Songchen had that kind of strength. Are you kidding me? They are now. A professional hesitated and said, with a sliding slash skill, they moved 3 kilometers away, and now we can't see them at all. The guild leader on the other end fell silent. Which good person can use a sliding slash skill to move 3 kilometers? I'm starving. The guild leader exploded in anger. Damn it, you guys don't need to report to the guild tomorrow. Damn. Can't you even keep up with someone to send a message? A certain scout. There are no more of us left, President, it's just me now. President. A certain scout. President, I suggest you come and take a look yourself. Arrange for a few high-level professionals, preferably level 50. Directly enter the reverse flow secret realm and ambush them. They are going to rob in the wild. President. Beep beep beep, the call ended. The 3 scout professionals tacitly put down their phones, exchanging glances, and surprisingly felt a strange sense of camaraderie as fellow lost souls. It was clear that none of the guild leaders believed their words. It was obvious that all 3 of them had been expelled. Bloodthirsty sliding slash is all about speed. The high-level wild area is not a desperate dungeon or anything like that. There are no winding paths, just relatively open terrain. Who can't just step on the gas in a straight line? 1 sliding slash covers 3 kilometers. 3 consecutive sliding slashes cover 9 kilometers. In the blink of an eye, Songchen had already carried Xinxingning on his back, continuously sliding and slashing for 8 segments, covering a distance of 24 kilometers in just a few seconds. Along the way, he had killed dozens of wild monsters that didn't pay attention to the traffic lights. Stop for a moment, we're almost there. Xinxingning commanded from behind Songchen, signaling him to turn. Songchen's sliding slash was too fast, and the distance was too long, leaving Xinxingning's 3,000 strands of hair in disarray. Are we there yet? So refreshing. Songchen stopped, holding the Scorpion King Tang knife, feeling invigorated, especially his back, which felt like it had just received a massage, full of energy. This is what it means to travel. Xinxingning curiously touched her face and then pinched Songchen's chin. Looks like it's real. Not a dream. Songchen? No, Songchen, you this. You're so fast. Xinxingning exclaimed in amazement, clicking her tongue in wonder. Did you use a skill to take out those scouts all at once? What is this sliding slash? It must be 3 kilometers long, right? Songchen wore a serious expression. I warn you again, cousin, do not say I'm fast. Who praises a man for being fast? So annoying. Alright, I won't praise you like that next time. Xinxingning admitted her mistake, looking at Songchen with a curious expression, wanting to dig deeper. As for why I'm so fierce, that's my secret. Songchen maintained his seriousness. Seeing this, Xinxingning expressed understanding and stopped bringing it up. Having a secret is normal, after all, it's a secret that makes Songchen explosively strong, and Xinxingning was particularly discreet. Who doesn't have a little secret? Digging too deep would be pointless. Go this way. After we turn through this forest, the entrance to the reverse flow secret realm is just a few hundred meters ahead. Enter at the waterfall by the mountain pass. Xinxingning jumped down and stood on the ground, comparing the terrain with her phone map, taking the initiative to lead the way. Songchen then received a call from Jiang Haike. Hello? Songchen, are you guys okay? Have you entered the reverse flow secret realm? Not yet, mentor. You and Xinxingning be careful, Qin Xiannan and I will be there soon. Damn it, the Black Panther, Chanha, and Tianqing guilds really have some guts. Do they really think I don't know who's backing them? Jiang Haike cursed on the other end of the line, clearly very angry. Songchen smiled and reassured him. It's fine, mentor, don't get worked up. Actually, you not reaching an agreement is a good thing for Xinxingning and me. Jiang Haike? Then Jiang Haik suddenly realized, thinking, right, why the hell am I worried about this kid's safety? I should be worried about the safety of those 3 guild professionals. Once he figured this out, Jiang Haik became less anxious. You're right, handle it as you see fit, kill if you need to, don't indulge their bad habits. So Qin Xian Nan and I won't go in? We'll wait for you at the entrance of the wild area. Okay, mentor, I promise to break through. Song Chen smiled in response, not at all worried about safety issues. He hung up the phone. While driving, Qin Xian Nan was puzzled and looked at Jiang Haik suspiciously. You old fool, aren't you pushing Song Chen into the fire pit? Don't forget, I have my precious student too. These 3 guilds are clearly just in it for the money. If they don't negotiate with us, and something happens to Song Chen and Shen Chengning in the reverse flow secret realm, I'll go straight to the principal and blow up. A barrage of questions followed. Jiang Haik shrugged, looking very calm. They'll be fine, don't worry. The ones who should be worried about losses are those 3 guilds. After a moment of thought, Jiang Haik also felt a bit annoyed. Damn it, I know who's behind the sabotage, but I can't get any evidence. I really want to take someone down. Yeah, I want to take someone down too. Qin Xian Nan gritted her silver teeth, equally frustrated. Everyone clearly knew what was going on, yet there was no evidence to present, which was quite infuriating. Wait. Jiang Haik seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes lighting up. Isn't there a big secret realm opening in 3 days? A gentleman takes revenge. 3 days is not too late. Shen Chengning, this is like Lu Bu writing Dianwei, invincible in the world. Jiang Haik's eyes brightened, and a light bulb seemed to go off in Qin Xian Nan's head as she suddenly understood. I completely get it. Think of a way to get Xie Jiang Nan specially recruited into the Qinglong Academy. The more Jiang Haik pondered, the more feasible it seemed. Targeted, huh? Since you want to play some underhanded tricks, don't blame us for using some straightforward strategies. 3 days is a bit tight. We need to quickly gather a batch of life-saving props for the 2 of them, and the weapons must also be reinforced accordingly. Once the big secret realm opens, it won't just be about our own grudges, Lao Jiang. Qin Xian Nan quickly calmed down and began to think about feasibility. Jiang Haik nodded in agreement, adding, the other 3 universities will also send elite students to participate, along with a batch of top students from foreign countries. In a sense, the opening of this joint big secret realm is also a confrontation among elite students from various universities. It's a pity that killing is not allowed in the joint big secret realm. Qin Xian Nan sighed. It's true that killing is not allowed, but each person only has 3 chances to revive. Once they're used up, they can't enter again. Not being able to enter the big secret realm to gain benefits is even more painful for them than killing. Jiang Haik has said with certainty. Killing? That's a last resort. Breaking their will is the real strategy. Shattering the resolve of those proud talents, causing their spirits to collapse, is clearly a harsher move. Jiang Haik was full of confidence in his precious student, brimming with infinite faith. Crushing the talents of other universities? That would be a piece of cake. Jiang Haik sighed deeply. Fortunately, the principal allocated a large amount of resources to Song Chen, otherwise, I would really be ashamed to face my precious student. What about your little savings? Can't bear to take it out? Qin Xian Nan pouted, teasingly close. If I were you, I'd take out all my dowry and savings, focusing on full support. Jiang Haik rarely retorted, remaining silent. After a long pause, he sighed nostalgically. My little savings have all been used to compensate the families of my students. As their mentor, I have an undeniable responsibility if something happens to them. That incident can't be blamed entirely on you. Qin Xian Nan also sighed. Neither of them said more, driving in silence towards the high-level wilderness area. Meanwhile, Song Chen, following Shen Chengning, had already passed through the waterfall entrance of the high-level wilderness area and entered the reverse flow secret realm. Isn't anyone blocking us at the entrance of the secret realm? Shen Chengning was a bit surprised. Song Chen estimated that the people from those 3 guilds had not yet gathered, or they were just waiting at a few outdoor respawn points. Let's go, first do your first transfer quest. We can just head towards the outdoor respawn points along the way, the rest depends on luck. Before he could finish speaking, Shen Chengning shook her head and raised a radar that looked like a pocket watch in her hand. No need to rely on luck, this positioning radar of mine is amazing. As long as there are outdoor respawns in the wild or in secret realms, it will immediately provide prompts and locations. Song Chen was slightly taken aback, feeling a bit sour. Just look at her treatment and the allocation of such a tool. But it was normal. Shen Chengning had awakened as a high-level profession, the divine word lawgiver, and even before she had taken her college entrance exams to level up, she had already been pre-booked by the Qinglong Academy in the capital. She had entered the Qinglong Academy in a legitimate manner, enjoying high-level treatment and resource allocation, no need to mention that. In contrast, Songchen had a bit of an unconventional path. He had spent money to be specially recruited into the capital's academy, and then he was specially recruited into the Qinglong Academy as well, still at a high level, which inevitably meant he would be slightly lacking in resource allocation. It's fine, it's fine. Noticing that Songchen seemed a bit sour, Shin Qingning stood on her tiptoes and ruffled his hair, smiling as she said, "What's mine is yours, so don't hesitate to use it." Songchen smiled and couldn't help but lower his head. Lowering one's head is often to see a better view. If we team up to kill monsters, can that count towards your first transfer quest, cousin? Let's give it a try. Songchen rolled up his sleeves and picked up his Tang Dao. Shin Qingning shook her head and replied, "No, each person's first transfer quest can only be completed by themselves. Teaming up to kill does not count. That's why I said your first transfer quest is very difficult. You can only kill 3 outdoor monsters by yourself or deal the final blow to complete the kill." Got it. Songchen nodded in understanding. This way, it would be inconvenient for Songchen to use large area high damage skills. Skills like Mountain Collapse or Bloodburst, which deal high damage over a wide area, could easily one-shot monsters, and not only would the damage be explosive, but the range was also huge, making it easy to steal kills. Fortunately, the number of monsters in this reverse flow secret realm was dense enough. Songchen held the compass to monitor the outdoor respawns in real time, while wielding the Scorpion King Tang Dao, performing sliding slashes. Shin Qingning was quite relaxed, riding on Songchen's back, evolving into a mobile turret. Divine Word Law. Divine Word Incineration. Divine Word Cutting. One skill after another came from Shin Qingning's hands, or rather, all shouted from her mouth. The power of the Divine Word Lawgiver profession lies in its versatility. It can be a melee profession or a mid to long range profession. As a melee, it has impressive burst damage up close. As a ranged profession, it doesn't require casting time or incantations like mage classes. For example, a mage casting a high damage spell needs to chant, which is essentially a casting time, making instant casting quite difficult. But for Shin Qingning's Divine Word Lawgiver, skills are released with voice control, and with just 4 syllables of incomprehensible divine words, the skills are instantly unleashed, focusing on speed and ferocity. Successfully killed a level 20 monster, Wandering Fool, gained 201,215 experience points. Shin Qingning gained 201,215 experience points. Successfully killed a level 30 monster, Young Dragon Lizard, gained 225,310 experience points. Shin Qingning gained 225,310 experience points. Successfully killed a level 40 monster, Enraged Knight's Retainer, gained 141,824 experience points. Shin Qingning gained 141,824 experience points. All the way, they wreaked havoc. Shin Qingning rode on Songchen, rampaging through the monsters. During a break, she said, "We are really strong." Shin Qingning took a sip of water and pulled out a bottle of strawberry-flavored magic potion, gulping it down. It was actually just the amount of a bottle of Yakult, not much at all. Songchen shrugged. "You're the one who's fierce, cousin. Your profession is really impressive. Even level 40 wild monsters can't last 5 seconds. Shin Qingning felt a bit shy and continued to be modest. "Actually, it's because you're so fast with your sliding slash and teleportation. These monsters can't catch up to me at all, so I can focus on dealing damage. We can call ourselves Lubu riding Dianwei, in a combined state, invincible under heaven." "Songchen? I suspect you're driving me crazy, and I have evidence, but it really feels good." To say Shin Qingning weighs only about 100 pounds, Songchen carried her as if she were a toy. But occasionally, when he slid and drifted, the feeling of kneading dough on the cutting board was simply delightful. "Hey, it's respawning." Shin Qingning saw the light spots flickering on the compass and immediately got excited. "Let's go, we should farm in the wild first." The War God jumps. The War God covers. The most physics-oriented episode. The War God jumps. The War God covers. The most physics-oriented episode. The wild has respawned. Why are you even more excited than I am? Songchen couldn't help but laugh. They had been in the reverse flow secret realm for about an hour now, and it was mostly Shin Qingning killing monsters while Songchen was purely her mount, drifting around as if it were a game. After finishing off this batch of wild monsters, a sliding slash took them to the next area, continuing the slaughter. Of course, in Songchen's view, Shin Qingning's monster farming speed was very efficient, far surpassing most professionals, but compared to him, she was still lacking by quite a bit. "Your first turn quest is relatively difficult, stop dawdling, let's move." Without waiting for Songchen to respond, Shin Qingning had already very willingly climbed onto his back, quite skilled at it. It was actually quite comfortable. Songchen wouldn't refuse this. After all, it was a win-win situation. Shin Qingning saved the energy of walking, while Songchen enjoyed the pleasure of a massage. A definite win-win. Moreover, after walking for a while, Xinxingning's feet weren't the only thing wearing out, it was also Song Chen's rations, and that simply wouldn't do. That was absolutely not allowed. Starting with a bloodthirsty sliding slash. 1 segment of 3 kilometers, 2 segments of 6 kilometers. In the blink of an eye, Song Chen had carried Xinxingning and run nearly 20 kilometers. About 700 or 800 meters away, they could see a massive mechanical bull-headed beast, spewing flames wildly. In the wild, an enraged mechanical bull-headed beast. Surrounding this mechanical bull-headed beast were about a dozen professionals attacking, including melee, ranged, and support classes, working together quite well. Song Chen sheathed his sword and stopped, while Xinxingning frowned slightly. We got here pretty quickly. How did these 3 guilds professionals arrive so fast? They must have been lying in wait here. Song Chen wasn't too surprised. They had been farming monsters in the reverse flow secret realm for an hour without encountering a single professional. Could they not guess? Rather than investing manpower and resources to search the entire secret realm for the 2 of them, it was much more efficient to guard the 3 wild respawn points and wait for them to show up. Song Chen and Xinxingning noticed that group of professionals, and they noticed the 2 of them as well. They're coming. It must be our guild leader's brilliant strategy to lie in wait for people. It's genius. Each guild sends out a few people, half will hold aggro while the other half sets up a defensive formation to prevent Song Chen from getting close. Aren't we going to take them down? We can take down Song Chen, but that woman named Xinxingning is best left alone. If the Shin family goes crazy and bites back, we, the cattle and horses, will definitely take the blame. I don't care about that, I want to see blood flowing like rivers. What the hell, which guild's berserker is this? Hurry and push him out, open the door. Release the red dog. Suddenly, chaos erupted among the group of professionals. Then a professional was teleported out of the formation by a certain mage using a teleportation skill, pulled from the crowd. Holding a giant sword, his body was enveloped in a bloodthirsty aura, his mind in a haze. A perfect berserker. Oh, I actually ran into a fellow practitioner. Cousin, look quickly, that's a true berserker. Song Chen was quite surprised. This was his first encounter with a peer, fresh like seeing a national treasure. Xinxingning glanced at Song Chen, then at the berserker, and 3 question marks slowly popped up above her head. They were both berserkers, but the difference seemed vast. The intentions of these 3 guilds are very clear, Song Chen. One wave of people is drawing aggro in the wild and moving deeper. The other wave is clearly targeting us, forming a defensive formation to prevent us from getting close. Xinxingning's expression darkened, her anger rising sharply, daring to target my beloved little. No, big cousin, you all deserve to die. Song Chen, however, didn't think that much. Being targeted was a good thing. If you don't target me, how can I naturally blow you up? I will take the moral high ground first. So you're Song Chen? I heard you're also a berserker? Since we met today, let's settle this once and for all. Let's see who is truly superior. I'm about to see rivers of blood, ha 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 ha. The giant sword swung, a sweeping slash with inertia. The berserker, seemingly high on something, laughed maniacally as he charged forward, executing a bloodthirsty slash. This skill of sweeping slash movement was indeed a preferred skill for many berserkers. Identification skill failed. Oh no, Song Chen, this berserker is at least a level 30 professional. I'll control the field, you deal the damage. Xinxingning's expression changed slightly, her words coming out rapidly. Song Chen reached out and pulled Xinxingning behind him, gripping the Scorpion King Tang knife with one hand. There are differences even among berserkers, cousin. Mountain Breaker Strike. Mountain Breaker Strike. 2 shouts of Mountain Breaker Strike almost echoed simultaneously. One came from Song Chen, the other from the berserker who had charged a dozen meters away. The war god leaped. The war god landed. When Song Chen unleashed this Mountain Breaker Strike, the attack range was a circular area with a diameter of 30 kilometers, dealing damage of 60,000, a total of 3,626,400 points. This one Mountain Breaker Strike dealt 3.62 million damage per second. Boom! A massive wave of bloodthirst surged, instantly spreading across a 30-kilometer radius, with countless damage numbers wildly popping up. The 2 war gods leaped simultaneously. Song Chen landed steadily, while the other war god, at the moment of landing, peacefully tucked himself under a small blanket and began singing Makapaka. Successfully killed level 50 wild, enraged mechanical minotaur, gained experience points 257,547, Xinxingning gained experience points 257,547. Obtained equipment, Ring of Fury. Obtained materials, Hard Horn of the Mechanical Minotaur, Fragment of Enraged Soul. Successfully killed level 20 monster, Mad Druid, gained experience points 316,211, Xingning gained experience points 356,211. Successfully killed level 30 monster, Mad Beetle monster, gained experience points 334,572, Xingning gained experience points 334,572. Successfully killed level 45 professional, Berserker. Successfully killed level 50 professional, Fire Mage. Successfully killed level 50 professional, Priest. The attack range seems a bit too large, it affected quite a few lucky spectators within a 30-kilometer radius. The sound of notifications rang in his ears, but Songchen was in a great mood. It doesn't matter if the logic doesn't make sense. As a good person, I also enjoy discussing physics. Xingning was full of question marks, her little mouth wide open, almost burning with frustration, a skill that can kill over 200 level 20 monsters. They are lucky spectators? What about those dozen high-level professionals? Did they all take sleeping pills and just fall asleep? I have a 30-kilometer long knife, let them run first. I have a 30-kilometer long knife, let them run first. Young people are great, just fall asleep. Oh, and there are 3 survivors. It seems they have life-saving items or skills? Songchen clicked his tongue, his gaze fixed straight ahead, locking onto the 3 professionals who were standing there, looking confused. Xinxingning's little mouth was wide open, as if she was trying to cool down. Cousin, that little mouth of yours is really pretty. Songchen admired it for 2 seconds, shook his head to dispel those colorful mental images, shook again but they didn't go away, and shook a couple more times. Such a pretty little mouth, it must feel great to kiss, right? What the hell is this? How did I end up dying? What did I miss? No, buddy, where are our guild teammates? All dead? Just the 3 of us left? What kind of monster is this Songchen, damn it? Does he have a divine artifact? The 3 professionals, a mage, an assassin, and another, were all dumbfounded, looking around in confusion. The ground was littered with various weapons, equipment, and item materials, clearly dropped from their teammates' spatial backpacks after they died, everywhere. What kind of exquisite beauty is it when a dozen fireworks explode at once? This was Xinxingning's first time witnessing such a magical display of fireworks. Songchen had seen it before and was already used to it. So impressive, Songchen, you're really amazing. Leave the remaining 3 to me? Xinxingning rubbed her hands excitedly, gripping her staff weapon, and instinctively started to climb behind Songchen. Songchen? This habit isn't very good, sis. What will happen in the future? If I don't ride on me, will you not fight? Let me handle it, be more stable. Songchen stepped forward with his Scorpion King saber, and Xinxingning immediately grabbed his belt, her little mouth already pouting. You go, you go. Songchen sighed. Alright. Xinxingning was like a child who had just won a toy, ready to make a move. A few hundred meters away, the 3 professionals who had miraculously not fallen asleep finally realized something was wrong. Should we run? This Songchen's tactics are off. It does seem off, damn it, he's only level 20 and hasn't even advanced. How can he kill our level 50 brother in one hit? Quickly loot the bags, split up and retreat, meet at the second wild point. Still looting bags, the Golden Tomb Raider will die if we gather, but survive if we split. Retreat! The 3 professionals were experienced enough, not daring to loot their teammates' bags, all running in different directions at the same time, using all their learned movement skills. Wait, how do we fight in these 3 directions? Xinxingning was stunned and a bit flustered. Songchen sighed and seriously lectured her. You come, and this is the result? You're not decisive enough. In this situation, you definitely need to stick close and take one down first. Killing one is a profit. Then closely pursue the second. Killing 2 is a big gain. As for whether we can catch and kill the third, that depends on luck. Under Songchen's intense scolding, Xinxingning lowered her head, feeling uneasy, shyly tugging at her fingers, her pretty face full of shame. Every word was reasonable, every word was right. I won't dare next time, you're right, I'll listen. But what do we do now? Letting these 3 professionals go means for us. Xinxingning's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, her face full of anxiety. Songchen actually liked this about her. Xinxingning was the type to realize her mistakes and admit them, and her attitude was good. Unlike some women who excel at internal strife. You're wrong, and you still dare to argue. If I'm wrong, it's also your fault. How could it possibly be my fault? Wait a minute. Looking at it this way, TSK, if I were to marry Xinxingning as my wife, I have to say, that sounds pretty good. It's fine, let them run 39 meters first. Songchen waved his hand grandly, confident of victory, holding a 40-meter long knife. No, it should be a 30-kilometer long knife. Mountain crushing strike. The war god jumped for the second time. Song Chen, holding the Scorpion King Tang knife, landed, and a wave of blood energy immediately covered a radius of 30 kilometers. The three professionals fleeing in three different directions never figured out why it happened again before they died. Isn't this supposed to be from an anime? Logically, such a massive area and incredible instant damage skill should have an exceptionally long cooldown time. Don't you have that? Bang bang bang! 3 clouds of blood mist exploded in 3 directions, instantly killing them. Successfully killed level 50 professional, Hurricane Mage. Successfully killed level 50 professional, Wandering Gunner. Successfully killed level 50 professional, Heavy Shield Warrior. 3 fireworks exploded, and several pieces of equipment, weapons, and a large amount of materials dropped. This. Shin Xingning looked at Song Chen in astonishment. Your skills range and damage are so terrifying. Don't you have any drawbacks? What do you need drawbacks for basic skills? Song Chen was puzzled. What do you need drawbacks for basic skills? Shin Xingning fell into deep thought, thinking that a skill that could instantly kill over a dozen professionals in the wild, along with a large area of lucky wild monsters, is called a basic skill? She really didn't understand. She was a bit flustered. Song Chen didn't have time to explain, raising his hand to execute a sliding slash, performing a beautiful drift with 3 consecutive sliding slashes, collecting the equipment, items, and materials dropped by the last 3 professionals. Then came the large-scale loot cleanup. A few minutes later. That feels good. The strategy of fishing for big fish is spot on, very spot on, otherwise, how could there be such a rich harvest? Come on, cousin, let's count the loot. Song Chen was very satisfied. This is what real wealth feels like. Grinding monsters for materials doesn't sell for much, but looting other professionals is much faster. Now that it's come to this, you're right. Shin Xingning couldn't figure out why Song Chen was so fierce, so she decided not to think about it anymore and sat down to help him count the loot. A few anonymous Dragon Walk cards, adding up to, over 80 million dragon coins, not bad. The main gains are materials and items. After a quick count, including equipment, weapons, and item materials, Shin Xingning estimated a total price and couldn't help but exclaim, it must be around 300 million at the very least. Good heavens! The guilds here in Beijing are definitely more lucrative. Song Chen smiled. He vaguely remembered that when he took down the Flowing Cloud Guild in Jiangyun City, even with the guild leader and members combined, they only earned over 1 million. This time, they easily made 300 million. Don't forget, Song Chen, you still have 2 more wild areas to clear, which means, there are still 2 waves of professionals waiting for us. With Shin Xingning saying this, Song Chen couldn't help but feel the urge to make money. Right, if I calculate it this way, there's still 600 million waiting for me to withdraw. Damage Immunity Blood Bowl Equipment. Shin Xingning, I'm going in early. Damage Immunity Blood Bowl Equipment. Shin Xingning, I'm going in early. If you calculate it this way, it's not wrong. But still, be careful. You should pick a few good pieces of equipment to change into. These people should be among the stronger ones from those 3 guilds. Shin Xingning wasn't worried about their safety afterward. With Song Chen's ability to instantly kill, wielding a 30-kilometer-long knife, he provided a full sense of security. Close combat? What close combat? My Star Destroyer cannon is directly aimed at the point. How do you plan to respond? You should pick a few pieces of equipment to change into, cousin. Just choose whatever you like. This round of gear and weapons is on me. Song Chen waved his hand generously. Shin Xingning didn't stand on ceremony and immediately began to select. Soon, she pulled out 2 rings, a helmet, a 5-piece set, 2 necklaces, and a weapon. The Rage Ring is a piece of jewelry equipment that drops in the wild, enhancing attack speed and strength attributes. The items Shin Xingning picked were all compatible with Song Chen's profession. I don't need to reinforce those 2 aspects for now. Song Chen shook his head and said, if I were to mention my current flaw, it would probably be in damage reduction. The required equipment attributes are simple, either damage reduction or percentage-based health increase will do. Purely attribute-based gear isn't very useful for me anymore. I need targeted reinforcement. After a few brief sentences, Shin Xingning thought for a moment, understood, and then rummaged through to find 2 rings to hand over. Stack health and damage reduction, right? Here, I just happen to have 2 rings that meet your needs. Song Chen nodded and took them, looking at the attributes with surprise. Oh, Platinum Tier Equipment. Equipment name, Blood Bowl Ring. Equipment quality, Platinum Tier level 50, requires 2 health points or level 50. Equipment attributes, health limit, health automatically recovers after leaving combat. Per minute. Platinum Tier equipment only has 2 attributes? Normally, shouldn't there be 4 attributes? Wait, hold on, these 2 attributes are just too suitable for me. With my 3 million health points, the base is large enough, the percentage health increase is simply outrageous. Song Chen couldn't help but marvel. A 5% increase on 1 million health points amounts to 150,000 points. The key is that his health is calculated to increase by 10 points per second, meaning the later it goes, the more terrifying the percentage health increase becomes. The Blood Bull ring truly lives up to its name. This is good, very suitable for me. He then turned to the second ring. Equipment name, Heavy Armor Defense Equipment Quality, Platinum Tier Level 50, requires 500 Constitution points or Level 50. Equipment attributes, Damage Reduction 1 for all types, Damage Reduction 3 for all types, Damage Reduction 1 for all types, Damage Reduction 2 for all types, for identical attributes, all for damage reduction, but each attribute has a different value. At a glance, Song Chen understood. This must be the ring from the heavy shield warrior among those 3 survivors, right? This guy must have invested a lot. Getting these 4 attributes isn't easy. It probably cost at least 7 to 8 million, not counting the materials used for washing the attributes, and you need good luck. Song Chen was a bit surprised but not overly shocked. Relatively speaking, only platinum tier equipment and above have crafting value, such as enhancement, amplification, and enchanting. Washing equipment attributes is a form of enchanting. As for equipment below platinum tier, like gold or silver quality weapons, they are basically just for transition and won't be used for long. Of course, this doesn't apply to ordinary professionals. Ordinary professionals, not to mention whether they can obtain platinum tier or above equipment, just the crafting aspect is definitely not something an average person can afford. It's extremely costly. Do you really think a Rolls-Royce collision is just for show? If each attribute could be washed to 5, this ring would be worth a lot, but that's not easy. Xin Xingning was also well aware of the expenses involved in crafting equipment. Song Chen smiled and nodded. It's fine, we have quite a lot of crafting materials from this round, with at least 3,000 of both 7-colored diamond rock and the breath of purgatory, so washing an attribute will be enough. Don't forget, there are also materials from 2 more groups of professionals waiting for me to collect. That's true. Xin Xingning also smiled. Song Chen had no bad habit of sparing those who should not be spared. What kind of nonsense was that saintly attitude? As long as you targeted me, I would go all out, no mercy. The blood cow ring meets my equipment requirements. With over 2 points of health, I've exceeded that by several times. But for the heavy armor defense equipment requirement, I still lack 50 points of constitution. A gap in constitution attributes? That was nothing. Song Chen still had a first-turn attribute stone left unused. Right now, among the spoils, there were 7 first-turn attribute stones, 2 second-turn attribute stones, 1 second-turn skill stone, and a level 50 random skill book. The attribute stones were definitely enough, more than sufficient. Cousin, do you need attribute stones, skill stones, or anything like that? If not, you can take this level 50 random skill book and open it? Song Chen suddenly spoke up. Xin Xingning thought for a moment, hesitating. Isn't that inappropriate? Although we have a good relationship, all these people were taken down by you, and I hardly contributed. As the saying goes, no merit, no reward. Well said. Then I'll accept it. Song Chen nodded in agreement, unceremoniously taking a pile of the most valuable items. What items were the most valuable? Of course, it was the attribute stones, skill stones, and skill books. Items like return scrolls, enhancement potions, and red-blue potions were basically useless to Song Chen. This left Xin Xingning at a loss, completely stunned. I was just being polite. That was a level 50 skill book. Even if it was a random skill book, it was still very precious at level 50. Song Chen felt quite pleased with himself. What does your politeness have to do with me being sincere? I'll make sure to drop you a main skill book later. Don't worry, I won't shortchange you, right, cousin? Cousin? Hey. Song Chen sighed. Xin Xingning expressed her desire to remain silent, turning her face away and taking deep breaths, trying to control her emotions. What kind of steel is Song Chen made of? Seeing Xin Xingning sulking beside him, Song Chen handed her a can of cola and didn't bother her anymore. This lightsaber. It even has modified attributes? He casually picked up the lightsaber beside him and glanced at its attributes, immediately liking it. A true berserker should wield a lightsaber, right? Evolving into a welding warrior on the spot. Welding Berserker Online, pink suitcase ×1. Welding Berserker Online, pink suitcase. The attribute effects are decent, but the attribute bonuses are a bit low, though that's normal. Lightsaber weapons are like this. Song Chen carefully examined the attributes of the lightsaber in his hand. He didn't expect too much anyway. After all, any weapon he held now was not much different. Whether it was a plain weapon, platinum, or even diamond tier weapon, could the bonuses be higher than his exclusive skills? Not a chance, bro. Equipment name, Underworld Fire Spirit Lightsaber. Equipment quality, Platinum tier level 50, requires 500 agility or level 50. Equipment attributes, strength, agility, attack speed, normal attack skill, adds fire attribute damage. Additional skill, Eye of the Demon God. Eye of the Demon God. This skill is a passive skill that has the ability to see through weaknesses, increasing one's critical hit rate. Not bad, the attributes are quite good. It's a pity it's an additional skill. It only takes effect when equipped with this lightsaber, and it becomes ineffective when changing weapons. To upgrade, one can only rely on enhancing the weapon. After quickly scanning the attributes of the lightsaber, Song-Chin immediately replaced his evil King Tang Dao. After all, when using the sliding/movement skill, the lightsaber really looked cool. And this helmet, it suits you too. Shin Xingning's little mood swings came quickly and went just as fast. Her self-regulation speed was quite impressive. While speaking, she handed Song-Chen a helmet. Song-Chen took it, glanced at its attributes, and nodded slightly, thinking that his cousin indeed had a keen insight for good things. This was probably one of the talents of women. They had defeated a total of 18 professionals from 3 guilds, and the equipment and weapons amounted to over 100 pieces. The fact that Shin Xingning could select a high-quality batch from this 100-plus equipment in such a short time proved her exceptional eye for quality. Of course, it was more likely a skill honed from shopping. Equipment name, Annihilation Helmet. Equipment quality, Platinum level 50, requires 500 strength or level 50. Equipment attributes, strength, spirit, magic damage resistance, magic damage resistance. Another piece of equipment with washed attributes. I must say, there are really a lot of wealthy professionals in these 3 guilds, right? What a pity, if all 4 attributes were magic damage reduction. Song-Chen estimated that if all 4 attributes were magic resistance, the value of this helmet would increase by 2 or 3 times. However, having 2 attributes for magic damage reduction was already quite good. Don't you still have credits left unused? Later, I'll take you to the logistics equipment department for a tour. We can exchange credits for equipment or use them to craft equipment, enhancements, amplifications, enchantments, all of it. What's in this big pink suitcase? Shin Xingning's attention was drawn to a piece of loot, a large pink suitcase that resembled the flagship model of a Rimawa suitcase. Song-Chen glanced at it and shrugged. I don't know, why don't you open it and see? What if it's a treasure? Shin Xingning huffed. But curiosity was something that couldn't be suppressed. Once it emerged, it would burn fiercely like a wildfire, darting around until it was satisfied. Shin Xingning couldn't help but want to open it. Song-Chen, for the moment, was not concerned. He was calculating his lacking attribute points, preparing to update his equipment. He removed the Scorpion King Tang Dao, gladiator helmet, and a strength ring. His strength attribute was 440 points, and his agility attribute was 580 points, while the Annihilation helmet required 500 strength points. Song-Chen didn't even need to supplement his strength attribute and quickly switched to the Netherfire Elf Light Sword. Its strength attribute was 310 points, just enough to meet the Annihilation helmet's requirement. However, this meant that as long as Song-Chen did not use this light sword again, the Annihilation helmet would be forcibly removed unless he reached level 50 or met the 500 strength requirement. Well, the Blood Bull ring meets the requirement, but I still lack 50 Constitution attribute points for this heavy armor defense ring. After some calculations, Song-Chen unhesitatingly used 3 first-turn attribute stones, gaining 60 free attribute points, all allocated to his Constitution attribute. A light sword, a helmet, and 2 rings, all equipped. The attribute panel was updated accordingly. Strength, weapon, equipment, title, agility, weapon, equipment, title, spirit, equipment, title, constitution, equipment, title, skill. My strength attribute easily broke 1,000, and the higher the quality of the equipment and weapons, the higher the additional attributes. Cousin, what's wrong with you? Song-Chen had just finished changing his equipment and was in a good mood. A casual turn of his head happened to catch Shin Xingning nonchalantly tidying up the loot, her striking profile flushed with a feverish red. I'm fine, really. Shin Xingning quickly waved her hand. Song-Chen looked at her suspiciously, then at the pink suitcase that had been opened but was clearly haphazardly closed. What the heck? Something was off. With a swift motion, Song-Chen yanked the suitcase over, quickly unzipping it with lightning speed, only to be momentarily stunned. Wow, you guys really went all out. The pink suitcase lived up to its name, as it was indeed filled with treasures. There were pink electric batons, crystal rubber sticks covered in barbs, and shiny diamond-shaped crystals with fluffy tails hanging from them, and so on. There were also several outfits that clearly skimped on fabric. How to put it? It was all about being flashy and prioritizing happiness. Song-Chen silently zipped up the suitcase and tossed it into the nearby woods. It's fine, cousin, if you want to play with toys, we can buy new ones later. Hearing Song Chen suddenly say this, Shin Xingning was taken aback for 2 seconds, instinctively opening her mouth to cool off. Is there really that much information, Song Chen? What's so strange about it? Song Chen retorted, puzzled. It's human nature to pursue happiness, right? And you can't erase everyone's hobbies, can you? So, cousin, when can I get a nice meal? Shen Xingning? Song Chen, anyone can kill me? How come I didn't know? Song Chen, anyone can kill me? How come I didn't know? Shin Xingning froze for 3 seconds, suddenly enlightened. Talking about human nature and the pursuit of happiness, and how you can't erase everyone's hobbies, tch, what a noble sentiment. Song Chen, your map of Yin Kingdom is quite short, isn't it? Let's finish our first task before anything else. We should at least go home to wash up before eating. We've walked a long way and gotten dirty. Shin Xingning casually continued the conversation. Song Chen thought carefully and realized something was off. Hadn't he been the one acting as a mount all this way? Did you even walk? You walked a bit. Alright then, paying attention to hygiene is also a sign of good living quality, Song Chen said, taking it all in stride. Stop babbling. Shin Xingning seemed to remember something, snorting twice. Why don't you ask your senior name Tang for such requests? You just like to bully me, don't you? Song Chen thought for a moment and nodded. You're right, I'll ask her next time we meet. Shin Xingning. Damn. How could she forget that Song Chen was always very receptive to advice? Young and eager to improve. No rush, no rush, no rush. Right now, the advantage is still mine. Although Tang Xiling. But, wait, I'm actually a bit curious about what's going on. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became, and Shin Xingning started to overthink. The spoils of war were ultimately divided into 2 waves. All the usable materials and props were taken over by Song Chen. The remaining ordinary materials and equipment that could be sold went into Shin Xingning's space backpack. There shouldn't be any wild monsters within a 30-kilometer radius. Let's finish your first task first, cousin. Come on, get in, and try the brand new version of the Song Nuclear Bomb Gold Body Phantom vehicle. Song Chen waved, and Shin Xingning automatically climbed onto his back, her body in the vehicle but her thoughts already drifting far away. Bloodthirsty slide slash. The Nuclear Bomb Gold Body Phantom mud truck swiftly teleported 3 kilometers away, moving faster than before. This was naturally due to the increase in agility attributes. Song Chen had already mastered the bloodthirsty slide slash skill, quickly familiarizing himself with the new dashboard. Successfully killed a level 30 monster, Venomous Zombie, gained 255,744 experience points. Shin Xingning gained 255,744 experience points. Successfully killed a level 30 monster, Rampaging Transparent Eel, gained 231,255 experience points. Shin Xingning gained 231,255 experience points. Successfully killed a level 40 monster, Rampaging Minotaur, gained 325,113 experience points. Shin Xingning gained 325,113 experience points. Song Chen was having a blast. It turned out that wielding a lightsaber with its bloodthirsty sliding slash felt completely different from using weapons like the Tang knife or great sword. It was like the difference between holding a single ponytail and holding 2 ponytails. Essentially, they were quite similar, but when you broke it down, there was a difference in smoothness and control. I have to say, the lightsaber is really cool. With a single sliding slash, a fiery red sword light zipped past, teleporting both Song Chen and Shin Xingning 3 kilometers in an instant. Drifting, turning, sharp angles, triple acceleration. After a long while, Shin Xingning, who was riding on Song Chen's back, finally came to her senses, dazedly grabbing Song Chen's shoulder. What's going on? It seems like I completed my first transfer quest? Were you daydreaming the whole time, cousin? Song Chen was shocked. Yeah, I was pondering something very important. Shin Xingning justified herself, though it didn't make much sense. She could still kill monsters while daydreaming. Don't ask, just say whether we killed it or not. Song Chen sighed, this family can't do without me. Shin Xingning nodded in agreement. You're right, you are indeed the pillar of our family. Just as she finished speaking, the positioning radar emitted a series of beeping sounds, indicating that a second wild monster had respawned in the secret realm. Southeast direction, about 18 kilometers, let's go. Shin Xingning assessed the direction and distance, immediately speaking up. Song Chen was waiting for the wild monster to respawn, so he raised his hand and slashed through, accelerating 3 times, a manual version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, teleporting 9 kilometers. It had been about 30 to 40 minutes since the first wild rampaging Minotaur had respawned. They had entered the reverse flow secret realm for less than 3 hours, and Shin Xingning had already completed her first transfer quest. Meanwhile, Song-Chin had also completed part 1 of his transfer quest, and he was about to reach part 2. This speed was already quite fast. With 3 accelerations, then another 3. After 6 consecutive sliding slashes, Song-Chin carried Xinxingning and dashed 18 kilometers, finally making a beautiful drift into a ruined relic. From a distance, they could see it. Not far away, a group of professionals was arranged in a triangular formation like a bullfight, but whether it was infighting or something else, over 20 professionals had split into 3 teams, resembling a Three Kingdoms standoff. Ironically, the newly spawned wild rampaging knight was left all alone, ignored by everyone. What's going on here? Xinxingning was a bit surprised, caught off guard. Song-Chen shrugged and lowered his voice. It seems like there's some arguing going on, probably a dispute over profit distribution. Want to gossip a bit? Sure, let's gossip. Xinxingning immediately got excited. The two of them stealthily approached the relic, about 20 meters away from the group of professionals. It wasn't that these professionals were useless, but they were all on high alert against the other two groups, their attention fully focused. Who had the time to care about others? They couldn't even pay attention to the wild monsters. At this critical moment, we're all on the same side. There's no need to make a fuss over such trivial matters. We should focus on the main task, everyone. What are you talking about? Isn't that Han Bing, the vice president of Black Panther? Who do you think you are, making noise here? What are you arguing about? If you're really unhappy, just break it off, don't cooperate anymore. It's not that we want to argue. If it weren't for the money from the sponsor, who would want to go against the Beijing Academy? There's even a young lady from the Shin family in there. We can't afford to mess with her. Damn it, we agreed to cooperate, but you guys from Black Panther only sent 10 people while we from Chanha brought 20 level 50 brothers? Tianqing only sent 7? Damn, if it's that hard, then don't bother. Anyway, any of the guilds can easily take down these 2 level 20 players, Song-Chan and Xinxingning. Come on, let's have a deathmatch among the 3 of us. Whoever wins gets the big prize. Do you have the guts? Hiding in the shadows, Song-Chan and Xinxingning exchanged glances. Xinxingning mouthed, there's a guy named Black Chicken over there. Looks like there's infighting. You guessed it right, bro. Song-Chan was puzzled. Any guild can easily take me down? Who gave them the courage? Is it Sister Jingru? The real 6th battle god, jumping spicy. The real 6th battle god, jumping spicy. The bickering among the players from the 3 guilds left Song-Chan at a loss. So in their eyes, he was just a small fry that could be easily dealt with? There are a total of 24 players present, from 3 guilds. From the content of their conversations and arguments, it seems like the remaining players have all gathered here. Song-Chan thoughtfully touched the corner of his mouth. Just now, someone had been cursing and inadvertently revealed the number of players sent by their 3 guilds. After adding it up, Song-Chan realized that all the players left to encircle him were right here. What's wrong? Xinxingning pulled out her phone to type a message for Song-Chan. Song-Chan replied, the players from the 3 guilds are here to encircle me in the secret realm, and all the remaining ones are gathered here. Isn't that great? Saves us the trouble of searching. Xinxingning smiled. Song-Chan nodded, thinking that was indeed true. It really did save time. Taking them all out at once would be quite comfortable, saving him from having to clean up the loot again. As for the current infighting, Song-Chan guessed that the 3 guilds were quite confident, thinking they could easily pin him down in the secret realm, which was why they started infighting during this wild spawn. That was normal. The cake is only so big, having one more person reaching for it means everyone else gets less. It's more comfortable for one to dominate. The secret realm, like dungeons, doesn't allow communication through messages like on phones, which is quite different from the wild areas outside. Otherwise, these 3 guilds would have probably started fighting each other long ago. Quickly decide what to do, brothers. The second wild area has already spawned, and Song-Chan will probably find us soon. How do you know he won't go for the first wild area? Just gambling on luck. Our guild leader said, whoever can take down Song-Chan and get the kill will get the big reward. If Song-Chan gets taken down by another team, then congratulations to them. Stop wasting time. How do we split the 3 teams? Weren't we talking about a deathmatch? Isn't that simple? Each guild sends out 1 level 50 player for the deathmatch, and the 2 that lose withdraw. Or should I help you decide? A strange voice mixed in among the players from the 3 guilds. At first, everyone was taken aback. But when they realized there were others present, only a few level 50 players reacted first, the others were still trying to process it. Who was speaking? And the real 6th battle god had already jumped. Health at 10,000. Current strength boost at 61,110 points. Holding the Netherfire Spirit Sword, Song-Chan leaped forward, surrounded by blood energy. In front of the eyes of the players from the 3 guilds, he executed a full-powered mountain smash with a 6th battle god's flare. This scene appeared somewhat ridiculous in the eyes of those 24 players. Several melee players recognized immediately that this was just a basic skill. This kid is really bold. Not only did he take the initiative to attack over 20 of us, but he's only using a basic skill? Is he out of his mind? Ha ha ha, that's how berserkers are. I'll just stand here and let him smash. Just at the moment when Song Chen jumped, all the professionals saw him, recognized him as Song Chen, and each of them had different thoughts flashing through their minds. There was surprise, there was disbelief, and there was a desire to laugh. Here's a joke. I surrounded your 3 guilds with just myself and 24 people. Until Song Chen struck down with a mountain collapse, until the surging and fierce shockwave of blood energy instantly spread to a radius of 30 kilometers. Until that massive damage burst at 3 o'clock, exploded. Boom! Among the professionals, 23 of them had huge damage numbers pop up above their heads, and with a bang, they exploded like fireworks. Successfully killed level 20 monster, Furious Little Cow. Gained 297,451 experience points. Xinxingning gained 297,451 experience points. Successfully killed level 30 monster, Flying Mantis. Gained 378,891 experience points. Xinxingning gained 378,891 experience points. Successfully killed level 42 professional, Battle Mage. Successfully killed level 48 professional, Bloodhound. Successfully killed level 50 professional, Vengeful Flame Soul. The level Wild Furious Knight was knocked to the ground by the surging shockwave of blood energy and entered the second phase. Among the professionals from the 3 guilds, only one lone figure remained. Judging by her equipment and attire, she seemed to be an assassin or shadow dancer, a girl dressed in leather pants. This scene is truly delightful. Song Chen. What a mountain collapse attack! Xinxingning, who was beside Song Chen, exclaimed again. She and Song Chen had a skill binding that immunized them from friendly damage, so she was completely unbothered. Song Chen shrugged, don't worry about whether it's a head attack, just say if it was a one-shot. Xinxingning, that's true. Watching the two calmly chatting as if no one else was around, the girl in leather pants rubbed her eyes in disbelief. After looking around, she finally confirmed. She wasn't just seeing things, nor was it a side effect of playing with electric toys too much. The ground was littered with various dropped equipment, weapons, materials, and items, everywhere. Where the hell are my teammates? Where are those 23 who were still lively just a second ago, even fighting among themselves? What about this girl in leather pants? Xinxingning turned to Song Chen, just about to give some professional advice when she suddenly noticed the wild. The Furious Knight has entered the second phase, Song Chen. I got this, I have a mission. Song Chen had been keeping an eye on the Furious Knight and immediately drew his sword, ready to take down this wild kill first. Ignorant humans, feel the terror from the Night Lord, accompanied by a roar. The Furious Knight, clad in black plate armor and riding a skeletal horse, raised his lance in a charging posture, directly aimed at Song Chen. Song Chen swung his light sword and slashed forward. That kid is dead for sure. The assassin girl not far away was instantly delighted upon seeing this. Neither Song Chen nor Xinxingning had faced this wild creature before, but this assassin girl had, and not just once. She knew the Furious Knight all too well. After entering the second phase, its defense would triple, health would triple, and when it unleashed the charge skill, even level 50s wouldn't dare to take the damage head-on. Unless they waited for the Furious Knight's rage time in the second phase to end, only then could they complete the kill. Heaven is treating me well. After the frontal charge, I estimate that Song Chen will either be dead or severely injured, and then it will be my turn to strike as the Silver Moon Assassin. Does the leather pants fart? Happy Chishi Festival to you, single dog. Does the leather pants fart? Happy Chishi Festival to you. Single Silver Moon Assassin is a relatively common type of assassin class, known for high burst damage, fast speed, and excelling at one-hit kills and stealing damage, even capable of turning the tide of battle unexpectedly. Of course, the flaws are also very obvious. Life is as fragile as paper. Indeed, the opportunities given by the heavens are all predestined. If it weren't for staying up all night singing with the president, and if he hadn't given me this undead bracelet, who knows, I might have already died. The assassin girl sighed inwardly. The ups and downs of life are like this. She thought she was dead, but unexpectedly, Song Chen didn't pay her any attention, as if the wilderness was more important than her. It was truly frustrating. Jealousy was also real. The one she was jealous of was of course Xinxingning. The assassin girl simply couldn't understand. Why? Why was it not enough to give Xinxingning a beautiful face that could bring disaster to the country, but also a figure so enchanting that even women were jealous? Why? It's a pity that the boss said not to touch Xinxingning, otherwise, Wait, no one knows what happened in the secret realm, how about shark it, just shark it all? A cold smile appeared on the assassin girl's face as she discreetly threw out a pair of daggers. The next second, turning her head unintentionally, the assassin girl happened to witness a scene she would remember for eternity. The enraged knight in the second phase unleashed a charge. Song Chen's response skill was a bloodthirsty slash, his figure agile and graceful, yet his speed was incredibly fast. When they collided, the enraged knight instantly exploded, looking as if he had been blown apart by Song Chen, bursting into a cloud of blood mist on the spot. What a joke! This new model of Phantom Mud Truck deals 1 point of damage with each hit. Who wouldn't be dazed after being hit? You stomp, and you're dazed too. The second phase in the wilderness would also be a disaster. Successfully killed a level 50 wilderness, enraged knight, gained 287,112 experience points. Xinxingning gained 287,112 experience points. Obtained equipment, platinum level 50 enraged knight spear. Obtained materials, enraged knight's head, enraged soul fragments. Is this the second phase? Song Chen felt no difference at all. Is this the intensity of the second phase in the wilderness? What's the difference from those monsters killed by bloodthirsty slashes? No difference at all, they all die in an instant. In fact, neither Song Chen nor Xinxingning had ever farmed the enraged knight in the wilderness. Moreover, the two of them were busy driving. No, busy drifting, busy farming monsters, farming people, doing almost everything. But they had never studied the strategies for the wilderness. But it didn't matter, they all shattered with a hit. How is this possible? The second phase enraged knight. Even a level 50 tank class wouldn't dare to take damage head-on. Why are you not dead after a direct hit? And the second phase in the wilderness has a 3-fold rage bonus, you. The assassin girl in leather pants was already incoherent, pointing at Song Chen, her brain in chaos. It really seemed like she had been overwhelmed. What's wrong with this girl? Has she gone mad? Song Chen returned to Xinxingning's side with his lightsaber and whispered. Xinxingning shrugged, who knows, but it seems a bit like the state after a major ups and downs in life. Do you know about Fan Jin's success? Forget about Fan Jin for now. Song Chen pointed at the leather pants assassin girl and looked at Xinxingning. Cousin, I have a very troubling question, do leather pants make a fart sound? Xinxingning paused for 2 seconds, then suddenly burst into laughter. They do, bro. Song Chen glanced at the leather pants girl, then at Xinxingning, automatically completing a miraculous outfit change in his mind. Do you want to see me in leather pants? Or do you want to see me wearing leather pants? Xinxingning could tell from Song Chen's gaze what he was thinking and immediately raised her fist in a threatening manner. Song Chen looked serious. We're all adults here, I want to see it all, is that not okay? As they chatted, the conversation gradually began to veer in a strange direction, and the atmosphere became increasingly bizarre. At first, Xinxingning thought that Song Chen's true nature could no longer be hidden, wanting to see her exquisite figure in a jumpsuit or perhaps to taste some black Spider-Man flavored prison guard. But the more they talked, the more things fell off. Until Xinxingning exploded on the spot, like a berserker unleashing his skill. What the hell, Song Chen, what's going on in that head of yours? If I really wore something like that, you wouldn't care whether my figure looked good or not, but you're very interested in whether I would fart? Are you even human? You're really driving me crazy. Xinxingning glared at Song Chen with her beautiful eyes, as if that could ease her rising anger. Song Chen was taken aback for a moment and quickly waved his hands. Hey, cousin, don't say such nonsense, I didn't do anything. Xinxingning? I'm talking about the city gate tower, and you're talking about the boss of the gang? Not far away, the assassin girl, after a brief mental breakdown, quickly regained her composure, but upon hearing Xinxingning and Song Chen's discussion, she was once again confused. It really proves that old saying, two different kinds of people can't share a bed. I'm still here, I'm still a girl. Are you two really polite? The assassin girl felt her mentality about to collapse again, but suddenly had a moment of inspiration, quietly taking 2 steps back and casting an invisibility skill. You two keep talking about your jumpsuits. I'm outta here. My invisibility skill is super high level, plus equipment bonuses. If you find me, I'll just do a handstand and turn on the fan. Invisibility, turn, slide away. Let's talk about the jumpsuit later. Song Chen, what happened to that lone girl? Where is she? Xinxingning suddenly realized. Song Chen shrugged. I don't know, you insisted on talking about jumpsuits, so I had to go along with you, right? Xinxingning, really? Let's not talk about jumpsuits for now, don't let her get away. Don't worry. Without a second thought, Song Chen jumped up and unleashed a landslide strike with a 30-kilometer radius. Area damage, it's all about indiscriminate. Bang! The jumpsuit girl, who was invisibly sneaking away, was instantly hit by the shockwave and died on the spot, leaving peacefully. This is really unreasonable. but now we can collect the loot. Shin Xingning suddenly seemed to remember something, tugging at Song Chen's sleeve. By the way, cousin, I just realized today is a good day. What good day? The kind where good luck comes. Song Chen didn't understand. Today is Qixi. Shin Xingning waved her phone calendar in front of Song Chen a couple of times, a bit excited. Isn't it romantic that we're doing a quest together in the secret realm on Qixi? Song Chen thought for a moment and nodded. Shin Xingning, happy Qixi. Shin Xingning, am I supposed to be happy alone? It seems like you're not alone either, right, single dog? Damn. My brain is surrounded by QQ. Damn. My brain is surrounded. Alright, if you want to be happy, let's be happy after we go back. The priority now is to clean up the loot. Song Chen temporarily had no mind to look at the calendar. What Qixi, what Valentine's Day, what does it have to do with me, a single dog? Nothing at all. In comparison, it was clearly much more enjoyable to clean up the loot. The dropped gear, weapons, materials, and items were everywhere, and which one wasn't money? These things feel great to have in hand. Making money is the best. I'm not in the mood to talk about any nonsense, love. All I want to do now is make money, and still make money. That makes sense. Shin Xingning didn't get hung up on anything. For her, Qixi or Valentine's Day didn't matter, especially since Song Chen was right there with her. No difference at all. Thinking this way, Shin Xingning's mood inexplicably improved. Cleaning the battlefield and gathering the spoils of war was something both Song Chen and Shin Xingning had become quite skilled at. Practice makes perfect, and they were experienced. Soon, the bulk of the spoils was piled together. Song Chen was putting rare materials into his space backpack, while Shin Xingning was organizing the equipment and weapons. There are a few pieces of equipment that suit me well, focusing on mental attributes and enhancing ranged attack capabilities. It's a pity there aren't any suitable weapons for you, Song Chen. After inspecting a pile of equipment and weapons, Shin Xingning felt a bit regretful. Indeed, there were many weapons and equipment dropped by these 24 professionals, totaling over 100 pieces, but finding one or two that met Song Chen's needs was quite difficult. After all, what Song Chen needed now wasn't just attributes. He was more focused on percentage boosts, damage reduction, and damage enhancement methods, which all depended on luck. Luck is hard to say. It's fine, these 2 rings and 1 helmet I have are enough for now. I can take my time to gather more later. Song Chen didn't seem too concerned. For most professionals, equipment and weapons indeed provided significant boosts and enhancements, greatly increasing their combat power. But for Song Chen, as long as the attributes or effects added by the equipment and weapons weren't too outrageous, they were all pretty much the same. There wasn't much difference. It's a pity these people aren't very wealthy. How come the anonymous dragon cards only add up to a little over 20 million? However, this batch of materials. Song Chen frowned, feeling a bit unhappy. Shin Xingning shrugged and said, dropping monster equipment and dropping from professionals is actually the same. Sometimes you really can't underestimate luck. Although there are slightly more professionals here, the overall quality of the weapons and equipment isn't very high. So, cousin, how much can I earn from this wave? Song Chen looked at Shin Xingning, as if she were his personal accountant. About 400 million dragon coins, within this range. And this doesn't include the materials for strengthening and enhancing, like the breath of purgatory, since you'll need those for yourself. Shin Xingning tidied her hair and reported a number. It was a bit more than Song Chen had expected, but it was still about the same. It was still following the same distribution model as last time. Song Chen's space backpack was filled with rare materials, with the total amount of rare materials like the breath of purgatory already close to 9,000, nearing 10,000. Besides that, there were rare items, 2 second-turn skill stones and 3 second-turn attribute stones. This time, he hadn't seen a single skill book among the rare items. As for other sellable equipment and weapons, not counting the non-rare materials, Song Chen dumped everything onto Shin Xingning to save space in his backpack. Just one more wild monster left, the enraged zombie king. Since we're already here in this secret realm, cousin, should we continue to farm some monsters and wait for the enraged zombie king to respawn? Shin Xingning had no objections to Song Chen's suggestion. She had just changed into a complete set of equipment, undergoing a total makeover, and her combat power had increased significantly. With her combat power boosted, she definitely wanted to test it out. Before we know it, it's almost noon. If we're lucky, we might finish the first turn quest before mealtime and leave the secret realm. What do you want to eat for lunch? Should we watch a movie or binge a series tonight? Let's eat at home. Shin Xingning was riding on Song Chen's back, playfully tugging at his ear as if teasing a cat. Song Chen sighed, not resisting much. You gain some, you lose some, right? Since you're treating me like a mountain playing with my ears now, don't blame me for making up for it with a big meal when we get back. I'll eat whatever, as long as I have to eat with you. After slicing down 3 small monsters with a swift sword strike, Song Chen shrugged and said. Shin Qingning was confused for 2 seconds, then revealed a pair of tiger teeth and fiercely pressed down on Song Chen's neck. How to put it? It was like top-notch massage techniques. Song Chen suddenly understood. Why did those brothers, riding their little electric scooters with their girlfriends, often slam on the brakes, even having to seriously endure the impact from behind? Don't ask, just know it feels good, it's exhilarating, and they want to do it a billion more times. To be honest, it really does feel good, Song Chen muttered to himself. The pressure Shin Qingning exerted had already taken control of the back of Song Chen's head, and she executed a bear hug, tightening her grip around his neck. You seem a bit reluctant to have a meal with me. I don't mind at all, as long as you, my cousin, are happy. Oh dear, today is a good day. You're not planning to ditch your cousin, to find some senior named Tang, or a younger sister called Yin, or some support named Aishi, are you? Shin Qingning, online. Faced with this series of sarcastic jabs, Song Chen thought for a moment and suddenly spoke up. I heard there's a great grilled fish place off campus, how about we try it? Grilled fish? Shin Qingning was indeed interested. I have 2 treasure dramas we can watch in the living room with a projector. Once the lights are off and the projector is on, wow. Song Chen continued to entice her. How to deal with sarcasm? Simple. Just respond in a chaotic manner. The key is to pull the other person into your rhythm. Then it's a pleasant decision. Ha! Here it comes. Shin Qingning suddenly hugged Song Chen's head and shook it back and forth excitedly. This is what I call speaking and acting in accordance, saying we're going to grind in the wild and we're off. Let's go. Song Chen stood still. Strange, it felt like something odd was controlling his brain. Such an addictive, suffocating feeling, but it felt so good. Super transformation bulldozer form, 20 strikes per second, 4 million explosive damage. Super transformation bulldozer form, 20 strikes per second, 4 million explosive damage. Bloodthirsty sliding slash opening the way, the fiery red lightsaber led Song Chen's figure to carve out a nearly invisible streak of light. A 3-kilometer segment, in the blink of an eye, it was 8 consecutive slashes. In reality, it wasn't even 24 kilometers away. Mainly because Shin Qingning's positioning information wasn't precise enough, Song Chen's phantom dump truck had gone past and turned back, resulting in the 8 consecutive slashes. Sorry, cousin, I just remembered something happy. Shin Qingning's voice was filled with apology. Song Chen was puzzled but didn't think too deeply about it. After all, he was busy looking for that wild enraged zombie king and had no time to look back, naturally missing Shin Qingning's confident expression. What steal? No rush. You think I'm on the 2nd floor? Wrong, I'm actually on the basement balcony. The key is to catch you off guard, tonight. Let's hunt to our heart's content. Shin Qingning clenched her fists, having already devised a series of meticulous plans to hunt down Song Chen. Can't catch a fish? No problem. This girl will enter the game and defeat you, a steel single dog? Get out, get out. With over 200 meters to the enraged zombie king's spawn point, Song Chen first let Shin Qingning down. Ahead was a black graveyard, spanning the size of a stadium. Everywhere there were tilted or broken tombstones, and one could see opened, dilapidated coffins, along with white bones exposed above the graves. The enraged zombie king stood right in the center of this graveyard. Not easy to kill, huh? The skills of zombie-type monsters should have some commonalities, perhaps summoning undead creatures or zombies, Shin Qingning said thoughtfully. Song Chen observed for a few minutes, then sighed. It seems there isn't a third batch of professionals lying in wait to ambush us here. It's an ambush for you, they seem too afraid to touch me, Shin Qingning shrugged. The two had listened in at the ruins for a few minutes. The 3 guilds were indeed working together well, but the implications in their words were clear. They were hesitant to touch Shin Qingning. This deterrence naturally came from the Shin family, from Shin Jinsong. It's ridiculous, didn't they investigate my information? Don't they know I'm under my uncle's protection? Song Chen expressed his frustration. Shin Qingning suddenly reached out and pinched Song Chen's face, a bit surprised. Your skin feels really nice, cousin. Song Chen? It's okay, it's okay. Shin Qingning waved her hand and said, once we get out, I'll call my dad and talk about this, see if he can communicate with the capital's academy. No need for that, I was just saying it casually. Song Chen smiled and shook his head in refusal. It was just a joke, why take it seriously? Song Chen wasn't some ingrate who only knew how to take without giving back. He was well aware that Shin Jinsong's method of getting him into the capital's academy was probably not as simple as spending a bit of money. There might be some troublesome conditions, and of course, there were favors owed. As everyone knows, debts of money are easy to repay, but favors are hard to repay. After I sell the equipment materials when I get back, I'll keep 1 billion dragon coins for myself, and give you the rest. Don't look at me like that. Song Chen's expression was calm, but his tone was serious. My uncle getting me into the Capital Academy wasn't just a matter of spending 7 billion dragon coins. Xin Xingning fell silent. She clearly knew some insider information. Besides, he raised me like his own son since I was little. I know all this very well. Before he could finish, Xin Xingning suddenly covered Song Chen's mouth as if anxious, mumbling, "Don't talk nonsense about being a son or anything. That absolutely cannot be. You don't know that there can't be. That was so many years ago, it should be fine now, right?" Song Chen instantly grasped the deeper meaning in Xin Xingning's words and continued, "I don't know. I'll ask later," Xin Xingning pondered. When she looked up again, Song Chen had already executed a bloodthirsty sliding slash, wielding his lightsaber with incredible speed and agility. He still hadn't recovered the 3 million health points. Let's see the value of Blood Rage Berserk. Activate. He slid his sword to the furious Zombie King's side, and as soon as he triggered its aggro, he activated Blood Rage Berserk. This state skill was instantaneous, and a lightsaber appeared in his left hand, identical to the one in his right hand made of netherfire. The former seemed to be formed from blood, glowing red all over, particularly cool. Oh, not bad. Dual wielding is here. Combined with the passive skill Frenzy, my current attack speed increases about 120 or so. With agility close to 1,000, it greatly affects attack speed. To be precise, Song Chen wasn't very clear on how high his attack speed could go or how many strikes he could make in a second. The reason was simple. Whether it was a small monster or a professional, regardless of a level difference of 10, 20, or 30 levels, it was all the same for him. Has it started? It has. And then? One strike, and it's done. Ha, I can be a sword saint class now. With 3 million health points deducted, my current physical attack power is 183,330 points, and a normal strike deals 180,000 damage. During the duration of Blood Fury, physical attack power increases by 10, bringing it to 201,663 points. Who can deal 200,000 damage with a normal attack? Fallen souls and the dead, heed my call, awaken from your slumber, and devour fresh souls for sustenance. As the furious Zombie King chanted, all sorts of zombies, skeletons, and other undead creatures began to crawl out of the graveyard, which was the size of a stadium. It was impossible to see clearly, but there were at least 300 to 400 of them. You're quite understanding, Zombie King. I was just about to test how strong the bulldozer form is, thank you. Song Chen was very satisfied. 300 to 400 small monsters, isn't that all experience points? Not only can he transform into a bulldozer, but he can also earn experience. What a good deal. Here comes the bulldozer. Song Chen sidestepped and charged forward, wielding 2 lightsabers in a dual-wielding stance, launching a fierce attack on the enraged Zombie King. Up, down, left, right, slash, slash, slash. Relying on his agility and the speed boost from Blood Fury, Song Chen circled around the furious Zombie King, dealing damage like crazy. The Zombie King couldn't touch him, but the result surprised Song Chen. What the hell, is he that tanky? Dodging a bite from the enraged Zombie King, Song Chen continued to slash with his dual lightsabers, puzzled. I'm dealing over 4 million damage with 20 slashes this second, and he's not dead? Is the Zombie King wearing plate armor? The Berserk version of Phantom Sword Dance, Zhang Hake stands alone against the furious Zombie King, who goes out without wearing plate armor. Right, Mechanical Bull and Knight? Despite the fierce slashes from Song Chen's dual lightsabers, the Zombie King remained lively. This reminded Song Chen of many iconic scenes. For example, who goes fishing without a helmet? Who plays soccer with a wrench? And so on. Did he really wear plate armor? Not necessarily. Quickly glancing around, Song Chen realized where the problem lay, and his heart suddenly understood. A short distance away, in a safe zone, Xin Xingning was also confused for several seconds before reacting. She knew how fierce Song Chen was. A normal attack could easily take out a dozen or 20 high-level professionals, a fierce hipster. There was no reason for his normal attack to fail now, right? Is the damage being transferred? It should be. Xin Xingning saw it clearly. It was obvious that Song Chen was dual-wielding lightsabers, attacking the enraged Zombie King from all directions with incredible speed, dozens of slashes per second. Yet the enraged Zombie King seemed unaffected. Instead, the various undead creatures summoned by the Zombie King in the surrounding graveyard exploded one after another at an astonishing speed. In just about 5 seconds, nearly 100 small monsters that Xin Xingning could see clearly exploded into blood mist. This wild area is really tricky. He summoned over 300 minions at once, but the damage can be transferred to each minion? It's like every time Song Chen strikes, a minion dies for the boss. Xin Xingning understood it clearly. Song Chen had already figured it out with just that glance, so he wasn't too surprised. Wild areas have always been tough, much stronger than dungeons, and of course, the rewards are better. However, Song Chen's approach was purely experimental. He was testing how many slashes he could deliver in a second. Soon, 10 seconds flew by. Blood Fury's duration ended. This is about the limit. The passive skill rage of the Berserker is still in effect. The effect is pretty good. Song Chen nodded in satisfaction. Do you understand what a Berserker version of Phantom Sword Dance is? Just now, his speed of 20 swords per second, if you don't look closely, is purely a Phantom Sword Dance skill. Of course, the damage is definitely more explosive. One sword deals 200,000 damage. 20 swords per second, for a total of 10 seconds. Witch Sword Saint's Phantom Sword Dance can deal over 40 million total damage in one skill, under full damage conditions. Besides the enraged Zombie King, who uses minions to tank damage, who wouldn't be finally chopped into pieces? The experiment is over. The God of War jumps up. Song Chen is clear in his mind that this enraged Zombie King belongs to the mechanism flow in the wild. There must be a detailed strategy involved. Otherwise, how could he alone trigger such a huge hatred from the enraged Zombie King and summon over 300 minions at once? But it doesn't matter. Mechanisms, aren't they meant to be broken? Mountain Crushing Strike. As Song Chen gripped the lightsaber, he jumped down, and the enraged Zombie King charging at him was instantly swept away by the shockwave of blood energy, taking massive damage and exploding on the spot. Originally, the enraged Zombie King, relying on the mechanism, wouldn't be instantly killed. But the problem is, Song Chen's Mountain Crushing Strike had a range extended to 30 kilometers, with a terrifying area damage of 3 points. It was all about indiscriminate instant kills. A group of minions along with the enraged Zombie King were simultaneously killed. Successfully killed level 50 Wild, Enraged Zombie, gained experience points 3,252,141, Xingning gained experience points 3,252,141. Gained equipment, Platinum Tier Level 50 Zombie King's Claw. Gained materials, Heart of the Enraged Zombie King, Fragments of the Enraged Soul. The experience points are quite high? Did it also calculate the experience points of those minions? Not bad, otherwise, I would have to fight you, wooden horse. Song Chen casually picked up the equipment materials on the ground and tossed them into his backpack. This level 50 Platinum Tier equipment, the Zombie King's Claw, is a pair of claw-type weapons suitable for professions like fighters, which neither Song Chen nor Xingning could use. Task completed. All 3 level 50 wilds in the Reverse Flow Secret Realm were ultimately killed by Song Chen. Shall we go back and grind for a while longer? Song Chen said, turning to look at Xingning. I'm fine with it. Xingning shrugged. Got it. Let's go home. Song Chen smiled, squatted slightly, signaling the bulldozer driver Xingning to log into the cockpit. Xingning looked surprised, but her body was quite honest, and she actively took the driver's seat. Women, after all, are the standard of saying one thing and meaning another. How could Song Chen not know what Xingning wanted to say? The journey was swift. The Great Luck Phantom mud truck glided away from the Reverse Flow Secret Realm like a flash. Truly a reckless charge. Any small monsters that didn't pay attention to the traffic lights had only one outcome. Leaving the Reverse Flow Secret Realm, they reached the exit of the wild area. Alright, Song Chen, just drop me off here. Looking at the wild area exit about 200 meters away, Xingning quickly grabbed Song Chen's ear to brake, holding her phone as she jumped down. According to the information sent by the well-known informant Qin Qiannan, there are quite a few people outside, riding with Song Chen out of the wild area. Thinking about it is really thrilling. Do these 3 guilds really look down on me? Just sending a bunch of professionals into the Reverse Flow Secret Realm is enough? Don't they know to arrange people to ambush at the entrance of the Secret Realm? Did they forget their brains at home? Song Chen was puzzled. Beside him, Xingning smiled and lowered her voice, saying, isn't it possible that these 3 guilds only dared to send out the first wave of professionals to secure the Secret Realm before us? Song Chen was slightly taken aback. After the 2 left the wild area, Song Chen immediately understood. The number of professionals in the camp outside the wild area was considerable, clearly divided into 3 groups, obviously belonging to the Black Panther, Changhe, and Tianqing guilds. Each guild had about 50 professionals. But the problem was, combined, these 3 guilds had nearly 200 professionals, yet at this moment, not a single person dared to move. They all stood there obediently. The entire scene looked eerie. Upon closer inspection, Song Chen found it amusing, a bit sentimental, and filled with an indescribable sense of wonder. At the forefront of the 3 guilds was a tea table. Sitting at the table were Jiang Haike, Qin Qiannan, along with Wan Yunjian, Zhen Lu, Zhang Mu, and 2 mentors he had never seen before. This old dang. I have to say, he looks quite impressive, Song Chen thought. The formation of the three guilds was clear, and Song Chen's dream of 2 billion had shattered. Why didn't these three guilds send more professionals into the wild area or the secret realm to ambush him? The reason was right here. With Zhang Hake sitting there, just imagine how few people in the capital would dare to disrespect him. Surely, there were those capable of ignoring Zhang Hake, but how could this small group of people easily show themselves? At the very least, within the Black Panther, Changha, and Tianqing guilds, no one dared to confront Zhang Hake directly. They could only stand there like lackeys, not even daring to make a loud noise. Mentor, we're back, Song Chen said as he approached with Shin Qingning, respectfully bowing. Zhang Hake's smile widened, and he waved his hand repeatedly. Come, sit down and have a cup of tea to rest. Switching tasks is a piece of cake for you, right? Of course, Song Chen replied with a smile. Zhang Mentor, Song Chen, and I still have some matters to attend to. How about we head back to the Qinglong Academy first? Shin Qingning asked softly from the side. Zhang Hake was taken aback, and Wan Yunjian beside him casually coughed, humming a little tune about the cowherd and the weaver girl. Instantly, Zhang Hake understood and quickly nodded. Right, let's head back to the Qinglong Academy first. Being watched here, it's not guaranteed that we can enjoy our tea comfortably. As the saying goes, it's not the thief you fear, but the one who keeps an eye on you. This was, of course, a veiled criticism. Zhang Hake's voice was loud enough for the nearly 200 professionals from the three guilds to hear clearly. Several mentors stood up in succession, leading Song Chen and Shin Qingning toward the parking lot. A group of people passed through the camp outside the wild area, yet not a single professional dared to block their path, not even daring to breathe, all standing there paying their respects. Most of them looked unwilling, but more than that, was fear. It wasn't until the three cars drove away that the professionals from the three guilds, who had been standing at attention, finally breathed a sigh of relief. What do we do next? What's there to do? The people have left. What can we do? Didn't you notice that none of our guild leaders dared to come after hearing the news? Come on, we sent over 50 brothers into the secret realm, and there are 37 of them at level 50. Shouldn't that have taken care of Song Chen? Is this reasonable? The facts speak louder than words, brother, they've probably already been wiped out. Damn! This Zhang Hake from the Capital Academy, does he really think he's above everyone? Sitting there, does he really think we wouldn't dare to move against him? He's taking himself too seriously. We should have all gone together and taken them down. Just now when Zhang Hake was here, why didn't you say anything? Are you a keyboard warrior? You took down Zhang Hake? Are you serious, buddy? I heard he was already over level 100 3 months ago, and now he must be close to his third promotion. You took him down? It's a miracle we haven't been wiped out by him. Some people acted like wise men after the fact, shouting loudly. Others were very rational, knowing what true crushing meant, understanding that Zhang Hake and his crew were levels they couldn't casually provoke. In other words, if Zhang Hake didn't find a way to wipe out all the professionals from our three guilds, it would be like our ancestors were diligently praying for mercy from the underworld. The presidents of the three guilds didn't dare to show their faces. They knew very well that if they came, it might not end well for them. But if their little brothers were here politely holding the fort, Zhang Hake wouldn't get too angry. Would a lion get angry at an ant? It could, but it wasn't necessary. Mentor, your move was so cool, it really opened the gates of heaven, huh? I can imagine your charm when you were young. Song Chen in the back seat exclaimed. The co-pilot, Zhang Hake, was particularly pleased, smiling. What can I do? If I don't show some momentum, they might really think my precious student is easy to bully. It's a bit of a pity, this matter is understood by all, but no one will bring it up, so the three guilds might not send any compensation. It's fine. Song Chen waved his hand. More compensation? He had already made quite a bit. After one trip into the secret realm, the things in Song Chen's hands earned him 600 million dragon coins, which was easy. Speaking of which, if you hadn't stopped those people, perhaps after today, I could have earned my second bucket of wealth in life. Song Chen sighed a little as he remembered this. Qin Xiannan, who was driving, became interested and casually asked, so how much do you think this second bucket of wealth could be? At least over 1 billion dragon coins, right? Shin Qingning spoke with a tone and posture very much like Song Chen's personal secretary. 1 billion? Over 1 billion dragon coins? Zhang Hake and Qin Xiannan were momentarily stunned. Shin Qingning nodded and said, the batch of professionals that Song Chen took down in the secret realm earned at least 600 million in equipment, weapons, and materials. If he could take down all those professionals outside. You're underestimating it, it should be at least 20 billion or more, Song Chen added. Can he really earn over 20 billion dragon coins? For an ordinary person, that would be an absolutely terrifying amount of wealth. But for Zhang Hake and Qin Xiannan, they were high-level professionals, well-experienced, and even 20 billion dragon coins wouldn't be too shocking. But the problem was, Song Chen had just completed his first promotion. To be precise, he hadn't even finished it yet. At just 18 years old, could Song Chen earn over 20 billion dragon coins solely with his own hands? So, does that mean I personally ended your 20 billion dream? Zhang Haik found it a bit amusing and then fell into thought. What was I doing when I was 18? Qin Xiannan thought for a moment and said, it seems you were busy robbing in the wild all over the world? A super hitter for a well-known guild? With many female fans? Did that really happen? Song Chen became interested. Xin Xingning next to him also joined in the gossip, constantly signaling Qin Xiannan to say more, eager to hear. Oh, don't bring up the black history of my youth. Zhang Haik quickly waved his hand, almost covering Qin Xiannan's mouth. Qin Xiannan smiled and didn't mention it again. The gossip was over. Xin Xingning pouted, nestled in the back seat, typing on her phone as if she was in a hurry to buy something online. After going back and completing the first transition, there are even more exciting things ahead. Zhang Haik turned to glance at Song Chen and smiled. A national university joint secret realm will open in 3 days. Do you want to challenge the talents from across the country? Song Chen's eyes immediately lit up. If the mentor is talking about this, then I'm definitely not sleepy. First transition completed, ready to sell blood for a crazy battle. Regarding this secret realm, I'll organize a document and send it to you after we return. You can take a look when you have time. Additionally, I've secured some resources for you. Zhang Haik's tone became slightly more relaxed. Song Chen nodded with a smile. It was evident that Zhang Haik hadn't hanged himself at the principal's door, which basically meant he had succeeded. 10-second transition skill stones, 10-second transition attribute stones, plus a full set of level 30 gear and a level 50 weapon, all of platinum quality. This is the limit. After all, the capital's academy is quite large, and they can't say they will fully equip every elite student from the Qinglong Academy with diamond or epic quality gear. Zhang Haik shrugged, expressing his helplessness. I can understand. Song Chen nodded, fully comprehending. There are 9 known levels of equipment quality. Even platinum quality is already quite rare globally. As for higher diamond, epic, legendary, and mythical levels, they can truly be considered as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. People like Song Chen, who can casually collect dozens of platinum quality items, are few and far between. Do they really think they can just go out and loot other professionals? Is this quota for a year or a quarter, Mentor Jiang? Xin Xingning suddenly interjected. That depends on Song Chen's performance. Zhang Haik chuckled. Song Chen immediately understood. Still, the same saying applies. In the Qinglong Academy of the capital, professional level, talent, and growth potential often determine the extent of resource allocation. But then again, for someone like Song Chen, who is an exception among exceptions, obtaining a large amount of resource allocation would depend on his abilities. The principal is really stingy. Xin Xingning pouted and huffed. I bet the principal doesn't even know about the events happening in the reverse flow secret realm? Don't worry, can I let your precious boyfriend suffer? I'll report back as soon as we return. Zhang Haik waved his hand confidently. Xin Xingning was momentarily dazed, thinking, how did Zhang Haik become a sidekick? Just like her beautiful mentor? But it's really nice. Mentor Jiang is such a good person. Zhang Haik was completely unaware that he had already been included in Xin Xingning's circle of trusted people and had received a bunch of good person cards. Thank you, Mentor Jiang. Xin Xingning cheerfully expressed her gratitude. Then she discreetly observed Song Chen's expression, noticing he was staring out the window in a daze, and immediately pouted. Soon, in the Qinglong Academy, besides Wan Yunjian, Shan Lu, and Zhang Mu, the 3 guiding mentors, Song Chen, under Zhang Haik's introduction, met 2 new academy mentors, who were good friends of Qin Xiannan. The male mentor was named Zhang Yunqing, a mage, level 98, magic battle saint. The female mentor was named Lu Qianran, a combat specialist, level 101 thought emperor. In a certain sense, for Song Chen and Xin Xingning, their direct mentors were Zhang Haik and Qin Xiannan, but due to their close relationships, they stood on the same side with the 2 direct mentors' good friends. It felt like family from both sides. After all, they were all on the same team. Alright, you 2 go complete your first transition task. By the way, I'll give you this batch of resources first. While speaking, Zhang Haik took out a batch of resources from his spatial backpack and handed them to Song Chen, adding, you can go directly to the equipment department for weapons. You can request any type of equipment you want, and they can basically meet your needs. Alright, thank you, mentor, for your trouble, Song Chen replied politely. After that, to complete the first transition and learn some skills or craft equipment, Zhang Haik and Qin Xiannan did not follow them anymore. These were all minor matters, just fleeting clouds. The two mentors were currently pondering the most about the great secret realm that would open in 3 days, along with some details they needed to gather and discuss. Let's go, we need to complete the first transition first. Shin Xingning urged Song Chen, signaling him to move a bit faster. It was already noon, and after completing the first transition, there wouldn't be much time left to learn skills and study equipment. Okay. Song Chen didn't hesitate. The two of them went to the skill hall of the Qinglong Academy, and along the way, they encountered quite a few elites from the academy, all casting various looks at them. There was envy, jealousy, and an unmistakable sense of loss. Today was the Qixi festival. A man and a woman walking together on this day, what did that signify if not something clear? This isn't me being scheming, it's just how it is. Shin Xingning felt secretly pleased. This was a case of unintentional success. She hadn't expected this to happen before coming, but now it seemed. The effect was quite good. As long as one wasn't blind, it was highly likely they would see her and Song Chen as a couple. What beautiful beginnings are formed if not from these little accumulations. It made perfect sense. Each person had a piece of awakening stone. Song Chen submitted the materials required for the first transition task without hesitation: the hard horn of the mechanical bull-headed beast, the head of the enraged knight, and the heart of the enraged zombie king. First transition task completed. With a prompt sound, a scene appeared in Song Chen's mind. 3 stone tablets rose from the ground, each corresponding to the exclusive skills of 3 berserkers. Exclusive skill, Iron Warrior. Exclusive skill, Blood Frenzy. Exclusive skill, Reckless Berserk. This is what they call reversing fate during the first transition. You can continue to choose Blood Frenzy or select other exclusive skills. Is there even a choice? Though he said that, Song Chen still studied the other 2 exclusive skills a bit, but he wasn't very interested. Exclusive skill, Iron Warrior, as the name suggests, focuses on toughness, emphasizing both attack and defense. Exclusive skill, Reckless Berserk, on the other hand, leans towards high attack, focusing more on damage output, while other aspects decline. Song Chen wasn't interested in either of these exclusive skills. What kind of joke is this, man? Selling blood is the true path to greatness. My blood selling is the real deal. Do you understand the value of gaining 10 health points per second? He still chose the exclusive skill, Blood Frenzy. Congratulations on completing the first transition. Level restrictions have been lifted. With the prompt sound, golden light flashed wildly around Song Chen, and Shin Xingning beside him was the same. The golden light of leveling up seemed to be on continuous fire, flashing non-stop. The students in the surrounding hall were dumbfounded. 2 little golden figures? What the hell? How much experience did these 2 accumulate from just one outing? They must have leveled up 7 or 8 times in one go, right? Shin Xingning vs. Tang Xiling, King meets King? Not at all. Shin Xingning and Tang Xiling, King meets King? Not at all. The golden light of leveling up continued to flash. Song Chen had to admit, this feeling was indeed quite exhilarating. After level 20, one could continue to gain experience but couldn't level up, yet after completing the first transition, all the experience would be released. It was like holding back a big breath and finally letting it out. Name, Song Chen. Occupation, Blood Demon God. Level, Health Points, 3,384,210. Magic Points, 5,000. Strength, Weapons, Equipment, Titles, Agility, Weapons, Equipment, Titles, Spirit, Equipment, Titles, Constitution, Equipment, Titles, Skills, Free Attribute Points, 160. Skills, Exclusive Skill Blood Frenzy, Blade Blood Feather, Berserker's Fury, Blood Rage Rampage, Soul Devouring Hand, Absolute Defense, Blood Chi Explosion, Bloodthirsty Slide Slash, Heavy Slash, Mountain Crushing Strike, Steel Muscles, Appraisal Technique, after the first promotion, gaining 10 points in all attributes and 20 free attribute points for each level is what truly separates you from the rookie ranks. After careful consideration for a few seconds, Song Chen didn't ponder too much. He first allocated the 160 free attribute points to raise his spirit attribute to 800 points, then increased his constitution attribute to 700 points, and the rest he poured entirely into agility. Agility attribute, 960 points. Spirit attribute, 715 points. Constitution attribute, 670 points. As for strength, which is crucial for this profession, Song Chen thought he didn't need to invest too much more. His blood frenzy was impressive now. Blood Frenzy, after activating the skill, consuming health points actively or in other forms will increase strength attributes, but will significantly reduce defense. After deactivating the skill, it automatically converts to death resistance, slowly restoring full health. For every 100 health points deducted, gain 3 points of strength. 1 point of strength increases physical attack power. For every 10 health points deducted, reduce defense by 10. Once the skill is activated, it will enhance and amplify certain combat skills. Cooldown time, 10, magic point consumption, 10, for every 10 levels the practitioner gains, this skill increases by 1 level. For every 100 health points deducted, gain a 3-point increase in strength attributes. What does this mean? For other berserkers who choose the exclusive skill Blood Frenzy, this 3-point strength increase is quite exaggerated and a powerful boost. But for Song Chen, it merely meant he could kill monsters or practitioners even more thoroughly. Just taking a deduction of 3 million health points as an example, that would result in a 90,000 point increase in strength attributes, which translates to a direct surge of 270,000 in physical attack power. With such damage, wouldn't a single sword strike pierce right through? I'll hold on to the skill points for now. There's a nice skill to try after reaching level 30. Not bad. After studying the Berserker's skill tree for a while longer, Song Chen finally left the Awakening Stone. Before the first promotion, there was only 1 skill point for every 5 levels, but after the first promotion, it became 1 skill point for every 10 levels. How to allocate them was something Song Chen would consider carefully. On the other side, Xin Qingning had also completed her first promotion task, successfully breaking through, and the accumulated experience shot her up 8 levels in one go, putting her on par with Song Chen. Oh, Song Chen? Xin Qingning's hand hadn't left the Awakening Stone when she heard a woman's voice beside her, and she immediately turned her head alertly. Hello, Senior Tang. Song Chen nodded in greeting. The Qinglong Academy was this small, running into Tang Xiling in this skill hall. It was either fate or intentional. After all, Song Chen knew. Tang Xiling was a pure social anxiety beauty. Generally, she wouldn't come to crowded places unless it was something particularly important. Are you here to learn skills too, Senior Tang? Xin Qingning's tone was quite calm. Tang Xiling glanced at Xin Qingning, then at Song Chen, and nodded slightly, yes. On the Academy forum, Song Chen's name was a key hot topic. Tang Xiling, who loved browsing forums, could hardly fail to recognize the person beside Song Chen, none other than the recently obscure Xin Qingning, the new generation beauty of the Qinglong Academy. In the face of Tang Xiling's few words, Xin Qingning displayed great enthusiasm, praising her fashion sense and style with surprise, and even after just a few exchanges, she asked for her lipstick shade. A few minutes later, Song Chen stood there, bewildered. This couldn't be right, could it? The two girls who had walked out together, were they really Xin Qingning and Tang Xiling? They should be meeting for the first time, yet they were acting like longtime best friends. Ah, is Tang Xiling really socially anxious? Could she be split personality? What game is Xin Qingning playing? Wasn't she quite hostile towards Tang Xiling before? Song Chen scratched his head. He then decided to follow them, adhering to the principle that unusual occurrences often have hidden motives. He wanted to see which of the two was possessed. The surrounding students, who had expected to witness a juicy drama, were equally confused. No way, I've already dropped my pants and you show me this? I wanted to see sisterly affection. I wanted to see a showdown. All illusions, trust me, bro. You think we're bonding? Wrong. This is just a mutual assessment of each other's true strength. You little boys wouldn't understand the market. Song Chen really deserves to die. I'm so envious. Come on, bro, this is just the beginning. What if Song Chen really manages to win over both the new and old beauties? You can cry slowly then. Post something to thank Jiangnan, he should be pleased if he sees it, right? The gossiping students didn't get the juicy drama they hoped for, but that didn't stop them from feeling sour, their resentment only deepening. No one was blind. Tang Xiling, who usually spoke as little as a mute bride, was so reserved with words. If it weren't for Song Chen, could she really be chatting so animatedly with Xin Qingning? As soon as the post was made, it immediately attracted a lot of attention. And as one of the parties involved, Song Chen was now following the two girls, his head filled with more and more question marks. Shopping together is one thing, I can understand that, but now they want to team up for lunch? Should I leave? The beauty of the academy, Tang Xiling? Wasn't that a split personality? In the end, Song Chen couldn't leave. He was pulled by Xin Qingning to be their little cart, with the excuse that two girls shopping would buy a lot of things they couldn't carry. That excuse was too flimsy. You could smash the table with a slap, a few shopping bags. And what's the backpack for? Yet, Song Chen ultimately couldn't voice that. It wasn't that he was afraid, you see? It was mainly that he enjoyed helping girls, and it wouldn't be appropriate to refuse a beautiful girl's request. As the saying goes, it's good to feast your eyes on beauty, it helps lift your spirits. For an entire afternoon, Song Chen followed Xin Qingning and Tang Xiling around the commercial street outside the capital's academy. They snacked, shopped, and admired the scenery, which was quite pleasant. The weather was still warm. Song Chen, being experienced, knew that places like commercial streets, bustling with people, would never lack for beautiful women. For instance, wearing short shorts that showed off long legs, or wearing Roman sandals that revealed delicate little feet. Of course, unless a woman was very confident in her figure, most wouldn't dress like that. Otherwise, wouldn't that be self-deprecating? Not bad, quite fruitful, Song Chen thought, satisfied. Xin Xingning and Tang Xiling were also pleased, chatting like long-lost best friends, making Song Chen feel like just a connector in their conversation. It's just, quite strange. Around 6 in the afternoon, returning to Qinglong Courtyard. Since you're here, why not join us for dinner, Xiling? Just in time for Song Chen to show you a little something. Xin Xingning warmly invited, pulling Tang Xiling towards the single villa, while signaling Song Chen with her eyes to hurry and open the door. Beep! The sound of a card swipe echoed. Song Chen used his student card to unlock Xin Xingning's villa door, a detail that did not escape Tang Xiling's notice. I still have some things to do, Xingning. My mentor just messaged me, saying there's a special instance opening soon, I need to hurry over. Tang Xiling was clearly not used to lying, her tone a bit awkward. Xin Xingning, however, seemed oblivious, expressing regret. Oh, that's too bad. Next time then, tomorrow is fine too. You must come over to play, I have a few sets of treasured little clothes for you to admire. Song Chen? Tang Xiling's beautiful eyes lit up slightly, clearly intrigued, but she quickly waved her hand. Definitely next time, I'll be going now, Xingning. And goodbye to you, Song Chen. As she spoke, Tang Xiling was already walking away quickly, disappearing from their sight. Stop looking, she's gone. Xin Xingning seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, waving her hand in front of Song Chen's eyes. What, haven't you seen enough? Should I call Xiling back? No need, Song Chen calmly shook his head. It's not like he was out of his mind. Why actively walk into the line of fire, right? With a belly full of questions, Song Chen followed Xin Xingning into Villa 2419, which was her place. Bags and packages, various clothes, accessories, lipsticks, masks, etc. were piled up in the living room by Song Chen. Xin Xingning had already kicked off her shoes and was padding into the bathroom in her flip-flops, seemingly planning to wash up. Song Chen didn't mind, lounging on the sofa watching TV and scrolling through his phone. Sure enough, new posts have popped up again. It's really baffling, these students from the capital's academy must be majoring in paparazzi or something, right? After glancing at the forum, Song Chen was speechless. Various eye-catching headlines, like One Dragon and Two Phoenixes, bravely storming the commercial street, King meets King, see King, and so on. The posts also contained quite a few photos, mostly of Xin Xingning and Tang Xiling, with Song Chen appearing like a sidekick. Among a bunch of posts with the keyword Song Chen, Xin Xingning, and Tang Xiling, one name caught Song Chen's attention. Xia Jiangnan gave up the position of student council president to further his studies in Qinglong Courtyard. Clicking on the post to take a closer look, it was all rather bland content, but it didn't prevent Song Chen from noticing the key information. So, with Xia Jiangnan's level and qualifications, it would be easy for him to enter Qinglong Courtyard, but he didn't go, instead serving as the student council president in the outer courtyard. Oh right, there seems to be a school board member from the Xia family. I wonder how this senior Xia Jiangnan's romantic prospects are lately. I remember using his name to wish for good luck in opening boxes was quite effective. Speaking of Xia Jiangnan, Song Chen's first reaction was that this guy was really a good person. Using his name to wish for good luck in opening boxes was truly exhilarating, guaranteed to yield results. What do you think of Xiling? Just as Song Chen was about to gossip about his mentor Jiang Haike, Xin Xingning's voice floated softly from behind. Turning around, he saw Xin Xingning, having just taken a shower, drying her hair while leaning against the sofa back, looking down at Song Chen from above. A refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, reminiscent of the scent after rain, very pleasant. That loose-fitting white shirt looked somewhat familiar to Song Chen, prompting him to glance at it a couple more times. I said, this seems to be my shirt, right? Facing Song Chen's doubt, Xin Xingning nodded and explained a bit. I got distracted just now and accidentally washed a few of my clothes, so I had to pick one of yours to wear. Song Chen? To be honest, with Song Chen's height of 1 meter 80, his size white shirt on Xin Xingning was quite alluring. The loose hem of the shirt just happened to cover Xin Xingning's beautiful legs, making it look like she was only wearing a pair of sporty shorts. And then there were the buttons of the shirt, which were truly bearing an unbearable weight, as if they could pop off at any moment. Forget it. What were you asking me just now? Song Chen sighed, not planning to say much more. Is it eye-catching? Yes, it is. Well then, it's fine. At most, I'll just take a few more glances to make up for my loss. What do you think of Ling Ling, or rather, what type of girl do you think she is? Xin Xingning dried her hair halfway and looked at Song Chen seriously. This question lingered in Song Chen's mind for a moment before he immediately had an answer. Was there even a need to think? Before, I thought Tang Xiling was just a major social phobic, a girl with 3 nose, no voice, no heart, no expression. This should be a self-protection mechanism for social anxiety. But today, Song Chen chuckled twice and smirked. Today, I feel like she seems to be more than just socially anxious. It's a bit like she's split personality. Shin Qingning suddenly lunged forward and locked Song Chen's throat. You can't say bad things about my good friend. Song Chen? Hunt failed. Shin Qingning locked Song Chen's throat with her true spirit. Hunt failed. Shin Qingning locked Song Chen's throat and said, you can't say bad things about my good friend. What is this? In that moment, Song Chen felt his brain shrink, being shaken around by Shin Qingning's grip on his throat, and he didn't even have time to react. Not sisters. The speed at which you two established this friendship is too fast, right? This level of intimacy is a bit strange. It's only been one afternoon. Hey, if you two lived together for 2 or 3 days, wouldn't it be like glue, and I wouldn't have anything to do with my big cousin anymore? One question after another kept popping up in Song Chen's mind. Ling Ling is not split personality, she's just very seriously socially anxious. You can't say that. Shin Qingning loosened her grip a bit, worried that she might hurt Song Chen's throat. Song Chen lay on the sofa without moving, nodding repeatedly. What you said is really big. No, I mean, what you said is really white. Phew. Shin Qingning was stunned for 2 seconds, suddenly realizing something, and jumped up as if she had been set on fire. A beautiful, radiant face turned completely red. That previous move of pouncing like a hungry tiger was too hasty. Shin Qingning had overwhelmingly suppressed Song Chen but didn't expect that it was a move given away for free. Killing the enemy doesn't necessarily mean 1,000. But giving it away for sure means 800. Ahem. Can you get me a bottle of cola? Song Chen also realized his own loss of composure, sitting up straight without making a sound, and quietly grabbed a pillow to place on his lap. Shin Qingning silently went to get 2 cans of cola and then fled to dry her hair. After taking a sip of the chilled cola, Song Chen let out a long breath, feeling a mix of emotions. Young people really can't resist the slightest temptation. How can they recover so quickly? No, it definitely isn't my personal reason. If I have to blame someone, it's Shin Qingning for not following the rules of martial arts, daring to use a heavy weapon to sneak attack, and even coming at me with 2 at once. Glancing at the pillow on his lap, Song Chen continued to sigh. Fortunately, there was chilled cola to cool down, and he could watch TV to distract himself. Otherwise, this pillow would have been poked with a big hole. Who knows, it might even be a case of cross-dressing. Dinner naturally didn't require Song Chen to lift a finger. His cooking skills were quite good, having learned the true craft from his uncle, Shin Jinsong, but after a long day, he decided to skip making dinner. Shin Qingning ordered a table full of dishes from the private kitchen of Qinglong Courtyard. Ling Ling is quite seriously introverted and socially anxious, with a strong self-protection mechanism, but she doesn't have any real mental disorders or anything like that. While eating, Shin Qingning earnestly explained to Song Chen, if you think about it, Ling Ling hasn't been happy at Qinglong Courtyard, she doesn't have any friends. Song Chen nodded as he ate. Shin Qingning continued her analysis. It's a pity I couldn't ask Ling Ling about her family situation, but the Tang family. I think I heard my dad mention them when I was young. Should I call and ask? Song Chen eagerly picked up more food. Shin Qingning. After a few seconds of silence, Shin Qingning's anger visibly increased, and she took a deep breath to suppress it. Could you at least respond, Song Chen? I'm listening, Song Chen shrugged, looking helpless. It's you who became good friends with Tang Xiling, not me. I don't know her either. What if I invite her out to get to know her better? No need for that. Shin Qingning decisively rejected the suggestion. Get to know her better? Wasn't that just leading a sheep into a tiger's den? After finishing dinner, Song Chen still didn't understand how Shin Qingning and Tang Xiling had become such good friends. Shin Qingning herself couldn't explain it either. According to her, it started as a casual chat, a way to probe the movements of a rival, but somehow they ended up hitting it off. That was probably fate, Song Chen thought. Do you have anything planned for tomorrow? Shin Qingning imitated Song Chen's posture, lounging on the sofa, her delicate white feet poking at his armpit. Song Chen thought for a moment and shook his head. It seems like nothing, but if we're preparing for the secret realm, what about our levels? At least above level 30, and we need to craft some gear, Shin Qingning nodded. Song Chen wasn't in a hurry about crafting gear. As for the level 30 set, he planned to see how it went. He didn't really need gear with excellent attribute bonuses, but rather powerful effects, like damage reduction, magic immunity, percentages, and so on. The two of them figured since there was nothing urgent, they might as well stay up late and binge-watch a show. Staying up late to binge-watch, how could they do it without beer and crayfish? Until the next morning, just before noon. Song Chen groggily woke from his sleep, staring blankly at the chandelier in the living room, the air still filled with the scent of beer, with empty cans and bottles scattered everywhere. The sofa had been flattened, looking more like a bed, but only slightly larger than a single bed. He instinctively glanced beside him and immediately woke up, tentatively trying to pull his hand back. Shin Xingning, still asleep, furrowed her brow, showing a look of annoyance at being disturbed. What the hell? What exactly happened last night? Song Chen didn't dare to pull his hand out from between them, carefully lying back down, his mind racing. They hadn't done anything, right? Thank goodness, it seems nothing major happened, just drank a bit too much and let loose. By the way, Shin Xingning's sleeping posture is really ridiculous. Since he was awake and couldn't fall back asleep, Song Chen decided to take a good look. As for whether they had shared a meal last night, he really couldn't remember clearly. After about 10 minutes, sensing that Shin Xingning was showing signs of waking up, Song Chen immediately entered pretend-to-sleep mode. Soon, very soon, Shin Xingning jolted awake in a half-dream, half-sleep state, suddenly realizing that what she was holding was not a plush toy, but a real human arm. Wanla, I last night. Carefully loosening her grip, Shin Xingning laid Song Chen's arm flat on him and began to move herself up little by little. It seems like nothing happened last night, right? Shin Xingning, oh Shin Xingning, didn't we agree to have a good time hunting? Didn't we agree that getting him drunk would lead to a decisive victory? After coming to her senses and quickly replaying the events, Shin Xingning's face was filled with regret. Drinking really messes things up. She had indeed drunk a lot last night, but there was no murder case, and she couldn't even remember if she had fed Song Chen. Just a mess everywhere. After sighing for a while, Shin Xingning tiptoed to prepare for washing up, but halfway out, she inexplicably returned. I can't accept this. Standing still in front of the sofa, Shin Xingning stared at Song Chen's martial soul, lost in thought. What did that strategy say? Something about the zodiac between the sheep and the rooster. What does that mean? Best friend, can I ask what it feels like, Xingning? Shin Xingning pondered for about 3 minutes. She was thinking about the riddle regarding the zodiac and the strategy, going back and forth, her mind racing. Until at some point, enlightenment struck. So that's it. I get it. It was made to sound so mysterious as if it were a secret code, and yet it's this simple? It seems. It might not be that simple. How do I operate this? She understood the concept, but how to actually execute it? Shin Xingning had no idea. She was just a young girl, how would she know? Practice while learning? That would have to do for now. Shin Xingning recalled that she knew Song Chen's drinking capacity, which was about the same as hers, and guessed he would wake up soon. Opportunity knocks but once. Driven by some unseen force, Shin Xingning walked over to the sofa and sat cross-legged on the carpet without hesitation, a height just right. Song Chen was still dazed. He had intended to pretend to be asleep to avoid many awkward situations, thinking he could just brush it off later. But Song Chen never expected that Shin Xingning would be standing there, lost in thought. After a few minutes of contemplation, Song Chen, pretending to be asleep, gradually began to doze off again. Yes, the magic of a light sleep is that powerful. In his dazed state, Song Chen felt a pair of cool little hands pressing down on his Guan Yuan point, moving towards his Zhongji point and heading straight for his Chugu. Now he really couldn't hold back. Song Chen couldn't help but gasp, his mind buzzing, and his once super-efficient 24-core processor was now lagging, rapidly heating up. What is happening? Should I wake up or not? After a brief moment of blankness, Song Chen found himself in a difficult dilemma. If he suddenly woke up now, what if, even with a 1 in 10,000 chance, Shin Xingning panicked and disrupted his martial soul? Wouldn't that be the end? In just a few seconds, images flashed through Song Chen's mind, like his martial soul being severed, or Shin Xingning, in a fit of anger, destroying his dantian. None of it seemed optimistic. Forget it. Since I'm already here, it seems I can only fulfill Shin Xingning's wish. Just hope she doesn't get angry. Song Chen comforted himself, not to think too much, to enjoy the moment, and deal with the rest later. Then what should I do? Jump up and shout at Shin Xingning to shut up? Time passed second by second. Shin Xingning had learned quite a bit of theoretical knowledge, but when it came to practical experience, this was her first time. However, she progressed rapidly, quickly evolving from a novice to a beginner, and grasped some of the basics. It was unclear how long had passed. Shin Xingning's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and she quickly got up, her little slippers pattering as she rushed to the bathroom, covering her mouth with her hand as if she were carrying the weight of countless lives. Sigh. Drinking messes things up. Song Chen sighed with a hint of regret, bouncing up like a spring and feigning a confused expression. He had to act a little. If Shin Xingning knew that he had been completely sober the whole time, they would definitely be in trouble today. 5 minutes later, Shin Xingning walked out of the bathroom, frowning and dragging her slippers, just in time to meet Song Chen's bewildered gaze. Ah, Songchen, you're awake? You. Shin Xingning wanted to say something but didn't know how to start. Her stunningly beautiful face suddenly flushed bright red. This kind of thing was indeed quite embarrassing, especially for a novice like Shin Xingning who was just beginning to experience it. I just had a dream. Songchen touched his face and continued looking at Shin Xingning. It seems someone did some indescribable things to me. Shin Xingning remained calm, forcing herself to be composed. What do you mean by indescribable things? Songchen, you know. I don't know. Shin Xingning huffed, then seemed to remember something and hurried to the fridge to grab a bottle of cola, rinsing her mouth vigorously several times. From the looks of it, she seemed ready to kill someone. Songchen felt a chill run down his spine, thinking he was almost in trouble. Luckily, he managed to bluff his way through. If Shin Xingning found out the truth, they would definitely be in for it today. I'm going to take a shower and then we can go out to eat? As he spoke, Songchen stood up, trying to slip away. Shin Xingning stared at Songchen for 7 or 8 seconds before nodding. Okay, I need to shower too. Watching Songchen leave, Shin Xingning quickly pressed the cold cola against her face, trying to cool down. She felt like her face was about to catch fire. Really a dead log? Not necessarily. They say that when you have this kind of dream, the person you see is someone you have feelings for, or someone you can't have. Is there any truth to that? Did Songchen see me in his dream? After much thought, Shin Xingning decisively chose to seek outside help, pulling out her phone and entering a group chat. This group was filled with Shin Xingning's close girlfriends, not many in number, just a few, mostly childhood friends, most of whom were locals of Jiangyun City, but they hadn't been together since the college entrance examination. After all, not everyone could awaken a professional level during the exam and be specially recruited by a prestigious university in the capital. Shin Xingning, last night's hunt failed, but just now I accomplished a feat. I took a peek at Songchen's martial soul true form. As soon as this message was sent to the group chat, responses came flooding in. The young lady arrives. Pure love war god? Zhangqing's #1 ship scholar. Can I ask what flavor it is? Shin Xingning was stunned. Her mind was indeed quite honest. She subconsciously recalled what flavor it was, and the more she thought about it, the more off track she got. Pa! What does the flavor matter to you? If you have the ability, try it yourself, don't ask me. The current problem is serious. Since I took advantage of the moment and caught Songchen while he was still half asleep, I'm not sure if he knows about me. Shin Xingning typed furiously, sending messages in rapid succession. The #1 shipper in Jiangcheng, you said it, I'm going to the capital now, just don't stop me when the time comes. Pure love warrior, Asian, are you serious? Then I'm going too. Young lady arrives. This question is simple, just be straightforward and say it. By the way, I'm curious about what it tastes like. Can I go and try it too? For a moment, Shin Xingning really wanted to stab someone. Preventing fire, theft, and best friends, this saying really does have some truth to it. In an instant, Shin Xingning felt like she was being obsessively targeted by a group of little thieves. Group kidnapping of Songchen. Level up to 30 quickly. Group kidnapping of Songchen. Level up to 30 quickly. Can being straightforward really work? I feel like I might be a bit too reckless. It would be better to think it through before doing something. At least both people should know, right? Do you have any better suggestions? Shin Xingning was still struggling with this question. Meanwhile, several of her girlfriends in the group were already imagining other bizarre scenarios, even concocting a dramatic scene. Young lady arrives, then it just leaves us with subtle hints. We can definitely help with that. Of course, another way is to let Songchen accidentally see our chat records. Pure love warrior, I want to. Zhangqing's #1 shipper, Ningning, I have a serious question for you. What's the size? Sister doesn't eat beef. What are you all talking about? What size and what do you mean? Another confused girlfriend joined in. Just when she had time to check the messages, she saw a series of nonsensical messages. What are they even talking about? That makes sense. I'll try hinting a bit. Shin Xingning replied to a message, preparing to take a shower, then added another, I warn you, don't have any ideas about Songchen. Though it doesn't matter, just you guys? Ha! This was just a group mockery. In less than a minute, the group chat messages skyrocketed to 99, not counting the private chat bombardments. Sister doesn't eat beef, not a sister. I just came in and got sprayed with messages. Is this reasonable? Pure love warrior, I've already bought my ticket. Is anyone teaming up? Zhangqing's #1 shipper, just thinking about it is exciting. When the time comes, we can tie Shin Xingning up on one side and play a little game. Young lady arrives, how about the day after tomorrow? Let's team up to kidnap someone together and take down Shin Xingning's prestige. Shin Xingning, who was taking a shower, had no idea that she was already on the radar of a few good sisters, who even wanted to pull off some mischievous tricks. At this moment, her mind was filled with how to hint. It was like, How to let a girlfriend accidentally see this video. Quite difficult. The one pretending to sleep can never be awakened. Soon, she finished washing up. Song Chen was already in a state of physical cooling, temporarily entering a sage mode, still savoring the moment. Sage mode is a self-protection mechanism. The problem is, for an 18-year-old hot-blooded youth, the cooldown time for that self-protection mechanism is way too short. I'm really too upright. Don't say it, but this thing is a bit addictive. Not long after the physical cooling, Song Chen felt he couldn't hold back again. It was like tasting something delicious. The more he had, the more he wanted. Both of them were too lazy to walk, so they simply solved their lunch problem in the Qinglong courtyard. However, this meal was a bit strange. Xin Xingning would occasionally stare blankly at Song Chen, and after a few seconds, she would blush and look at her phone, clearly wanting to say something, but in the end, she didn't say a word. Song Chen was showing off his meal, but he actually knew what was going on. What should we do now? It's not easy to handle. Xin Xingning just wants me to know about this, but the problem is I was awake the whole time. How should I express that? Song Chen was also feeling a headache. It would have been better if he had just stayed asleep. The meal was tasteless. How about going to run a few dungeons this afternoon and level up to 30? Song Chen sent a party invitation. Xin Xingning shook her head and said, I just invited Ling Ling to run a dungeon together, so I won't hold you back. That's fine. Song Chen didn't insist. Running dungeons meant that solo players could gain more experience, while having an extra person would split the experience. But for Song Chen, it was all about the same. Not to mention bringing just Xin Xingning, even if he brought 4 more to fill a 5-person team, it wouldn't affect his speed in running dungeons. After saying goodbye to Xin Xingning, Song Chen headed to the dungeon square by himself. The supervising mentor happened to be a familiar face, Wan Yunjian, one of the guiding mentors. Little Song is here, come, have a cup of tea, Wan Yunjian warmly greeted, gesturing for Song Chen to sit down at the management desk and chat. Song Chen was not polite and curiously asked, why is it just you here today, Mentor Wan? Oh, Lao Jiang and the others went to run dungeons, Wan Yunjian shrugged. Running dungeons? Song Chen paused for a brief moment. At Jiang Heike's level, he was already close to the 3rd transfer. Could ordinary dungeons still meet his needs? Don't be surprised, Lao Jiang went to gather materials for you. Wan Yunjian thought for a moment and lowered his voice to add, Lao Jiang got a level 50 weapon blueprint yesterday, planning to craft a weapon for you, but he's still short a few key materials, so. Qian Lu and Zhang Mu were both conscripted, and I can't leave. Got it. Song Chen nodded slightly, feeling a bit dazed. Jiang Heike was going to run dungeons to gather materials for him. That showed he was quite invested. And it was obvious. If it were just ordinary crafting materials, would there be none in the Qinglong Academy? So it must not be ordinary crafting materials, they were likely rare, and even the quality of this weapon would be very high. After pondering this back and forth, Song Chen had guessed quite a bit. I need to hurry up and level up too. By the way, Mentor Wan, I remember there are many tower-type dungeons in Qinglong Academy. Song Chen took a sip of hot tea and asked in a low voice. The dungeons in Qinglong Academy were numerous, with various levels, and it wasn't easy for an average person to figure them all out. Wan Yunjian was quite familiar with them and nodded, saying, you should first run the level 25 entry Evil Thought Tower, and after reaching level 30, go to the Tiger Roar Tower. Go ahead, the Hell level difficulty Evil Thought Tower still has 2 entry attempts left today. Thank you, Mentor Wan. Song Chen quickly got up. After swiping his student card, the portal to the Hell level difficulty Evil Thought Tower opened. The Hell level difficulty posed no pressure for Song Chen at this point. The Evil Thought Tower that required level 25 to enter was just that. Of course, he particularly loved tower-type dungeons. There was no need to run around. He could just crush through each floor with a single attack, simple and direct. After finishing 2 runs of the Hell level difficulty Evil Thought Tower, Song Chen leveled up 3 times, successfully reaching level 31, and even set an impressive record. The Hell level Evil Thought Tower on the first floor took 50 seconds. Not much of a challenge. How about trying the Tiger Roar Tower, which requires level 30 to enter? Song Chen stood by the portal, deep in thought. The 2 runs of the Evil Thought Tower, including rest time, only took about 5 minutes, which was incredibly fast. Just as he reached the management desk, he saw a familiar face, Xia Jiangnan. Hello, Mentor Wan, does the Hell level difficulty Tiger Roar Tower still have entry attempts left today? A loving family of 3, a loving family of 3. One more time. Wan Yunjian glanced at Xia Jiangnan and spoke calmly. As one of Song Chen's guiding mentors and having participated in the major event of the Reverse Flow Secret Realm, Wan Yunjian was well aware of the ambush targeting Song Chen within the secret realm. 99% of it was orchestrated by the Xia family. Naturally, Wang Yunjian had no good feelings towards Xie Jiangnan, but as a mentor of the Qinglong Academy, he couldn't show too much. "Hello, Senior Jiangnan." Song Chen greeted him with a smile. Xie Jiangnan had long noticed Song Chen, and now they were almost face to face, but he felt awkward not to respond, so he nodded as a reply. "If I remember correctly, Senior Jiangnan, you are currently level 47, and the Tiger Roar Tower is a dungeon that only level 30 players can enter. It shouldn't be too difficult for you, right?" Song Chen asked calmly. Xie Jiangnan was puzzled, frowning tightly. "What exactly do you want to say?" Song Chen shrugged and said, "I'm just level 31, and I wanted to run the Tiger Roar Tower. Can you let me have this run?" Xie Jiangnan was momentarily speechless. If he said no, it would make him seem petty, as if he were deliberately making things difficult for his junior as a senior. If he said yes, the Tiger Roar Tower, a dungeon that allowed level 30 players to enter, offered quite a bit of experience. Moreover, for Xie Jiangnan at this level, it wouldn't be too hard to run, and letting it go to Song Chen made him feel like he was losing out. Levels need to be upgraded, right? Wang Yunjian, who had been silent on the side, was a bit confused about Song Chen's intentions. Was this a casual encounter or a provocation? It didn't seem very rational. Wang Yunjian wanted to hint at Song Chen but didn't know how to start. Xie Jiangnan hesitated for a moment, just about to say something. Song Chen suddenly looked down at his phone and sighed. "Forget it, senior, you go ahead and run the Tiger Roar Tower. I have something to take care of." "You're not running it?" Wang Yunjian was stunned. "I was just about to use some verbal art to morally pressure Xie Jiangnan into letting you have the run. And now you're leaving? Not running it, Mentor Wan. Xingning has something that needs my attention, I have to go check it out." As Song Chen spoke, he waved goodbye and quickly left the dungeon square, leaving Xie Jiangnan standing there in silence. For a long while, Wang Yunjian looked at Xie Jiangnan. "Are you still running the Tiger Roar Tower?" "Yes. Thank you, Mentor Wan." Xie Jiangnan almost squeezed out this sentence through gritted teeth. Damn it. What does Song Chen mean by this? Why did he have to mention that he had something to do with Xingning right in front of me? Isn't this aimed at me? Who else could it be aimed at? Xie Jiangnan's anger was high, and his expression was grim. He had just arrived at the Qinglong Academy, intending to casually run a dungeon to test his skills and leave a few dungeon records. But before he could even start the dungeon, he was hit with a big surprise. If Song Chen knew about the series of smooth little tricks Xie Jiangnan had in mind, he would have to admire his creativity. Hey, Song Chen, calling, I'm here. Song Chen helplessly held his phone inside. I'm currently busy arguing with Xie Jiangnan over the runs for the Tiger Roar Tower. Did you summon me for something important? Of course. Xingning huffed and said, Lingling plans to open a level 50 hidden dungeon. She finds it a bit tough to duo with me, so if you come, the three of us can run it together. A level 50 hidden dungeon? Opened by Tang Xiling? Song Chen was puzzled for 2 seconds, but he was quite honest and agreed first before asking more. The experience points reward for the level dungeon is definitely abundant, much richer than that of the Tiger Roar Tower. Good things should not be shared with outsiders. A harmonious family of 3, grinding dungeons together, sounds quite appealing. Soon, Song Chen decided to learn a skill first. After that, he arrived at the training room area, where he saw Xingning and Tang Xiling at the entrance of a training room, with 2 female instructors sitting nearby. One of the instructors was Qin Xiannan, whom Song Chen was not only familiar with but also well acquainted with her style. The other one was unfamiliar to him, and he guessed she was Tang Xiling's instructor. TSK. As soon as I heard that Xiling was leading the dungeon run, you came here extra fast, Song Chen, Xingning said with a slightly sour tone, very much like her name. Tang Xiling nodded at Song Chen and explained, this level 50 hidden dungeon is quite difficult. If I run it alone, it might take longer, and I can't take care of Xingning. Not at all, Xingning huffed, waving her hand. Song Chen. What a flirtatious exchange. With both Xiling and Xingning coming from the lips of these 2 beautiful girls, it felt quite engaging, but when Song Chen thought about it, he felt a bit nauseous. If I were to call them that, I'd probably be so embarrassed I'd die on the spot, Song Chen thought to himself. Xiaosong, let me introduce you. Qin Xiannan nodded at Song Chen and smiled as she introduced. This is Tang Xiling's exclusive instructor, named Chu Qing, a level 110 shadow dancer. Hello, Instructor Chu, Song Chen greeted politely. He had heard a bit about shadow dancers, a type of assassin class. Compared to high explosive and highly mobile assassins, this class was more elusive and unpredictable, belonging to the top tier of assassination professions. Hello, Chu Qing nodded in response and did not speak further. It was indeed true, like attracts like, Chu Qing and Tang Xiling were quite the match. Speaking of which, the gossip on the forums says that Tang Xiling doesn't even give her instructor any face, and is tight-lipped. In reality, her instructor is quite mute too, huh? Indeed, one hand cannot clap alone. Song Chen sighed inwardly. However, people's personalities are indeed varied and peculiar, with all types represented. How come you're level 31? Song Chen, you. Xin Xingning scrutinized Song Chen's level, her pretty face filled with question marks and confusion. Did you go grind records again? Yeah, just casually grinding, Song Chen shrugged. He didn't need to think. Soon, some bored students would post about how he broke through the hell-level evil thought tower in 50 seconds on the forums. Xin Xingning was left speechless. Your leveling speed is really... After being pointed out about his level by Xin Xingning, Song Chen suddenly remembered his necklace equipment and instinctively glanced at it. As a result, when he took a look, Song Chen was taken aback. When did this Wuxia plate pendant gain an extra attribute? Wow, it's an excellent attribute. Wuxia plate excellent new attribute, damage reduction 10%. Wuxia plate excellent new attribute, damage reduction. This was truly an unexpected discovery. Previously, Song Chen had not paid attention to this Wuxia plate pendant, merely using it as a shielding equipment. He hadn't expected it to mysteriously gain an extra attribute. Equipment name, Wuxia plate, equipment quality, equipment attributes. Wearing this equipment shields against all identification and detection skills, and the professional panel can be selectively hidden. All forms of damage reduction. A plain yet quite excellent attribute. Song Chen was well aware of how rare damage reduction attributes were. It was extremely difficult to obtain similar attributes through washing. Previously, he had obtained similar equipment from the professionals of those 3 guilds, but those few damage reduction attributes only increase by 1 or 3 at most, and who knows how many materials and money were spent to roll those attributes. And right now, a direct damage reduction, a very simple description, yet it carries a domineering feeling as if it could instantly kill. I remember that damage reduction can never accumulate to 100. What is the specific limit? Is it 90 or 80? Song Chen really wasn't sure about this. The school didn't teach such details. Turning to Qin Xian Nan, he asked, Instructor Qin, what is the maximum damage reduction that can be accumulated from equipment? He had asked the right person. Qin Xian Nan thought for a moment and replied, the theoretical value is 99, which is an extremely extreme situation. Those who can achieve such a level of damage reduction are rarer than divine beasts. The damage reduction from skills and equipment can stack, but it cannot exceed the value of 99. Thank you, Instructor Qin. Song Chen nodded, feeling enlightened. Why the sudden question? Xin Xingning, who was beside him, asked curiously, are you planning to stack damage reduction attributes when crafting equipment? I just suddenly thought to ask. Song Mu smiled and didn't elaborate further. It wasn't that he was wary of Xin Xingning, but he still hadn't figured out the pendant equipment, and he didn't even know what quality it was. Identification skill? Identification skill ineffective. So, Song Chen estimated that either this equipment's quality level was extremely high, making his current level's identification skill completely ineffective, or this equipment was peculiar. But it didn't matter. Song Chen didn't want to waste too much thought on this. This pendant was something left by his parents, it surely wouldn't harm him, right? Then I'm going to start the dungeon. Tang Ziling was the first to enter the training room. Song Chen and Xin Shengning followed closely, and then came Qin Xian Nan and Chu Qing, giving a feeling of being in command. The training rooms on the Qinglong Academy side were all meticulously crafted and had protective restrictions, making them very safe. Tang Ziling took out 2 fragments resembling tiger talismans from her spatial backpack and gently brought them together. Instantly, a portal burning with black flames opened quickly. Using special side quest items to open a hidden dungeon? A glance at Song Chen made her realize. Such side quest items were rarer than any hell level tickets and were very valuable. However, the difficulty of such dungeons was also very high. Therefore, most professionals either sold such items or formed a team to clear them themselves. Given Tang Ziling's temperament, she was used to soloing dungeons and generally wouldn't team up with others. With Xin Shangning and Song Chen now in the team, it would depend on what Tang Ziling was thinking. The portal fully opened. The 3 entered the portal one after another, disappearing from the training room. Qin Xian Nan sat on the sofa in the training room, holding a tablet and studying the data on the opening of the Great Secret Realm. Beside her, Chu Qing was resting with her eyes closed. 2 completely different types of beautiful female instructors. They didn't communicate but were exceptionally harmonious. Let's form a team first. I'm telling you, Ling Ling, Song Chen's combat power is too fierce. If we don't have immunity to friendly fire skills, it's easy for us to get wiped out. The moment they were teleported into the dungeon, Shin Chengning immediately grouped Tang Ziling and Song Chen into a team, and also used a skill to connect the three of them, granting mutual immunity to friendly fire. How many teammates can your skill connect at most? Hearing Song Chen's curious question, Shin Chengning extended her 5 fingers and shook them, adding, currently, it can connect up to 5 people, and later it will upgrade to 10, and eventually to a 100-person team. That's impressive! Song Chen exclaimed in surprise. Similar skills for friendly fire immunity, while rare, are not exclusive to Shin Chengning alone. Besides skills, one can also rely on equipment and items to achieve friendly fire immunity among teammates. Tang Ziling stood silently to the side, quietly observing Song Chen and Shin Chengning, feeling that their tacit understanding and interaction seemed particularly high, and for some reason, he felt a bit disinterested. Who am I? Why am I here? Is there any difficulty or strategy for this hidden dungeon? Ziling Sr.? Song Chen asked Tang Ziling in a tone mimicking Shin Chengning. Shin Chengning immediately made a gesture as if she had eaten something delicious, saying, I could just vomit, hearing you say Ziling is really. Come on, let's lighten the mood. Song Chen waved his hand calmly. A loving family of 3 can't just isolate another person, right? That would be disharmonious and not beneficial for the development of friendships. Tang Ziling, standing nearby, was stunned. He was burning up. These past few days, Shin Chengning had been calling him Ziling so often that he had gotten used to it. But to hear it come from Song Chen's mouth was truly a first, causing Tang Ziling's heart to race. Ahem, this hidden dungeon. After a few seconds of dead air, Tang Ziling casually began to introduce the hidden dungeon, but there wasn't much useful information. Hell-level hidden dungeon, Holy Church of the Holy Army. Since this hidden dungeon can only be unlocked by collecting side quest items, there wasn't much information Tang Ziling could find. The production of such side quest items is extremely scarce. As long as it's not one of those dungeons that rely heavily on mechanics, it should be fine. Let's just go in and see how it goes. Song Chen had low demands for dungeon strategies. Researching mechanics? That's something only those with insufficient damage would do. People like us, who can one-shot, always breeze through dungeons with ease. By the way, Song Chen, Shin Chengning suddenly remembered something and asked in a lowered voice, if you want to slide and run through the map, what about the 2 of us? Song Chen thought for a moment and tentatively asked, carry one, hug one? The Great Collapse sweeping the parking lot, the house demolition skill. The Great Collapse sweeping the parking lot, the house demolition skill. That idea of yours. Shin Chengning hesitated. To say this method is quite good, carrying one and hugging the other would indeed allow him to take care of both girls smoothly. But the problem is, wouldn't that be too tiring for you, Song Chen? Shin Chengning continued, and if one is in front and the other behind, can you still swing your lightsaber? Just sprinkle some water. Song Chen waved his hand calmly. This is a dungeon, with his fierce attributes, let alone just Shin Chengning and Tang Ziling, even if there were 2 more, it would be completely fine. Tang Ziling, listening in confusion, looked bewildered. What's too tiring? Shin Chengning immediately pulled Tang Ziling closer and whispered something in her ear. It was visibly clear. A blush instantly appeared on Tang Ziling's beautiful yet confused face, clearly a bit flustered. Isn't this inappropriate? Not good? Tang Ziling said softly. Shin Chengning found herself in a bit of a dilemma. What to do? Given Shin Chengning's temperament, she would habitually want to wave her hand and say, no problem. But this is Tang Ziling. She may be a newly acquainted good friend, but she is also a formidable competitor. To say no would seem petty, as if she didn't treat her friend as a friend. While Shin Chengning was still tangled in this, Song Chen had already stepped into the Holy Church of the Holy Army, and his eyes lit up instantly. There is a hidden world inside. The interior of the church was very spacious, with nearly 100 worshippers kneeling there, facing a towering steel sculpture. The hidden dungeon shouldn't just be this one layer, right? Maybe there's another layer beneath the church, connected to some holy army's burial ground? What a pity, what a pity, what a pity. Song Chen repeated, what a pity 3 times. If the dungeon map was too small, there would be no need to use the bloodthirsty slash to navigate, which would mean missing out on 2 fragrant big charms. After a few moments of contemplation, Tang Ziling brought Shin Chengning into the church, and upon looking up, they were both stunned to see nearly 100 monsters. Raising her hand, she cast an identification spell. Level 50 monsters, death worshippers, humanoid monsters. They aren't hard to kill, but there are quite a few of them. Tang Ziling knew that Song Chen and Shin Chengning's levels were insufficient and quietly introduced the situation. Shin Chengning glanced at Tang Ziling, then at Song Chen. Come on, Song Chen, give our Ziling Sr. a bit of a shock. You'd better mean shock, Song Chen replied with a pout. This might be a side effect of the Zodiac event that had just ended today. So much so that now, if Shinshingning slightly misused her words, Song Chen would mistakenly think she was driving a very big vehicle. Nearly 100 level 50 monsters. Are you planning to fight them directly? Isn't that a bit too? Tang Xiling hesitated, not finishing her sentence. She originally wanted to say if that was too reckless? One of you is level 28 and the other is level 31, making it seem like high-level players are coming to refresh a dungeon. Is that really reasonable? Tang Xiling's tone was somewhat tactful. However, Shinshingning didn't catch on at all. She had already taken out her phone, switched to video mode, and aimed it at Song Chen to start recording. Tang Xiling? But she wasn't the type to just stand by, so she immediately drew a pair of short knives called Star Calamity and was about to step forward. What are you doing, Xiling? Shinshingning suddenly grabbed Tang Xiling's wrist. Tang Xiling was momentarily taken aback and instinctively replied, I'm going to help Song Chen. There are too many monsters here. No need at all. Shinshingning waved her hand grandly. As if to match Shinshingning's momentum, Song Chen stepped forward about 7 or 8 meters, holding his lightsaber in one hand and activated his exclusive skill, Blood Frenzy. Since it was a level 50 hidden dungeon, and at hellish difficulty, Song Chen didn't plan to lose too much health, preparing to keep his usual 3 million health points, leaving a bit more for error. Try a new skill? Then let's go. The lightsaber in Song Chen's hand suddenly swelled into a massive blood sword, and then he leaped forward about 3 meters. Swinging the sword, leaping, landing. It wasn't quite accurate to say that the blood sword struck the ground, it was more like a hammering blow. Mountain collapse strike? Shinshingning looked and felt it wasn't quite right. She had seen Song Chen's mountain collapse strike and knew that this basic skill focused on speed, quick jump, quick landing, and quick damage burst, almost like instant damage. Not mountain collapse strike. Tang Xiling offered a different opinion. This blood sword strike had about half a second of delay before they saw the ground of the Grand Cathedral in front of Song Chen explode with fierce cracks, the ground being violently torn apart. Following that, dazzling and blinding surges of flames, accompanied by thick blood energy, erupted from the countless cracks, shooting straight into the sky. Damn! The church's roof has been shattered. Shinshingning was startled, completely caught off guard. Tang Xiling's expression was no better than Shinshingning's. Her face was a mix of confusion and shock, an unexpected scene. The surging flames and blood energy lasted for a brief second before ending. Immediately, a prompt sound appeared simultaneously in the ears of Song Chen, Shinshingning, and Tang Xiling. Successfully killed a level 50 monster. Death Prayer. Gained 2,423,112 experience points. Shinshingning gained 2,423,112 experience points. Tang Xiling gained 2,423,112 experience points. Obtained material, Prayer Soul. All instant kills? One skill, and 120 level 50 monsters were all killed instantly? Song Chen, he's only level 31. Tang Xiling was truly bewildered this time. Is this really reasonable? No, this is completely unreasonable. It's not some low-level dungeon or beginner dungeon, and these are level 50 monsters, which means Song Chen killed monsters 19 levels above him, and he could do it instantly? It's perfectly normal, just get used to it, Xiling. Shinshingning felt secretly pleased, thinking that our Song Chen is really bringing me honor. He will definitely be rewarded handsomely when we get home. Meanwhile, glancing at the devastation around him, Song Chen smacked his lips. This new skill is indeed a house-wrecking tool. The entire cathedral was reduced by 2/3 under this one skill. Only the entrance facade was barely standing, while the rest of the structure had its roof completely blown off. Yes, this is the true essence of the mountain-crushing and earth-shattering slash. Song Chen was very satisfied with the destructive power and damage of this skill, but felt a bit regretful. Unfortunately, it's a high cooldown skill, and the activation time is a bit long, making it not very suitable for ambushes. Tang Xiling Koala Limited Edition? Tang Xiling Koala Limited Edition? Skill, Mountain Crushing and Earth-Shattering Slash. This skill was learned by Song Chen casually on the way after being summoned by Shinshingning. The Mountain Crushing and Earth-Shattering Slash is too over the top. Song Chen prefers to call it Big Crash, the upgraded version of Mountain Strike. Mountain Crushing and Earth-Shattering Slash. This skill can only be used when the Blood Frenzy state is activated. Summons the Sword of Blood to leap and strike the ground, creating a large area of ground fissure, shockwave and flame eruption in front, dealing fire attribute damage, with a chance to cause the target to enter a bleeding state. Shockwave range, consumes, or has consumed, health points meters, rectangular area. Shockwave damage, current strength value skill level. Flame eruption height, consumes, or has consumed, health points meters. Flame damage, current strength value skill level. Cooldown time, 40, magic point consumption, 100. This skill levels up synchronously with the practitioner's level. The cooldown time is a bit long, although the damage is decent and it's a ground-to-air skill. Songchin felt a bit clumsy using it. The reason is simply a stiffness issue. Using it indeed doesn't feel as smooth as Little Crash. Comparatively, the skill initiation has an unmanageable stiffness, and there's a bit of stiffness after the skill is finished. Is it because the skill level is too low? Songchin pondered thoughtfully but had no good ideas, preparing to turn back and asked Jiang Haik. The skill isn't very comfortable to use, feeling slightly clumsy. But that doesn't matter. Is the damage maxed out? It's fully maxed out, consuming 10,000 health points. With Songchen's current Blood Frenzy, every 100 health points consumed increases strength by 4 points. Blood Frenzy, after activating the skill, consuming health points actively or in other forms will increase strength attributes, but will significantly reduce defense. After closing the skill, it automatically transforms into death resistance, slowly restoring full health. For every 100 health points deducted, increase 4 strength. 1 point of strength equals physical attack power. For every 10 health points deducted, reduce 10 defense. After the skill is activated, it will enhance and amplify certain combat skills. Cooldown time, 10, magic point consumption, 10, the practitioner's level increases by 1 level for every 10 levels gained. For every 100 points of health deducted, gain a 4-point increase in strength attributes. Adding in the 3 million health points consumed by Songchen. A single health deduction increase adds 120,000 points to strength attributes, equivalent to an increase of 360,000 points in physical attack power. As for the damage issue of the mountain-crushing earth-splitting slash, Songchen didn't pay much attention to it. The damage from the earth-split shockwave was the same as that from the flame eruption, and with Songchen's original strength value of 1220, the damage amounted to 727,320 points. A damage of 10,000, in Songchen's view, was just that, nothing special. After all, with his blood frenzy activated and having deducted 3 million health points, any skill he casually used would result in a number of high damage that was unimaginable to ordinary people. So cool! Shin Xingning, walking from behind, gave Songchen a thumbs up. But looking at your state, it seems you're not too satisfied with this skill? Songchen nodded and shrugged. The skill level is too low, the damage is average, and there's a bit of a problem with skill stiffness. Is that what you call insufficient damage? Tang Xiling was stunned. A skill that could take down 120 level 50 monsters, and that was called insufficient damage? Songchen glanced at Tang Xiling and guessed what she was thinking, smiling immediately. Sister Tang, there's no need to overthink it. Tang Xiling silently nodded. Shin Xingning wanted to say something but ended up saying nothing. She was already quite satisfied. After circling around the ruins of the cathedral, just as Songchen had anticipated, there was another layer beneath the cathedral that looked very much like a dungeon. Another dungeon instance? Songchen felt a bit uninterested. He had run plenty of dungeon-type instances, and previously in the instance square, he had even casually cleared the Despair dungeon, leaving behind the instance record that Tang Xiling had left. What's wrong with dungeon instances? Shin Xingning didn't understand. Dungeons are fun for racing, Songchen chuckled, pointing to his back. Please welcome the driver to enter the cockpit. Coming! Shin Xingning immediately understood. After saying that, under Tang Xiling's surprised gaze, Shin Xingning skillfully climbed onto Songchen's back. Are you coming, Sister Tang? Songchen, in the spirit of helping his sister, looked at Tang Xiling beside him. Shin Xingning also warmly invited her. She wasn't worried at all, having already occupied the noble driver's seat. What was there to be anxious about? Wait a minute. Upon careful thought, Shin Xingning suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. No, it's fine to hug from the front and hang on from the back, but if Tang Xiling were to do a koala hug, oh my god. The koala hug position was just uncomfortable to think about, right? But the more Shin Xingning thought about it, the more she felt something was off. I looked quite impressive riding on his back, but in this position, there wouldn't even be a chance to give it away for free, right? I won't come. Tang Xiling's voice was so low it was almost inaudible as she lowered her head and walked forward. Shin Xingning immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Songchen didn't think much of it, swiftly executing a bloodthirsty slash, moving forward in a flash, and quickly and accurately completing a 2-stage drift. Effortlessly, he took Shin Xingning into the second dungeon passage. All the way drifting and turning, every monster that was grazed by Songchen, even if just a little, would instantly perish. Did they really think this mud truck was just playing around? This hit dealt 121,220 points of damage, and hitting for 7 points of damage, what small monster wouldn't be confused? Their shoes were blown away. In the dungeon at the bottom of the cathedral, only the howling winds generated by the high-speed movement of the bloodthirsty slash could be heard. Occasionally, the screams of many small monsters being killed were mixed in. Successfully killed level 50 monster, Death Chanting Singer, gained 354,657 experience points. Xinxingning gained 354,657 experience points. Tang Xiling gained 354,657 experience points. Successfully killed a level 50 monster, Crystal Abomination Warrior, gained 534,578 experience points. Xinxingning gained 534,578 experience points. Tang Xiling gained 534,578 experience points. Xinxingning easily leveled up twice, sitting down to become a level 30 professional. Songchen placed Xinxingning at the entrance of the next level dungeon and said, "Xingning, wait for me here for a bit, I'll be right back." Xinxingning knew what Songchen was up to and quickly reminded him, "You better watch your limits, don't take the chance to touch the jailer or something, you know what I mean?" Songchen was directly angered and embarrassed. "I don't understand." Songchen vs Tang Xiling, Particle Collider. Songchen and Tang Xiling, Particle Collider. Songchen was moving quickly with a sliding slash, as if he had made some kind of determination. In reality, he was just angry and embarrassed. "What do you mean you understand? What limits? Am I Songchen that kind of person? That's me? Besides, my hands have their own ideas, what can I do?" Songchen harbored deep resentment. What is this called? This is called Xinxingning's stereotype of him. Of course, it can also be said that, once this kind of thing is formed, it's really hard to change, whether for Songchen or Xinxingning, it's the same. While lost in thought, Songchen had already unleashed several bloodthirsty sliding slashes, drifting through sharp turns and sliding swiftly towards Tang Xiling. He was distracted. Unexpectedly, Tang Xiling, who was rushing over, was also in a daze, not knowing what she was thinking about. So, ouch. Wow, good guy. The two collided in the narrow dungeon corridor. Fortunately, Songchen sheathed his sword in time, otherwise, if that sliding slash had come down on him, next year on this day would be the anniversary of my senior sister Tang's death. Of course, that was impossible. With the immunity of friendly fire, even if Songchen were to unleash a big crash right in front of Tang Xiling, he wouldn't be able to harm her at all. Piercing through? That was even more impossible. I say, senior sister Tang, you need to watch where you're walking. Songchen rubbed his lower back, secretly sighing at the danger. A man's lower back is crucial to life, one of the most important parts of the body. How could anything happen? Not even a scratch. Sorry. Tang Xiling quickly got up, covering her face. That particle collision just now was Songchen acting as a human cushion. Luckily he didn't hit his waist, but he was hit hard by Tang Xiling, getting a taste of being a motorcycle driver. "I'm sorry, Songchen. I was just thinking about some really tangled things and kept zoning out. What happened to your waist?" Seeing Songchen continuously rubbing his lower back, Tang Xiling felt a bit dazed, inexplicably feeling a twinge of heartache, wanting to help him rub it a bit, but not daring to. "Oh, my waist is fine, just rubbing it a bit. Come on, I'll carry you to the entrance of the next level, it'll be much faster." Songchen pretended to offer to be Tang Xiling's ride. Tang Xiling didn't dare to accept this, immediately shaking her head. No, that's not okay, Songchen, you and Xingning. She only told me not to touch your jailer, didn't say anything else. Songchen calmly waved his hand. Xinxingning just said to let Songchen be mindful, not to immediately touch Tang Xiling's jailer. So isn't it reasonable if I don't touch the jailer? This is very reasonable, right? This left Tang Xiling flustered, and in her daze, she got on Songchen's ride, and by the time she realized it, it was too late. A sliding slash with a sharp turn from him was just that cool and fast. The crimson light from the fire attribute lightsaber sliding slash shone even more brightly in the already somewhat dark and obscure dungeon. So this is how exhilarating it is. To be honest, Songchen, this shoulder gives a very solid and reliable feeling, quite reassuring. No wonder Ning Ning is so skilled, she must have. Wait, what am I thinking? What am I doing? Suddenly coming back to her senses, Tang Xiling froze. What is this? Is this considered a crime of a woman? Confusion began to spread wildly, occupying Tang Xiling's mind, leaving no room to think about anything else. Heaven have mercy. With social anxiety and a touch of introversion, Tang Xiling had never experienced this before. She truly belonged to the mother's womb category. By the way, Senior Tang. Songchen noticed Tang Xiling's stiffness and subtle resistance and guided the conversation. What's your profession? Me? I'm currently level 51, second transfer, and my job title is Moon Shadow Star Robbery, Tang Xiling replied instinctively. So you're a high-end assassin? Songchen nodded in understanding. Songchen didn't delve deeply into the assassin profession. At most, he had a slight understanding from hearsay. However, it was clear that assassin-type professions always fell into the category of high attack, low health, with truly high burst damage, really fast speed, and indeed thin health bars. Song Chen forcefully changed the topic. Tang Ziling was no longer as stiff as before, not so tense while riding on Song Chen's back. The mentor said there's a national joint exam like Major Secret Realm in 2 days, and you'll participate too, right? Song Chen threw out another topic. Tang Ziling, caught off guard, nodded and replied, yes, I've already received the notice. In fact, the second-year students and first-year newcomers of the Qinglong Academy are all eager to compete for the qualification to enter the Major Secret Realm because the benefits inside are just too many. Benefits? Like what? Song Chen was slightly taken aback. He hadn't delved deeply into this Major Secret Realm, which was similar to a joint exam. Zhang Hake had indeed sent him detailed information, but he hadn't had the chance to read it yet. The most direct benefit is experience points, which are very abundant. According to the experience from dungeons, normal difficulty is 1, hard difficulty is 2, nightmare difficulty is 3, and hell difficulty is 6. So this Major Secret Realm is roughly hell level, but the experience points are about 5 times that of normal difficulty. It was clear that Tang Ziling had thoroughly researched the information about this Major Secret Realm. 5 times the experience points for only 3 times the difficulty. To be honest, this is indeed a significant advantage. No wonder students are scrambling for spots. And if it's a competition for spots, it essentially means a contest of the strength and foundation of each mentor. Song Chen wasn't worried about his spot. As Zhang Hake's prize student, he was sure to secure it, and given Zhang Hake's temperament and strength, there probably weren't many mentors in the entire Qinglong Academy who would dare to compete with him for this spot. That said, even if Zhang Hake didn't want Song Chen to go, it didn't mean that those with ulterior motives wouldn't want him to go. They could easily arrange something for him that he couldn't refuse. What about other benefits? Are there more, senior? Song Chen remained curious. Tang Ziling thought for a moment and continued, the remaining benefits are resources, various rare materials, equipment, and even items. As far as I know, in this Major Secret Realm, the production rate of high-level rare items like skill stones and attribute stones is very high. Attribute stones, skill stones. Song Chen nodded slightly, indeed unable to suppress his interest. However, this Major Secret Realm has a big rule. You will receive a life-saving item that can only be used 3 times, similar to an invincible return scroll. Tang Ziling thought for a moment and added, once the 3 life-saving chances are used up, if you want to enter the Major Secret Realm for benefits, you might have to pay with your life. Tang Ziling, Garlic Hammer? Is this something you can listen to without paying? Tang Ziling, Garlic Pounder? Is this something you can listen to without paying? After using up the 3 life-saving chances, entering this great secret realm again could lead to death, right? Song Chen pondered for a moment, developing a strong interest. Tang Ziling nodded, yes, people can die. Generally speaking, there won't be that many iron-headed people. That's the truth. No one is a fool who would foolishly dive in after using up all their life-saving tools. It's better to live poorly than to die well. Forget it, we'll talk about it later. But I estimate that by then, there will definitely be quite a few people in the Great Secret Realm trying to hunt me down. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Upon hearing Song Chen say this, Tang Ziling recalled several rumor posts in the Academy forum, originating from the high-level wild areas of the capital, which were messages related to Song Chen that Academy students had learned through family connections or friends. In summary, it was one sentence: someone is targeting Song Chen, wanting him dead. Could it be true? Is there really someone who wants to harm Song Chen? Tang Ziling's beautiful brows furrowed into a small knot, reducing some of her habitual indifference and adding a touch of cuteness. Soon, they reached the entrance to the next level. Xinxingning, feeling bored, was almost about to start drawing circles in the corner with her staff. There was no internet in the dungeon, making it impossible to chat online, browse forums, or binge-watch shows. Does this count as waiting for the stars and the moon just to finally get you two here? Tisk tsk tsk. Glancing at Tang Ziling, who was riding on Song Chen's back, Xinxingning immediately wanted to find a bowl of aged vinegar and drown a few dumplings in it. Song Chen shrugged, couldn't stop the car, an accident happened. Xinxingning was taken aback. Tang Ziling, however, inexplicably blushed and quickly jumped down from Song Chen's back, stammering and not saying a word. What are you blushing for, a teapot? Xinxingning was shocked, carefully observing Song Chen's expression, then looking at Tang Ziling's slightly flushed face, keenly sensing that something was off, very off. Oh no, this is bad. What to do? As her mind raced, at least a dozen thoughts flashed through Xinxingning's mind, including ideas about dismemberment bags or some kind of secret potion that could intoxicate one with myriad colors every night. Ning Ning, I need to tell you something. Tang Ziling lowered her voice, interrupting Xinxingning's thoughts. Xinxingning looked at Tang Ziling in disbelief, thinking, I haven't even taken the opportunity to attack, and you're already making the first move? The two girls whispered to each other for a moment, and soon their expressions became serious. They occasionally glanced at Song Chen, then continued to whisper, their voices low enough that Song Chen couldn't hear. To Song Chen, this situation instantly filled him with questions, seriously suspecting that the two girls seemed to be forming an alliance to do something indescribable to him. Sisters, shall we head to the next level first? I'll go ahead and clear the monsters, you can chat as long as you want, that should be fine, right? In response to Song Chen's suggestion, both Shin Qingning and Tang Xiling had no objections, nodding in agreement as they followed Song Chen into the next level. To Song Chen's surprise, beneath the cathedral of the Holy Church was a dungeon, and below that was an unexpectedly large library-like memorial hall, with a winding passage that exuded a solemn and dignified atmosphere, as if it were a sacred burial ground. I'll go ahead and clear the path. Song Chen greeted them and immediately dashed out, starting a new round of reckless charging. Soon, successfully killed a level 50 monster, Holy Church Soldier, gained 544,611 experience points. Shin Qingning gained 544,611 experience points. Tang Xiling gained 544,611 experience points. Successfully killed a level 50 monster, Light's Betrayer, gained 231,477 experience points. Shin Qingning gained 231,477 experience points. Tang Xiling gained 231,477 experience points. Successfully killed a level 50 monster, Demonized Succubus, gained 352,520 experience points. Shin Qingning gained 352,520 experience points. Tang Xiling gained 352,520 experience points. As he smoothly sliced through the mud trucks, with a massive influx of experience points, Song Chen rapidly leveled up from level 31 to level 34. Meanwhile, Shin Qingning also leveled up by one level just from gaining experience. The only one who didn't level up was Tang Xiling. At her level 51, the speed of leveling was really slow. That's basically how it is. While Song Chen was busy grinding monsters, Shin Qingning had finished explaining the ins and outs of the situation to Tang Xiling, detailing the events of the reverse flow secret realm. It was quite simple to untangle the threads of the matter. The Xia family is targeting Song Chen, but we can't rule out the involvement of other forces. Of course, we have no way of knowing. But why didn't you two capture a live one back then and interrogate them? Tang Xiling sighed, feeling a bit helpless. Shin Qingning was even more helpless, shrugging her shoulders. Do you think I didn't want to? The key is, do you know how fierce Song Chen is? One jump, really, just one jump, a dozen or so professionals, and they're out cold, sleeping like babies. Tang Xiling, after learning about the events of the reverse flow secret realm, what left Tang Xiling most confused was this. No matter how hard she thought, she couldn't understand. How could Song Chen do that? Killing monsters at a higher level, while not too rare, was still considered quite normal. As long as the level difference wasn't too extreme. As long as one's profession was excellent enough and the equipment good enough, it was possible to succeed in defeating higher-level opponents. But the problem was, Song Chen was only level 20 at the time, slaughtering like a chicken in that secret realm, effortlessly taking down level 50 professionals as if it were a game. Is this reasonable? Can't figure it out, right? If you can't, don't waste those brain cells, it's Song Chen's little secret. Shin Qingning patted Tang Xiling's shoulder, sighing. But to be fair, Song Chen's martial soul true form is really impressive. Tang Xiling was puzzled. What's the martial soul true form? Shin Qingning immediately became interested, lowering her voice even more, and gave her best friend a thorough explanation. The conversation became lively. Shin Qingning even described it to Tang Xiling. Do you know the garlic pounder? The stone kind? Heavy and solid, really, if you haven't seen it with your own eyes, you wouldn't know, it's quite scary. Tang Xiling was completely overwhelmed. Is this something someone like me, a newbie, can even listen to? Truly, my newly acquainted best friend is not holding back. Good things are meant to be shared. Shin Qingning, little Song Chen, can I not handle you? Shin Qingning, little Song Chen, can I not handle you? Truly, my best friend. Tang Xiling could only sigh like this. She wanted to say something else, but she had completely forgotten. There was nothing to be done. Shin Qingning's description was just too vivid. So even though Tang Xiling had never seen Song Chen's martial soul true form with her own eyes, under Shin Qingning's few words, she easily conjured up the corresponding image in her mind. The more she pondered, the more it stirred her emotions. Just thinking about it is thrilling, right? Shin Qingning rubbed her hands together, mumbling to herself, I don't believe it, little Song Chen, can I not handle you? Tang Xiling remained silent. What game is this now? A strategy of feigned retreat? Deliberately talking to me about these indescribable scenes, and then what? Is it going to end in a falling out or what? At this moment, Tang Xiling's long-standing social anxiety and introverted temperament revealed significant drawbacks. Before meeting Song Chen and Xin Xingning, she had never had friendly interactions or made friends with peers, not even once. Right now, Tang Xiling felt her head buzzing, completely unsure of how to respond next. By the way, Xiling, are you coming over to our place to binge-watch tonight? I just discovered a place with really delicious crayfish last night, and their beer is great too. Xin Xingning, without any other thoughts, warmly invited her. Tang Xiling found it hard to refuse this enthusiasm and gently nodded. The two girls chatted while following the path opened by Song Chen, no longer in a hurry to tackle this hidden dungeon. What level 50 hidden dungeon? Is it really that difficult? At first, Tang Xiling felt it was somewhat challenging, but after witnessing Song Chen wipe out 120 level 50 monsters in an instant, she was left bewildered. Perhaps for her and Xin Xingning, this level 50 hidden dungeon was quite tough, requiring a lot of energy to conquer. For Song Chen. With that thought, Tang Xiling sighed softly, forget it, let's not mention it. The two girls were still grinding together. It was fine to just follow along as a support. The real powerhouse was almost clearing out all the monsters in this third-level dungeon. Meanwhile, as Song Chen was busy punishing every monster that ignored the red light, and Xin Xingning and Tang Xiling chatted about everything under the sun, in the Qinglong Academy, at the dungeon square, Xie Jiangnan walked out of the dungeon portal feeling refreshed, having vented most of the pent-up frustration and dissatisfaction. On the first day of entering Qinglong Academy, Xie Jiangnan set a new record for the Tiger Roar Tower dungeon. The highest level allowed for entry into tower-type dungeons is 50 floors. Xie Jiangnan reached the 49th floor but ultimately fell just before the 50th floor's boss, reluctantly teleporting out. Wow, the record for the Tiger Roar Tower dungeon has been broken by Xie Jiangnan? 49 floors. Who is Xie Jiangnan? Are you stupid? He's the president of the student council from the Outer Academy, level 47. No, now he's level 48. Seems to be a class of some sort, not sure about the specifics. Very mysterious? What good is that? In the end, it's all about strength. Come on, the difficulty of the Tiger Roar Tower is not low. Even if you let Song Chen come, he might not be able to clear it. Looks like Xie Jiangnan is gearing up for the Great Secret Realm. He should be able to bring some prestige to our Qinglong Academy, right? That's hard to say, but if we're talking about gaining prestige, I could do it too. The students in Qinglong Academy had quite discerning eyes and held themselves in high regard. After all, they were elite students from a prestigious academy. If they didn't have some skills and strength, could they be considered elite? Could they even enter Qinglong Academy? However, there were only 1,000 spots available for entering the Great Secret Realm. 1,000 spots sound like a lot, but when spread across the world, it's not that simple. Roughly, each country only has about 100 spots. Just taking the Qinglong Empire as an example, among those spots, the 4 strongest universities led by the capital's academy would take a significant portion. Then, a few spots would have to be allocated to second-tier universities. At this point in time, it really wasn't as simple as someone just casually mentioning it to get a spot in the Great Secret Realm. Connections, resources, and personal strength were all essential. Xie Jiangnan paid little attention to the group of onlookers around him. What he lacked the least was resources and connections. A mere spot in the Great Secret Realm, could it really hold him back? Hey, uncle. Just leaving the instance square, Xie Jiangnan received a call from his uncle, Xie Changshan, who was also one of the board members of the prestigious academy in the capital. You've arrived at the Qinglong Academy, right? Come over to the equipment department. There are a few pieces of gear that are perfect for you. After getting the gear, can you level up to 50 as quickly as possible and complete the second job transfer? Xie Changshan got straight to the point. Xie Jiangnan felt a surge of confidence. No problem, I will definitely complete the second job transfer before entering the Great Secret Realm. Good, come to the equipment department. I'll introduce you to a few people. Xie Changshan didn't chat much and hung up the phone. Equipment is undoubtedly crucial for a professional's advancement. Why are high-level professionals so formidable? Why is their combat power so fierce? Why can they easily crush lower-level professionals? Level is one aspect. It relates to a professional's four-dimensional attributes and skill levels, which directly affect combat power. On the other hand, it's about the equipment. The higher the quality and level of the equipment, the more significant the enhancement it brings. Xie Jiangnan didn't hesitate and went straight to the equipment department of Qinglong Academy. As a gathering place for elites of the prestigious academy, Qinglong Academy is undoubtedly the area with the most resources in the entire institution. The instance square, the equipment department, the skill hall, the mentor's qualifications, and so on, all far exceed those of the outer academy by several levels. Soon, he arrived at the equipment department. Xiao Nan, a middle-aged man who resembled Xie Jiangnan, stood at the entrance, dressed impeccably and looking serious. Uncle. Xie Jiangnan respectfully greeted him. He naturally felt a bit of awe towards this uncle, not only because of his powerful influence as a board member but also because Xie Changshan was a high-level professional. High-level professionals possess great strength, which is the source of their confidence. Before the two could exchange a second word, they saw a figure swooping down from the air, landing, and rushing into the equipment department in a flurry. Zhang Haike? Xie Jiangnan recognized him, somewhat puzzled. With Zhang Haike's level, can any equipment even catch his eye? 55 minutes? I thought it was 55 seconds. Minutes? I thought it was 55 seconds. Theoretically, it shouldn't. Xie Changshan responded to his nephew's question, feeling a bit bewildered himself. What could have made Zhang Haike so anxious? Something's not right. As a fellow high-level professional, although Xie Changshan had not yet reached the third job transfer at level 120, he was already a high-level professional at level 99, soon to hit level 100, with broad vision and rich experience. Considering Zhang Haike's level and strength, even the equipment department of Qinglong Academy would find it hard to produce the gear he needs, not to mention that the output of rare materials in high-level instances has always been low. If it's not for his own equipment, then what is it? Realizing this, Xie Changshan suddenly understood and took the lead to follow. Let's go take a look. Xie Jiangnan was still in the dark but instinctively followed. Both Zhang Haike and Xie Changshan were familiar with the equipment department, moving quickly until they entered the core area of the department. Old Guan. Where's Old Guan? Stop drinking and come out quickly. Do you remember that weapon blueprint from yesterday? I've gathered all the materials. Zhang Haike shouted loudly. A group of people in the equipment department turned to look, showing expressions of annoyance at being disturbed, but upon seeing it was Zhang Haike, they all relaxed. A group of people lowered their heads and continued to busy themselves with their own tasks, with quite a few even trying hard to hide, as if afraid of being discovered by Zhang Haike. Not long after, a middle-aged man with graying hair but eyes as bright as torches appeared, holding an old-fashioned wine jug of an unknown brand. He was the only big shot revered by everyone in the equipment department, Guanzhou. His skills in equipment crafting could only be described as extraordinary. From the time he showcased his talent in his youth to now, over 30 years have passed. In these 30 years, the weapons and equipment crafted by Guanzhou are countless, each one regarded as a masterpiece, truly remarkable. At the same time, Guanzhou is also a permanent advisor to the military department of the Qinglong Empire. The standard weapon of the 1st Divine Gun Regiment directly under the military department, the Ba Huang revolver, was crafted by Guanzhou, and upon its release, it gained immense fame, being incredibly domineering. However, to have Guanzhou craft equipment is not simply a matter of having money, power, or connections. The key is whether he is interested. As the saying goes, as long as Guanzhou is interested, even if the weapon's quality is the worst black iron grade, he would be willing to take it on himself. Are the materials ready? Let's go to my workshop to continue. Guanzhou seemed unfazed, waving his hand and leading Zhang Haike to his exclusive workshop. Suddenly, Xie Changshan, who was not far behind, spoke up. Guanzhou. Guanzhou turned back, looking puzzled. Do you need something? Xie Changshan's expression suddenly turned grim as he said in a low voice, did you forget something? I still have a set of equipment lists here that I sent you 3 days ago. Before he could finish, Guanzhou impatiently waved his hand. That set of equipment is too conventional, it's not interesting at all. It would be the same if someone else crafted it. That person. Guanzhou casually pointed to someone and instructed, you come and craft equipment for Director Xie later, is that okay? The equipment department specialist who was pointed at was both surprised and scared, stammering, and not daring to respond. No one was blind. Everyone could see that Xie Changshan sought Guanzhou's help to craft equipment, clearly not for himself, but to open doors for the younger generation in his family, exercising the power in his hands. Of course, to be fair, as one of the board members of the prestigious academy in the capital, Xie Changshan indeed had the power to do so. Who would dare to object? But therein lies the problem. Xie Changshan valued this matter greatly, but Guanzhou was not very interested, which made things quite troublesome. There's no rush, I'm just crafting a weapon here. It won't take up too much of old Guan's time. Director Xie, could you wait a moment? Zhang Haike smiled broadly, but his words carried a hint of sharpness. Xie Changshan sneered, do you really think your precious student can soar in this great secret realm? Having ideals is a good thing, but being overly idealistic is just daydreaming. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haike laughed even more happily. Oh really? Ha ha ha, let's talk again when your Xia Jiangnan can break through the trial tower of the outer academy. Xia Jiangnan immediately panicked. I've already broken through the 50th level of the trial tower. Zhang Haik was slightly taken aback. Is that so? How long did it take you? This question left Xia Jiangnan stumped, as if he had been hit by a silence spell. His lips stuck together like they were glued. No matter what, he couldn't bring himself to say that it took 55 minutes. In fact, the only difficulty in the trial tower of the outer academy was the final 50th level, where one had to face Zhang Haik's level 50 avatar. Xia Jiangnan's level was not low, and his combat power was definitely not weak. In front of the 49th floor of the trial tower in the outer court, Xia Jiangnan only spent 25 minutes, but it took him a full half hour to break through the 50th floor. Originally, this achievement was quite good, very impressive. But then the problem arose. With Song Chen's super record of 51 seconds as a benchmark, Xia Jiangnan's 55 minutes was not even worth the humiliation. It could only be said that there was no comparability. Xia Jiangnan did not mention his completion time. However, Zhang Haik could check for himself. His speed was quite fast, and he had already found out. He clicked his tongue but said nothing in the end. Just this? My precious student took only 2 seconds to defeat my level 50 avatar. Would I go around telling everyone about that? It was clearly just a slight sound of exclamation. But to Xia Jiangnan's ears, it was incredibly grating, making him feel as if his face was burning with embarrassment. Stop dawdling, old Jiang, hurry up. Well, Xia Dong. Guanzhou called out, saying, I won't take too long here. Can you wait for me a moment? Or should I find someone else to craft your equipment? Xia Changshan had no intention of changing people, but he also did not respond, his face dark as if a storm was brewing. Seeing this, Guanzhou understood. He was too lazy to care about Xia Changshan, but he still had to give this school director some face. Then Xia Dong, please wait a moment, I'll be done soon. Have you already exhausted your kidneys? You'll be done soon? Zhang Haik interjected, giving a serious piece of advice. Indeed, at your age, you should be replenishing. Shadowless sword, shadowless sword. What nonsense are you talking about? Among all the mentors in the Qinglong Academy, you're the fastest. Isn't that a well-known fact? Guanzhou showed no respect for Zhang Haik, disdainfully saying. His voice was not low. Zhang Haik got anxious. I'm fast in attack speed, not in kidney speed. Do you understand anything about trade? The two of them bickered as they entered Guanzhou's exclusive studio. Outside, Xia Changshan watched the whole scene with a face that was already dark as night, snorting coldly as he led Xia Jiangnan toward the lounge to wait. Xia Jiangnan didn't want to say anything. He had just been hurt in his pride and hadn't recovered yet. Don't let these small matters shake your confidence. I admit that Song Chen does have some tricks. I don't know what special talent or skill he has, but it doesn't matter. Xia Changshan's tone softened a bit. After all, he cared about his own nephew and wouldn't go so far as to rub salt in his wounds. Remember, with your identity in our Xia family, from the day you were born, you have already stood at the top of 90% of people. Their lifetime of effort is merely your starting point. As for Song Chen, Xia Changshan sneered and shook his head. Do you really think that a global joint examination level great secret realm is as easy as clearing a dungeon? What do you mean by that, second uncle? Xia Jiangnan was a bit confused. After a moment of thought, Xia Changshan's voice was very low, only audible to the two of them. Song Chen will die in the great secret realm, I'm telling you. Instantly, Xia Jiangnan couldn't help but shiver. If someone else had said such a thing, Xia Jiangnan would have dismissed it as bragging or bluster. But the person saying this was his own second uncle. That carried weight. The Xia family, as one of the old families of the Qinglong Empire, had one of the 18 kings as a backing, and with Xia Changshan as one of the directors of the capital's academy, along with Xia Changhe as the head of the family, their deep-rooted strength was unimaginable to ordinary people. So it seems I have indeed been a bit lacking in confidence, which is completely unnecessary. After coming to this realization, instead, Xia Jiangnan's mood had calmed down significantly, and he was no longer so concerned about the instance records of the trial tower. No matter how well or quickly the instance records of a dying person were brushed, did that mean they wouldn't die? Meanwhile, in the studio, Guanzhou and Zhang Haik had already started arguing, with one calling the other an idiot and the other retorting that their brain was filled with shit, creating quite a commotion. Damn it, if we're talking about practical combat experience, who is better than me? Find another sword saint in the Qinglong Academy who can challenge me. I've already said, this weapon must follow the concept of a light sword for the best results. Zhang Haik declared emphatically. Guanzhou, on the other hand, held a different opinion. That's not right. Song Chen's profession is Berserker, which relies heavily on strength attributes, pursuing high attack and high burst. What does he need attack speed for? You don't understand a thing. Zhang Haik rolled his eyes and said, Before coming here, I specifically researched Song Chen's equipment needs. This kid has quite a few secrets. His equipment needs lean towards damage reduction and percentage bonuses. Can't you figure that out? Guanzhou was slightly taken aback. Zhang Haik continued, do you think I would go around telling everyone that he took out my level 50 clone in 2 seconds? Guanzhou, when it comes to self-deprecation, you really take the cake, sacrificing your own face for your precious student. After a thorough understanding, Guanzhou reluctantly agreed with Zhang Haik's idea and immediately began crafting a light sword weapon based on the weapon blueprint. Zhang Haik sat nearby, sipping Guanzhou's treasured wine, watching him work with a relaxed expression. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, it was that he simply couldn't. Guanzhou's main profession was a blacksmith, belonging to the crafting category, currently at level 83, a third-tier crafting professional. He had absolute authority when it came to forging weapons, enchanting, or refining weapons. About half an hour later, Guanzhou suddenly clicked his tongue, immediately catching Zhang Haik's attention, who quickly rolled over and sat up, leaning closer to the workbench. Is it done? It's done. Really? Really? Lying on the workbench was a light sword. To be precise, it was just the hilt of a sword, entirely golden, with a deep purple gem embedded in the middle, and it looked quite impressive. Zhang Haik was dumbfounded. You spent half an hour and only produced a sword hilt? I'm starving. Hearing this, Guanzhou rolled his eyes and said, you don't know anything. Do you know what a shadowless sword is? Shadowless sword? Zhang Haik was slightly taken aback, suddenly realizing. After all, he was an extreme martial sword saint. With his vast knowledge and rich experience, he was indeed quite formidable, something ordinary people could hardly match. Now that you mention it, I seem to remember, old Guan. If I'm not mistaken, one of the current 18 kings, the Zhang family girl known as the Sword Emperor, seems to have such a shadowless sword? Zhang Haik immediately recalled. Guanzhou nodded in satisfaction and smiled. Yes, the weapon in the hands of that Sword Emperor is the shadowless sword, but it wasn't crafted, it dropped from a high-level instance. A legendary quality. Then what about the shadowless sword you've crafted? Zhang Haik asked the question he was most concerned about. Guanzhou shrugged, platinum tier, level 50. That's the limit of the blueprint, not my limit. With this, Zhang Haik understood. It wasn't that Guanzhou lacked the ability to craft weapons of higher quality, such as diamond or epic tier. The blueprint that Zhang Haik obtained is itself at the level of a platinum tier 50. The platinum tier 50 and diamond tier 50, the rare materials used for these two qualities, can they be on the same level? Just think about it, and you know they definitely aren't. Let me take a look at the weapon attributes. Zhang Haik became interested and raised his hand to cast an identification spell. Next to him, Guanzhou was happily sipping on some wine. He had already seen the weapon attributes after it was crafted and was quite confident. A few seconds later, Zhang Haik carefully examined the attributes of the shadowless sword, and his expression changed. Damn it, this is a platinum tier weapon, and it can add 5 damage? It even has a ignore defense attribute? Extra meals are fine, but it needs to be 2 extra meals. The weapon blueprint Zhang Haik got is platinum tier 50. The weapon blueprint is just a broad framework. Depending on the type of weapon crafted, the final attributes and attributes will vary significantly. For example, great swords, sabers, short swords, light swords, or blunt weapons. Right now, this shadowless sword is a light sword weapon crafted by Guanzhou based on the branch concept of light swords. Equipment name, Shadowless Sword Reno. Equipment quality, Platinum Tier 50, requires 500 agility or level 50. Equipment attributes, Strength, Agility, Attack Speed, inflicts any form of damage, when attacking the target, ignores all forms of defense of the target by 1. After carefully reviewing the attributes of the Shadowless Sword Reno, Zhang Haik was stunned, his head buzzing. A top-notch, an absolutely top-notch weapon. With his rich experience, Zhang Haik instantly judged, what a pity that the blueprint is platinum tier. If the quality were a bit higher, this weapon would be too fierce. For a moment, Zhang Haik even had the impulse to use it himself, but unfortunately, the quality and level were too low, and it wouldn't provide much of a boost for him. Well, there's nothing to be done, the weapon blueprint determines the upper limit. Even I can only slightly enhance the attribute, but I can't raise the upper limit too much. Guanzhou shrugged, clearly a bit regretful. Zhang Haik thought for a moment and then spoke up, then please, old Guan, could you enhance this weapon? Or maybe re-roll an attribute? Which attribute to re-roll, attack speed? Guanzhou was clearly pondering this matter. Of course. Zhang Haik nodded and said, the Berserker class has skills that can increase attack speed. Song Chen must have learned it, so in my opinion, directly stacking damage is the best choice. If you can re-roll an attribute that increases damage, I'll treat you to a month of big drinks and foot baths. Alright, I'll give it a try. Guanzhou was quite unreserved. It was a joke. Not only could he satisfy his itching hands, but he could also earn a month of arrangements for free. Who wouldn't be happy? Let's get started. Guanzhou took a sip of wine, then spat into his palm, rubbing his hands as if to wash away the luck. Seeing this, Zhang He couldn't help but feel nervous. Who can say for sure about luck? However, one thing is certain, Guanzhou personally handling the re-roll of the attributes of this shadowless sword Reno would definitely be more effective than Zhang He doing it. After all, Guanzhou belongs to the life profession, and the blacksmith profession indeed has some success rate bonuses when it comes to enchanting, refining, and re-rolling attributes. This is probably one of the few benefits of life professions. The two of them were both nervous and working hard over here. Meanwhile, Song Chen was almost ready for the post-battle settlement. There's nothing to be done. The difficulty of a level 50 hidden dungeon is indeed very high, but that's only the case for ordinary people. For Song Chen, come on, buddy, whether it's a big monster or a small one, an elite monster or a minor one, who can withstand the truck-like charge of his, or whatever it is? See, I told you, 0. With Song Chen's combat power, don't even mention this level 50 dungeon, even if you go higher, it wouldn't be a challenge for him at all. Xin Xingning had a somewhat smug tone. Tang Xiling, who was beside her, had long since become numb, nodding expressionlessly. It really wouldn't be a challenge for him. It's hard to describe what that feeling was like. The first time Tang Xiling witnessed Song Chen's methods and his terrifying explosive power, she broke out in a cold sweat, filled with questions, unable to comprehend what was happening. But once was a surprise, twice was familiar. After 3 times, Tang Xiling had already become numb. How about we open a level 60 hidden dungeon later? I have quite a few items here to open dungeons, Tang Xiling suggested lightly. Xin Xingning looked at Tang Xiling suspiciously and thoughtfully said, 0, the reason you have so many dungeon items is that you can't find friends to team up with for dungeons, right? Tang Xiling, you hit the nail on the head, sister. This made Tang Xiling not want to speak anymore. It's quite ironic, Tang Xiling had soloed many dungeons, and almost all the dungeons she had cleared were solo runs. But when it came to the items dropped from various monsters, it was a bit skewed. Various hidden dungeon items. What dungeon fragment from the Windless Plains, what token from the Cold Burial Ground, what key to the Ghost King's maze, and so on. So many hidden dungeons. The key point is that Tang Xiling believed she had no problem soloing normal dungeons, and she wasn't afraid of hell level difficulty, but hidden dungeons at hell level difficulty were a bit stressful and challenging to clear. She could clear them solo, but the efficiency was very low. Thinking about it, with your personality, asking you to go to the Qinglong Academy to find people to team up for hidden dungeons, it would be better to just kill you. Xin Xingning knew she was right, smiled, and continued, but on the other hand, as long as you're willing to recruit teammates at Qinglong Academy, you could probably form a 100-person team in no time. Tang Xiling pouted, 100-person team? Are these people here to run dungeons or just to see me? Feeling a bit narcissistic, are we? Xin Xingning exclaimed in shock. The two girls had already become quite familiar with each other, but Xin Xingning never expected that Tang Xiling's layers of social anxiety, introversion, and her facade of being expressionless would be lifted so quickly. In front of strangers, she was a cold, aloof ice princess. In front of her own people, she was a cute, silly little goofball? Ladies, I can understand that you like to talk about me. I have no objections. Song Chen walked out from the corner of the library, sighing, but could you walk a little faster? Once you go through this door, it's the final room. If you two don't come in, you won't get any experience. This was truly helpless and genuinely frustrating. You two can slack off as decorations, no problem, but even decorations should have a bit of awareness, right? We're already at the room? Tang Xiling was stunned for 2 seconds before quickly speaking. Sorry, I was just spacing out. You've worked hard. Xin Xingning huffed grandly, if I say I'll go back and give you extra food, may I walk a little slower? Song Chen thought for a moment, sure, but you have to add 2 meals. Tang Xiling, what secret code are you two using? What? Tang Xiling and meals? What? Tang Xiling and meals? Xin Xingning was quite pleased. If I plan to give you extra food, then how should you, Song Chen, respond? Just ask if you're happy or not. Such good fortune, Song Chen definitely wouldn't mind more, right? He welcomes all comers. Wait a minute, is adding a meal some kind of code? Or does it refer to something else? Tang Xiling couldn't help but ask. Xin Xingning thought for a moment, glanced at Song Chen, then looked back at Tang Xiling and lowered her voice, saying, about that question. My suggestion is that you might as well experience it for yourself. Tang Xiling was even more confused. Song Chen nodded in agreement, then immediately shook his head. That's not good, Xingning. If you let Tang Xuejia see such indescribable things, how am I supposed to live with myself in the future? Shin Xingning snorted, clicking her tongue in amazement. I thought your reputation was already pretty much ruined. That's true. Song Chen sighed. Reputation was something Song Chen didn't really care about. To him, it was utterly inconsequential. That said, ever since Song Chen entered the Shangjing Academy, or rather, since he had dinner with Shin Xingning before reporting, his reputation began to crumble. After that, Shin Xingning single-handedly turned Song Chen into a common enemy of the male students in the outer academy, uniting them on the same front. And it didn't stop there. After being specially recruited into the Qinglong Academy, Tang Xiling's presence made things even more intense, pushing Song Chen further down the path of becoming the school's rival in love. Thus, the title of Sea King was born, and the hatred reached its peak. We'll talk about the meal edition when we get home. First, let's brush. Shin Xingning acted like a commander, issuing orders. Song Chen had no objections. He had come to urge the two girls to hurry up, as he was the one truly eager to get going. Tang Xiling followed closely, but she was clearly still in a daze. What exactly did adding a meal refer to? She was really curious. But even though she was curious to the point of feeling like a cat was scratching her heart, Tang Xiling didn't dare to ask too much. She always felt that when Shin Xingning and Song Chen talked about adding a meal, the air seemed to change flavor. It was as if there was some kind of sour smell. Why do I have such a strange thought? Has Xingning already gotten together with Song Chen? But looking at how they interact, it doesn't seem like it. No, haven't they already? Lost in her thoughts, until a notification sound of a kill rang in Tang Xiling's ears. Successfully killed level 50, Holy Church Army Commander, gained 557,232 experience points. Shin Xingning gained 557,232 experience points. Tang Xiling gained 557,232 experience points. Obtained equipment, Platinum level 50 Holy Church Army badge. Obtained material, Holy Church Army Armor Core. Is it done? Is that it? Tang Xiling looked up in confusion, while Song Chen had already put away his lightsaber, calmly as if he had just taken a sip of water. Beside him, Shin Xingning shrugged. Haven't you experienced Song Chen's combat power yet? Level 50 can be taken down in a second, right? Tang Xiling. Was she really overthinking it? It turned out that not only could Song Chen casually take down level 50 small monsters, but he could even take down level 50 bosses with ease? This was simply absurd. Is this really reasonable? With a belly full of questions, Tang Xiling caught up with Song Chen and Shin Xingning, teleporting out of the hidden dungeon. The entire time spent in the hidden dungeon was only a mere 10 minutes. Out of those 10 minutes, half was spent chatting and joking. The actual time Song Chen used to clear the dungeon was very little, all spent on running around. Did you finish so quickly? Looks like the three of you together are quite efficient at clearing dungeons, Seeing Song Chen, Shin Xingning, and Tang Xiling walk out of the teleportation portal and into the training room, Qin Xiannan immediately cast a concerned glance. Shin Xingning shrugged. It's not that hard, right? Tang Xiling replied, actually, neither of us put in any effort, it was all Song Chen leading us through. Qin Xiannan wasn't too surprised by this answer. After all, she was Shin Xingning's exclusive mentor and had heard plenty of information related to Song Chen from her. On the other hand, Qin Xiannan and Zhang Heike were on the same side, naturally because Song Chen and Shin Xingning were on the same side as well. So, in a certain sense, Qin Xiannan could also be considered Song Chen's second exclusive mentor. You two didn't put in any effort? Was it all Song Chen killing the monsters? Xu Qing, who had been quite silent throughout, suddenly looked up at Song Chen and said, that was a level 50 hidden dungeon, you're only in your 30s, how could you possibly kill them? I just killed a few randomly, and we passed, Song Mu said with a smile, not intending to explain further. Was there really a need? He wasn't very familiar with Xu Qing, and they didn't have any deep friendship, so there was no need to go into details. You two are leveling up pretty quickly, Qin Xiannan said with satisfaction. After this hidden dungeon, the level 28 Shin Xingning had successfully reached level 31. Meanwhile, Song Chen, who had already been level 31 before coming, had now reached level 34. At this rate of leveling up, perhaps before the Great Secret Realm opens, both of them could reach level 40, right? It seems like that's an understatement. Reaching level 50 isn't out of the question either. Qin Xiannan was now thinking very boldly. She even felt that she was being too conservative. It was hard to say whether this courage came from Song Chen. Be bold. Level 50 in 2 days, and complete a second-class transfer while at it. So, what do you say, shall we start another dungeon? What do you think, Song Chen? Shin Xingning turned to Song Chen and lowered her voice, saying, Xiling has quite a few hidden dungeon items. It's really hard for her to form a team by herself. Why don't you take her along and clear some stock? I have no problem with that, Song Chen said nonchalantly. After all, running dungeons had its benefits, and a large amount of experience points was one of the things Song Chen needed most right now. Although that's the case, it still sounds a bit strange to me, Tang Xiling sighed. It's true that she had no friends, that much was correct. But stating this fact so seriously had a bit of a hurtful undertone. Oh right, Xiling. Xin Xingning suddenly changed to a smiling expression, looking at Tang Xiling beside her. If Song Chen takes me through the dungeon, I'll treat him to a meal. If we run another dungeon, you'll also be the one being taken along. What are you planning to reward Song Chen with? Tang Xiling thought for a moment, uncertain, then. I'll treat him to a meal too? To be a righteous and outstanding person. To be a righteous and outstanding person, the speaker may be casual, but the listener's eyes truly lit up. Song Chen was currently in a state of bright-eyed anticipation. It was hard not to be excited, right? Tang Xiling, as the former flower of the Qinglong Academy, was not just a name, she was genuinely impressive. From her beautiful face to her graceful figure, she was truly remarkable. The title of flower merely indicated that Tang Xiling was an upperclassman, just one level above Xin Xingning, a newcomer. It didn't mean that Xin Xingning's arrival would replace Tang Xiling's title. If both of you, the flowers, take turns treating me, let me think. I want to collect them all. Where in the world can I find such good fortune? I can't think too much, I need to stay calm. Song Chen, you can do it. You are a righteous and outstanding young man. Song Chen took a deep breath, trying to avoid being too righteous. After all, there are still two mentors here. If one is not careful and transforms into a character resembling the word divination, that would be quite embarrassing. Not far away, Xin Xingning struggled to pull herself out of her shock, only to feel a bit heartbroken. This is all my fault. Yes, it's my responsibility. If I had explained to Lingling what an extra meal was beforehand, maybe she wouldn't have dared to say that. TSK, this has excited Song Chen. Wait, this might not be a bad opportunity, only with comparison can there be a difference. With her thoughts racing, Xin Xingning patted Tang Xiling's arm and whispered, we'll talk about the extra meal later, right now. It's more important to clear the dungeon and level up quickly. Tang Xiling was just about to nod. Song Chen was now anxious. Hey, I can't stand what you're saying, cousin. What are you talking about? That's not okay, you need to take that back. Xin Xingning was surprised. What? Are you really planning to have Lingling give you an extra meal? Song Chen, so what? I'm a standard 180 perfect male god, haven't I mentioned that? Shen Xingning. Tang Xiling, what is 180? Sitting there watching the three students chat, argue, and mix in a bit of pulling and tussling, Qin Shennan had already entered a quiet mode of eating popcorn. Chu Qing was completely confused, utterly bewildered. This beautiful mentor, who was about the same age as Qin Shennan, was just as clueless as Tang Xiling when it came to matters of love and various little tricks and tips for happiness. After half an hour of intense tugging and swaying, Xin Xingning was the first to give up. She planned to use her actions to make Tang Xiling voluntarily withdraw. Tang Xiling vaguely sensed something but didn't dare to confirm it. As for Song Chen, he was thrilled. Two campus beauties coming together for an extra meal? Goodness, such a thing would be hard to find, and it would probably make their ancestors proud. Hey, Mentor Jiang? Just as Tang Xiling was preparing to enter the dungeon, Song Chen suddenly received a call from Jiang Hake. It's me, Song Chen. I've got a weapon for you. Just as you finish the dungeon, I'll ask you if you have any specific attribute requirements. Jiang Hake got straight to the point without any delay. Song Chen was stunned, unable to process it. A weapon for him? So Zhang Laodang also knew that this upcoming secret realm had a high difficulty level and thought Song Chen needed to update his equipment? In fact, regarding weapons and equipment, Song Chen really didn't have much need. He could use some gear, but as for weapons, it was about the same whether he had one or not, as long as it worked. As for attribute requirements, I'm fine with anything, no pressure. Song Chen replied. Just as his words fell, he heard a strange voice on the other end of the line suddenly lose control and curse, damn. Jiang Hake quickly turned back. What happened? What attribute did you get? Another voice replied, it's a good attribute, but it's misaligned. Then, a few seconds later, Jiang Hake couldn't help but curse. I really can't believe this, Lao Guan, your luck. You are amazing. Song Chen was left in confusion. What were these two doing? Cursing and swearing like that was not something a mentor should say. Song Chen, there's a good news and a bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? A choice was thrown at Song Chen by Jiang Hake. He decisively chose the good news. Jiang Hake, the good news is that Lao Guan helped you wash an attribute for this weapon, and it turned out to have a pretty high bonus, a 5. Song Chen, so what's the bad news? Jiang Hake sighed and said helplessly, the bad news is that the attribute 5 means it can withstand any form of damage. Oh, that's great. Song Chen immediately responded. Yes, this kind of damage reduction attribute seemed perfect for him. He could understand why Jung Haek and Old Guan were cursing. Generally speaking, the attributes on weapons are usually related to damage bonuses, attack speed bonuses, or additional skills, which are more common. However, attributes like magic defense, physical defense, or damage reduction are more often found on equipment, such as helmets or armor. So, this attribute was indeed a bit off. But it was a fortunate mistake. I admit that 5 is indeed quite good, considering this weapon is only platinum tier at level 50. But Song Chen, are you sure you need this attribute? You want to stack damage reduction? You're not a knight or a tank class. What do you need damage reduction for? Jung Haek was baffled, unable to comprehend. Song Chen was even more confused. He didn't know how to answer Jung Haek. What do you need damage reduction for? To stay alive, of course. Even someone without an awakened class would know that. How could you, an almost 4th transformation veteran, not understand? I need to stack damage reduction attributes, mentor. Besides that, any percentage increase in health, damage bonuses, anything is fine. Right now, I'm more focused on percentage increases rather than base values. Song Chen straightforwardly provided Jung Haek with his current needs. Oh, got it, Jung Haek said as he hung up the phone and turned to Guanzhou beside him. Old Guan, you heard that, right? Guanzhou thought for a moment and felt he understood. This kid is a blood-selling berserker? If so, that makes complete sense. Kissing an athlete's foot? Kissing an athlete's foot? The two veterans continued to study the attributes of Song Chen's shadowless sword, Rainer, deeply engrossed. In Jung Haek's words, they were even more invested than if they were crafting weapons themselves. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed, and Guanzhou's exclusive workshop remained tightly shut, showing no signs of opening. In the lounge, Xie Changshan's face had turned extremely grim, dark as if a heavy storm could break at any moment. Beside him, Xie Jiangnan was restless, wanting to say something, but after stealing a glance at his uncle's expression, he swallowed his words back down. Good, good. Is this your attitude? Xie Changshan didn't say it out loud, but inside he was burning with anger, barely able to contain it. As the second in line of the Xie family and one of the board members of the capital's academy, it was enough to prove Xie Changshan's immense power. Not to mention ordinary people, even those second and third tier families with wealth, influence, and connections had to give him some face. And now, Jung Haek was completely disregarding Xie Changshan's authority, and the confrontation was already written all over their faces. Guanzhou was a bit more straightforward. He could be considered a pure technical type, focused solely on researching equipment and weapons, specializing in crafting, while his emotional intelligence regarding human affairs was just average. What to do next? Xie Changshan pondered deeply. His intention was not to wait any longer. There were plenty of blacksmiths of Guanzhou's caliber outside of the Qinglong Academy. There were many blacksmiths who might not be as good as him but were close enough, who would dare to disrespect Xie Changshan. But if he didn't wait, Xie Changshan glanced at his nephew beside him and ultimately suppressed his impatience and irritation. Forget it, I'll wait. Since you treasure this precious student so much, I indeed have the need to wait and must provide Jiangnan with the best equipment. This could be considered a bitter laugh born from anger. After realizing this, Xie Changshan immediately calmed down, and the anger in his heart dissipated like smoke. In short, he had come to terms with it. To elaborate would give it a flavor of a gentleman taking his revenge after 10 years. Meanwhile, Tang Xiling had already opened the second hidden dungeon, level 60, and the map was quite spacious, named the Wuxi Plain. As usual, I'll run the map, and you two can just hang back. Song Chen glanced at the two girls beside him and smiled. I have very low demands. After we finish the dungeon, just treat me to a meal tonight. Of course, if it's a picnic, that would be even better. Upon hearing this, Xin Xingning hesitated for 3 seconds before shaking her head. No, it's better to pay attention to hygiene. Song Chen sighed. That's really too bad. He then picked up his lightsaber and left, performing a sliding slash to teleport away, executing several consecutive sliding slashes, his figure transforming into a series of light shadows, quickly disappearing. What a pity. Song Chen muttered to himself, casually executing a sliding slash that killed 3 level 60 monsters, continuing to sigh. In Song Chen's imagination, wasn't it possible to add a meal anytime? Who said you could only add a meal at home? Picnics are delicious too. Unfortunately, Xin Xingning's attitude was quite resolute, clearly considering the important factor of hygiene. Thinking it over, it was reasonable. After all, in the wild, it was hard to clean up, far less than the cleanliness and fragrance of a freshly bathed meal at home. How satisfying was that? Song Chen was multitasking while grinding monsters, fiercely charging ahead. He mainly focused on running the map, and if he encountered monsters along the way, he would casually kill them. Since it was a large plane-type map, Songchen wasn't worried about Xinxingning and Tang Xiling not gaining experience. Theoretically, as long as team members were in the same dungeon and there was no situation where one was on a higher level and the other on a lower level, they could all share experience. Successfully killed level 60 monster, Big Head Mushroom Spirit, gained 2,051,244 experience points. Xinxingning gained 2,051,244 experience points. Tang Xiling gained 2,051,244 experience points. Successfully killed level 60 monster, Bloodthirsty Two-Headed Rat Warrior, gained 2,311,477 experience points. Xinxingning gained 2,311,477 experience points. Tang Xiling gained 2,311,477 experience points. Successfully killed level 60 elite monster, Tiger Vanguard, gained 1,278,841 experience points. Xinxingning gained 1,278,841 experience points. Tang Xiling gained 1,278,841 experience points. Level up. Leveled up again. Leveled up once more. Xinxingning experienced what it was like to be carried through a dungeon to level up, and it was truly comfortable. The two of them didn't have to move, just soaking up experience. Xinxingning even took out a tea table from her spatial backpack and set it up under a tall, leafy old tree, pulling out 3 chairs as well. Your spatial backpack is filled with these things? Tang Xiling looked astonished. What on earth did this sister come for? To grind dungeons and level up, or for a picnic? But if it was for a picnic, why did Xinxingning just refuse Song Chen's request for a picnic? The more Tang Xiling thought about it, the more confused she became. Oh, these are all spoils. Didn't I go with Song Chen to do a first turn quest? We encountered wild players trying to ambush us, and Song Chen took care of all of them. Xinxingning brought up an efficient thermos while brewing tea, saying, I heard about the ambush you faced, but what about the spoils? This entire set of tea table and chairs is it? Xinxingning was completely unconcerned. The quality wood is golden silk Nanmu, brand new and unopened. After cleaning it, I decided to keep it for myself. Tang Xiling didn't know how to feel and could only think. Her good friend was living quite the luxurious life. Unlike her, every time Tang Xiling heard the experience points notification from killing monsters, she felt a twinge of guilt, thinking it was unfair to just reap the benefits without contributing. By the way, Ningning, I have a question for you. Tang Xiling pondered for a moment and asked softly, what does Song Chen's picnic have to do with hygiene? Xinxingning was taken aback and instinctively replied, of course it has something to do with it. You wouldn't want to catch athlete's foot when you're kissing Song Chen, would you? Tang Xiling? 2 people can't share a blanket. 2 people can't share a blanket are not sisters. Tang Xiling was genuinely a bit flustered, thinking, what does kissing have to do with athlete's foot? Is there any necessary connection between the two? Wait a minute, no way. Suddenly, Tang Xiling had a moment of enlightenment and looked at Xinxingning in surprise. Ningning, are you saying, do you have athlete's foot? One question left Xinxingning silent. I don't have it. Xinxingning was a bit annoyed and glared at Tang Xiling. How could a beautiful girl like me have athlete's foot? The way you asked that is just like the question Song Chen asked me before. What question? Tang Xiling was confused. Song Chen asked me before. Xinxingning recalled and continued. He asked me if wearing leather pants makes a sound when you fart. Tang Xiling thought for a moment and suddenly became curious. So Ningning, does it make a sound when you fart in leather pants? Xinxingning. Alright, how wonderful. No wonder you two are quite a match. This must be what they call 2 people who can't share a blanket. Does it make a sound? Haven't you worn them? Why don't you try it on and see? Instinctively, Xinxingning glanced at Tang Xiling, and after a few seconds of careful imagining, she had a question. By the way, Xiling, isn't it true that girls in the assassin profession love to wear leather jackets and pants? Why don't you get a set? I was thinking with your figure. Wouldn't you struggle to zip it up? Aren't you the same? Tang Xiling shrugged. The 2 girls exchanged glances and didn't continue discussing the zipper issue. They were equally matched, neither willing to back down. Just like no one had heavier charms than the other. You still haven't explained the athlete's foot thing to me, Ningning. What does athlete's foot really mean? Tang Xiling was digging deeper. She was genuinely curious. She couldn't understand why athlete's foot could be linked to kissing. Was there any necessary connection? Well, I'll keep it a secret. It's a very important secret. Xinxingning had no intention of explaining. Are you kidding? Such an important secret couldn't just be casually explained to Tang Xiling. A secret this good should only be shared when the 3 of us are happily together. Wait, why do I have such a strange thought? Shin Xingning was bewildered, completely unaware of where this odd idea came from, and what did a happy family of 3 have to do with it? I must be sick to have such thoughts. Forget it, since we're at this point, let's drink tea first. Dizzy and a bit disoriented, Shin Xingning began to drink tea to calm down, while Tang Xiling, sitting opposite her, silently sipped her tea, her mind occupied with the situation on Song Chen's side, curious about how things were going for him. However, one thing was certain, the monsters in the hidden dungeon at this level seemed to pose no trouble for Song Chen. Instant kills, still instant kills. Every so often, a kill notification would sound, and a large amount of experience points would flood into Shin Xingning and Tang Xiling. For Shin Xingning, it was a significant amount of experience, but for Tang Xiling, who had completed her second-class transfer, it felt somewhat lacking. The higher the level, the slower the leveling up, that was the norm. For someone like Song Chen, who had completed his first-class transfer and leveled up 8 times in a row, then leveled up 4 or 5 more times in a single day, that was truly rare. Of course, aside from the occasional kill notification, there would sometimes be a massive explosion of monsters being instantly killed, making it feel like Song Chen had stumbled upon a horde of monsters. In reality, Shin Xingning was well aware. Each wave of monsters exceeding 30 being neatly dispatched did not mean Song Chen had encountered a horde, it was more like he casually used a skill like Mountain Collapse or Earth Shatter. Soon enough, the level-hidden dungeon, the Unyielding Plains, was cleared after 20 minutes. During that time, about 10 minutes were spent with Song Chen chatting and joking with the 2 girls over tea, discussing trivial matters. I've leveled up to level 52. Thank you for your hard work, Song Chen. Tang Xiling looked at Song Chen with deep gratitude. Shin Xingning next to her rolled her eyes and said, what about me? You were pretty bored throughout this dungeon. If I hadn't kept you company, wouldn't you have been lonely? You're right, thank you, Ningning, Tang Xiling replied expressionlessly. After finishing their tea, Song Chen teleported both Shin Xingning and Tang Xiling out of the hidden dungeon and immediately opened another level 50 hidden dungeon. They kept running dungeons until 3 in the afternoon. By the end, Song Chen was feeling a bit numb from the grinding, and Tang Xiling's stock of dungeons was nearly cleared, leaving only a few top-tier dungeons. Shall we call it a day? We can grind more later? Tang Xiling glanced at Song Chen, sensing he was a bit tired and had enough for now, though she didn't say it out loud. Shin Xingning shrugged, whatever, I'm good either way. Song Chen felt a bit anxious, the way you say that makes it sound like you did nothing for these hours. What did you do? I made you tea, Shin Xingning replied calmly. Song Chen. Fine, it wasn't a big deal. After all, Song Chen was just running dungeons with a cousin and a senior, and he had the strength, plus, the 2 sisters were pretty and even provided extra snacks, so what? He was happy to level up with the 2 sisters. Then let's leave it at that for today. Go rest, and if you want to grind dungeons again, feel free to find me anytime. Tang Xiling actually wanted to continue grinding. It must be said that the feeling of leveling up while sitting or lying down was indeed quite addictive. The 3 young people quickly reached a consensus and returned. Seeing that Song Chen, Shin Xingning, and Tang Xiling were not planning to continue grinding dungeons, their mentor, Qin Shennan, and Xu Qing also decided not to follow them any longer and left separately. Shall we go shopping, Xiling? Shin Xingning's suggestion was quickly met with Tang Xiling's response, I'm fine with that, I'm good either way. Song Chen raised his hand, then could you 2 sisters bring me back an extra portion of grilled cold noodles, extra spicy, with less ketchup, please? Thank you. Aren't you coming? Shin Xingning clicked her tongue, feeling a bit regretful. I've been tired all day, can't I go back and rest for a bit? Song Chen sighed and then said, anyway, if I can't have your extra meal, I definitely won't be able to sleep. Shin Xingning immediately brightened up, waving her hand grandly, I'll make sure you get to eat. 4 million health points. 4 million health points. Whether she would really deliver, Song Chen had no idea and couldn't gauge. The saying about a woman's heart being as unfathomable as the sea wasn't just a casual remark, it was truly elusive and unpredictable. Song Chen lounged on the sofa in the living room, watching TV and playing on his phone, not bothering with either. Shin Xingning hurriedly took a shower and changed her clothes, clattering out the door in a pair of little leather shoes. Don't forget the grilled cold noodles. Song Chen shouted loudly. I won't forget. Shin Xingning called back as she closed the door. Shin Xingning and Tang Xiling had already made plans, and now she rushed back to the villa just to take a shower and change clothes. Before going out shopping, you have to shower, before eating, you have to shower, and before sleeping, you still have to shower. Women, oh women, that's how it is. Song Chen slumped on the sofa, motionless, like a serene monk, embodying comfort. He spent a moment in his mind contemplating 2 pairs of prison guards, growing more excited the more he thought about it. Especially the wonderful combination of prison guard heels and little leather shoes. If there were some horse oil and black stockings added, it would simply be Simply explosive. Calm down, you are a young man of integrity who has seen the world. What is mere temptation? Good things are worth the wait, that's the truth. After browsing the Academy forum for a while, a post quickly caught Song Chen's attention, originating from a student in the equipment department. Jiang Haik vs. Xie Chanshan, the strongest mentor and the school board member at odds? What kind of nonsense is this? Old Dang and Xie. Oh, this one seems to be Xie Jiangnan's second uncle. Isn't it normal for them to be at odds? After reading through the post, Song Chen understood. He had come to know Jiang Haik's temperament quite well by now. If he didn't confront Xie Chanshan in person, that would be considered quite rational and calm. Others might not know the issues at play, but Song Chen certainly did. The task originated from the encirclement and ambush by the three major guilds in the capital, which was undoubtedly instigated by the Xie family, with their backing. However, many in the comments section were completely baffled. I don't understand, is there some deep-seated grudge between mentor Jiang Haik and Xie Chanshan? Isn't that unnecessary? Xie Chanshan, TSK, that's Xie Jiangnan's second uncle. The academy mentor openly opposes a board member. If it were anyone else, they'd probably be in for a rough time. I agree with the previous comment. But the problem is, this person is mentor Jiang Haik, looking across the entire capital's academies, who would dare to give him a hard time. Only the principal and vice principal, right? By the way, it seems neither principal has returned yet? According to rumors, the two principals chose a bathhouse with a lot of projects while on a business trip, spending lavishly, and coincidentally ran into a water meter inspection. They are currently enjoying some steamed buns. The bizarre comments were quite eye-opening. Song Chen quickly replied with a post from his alternate account. Please send me the location of that bathhouse. May good people live in peace. He tossed his phone aside and took a few sips of his drink. Song Chen briefly reviewed his gains from today. The biggest gain was, of course, in terms of experience points. He soloed a tower and successfully leveled up from 28 to 31. After that, he cleared a wave of Tang Xiling's dungeon inventory, consecutively running several hidden dungeons, all at levels 50 and 60. Even though there were two beautiful accessories, Xinxingning and Tang Xiling, sharing the experience, Song Chen still charged ahead fiercely, effortlessly leveling up from level 31 to level 36, a total of 5 levels. As for the various equipment materials he collected, they were no longer that important. Name, Song Chen, Occupation, Hellblood Demon God, Level, Health, 4,460,650, Magic, 10,000, Strength, Weapon, Equipment, Title, Agility, Weapon, Equipment, Title, Mentality, Equipment, Title, Constitution, Equipment, Title, Skill, Free Attribute Points, 160, Skills, Exclusive Skill Blood Frenzy, Mountain Splitter Slash, Blade Blood Feather, Berserker's Fury, Blood Rage Rampage, Soul Devouring Hand, Absolute Defense, Blood Chi Explosion, Bloodthirsty, Slide Slash, Heavy Slash, Mountain Crushing Strike, Steel Muscles, Appraisal Technique, with 160 free attribute points in hand, Song Chen was too lazy to think too much and allocated them to Agility, Mentality, and Constitution. As for the Strength attribute, was it even needed? Absolutely not. Just considering Song Chen's current exclusive skill, Blood Frenzy, every 100 points of health lost could convert into a 4-point increase in strength. How terrifying was that? He didn't even dare to calculate it carefully. Agility, 1085, Mentality, 880, Constitution, 860. After spending the free attribute points, Song Chen hesitated for a moment, pondering over his existing skills and calculating the rare items he had, including skill stones. With these 7 first-turn skill stones, I can consider allocating them to Absolute Defense and Blade Blood Feather. Life-saving skills and close-range nuke damage, Song Chen quickly clarified his thoughts. In fact, the Blade Blood Feather skill didn't have many opportunities for actual use. It was more like a powerful and brutal deterrent. It was akin to nuclear weapons. As for the Absolute Defense skill, it was essential to max it out. Absolute Defense, after using this skill, you gain 2 seconds of invincibility, immune to various abnormal states such as dizziness, bleeding, and electric shock, but cannot immunize against non-damage control skills. During the invincibility period, other skills can be released, and you can move freely. Cooldown, 10 hours, magic cost, 100, without hesitation, Song Chen smashed 6 first-turn skill stones into the Absolute Defense skill, leveling it up by 6 levels. Absolute Defense. Invincibility duration, 2. Cooldown, 10 hours. Magic cost, 100 points. After completing the upgrade, Song Chen nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, 5 seconds of invincibility can barely be considered a small graduation, it's enough. Yuri is supreme, the big orange is set? 5 seconds of invincibility is enough for many operations. Whether for saving his life or for a strong kill, it was not difficult. Of course, Song Chen never worried that his opponents would activate invincibility skills. Whether they do or not, what difference does it make? The key is, as Song Chen's opponent, does he or she really have the reaction time to activate an invincibility skill? I can't just activate my golden body at full health, can I? No problem, bro. If I throw a small skill like Mountain Crushing Strike, the opponent surely won't directly activate an invincibility skill, right? Who starts a deathmatch by revealing their trump card right away, right? Song Chen was too lazy to think too much and tossed the remaining first turn skill stone to the Blade Blood Feather skill. Blade Blood Feather. Blade Blood Feather consumes a large amount of health to condense into. Consumed health skill level, blade-shaped blood feathers, lasting 10 seconds. Each Blade Blood Feather deals consumed health points of damage to the target. Cooling time, 30, magic value consumption, 0. The upgraded Blade Blood Feather only increased the damage part by 1, which was within Song Chen's expectations. In fact, in Song Chen's view, there was basically no difference from 6. After all, it was just a nuclear bomb skill, an absolutely destructive level of explosive damage right there. What difference does a little more or a little less make? Whether it's a second of health or 10 million health, who is more noble than whom? After completing the upgrades for 2 first-turn area skills, Song Chen was somewhat satisfied, pondering whether he should find a way to get some skill stones. Buying them isn't impossible, but the returns probably won't be too high. The resources allocated by the Academy. Well, it all depends on this trip to the Great Secret Realm. Alright, Tang Xiling said there are quite a few skill stones and attribute stones and other rare items produced in the Great Secret Realm. Rare items like skill stones and attribute stones are mainly obtained through dungeon runs and Secret Realm explorations. The key is that these rare items are not necessarily available for purchase, unless one is willing to pay exorbitant prices, but that would clearly be a loss. After admiring his health bar for a while, Song Chen casually glanced at the TV cabinet and unexpectedly discovered what seemed to be a version of a router hidden inside. Qingning actually has a big treasure hidden here? He was genuinely surprised, and then Song Chen did a somersault and jumped up, showcasing his absolutely powerful core and waist. This flip was something else. A limited edition Black Malu physical collectible version, along with a pair of commemorative controllers. A bunch of items that were clearly just unwrapped from a delivery. And there was also an exquisite gift box beside it. A gift? For me? Song Chen felt a little narcissistic for a moment. Then he calculated the days and thought to himself that his birthday was still half a year away. It shouldn't be so early to start preparing birthday gifts, right? But it didn't matter. Let's enjoy it first. Until the sky gradually darkened, around 6 in the afternoon. Xingning and Tang Xiling, the two girls, were chatting about some unfinished topic when they pushed open the door. Upon entering, they saw a red-faced Song Chen sitting cross-legged on the floor, clearly showing signs of high blood pressure. Playing a game? Tang Xiling glanced at the TV and understood, but then felt confused. Just playing a game, but why is Song Chen in this state? He's playing Red Worm. Xingning pouted. Then Xingning realized something was off, quickly tossed away the pile of shopping bags in her hands, kicked off her shoes, and rushed into the living room. Their eyes met, and Song Chen looked a bit dazed. What's wrong? Xingning thought for a moment and shrugged. Nothing much, I was just buying you a game console and game controller, and you found out. Oh. Song Chen said nothing more and turned back to continue his tough battle against Elder Jinqi. After one life, the Elder was still lively and jumping around. How about I give it a try? Tang Xiling had already come over and couldn't help but speak up. Song Chen was already red-faced, and seizing the opportunity to catch his breath, he casually handed the controller to Tang Xiling. The first round, familiarizing with the controls. The second round, familiarizing with the monster controls. The third round, breaking through. It's really simple. Tang Xiling excitedly manipulated the controller, wandering around the map. This game is quite fun. Wow, the graphics are really nice. The artistic details are top-notch. So good. But these little monsters are too weak, right? Not bad, not bad. This is the exclusive game of our Qinglong Empire. While playing, she kept chattering. Song Chen was left dumbfounded. Xingning was also full of question marks. She even felt a bit insecure. I bought both the game console and the game controller. What was I buying them for? Oh right, it was an impulsive purchase. Impulse buying often leads to regret for most people. But for someone like Xingning, a wealthy woman, it's just spending money. What's a little cash to her? Spending some money, even just to show support? It's better than being stuck with a game that's gone stale like that little blackie. Is this game specifically for Tang Xiling? What's up, cousin? Do you have a thing for Senior Tang? Yuri is the best? Big Orange is settled? Song Chen fell into thought, stroking the corner of his mouth, casting a doubtful glance at Xingning. Shin Xingning glared at him fiercely and said, I clearly bought it for you to play. I just saw a post saying something about buying a black game for your boyfriend to play together, which helps with family harmony and enhances the relationship. Is that really a thing? Song Chen continued to doubt. If that's the case, why not just have a breakup kitchen or something to enhance the relationship even more? He grabbed a cold noodle snack and sat on the sofa to continue eating. Song Chen had to admit that Tang Xiling's gameplay was not very appetizing. It was like she turned into a different person when playing. Her moves were sharp, a super high-level player. But somehow, she became a bit chatty, like that guy who was 192 meters tall. Song Chen, Xiling seems to play better than you. Shin Xingning, watching from the side, patted Song Chen's arm in surprise. Don't you want to say something? Song Chen, no, I don't want to. I'm a noob. Shin Xingning glanced at Song Chen's hands, pouted, and said nothing, thinking to herself that when he played with her feet, he didn't seem like a noob at all. That guy's hand speed could reach 2000 sensitivity. Half an hour later, the Black Games cutscene finished. Tang Xiling was still savoring the charm and shock of it, marveling at the powerful visual impact. Great game, the light of the year. Song Chen. Shen Xingning. Gossip about Shin Xingning and the Camel Toe. Gossip about Shin Xingning and the Camel Toe. Great game. The light of the year. The rise of domestic games. Tang Xiling continued to marvel, fondling the commemorative controller in her hands, clearly loving it. Song Chen knew it was a good game, he wasn't blind, but the key was, in this type of game, Song Chen was a total noob. Although he could play, it required a lot of energy and effort to learn and get familiar with it. As for Tang Xiling, she was a natural talent, and Song Chen felt like saying nothing. If you really like it, I can buy another set for you later, no big deal. Shin Xingning waved her hand generously. She was indifferent to games but had a strong feeling for people. Tang Xiling thought for a moment and suddenly said, no need to specially give me one. Playing at your place is just fine. Shin Xingning was taken aback. I thought I bought this game console for Song Chen? How did a gaming addict girl pop up out of nowhere? It's fine, let's leave it at that. I have a hard time believing this. After dinner, I need to study it properly. I can't just let it go like this. Song Chen was quite unconvinced and prepared to continue causing chaos after the intermission. The three of them sat around the dining table, showing off their food, which were all delicious takeout brought back by the two girls. The shop we went to this afternoon was pretty good. Let's check it out again in a couple of days, okay? Xiling, what do you think? And that scarf, the style is really nice. Yes, I think it looks great too. In 2 days, the big secret realm is opening. Are we going to continue grinding dungeons and leveling up tomorrow? Let's talk about it later. Aren't you messing things up? If your mentor finds out you're not leveling up properly and instead are just lounging here playing games, I'll be dead for sure. The two girls chatted happily, their topics jumping around at a speed that left Song Chen astonished. One moment they were discussing whether a dress looked good or not, and the next they were talking about upgrades in dungeons, only to dive into gossip by the third sentence, like how someone from the outer courtyard had a truly bizarre figure, or how the layout of a place in the inner courtyard was quite special, and so on. Song Chen was initially just showing off his cold demeanor, half listening, but then, as he listened, images began to form in his mind. Camel toe? Cousin, did you just mention the camel toe as a special layout? Upon hearing Song Chen's earnest question, Shin Xingning was taken aback for a few seconds, a bit confused, and looked at Tang Xiling with suspicion. Did I mention any layout just now? You did. You mentioned the words camel toe. Tang Xiling shrugged. Oh, if I mentioned it, then I mentioned it. Shin Xingning said nonchalantly, humming, what's up, Song Chen, do you know about camel toes? Of course, I'm a top-notch salesperson. Song Chen nodded. Are you kidding me? Not knowing such a classic layout would be ridiculous. Do you even understand the value of being a top-notch salesperson? Of course, Shin Xingning didn't elaborate on the details of the layout. She had just casually gossiped and forgotten about it. Song Chen didn't dwell on it either. After quickly showing off his meal, he ran off to continue gaming, feeling a bit unconvinced. This game was so intense, he played for 3 hours straight. When Song Chen finally emerged from his serious gaming state, he discovered that the two girls had ordered takeout and beer at some point, and they were now tipsy, their voices growing louder. This is what happens when you get drunk. Their voices gradually became uncontrollable, their postures swaying as if they couldn't sit still, and even a small matter could be repeated several times. Why didn't you call me when you were drinking? Song Chen feigned a stern face as he stood in front of the dining table, glancing at the snacks and adding, and you even have my favorite spicy crawfish? Why didn't you call me? We didn't call you because you were so focused on your game, Tang Xiling replied, clearly still in good spirits. In contrast, Tang Xiling's cheeks were slightly flushed, her beautiful eyes exceptionally bright, and she was talking much more than usual, clearly under the influence of alcohol. However, Songchen could see that Tang Xiling was subtly restraining herself, seemingly trying to use reason and calmness to suppress the effects of the alcohol. As for Shin Qingning, she was in a standard drunken state, about 70 to 80% tipsy, ready to let loose. Hey, thank goodness they're not heavy drinkers. If they drank heavily every day, meal after meal, even my iron constitution wouldn't hold up. Songchen muttered a few words in his heart, but his gaze was uncontrollably wandering, drifting wildly. Sitting posture is closely related to each person's temperament. Just like Tang Xiling, even though she was 3 parts drunk, her posture was still quite proper. The most she did was loosen her collar a bit, revealing a slightly pink, delicate collarbone. Shin Qingning, on the other hand, was much more carefree, a standard goddess in the making. Especially in that loose white shirt, the more Songchen looked, the more familiar it seemed. Wasn't that mine? Did it get commandeered? But to be fair, half of the loose shirt had slipped down to Shin Qingning's fragrant shoulder, hanging loosely, and while one leg was on the ground, the other was propped up on the chair. It's so nice, being young is great. Songchen found it hard not to let his eyes wander. He could see clearly that Shin Qingning's sitting posture was no different from sitting cross-legged. That pair of pure black sporty shorts was utterly ineffective. Go sit over there, watch a show or a movie or something? Songchen suggested the two girls change the battlefield. Shin Qingning suddenly stood up, her face serious. If you hadn't been playing games just now, we would have started watching a show already, okay? Go get the small coffee table. Alright. Songchen sighed and obediently went to be the waiter. The small coffee table was set up, 3 cushions arranged, several bowls of crayfish, peanuts, jellyfish heads, and various snacks placed, along with a pile of beer, both chilled and at room temperature. Sitting on the floor, they relaxed even more. Songchen also had a relaxed mindset, and after downing 2 cans of beer, he couldn't help but exclaim how refreshing it was, while the 2 girls chatted away beside the table. The conversation was lively and cheerful. But soon, Songchen sensed something was off. He almost watched in disbelief as a prison guard crossed mountains and seas, casually stopping right next to him, within arm's reach, easily obtainable. Wow, a wild prison guard? Songchen couldn't immediately discern it, and then he realized that the owner of this wild prison guard didn't seem to be the particularly generous Shin Qingning, but rather, Tang Xiling? Wow, Senior Tang is actually so charitable? Shin Qingning, what are you two doing? Shin Qingning, what are you two doing? Songchen instinctively looked up at Tang Xiling, but to his surprise, he didn't meet her gaze at all. Tang Xiling wasn't sitting cross-legged like Shin Qingning. Instead, she was sitting sideways. Her legs were positioned towards Songchen's left hand, while her face and body were directed towards Shin Qingning on the other side, which was her current posture. Another drink. Cheers. Have you seen this show before, Xiling? Do you want me to explain the character relationships to you first? It's quite complicated. Shin Qingning was chattering away, and under the influence of alcohol, she was indeed very talkative. Most people who get drunk tend to be like this. It's rare to find someone who was only slightly tipsy and still quiet, but there was one right now. Shin Qingning kept talking. Tang Xiling responded with mm. Shin Qingning continued to chatter. Tang Xiling kept responding. The focus was on serious listening. Songchen was also listening, taking in Shin Qingning's various topics while wondering when his 2 extra meals would arrive. As a result, without realizing it, a pair of black over-the-knee socks coincidentally came to Songchen's hand, the owner being Tang Xiling. What game is this, playing hard to get? If you're using the strategy of playing hard to get, then I won't hold back. Bro, just go along with it. How fast was Songchen's hand? Tang Xiling seemed to be acting without intention, yet it also seemed deliberate, but by the time she wanted to retract, it was already too late. Too late. Songchen's ability to seize opportunities was too strong. Not a prick. It has to be this kind that's not too thin, that's the best. Songchen's experience was too rich. His face remained expressionless, his left hand's sensitivity at its peak, and his gaze was exceptionally calm. Wanting to figure out Tang Xiling's background was not difficult at all. He didn't even need to see it with his own eyes, just by touch and imagination, he could envision how perfect it was. Meanwhile, sitting sideways in front of the small coffee table, Tang Xiling, who had just a hint of blush, was now rapidly turning red from the alcohol, her ears visibly flushed. Tang Xiling remained completely still, her whole body tense like a bowstring pulled tight. What's wrong, Xiling? Shin Qingning suspiciously touched Tang Xiling's face, confused. Aren't you good with alcohol? Why are you turning red already? Tang Xiling, Shin Qingning, what was happening with that strange tone? Shin Qingning was slightly tipsy, not quite to the point of being completely out of it like last night. She still had a bit of rationality left. It's nothing. What were you saying just now? Go on. Tang Xiling spoke up, her face flushed but masked by the alcohol, so she wasn't flustered at all. As for that peculiar little tune she had just sung, it was truly uncontrollable. Xin Xingning sensed something was off but couldn't pinpoint the issue. Well, I can continue then. By the way, did you hear any sounds? It was like a thumping, almost like thunder. What thunder? Song Chen was confused. Where was that thumping sound coming from? Was it the heartbeat? Then Song Chen caught a glimpse of Tang Xiling out of the corner of his eye and realized that this girl, who had always masked herself with a cool demeanor, was now completely tense and stiff. It made sense. Song Chen felt a bit dazed. This was just like when Xin Xingning first treated Song Chen to a meal. She was even more naive than a newbie. Song Chen didn't care about that, it had nothing to do with him. Everyone saw it, this was Tang Xiling offering herself up, so why should he be polite? Very quickly, with Song Chen's sudden move, Tang Xiling visibly trembled, turning to look at him with disbelief in her eyes. But it was just disbelief. In that moment, Song Chen was fully engaged, his hand speed cranked up to 3000 sensitivity. Sure enough, this is solid proof. Song Chen immediately felt at ease, as if he had come back to life. This drink is just too enjoyable. Half an hour later, Xin Xingning's casual glance downward suddenly made her realize the problem. That moment was like a sudden awakening, a revelation. Oh, so this is how we're playing it? Alright. In a fit of anger, Xin Xingning kicked at Song Chen, but unexpectedly, she was intercepted halfway. Got it. Song Chen nodded seriously. Now this was good. With both hands holding, invincible in the world. Unlike Tang Xiling, Xin Xingning had grown up with Song Chen, knowing him inside and out. She was well aware of what he liked. Don't ask, just know it's all about those pretty little socks. As for the color and style, Song Chen wasn't picky, he believed in love that could embrace everything, as long as it was something he liked, right? Right now, Xin Xingning was pulling out a deadly move, horse oil black stockings, perfectly executed. Did you just receive a market trade? If I hadn't reacted quickly, I'd still be in the dark. Xin Xingning shot a fierce glare at Song Chen, then changed her offensive strategy, starting to drink with Tang Xiling. She was furious. In her anger, she indeed only got angry for a moment. But they could settle it with a drinking contest, right? Since you took advantage of my inattention with such a strange tactic. Xin Xingning paused, realizing she didn't have much of a solid ground either. After all, she and Song Chen hadn't defined their relationship yet. So, another hour passed. Ningning is really amazing, Tang Xiling sincerely exclaimed. Song Chen beside them was bewildered, glancing at Xin Xingning, who was resting her head on the table, then at Tang Xiling, who hadn't changed much from before. Was this sister really not just showing off? The two girls were indeed fierce when it came to drinking, each using a large beer mug, and it was all about showing off, no fish-keeping involved. Song Chen couldn't get a word in, nor could he lend a hand. Mainly, he couldn't lend a hand. He was quite busy, let alone reaching out to grab a drink. He had no thoughts of drinking at all right now. He wished he could sprout 3 heads and 6 arms to wreak havoc. Of course, I'm even better. Tang Xiling turned to look at Song Chen, her sparkling eyes glimmering with a tipsy light, quite alluring. Song Chen smiled. Sister Tang, you're not from around here, are you? Tang Xiling nodded. Yeah, over there we drink beer like it's water every day, you know? I get it, Song Chen realized. Indeed, she wasn't a local. A non-local senior sister really had some skills. In a moment of distraction, Song Chen was kicked to the ground by Tang Xiling, thinking to himself, oh no, her anger level is at 100, is she about to unleash her ultimate move? The next second, Tang Xiling pinned Song Chen down with one hand and suddenly smiled. Now I know the secret code for extra food, do you want more? At this point, let's just play with feet. Yes, extra food, senior sister. Although Song Chen was the one being suppressed, he couldn't help but be stubborn. And not just stubborn. He was all about being tough and upright. A truly righteous young man, and right there, he demonstrated a lying down character. Really adding? Aren't you afraid that Ning Ning will get angry after she wakes up from drinking? Tang Xiling bit her lip, clearly still hesitating. Song Chen sighed, the pressure so close made it hard for him to breathe, but being pinned down by Tang Xiling was quite exciting. Various indescribable images flashed through Song Chen's mind. Then there were moves like the Song family death gun that he quickly practiced in his head. Don't ask, just know he's upright and outstanding. Speaking of which, with a beauty like Tang Xiling, perfectly proportioned and stunning, who wouldn't be mesmerized? As for Ning Ning, what will happen after she wakes up? Song Chen asked, confused. She'll be angry. Tang Xiling seemed to have made up her mind, sighed lightly, and sat down right next to Song Chen. It was as if that sigh had drained all her strength and support. Song Chen silently pondered for a few seconds, understanding that after all, it's normal for sisters to have deep feelings for each other, human nature. Sisterly bonds and brotherly loyalty are actually quite similar. A crucial point is, don't try to put a green hat on your good sister or brother. You can wear it, but once you do, it's guaranteed to end in a fallout. So, Sister Tang, you're worried that Ning Ning will be angry because you secretly gave me extra food, right? Song Chen asked. Yes, Tang Xiling nodded. If you ask me, a family of 3 sounds pretty good? Song Chen smiled and said, and if I remember correctly, my relationship with Xin Qingning doesn't seem to be defined yet? As soon as he said this, Tang Xiling was taken aback. Right, they hadn't defined any boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, so this naturally didn't count as an affair, right? Although the current scene, well, it looked very much like a husband who got drunk, and the husband's good brother was chatting with the sister-in-law in a little movie segment. Not to say it was a perfect match, but at least it had a 90% similarity. Hesitating. Tang Xiling was still gathering her strength. Song Chen wasn't in a hurry, he could see clearly what Tang Xiling was thinking. To put it bluntly, it was a dependency formed after their first meeting. Then, in an extremely short time, this emotional dependency began to rapidly transform and elevate, turning into affection. Tang Xiling thought she was hiding it well. Song Chen didn't think so. Most of the time, he saw through it but didn't say anything. It was better for the 2 girls to talk it out themselves. So what to do? To say he didn't like her. That was impossible. To say he liked her. Well, he liked her. Song Chen was pondering how to break through this barrier, or how to become a loving family of 3. Suddenly, there was a loud sound. It sounded a bit like the pop of a champagne bottle, very pleasant, loud, and clear. Song Chen was stunned for several seconds before he reacted. Next to him, Tang Xiling pretended to be calm, sitting upright and staring at the television screen as if the earlier ambush had nothing to do with her. What are you looking at me for? Do you want to watch me play games and learn some skills? Tang Xiling glanced sideways at Song Chen, then casually grabbed the game controller from the sofa and started the game on her own. Song Chen instinctively wanted to slap himself. Am I going crazy? Or am I sleepwalking? I thought I wasn't that drunk. So how do I explain this lipstick mark on my face? You charged for several minutes, and this is the result? Song Chen was a bit confused, is that it? Tang Xiling was unfazed, her hands moving quickly as she started playing the game. What do you mean, this? I can't understand what you're saying at all. Tang Xiling didn't look away, her face serious as she focused on her gameplay. Originally, Song Chen had no intention of watching Tang Xiling play, his mind was already wandering, but he ultimately underestimated his self-control. To be honest, it was actually quite fun. Let me give it a try, give it to me. Song Chen felt a bit eager. Here you go. Tang Xiling wasn't in a hurry. While Song Chen played this level, fighting the Tiger Vanguard, Tang Xiling held Xin Qingning, placing her on the sofa and carefully tucking a cushion around her so she wouldn't be too uncomfortable sleeping there. Thus, the scene in the living room turned into Song Chen and Tang Xiling sitting on the carpet, staring at the television screen playing games. Behind them on the sofa, the oblivious Xin Qingning was completely drunk, sleeping soundly. It was quite harmonious. TSK. Song Chen, is there only one monster in this version of the game you're playing? Tang Xiling couldn't help but mock. Normally, she would never say something like this. She wasn't good at communication and preferred to say as little as possible, especially not something so sarcastic. But now it was different. Alcohol really gives people courage. Is Tang Xiling timid? In a way, yes, social anxiety is a form of timidity that makes one afraid to interact with others, though there are many triggers. Although Tang Xiling could drink a lot, ultimately, it still had a significant effect, allowing her to perform beyond her usual level. For example, ambushing Song Chen. And another example. Come on, you try. Song Chen was about to break, doubting himself while handing the game controller to Tang Xiling. I want to see how many punches it takes for you, the destined one, to get smashed? Me? Do you believe I can take down the Tiger Vanguard in 3 hits? Tang Xiling chuckled lightly. 3 hits? Better not bet on that, it feels like a sure loss. Song Chen pretended he didn't hear and casually started playing with his toes. It was just too easy, his hands automatically locking onto the target. Do you really know what add a meal means, Senior Tang? Ning Ning would tell you this? Upon hearing Song Chen speak, Tang Xiling clearly struggled to maintain her composure but still put on a facade of being experienced, haughtily snorting. All your feelings are just imagination, with no real combat experience, right? Song Chen wanted to laugh. But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore. Tang Xiling's gaming talent was no joke. When she said 3 hits, she meant 3 hits, perfectly dodging everything and leaving Song Chen stunned. At this point, forget it, let's just play with my toes. Isn't that more enjoyable than playing the game? I'll just mess around. Tang Xiling, I'm just going to let it all go. Tang Xiling, I'm just going to let it all go. Is it enjoyable? It's incredibly enjoyable. Songchen found it hard to explain what was so strange about himself, but whether to say it or not. It was indeed fun. Don't argue. If you argue, it means you haven't played a divine game. Sure enough, not betting and playing games with Tang Xiling was the right choice. This is too bizarre. What the hell was that first encounter? Damn it, I've almost offered 100 monkey heads to the Tiger Vanguard. Songchen expressed that this was too unbelievable. Isn't it said that you have to throw away goods to compare them, and people have to die to compare? Isn't that how it is? Talent is a very strange thing. There's no such thing as 99% sweat and 1% talent. More often, it's 99% talent and 1% effort. As for this type of game, how should I put it? It's quite simple. What kind of person gets stuck at a level? I don't understand. Tang Xiling looked at Songchen suspiciously. Previously, when Songchen was clearing dungeons, his heroic and invincible demeanor was simply explosive boyfriend energy, okay? Various seconds, all the way through. In the dungeon, he was invincible, killing monsters like crazy, giving a strong sense of security with his shoulders and back. So how come when it came to playing the game? Are you really not mocking me? Isn't it inappropriate to use your ultimate right in my face? I'll give you a Song family ancestral acupuncture treatment. Do you know there's a point called the inner court on the sole of your foot? It has a miraculous calming effect. By the way, there's another question. Did you wash your feet before eating? As Songchen asked, the conversation inexplicably shifted to the serious and important issue of whether he had washed his feet. Tang Xiling was stunned for 2 seconds, then suddenly spoke. I see now. I suddenly understand the relationship between athlete's foot and kissing. Songchen thought for a moment, stumped. I asked if you washed your feet, and it sounds like you haven't had your fill yet? Does that mean a sneak attack is less satisfying than a strong kill? I did wash them. Then those over-the-knee socks are brand new. If you want to collect them, I'll give them to you, the original flavor. Tang Xiling continued to fiddle with the game controller, looking completely calm. It was obvious. After drinking a bit too much and mustering the courage to take the first step, Tang Xiling was already inclined to let loose. Songchen sighed. But to say that young people's hands are quite honest, somehow Tang Xiling's black over-the-knee socks disappeared without a trace. In the blink of an eye, it was 3 in the morning. In the meantime, Xin Qingning woke up once, clamoring for water, and Songchen naturally took on the task. After drinking water, Xin Qingning fell back asleep, looking very peaceful. As the night wore on, Tang Xiling also got tired of playing, sipping beer while watching a TV series, her beautiful eyes almost closing. At this moment, Songchen was contemplating the matter of the Great Secret Realm. This was his recent discovery. When it comes to research materials, studying, and so on, it really isn't about lacking talent or seriousness. It's about lacking motivation. Just like now. Holding Tang Xiling's small foot in his hand, with the back of his head facing Xin Qingning, the aroma of alcohol wafting everywhere, under these conditions, the potential was fully unleashed. What is the motivation for hard work and struggle? This is it. It's not that the efficiency is low, or the talent is insufficient, or the seriousness is lacking, it's that the enticing preconditions aren't appealing enough. In terms of the global college entrance examination nature, the main purpose should still be aimed at upgrading and cultivating elite students, seizing resources. Theoretically, the more elite, the stronger the combat power, the more resources can be seized in this great secret realm, which is more beneficial for subsequent development. It still adheres to the jungle law of the survival of the fittest. Songchen pondered secretly. This main idea was not difficult to understand, as he was very clear about this principle. A strong fist is the foundation, the source of power. So in this great secret realm, trying to eliminate the elite talents from other universities and even from various countries is probably not easy. After using up the 3 chances to save my life. Unless someone is unconvinced, As thoughts raced through his mind, Songchen had already clarified his line of thinking. In fact, it was still about observing first. Not targeting anyone, paying a little protection fee could let you off the hook. If someone really wanted to target him, then don't blame him for unleashing his devastating moves. Just as he was pondering the great secret realm, Songchen suddenly felt something was off. When he abruptly snapped out of his contemplation, he realized, where did my little foot go? Hold on, Senior Tang Xiling spare, you can't say it, but wow, is it really this enjoyable? Wait, Songchen's breath suddenly caught. He had been hooked by Xin Qingning's various fishing tactics to the point of having aftereffects, and instinctively began to wonder if this was Tang Xiling fishing for him? Casually glancing at the already tipsy Tang Xiling leaning on his shoulder, Songchen immediately felt a jolt. Is she asleep? not asleep. But she was already quite drunk. It should be noted that Tang Xiling had been drinking with Xin Xingning and had won, yet she was still here, having downed about 7 or 8 cans of beer. Half asleep, half drunk, her brows and eyes were like a painting. Song Chen began to gather his strength. My lips won't get athlete's foot, right, Song Chen? Definitely not. Tang Xiling mumbled drunkenly, her words a bit cute. Ning Ning will definitely be very angry when she wakes up tomorrow. She is my good best friend, my sister. I can't. At the very least, I can't. What nonsense are you talking about? Song Chen felt helpless. With Tang Xiling's drunken ramblings reaching this point, it proved that she truly cherished Xin Xingning as a good friend. At the very least, one shouldn't, right? Forget it, forget it. Song Chen shook his head. He had originally wanted to see how nice a kiss would be, but now it seemed there was no opportunity. A righteous and outstanding young man shouldn't take advantage of someone in a vulnerable state. In that moment of distraction, the half-asleep, half-drunk Tang Xiling suddenly flipped over, her beautiful eyes radiating a cold aloofness, her expression blank. Song Chen, big silly Xiling, what are you doing? Tang Xiling, I'm just going to break the jar and smash it. Song Chen? The next second, Song Chen felt completely frozen, as if caught in a binding spell, his mind going blank. Oh no. Before his mind went blank, Song Chen had only one thought, it's over, I, a fiery young king, have actually been walled on by Senior Tang Xiling. A long time passed, he had no idea how long. Tang Xiling's head tilted drowsily, and she fell asleep. Song Chen, in a daze, suddenly woke up and realized what had happened, immediately starting to replay the events in his mind. But just then, a clear, cold voice came from behind, so, how is our Xiling? Tasty, right? Song Chen instinctively nodded, tasty and refreshing, top-notch mouth-chewing wine. Song Chen, a scheme within a scheme? You on odd days, she on even days? Song Chen, a scheme within a scheme? You on odd days, she on even days? It was purely an instinctive response, Song Chen didn't even think. After answering, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, the voice that had just spoken sounded very familiar. Wan La. In that instant, Song Chen's potential fully erupted, and he began to operate at full speed. Turn around and look at me, Song Chen. I'm a bit sleepy, Ning Ning. Look me in the eyes, you brat. Song Chen wanted to pull away, hesitating but still turned his head, directly meeting Xin Xingning's gaze filled with resentment. Song Chen asked, did you see everything? Xin Xingning gently nodded, saying nothing. Song Chen continued, well, you saw it too. It was Tang Xiling who drank too much, I was just caught in the situation. Alright, are you trying to pull me into a trade negotiation? Xin Xingning rolled her eyes, raised her hand, and wrapped it around the back of Song Chen's neck, nodding in satisfaction. Do you know why I'm still so calm? Song Chen thought for a moment and shook his head. It could be a matter of life and death, who knows if Xin Xingning was fishing for information. She just listened without answering, playing the ostrich. Is there a possibility that we've already reached a consensus? Xin Xingning's lips curled up slightly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief. This left Song Chen at a loss, standing there for several seconds, before he exchanged a surprised glance with Xin Xingning and then looked at Tang Xiling beside them. Damn! He fell for it. A scheme within a scheme? Can I ask what this consensus is? Are we really going to be a loving family of 3, living harmoniously? Song Chen felt his brain cells were running low, almost burning out. Such a consensus, can it really be reached so easily? It seemed a bit strange. Is it that hard? Not at all. Xin Xingning held onto the back of Song Chen's neck with one hand while scratching his chin with the other, laughing non-stop. To reach a consensus, all you need is a common goal. I discussed it with Xiling. We can take turns on odd and even days, and have a big meal and drinks on Sundays. How does that sound? Odd and even days, huh? And we have to drink a lot on Sundays? So you two sisters are taking turns, planning this together? Not. Alright, I accept. Song Chen initially wanted to be a bit polite, to drag it out a little, but in the end, he followed his heart and nodded in agreement. Such a rare opportunity was too tempting. After a moment of reflection, Song Chen took a deep breath, feeling a surge of emotions. There are no fields that are overfarmed in this world, only old farmers who are overworked. By the way, Xingning, does senior sister Tang know that the code for extra meals was taught by you? Does she know which zodiac sign is between the sheep and the rooster? What monkey? Xin Xingning's expression suddenly stiffened. What monkey? What are you talking about? Song Chen thought to himself that he had messed up, letting something slip. After pondering for 2 seconds, Xin Xingning fiercely locked her arms around Song Chen's neck, pulling him close. Confess honestly, were you already awake at that time? Okay, I thought you were just having a sweet dream, turns out you were already awake, right? You were pretending to be asleep, weren't you? What are you talking about? I don't understand a word. Songchen put on a standard confused expression, utterly bewildered. He. Shin Xingning knew Songchen's temperament too well. She knew he had a mouth of titanium alloy, and suddenly came up with a plan. Ah, what a pity. I was thinking of honing my skills a bit more, making some progress, and by the way, teaching Xiling some techniques. Before she could finish, Songchen suddenly realized, oh, Xingning, you're talking about last night when you got drunk, right? If you bring that up, I do remember. So it wasn't a dream? It was real? I was half asleep, half awake, all muddled. Ha! Shin Xingning sneered. She knew this matter wasn't that simple. Luckily, she was skilled enough to handle it, otherwise, she might not have been able to pin down Song Chen's mouth. Alright, I take a lot of responsibility for this. Song Chen's expression turned serious as he said in a deep voice, actually, it's not that I was being stubborn, I just didn't know how to face you. Think about it, if you had known I was awake while you were busy, how awkward would that situation have been? Do you see? Talking about this now doesn't feel awkward anymore, does it? Seems like it? Shin Xingning pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. You can't say it, but you really can't. It might have been awkward back then, but now that we're talking about it again, it doesn't seem so awkward. In fact, I even want to chat a bit more. Speaking of you, Ningning, your charm is quite impressive. Really, I'm not flattering you. I'm someone who values facts and speaks the truth, you understand me. Song Chen gave a thumbs up. Before he could finish his sentence, Shin Xingning pressed her forehead against his, their foreheads touching like two bulls ready to charge. Don't say it! Shin Xingning was clearly anxious, gritting her teeth. You just need to know about this, do you have to say it out loud? Are you trying to make me uncomfortable on purpose? Song Chen was bewildered, then shouldn't I praise you? Shin Xingning was taken aback, praising me is fine. But this, I won't allow. If you keep talking nonsense, next time, I'll give you a critical hit and blow your head off. Song Chen. That was such a vivid image that Song Chen immediately felt a chill run down his spine, the coldness creeping up and down his spine, making him feel weak. He couldn't help but feel intimidated. Buddy, that eunuch from the Imperial Kitchen. No, the bathing room is quite skilled in this area, but he isn't as violent and bloody as Shin Xingning. Let's not talk about blowing heads off for now, Ningning. If we keep chatting like this, don't touch me anymore, okay? Song Chen immediately transformed into a warning dog, pointing at Shin Xingning's heart area with a series of gestures. Shin Xingning huffed a couple of times and stopped being stubborn. She had reached a subtle and harmonious consensus with Tang Xiling. You take the odd days, I take the even days, focusing on equal distribution. If Song Chen didn't allow her to touch him, wouldn't that just benefit Tang Xiling? Then what was the point of the odd and even days? She might as well give all the days to Tang Xiling and withdraw herself. In the blink of an eye, another half an hour passed. Song Chen took another sip of the liquor, feeling a bit unsatisfied. It's strange, you and Xiling are clearly drinking the same beer. Why does it taste different? I don't know. Shin Xingning was already a bit dazed, surprised, delighted, and caught off guard. Shin Xingning's reaction now mirrored Song Chen's earlier. Oh my goodness, is kissing really this enjoyable? With a 36 degrees mouth, the warm water boiling the martial soul, the same reaction, the same confusion. If Tang Xiling were awake and saw this scene, she would surely exclaim, two different people can't sleep under the same blanket. Half an hour turned into another half an hour. Shin Xingning lazily lay on the sofa, smacking her lips as if still feeling unsatisfied. Song Chen sighed, looking troubled. It wasn't that he couldn't hold on. His tongue root was in severe pain. Goodness, it felt like a vacuum cleaner was sucking on his tongue, with a relentless pull. Who could withstand that? Song Chen could already foresee many scenarios. The most immediate one was that for 7 days straight, his tongue root would be subtly aching, and he wouldn't be able to straighten his back, like a long-term laborer in a landlord's house, being ruthlessly exploited. Want to go again? Shin Xingning couldn't help but ask. No more, I'm tired. Song Chen hurriedly waved his hand, sighing. Do you know what your biggest flaw is? What is it? Shin Xingning asked, confused. You're too easy to get addicted. Song Chen said seriously, in a deep voice, I know kissing is enjoyable, but you get addicted way too easily, don't you? Ha? Do you want me to die? Shin Xingning huffed softly, pouting without answering. She knew Song Chen was right, and it coincided perfectly with the current situation. Yes, she truly felt unsatisfied. Addicted? Absolutely addicted. The best way to describe this thing is with the idiom to taste the marrow and know the flavor. Of course, it's not as exciting as the apple Adam ate, but it's close enough. Those who understand, understand. Isn't it great to kiss all day during the passionate phase of a relationship? It's fine, when Ling Ling wakes up, I'll tell her to be gentle. What if, I end up losing out? How about, Xin Xingning propped her face on one hand, staring intently at Song Chen. It's only 4 in the morning, the sun hasn't even risen yet. Why not? Song Chen replied, it's 4:58. Did you eat the 58 at the back? Xin Xingning waved her hand dismissively. It doesn't matter. We've stayed up this late, so why don't we just pull an all-nighter? That way, it won't count as staying up late. You do have a point, Song Chen thought, and indeed, it was true. Staying up late? No, I'm pulling an all-nighter. Xin Xingning continued, and you should know, staying up late is one thing, pulling an all-nighter is another. Do you know the definition of staying up late? Seeing Xin Xingning suddenly become serious, Song Chen shook his head in confusion. No, girl. Why are we talking about something else instead of continuing our conversation about kissing? Seriously? The long night is here, shouldn't we be doing something? Staying up late means you don't sleep all night and stay up until 3 or 4 in the morning, then you have to get up at 7 or 8, and you're exhausted the whole day. That's staying up late. Hearing this, Song Chen nodded. And then? Xin Xingning shrugged and continued, like us, if we stay up until 4 or 5 and then sleep until 2 or 3 in the afternoon, that's called sleeping in. Song Chen was stunned. Honestly, she was right about that. But then he thought again and shook his head. You can't just count it like that. As long as you don't sleep between 11 or 12 at night and 2 in the morning, your internal organs' rhythms will be disrupted, leading to some bad issues. The 5 organs of the human body correspond to the 5 elements. Whether the rhythms are regular or not often relates to the balance of the 5 elements, he rambled on. At first, Xin Xingning could listen to a couple of sentences. She knew Song Chen had studied things like the I Ching, and even though he was still young, he had already started to pay attention to health. It was like preparing for a rainy day 20 years in advance. Alright, stop talking. Shut up. Xin Xingning felt that telling Song Chen to shut up wasn't satisfying enough, so she opted for a more physical method. Song Chen, I knew it. A girl like Xin Xingning, who has almost zero self-control, says she's not addicted and can self-regulate. Is that really possible? Not a chance. Forget it. Since we're already here and have kissed, Song Chen decided not to dwell on it and to enjoy the moment. There's no sense of time during the passionate phase of a relationship. This isn't just a saying. Just like now. Dawn was approaching, the dawn ended, the sun rose, and the sky brightened. After several time periods, Song Chen was already dazed and didn't even know how he fell asleep on the sofa. However, kissing aside, Song Chen hadn't had the chance to evolve into a rocking chair yet. And the indescribable things were like Zhou beating Huang Dai. It takes one willing to hit and one willing to take it. A slap can't make a sound alone, right? Song Chen fell asleep in his daze. He vaguely felt someone talking nearby and also felt as if he had fallen into a hot spring in his dream, but the water temperature was a bit strange. The water temperature was about 36 degrees, which seemed to be the standard oral temperature. Wait, that's not right. Oh no, not again? Song Chen suddenly jolted awake, opening his eyes to meet 2 pairs of innocent and helpless beautiful eyes, following closely behind. Xin Xingning quickly turned her head to the left, while Tang Xiling, with a shared understanding, turned to the right. The 2 girls perfectly dodged Song Chen's surprised and embarrassed gaze. I'm dreaming, right? Yes, I'm dreaming. Song Chen lay back down. He actually understood everything, he had seen it all, he just didn't want to face it. Half a minute later, Xin Xingning nudged Tang Xiling with her lips. Go on, Song Chen is already asleep. Just now he was suddenly sleepwalking. Tang Xiling hesitated for 2 seconds. Is he really asleep? Of course he is. Xin Xingning nodded, urging her on. Hurry up. Weren't you quite skilled at gaming before? Why can't you perform in reality? Do you need me to demonstrate? I'll figure it out myself. Tang Xiling refused. You demonstrate? Which one of us is actually tricking him? Today is Monday, my home ground. Odd days, Tang Xiling. Even days, Xin Xingning. I must say, there's a bit of calculation involved here. After all, Saturday and Sunday are consecutive, and if we linger a bit, it could easily turn into Sunday, right? Song Chen doesn't need to sleep now. He can't sleep, not at all. So infuriating. Xin Xingning is clearly retaliating on purpose, being petty, knowing I have a thin skin and still playing like this, oh dear. So scary. With his eyes closed, Song Chen silently complained, wasn't it agreed to use words and not hands? Xin Xingning seemed to see through everything, immediately rubbing the back of Tang Xiling's head, then suddenly pushing down with one hand. Xin Xingning, am I a natural monkey saint? Ah, ugh. Sun Qingling, what are you doing? Accompanied by a series of indistinct sounds, Tang Xiling's eyes immediately turned red, and tears uncontrollably burst forth. Xin Xingning sighed, I'm helping you, Xiling. Did you grasp any key points from this? Tang Xiling glared up fiercely, eyes full of anger. I feel like my tonsils are dislocated, okay? Sorry, I might have been too forceful, Xingning quickly apologized, but then wondered, did it really reach the tonsil area? Strange, why didn't I feel too suffocated back then? Is my gag reflex not that strong? Xingning fell into thought. This is what they say, you don't know until you compare. It turns out I'm such a natural monkey saint? This? I can learn this slowly myself, this kind of small matter, with my gaming talent, isn't it just a piece of cake? Ning ning? Seeing Xingning lost in thought, Tang Xiling felt a bit helpless and quietly glanced at Song Chen, instantly relieved. Thankfully, the most embarrassing moment didn't let Song Chen see, which means I can temporarily save face and continue. Go for it, Xiling, you can do it. Tang Xiling pumped herself up and continued to suppress Song Chen, focusing on using softness to overcome hardness. As for Song Chen, he had long since drifted off into another world. Who could withstand that? Just now, Xingning's move was too fierce, almost sending Song Chen away. But not in the funeral sense, it was an explosive moment of damage, like riding on a cloud and flying wildly in the sky. It was exhilarating, okay? Exhilarating enough to ride on a cloud. Before long, she lost track of time. Until Tang Xiling hurriedly got up, almost wanting to teleport to the bathroom, the novice training finally came to an end. Song Chen's self-protection mechanism activated. He temporarily entered a state of serene enlightenment. I discovered a secret, Song Chen. As soon as Song Chen sat up, Xingning approached from behind and rested her chin directly on his shoulder. What did you find? Song Chen asked, looking calm and refreshed. Xingning thought for a moment, her voice very low as she whispered in his ear, after comparing, I realized that my gag reflex doesn't seem to be very strong, you know what I mean? I don't understand, Song Chen replied expressionlessly. Yes, being as calm as a Buddha is just like that. Xingning huffed, wrapping her arms around Song Chen's shoulders, starting to draw circles at his collarbone, one circle after another, 2 circles, then 3. What are you two doing? The sudden question came from Tang Xiling. Xingning, who was drawing circles, jumped in surprise and stood up in confusion. What's wrong? What happened? Today is Monday, Tang Xiling said, wiping the corner of her mouth nonchalantly. Monday? Oh, alright, then I'll just give you some ideas from the sidelines and be your strategist. Xingning finally realized. Monday wasn't her day, it was Tang Xiling's. Song Chen sighed and rubbed his forehead. What on earth is going on? A harmonious family of 3 is nice, and the 2 girls have reached a subtle consensus, which is all good. But why does it feel like only my wounded world has been achieved? No way, we have to have a barbecue for lunch to make up for it. 3 servings of oysters, 3 plates of grilled leeks, 2 skewers of kidneys, 3 shots of liquor, and 2 more bottles. Make up! Song Chen took out his phone and started ordering. Tang Xiling naturally sat down next to Song Chen, feeling a bit uncomfortable, so she turned to lie sideways, leaning on his shoulder for a while until she found a suitable angle. Xingning bit her straw, frequently checking her phone. Why is it only 10 o'clock? How is only a minute past? It feels like half an hour should have gone by. Is the clock broken? Why is it still not dark? I miscalculated, this day is too long. I should have switched to half a day for me and half a day for Xiling. Xingning was about to poke a hole in her phone screen. Yet time continued to pass slowly, second by second, like the security guard at the door, completely unhurried. You can be anxious all you want. Are we still going to run dungeons today, level up and all that? At the lunch table, while devouring oysters, Song Chen looked at Xingning and Tang Xiling. How about we take a break? Tang Xiling nodded. Let's take a break. Xingning shook her head. Let's run dungeons. Break. Run dungeons. Break. Run dungeons. As the 2 girls began to clash, Song Chen sighed and continued to enjoy the table full of barbecue dishes he ordered. This time, it was truly a matter of both sides being equally important. It was hard to help either side, so it was better to let them discuss and decide on their own to avoid getting scolded. Tang Xiling had her own little calculations. Xingning was no different, her own calculations clicking away. The 2 girls' beads were flying everywhere, and Song Chen, sitting in the middle, felt like all the beads were bouncing off his face. Do you two not consider me at all while you're calculating? I'm really done. So angry. We only have today and tomorrow to prepare, Xiling. Let's take this time to quickly level up the 3 of us, so we'll have more say and power in the big secret realm later, right? We need to think carefully about our future. Xingning said earnestly. Tang Xiling thought for a moment and nodded. Then let's run dungeons tomorrow, a whole day. No way. Xingning immediately rejected. Are you kidding, sister? Tomorrow is the day I take charge. How can I waste such a great time on the boring task of grinding dungeons? A fierce tugging ensued. The two girls ultimately couldn't reach a consensus. Let's take a break today. Songchen had finished his meal and, seeing the two girls still pulling at each other, sighed, we can determine our dungeon grinding schedule like this. For example, we can set aside 2 days each week specifically for grinding dungeons and leveling up. How do you two heroines feel about that? Sounds good, I support you. Tang Xiling nodded first. I have no problem with that either. Xin Xingning also agreed to the decision. Consensus was reached just like that. The two girls immediately shifted their topic of conversation to last night's TV drama plot, which left Songchen stunned for a long time, utterly perplexed. Soon after, Songchen received a call from Jiang Haik. Hello, are you up, Songchen? I got you a bottle of all-purpose health pills. Songchen? Please, I don't want to sleep in the guest room. What pills? All-purpose health pills. Jiang Haik said with vigor, continuing, I'm right outside. You come open the door. Are you ambushing me? Mentor. Songchen was taken aback. Stop the nonsense, hurry up. Jiang Haik had no intention of chatting further and hung up immediately. Songchen rubbed his somewhat messy hair and got up to open the door. The two girls were lounging on the sofa, clearly not in great spirits, looking like they hadn't rested much. That made sense. From last night's heavy drinking until now, Xin Xingning had passed out first, followed by Tang Xiling who tried to sip and then also collapsed, and somehow it was already dawn, with Songchen completely unaware of the passage of time. He had barely managed to doze off for a couple of hours. But then, Tang Xiling, clearly spurred on by Xin Xingning, started causing trouble, which kept Songchen on his toes. It was like a bowstring. Pull it once, it's tight, pull it twice, still strong, pull it 3 times, it's okay but starting to loosen. Then came the 4th and 5th pulls. Songchen couldn't withstand this repeated consumption. In reality, he was feeling quite average and yawning continuously. Meanwhile, Xin Xingning and Tang Xiling were already slumped on the sofa, looking drowsy. Creak! As he opened the door, Songchen saw 2 mentors standing outside, Jiang Haik on the left and Qin Xiannan on the right. See, I told you, didn't I? Jiang Haik had a look that said he knew it all along. Qin Xiannan tiptoed, trying to peek inside, but was completely blocked by Songchen's tall frame. Mentor Qin, be serious. Don't act like we're the paparazzi of the Qinglong Academy. Songchen said with authority. Qin Xiannan pouted and replied, oh come on, don't act all innocent, do you really think I don't know? No, to be precise, this matter has almost spread throughout the entire Qinglong Academy. It's spreading again? Songchen rubbed his forehead. This was really. Forget it, who cares? Yes, it was just that a bro managed to suppress 2 flower demons by himself. Any objections? Keep them to yourself. This weapon is for you, the shadowless sword, Reno. The attributes have been reset. I watched them several times yesterday but didn't get any good ones, so I just reverted to the original damage reduction attributes. While speaking, Jiang Haik took out a sword hilt and handed it to Songchen. Songchen was a bit skeptical but figured Jiang Haik wouldn't be foolish enough to try to fool him with just a sword hilt. Then, a series of attributes appeared. Equipment name, Shadowless Sword Reno. Equipment quality, Platinum Tier Level 50, requires 500 agility or level 50. Equipment attributes, Strength, Agility, endure any form of damage, inflict any form of damage, when attacking and hitting the target, ignore all forms of defense of the target. Hey, the attributes of this weapon are quite good, mentor. It completely meets my needs. Thank you for your concern. Songchen put away the Shadowless Sword Reno and respectfully bowed to Jiang Haik. Jiang Haik calmly waved his hand and smiled. I'll let you in on a secret. I have an even more amazing weapon blueprint here, a level 100 weapon. This is a treasure I've kept hidden. Weren't you saying that you used up your own savings? Qin Xiannan immediately questioned from the side. Jiang Haik coughed lightly and waved his hand. This is the original savings. It's been at the bottom of the box for a long time. Songchen, when you reach level 100, I'll give you this weapon blueprint as a parting gift. Thank you, mentor. Songchen replied with a smile. A level 100 weapon blueprint? That's truly a good thing. And with Jiang Haik's experience and insight, the weapon blueprints he kept hidden must not be of low quality like black iron or bronze. He probably wouldn't even look at platinum tier. Just this one level 100 weapon blueprint could likely fetch an astonishingly high price at auction, provided the quality of the blueprint is high enough. Alright, you go back to your work. Keep this safe. Young people are strong and healthy, but you also need to pay attention to moderation and prepare for the future. Jiang Haik earnestly patted Songchen's shoulder and discreetly slipped a bottle of something into his pocket. Songchen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Preparing for the future, huh? My preparation is way ahead of yours. I started my big supplement today at noon. Thank you, mentor. Songchen replied, still feeling a bit helpless. It was always difficult to refuse his mentor's kindness, and besides, Song-Chin could sense that Jung Hae genuinely cared for him, not just being polite. There was no barrier between them as mentor and student. It felt more like a very friendly relationship. Is Mentor Chin coming in to take a look? Song-Chen turned to Qin Xiannan and added, if you're not too worried. Forget it, forget it. Qin Xiannan waved her hand. She didn't intend to meddle in the affairs of the young people, although it did feel like a precious jade cabbage was being taken away. If only Song-Chen knew that Qin Xiannan was thinking this way, he would definitely have rebutted. You think it's a pig rooting for the cabbage, right? In reality, it's his big cabbage that bites. There's nothing else, let's go. By the way, for the next 2 days, you three should rest well, adjust your state, and do the final preparations for the big secret realm. Jung Hae didn't plan to stay longer and left with Qin Xiannan. Song-Chen sneakily looked around, then locked the door and entered the living room. He took out the bottle of medicine from his pocket and, hey, it really was a complete nourishing pill. The label seemed to indicate it was from an old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, which is hard to find on the market. Should I take 2? Song-Chen hesitated for less than a second, then tossed back 2 complete nourishing pills and only then noticed the 2 sleeping girls on the sofa. This is going to be tricky. What to do? Song-Chen felt a bit of a headache. With his current physique, carrying one and holding another was no problem, but the premise was that the other party had to cooperate. In desperation, he could only take them one by one. Today is Monday, let's start with the one in charge, Senior Tang Xiling. Song-Chen murmured as he carried the sleeping Tang Xiling in a princess hold to the master bedroom. Right after that, there was Shin Xingning, the owner of the room. You're not going to throw me into the guest room, are you? Shin Xingning rubbed against Song-Chan's chest like a little kitten, drowsily mumbling, please, I don't want to sleep in the guest room. The words good brother instantly broke his defenses. Please, I really don't want to sleep in the guest room. Shin Xingning whined, pinching him a couple of times. This nearly sent Song-Chen over the edge. He suddenly felt something rush into his mind, giving him a jolt. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Can't I handle just a little bit of this? There are 2 types of pinches, innate and acquired, divided into uncontrollable pinches and those that are deliberately feigned. As for the deliberately feigned pinches, some have a sound that makes one feel utterly comfortable, almost like a charm skill. Others make one want to shout aura aura aura. Clearly, Shin Xingning belonged to the former. Once she activated her skill, Song-Chen was immediately hard-controlled, stumbling as he walked. Alright, no guest room, I'll listen to you, okay? Song-Chen didn't even realize that his voice had become much more magnetic. Only then did Shin Xingning contentedly snuggle her head in, rubbing her face against Song-Chen's chest a couple of times before falling silent. In her dazed state, a question flashed through Shin Xingning's mind. Wait a minute? If I remember correctly, this single villa should belong to me, so why shouldn't I be sleeping in the master bedroom as the owner? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Shin Xingning actually didn't have the energy to think about anything else. She just felt incredibly comfortable being held by Song-Chen like this, a wave of security enveloping her, like falling into a hot spring. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was around 6 in the evening. After a night of staying up and drinking, Song-Chen, Shin Xingning, and Tang Xiling gradually woke up, each looking a bit dazed and confused. Song-Chen quietly withdrew his hand. On the left was one pair, on the right was another. Song-Chen thought to himself, no wonder I felt so damn comfortable during this nap. How could it not be comfortable? If it weren't, that would be a ghost story. Half an hour after dozing off again. Let's go watch a movie tonight, just the 3 of us. Shin Xingning suddenly spoke up, continuing, I think there's a movie about bugs hatching in someone's stomach. It looks pretty good. I think that thing is called Alien? Tang Xiling responded quite quickly. Are we really going to watch that kind of movie? Song-Chen was stunned. What kind of peculiar idea did Shin Xingning have? This hobby really embraces 100 flowers blooming. First, let's find something to eat, then we can talk about other activities. Let's go. Song-Chen was the first to bounce up. He had to leave. There was a strange atmosphere lingering. If the 2 girls hadn't woken up yet, Song-Chen might have dared to be bolder and do something indescribable. But for now, it was better to hold off. If things went wrong, it wouldn't just be a case of losing a chicken without catching one, it would mean he'd lose his own chicken too. Wash up, change clothes, do makeup, and head out. Finding food was much simpler. The food streets outside major universities and commercial streets existed to help solve various issues of clothing, food, housing, and transportation. Hey, Ning Ning, look over there, that seems like someone I know? While eating an unknown skewer, Song-Chen caught sight of a familiar figure and thought, who was it? Shin Xingning glanced over and immediately recognized, that girl, right? She's a special enrollment student from the foreign department, entered the Beijing Academy with you. What's her name? Oh right, Zhang Yanyan. Song Chen was astonished. I just said this person looks a bit familiar, and good heavens, Shen Xingning almost revealed the other person's birthday and home address. Who is Zhang Yanyan? Is she related to Song Chen? Tang Xiling, who was beside us, also joined the discussion, her beautiful eyes flashing with a vigilant fierceness that easily brought to mind words like hired murder or assassination. Shen Xingning nodded, not really, but this girl seems to have some thoughts about our Song Chen. When Song Chen brushed off the trial tower from the outer academy, this girl named Zhang Yanyan brought people to help him out and fought. Is there such a thing? Tang Xiling was surprised. But then she thought, oh, at that time I seemed to not know there was a person named Song Chen, so going back to dig up old accounts now seems a bit inappropriate. Let's go meet them. Shen Xingning didn't care about that and hooked her arm around Song Chen's left arm. Tang Xiling, with a tacit understanding, hooked her arm around Song Chen's right arm. Let's go meet them. Song Chen? Not sisters, am I not a person? Am I really not a person? Being flanked by two girls, Song Chen felt numb. He could sense the jealousy-filled, glaring eyes from all directions, wishing they could stab him to death with their gazes. Who is this? So arrogant? Is he a student from the Capital Academy? Damn, this dog deserves to die, just here to show off, right? Seems like a student from the Qinglong Academy who has been making waves recently. What's his name again? I'm really envious. What are you envious of? This guy at least has a good height and build, face. Okay, I admit he's a bit more handsome than me. Misfortune always targets the unfortunate, thin ropes always break at the weakest point, and single people always target single dogs. Damn it, boss. Another skewer of kidneys. I can't take it anymore, I'm stimulated. No matter what tonight, I have to, even if I have to spend money, I have to get this done. Jealousy and gritted teeth surrounded Song Chen from all sides. To be honest, this feeling was quite enjoyable. It's just that the hatred aura was a bit too overwhelming. It felt like a map bomb-style indiscriminate attack. Do you have a partner? No? Well, I do. What? You have a partner? How many? One. Sorry, we're a couple. From being a single dog to a little couple, Song Chen unleashed all the map bombs he could, and tortured everyone he could. And the key was, this map bomb was something Song Chen didn't want to unleash either, truly caught in a pincer attack, unable to move freely. Hello, Yan Yan. A few steps away, Shen Xingning took the initiative to greet her. They were just too eye-catching on this street. Zhang Yanyan had noticed them long ago, but turning to leave would feel like losing. Hello, Shen Xingning. This must be Senior Tang Xiling, right? Hello, Senior. Zhang Yanyan tidied her loose hair by her ears, calmly greeting them, and finally turned to look at Song Chen. Hello. Tang Xiling nodded slightly. Why is it just you three? Where's that guy? Song Chen looked around, puzzled. Where's Brother Gangzi from Sima Road? Didn't he come with you? Oh, Brother Gangzi has something going on at home. Zhang Yanyan thought for a moment, and ultimately couldn't help but ask, so, Song Gu, you three are? Song Chen, a harmonious and beautiful family of three. Song Chen, limited edition shaking car. Song Chen shaking car limited edition. A harmonious and beautiful family of three. As soon as these words came out, they almost left Zhang Yanyan and her friends dumbfounded, unable to recover for a long time. As expected, it's just like what was said on the forum. It seems the relationship between Song Chen, Shen Xingning, and Tang Xiling has been confirmed. No, I don't understand. You don't understand the market, do you? It's a matter of mutual consent. What does it have to do with us? But I'm also quite taken with Song Chen. You? Just you? Are you more beautiful than Shen Xingning or taller than Tang Xiling? If you were, maybe our Yin Yan would have a chance. A few of the girls behind were chattering away, and even though their voices were kept very low, there were still hints of astonishment and sighs escaping. Zhang Yanyan began to understand a bit. During this time, she had been browsing the forums of the Beijing Academy, staying indoors but not lacking in her knowledge of Song Chen. She had been checking records and dining with the two girls. A family of three really is nice. I'm envious of you, Brother Song. Zhang Yanyan suddenly laughed and said, then we won't disturb your fun, we'll take our leave now. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Song Chen nodded in response. He originally had no particular thoughts. If it weren't for Shen Xingning suddenly causing trouble and bringing Tang Xiling along to stir things up, he definitely wouldn't have approached this side. As for Zhang Yanyan, after changing from a little punk look to a completely new style, she truly was a breath of fresh air. It was at this moment that Song Chen realized. It turned out that Zhang Yanyan was also a rare flower spirit. She wasn't at the level of causing national calamity, but she was close enough, with a quirky charm that emanated from her eyes, her aura unique. Isn't it about time, Song Chen? Do you want to look some more? Shin Qingning discreetly pinched Song Chen's lower back. Song Chen replied, "What movie were we supposed to watch? Let's go." Poof. Shin Qingning waved her golden right hand. "That girl's gaze isn't quite right." Tang Xiling released Song Chen's arm and joined Shin Qingning, lowering her voice to say, "Can our combined aura not suppress her?" "That can't be. It can suppress her. Didn't you notice she didn't dare to do anything?" Shin Qingning was quite confident. After thinking it over, Tang Xiling conceded to this. It was indeed true. Not to mention the entire Beijing Academy, even organizing a nationwide beauty pageant, with Shin Qingning and Tang Xiling's looks, figures, and aura, they would definitely secure top spots. The aura they created together was simply fierce. On the surface, she probably wouldn't dare to cause trouble. But behind the scenes, who knows? Not necessarily. Shin Qingning spoke rapidly, her thoughts flowing like a spring. "But it's fine, you take the odd days, and I'll take the even days. Our control over the situation is all weather and without blind spots, which little spirit could take advantage of the gaps. Just cut them down with a sword." "Agreed." Tang Xiling nodded repeatedly. She believed she was not as skilled in this area, far less flashy than Shin Qingning, whose tricks were more varied. Meanwhile, Song Chen was happily sipping his milk tea when he suddenly received a WeChat message from Zhang Yanyan. Opening it, he was taken aback. "Brother Song, would you mind becoming a family of 4? Just as harmonious and beautiful." Song Chen was still trying to process this when Zhang Yanyan sent another message. "If it's difficult for you, I can be your lover." Song Chen replied with, "Zhang Yanyan, don't be surprised, I'm very well behaved and won't cause trouble. Of course, it would be even better if we could have a baby with the surname Song." Power off. Watching the screen go black, Song Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. What the hell is going on? So, in the Beijing Academy, am I the only outstanding towering tree? That does make sense. Song Chen didn't dwell on it too much. In his view, Zhang Yanyan's series of sweat-inducing statements were somewhat childish acts of revenge. It might be due to the combined aura of Shin Qingning and Tang Xiling that has suppressed the atmosphere. But, are there any other possibilities? Song Chen couldn't quite grasp it. What if? More lovers, sister? It seems like. What the hell am I thinking? Song Chen, you can't go on like this. You've already fallen into the gentle embrace. At that point, even the best restorative pill won't save you. Song Chen only pondered for about 2 minutes, not a second longer. Although it was indeed quite thrilling, reality was reality, and the two heroines were escorting him to the cinema on the rooftop. A harmonious and beautiful afternoon and evening, perfectly spent. After midnight, the power of decision-making shifted to Shin Qingning's hands, and Tang Xiling entered a semi-dormant state. This thrilled Shin Qingning to no end. Taking advantage of Tang Xiling playing games downstairs, Shin Qingning seized the opportunity and cornered Song Chen in the study. Alright, the village children bully me, the two ladies in the inner courtyard mock my weakness. How dare you, you little brat? This time, Song Chen truly couldn't hold back. As the saying goes, one either perishes in silence or erupts in silence. He didn't perish. Instead, he evolved right there into a rocking horse. Shin Qingning was quite pleased, thinking to herself, finally, it's Tuesday, it's my turn to show mercy. But just after putting in a coin, Shin Qingning started playing the rocking horse in the study, with background music that was all jumbled up, something about Baba or whatever. Can I continue? After finishing one round on the rocking horse, Shin Qingning couldn't help but ask. Song Chen was stunned for 2 seconds. Oh my, heroine, I know your self-protection mechanism seems to be non-existent, but mine is still functioning. Can you give me a moment to breathe? Shin Qingning, oh Shin Qingning. Song Chen poked Shin Qingning's nose, his face serious. I told you long ago that your self-control is too poor, you get addicted to everything easily. What did I say? Was I right? Yes, you are right. Shin Qingning shook Song Chen's hand a couple of times, her voice very soft. Brother, hug. Song Chen. Alright, hug. Song Chen resigned himself to it. This was somewhat acceptable, at least Shin Qingning had given a tactical pre-shake, not just going straight for the big move. But he truly couldn't withstand it at all. Suddenly thought of a serious question, Song Chen. Shin Qingning comfortably rested her chin on Song Chen's collarbone and said, I need to get a capsule tent from the mentor to use in the big secret realm. Song Chen thought for a moment and smiled. The outdoors is actually quite nice, don't you think? Tang Xiling evolved, scheming girl. Tang Xiling evolved, scheming girl. When Tang Xiling finally realized something was off, Shin Qingning had already played the rocking horse 3 times in a row, wanting to go again after each coin was spent, and that's how the 3 rounds came about. You, Ningning, what are you doing? Tang Xiling was a bit confused. She had seen Shin Qingning being carried downstairs by Song Chen, sitting on the sofa motionless like a paralyzed patient. Just over 2 hours ago, she was lively and bouncing, so what happened now? Oh, I'm fine, I was, just practicing yoga and thought I could do a split, but ended up straining my ligaments. As Shin Qingning spoke, her face involuntarily turned red. A girl's blush is a silent confession. Song Chen watched with great interest, even smacking his lips. Wasn't he also an addict to fitness? Ligament strain? A ligament strain is quite serious, you need to see a doctor. Tang Xiling, still in the dark, looked serious. The big secret realm is about to open, can you still go in this state? Shin Qingning was just about to speak. Tang Xiling said again, if your ligament is really severely strained, I suggest you rest at home. Don't worry, I will help you with your share and strive to secure the top spot in the great secret realm. Shin Qingning? Goodness, it's only been a short while since we last met, and Tang Xiling has already evolved to this extent? The beads on the abacus are almost bouncing into my face. It sounds nice, talking about working hard for my share too. In reality, isn't she just trying to play a good game, attempting to monopolize Songchen during the time leading up to the great secret realm? TSK, even a 3-no girl has her little schemes sometimes? You can rest assured. Shin Qingning was quite confident, her face full of pride. This is just a temporary strain. I'll be fine soon. Her confidence naturally came from being far ahead. Tang Xiling didn't have the same experience, and in Shin Qingning's eyes, she was certainly superior. Tang Xiling pouted, that's really too bad. Throughout the whole process, Song Chen watched with a smile. To be honest, it was quite interesting to see. Whether or not there was a ligament strain, it was a matter of perspective. But Shin Qingning really did manage to do a split, and Song Chen could vouch for that, a reliable witness. The great secret realm was set to open, with the countdown on the second day. Song Chen, Shin Qingning, and Tang Xiling, a harmonious family of 3, were all resting and hadn't gone out at all. On the last day of the countdown, Shin Qingning still hadn't gone out. Although she had regained her ability to walk, there was still a slight pulling sensation. It felt like after a long period of inactivity, suddenly engaging in intense exercise, leaving her muscles sore all over. Shin Qingning's condition was much more serious than that. First, let's go collect the supplies for each person. By the way, Song Chen, Ning also asked us to find Mentor Qin to get a capsule prop. For what purpose? Tang Xiling followed closely beside Song Chen, asking in a low voice. Since Shin Qingning couldn't go out, she was naturally accompanied by Tang Xiling, and today was Wednesday, her day to take charge. Capsule prop? I remember it's something like a tent. Ning said the wild grass is too tall and prickly, not very comfortable, but a tent isn't very discreet either. Song Chen's answer was quite serious and realistic. Tang Xiling was left confused, full of question marks. What tall wild grass? And prickly? What are you guys planning to do? You'll know later. Song Chen played the riddle master. The timing wasn't ripe yet, raw rice couldn't necessarily be cooked. As for Song Chen and Shin Qingning, they had grown up together as childhood sweethearts, so they were very familiar with each other, making everything feel natural and effortless. Soon, they arrived at the logistics department of the Qinglong Academy. Song Chen met Jiang Haike, and Tang Xiling met her dedicated mentor, Chu Qing, so the two temporarily parted ways to find their respective mentors. There are quite a few people, mentor. How many people did our academy send this time? Song Chen asked quietly as he followed Jiang Haike into the logistics department. Jiang Haike nodded slightly. The Beijing Academy, like the other 3 top academies, sent 15 people each, with 10 from the inner academy and 5 from the outer academy. The 4 major academies always take the lead in seizing resources and arranging elite students at the start of such great secret realms. This year, our Qinglong Empire still has 100 slots. Excluding the 4 major academies, there are another 40 slots allocated to second-tier and third-tier universities, with 5 slots each for the former, totaling 6 universities, and 1 slot each for the latter, totaling 10 universities. Such information is only disclosed once the slots are fully confirmed. Moreover, the confidentiality level of this information is quite high, usually only announced on the last day. Jiang Haike didn't hide anything from Song Chen, as was his usual practice. We have 60 spots just for our academy in the capital, so we'll be the leaders then? Mentor, do any of your good friends or direct students have access to the great secret realm? Hearing Song Chen bring this up, Jiang Haike was stunned for 2 seconds, puzzled. Why are you asking this? Are you thinking of forming a friend group with them? With your combat power, I don't think you need a team. The difficulty of the great secret realm is quite high, but for you, I do want to form a friend group, but I'm afraid of friendly fire, Song Chen chuckled. Jiang Haike, forming a friend group? That's right. But the purpose of forming a friend group isn't to hunt monsters and seize resources, but to avoid the awkward situation of accidentally hurting each other. You need to consider these things, mentor. Songchen said seriously, I don't mind, I just need to take care of our two female heroes. And you? Don't you need to maintain relationships with your good friends? Take Mentor Wan for example, he's your good buddy, right? If his precious student enters the great secret realm and I happen to eliminate him 3 times in a row right after he enters, wouldn't that break his Dao heart? If his student's Dao heart breaks, wouldn't Mentor Wan also be devastated? Isn't that just causing you trouble? With a rapid-fire explanation, Jiang Haik realized it made sense, then suddenly felt dazed, thinking, wait a minute, none of my good buddies from the Qinglong Academy have direct students, why am I panicking? It's fine, just go ahead and do it boldly. My good buddies here are all lone wolves. As Jiang Haik spoke, he suddenly realized, wait, are you saying? You plan to? Songchen smiled, if I can shatter the Dao hearts of elite students worldwide, Mentor, you'll become famous. Jiang Haik, thank you. In the capsule safe house, 300 million dragon coins each. Jiang Haik was stunned. He knew Songchen was bold and had strong combat power, but he really didn't expect him to have such plans. Shattering the Dao hearts of elite students worldwide? Is that going to make me famous? That's clearly putting me on the hot seat. No, this is clearly pushing me into the sea. Being a public enemy online is one thing, but being a global public enemy sounds even more intense. You know, thinking about it carefully, Jiang Haik felt a bit tempted. Jiang Haik, ahem, if you cause trouble in the future, just don't mention my name. Song Chen? Haven't seen him for a few days, and Zhang Lao seems a bit timid? Just a little fun in the snow. Do whatever you want, since once you enter the great secret realm, you have to follow the rules of the jungle. No one can say anything. As the saying goes, wolves travel thousands of miles to eat meat, while dogs travel thousands of miles to eat dung. Jiang Haik patted Song Chen on the shoulder, suddenly lowering his voice. Isn't this also a great opportunity for you? Understood, Mentor. Song Chen nodded in agreement. He was very clear about the deeper meaning behind Jiang Haik's words. The opening of the great secret realm is a fantastic opportunity for elite students worldwide, a chance. As for how many resources one can seize and what benefits one can gain, that depends on each person's strength. Of course, while the great secret realm is opening, the higher-ups of major universities around the world are also watching, so whoever can stand out will mean more and better resources will be poured in and cultivated vigorously. Interests have always been the goal that countless humans flock to. Such interests, status, money, women, power, what isn't an interest? You understand, that's good. Don't feel any pressure. By then, both the principal and vice principal will be watching the whole time. I'm counting on you to help me save face, Jiang Haik said with a smile, pulling out a supply package. Songchen was not polite and quickly stowed it away in his spatial backpack. Every elite student with a quota had access to this kind of supply. However, the quality of these supplies varied between the Qinglong Academy and the Outer Academy, depending on the student's ranks. Just some common tools, plus a month's worth of water and food. Oh, quite decent military rations, huh? By the way, Mentor, isn't a major secret realm like this just a roundabout way of competing over resources? Song Chen's question hit the nail on the head. Jiang Haik nodded and replied solemnly, you're absolutely right. A major secret realm gathering elite students from around the world is essentially a clash between nations and a competition between families. Song Chen said, so doesn't that make my situation seem a bit shabby? Jiang Haik thought for a moment and said, if you have any needs, just tell me, and I'll do my best to meet them. Just a little snowplay, Song Chen replied with a smile, shaking his head. Did he have any needs? Not really. Song Chen understood the saying that there are always mountains beyond mountains, but he also knew that with his current combat power, unless this mountain was a celestial mountain, it probably wouldn't pose much trouble for him. Moreover, he had his friends by his side, including Shin Xingning and Tang Xiling. Song Chen never considered these two girls a burden, although they were quite heavy, their combat power was solid. It was just that their strengths couldn't be fully displayed around him. Alright, Mentor, I'm off then. I still need to stop by Mentor Qin's place to collect Ningning's supplies, Song Chen said, not planning to stay longer since there wasn't much point. There weren't many things that interested him right now. Leveling up by grinding dungeons was one, playing with a toy car at home was another, and chatting was also on the list. But mingling and chatting with unfamiliar students from Qinglong Academy definitely didn't count as something Song Chen was interested in. Go ahead, Jiang Haik nodded, pondering where to grab a cup of tea. It was only at the end that he remembered to say, meet at the Qinglong Academy Secret Realm Hall at 8 tomorrow morning. Don't forget. Get to bed early tonight and take care of yourself, young man. Blah blah blah. Song Chen had already left. He only needed to hear the key information. As for the advice about sleeping early and taking care of himself, he selectively tuned it out. Are you kidding? He was just 18, in the prime of his life. What was this talk about moderation? Not happening. He and Dudu were not on good terms. Soon, Song Chen met Tang Xiling and her dedicated mentor, Chu Cheng. The two had clearly finished their conversation and exchanged supplies, and now they were in a silent standoff, staring at each other. The dynamic between this mentor and student was quite strange. Hello, Mentor Chu. Ready to go? Song Chen greeted Chu Cheng first, then turned to Tang Xiling. After a moment of thought, Tang Xiling found nothing amiss, said her goodbyes to Chu Cheng, and followed Song Chen to the other side, where they met Qin Xiannan. Mentor Qin. It feels so strange, Song Chen said after greeting Qin Xiannan, feeling an odd sensation. First Chu Cheng, then Qin Xiannan. The two mentors' direct students were Tang Xiling and Xin Xingning, and currently, these two young heroines were under Song Chen's command. What feels strange? Qin Xiannan asked, pulling out a supply package and looking at Song Chen in confusion. Ningning said she wasn't feeling well. What's wrong? A cold or fever? Song Chen quickly accepted the supplies and shook his head. Nothing at all, she's perfectly fine and eating well. Qin Xianan blinked her beautiful eyes twice, suspiciously observing Song Chen's expression for a few seconds, then glanced at Tang Xiling beside her. But unfortunately, Song Chen's skin was too thick, and with his strong psychological resilience, he maintained this state even in front of his future father-in-law. Tang Xiling was more direct. The 3-no girl had a cold, delicate face that clearly conveyed keep your distance, even the mentor is not allowed. This is a capsule-type prop that can be reused repeatedly. Make sure you keep it safe, it's very expensive. The usage is very simple, and there's a manual. As she spoke, Qin Xianan handed a small box to Song Chen, inside which was a fist-sized model of a small house, looking very exquisite and delicate, yet not lacking in intricacy. One could see that the small house contained everything. Very expensive? How expensive? Song Chen was a bit curious and wanted to try it out on the spot. Very expensive means very expensive. This thing is called a capsule safe house, and it has very high defensive power. Qin Xianan chuckled and lowered her voice, saying, the one in your hand costs 300 million dragon coins, a good item obtained from the auction house. Heavenly chosen lover Zhang Yanyan, present. Heavenly chosen lover Zhang Yanyan, present. This thing costs 300 million dragon coins? Song Chen was a bit surprised. 300 million dragon coins was indeed a fortune for an ordinary person, enough to live without worries for a lifetime. Of course, for Song Chen, 300 million dragon coins was just that much. He could easily earn it by taking down a few rival guilds. Yes, it's not that this thing is expensive, the main issue is that it has a price but no market. Do you understand what I mean? Recently, a certain auction house in the capital happened to have this item, so I went to bid for Ning Ning. Upon hearing this, Song Chen keenly noticed the word replace. It meant that Xin Xingning had given Qin Xianan the funds to bid on her behalf, securing this capsule safe house. That also meant Xin Xingning couldn't appear in person? Or was it that Qin Xianan had more clout at the auction? What do you mean by having a price but no market? Song Chen didn't delve into the auction details and changed the topic. Qin Xianan was happy to enlighten him, explaining, the capsule safe house is part of the capsule series props. This item cannot drop in dungeons, secret realms, or high-level wild areas. It comes from high-level lifestyle professions, and it requires multiple lifestyle professions to cooperate in order to be crafted. The steps are complex, time-consuming, and resource-intensive, which is why I said it has a price but no market. This capsule safe house in your hand balances safety and comfort, featuring 3 layers of shields. Even a level 100 professional would need to hit it 3 times to break through the defenses, understand? Got it, Mentor Qin. Song Chen realized. The safe house truly lived up to its name. As for Qin Xianan's last statement, Song Chen was half convinced. 3 layers of shields were equivalent to 3 turtle shells. Normally, one would indeed need to break the outer layer to continue breaking the inner layer. But what if an instantaneous explosive damage far exceeded the critical value of the 3 layers of shields? That remained to be discussed. Wait a minute, that's not right. You and Tang Xiling. Qin Xianan suddenly realized the issue, a bit surprised. Have you two already started dating? Yes. Song Chen had no intention of hiding it and straightforwardly clarified. Tang Xiling beside him looked somewhat confused, glancing at Song Chen without speaking, but her eyes already expressed her doubt. What is dating? It means boyfriend and girlfriend, a romantic relationship. Song Chen instantly understood Tang Xiling's gaze. He then turned to Qin Xianan and whispered, also, Mentor Qin, Ning Ning, and I are dating too. Now it was Qin Xianan's turn to be confused. What did I just hear? When he looked up again, Song Chen had already taken Xin Xingning and slipped away, leaving in a hurry as a sign of respect. No, this Song Chen, isn't Ning Ning a bit too much? If it were someone like Tang Xiling, a naive little girl, being coaxed by Song Chen, that would be one thing, but what's going on with Ningning? Has she fallen? Is it love that grows over time? Enjoying the moment? Or is it just that things have come to fruition? Oh snap. Gotcha. When it comes to gossip, women truly have a unique talent. In the midst of her rapid thoughts, Qin Xiannan had already sensed the problem and instantly pieced together the whole story. Could it be? No way? Feeling unwell, yet specifically asking me to help with the auction of a nearly useless high-level item, even willing to spend 300 million dragon coins. Oh no, my precious pearl jade cabbage has really been plucked. Qin Xiannan felt a whirlwind of emotions, truly at a loss for words to describe how she felt. Although she had been single for over 30 years, she wasn't naive. After all, she had seen enough of the world. However, after thinking it over for a while, Qin Xiannan didn't say much. Her relationship with Xin Xingning was more like sisters than teacher and student, but when it came to such personal matters, it was hard to say much. They were all adults, after all. Meanwhile, Song Chen was already on his way back with Tang Xiling, having safely stowed away the 300 million dragon coin capsule safe house. This thing was precious. Song Chen, why are we running? It's not like we're thieves. Tang Xiling expressed her confusion, pulling on Song Chen's arm as they walked out. I want to go grab some dolls. Let's go, let's grab some. Song Chen nodded in agreement. Today was Wednesday, after all, and it was Tang Xiling's day. So even if Xin Xingning knew they were going to grab dolls after collecting supplies, there was nothing to be done about it. After all, it was hard to argue against it. This time, they didn't run into Zhang Yanyan and her group. Just thinking about Zhang Yanyan gave Song Chen a headache, yet he could distinctly feel something in his chest thumping wildly. What was it? He didn't know. But after several back and forths with Zhang Yanyan, Song Chen was already clear in his mind. Zhang Yanyan was the chosen one. As for whether she had a good life, whether she was caring, or whether she was clingy, that was still unclear. But Zhang Yanyan's advanced theories, which left even Song Chen in awe, were indeed hard to dismiss. First of all, Zhang Yanyan was a rich girl, not lacking in money, and she had never intended to compete with Xin Xingning and Tang Xiling, maintaining a very measured demeanor. Oh, the dolls today seem really easy to grab. Got another one. Tang Xiling's excited exclamation interrupted Song Chen's thoughts. In just a few minutes of distraction, Tang Xiling had already grabbed 3 dolls, which genuinely surprised Song Chen. Wait, you were terrible at grabbing dolls, right? Song Chen was stunned. I wasn't. Tang Xiling herself hadn't realized yet, and with another grab, she caught a big one. Oh no, I'm on a roll. Song Chen. It turned out that the more difficult it was to grab dolls, the more fun it became. If you could easily grab a basketful, it would lose its charm. People are such strange and mischievous creatures. Grabbing dolls, playing real shaking cars, buying grilled cold noodles. Song Chen and Tang Xiling returned to the villa with bags in hand, and as soon as they entered, Song Chen saw a familiar figure. Familiar indeed, and it was truly a headache. Oh, Brother Song and Sister Xiling are back. Hello. I brought you a delightful new flavor of milk tea. The one speaking was Zhang Yanyan. Sitting across from Zhang Yanyan was Xin Xingning, and her expression seemed quite normal, showing no signs of anger. You. What are you here for? Song Chen decided to get straight to the point. Zhang Yanyan smiled, her demeanor calm, her tone steady. I'm here to form a friend team with you to enter the great secret realm, Brother Song. Song Chen? The heartless Xin Xingning. For a moment, Song Chen almost fainted. What the hell is this surprise? This is it. The key point is, while he was out shopping and catching dolls with Tang Xiling, he was still pondering about Zhang Yanyan, this fated lover. And then, as if summoned, Yanyan appeared. What friend team? I don't understand. Aren't you a special recruit? Song Chen looked at Zhang Yanyan with a confused expression, then glanced at Xin Xingning, hoping for an answer. Xin Xingning shrugged. I'm puzzled too, I don't get it. Actually, this spot was originally for Brother Gangzi, but he has some matters back home these days, so I had to fill in. Zhang Yanyan shrugged, looking quite helpless. Our special recruits aren't usually well received, but every year this spot is given to a special recruit. It's become a routine, and I can't change that. Is that so? Song Chen turned to Tang Xiling. The reason he didn't ask Xin Xingning was that they were both freshmen at the same level, and neither of them knew. Tang Xiling, being a senior, naturally knew a bit more. It seems to be the case. You can call Mentor Jiang to ask. Tang Xiling suggested, shrugging. I don't know the specifics either. You know me, Song Chen, I'm very socially anxious. Song Chen. Right, you're socially anxious. Speaking of Tang Xiling's social anxiety, Song Chen could only sigh at the duality and the split personality of the Tang family. Tang Xiling's social anxiety now depended on whether Song Chen was around. If he was, then her social anxiety was hidden. She was a cute girl who occasionally acted a bit foolish. If he wasn't, then she was extremely socially anxious, a cold, aloof beauty who ignored everyone. Alright, I'll ask the mentor right now. Song-chan quickly sent a message to Jiang Haek and soon received a prompt reply. Zhang Yanyan was right. Every year when the Great Secret Realm opens, a symbolic spot is given to a special recruit. As for whether they can enter the Great Secret Realm and whether they can seize resources and benefits inside, that depends on individual ability. At this time every year, one can often see how well off the special recruits are. Those with strong family connections and substantial backgrounds can even hire a group of elite students as bodyguards. This is not hard to understand. It's a bit like sponsors giving a large sum of money and then letting the sponsor's boss play a demonstration match. This is similar to a certain clever guy's 100% win rate character, the Fate Weaver. Wait, what level are you to enter the Great Secret Realm? I'm not worried about you getting killed by small monsters, I'm saying. Song-chan paused. Just now, he had used an identification spell on Zhang Yanyan and saw that she was level 23, which immediately left him stunned. Does this girl really have level 23? How come I remember when I saw her just a couple of days ago? Come on, brother Song, do you really think I would hold you back? If I had known about this opportunity to enter the Great Secret Realm earlier, I would have started looking for someone to train with, but unfortunately, there wasn't enough time. Zhang Yanyan said with a hint of regret. Shin Xingning smiled and waved her hand, saying, it's fine, being in the 20s is no big deal, with Song-chan around, he can easily boost you to the second transfer. Is brother Song that amazing? Zhang Yanyan was surprised. Yes, it's really intense. Hey, you don't know, let me tell you, Yan, do you know those rocking cars? Shin Xingning got excited as she spoke, starting to give Zhang Yanyan a lesson. Song-chan originally wanted to stop her, but as he listened, he felt something was off and decided not to intervene. It sounded like a lecture, like a science popularization. In reality, it was all just bragging about how sweet Song-chan's words were, how secure his back and shoulders felt, and how awesome the rocking cars were. Zhang Yanyan remained calm as a mountain. If someone didn't know better, they might think this girl had cultivated some high-level energy boosting technique, but in reality, her teeth were probably about to shatter. So, Song-chan, are we forming this friend group? Tang Xiling looked at Song-chan and gestured towards Zhang Yanyan. Are we bringing her along? Sure, I can do that. Song-chan shrugged, indifferent. Bringing one girl was the same as bringing two, and adding 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 more, what's the difference? By the time Zhang Yanyan left, neither Song-chan nor Tang Xiling had any idea. They were busy playing games. While one was focused on looking cool, the other was intently learning techniques. Alright, done. The host and guests are having a great time. Shin Xingning nodded in satisfaction, giving the best summary for this friendly discussion. Song-chan was at a loss for words. You call this the host and guests having a great time? Tang Xiling looked at Shin Xingning with a strange expression, giving her a thumbs up. You've got this figured out. While saying this, Shin Xingning made a gesture of caution. Shin Xingning waved her hand grandly. What level is this sister? Handling a little vixen like this is a piece of cake, right? Song-chan, 6666. Tang Xiling, so, our friend group. Add her, one more isn't too many. Shin Xingning's thoughts were similar to Song-chan's, continuing, one more isn't too many, it's no trouble, and bringing along Zhang Yanyan isn't a bad thing for us. Song-chan nodded in agreement. What does it mean to be coarse yet detailed? This is it. Although Shin Xingning seemed carefree and could easily get along with anyone, she never acted without purpose. She considered not only her relationship and connections with Song-chan but also the Shin family. Get some rest early tonight, we have to gather at 8 tomorrow. By the way, Song-chan, about that capsule safe house. Shin Xingning remembered this halfway and looked at Song-chan. With that in hand, we won't have to suffer like everyone else sleeping in tents. You really are rich and heartless. Song-chan sighed. Dealing with someone as wealthy as Shin Xingning left Song-chan feeling helpless. There was nothing to be done but to lie back and accept it. A night without conversation. This time it was truly a night without conversation. Tang Xiling was very stable, and Shin Xingning was unusually calm. Neither girl caused any trouble in the middle of the night, clearly reaching a consensus. As for what that consensus was, Song-chan had no idea. But he could guess with his toes that it definitely had something to do with him. No way around it. Song-chan comfortably closed his eyes to sleep, feeling a mix of emotions. At just 18, relying solely on this body to eat and drink. Shin Xingning, am I being cute? I'm clearly radiating killing intent. Morning at 8. Song-chan brought Shin Xingning and Tang Xiling, the two beauties, to the entrance of the Qinglong Academy's Great Secret Realm. Many students were already waiting there. A lot of them had been too excited to sleep all night, preparing their things, eager and excited, almost wanting to line up in the middle of the night. As for Song-chan, As for Shin Qingning and Tang Xiling, this family of three had no such worries or excitement. Their usual peace was no different from any other day, and they all slept quite soundly. Oh, there's an acquaintance. Song Chen glanced over and spotted a familiar face. The president of the student council at the outer academy of the Jingjing Academy, Xie Jiangnan. He had already resigned from his position as president and moved to the inner academy, claiming it was time to focus on self-improvement. This excuse. Anyone with clear eyes could see that Xie Jiangnan had clearly lost face in front of Song Chen at the outer academy, and this incident was highly publicized. No one in the entire Jingjing Academy, inner or outer, was unaware of it. Xie Jiangnan had lost face in front of a specially recruited new student like Song Chen. How could he continue to carry out student council work after this? If he couldn't even handle a specially recruited new student, how could he talk about commanding respect? This was the crux of the matter. The Xie family is really something. Song Chen, if we encounter Xie Jiangnan in the Great Secret Realm, Nai Group. Shin Qingning made a gesture across her throat, and her beautiful face clearly showed a murderous intent. Song Chen smiled and nodded in agreement. Leave it to me, you can rest assured. Tang Xiling remained silent beside them. There were quite a few people around, including students from the inner and outer academies, mentors, and staff from the Qinglong Academy, which triggered her self-protection mechanism. This scene, seen by the other selected students, gritting their teeth, still gritting their teeth. He really should die. As the saying goes, different people have different perspectives. To Song Chen, Shin Qingning's fierce expression while biting her silver teeth was extremely alluring, a blend of beauty and ferocity, quite interesting. But to the surrounding students, these two were being flirtatious, right? Exactly, right? They were openly flirting in front of us, completely disregarding us. Are we even human? This is the trouble with pretty girls. Clearly, she was genuinely angry, genuinely murderous. But to others, it seemed like a kind of spoiled behavior, very much like she was being coy or deliberately seductive. Song Chen, over here. Zhang Haik spotted the three of them and immediately waved, his voice high-pitched. Song Chen. He could clearly feel that he had suddenly become the center of attention for the entire venue. All 13 selected students turned to look at him in unison. The mentors of the inner academy also glanced over. Of course, there was also Xie Jiangnan, along with his dedicated mentor and 2 followers from the outer academy. Mentor, isn't it a bit early to stir up hatred? Song Chen walked over to Zhang Haik's side, sighing. Xin Xiannan, standing nearby, looked at Song Chen, then at Shin Qingning, but ultimately said nothing, only letting out a sigh. Shin Qingning seemed a bit uneasy. Are you ready? The one who spoke this time was Chu Qing, Tang Xiling's dedicated mentor. Ready, Tang Xiling replied. It was just that simple exchange. After that, Tang Xiling didn't speak again, and Chu Qing remained silent as well, without any reminders, as if they were 2 strangers. However, this kind of mentor-student interaction between them was not new to Song Chen and Shin Qingning. They had long since gotten used to it. This Great Secret Realm, officially named the Floating Pagoda Mountain Great Secret Realm, got its name because it was discovered in the territory of Floating Pagoda Mountain. I won't go into too much detail about other miscellaneous things, you've all read the manual. What I need to say next, you need to pause for a moment. Zhang Haik said, gesturing for Song Chen and the others to turn their heads to look. The direction he indicated was a black independent door, which seemed to ripple like water in the middle, clearly a teleportation portal. Before the black portal stood 10 fully armed soldiers of the Qinglong Empire, lined up on either side, their presence alone exuding a heavy and oppressive atmosphere. Have they even mobilized the army? Song Chen was taken aback. It's the Qinglong Guard, Zhang Haik replied in a low voice. The secret realm of Futu Mountain concerns the elite students of various universities and must be taken seriously. So they dispatched the Qinglong Guard. What you see are just the 10 visible Qinglong Guards. The leader seems to be someone named. What was it? Shao Qin. What's the captain's name? Zhang Buodao, Qin Xiannan casually replied. After hearing this name, Song Chen quickly searched his mind but unfortunately found nothing. Who is that? I don't know him. Zhang Buodao? I think I've heard that name, said to be the most handsome of the Qinglong Guard. Yes, that's him. Shin Qingning suddenly remembered. Qin Xiannan was a bit surprised. I didn't expect you to know this Captain Zhang, Ningning. Shin Qingning replied, of course, but unfortunately, he's still a bit inferior compared to our Song Chen. The two immediately veered off into a completely different topic. Song Chen selectively tuned them out and looked at Zhang Haik. Mentor, what do you mean by mentioning them? It means you can confidently do whatever you want. Zhang Haik shrugged and smiled. The Xie family is indeed powerful, with vast influence and deep roots in the capital, but the Qinglong Guard does not belong to them. And as far as I know, this Captain Jiang and that Xie Tianwang are not on good terms. Got it. Song Chen immediately understood. The meaning was clear. It meant that in this Futu Mountain secret realm, Song Chen didn't need to worry about being targeted or about fairness. But, here's the problem, if they're not targeting me, how can I openly and justifiably take them all down? Mentor, what do you think? Song Chen spread his hands, throwing out a heavy question. This left Jiang Hake momentarily stunned, pondering, just look for an opportunity. You never know if the Xie family has any backup plans. Just act according to the situation. That works too. Song Chen nodded slightly. Shortly after the conversation between the master and disciple ended, Song Chen, Xin Xingning, Tang Xiling, and the external student Zhang Yanyan each received a teleportation token for the secret realm, usable 3 times. Team formation time is 10 minutes, countdown starts now. Team formation completed, the 3 sisters activated their abilities. Come on, Xiling, Yan, let's form our friend group. Xin Xingning called out, raising the teleportation token in her hand, adding, this thing is really powerful. Are we forming a team with the teleportation token? Song Chen was slightly taken aback. Yes, Xin Xingning nodded and said, each teleportation token is bound to the user, and it has a team formation effect, which is a type of team item. By the way, isn't this mentioned in the notes of the Futu Secret Realm manual? Didn't you all read it? I didn't read it, Song Chen honestly nodded. I didn't read it either, Tang Xiling followed suit. Too many words, didn't want to read, Zhang Yanyan said innocently. Seeing the expressions of the 3 beside her, Xin Xingning sighed softly, left speechless. It really was 3 people together, and they couldn't come up with a single brain that loves to study. Reading gives them a headache, right? The usage is very simple, just touch each other to form a team, quick and easy. Once the team is formed, it automatically takes effect in the secret realm, exempting friendly fire within the team. But the team limit for the Futu secret realm is 10 people, which means a maximum of 10 people can form a team. Xin Xingning had a strange illusion of being both a father and a mother. This feeling became even more pronounced when Song Chen, Tang Xiling, and Zhang Yanyan nodded like little chicks pecking at rice. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the floating pagoda's great secret realm, the other 11 students from the capital's academies had already begun to lively seek their teammates. Especially around Xie Jiangnan, the atmosphere was extremely vibrant. Take me with you, Senior Jiangnan. My support role is really powerful. I can significantly boost 4-dimensional attributes and 3 speeds. Let me do it. I have a bigger white piece of snow. Has Senior Jiangnan already completed the second transfer? That's amazing. I, your little brother, will definitely go through fire and water for you, Senior Jiangnan, so please take me along. I think Song Chen's team looks good too. I'll go give it a try. Are you crazy? If you join Song Chen's team, it's like standing on the opposite side of Xie Jiangnan. Brother, you don't want that, do you? Is there still a lone wolf? Who is that lone wolf over there? The team formation was incredibly fast. In just a minute or two, the 15 students from the capital's academies had already formed 3 teams. Song Chen, Xin Xingning, Tang Xiling, and Zhang Yanyan formed a close-knit group, like a loving family. On Xie Jiangnan's side, there was a 5-person team, all strong and high-level students from the Qinglong Academy. The remaining 6 students formed a 4-person team. The last 2, one from the inner academy and one from the outer academy, seemed to have no intention of teaming up, appearing to plan to go solo. Who is that lone wolf from the inner academy? He looks a bit familiar. Xin Xingning pondered and turned to Tang Xiling. Xiling, do you know who that is? Wu Bao, a well-known lone wolf from the Qinglong Academy. Tang Xiling, being a second-year student from the inner academy, knew a bit. What about the one from the outer academy? Song Chen asked curiously. That guy from the outer academy seems to be a summoner, right? Isn't it normal for summoners to struggle to form teams? He probably wants to solo the secret realm. Xin Xingning shrugged, not too surprised. Summoners were famously solo players and notoriously difficult to team up with. Generally, they found it hard to form a group. Of course, on the other hand, the summoner profession was very special. With their summoned creatures being able to deal damage and tank, many small dungeons could be soloed without any pressure or difficulty, albeit a bit slower. However, when it came to experience points, summoners could earn slightly more from soloing than from teaming up, making it hard to determine which method was more efficient. If it weren't for you 3 being around, I'd probably be a lone wolf too. Summoners and red dogs refuse consultations. Song Chen chuckled. He personally didn't mind lone wolves. Mainly, Song Chen's combat power was too fierce, almost crushing level. Whether soloing dungeons or secret realms, he felt no pressure at all. Truly a king among lone wolves. Hey, take us 3 alone. Good brother. Xin Xingning's sudden remark nearly made Song Chen stop in his tracks. Goodness, was she really getting that close? Tang Xiling followed suit, lowering her voice to a cold, aloof tone. Good junior, can you take us to clear the secret realm? This time, Song Chen's health bar dropped another 30. Brother! Zhang Yanyan was even more direct, sweetly calling out, grabbing Song Chen's arms and shaking them vigorously. In an instant, he felt a jolt. Song Chen was already starting to feel a bit dazed. They hadn't even entered the floating pagoda's great secret realm yet, and he was already feeling confused. What would happen once they got inside? He didn't dare to think about it, absolutely didn't dare to think about it. Still, that was the truth. When a pretty girl acted cute and sweet, it truly made one feel all tingly and weak in the knees. The long and ugly younger sister acting cute is just a horror movie. This isn't about having a biased perspective or anything. It's just that people are such creatures, especially men, who are even more representative visual beings. Team formation time is over. Everyone please enter the floating pagoda's great secret realm in order. The one speaking is the so-called Captain Jiang Buotao of the Qinglong Guard, fully armed, with eyes sharp and fierce like an eagle's. But the most impressive aspect is the aura emanating from Captain Jiang Buotao, a chilling and indifferent presence, full of iron-blooded intensity. Let's go, set off. Song Chen was linked arm in arm with Xin Xingning, heading towards the floating pagoda's great secret realm. The entrance to the teleportation portal of the floating pagoda's great secret realm was just that big, inevitably leading to encounters with other students. Coincidentally, Song Chen and Xie Jiangnan ran into a group of peers. Hello, Senior Jiangnan. Are you aiming to take the top spot in the floating pagoda's great secret realm this time, or at least a place in the top 3? Song Chen greeted with a smile and asked. Xie Jiangnan's mouth twitched slightly, his gaze lingering on Song Chen's face for 2 seconds, but in the end, he said nothing. He didn't even dare to look at the sides of Song Chen. How could he look? How could he dare to look? Xie Jiangnan was truly afraid that if he looked closely, his heart would shatter. Linking arms with Song Chen was Xin Xingning, on the other side was Tang Xiling, and there was also Zhang Yanyan, who was following behind like a little fangirl. Why? Why does he, Song Chen, deserve this? Xie Jiangnan was filled with questions, completely unable to understand what he was lacking. Senior Jiangnan seems to have something on his mind. Seeing Xie Jiangnan silent, Song Chen shrugged and looked at Xin Xingning. He's really a good person, letting us enter the secret realm first. You say it's a shaking car, would he call it Baba? He's really a good person. He even let us enter the secret realm first. He seems to have something on his mind? The voices in his ears seemed distant, yet close at hand, but Xie Jiangnan felt a strange sensation of not being able to hear clearly. A strong sense of dizziness quickly spread. Hey, Senior Xie! A little brother beside him was quick to react, rushing forward to support the swaying Xie Jiangnan, looking bewildered. I'm fine. Xie Jiangnan pushed up his glasses, completely unaware that his face was terrifyingly pale, as if all the blood had been drained from his body. This scene happened to be seen by Captain Jiang Buotao of the Qinglong Guard not far away. Interesting. At such a vigorous age, yet timid and scared, confidence seems to have been shattered. Is this the heir of the Xie family? Just this? Jiang Buotao sneered inwardly. Then he frowned, recalling the 4 people who brushed past Xie Jiangnan, and suddenly felt enlightened. Is it a matter of killing the heart? Such unrefined tactics. Too skilled in scheming, but that doesn't necessarily mean they can achieve great things. Just a brief encounter, a change in demeanor, and Jiang Buotao believed he had seen many things. This was quite normal. Even the strongest academic institution in the Qinglong Empire, even the elite students in the Qinglong Academy in the capital, in Jiang Buotao's eyes, were still just a group of inexperienced young boys and girls. Let's go, Xiao Qin. We're heading to the observation room. Zhang Hake stretched lazily, calling out to Qin Xiannan beside him, hesitating to glance at Chu Qing, little mentor Chu. Before he could finish, Tang Xiling's dedicated mentor, Chu Qing, had already walked off on her own, seemingly heading towards the mentor's observation room. Seeing this, Zhang Hake shrugged and said nothing. The two followed into the mentor's observation room. The so-called observation room is actually akin to a spectator seat with a god's eye view, allowing one to survey the entire situation while also being able to check on their own students at any time, similar to the global monitoring in the pagoda's secret realm. Of course, global monitoring only covers the overall situation. More private matters will be automatically shielded. One can't possibly place surveillance in every student's tent, right? That would indeed be inappropriate. Similarly, the mentor observation room is not exclusive to the Qinglong Academy. The other 3 prestigious institutions also have such facilities, and even second-tier top universities possess this feature. Besides the mentor observation room, there are even higher-level observation rooms for the principal and board of directors, representing the most powerful individuals in the academic institution, who often invite prominent figures interested in observing. What's going on with Song Chan and the others? Goodness, the randomly assigned location is quite remote. They ended up at the northernmost part of the pagoda's secret realm? Zhang Haik examined closely and couldn't help but frown. Qin Shennan sighed, helplessly saying, "You're overthinking it, old Zhang. The Xie family does have a rich heritage, but that doesn't mean they can control the pagoda's secret realm. They don't have that capability unless 3 or more of the 18 kings are mobilized at the same time." That's true. Zhang Haik nodded slightly, feeling he might have been a bit hasty. Ever since the pagoda's secret realm was confirmed to open and selected Song Chan and others as representatives to enter for training, Zhang Haik had been worried. As the saying goes, it's easy to dodge a direct attack but damn hard to guard against a hidden arrow. And the Xie family, being powerful in this capital, might resort to some underhanded tactics. Or one could say, among these old families, whose hands are clean? It's just inconvenient to dig up their past misdeeds. The northern teleportation point of the secret realm is relatively remote, making it less likely to be targeted. Suddenly, Xu Qing spoke up. Her voice was soft, calm, and indifferent, revealing no emotional fluctuations, yet it cut straight to the point. You're right, Mentor Xiao Chu. A slightly off-center teleportation point is, well, a good thing for our 3 precious students. It gives them time to develop. Zhang Haik nodded repeatedly. Qin Shennan, however, was not in a hurry at all, shrugging. Even if they are students from the same institution, unless they are on the same team, it's still a bit difficult to teleport to the same location in the pagoda's secret realm. Completely random teleportation points. This meant that for Song Chen, Shin Xingning, Tang Xiling, and Zhang Yanyan to run into Xie Jiangnan and his team would require some luck. Meanwhile, it's a bit cold, huh? Goodness, where did this wave drop us for? Fishing alone in the cold river snow, right? Song Chen was bewildered. He just entered a teleportation portal, and suddenly, he found himself in a snowy, icy landscape, distinctly northern. Completely random teleportation, it's normal. Shin Xingning shrugged, adding, I remember there are over 100,000 teleportation points in the pagoda's secret realm. It all depends on luck. Some people teleport in and immediately run into other elite students. Some people teleport in and find a treasure chest or something good. And some people teleport in and end up right in front of a monster. This thing is purely based on luck. Beside them, Tang Xiling had already drawn a pair of short blades, her vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. Zhang Yanyan was still in a daze. Which way should we go? Song Chen turned to Shin Xingning. Shin Xingning thought for a moment and pulled out a coin. We'll go whichever way the coin points. How about that? Seems reasonable, right? Perfectly reasonable. Song Chen nodded. It was simply genius. Since it was all random teleportation points, tossing a coin to decide which direction to go also aligned with the principle of randomness. With a snap, the coin in Shin Xingning's hand landed safely, and the direction indicated by the head was clearly leading deep into the ice field. I just said the opposite direction of the head, right? Shin Xingning looked at Song Chen and said, it's not that I'm scared, mainly, it's too cold, which affects the power of the shaking car, am I right? Exactly, Song Chen nodded expressionlessly. You better be talking about the shaking car, not the shaking car. Brother Son, 2 sisters. I think we might have encountered someone. Zhang Yanyan suddenly spoke up, pointing in the opposite direction. It seems like a team of 10 just teleported in over there. Where are the people? Song Chen immediately became interested, shielding his eyes to look ahead. It looks quite dark. Tang Xiling's gaze was quite sharp, her beautiful eyes blinked and then said, it's a group of mud brothers, students from the crooked country. How should we handle it? Are there elite students over there in the mud brothers' place? Shin Xingning was slightly taken aback. Yes, but they belong to the Eagle Sauce country. Song Chen rubbed his hands together and swiftly donned a full set of gear. Let's test the waters with the Eagle Sauce first. Sounds reasonable, right? A diameter of 60 kilometers, silence all around. With 10 people, Song Chen, do you feel pressured? Shin Xingning curiously looked at Song Chen, lowering her voice. Nowadays, anyone who can stand in this floating pagoda's great secret realm can be considered an elite student carefully selected from around the world, young people, full of potential. No pressure, Song Chen waved his hand calmly. What pressure could there be? Just a bunch of little mud brothers, can they withstand a charge from my mud truck? What do you mean, are we about to start fighting? I like it. Zhang Yanyan quickly changed her gear, clearly a belligerent type, eager for chaos. Tang Xiling glanced at Zhang Yanyan's level, then looked at her profession, and remained silent. A level professional. Still a gunner-type profession. In Tang Xiling's view, this didn't provide much support. Generally, gunner professions are quite mediocre in the early stages, and even after completing their first transition, they need to reach level 30 to learn some powerful skills before they can burst out. The real strong phase for gunner-type professionals comes after level 50 in the second transition, not now. Go, go, go. Fighting to the death has nothing to do with you guys? Step back a bit, stand still here. Song Chen's old face fell, pretending to be serious. Zhang Yanyan was confused and really thought Song Chen was a bit angry, so she immediately quieted down and dared not speak. In contrast, Shen Xingning and Tang Xiling, who understood Song Chen better, stood still on either side, already prepared to retreat or support at any moment. I'm going to meet these mud brothers. Song Chen rubbed his fists and stepped forward. Shen Xingning thought for a moment and reminded, be careful, Song Chen. Since they are elite students, they must have plenty of props in hand, don't get caught off guard. That's impossible. Song Chen waved his hand calmly. Get caught? That also depends on whether they have the chance to take out the props they carry. Even from a distance, Song Chen could already see the 10-person team opposite. Leading them were a few mud brothers and mud sisters. Strangely, there wasn't a single white ghost, focusing entirely on a pure black theme. How about trying a phantom mud truck charge? No, this move is better suited for large, slow-moving monsters. Using it against professionals can easily catch them off guard. Big collapse? The damage from a big collapse might not be enough. Let's go with a small collapse. It's quick to initiate, high burst damage, and sending the opponent out of the floating pagoda's great secret realm with a small jump is just perfect. Song Chen didn't hesitate much either. A thought flickered, and a property panel popped up before Song Chen. Name, Song Chen. Occupation, Blood Demon God. Level Health, 6-9-18, 660 Mana, 10-0-0-0 Strength. Weapon, Equipment, Title, Agility, Weapon, Equipment, Title, Spirit, Equipment, Title, Constitution, Equipment, Title, Skill, Free Attribute Points, 0 Skills, Exclusive Skill Blood Frenzy, Mountain Splitter Slash, Blade Blood Feather, Berserker's Fury, Blood Rage Rampage, Soul Devouring Hand, Absolute Defense, Blood Chi Eruption, Bloodthirsty Slide Slash, Heavy Slash, Mountain Crushing Strike, Steel Muscles, Appraisal Technique. Well, over 6 million health points, that's a solid sense of security. Leaving a little extra should be enough, right? 910,000 health points. It won't be easy to take me down in one hit. What is a sense of security? A sense of security often comes from an extremely thick health bar. Do you think my health bar is invisible? No, it's because my health bar has already connected with the skyline. Less than a kilometer away from NIGE's 10-man team. Song Chen just raised his hand, preparing to wave, when the next second he heard 3 loud bangs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 anti-tank shells spun rapidly through the air, tracing a high-speed trajectory. Good, 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 the person is quite nice, and knows to let me stand on the moral high ground. Bloodthirsty Slide Slash. Song Chen suddenly swung the shadowless sword, Reno, clearly just moving the hilt, yet an invisible swordlight was showcasing its brilliance. Even without actively sacrificing health for a high damage boost, the damage from this bloodthirsty slide slash was already quite high, almost breaking the 100,000 mark. 3-stage triangular maneuver. Song Chen's figure moved so fast it left afterimages, accurately forming a triangle with the 3 anti-tank shells, slicing them apart in mid-air. Awesome! Simply elegant! Shen Xingning didn't hold back her praise, her beautiful eyes sparkling like stars, shining brightly. Zhang Yanyan also watched in awe but found it hard to voice her admiration. Don't be shy, Ning Ning is like this. Tang Xiling shrugged and said to Zhang Yanyan, she's a die-hard fan of Song Chen, you get what I mean? I get it. Zhang Yanyan nodded, a bit shyly adding, actually, I'm also a die-hard fan. Tang Xiling, okay. How to respond to that? There was simply no way to respond. By the way, Xiling, if Song Chen wants to use slide slash to speed through the map later, you can't fight me for the driver's seat, I'm in charge today. Shen Xingning suddenly remembered and reminded. Okay. Tang Xiling discreetly pouted. As if anyone cared. Only Zhang Yanyan beside them was left confused. What does that mean? Today is Thursday. Ning Ning is in charge? Could it be? No way. For a moment, Zhang Yanyan felt she had caught on to something, her mind racing, more amazed by Song Chen, Shen Xingning, and Tang Xiling. They were truly extravagant. This is possible? In the blink of an eye, Song Chen had sliced apart 3 anti-tank shells in mid-air, then jumped up, blood energy surging wildly around him. Blood Frenzy, activate. Sacrificing 6 health points. Strength increase of 240 points. Here comes the mountain crushing strike. Song Chen, holding the sword hilt, leaped high, looking a bit strange and comical, but at the moment he landed. Within a circular range of 60 kilometers, all was silent. Pure Little White Flower Zhang Yanyan. Pure Little White Flower Zhang Yanyan actively sacrificed 6 million health points. Strength increase of 240,000 points. Songchen's seemingly ordinary mountain collapse strike had a coverage area of just a circular range with a diameter of 60,000 meters. Within a radius of 60 kilometers, everything fell silent in an instant, as if the mute button had been pressed. Boom! The surging shockwave of blood energy swept across the entire area in the blink of an eye, resembling an endless sea of blood. At the same time, the team of 10, composed of those from the Eagle Sauce Alliance, vanished in an instant. The return symbol for the secret realm was forcibly triggered. Every student entering the floating pagoda secret realm had such a return symbol, usable 3 times. Whenever they suffered fatal damage, they would be forcibly teleported out of the floating pagoda secret realm, back to the entrance. Once the 3 return opportunities were used up, re-entering the floating pagoda secret realm would truly depend on fate, personal skill, and ability. With Songchen's seemingly unremarkable mountain collapse strike, those 10 from the Eagle Sauce Alliance really had no chance to fight back. They returned at lightning speed. There was no other way. This mountain collapse strike dealt a staggering instant damage of 26 million, and the range was incredibly vast. Who could escape from that? One mountain collapse sent away the first team, and at the same time, Songchen also took care of the numerous monsters within a 60-kilometer diameter, immediately hearing the sound of notifications ringing in his ears. Besides that, Zhang Yanyan transformed into a little golden figure on the spot, with the golden light of leveling up following one after another, without any pause. Successfully killed a level 50 monster, Icefield Scarecrow, gained 2,812,412 experience points. Xinqingning gained 2,812,412 experience points. Tang Xiling gained 2,812,412 experience points. Zhang Yanyan gained 2,812,412 experience points. Successfully killed a level 50 monster, Icefield Salamander Dragon, gained 7,541,140 experience points. Xinqingning gained 7,541,140 experience points. Tang Xiling gained 7,541,140 experience points. Zhang Yanyan gained 7,541,140 experience points. Successfully killed a level 50 monster, Icefield Two-Headed Turtle, gained 4,174,541 experience points. Xinqingning gained 4,174,541 experience points. Tang Xiling gained 4,174,541 experience points. Zhang Yanyan gained 4,174,541 experience points. TSK, what a dazzling sight. Xinqingning looked at Zhang Yanyan and made a baffling remark. Songchen felt something was off and said seriously, "You better be talking about dazzling, Ning Ning." "Yes, I'm talking about gold coins. Is there a problem?" Xinqingning replied nonchalantly. "Seems like someone is driving?" Tang Xiling thought silently. He could sense that Xinqingning seemed to be driving, but Tang Xiling's driving skills were just average, so he could only feel it but couldn't elaborate. The little golden figure, Zhang Yanyan, was stunned. After a while, she came back to her senses, her face full of astonishment. "My leveling speed. Brother Song, you're amazing." Just a little impressive." Songchen waved his hand with a smile. "Did you really think I was just playing around? A circular range with a diameter of 60 kilometers, what kind of concept is that? That's simply a freaking huge loss." Adding in Songchen's mountain collapse strike, dealing over 26 million damage. It was instant. "The experience multiplier seems a bit high, Xiling, how much is it?" Upon hearing Songchen speak, Tang Xiling quickly calculated and replied, "It should be about 5 times that of a normal dungeon in terms of experience multiplier, but the difficulty doesn't seem that high." "Then I don't know." Songchen shrugged, indicating that he couldn't answer that question. What level of difficulty was the monster? He had no idea. It was all just a second. How could Songchen judge what difficulty the monster was? 1 second, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seconds, what was the difference? The experience reward is quite good. There are 4 of us sharing the experience now. If you, Songchen, were to take it all by yourself, I can't even imagine. Xinqingning calculated the experience points and gasped in astonishment. Songchen, however, was indifferent and said, "For me, it's all about the same. My leveling efficiency is incredibly fast. Even with one more person sharing the experience, I can handle it." "That's true." Xinqingning thought for a moment, her beautiful eyes turning to Zhang Yanyan beside her. "Sister, aren't you going to pay some tuition or something?" "I can pay." As soon as Zhang Yanyan spoke, she displayed the demeanor expected of a rich second generation. When faced with uncertainty, just ask for help, just throw money at it. Yes, the style of the rich second generation is that simple, crude, and direct, yet effective and practical. Using money would hurt feelings, no need. Song Chen smiled and shook his head. Tang Xiling looked closely at Zhang Yanyan, pondering, how about letting Yanyan add a meal for you, Song Chen? Her? Just her? Xin Qingning seemed to be the contrarian, immediately voicing a different opinion. But to be fair, she looked around, and even Xin Qingning couldn't find any flaws or shortcomings. Speaking of figure, although Zhang Yanyan was slightly inferior to her in Tang Xiling, she was still quite impressive. But the key point was, after changing out of her little delinquent look, Zhang Yanyan exuded an air of purity. With her little white shoes and short skirt, she looked like a delicate little flower, truly endearing. The reason Zhang Yanyan had previously dressed like a delinquent was that her appearance was too pure, making it easy for people to misinterpret her as some white lotus or green tea type, leading to misunderstandings. I personally have no objections. Song Chen quickly stated his position. It was better to express this quickly. What if Xin Qingning, possessed by jealousy, pushed him away in a flash? It must be said that earning experience was quite appealing, very appealing. If this pure version of Zhang Yanyan could add a meal, that would be worth the trip. You have no objections? Xin Qingning wanted to say something, but Zhang Yanyan seized the opportunity and finally chimed in. Wait a minute, what's the code for adding a meal? I completely don't understand. Tang Xiling, adding a meal is, Zhang Hake, my old face is shining. Zhang Hake, my old face is shining. Mother *****. What's going on? How did we get out? On the other side of the ocean, at the teleportation portal of the university under the Eagle Sauce Alliance, 10 mud brothers and sisters looked at each other, their heads filled with question marks. A standard 10-person black question mark face. Where are we? How did we get out? It seems like the forced return scroll from the secret realm took effect? Did we die once? One of the mud sisters scratched her head, suddenly enlightened. The mud brother captain at the front was even more confused. No way? We are all level 40 professionals. We should be the strongest team in the floating pagoda secret realm. Did we get killed by the enemy? Who was the enemy? A nearby mud brother had a fierce expression. Was it the Qinglong Empire? It should be people from the Qinglong Empire. That young man was quite handsome, to be honest. Sorry, big brother, I didn't mean it that way. Are the elite students from the Qinglong Empire this strong when entering the floating pagoda's secret realm this time? Never mind, let's go in and try again. I agree to go in once more. I don't know what methods that student from the Qinglong Empire used, but even if they are powerful techniques or skills, they probably can't use them a second time in a short period. Find them and take them out. Charge! Go, go, go! The shouts of the 10 brothers and sisters were deafening, their slogans ringing out as they quickly entered the secret realm's teleportation portal one after another. Meanwhile, in the observation room of the Qinglong Empire, the president of the Jingjing Academy, Tang Jin, was happily sipping tea, his round face and large ears making him look like a laughing Maitreya Buddha. Sitting next to him was the vice president, Jiang Qing, who was a stark contrast, thin as a piece of dehydrated ginger. This student named Song Chen is quite interesting. Have you called old Jiang? Tang Jin turned to Jiang Qing and whispered, this Song Chen is the one that Zhang Hake has been talking about for the past few days, right? Yes, that's him. Jiang Qing nodded slightly. Just then, Zhang Hake knocked on the door and walked in calmly, completely unconcerned about the gazes of the dozen or so board members and influential figures around him. But to be fair, it really is quite impressive. Zhang Hake wanted to shout a few times to vent his excitement, but he also felt a bit of worry. The excitement came from Song Chen becoming the first person in the world to eliminate a team in the floating pagoda's secret realm. The worry stemmed from Zhang Hake suddenly realized that he had underestimated these high-level figures too much, and he couldn't confirm whether it was a good thing to let Song Chen appear in front of various forces too early, stepping into this whirlpool of interests too soon. Old Jiang, come, sit here. Tang Jin warmly invited him, gesturing for Zhang Hake to sit beside him. This scene immediately caught the attention of several board members, who were somewhat surprised and taken aback. The Jingjing Academy. In a sense, it was no longer just a top-tier university. It had transformed into a force, a flourishing tree with roots spreading across the country. But then again, the real power figures at the Jingjing Academy were just the president and vice president, nothing more. Even someone as capable as Zhang Hake was merely a mentor. A solid academy with flowing mentors and students. And Tang Jin's gesture now seemed to the other board members like he was extending an olive branch, trying to pull Zhang Hake into his camp. The president is looking for me? Zhang Hake vaguely guessed something and was quite direct. Otherwise, with his status and combat power, he could easily take on the role of a city lord in some second or third tier cities. I wanted to talk to you about this student, Song Chen. Is that okay? Tang Jin smiled and said, your precious student is quite impressive. He eliminated a team from the Eagle Sauce Alliance less than 5 minutes after the Floating Pagoda's secret realm opened. That really is a surprise. I'm quite taken aback. You're surprised? Jong Haek was not polite at all, taking a sip of tea and curling his lips. I've talked to you plenty about my precious student before. What's going on? Resources are just a little bit, and I specially recruited him into the Qinglong Academy, and you still have objections. Blah blah blah. Jong Haek released all the pent-up grievances he had held for several days in one go. Tang Jin was not angry, listening with a smile. Beside him, Jiang Qing wore an expression of indifference, sipping tea while watching the large screen, occasionally glancing at the introductions and overviews of several teams on his tablet, clearly an intelligence expert. A few familiar board members were engaged in quiet conversation. The Floating Pagoda Secret Realm was a competition among elite students from around the world, and it was also a display of strength. Simply put, face. Once it involved a large-scale global event, it inevitably carried a competitive tone. Even if you didn't want to, you would be forcibly dragged into the fray, which was unavoidable. And right now, what does it mean to gain face? Song Chen's impressive start eliminated an entire team of Nigu students. This is face. This was also the reason why board member Xie Changshan had not made a move for a while. Simply put, the critics couldn't find anything to criticize. Resources, well, it's simple. After this Floating Pagoda secret realm ends, no, I can grant Song Chen access right now, making him the secret ace of the Qinglong Academy. Tang Jin still wore a cheerful expression, but his gaze towards Jong Haek grew more serious. However, there is another matter, old Zhang. This kid Song Chen plans to. Upon hearing this, Jong Haek's heart skipped a beat, thinking to himself, as expected, this old Maitreya has finally revealed his intentions. It seemed almost customary. As soon as Tang Jin's question left his lips, the entire board observation room fell silent, with not even a whisper to be heard. Almost everyone's gaze fell on Jong Haek's face. Well, principal, you know me. Teaching students real skills and combat experience, I'm quite good at that, but when it comes to life planning or choosing a direction, I'm really not capable. Jong Haek waved his hand, trying to evade the question. But Tang Jin shook his head, his smile deepening. Don't resist too much, old Zhang. This isn't my idea. Jong Haek, could it be? Is it? An invitation from the Qinglong army? Yes, it's exactly as you think. Principal Tang Jin's smile was meaningful, as if he could see right through Jong Haek's thoughts. However, Jong Haek feigned confusion, his face full of doubt. I just picked up on what you said. Whose idea is it really? Tang Jin was momentarily taken aback. Vice Principal Jiang Qing didn't even turn his head, focusing intently on his tablet, as if he were looking at the most interesting thing in the world. Everyone present was sharp-witted, quickly understanding Jong Haek's meaning and realizing what he was scheming. It's the military, the directive from the Qinglong Empire's military. The exact words were that based on Song Chen's performance in this Floating Pagoda secret realm, he could be absorbed into the Qinglong army for training for a period of time. If his combat ability rises sharply and he performs excellently, directly absorbing him into the Qinglong Guard wouldn't be a problem. This time, Tang Jin didn't hold back, laying it all out in one breath. The volume wasn't loud, but it was enough for everyone in the board observation room to hear. And this was precisely Jong Haek's goal, mainly targeting one person, that surname, that family. So this is the surprise, principal, impressive. Jong Haek feigned sudden realization, astonished. What qualifications does this kid have to be absorbed into the Qinglong army? You know better than I do how capable this kid is, Tang Jin replied, still smiling, leaving one to wonder if he was genuinely in a good mood or just naturally cheerful. The two were in a playful exchange, asking and answering, joking back and forth, enjoying the moment. But some people were not particularly comfortable with it. For example, Xie Changshan and the other two board members who usually got along well with him appeared calm as always, but their mood was not good. What should they do next? Before the start of the Floating Pagoda secret realm, Xie Changshan had no idea that Principal Tang Jin held such a significant piece of information. This essentially meant the Qinglong army was actively asking for people. As the most powerful force in the Qinglong Empire, the influence of the Qinglong army was unquestionable. It could truly be called the sharpest sword of the Qinglong Empire, invincible and intimidating other major alliances and countries for years. This also meant that the resources the Qinglong army received were undoubtedly the best and most abundant in the entire Qinglong Empire, such as first-hand high-standard equipment and various military supplies. As for the Qinglong Guards, they were a level above the Qinglong army, akin to special forces or the Jinui, focusing on the most lethal force, being the elite within the Qinglong army. Simply put, once you entered the Qinglong army and then the Qinglong guards, unless you were foolish enough to touch things you shouldn't, no one could touch you, not even the families represented by the 18 heavenly kings, because in the Qinglong Empire, to dare to touch the Qinglong army was equivalent to slapping the entire nation in the face. Could any powerful family still stand tall after that? This is really troublesome. I didn't expect this kid to be so lucky, actually receiving an olive branch from the Qinglong army in advance. Xia Changshan lightly pinched his brow, holding his phone, yet he hesitated to send the edited message. What to do? Should he move against Song Chen? This had become a dilemma for Xia Changshan, one he couldn't resolve. If it weren't for Tang Jin's sudden words, Xia Changshan had already made up his mind to bury Song Chen in this floating pagoda's secret realm. He had contacted many people and used numerous connections for this secret realm, aiming for a siege with sheer numbers. As long as Song Chen appeared, he would inevitably fall into a war of attrition or encirclement. Who doesn't have a moment of carelessness, right? But the problem was, Tang Jin's unexpected words hit Xia Changshan like a surprise attack, leaving him stunned. If the Qinglong army truly had intentions for Ai Kai, what right did Xia Changshan have to continue? Now, it wasn't just about the mentor observation room or the board member observation room. Representatives and key figures from the Qinglong army were likely watching the real-time footage from the floating pagoda's secret realm, grasping the latest information. At this moment, continuing to target like an iron-headed child, it was hard to say who would ultimately suffer. Damn it, how do you deal with this prickly situation? What the hell can you do when you can't even bite anywhere? Forget it, damn it this time. Sigh. I hope this kid Jiangnan doesn't collapse too completely, otherwise, I'll have to persuade my brother to practice a new character, or I might as well come and practice myself. The more Xia Changshan thought about it, the more he felt an impulse to abandon Xia Jiangnan. You can live or die as you please. After all, even if you are my nephew, even if your Dao heart collapses and you become a wreck, it doesn't matter. At worst, I, as your uncle, can just have another child. Am I afraid I won't inherit the Xia family's business? You know what, you really can't say that. Originally, Xia Changshan hadn't considered this direction, but the more he thought about it, the more feasible and interesting it seemed, worthy of careful consideration. What? Is it coming again? Is it a second bloom? The vice principal Jiang Qing, who was focused on the tablet information, suddenly exclaimed in surprise, his face filled with astonishment and disbelief. It seemed he had seen something unexpected. What happened? Tang Jin turned his head to take a look and was momentarily stunned. Oh, what a surprise! Which team's been taken out this time? Zhang Hake had already vaguely guessed. The two old principals, what kind of storms had they not seen? Generally, nothing would move them. But clearly, Song Chen was not included in that category. Of course, it could also be said that whatever Song Chen accomplished could basically leave people dumbfounded, astonished to the point of speechlessness. It's still that one, the Eagle Sauce Alliance's Nijin Black Academy. Yes, it's that 10-person team that was just eliminated by Song Chen. Tang Jin shrugged, a mix of surprise and helplessness. Zhang He couldn't help but raise a hand to his forehead, unsure of what to say, his face a mix of laughter and tears. Goodness, they really caught a team and took them out decisively, huh? Now, even if the Eagle Sauce Alliance didn't originally harbor much hostility towards the capital's academy, they would have to be hostile now. It was hard not to think this was targeting them. I can only say they were just unlucky. They just teleported in and randomly ended up in the same spot as last time. Tang Jin shrugged and continued. Song Chen was quite straightforward, cleanly sending them out again. Sent out again? That's really too bad. Zhang Hake's tone sounded a bit regretful, but the smile on his face only grew. If the people from the Eagle Sauce Alliance saw this, it would probably be quite painful for them. Alright, you seem to have taken advantage of this situation, having eliminated the elite student teams from the Eagle Sauce Alliance twice in a row. I guess the Qinglong army will have to reassess this result. Tang Jin thought for a moment and continued with a smile. As for how far Song Chen can go with this, and what kind of status he can achieve in the Qinglong army, that will depend on his own abilities. That's true, Zhang Hake replied politely. The two chatted happily, appearing very harmonious, and indeed, they were. If one were to describe the relationship between Tang Jin and Zhang Hake, they were indeed old friends, but when it came to the capital's academy, a hierarchy had to be considered. However, things were still good at the moment. Zhang Hake was Song Chen's exclusive mentor, and Song Chen had already shone brightly in this floating pagoda's secret realm, which not only made Zhang Hake feel proud but also made Tang Jin quite comfortable. Some people, however, would not feel too comfortable. As Tang Jin and Zhang Hake chatted enthusiastically, Xia Changshan quietly took out his phone and sent a text message to his older brother. Time to cut losses. Rationality could easily be lost, but if one wasn't rational at this moment, it could lead to total defeat, and who knows, the entire family might collapse. Meanwhile, in the floating pagoda's secret realm, did I just see that right, sisters? Did Song-gu eliminate another elite student team? Zhang Yanyan rubbed her eyes, her face full of disbelief. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. What kind of ridiculous combat power was this? She had heard of people being eliminated in seconds, but she had never seen someone do it as easily as drinking water, as if it were just a game, so effortlessly. Is this reasonable? Basic skills, don't overthink it, Yan Yan. Xin Xingning calmly waved her hand and said, this isn't even Song Chen going all out, if he were to unleash 100% of his energy and power. TSK TSK TSK, I can't even imagine how exhilarating that would be. Tang Xiling? What's going on? Why do I feel like what Ning Ning is saying sounds like innuendo, but I don't understand? What exactly happened? No. The woman's sixth sense exhibited an extraordinarily powerful dominance at this moment, instantly activating Tang Xiling's high-speed operation, as she began to rapidly replay every detail, trying to find any clues she might have overlooked. Drinking? No. Playing games? No. Shopping together? Also no. That means, without my knowledge, Xin Xingning and Song Chen had quietly done something together. At this thought, it was as if a light bulb lit up in Tang Xiling's head. What's wrong, Xiling? Xin Xingning looked at Tang Xiling suspiciously and wondered, your expression looks a bit like you're considering how to catch a mistress. Really? No way. Tang Xiling brushed it off without a hint of embarrassment, waving her hand, I didn't sleep well last night, or maybe I just didn't do my makeup well. I really envy you two sisters. Zhang Yanyan was genuinely envious, feeling a mix of sourness and jealousy. Although neither Xin Xingning nor Tang Xiling explicitly stated it, how could Zhang Yanyan, being so perceptive, not understand that these two girls had already become a loving family of three with Song Chen? Envious, huh? That's right. Xin Xingning was completely unreserved, waving her hand, keep working hard, who knows, you might have a chance to join this big family in the future. Really? Zhang Yanyan was indeed moved, her tone even a bit out of control. Aren't you going to ask Song Chen's opinion? Tang Xiling expressed her doubt. Ask him? No need, absolutely no need. Xin Xingning calmly shook her head, snorting twice as she said, I estimate he has already thought of Zhang Yanyan in his mind, you know what I mean? Ha! Zhang Yanyan was stunned. Unbelievable. Tang Xiling was also bewildered. Is this really content that can be heard for free without spending money? Is it really okay? I just had a sudden thought, Xiling. I believe that girls like us, who are considerate, understanding, knowledgeable, and reasonable, should recognize the current situation, clarify our thoughts, and rationally view Song Chen, while also seeing his limitless bright future. Xin Xingning rambled on. The younger sister, Zhang Yanyan, looked completely confused. Tang Xiling didn't bother to be polite with Xin Xingning, waving her hand, please, Xingning, can you speak in plain language? Plain language means. Xin Xingning smiled and shrugged, Song Chen's future is limitless, and conservatively speaking, he will not just have one girlfriend in the future. So, Tang Xiling pondered, beginning to understand. So, as the founders and co-founders of this loving family, we must take on the corresponding responsibilities, don't you think? Xin Xingning said seriously. Tang Xiling suddenly realized. Zhang Yanyan also came to a realization. Seeing these two girls appear enlightened, Xin Xingning nodded in satisfaction. A child worth teaching. Can I be some kind of administrator or something? Sister Qingning. Zhang Yanyan raised her hand and continued at lightning speed. Also, in our family, there are only my sister and me as successors, and my sister is not interested in this at all, so basically, the future Zhang family will be taken over by me? I can fund family activities, dinners, or anything else, so being an administrator isn't too much, right? I think that's fine. Xin Xingning nodded. I have no objections. Tang Xiling nodded. What the hell is going on? Song Chen was bewildered. I just got back and heard you three girls murmuring, secretly discussing some seemingly unspeakable topics. Oh, we are discussing how to make our loving family strive to become a group of 99 members. Xin Xingning replied seriously. Song Chen was stunned for a few seconds, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Hey, don't say it, you really shouldn't say it. You see, what did I say? Xin Xingning spread her hands and looked at Tang Xiling and Zhang Yanyan beside her, wearing an expression that said she knew it would be like this. Those who know me, know Ning Ning too, impressive. Song Chen gave a thumbs up and said seriously, that I have a question to ask, how will we divide the time in the future? Is it still 1, 3, 5, and 2, 4, 6? Zhang Yanyan, is there such a good thing? Give me 2 days? Zhang Yanyan, is there such a good thing? Give me 2 days? You've stumped me with this question. Shin Xingning thought for a moment, but a few seconds later she got the answer, then all reluctantly. Wait, isn't it just right to divide among 3 people? 2 days each is enough. That makes sense. Tang Xiling nodded. This time it was Songchen who was stumped. Oh no! 1, 3, 5, 2, 4, 6, that adds up to exactly 6 days, and 6 divided by 3 equals 2. Wow, this distribution is surprisingly even? I have no objections. Zhang Yanyan was quite pleased. She never dreamed that she would actually form a friend group with Song Chen and the other 2. She never imagined that just entering the floating pagoda's secret realm for a short while, she would encounter such good fortune. Isn't this just wonderful? I really have it tough. Only 1 day off each week. Song Chen rubbed his waist and sighed lightly. He didn't know if the fields were broken, but if the ox was not careful, it could die from exhaustion. Even if the iron ox came, it might not be able to bear it. Alright, we'll talk about the distribution later. Song Chen waved his hand and said, let's leave this area first and see if we can encounter other solo teams. This area? Zhang Yanyan didn't react immediately. Yes, this area, within a radius of 60 kilometers. Song Chen shrugged, completely calm. All the monsters in this area have been killed. What are we waiting for? Do you want to gather materials? Then let's go. Tang Xiling had no objections, but a new problem arose. Looking at the 3 girls beside him, Song Chen felt a bit troubled. I can move quickly through the map, but you 3. This is simple, I've already thought it through for you. Shin Xingning smiled slyly and said softly, hold one in your arms, carry one on your back, and then tuck one under your left arm. Isn't that perfect? Problem solved. Genius, out of the hospital. Song Chen gave a thumbs up. What if there's a 4th person? Tang Xiling suddenly had a thought and asked a question. Then it's even simpler. Shin Xingning seemed to be a walking encyclopedia, confidently stating, with 4 people, we can split into 2 groups, right? Song Chen, 66,666. So, it turns out I'd become a human version of a delivery truck, huh? That's not a problem. But the question is, where is this 4th girl? Thinking carefully. Don't say it, but Song Chen really did consider it carefully and felt that it actually seemed quite good, pretty nice. 4 people would be even less evenly distributed. It's better to come in 7 at once, wouldn't that be great? No need to divide. Let's go, let's set off. Song Chen only briefly imagined that wonderful scene and had to admit it was indeed very beautiful. Releasing the bloodthirsty slash skill, Song Chen only needed one hand holding the weapon was enough to release the skill. Shin Xingning took the lead and formed the front bumper of Song Chen's truck. Tang Xiling climbed onto Song Chen's back. As for Zhang Yanyan, she was like a large doll, tucked under Song Chen's arm, obedient as can be. She had never experienced this. Although she used to dress like a little punk and sport the stereotypical smoky eye makeup, deep down, Zhang Yanyan was truly a person of integrity, primarily focused on the fact that the man she had her eye on had yet to appear, until Song Chen suddenly emerged. It was then that Zhang Yanyan abruptly awakened, realizing that this was indeed her dream man. Her eyes had finally been opened. Later on, she was crushed by Shin Xingning's overwhelming aura. After that, she was further trampled by the combination attack of Shin Xingning and Tang Xiling, the 2 beauties of the Qinglong Academy, to the point where she couldn't even lift her head. Who would have thought? Life is truly unpredictable. I never expected to be with Shin Xingning and Tang Xiling together. TSK, I need to let my dad go back home and see if our ancestors' graves are smoking. As Zhang Yanyan was lost in thought, her mind seemed to be filled with countless pink bubbles, continuously rising. Hold on tight, we're taking off. With Song Chen's reminder, Zhang Yanyan snapped out of her reverie, but the next second, she could only catch a glimpse of a blurred sword light. And the rapidly blurring surroundings. Where the hell did we just go? Are we still in the country? After a while, Song Chen parked the car, and Zhang Yanyan muttered in confusion. It had only been half a minute at most, yet the environment around them had transformed from a snowy, cold, icy expanse to an endless grassland forest. It was like, in half a minute, they had gone from Mount Everest to the Amazon rainforest. To be precise, we're still in the floating pagoda's secret realm. Oh, I forgot you don't know. My bloodthirsty sliding slash, currently, the distance of one sliding slash is. Let me calculate. Song Chen smiled at Zhang Yanyan, quickly calculating and arriving at an approximate number, about 6 kilometers, that's just one sliding slash. So, Brother Song, how many did you use just now? Zhang Yanyan was increasingly bewildered. What kind of displacement skill could cover 6 kilometers in an instant? Was it like a mage's teleportation? That was just too bizarre. But she had never heard of a mage's teleportation being so powerful, right? I used about 90 segments. Don't worry about the details, just know that the total distance we covered in this run was approximately close to 600 kilometers. Song Chen shrugged, curiously observing the surroundings. Zhang Yanyan. Don't be surprised, Yan, this is just the beginning. Song Chen has many secrets hidden within him for you to discover slowly. Xin Xingning was completely unfazed, calmly patting Zhang Yanyan's shoulder. Take your time to explore, surprises await. What surprises? Tang Xiling looked at Xin Xingning suspiciously. A woman's sixth sense is indeed a mysterious and wonderful thing. Although Tang Xiling didn't know what had happened, she could sense that something flashy was going on between Song Chen and Xin Xingning, but they hadn't told her or brought her along. Don't ask, just know that the sixth sense is definitely effective. Surprises, huh? Song Chen, come explain to Xiling what a surprise is. Xin Xingning was starting to lose her composure and quickly called for Song Chen's assistance. Song Chen was also hesitating, debating whether to spill everything. If he did, he might even end up with a couple of butterfly effects. A surprise is, there are a few guys in morning clothes up ahead. Strange, why do I suddenly feel excited? Lu Bu rides Dian Wei, and Song Chen rides? Lu Bu rides Dian Wei, and Song Chen rides? Originally, Song Chen was about to spill the little secret between him and Xin Xingning, but unexpectedly, his attention was suddenly diverted. It was quite strange. It felt almost like an instinctive reaction. Wait for me to deal with these little devils first. You three stay here and don't move, can you do that? Song Chen looked seriously at the three girls beside him, his tone laced with uncontainable excitement. I'm fine with that, Xin Xingning shrugged. She wasn't particularly interested in this kind of fighting and killing, mainly because it didn't require her to lift a finger, which was quite boring. If there were any extremely challenging tasks, Xin Xingning would definitely be motivated, ready to unleash her fury like a madman. But the problem was, don't even mention the big ones, from level 50 monsters to level 50 professionals, none could stand a chance against Song Chen. They couldn't even withstand a small skill. In a match devoid of challenge, Xin Xingning naturally felt bored and couldn't muster any interest. It was far less exciting than a one-on-one with Song Chen's shaking car. Then I'll wait here too. Sister Qingning, want some sunflower seeds? I have a bag of premium original flavored seeds here. Zhang Yanyan also didn't plan to jump in and make things chaotic. Knowing one's place is important, though most little fairies lack that awareness. Fortunately, Zhang Yanyan was not one of them. Is it just sunflower seeds? Do you have any beer, drinks, or mineral water? Xin Xingning looked at Zhang Yanyan, her interest piqued. Zhang Yanyan immediately began rummaging through her backpack. Meanwhile, Tang Xiling had quietly concealed herself, lightly dropping a line, I'll go check the surroundings. Tisk, it's still Xiling. Song Chen sighed and shook his head. When it comes to being sensible, it's definitely Tang Xiling. While he felt this way, Song Chen didn't waste time. He was genuinely worried that those little devils dressed in morning clothes, with what looked like samurai swords at their waists, would run away. However, it was clear that these elite students from Fusang had also noticed him when he noticed them, and they were quickly closing in. The floating pagoda's secret realm was essentially about competition, an inescapable competition. Looks like students from the Qinglong Empire, Kucha Zimu Sr. Should we take them out? One of the students asked the captain, pressing a hand against the hilt of his samurai sword, looking quite serious. Of course, we should take action. Kucha Zimu, a second-year student from the top university in Fusang, was currently at level 55, with formidable combat power and confidence that followed him like a shadow. The two students beside him had quietly concealed themselves. It was obvious they were stealth-type assassins or ninjas. Unnecessary. With our current levels, equipment, and class combinations, dealing with elite students from other countries is too easy. We are the sharpest and youngest blade of the Fusang Empire, cutting down all obstacles. Kucha Zimu said with great vigor, standing firm. The surrounding students looked at him with admiration and reverence, their eyes filled with fervor. Song Chen was walking towards the Fusang Empire's team. They were also approaching him. A standard mutual advance. Their attire looks a bit like samurai. No, it should be more like swordsmen, right? With their clothing and samurai swords, TSK, is it like Rurouni Kenshin? What a pity. Song Chen shook his head slightly. Looking like Rurouni Kenshin and being the real Rurouni Kenshin were two entirely different matters, a difference as vast as 3 stories. These few scraps were just difficult to take seriously. Holding the hilt of the shadowless sword, Song Chen walked at a steady pace. A little further back, Xin Xingning and Zhang Yanyan wore special glasses, watching Song Chen and the group of students. Sister Qingning, the class ratio of these students seems unbalanced, right? Is your subject preference a bit serious? Zhang Yanyan asked while munching on sunflower seeds. Xin Xingning shrugged and replied, that's the issue with regional professionals. I remember there was a course on this at the capital's academy, didn't you take it? Zhang Yanyan looked confused. What course? Shen Qingning. Alright. I have to admit that discussing majors with a rich second generation who doesn't like attending classes is indeed a bit of a stretch. Since we have time, I can explain it to you. The focus of regional professionals, simply put, is that due to different geographical environments and historical backgrounds of various countries, the professions that emerge after being semi-gamified also have different focuses and specialties. Take Fusong for example. Shen Qingning pointed to a group of elite students in the distance and said, "The samurai spirit has a profound influence over there, so naturally, the professions that awaken there tend to lean towards melee professions like samurai. Samurai and ninja are specialties of Fusong, you should know that, right?" "I know that," Zhang Yanyan said, suddenly enlightened. This example naturally allowed her to draw parallels, and Zhang Yanyan, being a clever girl, quickly sorted out her thoughts. "So it's like over in the Eagle Sauce Alliance, where you easily get priests, knights, and gunmen, right? What about the White Elephant Kingdom? Chosen ones?" Upon hearing Zhang Yanyan mention the White Elephant Kingdom, Shen Qingning looked puzzled and asked, "What chosen ones? Does the White Elephant Kingdom have chosen ones?" "Ha, don't they? Isn't there a lot of gods and Buddhas over there?" Zhang Yanyan was also confused. "Oh, you mean that?" Shen Qingning came back to her senses and smirked. "There are some strange professions, but it's not as exaggerated as you say, chosen ones, really. At most, it's lizard manipulators or elemental warriors, and so on." Zhang Yanyan suddenly understood and felt that this regional focus on professions was indeed very interesting. After thinking for a while, Zhang Yanyan looked at Shen Qingning again. "Sister Qingning, what about our Qinglong Empire? What professions do we focus on?" All-encompassing, Shen Qingning smiled. "What winesword immortals, sword saints, diamond warriors, shaman warlocks, dragon knights, gunmen. There's nothing we can't awaken in the Qinglong Empire, understand?" "Got it," Zhang Yanyan nodded repeatedly. "What does it mean to say that within the territory of Zhozhou, the land is vast and rich, encompassing everything?" Song Chen's Berserker profession. Shen Qingning thought for a moment, seeming contemplative. "If we were to match it, it should be from the Dianwei faction?" Zhang Yanyan instinctively chimed in. "Lubu rides Dianwei, Brother Song rides the useless divine beast. Lubu rides Dianwei, invincible under heaven. Brother Song rides. Zhang Yanyan initially wanted to rhyme but after a long time couldn't figure it out, and after writing for a while still didn't understand. Shen Qingning was getting anxious. "What does Song Chen ride? Just say it." Zhang Yanyan looked bewildered. "I don't know what he rides. Brother Song is already very invincible." "Shen Qingning, you scared me, I thought you knew something." "Zhang Yanyan, Sister Qingning, what do you mean by knowing something?" The atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. Staring at Zhang Yanyan for a full 3 minutes, Shen Qingning still couldn't figure out if this girl really knew something. Otherwise, what did the hint about the shaking car mean? Ordinary people can't understand this code, right? Ahem, theoretically speaking, Song Chen riding a support profession should be the strongest, but if you think about it, actually, it doesn't really matter, does it? Shen Qingning began to speak seriously. "If we're talking about our family Song Chen, he really is quite invincible. Whether or not he has a support role, who can he not take down in a second? Is there even a need to find support?" "I admit you're right, Sister Ningning, but I think being good-looking but useless is also a special kind of physique," Zhang Yanyan replied implicitly. Shen Qingning fell silent again. Zhang Yanyan also realized that she might have said something astonishing and immediately quieted down. The two girls exchanged glances, one looking left and the other right, and tacitly decided not to continue the conversation. What a conversation for a market. "The weather in the Great Secret Realm is really nice, huh?" Yes, the temperature is quite comfortable. "What are those little devils doing over there? It seems like they're chatting with Song Chen." "It looks like they're chatting, but does Song Gu really have any topics to discuss with those little devils?" "I don't know, but as the old saying goes, good looking but useless, you know what I mean." "Oh, where does Sister Ningning get that from? I can't say too much about it. What's the next line after leaving home? No water to drink. You understand what I mean, right?" "I don't understand." In just a few exchanges, Shen Qingning and Zhang Yanyan had completely killed the topic. As two girls with over 800 keen insights, they were already clear as day about each other's thoughts. Who doesn't know who? Of course, it was just Shen Qingning and Zhang Yanyan playing a competitive match here. Meanwhile, someone was not participating in the discussion. At the same time, Song Chen was quietly observing the elite students from Fusang across from him, marveling at them. If we talk about the regional specialization of practitioners, it's quite different. Out of the 7, 5 are melee warriors, and the other 2 seem to be onmyoji. Is the onmyoji profession considered a support role or a ranged role? Song Chen quickly searched his mind, but his knowledge in this area was quite limited, almost negligible. It's not that he didn't like studying. But, I really don't care whether your Onmyoji is strong or not, okay? A little jump down here will definitely let you return to the city instantly, without any lag. Are you suggesting a one-on-one duel? Kuchatsi Muku, pressing his hand against the katana at his waist, calmly looked at Song Chen. If you want a duel, I can reluctantly accept. You want to duel? Song Chen was slightly taken aback. If you want to settle it with a duel, I, Kuchatsi Muku from the Meichuan family, would be happy to use the katana in my hand to let you understand. Kuchatsi Muku smiled, his voice suddenly turning cold. Let you understand the Godspeed of Fusong's drawing sword. Song Chen pondered. Isn't drawing sword a skill? Why does it sound like their Fusong's drawing sword has some kind of enhancement? Then let's give it a try. Song Chen nodded and said, one-on-one duel, right? 0-0. Don't make a move or reveal yourself later. Kuchatsi Muku made a hand gesture, clearly giving instructions to his hidden teammate. It was as if both sides had assassins or ninjas, capable of concealing their forms. For a moment, Song Chen had a sudden thought. If both sides are invisible, is there a possibility that the two invisible practitioners might bump into each other while walking? Here it comes. Godspeed drawing sword. Kuchatsi Muku suddenly shouted, as if reminding Song Chen. Immediately, he assumed the stance for drawing sword, his left hand pressing on the scabbard, while his right hand grasped the hilt of the katana in the air, his stance steady, and his eyes fixed on Song Chen. A standard drawing sword starting posture. Song Chen developed a strong interest, gripping the handle of the shadowless sword, contemplating which skill to use to take down his opponent. Small collapse? A ranged skill, a small jump and the opponent would be wiped out. Grab head? Worth considering, a single target grab technique. Instant teleport slash? Phantom mud truck? Mountain cracking slash? Blade blood feather? Shall I show these little devils something? How about a wave of bloodthirsty sliding slash to counter their attack? If they manage to block it, I bet this guy's heart will shatter. Song Chen pondered inwardly, his gaze fixed firmly on the bitter tea wood just a few meters away. A subtle change occurred in an instant. At that moment, bitter tea wood's hand trembled with an unimaginable speed. Yes, just a tiny tremor. But with that seemingly Parkinsonian quiver, bitter tea wood had already completed the stance, gripped the knife, executed the draw slash, and sheathed the blade in one fluid motion. The blade's light was as cold as snow. A silver-white, fierce blade light sliced through the sharp wind, suddenly blooming into an arc that enveloped a 10-meter radius ahead. There's a bit of a ghostly technique in this little devil's draw slash. In the observation room, Jiang He couldn't help but exclaim, this elite student from Fusong has some skills. The speed is indeed fast. I almost didn't catch it. Principal Tang Jin nodded in agreement, though his expression grew serious, the smile fading. There wasn't a single novice in the entire observation room. The sharpness of everyone's eyes and the richness of their experience were far beyond what ordinary people could compare, allowing them to see through the intricacies and foundation at a glance. Fast? Yes. Fierce? Fierce. Strong? Strong. I admit this elite student from Fusong has some skills, but it's just a bit. If it weren't for encountering Song Chen, Jiang He thought for a moment and smiled. Perhaps he could go further down this path and achieve even greater things in the future. Tang Jin was slightly taken aback. You mean, Song Chen, head on? Where is Song Chen? The afterimage? Shattering the sword heart, Tang Xiling, and the 9-curved corridor. Shattering the sword heart, Tang Xiling, and the 9-curved corridor came from bitter tea wood's lightning-fast draw slash, which was indeed shocking in speed. Even that arc-like blade light directly shattered Song Chen's body. The blade light was piercing, shattering with one strike. Very cool, very fast, but utterly useless. Where is he? How is this possible? No one can be faster than my draw slash, no one can dodge it. Did he use a skill? But bitter tea would furrowed his brow, quickly replaying the scene in his mind 3 times, but couldn't figure out what went wrong. Song Chen simply stood there, gently waving the handle of his sword. The handle. Bitter tea would instantly grasp the key point. Why does that person only have a sword handle? Where's the weapon? Is his weapon just the handle? No, that's not right. Could it be that he used some method to hide it? Shadowless sword. Senior Meichuan. A nearby student suddenly spoke up, as if recalling something. At this moment, bitter tea would also reacted. He was somewhat familiar with the shadowless sword, not entirely unfamiliar, and knew that this type of light sword weapon only had a handle visible, with the blade body hidden, making it a weapon that was very difficult to use. The difficulty was naturally because the shadowless sword only had a handle. The light sword's blade merged with the environment, making it impossible to judge its length with the naked eye, relying solely on experience to determine. Normally, that would be fine. To unleash the full lethality of the shadowless sword in battle, one must have the sword in their heart. Only by perfectly controlling their attack distance can the bizarre and unpredictable nature of the shadowless sword be brought to its utmost limit. Is it really the shadowless sword? There's no mistake. Kuchatsu took a deep breath, holding his breath and focusing his mind, once again assuming the stance for a draw and slash, but this time he closed his eyes. Passive skill. Eye of the heart. The sound of the wind began to rise and fall. A shadowy figure approached rapidly, as if teleporting, arriving before Kuchatsu in an instant, as elusive as a gentle breeze. Now, Kuchatsu sensed the flow of air, felt the wind. Draw and slash. Clang. The sharp blade light barely extended half a meter before it was forcibly severed, as if the skill had been abruptly interrupted. In reality, it was the cutting off of the blade's momentum. Impossible. Kuchatsu's mind shook, his pupils dilating as he suddenly changed his grip on the katana, raising his hand to slash. Slash, consecutive slashes, lightning-fast slashes. In an instant, sparks flew. Kuchatsu retreated step by step, the violent tremors in his heart beyond words. Every time he raised his hand to strike, even if the blade was only a third of the way through, it would be intercepted and severed. The second slash was still forcibly dismantled. The third slash. The fourth slash. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 slashes were unleashed, each one powerful and heavy, filled with a certain rule of killing and speed. But none had any effect. Not a single slash could reach even half its potential, all were intercepted the moment they began. The 100th slash was still dismantled. Kuchatsu staggered back several steps, unable to hold the katana any longer, his knees buckling uncontrollably as he knelt on the ground. The katana fell before him. The surrounding students, all with wide eyes, could hardly believe what had just happened. It had only been a matter of seconds. Not even a minute had passed. Senior Meichuan, he lost? Impossible. Senior Meichuan is the strongest swordsman in our academy, and that katana is the legendary 18th generation Kicho. This student from the Qinglong Empire. Who is he? Shadowless sword. It must be the shadowless sword in his hand. The quality of that weapon must be extremely high, otherwise how could he withstand it? Losing is losing, skill is inferior. Let's take action and defeat this student from the Qinglong Empire, to avenge Senior Meichuan's humiliation. Several students erupted in their native language, clearly eager to return home. Kuchatsu's figure trembled slightly as he knelt on the ground, staring in disbelief at his own hands. How is it even possible? Kuchatsu looked at Song Chen, his eyes filled with fear. How can you? How? My sword. Song Chen thought for a moment and smiled. It's simple, to break your moves, I just need to have higher damage and attack speed than you. It's not difficult. Kuchatsu was stunned. The reason for being countered. Was it really that simple? It was like Tyson fighting a 3-year-old, the child threw 100 punches, but Tyson only threw one. It was that simple. Letting you throw 100 punches wasn't because he couldn't stop you, but because he wanted to see just how fierce you were, nothing more. Keep working hard, young big brother. I see you seem to be a leader too. You're a second-year student, right? If you're a second-year student, then you've probably completed your second job transfer, right? Completed the second transfer, and still this week? I'm just a little brother who has just completed the first transfer. I'm not even level 50 yet. Keep it up. Don't underestimate yourself. Song Chen earnestly encouraged. It was like chatting casually, yet also like a senior supporting a junior, emphasizing care and comfort. But these words fell on the ears of the bitter tea child like a knife, each cut striking hard, causing his well-polished so-called sword heart to quietly become covered in a web of fine lines. Take care, no need to see you off. Song Chen smiled and waved goodbye. Then he lightly jumped forward, simultaneously completing a downward slashing stance. Skill. Released. Just a minor mountain crushing strike. The clearing of the area happened in an instant. The surging wave of blood energy hadn't even fully spread out when the group of little Japanese students had already vanished from the spot, consuming one secret realm return scroll. I was just about to make a move. I had already locked onto the positions of 2 ninjas, and you just waved your hand and sent them away? I've been invisible for so long. A voice filled with grievance came from beside Song Chen. This was naturally Tang Ziling. Song Chen glanced at her, helpless. The little Japanese students have all been sent away, and you're still hiding? What are you waiting for? I want to, Tang Ziling huffed. Song Chen's ability to discern sounds was incredibly strong. After a quick calculation, he sheathed the shadowless sword and made a swift counter-move. Tang Ziling was instantly stunned. Song Chen was also taken aback, instinctively trying to discern the situation, his heart astonished. Is this the 9 curves corridor? Damn, my zero is actually this domineering? Blind Man Touching an Elephant Songchen Edition successfully killed a level 50 monster. Explosive Troll gained 2,812,412 experience points. Xinxingning gained 2,812,412 experience points. Tang Ziling gained 2,812,412 experience points. Zhang Yanyan gained 2,812,412 experience points. Successfully killed a level 50 monster. Tentacle Stinky Mud gained 7,541,140 experience points. Xinxingning gained 7,541,140 experience points. Tang Ziling gained 7,541,140 experience points. Zhang Yanyan gained 7,541,140 experience points. Successfully killed a level 50 monster. Dancing Abnormal Kuan gained 4,174,541 experience points. Xinxingning gained 4,174,541 experience points. Tang Ziling gained 4,174,541 experience points. Zhang Yanyan gained 4,174,541 experience points. Swish, swish, swish. Zhang Yanyan transformed into a little golden figure once again, the golden light of leveling up flashing continuously around her. However, this time she didn't level up as much as last time. This was naturally because, after reaching a higher level, the experience required for leveling up increased, making the leveling speed difficult to maintain. Yan Yan, what do you think Song Chen is doing? What kind of operation is that, feeling around like that? It looks like a blind man touching an elephant. What do you think? Xinxingning didn't pay attention to the dazzling surroundings this time, her gaze focused entirely on Song Chen, filled with suspicion. Zhang Yanyan was also pondering this matter, equally puzzled. I don't get it either, but Sister Qingning, your description of blind man touching an elephant is really spot on, so vivid. Right? Xinxingning nodded slightly. Her vocabulary was always incredibly rich, always able to find the most fitting adjectives to describe what she saw. Just like now. Looking at Song Chen as he gestured and felt around in the air, it really did resemble a blind man exploring a path, though the movements were subtly strange. What was strange about it? Why did it look so familiar? The more Xinxingning thought about it, the more she felt something was off, her brows slightly furrowing. Hey, where's Zero? Zhang Yanyan suddenly remembered this matter and looked around in confusion. All these little devil students have already been sent away by Brother Song, so why hasn't Lingling shown up yet? Not good, Xinxingning suddenly realized. From the very beginning, she felt that Song Chen's blind man's method was a bit strange and somewhat familiar. Now she finally understood why it felt familiar. Wow, Lingling has actually learned to play tricks now. Really impressive, she's progressing so fast. Xinxingning quickened her pace, becoming more and more bewildered. Were these two opening up a whole new way to play? One hiding and concealing their whereabouts, the other a blind man feeling the elephant? You can't say it, but it really makes one blush. When she got closer, Song Chen saw Xinxingning and Zhang Yanyan approaching quickly, and he made a serious gesture of patting his shoulder. Very good, Lingling. This time you've given me a profound and clear understanding that those who conceal their forms can actually use some physical means for investigation, and thus have corresponding countermeasures. With a serious expression, Song Chen spoke very earnestly. Xinxingning crossed her arms, her pretty face filled with doubt. Zhang Yanyan, however, said nothing. She was busy immersing herself in the scenario, imagining what it would feel like if she were here. If we talk about the three girls, Xinxingning, Tang Ziling, and Zhang Yanyan, the heights of the three girls are quite similar, all around 1.7 meters tall, with only slight differences. Maybe one is a centimeter taller, and another 2 centimeters shorter, not much distinction. So, Zhang Yanyan just slightly imagined and put herself in Tang Ziling's position, and instantly she realized and understood many of the gesture's intentions and key content. If it were me, TSK, I absolutely couldn't handle it. Zhang Yanyan thought wildly. Meanwhile, Tang Ziling had quietly revealed herself, her expressionless demeanor appearing even more attractive. After all, she was from the Forbidden Fish faction, who could withstand this kind of thing? Sometimes, Song Chen pondered, if Tang Ziling changed into a stylish suit and paired it with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Wow, that would be unbeatable. What are you two doing here? Xinxingning finally asked. Didn't I say? We're researching a topic, Song Chen shrugged. Yes, researching a topic, Tang Ziling added without elaborating. She was now the typical type who could speak nonsense without a hint of embarrassment. Oh. Xinxingning didn't continue to ask this time. What topic? That bag must not be a good topic. If she said it out loud, it would probably lead to something big. The more Xinxingning thought about it, the more she felt that she was a step ahead, but it seemed like Tang Xiling was rapidly catching up with her in a way that was almost like overtaking on a curve. Well, fine. 9 twists and turns towards the mountain shore. What do you understand? This is called feng shui's secret technique, you get my meaning, right? Forget it, I guess you two don't understand. When I have time, I'll discuss and research it properly with Lingling. Song Chen had a serious expression, as if he were talking about some sacred topic. In fact, he thought this kind of thing was quite serious and addictive, but being here in the vast plains and forests, it was really not very suitable for research. Let's go, let's try our luck and see if we can find a team or two to shatter their Dao heart. Song Chen pondered as he spoke. Xin Xingning shrugged and said, speaking of shattering Dao hearts, what do you think the mood and state of that elite team of Little Devil students would be right now? I don't know, I'm quite curious too, Song Chen said thoughtfully. As long as one enters this floating pagoda's great secret realm, a competitive situation is bound to form, and the rule of the jungle still applies. Here, the strong dictate the terms, and the power of speech is entirely dependent on combat strength. We just took out the Little Devils once. By the way, Ning Ning, take a little notebook and jot this down. Next time we encounter other students, first clarify their origins and numbers, and for everyone we take down, make a mark. That way, it will be clearer. Of course, it also helps avoid friendly fire. Song Chen's smile seemed quite normal, but to Zhang Yanyan, it always carried a hint of a villainous grin. Brother Song, the friendly forces you mentioned shouldn't include Xie Jiangnan and his group, right? At the opening of the 9 gates, Suing from Blue Snow Mountain suffered. Who? Xie Jiangnan? I admit this senior is not bad, but the concept of friendly forces is very narrow in my view. Song Chen replied seriously to Zhang Yanyan's question. Xin Xingning was puzzled and wondered, what do you mean by very narrow? Does it mean your concept of friendly forces is limited? Very restrictive? Of course. Song Chen nodded repeatedly. Can any dead cat or rotten shrimp be considered friendly forces? First, friendly forces must have a full favorability rating. Secondly, there must be gender restrictions. Simply put, it's all about looks. Level up, Song Chen, stop talking about friendly forces. If we encounter them, just take them down. Sometimes I want to take a shot and see how it feels. Xin Xingning felt a bit itchy. Little did she know, Tang Xiling had previously hidden her form, preparing to find an opportunity for a lethal strike, and she was also feeling itchy. To be honest, being led by Song Chen to level up was indeed exhilarating. They couldn't even see where the monsters were. Once or twice was fine, but after a while, Xin Xingning and Tang Xiling, both quite capable fighters, genuinely felt a bit bored. It was inevitable to feel itchy, to have itchy hands. Zhang Yanyan was different. This girl was just starting to taste the sweetness of leveling up with Song Chen. Let's go. Next time we encounter other professionals, let the 3 of you handle it. Song Chen waved his hand grandly, showing no courtesy. Xin Xingning and Tang Xiling had no objections, but Zhang Yanyan felt a bit stuck. She was rather reluctant. Are you kidding? Who would prefer to stand when they could lie down? Being carried while lying down is much more enjoyable. Let's go, let's find the next faithful person. So, same as before, 4 people in a group? Song Chen looked at the 3 girls beside him, striking a pose as if carrying them on his back or in his arms. Zhang Yanyan. Xin Xingning, this time, I want to drive. Tang Xiling. Initially, Tang Xiling wanted to take the driver's seat, although the co-pilot was nice and quite enjoyable, it was prone to issues like radiator leaks. Especially after Song Chen studied the topic of the blind man touching an elephant. How to prevent a good car's radiator from leaking is itself a difficult problem. This thing cannot be blocked. The famous water management deity, Day.As, once said, blocking is not as good as guiding. The more you block, the more likely it is to break down, and the more likely it is to create problems like a 1,000-mile breach, far better than good drainage. What's wrong, Xiling? You don't look so good? Want me to open a 9 gate for you? Song Chen looked at Tang Xiling, his tone quite serious, but his words were completely unrelated to seriousness. Tang Xiling. Xin Xingning, suspicious, rode on Song Chen's back, glancing at her and then at him. What secret code are you two using? Who is a friend of the 9 gates? Nearby, Zhang Yanyan pondered and seemed to have a moment of realization, her surprised gaze frequently sweeping over Tang Xiling. Truly impressive. She is actually one of the 9 gates. Let's hurry on, we'll talk after we make a round. If it doesn't work out, we can just switch people. Song Chen didn't think too much about it. For him, running through the map was indeed not difficult, and with his current bloodthirsty sliding slash level, the cooldown was only 1 second. Not to mention minutes, in just a few seconds, he could dash dozens of kilometers, faster than a high-speed train. The 3 girls once again experienced what it meant to run at high speed, to feel like a human high-speed train in the floating pagoda's great secret realm. In the blink of an eye, they covered dozens of kilometers, sweeping past. During a high-speed sliding/displacement, Song Chen, along with the three girls, brushed past a team of elite students. Judging by their attire, they were likely elite students from the Qinglong Empire. Hey, Song Chen. That team of students just now seemed to be from one of our Qinglong Empire's top 4 universities. Blue Snow Mountain? Xin Xingning, being in the driver's seat, had a relatively good view and could barely catch a glimpse. In contrast, Zhang Yanyan, who was tucked under Song Chen's arm, had no such visual experience. Her perspective was too low, and it was easy to get dizzy. Blue Snow Mountain? One of the top 4 universities? Song Chen asked while continuing to run through the map, his sliding/never faltering, like a rabbit being chased, not stopping at all. Xin Xingning didn't quite understand but still answered Song Chen's question. Yes, it's one of the top 4 universities. There are more female students at Blue Snow Mountain, somewhat similar to what is depicted in novels and TV dramas. Like the Snow Maiden of Tianshan. Oh, does that mean? Song Chen paused slightly. He was indeed interested in stopping or turning back to take a look to see if he could recruit those girls from Blue Snow Mountain into their team. But, once you enter the winding corridor, it's not easy to get out. It's all twists and turns. Escaping? That's a hassle. The 4 top universities of the Qinglong Empire are led by the capital's academy, along with Blue Snow Mountain, Bitterthorn Temple, and Desert Iron City. The 4 top universities are located at 4 auspicious spots in the Qinglong Empire, said to be to protect the Dragon Vein. Speaking of such secrets and experiences, Xin Xingning became quite animated and didn't stop talking. Song Chen nodded while sliding and continuing to navigate through the 9 gates. He was quite busy and didn't dare to stop. If he stopped, everything would be exposed. Meanwhile, at Blue Snow Mountain's 5-person team, all 5 elite students were young girls, all dressed in blue and white uniforms, wearing a snowflake emblem representing Blue Snow Mountain. Sister Suing, did someone just rush by at high speed? One girl quietly asked, looking at Suing, who was clearly the team leader. That is indeed the case. Suing nodded but then slightly furrowed her brows, delicately rubbing her cheek with her slender hand, puzzled. Is it raining? This question left the 4 girls beside her confused. Where is it raining? The 4 girls looked at each other, bewildered. It doesn't seem to be. Then where did the water come from that splashed on my face? Suing was a bit dazed, her cool and beautiful face showing more confusion, and then she sniffed her fingertips. Strange, it smelled sweet. But it was also a bit greasy, and upon closer inspection, there was a very strange gamey smell. Poison? Colorless and transparent but with a sweet and fishy smell. Could this be? For a moment, Su Ying's brain was racing, but then it suddenly stopped. She realized something. Chase. I want to personally take down that man and woman from just now. Suing, it turned out to be that kind of substance. Suing, it turned out to be that kind of substance. Wait, Sister Suing, how do you know it was a man and a woman? The girl next to her was stunned for a few seconds, a bit at a loss. That person was so fast just now. Sister Suing, did you really see clearly? The other girls also had doubts, not quite understanding. Suing glanced expressionlessly at her teammates and snorted coldly. I know. Are you questioning my judgment? The surrounding girls immediately fell silent, not daring to speak. Question? How dare they? Suing was one of the elite few at the prestigious Blue Snow Mountain University. In terms of status and strength, she was the strongest in the team. Who would dare to question her? Stop asking. Let's chase. Since Sister Suing has ordered it, there must be a reason. We just need to obey. The girls immediately set off. Suing followed closely behind, slowing down just a little to take out a wet tissue and wipe her cheeks, doing it more than once. How infuriating. So despicable. How can there be such despicable people? This is in the great secret realm. In such a competitive environment, it's not an exaggeration to say it's fraught with danger, and they are still playing these flashy games? The more Suing thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. She even felt a bit nauseous. She had played with pink electric batons before, so she knew very well that what had just slapped her face in midair was not raindrops or spit, but a strange substance. It was just that Suing didn't react immediately. She was slow to realize, and the more she pondered, the more she felt something was off, which made her a bit angry. How infuriating. Who am I? I am an elite student from one of the top 4 universities in the Azure Dragon Empire, the elite among elites. This is simply a great humiliation. Wait, something's not right, not right, not right. In that kind of high-speed movement, how could such an operation be completed? This is impossible, right? Is this really possible? It's simply unimaginable. The game between a koala and a tree? I'm suddenly a bit curious about what's going on. I have to catch up and ask, and if that doesn't work, I'll use force to make this person perform publicly. The more Suing thought, the angrier she became, and her speed gradually increased as she began to chase. As for whether she would really force Song Chen and the others to perform publicly after catching up, that was another matter. Meanwhile, everyone watching the real-time monitoring of the floating pagoda's secret realm was a bit bewildered. Why was the screen stuttering? Where was the promised real-time monitoring? What's going on? Since just now, this real-time monitoring has felt a bit like it's buffering. Did someone cut off the monitoring feed? In the observation room of the school board, one board member frowned, clearly displeased. No one would feel comfortable in such a situation. The key point was, right now, in the entire observation room, the president, vice president, and a group of board members all wanted to see the perspective and monitoring subject of Song Chen. But therein lay the problem. The monitoring feed on Song Chen's side had been fine just a moment ago, especially during his precise series of moves against the little Japanese student, which left the board members dumbfounded, even doubting their own eyes. Could such operations really be executed by a young student like Song Chen? Every move was a counter. Precise disarming. To the extent that the little Japanese student had unleashed 100 strikes in total, yet not a single one had successfully landed, all were thwarted by Song Chen during the draw phase, leaving him utterly defenseless. This series of exchanges had been replayed many times by several board members well versed in this field, and each time they watched, they were amazed. Zhang Haik wore a look of satisfaction on his old face. The reason Song Chen can dismantle and counter moves to such an extent is largely due to his exceptional four-dimensional attributes, especially his agility and strength. Of course, the other half of the reason naturally comes from Zhang Haik's rich combat experience. The screen froze again. Damn it, who the hell is controlling the real-time monitoring footage? If it doesn't work, just change the person. After another 2 blurry images of Song Chen, a slightly irritable board member finally couldn't hold back and slammed the table. Hey, don't speak carelessly. Right now, even the Qinglong army side, all observation rooms around the world are treated the same. One board member, who knew the situation well, quickly advised. Principal Tang Jin took a sip of tea and smiled. Yes, Director Liu, the lady in charge of real-time monitoring is quite remarkable. One of the first 10 people to ascend to the realm of gods is this lady, who holds the laws of space. Only she can perfectly control the real-time monitoring of the floating pagoda's secret realm, and she can also cut off the monitoring footage at any time. As he spoke, the board member who had slammed the table suddenly changed his expression. Principal, are you saying that lady from the Bai family? That's her. Tang Jin nodded with a smile. That board member immediately fell silent, pretending to sip water as if nothing had happened, but his heart began to feel uneasy. If someone were to leak information, wouldn't he be in big trouble? What does it mean to be one of the first 10 people to ascend to the realm of gods? In short, they are the earliest batch of pseudo-gods. Looking globally, regardless of which faction it is, no matter how deep their background is, they must give these 10 elders some face. Not giving face is also fine. Within a day, various factions, assassins, etc. will actively come to do their bidding. This is the value of the elders. Principal Tang, it seems that the elder sister Bai particularly values people's privacy, but I remember she is quite open-minded, also quite liberal. Is there any insider information? Zhang Haik was a bit curious and looked at Principal Tang Jin. Tang Jin thought for a moment, flipped his phone over, and showed Zhang Haik a message. Not because Zhang Haik had any special status, nor because he was particularly impressive, but because he was Song Chen's exclusive mentor. On the phone was a message. Young people flirting is too private and not suitable for too many people to watch. If anyone has objections, you can message me. Zhang Haik glanced at the sender, noted as Sister Bai. Tang Jin shrugged and said helplessly, I don't know the specifics either. Since Sister Bai said so, there must be her reasons. If she says it's Song Chen's privacy, then it probably is true privacy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haik's brain began to operate at high speed, gradually becoming a bit confused. What privacy is there in that kid using bloodthirsty slashes to move? Isn't he just running the map with 3 girls? What's the problem? Xin Xingning, you actually cheated. Xin Xingning, you actually cheated. You ask me, I'm just as confused. Principal Tang Jin shrugged. Who can say for sure about young people's matters? But the problem is, that elder sister Bai is a pseudo-god of elder level, holding the absolutely rare title of pioneer. This represents status. In other words, whatever Sister Bai says, that is what it is. If she says it's to protect privacy, then it is absolutely to protect privacy. Who would dare to have objections? Don't mention the prestigious academies in the capital, even among the other 3 top institutions, as well as the Qinglong army, the higher observation rooms of the Qinglong Empire, and other observation rooms around the world. As long as this elder sister Bai doesn't allow it, no one can see what the situation is with Song Chen, Xin Xingning, Tang Xiling, and Zhang Yanyan. This group of female students from Blue Snow Mountain seems to. It looks like they are targeting Song Chen. Why is that? Zhang He couldn't help but scratch his head. This is simply too damn brain-racking. About half an hour later, the surveillance footage on Song Chen's side finally returned to normal. The intermittent footage for half an hour had really pushed many people closely watching Song Chen to their limits of patience. Some even began to suspect whether the elder sister Bai in charge of this area was secretly cooking up something on her own or helping Song Chen hide something. When it comes to human beings, they are best at overthinking and making all sorts of associations. At this moment, countless people began to operate at full power, pondering whether there was some relationship between Song Chen and this pioneering-level elder sister Bai. The various attitudes were shifting, becoming far more serious than before. Many were even considering whether to change their own attitudes and think things through carefully. As for why Song Chen stopped, it was definitely a self-protection mechanism kicking in. Of course, this 18-year-old powerhouse, if he really wanted to go all out, wouldn't have any problem. But Zhang Yanyan was definitely going to break down. Xin Xingning, who was riding on Song Chen's back, couldn't see much of the footage due to her angle and Song Chen's incredibly fast sliding speed. Zhang Yanyan, on the other hand, was different. Zhang Yanyan was being displaced and running through the map, caught in Song Chen's arm, and the close proximity felt like a drizzle hitting her face, leaving her completely stunned. Sorry. This wasn't my intention, Yan. As soon as he steadied himself, Tang Xiling immediately pulled out a pack of wet wipes and handed them to Zhang Yanyan, his face full of apologies. Zhang Yanyan hesitated, wanting to say something. She originally wanted to say something, but the words got stuck in her throat, and her head was still buzzing. At the same time, she was in complete shock. How could someone be this amazing? Not to mention the sliding displacement, he could even operate a particle collider while displacing. This was beyond just being amazing. And the most crucial part was, the particle collider that Song Chen and Tang Xiling controlled wasn't just once, but countless times. First wipe your face, we can talk about other things later, Tang Xiling said while turning to Xin Xingning. Ningning, I think our current position is pretty good. How about we throw out the safe house and take a break? That could work. Xin Xingning looked skeptical. Is there something wrong with the two of them? While taking out the capsule safe house, Xin Xingning discreetly observed Song Chen's expression but didn't notice anything unusual. Strange, what feels off? Xin Xingning's sixth sense was frantically warning her that something was definitely not right, but she couldn't pinpoint what exactly. The capsule safe house was convenient and quick, automatically unfolding when thrown to the ground. In the blink of an eye, it formed a tent-like structure, but the exterior was entirely covered in gleaming steel armor, with a layer of faintly glowing shield, showcasing its powerful defense. Wow, this internal space is quite spacious. Is it space folding technology? Upon entering the capsule safe house, Song Chen couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. From the outside, it looks like just a circular fortress with a diameter of 5 meters and a height of 2 meters, but once you step inside, you realize it truly hides secrets. The internal space is nearly 100 square meters, with a height of 2.5 meters, which feels a bit oppressive for Song Chen. For the three girls, however, it's just right. The interior is clearly divided into several rooms, a small kitchen, a relatively spacious bathroom for bathing, and right in the center, there's even a round small coffee table, a projector, and a few lazy sofas. Of course. Otherwise, do you think capsule safe houses are so expensive for no reason? There's a reason for the price. Xin Xingning proudly hummed a couple of times. After all, it was something she had bought with her own money, so it was perfectly normal and reasonable to boast a little. I remember that most of the capsule series are made using spatial technology, right? Brother Gangzi has a capsule villa. Zhang Yanyan temporarily forgot the embarrassment of being hit by a storm of awkwardness and was drawn in by the capsule safe house. Song Chen was slightly taken aback. You should have mentioned this earlier. I could borrow a villa from Brother Gangzi to stay in. Isn't that better? Zhang Yanyan shrugged, helplessly saying, you didn't ask me, Songgu. Besides, Brother Gangzi's capsule villa is for throwing parties, you know what I mean? I get it. Song Chen revealed a knowing smile. It must be said. For rich second-generation kids like Su Gangzi, the appeal lies in their extravagant lifestyle. One must admit, being wealthy is part of their strength. I remember that was a birthday gift from Brother Gangzi's father. Songgu, if you want to use it next time, just tell him directly. Brother Gangzi is TSK, he's totally infatuated with you, full of admiration. Before Zhang Yanyan could finish her sentence, Song Chen quickly waved his hand to interrupt. Don't use idioms you don't understand, sis. What do you mean by infatuated at first sight? A big guy like him infatuated with me at first sight? I'd rather die. Meanwhile, the fastest moving Tang Xiling had already walked out of one of the rooms. The biggest change was that Tang Xiling had changed into a new outfit, a pleated skirt leaning towards a girlish style. Hey, why did you think to change clothes? Wasn't your previous pair of denim shorts pretty good? Xin Xingning leaned closer and pinched Tang Xiling's cute face, suddenly realizing, you actually cheated? Tang Xiling, who specialized in dealing with Xingning's stubbornness, returned from the dead. I didn't. You're talking nonsense. That's pure slander. I won't say a word until my lawyer arrives. Xin Xingning's accusation of cheating directly triggered Tang Xiling's textbook level 4 hit combo. In an instant, Xin Xingning was rendered silent. Goodness. So this was all premeditated, huh? You really are something, Tang Xiling. Your lawyer has arrived, you can speak now. Song Chen came over, sipping his drink to join the fun. Zhang Yanyan beside them had already entered spectator mode, even pulling out a bag of sunflower seeds from who knows where and started cracking them. If you didn't cheat, then why did you change clothes? If you cheated, why not admit it? Xin Xingning huffed and said, dare you show me the denim shorts you changed out of? I won't. Tang Xiling immediately refused. If she got caught with physical evidence, how could she still be stubborn? Song Chen glanced at the black pleated skirt Tang Xiling had just changed into, clicking his tongue in wonder. This is much simpler than denim shorts. Xin Xingning looked at Song Chen suspiciously and sighed. Forget it. Who told me to be magnanimous? As the head of the family, I indeed need to have the corresponding cultivation and demeanor. Xin Xingning waved her hand, seemingly not intending to pursue the matter any further. Tang Xiling was momentarily stunned, clearly not reacting. Zhang Yanyan became anxious and quickly spoke up. Wait, Sister Ningning, are you wrapping this up right after the 3 rounds of questioning? I haven't even finished my sunflower seeds yet. I am magnanimous, with the spirit to support the boat, Xin Xingning said, dramatically waving her hand. This left Tang Xiling in a state of confusion. Song Chen pondered for a moment and smiled, a good move of retreating to advance, as expected of you, Ningning. Retreating to advance? The moment those 4 words were spoken, Tang Xiling instantly understood. Just as Song Chen said, Xin Xingning had just indicated she would not pursue the matter, showing great tolerance. Tang Xiling was just about to admit it. Is it so hard to admit to cheating? Not at all. But one must go through the stubborn process, right? Otherwise, if you ask me and I just say it, wouldn't that be embarrassing? After all, I, Tang Xiling, am also one of the heads of the family. You. Damn it, Song Chen. Xin Xingning directly used her tiger teeth, grabbing Song Chen's arm and biting down. So we're not family anymore, huh? What happened to our agreement? Alright, you spoil her. I'm the outsider. After a smooth little combo, Song Chen was starting to struggle. How could he withstand Xin Xingning? In less than 3 sentences of whining, she could easily take him down. You two play first, I'll talk about some life matters with Ningning. Song Chen effortlessly lifted Xin Xingning like a sack and headed into the inner room, slamming the door shut behind them. This safe house, resembling a yurt, may be small, but it was fully equipped. It was all about having everything. Although the single room was a bit cramped, it was simply a bedroom for resting, yet it felt quite spacious, especially with a 2-meter mattress, focusing on maximum comfort. Sister Lingling, what are Song Gu and Sister Ningning doing? What are they up to? Zhang Yanyan was asking a question she already knew the answer to. However, she didn't have many opportunities to chat with Tang Xiling, and now the 2 girls were staring at each other, caught in an awkward moment. Naturally, they needed to find a topic. Otherwise, it would be too uncomfortable to just sit there. You don't know? Tang Xiling glanced at Zhang Yanyan and suddenly smiled. If you're really curious, why not go take a look? I remember this kind of capsule safe house. The soundproofing is just so, quite pleasant to hear. What's pleasant to hear? Zhang Yanyan was momentarily at a loss. Just very pleasant to hear. Tang Xiling continued to play coy. Both of them knew what they were talking about, but neither was willing to say it outright. After less than 5 minutes, Tang Xiling stood up and looked at Zhang Yanyan. I'm too bored here, I'm going out for a stroll. When Song Chen comes out, remember to tell him. Oh right. The defensive capabilities of this capsule safe house are quite good. It's very safe inside, so don't worry, but just don't open the door to strangers. After saying that, without waiting for Zhang Yanyan to respond, Tang Xiling left the safe house and immediately activated her invisibility skill, disappearing completely. Don't open the door to strangers? Do they really think I'm a little obedient rabbit? Zhang Yanyan huffed twice. Then she suddenly realized that in this situation, under this atmosphere, Song Chen and Xin Xingning were indeed in a romantic mood, making it not awkward at all. So, The only one left feeling awkward after Tang Xiling left was her. Oh no, am I the substitute? Zhang Yanyan was completely dumbfounded. In just a few sentences, it turned out that she was the only awkward person left in the entire safe house. It was truly a dilemma, neither sitting nor standing felt right. If she thought about going out for a walk, Zhang Yanyan was quite clear about her own abilities and knew that with her limited skills, it was really not a good idea to wander around the floating pagoda's secret realm. If she accidentally got eliminated from the secret realm, what would she do then? Forget it, I'll endure. Wearing headphones to watch a movie should be fine, right? Zhang Yanyan mumbled to herself, putting on her headphones and trying hard to control her emotions, not letting those melodious voices reach her ears. This kind of noise was something most people couldn't handle. By now, Zhang Yanyan finally understood. The soundproofing in this broken Heba capsule safe house was indeed quite average, not as effective as she had imagined. Melodious voices, nonsensical chatter, begging, and all sorts of pleas. It was hard to say whether Zhang Yanyan's headphones had poor sound isolation or if, after watching the movie for a while, her curiosity made her involuntarily pull her headphones apart just a little, even eagerly wanting to hear some strange sounds. Truly a case of supernatural coincidence. About an hour later, suddenly jolted awake, Zhang Yanyan was momentarily stunned, completely not expecting that she had listened in on the entire conversation from the corner. The key was that there were images in her mind, which was the most shocking part. At the same time, Tang Xiling had just pushed the door open and walked in. The moment she entered, she saw Zhang Yanyan looking a bit dazed, as if her brain had short-circuited. Clearly, on Tang Xiling's shoulder, was a short-haired girl, slung over like a sack, wearing a mage's robe. Xiling, what is this? Did you pick up a corpse at the bar? Familiar girl from Jianyun City, Su Xiao. Tang Xiling found it hard to explain. She couldn't quite articulate what kind of luck this was. Originally, Tang Xiling had planned to take a stroll while Song Chen was busy treating Xinxingning's stubbornness, to avoid feeling awkward and restless. But as it turned out, she ended up wandering around and didn't kill many monsters in the secret realm, but instead picked up a lone girl. I can't really say. This girl seems to have fainted from exhaustion. I don't know how long she has been running or what happened. Tang Xiling shrugged and laid the girl in the mage's robe down on the sofa, checked her breath and body temperature, and felt relieved when she realized it was just fainting and nothing more serious. Thank goodness. If there were any life-threatening issues, the Secret Realm's Return City Talisman would have activated automatically to teleport her out of the floating pagoda's secret realm. So who exactly is she? Zhang Yanyan curiously examined her for a while, racking her brain but still couldn't figure out her identity. Tang Xiling thought for a moment and pulled a badge from the girl's mage robe, which was engraved with river and cloud patterns. This is the emblem of Jianyun Academy. Jianyun Academy, the top university in Jianyun City, is considered a first-class institution in the entire Qinglong Empire. Not simple at all. Tang Xiling shifted her tone and shrugged. Of course, compared to the capital's academies, it still falls short in many ways. Jianyun City? Maybe Brother Song knows her, Zhang Yanyan suddenly recalled. Is that so? It seems like it. Tang Xiling was momentarily distracted. Previously, she had inquired a lot about Song Chen's background and origins, but that was all information she had gathered unintentionally. Song Chen was indeed a native of Jianyun City, and so was Xinxingning. The two of them had grown up together as childhood friends, coming from the same place, and had arrived at this top-tier academy in the capital. Isn't Song Chen done yet? Is Xinxingning's mouth really that tough? Tang Xiling glanced at the tightly closed door of the room. Her tone sounded calm, but it actually concealed hidden meanings. Zhang Yanyan keenly sensed the subtlety in her words. It was a mix of calmness with a hint of displeasure, a bit sour, in short, an uncomfortable feeling. It should be soon, right? I don't know. Zhang Yanyan sighed helplessly. Song Ji's treatment takes a long time. I have no experience with this. The one on the road doesn't count, but I have to admit, Song Gu is indeed a skilled injector. Injecting? Tang Xiling blurted out instinctively. Before her words could settle, the closed door suddenly swung open and quickly closed again, with Song Chen's figure flashing out. What injection? What are you two talking about? Song Chen looked refreshed, stretching his shoulders and wrists, happily glancing at Tang Xiling and Zhang Yanyan. Taking on Xinxingning alone was already quite exhausting. Adding Tang Xiling and Zhang Yanyan to the mix would elevate it to a level that could be classified as a brawl. That would require a lot of effort, wouldn't it? Just thinking about it made one feel both pained and joyful. It was quite happy, yet also tiring. No, very tiring. But it was still okay. Song Chen's proactive measures were like a preemptive strike. Calling it a prehistoric weapon would not be an exaggeration. What does it mean to prepare for a rainy day? The all-encompassing tonic, moxibustion on the Guanyuan point, focuses on replenishing first and then using, and with persistence, one can be invincible. We were talking about how Song-gu is quite a skilled injector. Zhang Yanyan didn't hide it, making an injection gesture. Song-chen thought for a moment, his expression turning cold. Nonsense, I'm clearly a pastry chef. Don't you know what a pastry chef's rolling pin is? Being an injector is too degrading. My background is. This girl is. She looks a bit familiar. With a casual glance, Song-chen saw a girl lying on the sofa in a mage robe. At first sight, he was a bit surprised. The surprise was that this capsule safe house was quite a private building. Why was there an outsider? Then came the second glance. This short-haired girl seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere. Song-chen, this girl has the emblem of the Capital Academy. She seems to be an elite student from there. I was out wandering and happened to find this girl. She was very weak, which led to her fainting, likely after a fierce battle. But I didn't see her other teammates. I estimate they must have all been sent out. Tang Xiling quickly analyzed and described the situation, allowing Song-chen to grasp the situation rapidly and have a clear understanding. I remember now. Song-chen's furrowed brows relaxed. The Capital Academy was a key term. The short hair was also a crucial factor. More importantly, this girl looked quite innocent and well-behaved, the kind that would remind one of a neighbor girl in a sailor suit, carrying a pink backpack with twin ponytails, obedient and cute. Su Xiao. I remember her name is Su Xiao, right, and she's wearing a mage robe. She should still be a lightning mage, no doubt. Come and wipe her face so I can confirm. Song-chen instructed. Zhang Yanyan, trusting him, took a warm towel and wiped Su Xiao's face, removing the grass and dirt that had smeared her features. A face that was both innocent and adorably cute stood out remarkably. Oh, she's quite pretty. At first glance, she's definitely the type of a good girl, the kind that would absolutely head south and never north. Not bad, not bad. I like this fortune. Zhang Yanyan smacked her lips, quite satisfied. Beside her, Song-chen and Tang Xiling exchanged complex and strange glances at Zhang Yanyan. Wow, this girl has such a hobby? For a moment, Tang Xiling felt a surge of respect and a tingling sensation all over, goosebumps rising instantly. Don't mess around, Yanyan. You. Tang Xiling instinctively inched closer to Song-chen, genuinely afraid to be too close to Zhang Yanyan. If she were to set up a big orange, that would be something. You're overthinking it, Xiling. I'm just appreciating, purely appreciating. Zhang Yanyan waved her hand and said seriously, I'm a very devoted person. I said I want to marry Brother Song, so I will do everything I can, using all means, to bring Brother Song home. Marry me? Song-chen's brain momentarily froze. How does it sound like Yanyan wants me to join the Zhang family? Su Xiao? Just a casual friend, really not familiar. Su Xiao? Just a casual friend, really not familiar. Oh, I misspoke. I meant for you, Brother Song, to marry me. Zhang Yanyan shyly fidgeted, her voice barely above a whisper. If you want me to say it directly, I definitely can't say such things. Oh, I understand. Song-chen nodded in comprehension. After all, she is still a girl, a bit shy is quite normal. One shouldn't judge a person by their appearance, right? While they were talking, Shin Xingning walked out from the inner room, wearing a silk nightgown, in black. To say her figure, with skin as white as mutton fat jade, was indeed too suitable for such clothing. This scene left Tang Xiling and Zhang Yanyan dumbfounded, their gazes involuntarily pausing for a few seconds, carefully admiring for 7 or 8 seconds. Perfect fit. Tang Xiling praised. Sister Ningning really suits this type of clothing. When she wears it, it's truly dreamlike, ethereal, haunting, and elusive. Zhang Yanyan showcased her rich vocabulary of idioms. Song-chen didn't express any opinion. He had already carefully checked the fabric of the dress. It was decent, but very easy to tear, so the fabric's sturdiness was just average. Of course, on the other hand, if a piece of clothing is very hard to tear, like super high elasticity stockings that can't be torn at all, who would still buy it? Don't rush to praise me. It's not too late to compliment me later. What I want to ask is, Shin Xingning pointed at Su Xiao, who was lying on the sofa, and looked puzzled at Song-chen. Who is this girl, Song-chen? A passerby. Song-chen was quite honest. A passerby? My passerby friend? And she's a girl? What a coincidence. At this moment, the 3 clear-headed girls present immediately became suspicious, all turning to look at Song-chen. Although they said nothing, the meaning in their gazes was clear, and the implication was simple. We won't be unreasonable and keep asking, but you have to tell us, who exactly is she? Song-chen was too lazy to hide anything. The fact that he encountered Su Xiao in the wild area of Jiangyun City was purely an accident and coincidence, unrelated to him. So, Song-chen decided to lay it all out. Thus, the events that happened on the day of awakening, and how Songchen brought Su Xiao to quickly clear dungeon records, reaping great benefits, were all recounted by Songchen to the three girls present. After listening to the entire process, the three girls were a bit confused, a bit dazed, and after glancing at each other, they finally realized something was off. What a coincidence! I just casually went out for a stroll and brought back a corpse, and it turns out it's the girl you, Songchen, no? Tang Xiling was very skeptical about the authenticity of Songchen's statement. Songchen sighed. This was like a yellow mud falling into his pants, it was what it was, and even if he transformed into the 100-eyed demon lord on the spot, he couldn't explain this thing clearly. It's true, I believe in Brother Song, Zhang Yanyan said seriously, her face solemn. Xin Xingning turned to look at Zhang Yanyan, then at Songchen, convinced that the two of them had no opportunity or suspicion of collusion. Yan, why do you say that? Xin Xingning took on the demeanor of the hostess. It's intuition, Zhang Yanyan said nonchalantly, happily munching on sunflower seeds. She was now quite sure of herself, so she wasn't flustered, even more convinced that although Xin Xingning and Tang Xiling were both related to Song Chen, the one who truly held the power of speech was that man. The head of the family, the emperor of the household, only him. Since that's the case, there was really no need to be too afraid of Xin Xingning. She indeed had 800 eyes working in unison. But this girl was not just a name, she was known as the 100-eyed demoness. Let me put it this way, Sister Ningning, Zhang Yanyan thought for a moment and continued, I'll share my personal viewpoint, and you can evaluate it. If, and I mean if, with Brother Son's looks, if he wanted to play around a bit, to pass through a sea of flowers and leave without a trace, wouldn't that be as easy as pie? As soon as these words left her mouth, Xin Xingning and Tang Xiling both nodded in agreement. Zhang Yanyan continued, so, if Brother Son really wanted that, you understand what I mean, right? Drinking dry the 3,000 weak waters, could any of us stop him? We can't stop him. Tang Xiling was quite self-aware. I definitely won't stop him, Xin Xingning said quite casually, exceptionally magnanimous. After all, I'm the eldest sister in this family, and that's enough. Zhang Yanyan? So your standards aren't that high? In summary, since we can't stop Brother Song from draining the 3,000 weak waters, as long as he wants to do something, it's basically not impossible. And based on my understanding of Brother Song, if he says he just knows her, just a passerby friend, then that's most likely the truth. I believe in Brother Song. Zhang Yanyan thought for a moment and added, I'm a die-hard fan of Brother Song. Songchen clicked his tongue and nodded, then I really thank you, Yan, but next time, don't say such shocking statements about wanting to marry me. Before he finished speaking, out of the corner of his eye, Songchen caught sight of a pure and obedient pretty face that had lifted up from the sofa. Her eyes were still filled with confusion and bewilderment. She had clearly just woken up from a faint and hadn't had time to adjust her state. Her mind was still not clear. Oh, you're awake. Songchen turned to look at Su Xiao, and after a closer look, he was startled. Wait, I remember when I first met you, you didn't have such explosive features. Why have you grown two big Ivans now? What big Ivan? What explosion? Tang Xiling beside her didn't understand. Then she suddenly realized. To say that Su Xiao's mage robe indeed had a very strong deceptive quality, possessing a camouflage effect similar to a ghillie suit, making it hard to discern the truth. Oh, Brother Song. Su Xiao woke up a few seconds later, surprised, and rolled over to sit up, rubbing her eyes vigorously. That kind of surprise was definitely not something one could act out. Seeing this scene, Xin Xingning couldn't help but sigh softly, shaking her head silently. It seems it's not Song Chen's fault. It looks more like the little girl herself passively fell under a spell. She wasn't blind, she could see it clearly. Song Chen was clearly treating Su Xiao as a friend, and if he were to say anything, it would at most have a bit of a brotherly vibe. And Su Xiao's feelings towards Song Chen clearly have deeper meanings. However, the little girl is too innocent and very well behaved, and she simply cannot hide her thoughts. It's me. Song Chen nodded and ruffled Su Xiao's hair. Speaking of which, where's your team? Are you soloing the Floating Pagoda's Secret Realm? How about a family of 5? Is it crowded? Soloing the Floating Pagoda's Secret Realm? I'm not. Su Xiao shook her head, her expression not looking good, and said, it's my teammates. At this point, Su Xiao hesitated several times and just shook her head. There's something unspeakable. Song Chen understood at a glance, his brows slightly furrowing. So, did your teammates kick you out? Or did your teammates push you out to take the hit while they ran away? Rapid-fire speculations, Song Chen spoke quickly. Such things are not uncommon. Even so-called elite students from prestigious schools are essentially still professionals, still human, and as long as they are human, such situations are bound to occur. Abandoning teammates? Sacrificing teammates to survive? Why not? Better to live poorly than to die well. Go on, it's fine. Anyway, you're safe now, not only do you not have to worry about your teammates, but you also don't have to worry about others targeting you. Wait a minute. Song-chan thought for a moment and said, could it be that you have made enemies with someone else? That shouldn't be the case, right? Su Xiao sat on the sofa, completely bewildered. After a while, she recovered and looked at Song-chan. Brother Song, actually, they took the initiative to help me hold off that team of professionals, but they just didn't have the strength and couldn't kill the opponent. It's not that I'm afraid to fight, but the other side has a very powerful dispeller, and I was completely crushed. Almost all my attack skills were ineffective. A dispeller profession? Song-chan was slightly taken aback. He had only heard of this profession in passing and couldn't remember where he had seen it, only knowing that this profession has a thunderous reputation, known as the Mage Killer. Ladies, can someone enlighten me about the dispeller profession? Song-chan turned to the three girls beside him. Zhang Yanyan was the first to shake her head, indicating that she was just a vase who liked to eat sunflower seeds and didn't understand anything. Xin Xingning seemed to ponder and turned to Tang Xiling. Xiling, why don't you explain? Sure. Tang Xiling didn't refuse, nodding and saying, the dispeller profession, as the name suggests, is a profession that specifically targets mages. The skill trees and skills of each branch are designed to counter mages, including but not limited to, interfering with the opponent's spellcasting, forcibly redirecting the mage's targeting, reflecting mage skills, annihilating, and disrupting elemental balance. Among them, a particularly powerful awakening direction is the so-called piercing of the spell, which belongs to the assassin type of dispeller, targeting mages, restricting mages, and delivering a fatal blow. The detailed explanation showcased Tang Xiling's thorough understanding of the dispeller profession. Of course, it was also because Tang Xiling herself was an assassin professional, naturally paying more attention to and studying assassin-type professions. At this point, Xin Xingning had nothing more to add. Everything had been said by Tang Xiling, and Xin Xingning believed her understanding of the dispeller profession was not as good as Tang Xiling's. Sounds like a really impressive profession. Alright, I remember that the dispeller profession inherently has magic damage reduction, right? How about its physical damage resistance? Song-chan looked at Tang Xiling, asking with great interest. Tang Xiling thought for a moment and shook his head. No, the breaker is only good at breaking laws, and has very high resistance to magical damage, but their resistance to physical damage is nothing special, similar to ordinary professionals. Song-chan smiled and nodded, saying, then it's simple, if physical resistance is lacking, that's easy to handle. What if this breaker is like a turtle shell, resistant to both physical and magical attacks? Indeed. According to Tang Xiling, the breaker profession is indeed a deadly nemesis to mage-type professions, but it is limited to that. There are no more highlights beyond this. Of course, on the other hand, the breaker profession is purposefully cultivated in various countries around the world as a secret weapon specifically targeting enemy mages. Such professions are countered, whether in the Qinglong Empire, the Eagle Sauce Alliance, or the small territories of the Little Devils. There is targeted training, which is a consensus formed by countries worldwide. Who doesn't know strategy? The difficult part is whether the execution of the strategy is effective and whether it can be carried out without regard for cost. Is it someone from the Eagle Sauce Alliance? Song-chan looked at Su Xiao and continued, do you remember what those people looked like? Oh, it doesn't matter. Su Xiao was taken aback. Why doesn't it matter? Beside her, Xin Qingning chimed in with a smile. What Song-chan means is simple. For him, they are enemies, not friends, so if he encounters them, he can just take them out immediately. Of course, it doesn't matter. Su Xiao felt this sounded a bit familiar, reminiscent of something, but she couldn't recall it for a moment. When had she heard similar remarks? During those days in school? That didn't seem right. Was it when she first met Song-chan? Su Xiao suddenly realized, enlightenment dawning, oh, so that's how it is. I remember when I went to clear dungeons with Brother Song before, he had this attitude towards dungeon mechanics, it didn't matter. Su Xiao's realization wasn't too late. But at the same time, she felt a bit dazed, still trying to process it. Brother Song, you now. No. Su Xiao hesitated for a moment, rephrasing, the monsters in the floating pagoda's great secret realm are all at a high level, and the elite students who got in are not weak either, so. Song-chan, listening on the side, looked a bit confused, his expression blank. What exactly do you want to say, Xiao Xiao? Xin Qingning understood again and smiled, it's simple. Xiao Xiao wants to ask if you can also casually take them out in this floating pagoda's great secret realm. She just doesn't know how to say it directly, so I asked for her. Su Xiao weakly nodded beside her, clearly indicating that was the case. Song-chan waved his hand grandly and said, is that it? That's too easy. Since entering the floating pagoda's great secret realm, I've already eliminated 2 teams. This time, Su Xiao was truly stunned. Is it really possible? So Song Chen's limits are far from reached? It turns out that not only can he casually take out low-level dungeons, but in this floating pagoda's great secret realm filled with level 50 monsters, Brother Song can still casually take them out. As expected of Brother Song, Su Xiao didn't have even a fraction of a second of doubt or hesitation, her beautiful eyes sparkling with surprise and admiration. At the same time, Xin Qingning, Tang Xiling, and Zhang Yanyan all caught Su Xiao's gaze. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Xin Qingning tentatively spoke. What do you think about a family of 5? Is it crowded? Working hard for 7 days of fun, Blue Snow Mountain, Suing appears. How about a family of 5 at Blue Snow Mountain, Suing appears? After hearing Xin Qingning speak, Song Chen's brain momentarily stalled for several seconds, as if a series of images flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. Strangely enough, these images were all bubbling with pink bubbles, giving off a very delicate feeling. It seems quite nice. Although our single dormitory at Qinglong Academy is called a single dormitory, having 5 people living under one roof is actually more than enough. If it really doesn't work out, we can just rent a bigger place, right? But if we calculate it this way, it seems my diamond kidney will face an unprecedented test. Song Chen's mind was racing with thoughts. The 3 girls were staring at each other, while another girl, Su Xiao, sat cross-legged on the sofa with a confused expression, waiting for someone to explain this riddle to her. Nearby, Xin Qingning looked at Tang Xiling, then at Zhang Yanyan, and nodded, saying, although you two started a bit late, there's nothing we can do about it. It's just that we really need to consult you both on this matter. Right, second sister, third sister? Second sister, third sister, huh? Tang Xiling wanted to say something but held back at the last moment. She originally wanted to say that her start might not be later than theirs. Zhang Yanyan also wanted to say something, filled with complaints. So you, Xin Qingning, are in the observer's position and can't possibly understand the refreshing feeling of the misty rain hitting your face, right? You really don't get it. The 3 girls exchanged glances for about half a minute, reaching some sort of consensus. This was the unspoken understanding. Even Zhang Yanyan, the third sister who had never been in the wild, found it easy to grasp the spirit from Xin Qingning and Tang Xiling. The central idea was still quite accurate, focusing on a people-oriented approach. A people-oriented approach, and that person is Song Chen. Everything aimed to use Song Chen's preferences as the standard for judgment, and then proceed to vote, which was very fair. I'll go first, I have no objections. 5 people are a loving family. I think a family of 5 is quite good. We'll have partners for drinking, right? When the time comes, whether it's playing cards or mahjong, we won't lack for hands. Xin Qingning took on the role of the big sister and expressed her opinion. Zhang Yanyan clearly liked this type of entertainment, nodding repeatedly. I vote for Sister Ning Ning, she's right. Then we won't have to worry about missing one person, will we? What about the remaining person? Tang Xiling asked. They can watch dramas on the side, munch on sunflower seeds, or snack on fruit platters. Anyway, it will definitely be a collective joy, right, Sister Ning Ning? Zhang Yanyan turned to Xin Qingning, signaling her to make a more substantial statement. Xin Qingning thought for a moment and just nodded in agreement. She even thought of other interesting ideas, like having Song Chen fill in as one of the players for mahjong, and then he could bring someone along to play a duet, strategizing together while drawing and looking at cards. Wouldn't that be even more fun? Just thinking about it made her happy. Alright then, I have no objections, but I don't know how to play cards. I'm not good at board games. But I do have a bit of talent for playing games. Tang Xiling shrugged and nodded towards Su Xiao. If Song Chen really likes it, then fourth sister is here, right? Fourth sister? Me? Su Xiao was taken aback for a moment, feeling inexplicably happy, although she still didn't fully understand. However, this feeling of being clearly accepted was genuinely nice. Everyone was happy, right? In the blink of an eye, Su Xiao had already been accepted into the circle led by Xin Qingning, her natural sociability starting to take effect. Until Su Xiao went to wash up with a change of clothes. Only then did Song Chen meet the gazes of the 3 girls beside him and smacked his lips. So you all plan to. The more, the merrier. Xin Qingning smiled slyly. I feel that 7 is the limit. It can't be more. Tang Xiling had a serious expression, and his voice and tone were quite earnest. Why 7? Zhang Yanyan didn't react immediately. Xin Qingning suddenly understood and nodded, either 7, or 30, or 365, am I right? That's how it is. Tang Xiling nodded. Song Chen, sitting there, felt like he was on the edge of death, jumping back and forth, his spine starting to break out in a cold sweat. Really ruthless, huh? This is probably killing without a knife. The main strategy is to attack the heart. Hey, I say you 3 should take it easy. 7 is fine. Changing 1 each week seems pretty good. Don't talk about 30 or 300, do you want my life? Just say it. Song Chen waved his hands repeatedly, his expression very serious. Are you kidding me, ladies? If you really change one every day, good heavens, by the end of the year that would mean no days off all year round. A super hard-working beast of burden for a whole year. Even the king of medicine wouldn't necessarily be able to save Song Chen's life. It wouldn't be any less than the spider cave. That guy would be like the cave of 10,000 colors, drained of blood in minutes. 7, huh? 7 could actually be quite troublesome. We're only at the 4th sister now, Song Chen. Do you have any better candidates? Recommend someone to us? Before Shin Xingning finished speaking, her brows suddenly furrowed slightly. Song Chen keenly sensed something. What, did the capsule safe house detect danger approaching? Not sure if it's danger, but it looks like a team of elite students. Shin Xingning shrugged, pulled out a remote control, pressed a few buttons, and brought up a huge surveillance screen. The image shifted. About 300 meters away, a team of 5 girls was clearly heading in this direction, very alert, with their eyes and ears open, moving at a steady but not fast pace. Oh, familiar faces. I just saw this team of girls, Song Chen. Quickly see if there's a type you like. They're all elite students from Blue Snow Mountain. Shin Xingning urged Song Chen, giving him a strange feeling of an ancient emperor selecting beauties. You can't say it, but it really does feel like that. 5 girls, all elite students from that top academy in Blue Snow Mountain? But the one in the lead, just barely acceptable. Song Chen was quite picky. His keen eye could easily tell which girls could hold their own without makeup and which needed a makeover. The one in the lead, huh? You really know how to pick. Zhang Yanyan clicked her tongue and said, the one in the lead is the face of Blue Snow Mountain, known as a once-in-a-century genius girl, Suing. Zhang Yanyan, my sister? My sister is famously free-range. Zhang Yanyan, my sister? My sister is famously free-range. The face of Blue Snow Mountain? A once-in-a-century genius girl? The 2 keywords triggered an impulse in Song Chen to want to spar with Suing. But then he thought, it wasn't quite appropriate. Yan, from what you said, I feel a bit sour. Are you very familiar with this Suing? Shin Xingning keenly caught the tone in Zhang Yanyan's words, slightly puzzled. Zhang Yanyan thought for a moment, and didn't hide it, saying, familiar is not quite right, it's just that our families have business dealings. Naturally, I occasionally hear news about Suing, that's all. This was indeed the truth. After all, the Zhang family, to which Zhang Yanyan belonged, was engaged in import and export trade, inevitably dealing with all corners of the Qinglong Empire. And the Su family, to which Suing belonged, was a prestigious family within the Great Snow Mountain, also a good partner for the Zhang family. In this situation, even if Zhang Yanyan didn't want to know, it was hard to avoid occasionally hearing various news from all over the place, especially about her peers. For example, there were tales of southern water towns, vast deserts, and extreme cold regions, among others. Whenever some talented young men and women emerged from somewhere, Zhang Yanyan could easily find out with just a little inquiry. Over time, she simply regarded these as curious anecdotes from across the country, treating the information as jokes. By the way, I remember someone mentioning that you have an older sister studying at Qinglong Academy. How come I never heard about that? Song Chen suddenly recalled this detail. This question immediately put Shin Xingning and Tang Xiling on alert. Beware of sister scams. To say that the rice bowl dish was indeed quite delicious, but if another member of the Zhang family were to come, it would be hard to say who would hold the dominant position in this household. My sister? Is my sister still at Qinglong Academy? I don't know. Zhang Yanyan looked bewildered and added, it seems my sister graduated last year and I have no idea where she went. I can't get in touch with her. If she didn't send a message back every year or so, I would have thought she was dead. She spoke so lightly, without a hint of psychological pressure. This was enough to prove. Zhang Yanyan's older sister was indeed a capricious and carefree person, focused on her own efforts outside, completely unconcerned with family matters, as long as she occasionally reported her safety. Once or twice, this might cause some worry. But, people tend to become numb, right? They get used to it. Alright then, your sister has quite a character. If there's a chance, I'd like to meet her. Song Chen smacked his lips, genuinely curious. Because, in essence, he considered himself to have a similar carefree personality, believing that as long as one person is well fed, the whole family need not worry, advocating for living freely and happily. Besides, there was no family fortune to inherit, so what's wrong with enjoying life? The topic has strayed. Let's not talk about your sister for now, let's discuss this Suing. I see something fierce about her. Shin Xingning pointed at the big screen with a serious expression. Tang Xiling beside her was momentarily stunned, filled with questions. How can you tell she's fierce? Intuition, you understand? Intuition. Shin Xingning appeared very confident. Could it be a bias? Su Xiao wanted to say this, but upon reflection, as a fourth sister, her voice didn't carry much weight. Moreover, being new here, it was better not to stir up hatred. Thinking about stirring up hatred made Su Xiao's mood drop significantly, reminding her of the teammates who had risked their lives to help her escape. That sense of helpless frustration was truly hard to shake off. It was strange, though. Just as Su Xiao's gaze fell and she seemed a bit down, Song Chen noticed her out of the corner of his eye. He turned to look at her state and guessed what she was thinking. Guess I have a special talent, huh? Song Chen pondered, reaching out to ruffle Su Xiao's hair and then patting the roots of her short hair, smiling. Don't feel too pressured, your teammates aren't really dead, right? They just suffered fatal injuries and triggered the return scroll for the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao perked up a little, but still felt quite down. I know they're not dead, but this feeling is really uncomfortable, Songgu. I'm fine, Songgu, I can digest it myself. The obedient girl sometimes made one feel heartache, knowing that some unnecessary emotional baggage was best dealt with alone rather than shared. Emotional value is a positive response. Emotional garbage has been reduced in the opposite direction. You're fine, I said. Let's see if we're lucky. If we run into that Eagle Sauce Alliance team, I'll take revenge for you and send them back to the spring water. Song Chen said with a smile, completely dismissing the elite students of the Eagle Sauce Alliance. Is the Eagle Sauce Alliance really that impressive? It's like the elite students from the Little Devils over there. Are they really that great with their swift blade draws? It's just that. Nowadays. As for how to shatter the opponent's will, killing requires striking at the heart, and Song Chen has already mastered the method. A mere Eagle Sauce Alliance, even with a slightly impressive spellcaster, how could they take off? Relax, relax. Song Chen chuckled as he pinched Su Xiao's face, sitting boldly to the side. After a few seconds of daze, Su Xiao suddenly seemed to react, lowering her head and taking a small sip of her drink, saying nothing. What is there to say? It seems like there's nothing that needs to be said. There's no need for many words to feel at ease, and this is probably what is called reliance, providing a strong sense of security. How about you two adjust your emotions a bit longer? Anyway, I'm not in a hurry, Zhang Yanyan said with a grin, completely unhurried. Xin Xingning sighed and couldn't help but facepalm. Isn't it clear to the sisters? Whether to say it or not is trivial, right? Song Chen is famously vengeful. You didn't know that? What are our identities? Big sister, second sister, third sister, fourth sister. Do you not understand the value of that? That makes sense. Zhang Yanyan nodded. What does it mean to have a supportive group? It's just about protecting one another. What's that Suing looking at over there? Her expression doesn't seem too good. Is she recalling some painful memories? Song Chen pointed at the surveillance screen, full of question marks. In the image, Suing held a silver-white long sword, looking exquisitely beautiful, but on her delicate and cold face, it was obvious she was both shy and angry. Is she blushing? Is her face as red as a teapot? A child of heaven? If she doesn't agree, I'll send her away. A child of heaven? If she doesn't agree, I'll send her away. Blushing? How can you tell? Song Chen was astonished, expressing confusion. He had been watching for a while but couldn't figure out where Suing in the surveillance screen showed any signs of shyness. In Song Chen's view, Suing seemed like a character akin to a snow goddess from Tianshan, or some kind of saintess, primarily characterized by her indifference to the mortal world, unbothered by trivial matters. In short, she was not of this world. Simply put, a little fairy from the great snowy mountains, not a derogatory term. However, it must be said that women understand women best. For example, Xin Xingning and the others had a different perspective and insight into Suing, which was particularly unique. If you look closely, you'll understand. It seems that Suing is standing there, lost in thought, or pondering something. But in reality, if you carefully observe her expressions, subtle movements, and those beautiful legs, you get it, right? Xin Xingning patiently guided from the side, as if encouraging Song Chen to learn something bad. Following Xin Xingning's description, Song Chen looked closely for a while. He felt like he had grasped some clues and vaguely understood where the so-called shyness was coming from. So the question arises, why is she shy? Song Chen really couldn't figure it out. That said, we have no grievances with this Blue Snow Mountain, and we don't know this Suing at all. Why? Is she like this? Who knows? Xin Xingning shrugged. She was also puzzled by this question. Previously, as Song Chen was using his bloodthirsty sliding slash to rush along the path, he was accompanied by three girls, Xin Xingning, Tang Xiling, and Zhang Yanyan, moving at a rapid pace. It was at that moment that Xin Xingning, with her keen observational skills, noticed Suing and her group by the roadside as they brushed past each other. But that was all. How fast was Song Chen? In a flash, he had moved on, not giving Xin Xingning any time to greet or get to know him. How could there be any acquaintance? And since they didn't know each other, Where did the shyness come from? Su Ying's expression was clearly one of deep conflict, a mix of shyness and a bit of irritation. Just a glance was enough to tell that this girl was in a very twisted state. A beautiful twisted braid from Blue Snow Mountain. I seem to, probably, vaguely, maybe know a little bit of the reason. Zhang Yanyan hesitated, raising her hand, her expression conflicted, frequently glancing at Tang Xiling beside her. Oh, go on? Xin Xingning became curious about the gossip. Su Xiao, who had just joined this big family, also perked up, his curiosity ignited. People are like this. The spirit of gossip is hidden within everyone. The reason it hasn't ignited yet is that the time hasn't come, or they haven't heard a topic that interests them. This concerns Zero, so it might not be good to say. Alright, it also involves Brother Song. Zhang Yanyan spread her hands, a look of awkwardness on her face, unsure how to express what was on the tip of her tongue. Song Chen was stunned for a few seconds, bewildered. How does this have anything to do with me? Zhang Yanyan nodded, lowering her voice. Don't you have a clue, Brother Song? Don't you know what you did? Song Chen hesitated. What did I do? What exactly did I do? Didn't I just play a cool car god once? What's the problem with that? I'm a car god. That's not a problem. I'm a mechanic. This is my domain. Could it be for this reason? It can't be that coincidental, right? Song Chen rubbed his mouth, feeling uncertain, even recalling the scene at that time. Seeing Song Chen in deep thought, Tang Xiling couldn't help but turn into a teapot, her pretty face clearly flushed, looking restless and uneasy. This little clue allowed the detective Xin Xingning to catch the hint, and she suddenly realized, exclaiming, "You're talking about Zero's infidelity, right? You mean when you two were cheating, that someone, Su Ying, discovered it? Got too close? No way? Weren't we just brushing past each other? No matter how good Su Ying's eyesight is, she shouldn't have been able to see the scene clearly, right? How did she know about you two?" The more Xin Xingning thought about it, the more she felt something was off. This was very absurd, very strange. Where was the exposure? A few seconds later, Tang Xiling slapped her already flushed face, deciding to let it go. I think maybe the holy water flew out. I can testify, that's how it was. Zhang Yanyan said expressionlessly. If the holy water splashed everywhere, it would be like a fine rain. Zhang Yanyan had the most authority to speak on this. Of course, this feeling was quite uncomfortable, but fortunately, Zhang Yanyan had a rather special personality. Otherwise, if it were another girl, she might have exploded and could have even stabbed Song Chen in the kidney. Oh my god. Song Chen, Zero, Xin Xingning was stunned, her mind buzzing as if it had exploded. This was truly an unexpected answer. You two are really something. If this gets out, it would really be something to remember. Is there really such a coincidence? Are you saying that holy water splashed on her face? So this Su Ying is persistently chasing after us, which means this is a quest for revenge? A matter of pride? The dignity of the teapot? In an instant, thoughts raced through Xin Xingning's mind, her words flowing as fast as a Gatling gun, while Cuckoo listed a series of various scenarios. Although Xin Xingning didn't know the specific details and circumstances, based on Zhang Yanyan's description, there was a 99% chance it was true, and that was quite frightening. If you calculate this, to some people, this would be a severe humiliation. A slap in the face. Especially for someone like Su Ying, an elite student from Blue Snow Mountain, a child of destiny, how could she possibly endure such humiliation? If we really calculate it this way, I personally think. Xin Xingning paused, shrugged, and said, given the situation, it's completely reasonable for Su Ying to come seeking revenge, otherwise, where would she put her face? That makes sense. Zhang Yanyan nodded. Song Chen was more straightforward, saying, things have become simpler. I'll go meet this child of destiny and see if she's willing to let this matter go. Xin Xingning asked, what if she's not willing? Song Chen thought for a moment, then shrugged, then we'll just send her away. Extreme social death for Tang Xiling, making an enemy of Blue Snow Mountain? Simple, brutal, direct. There's no way to pick out any flaws or issues. Song Chen's thinking was that simple. If you want to talk, we can talk. If you don't want to talk and instead come looking for trouble, then I'll send you away. It's that simple. If reasoning doesn't work, have you forgotten that I'm also particularly good at physics? Song Chen smiled at the four girls beside him, his tone very relaxed. The four girls fell into deep thought simultaneously. As the girl who had been by Song Chen's side the longest, Xin Xingning knew his temperament all too well. He was purely like a hedgehog. If you go along with him, there's no problem at all. But if you go against him, well, the outcome could be unpredictable. I have a question, Brother Song. Su Xiao suddenly raised her hand and asked quietly, I mean, what if it really falls apart or Su Ying doesn't want to talk, and you send her away to the floating pagoda secret realm? Wouldn't that mean you've made an enemy of Blue Snow Mountain? A rational and normal way of thinking about the problem. The obedient and innocent Su Xiao wouldn't think too recklessly, she was purely considering the situation from Song Chen's perspective, weighing the pros and cons. Making an enemy shouldn't be the case, at most, there might be some disagreements, maybe a little sabotage? That's not a big deal. Xin Xingning didn't take this matter to heart at all, calmly waving her hand and saying, "Today is the first day of the Floating Pagoda Secret Realm. Most elite students are still in the exploration and searching phase, so collisions won't be very frequent. And even if they do meet, they probably won't turn against each other immediately and start a fight." Tang Xiling asked, "So what are you trying to say?" Xin Xingning shrugged and said, "What I mean is, since Song Chen has already taken out 2 elite student teams, what's wrong with taking out one more? That makes sense." Zhang Yanyan was famously one to enjoy the spectacle, no matter how big the trouble. Tang Xiling. Having these 2 sisters around certainly made rational thinking not an easy task. But then again, rational thinking naturally involves considering interests. Maximizing benefits is the way to think about problems. Of course, if it's just for a thrill and ends up being meaningless, then it's all for naught. Have the 3 sisters forgotten? The events happening inside the Floating Pagoda Secret Realm are monitored in real time, and people outside can see them. Su Xiao suddenly spoke up, reminding everyone. This immediately made Tang Xiling feel embarrassed. Although she was aware of this rule, she had subconsciously ignored it or simply didn't care. Now, with Su Xiao's reminder. Oh no! Maru's spicy. Tang Xiling's pretty face turned bright red, and she instantly felt uncomfortable, as if she were facing the ultimate social death. Song Chen didn't dare to speak. If Tang Xiling truly faced social death, he would have to take responsibility too, at least 50-50. Well, it's not a big deal, 0. Privacy-related footage can't be shared externally. The old lady in charge of monitoring the Floating Pagoda's secret realm is very focused on protecting everyone's privacy, so I guess, you and brother Song Chen should still be safe. Su Xiao said seriously, trying to comfort Tang Xiling's emotions. Tang Xiling remained silent. Even if just one person saw it, even if that person was a senior-level old lady, it would still be unbearable, right? Ha ha ha, I told you not to cheat, and now you're being honest, huh? Xin Xingning said with a face full of schadenfreude, continuing, this is a warning for your infidelity. Did you two learn anything? Cheating leads to social death. Alright. Song Chen waved his hand, quickly stepping in to smooth things over, preventing their sisterly bond from turning into a plastic friendship. I'm going to meet this Su Ying. You all wait here. As he spoke, Song Chen pinched Tang Xiling's cheek and smiled. It's fine, the old lady won't blame us young people. What's wrong with being a bit impulsive? It's quite reasonable. Tang Xiling silently nodded. You know, it does seem to be the case. If you're not young and reckless, are you even young? Leaving the capsule safe house, Song Chen immediately spotted Su Ying standing a little further away, lost in thought. Even from a distance, he could see her strikingly graceful figure, and with the Blue Snow Mountain School uniform leaning towards a robe style, it gave off a peculiar sense of an ancient beauty stepping out of a painting. Song Chen noticed Su Ying. Su Ying noticed Song Chen. From a distance, their eyes met, and they recognized each other's identities. However, Song Chen felt nothing special, appreciating the talented girl from Blue Snow Mountain from an admiring perspective. Meanwhile, Su Ying was blushing with frustration. She clearly wanted to draw her sword and slice Song Chen into Blue Snow Mountain's hot springs and beef sashimi, but she hesitated. Her cold, pale face, resembling 1,000-year-old ice, grew increasingly heated. The distance was only a few hundred meters. A few minutes' walk. Song Chen didn't think much of it, casually strolling closer, smiling as he extended his right hand. Hello, Su Ying. Let me introduce myself. My name is Song Chen, from the Qinglong Academy of the Capital University. Qinglong Academy? Su Ying was not unfamiliar with it, but was surprised. Elite students from Qinglong Academy are always focused on enhancing their combat abilities as their primary goal. You seem a bit inclined towards enjoyment? What a stereotype. Song Chen frowned. What nonsense is this girl talking about? As an inner academy of the Capital University, elite students were indeed numerous, and it was normal for there to be many upgrade fanatics. But Qinglong Academy wasn't a place for ascetic monks. Did they have to suppress all emotions and desires? That previous one. Cough, she was a senior of mine, also from Qinglong Academy. Her combat ability is among the top few. Is there a problem with that? Who said that once you enter the Qinglong Academy, you have to put aside everything else and just focus on leveling up and increasing your combat power? Who taught you that? Kuka's series of questions left Su Ying stunned, and she couldn't regain her composure for several seconds, her mind still grappling with one question. Is there a conflict between becoming powerful and enjoying life? It seemed there wasn't. Hey, Su Ying. Song Chen waved his hand in front of Su Ying, saying, so you followed us all the way here? What do you want with us? This brought Suing back from her daze. She finally remembered the real reason she had come, biting her red lip and glaring at Songchen. What are you asking for? Ask again. Are you playing dumb? The so-called liking is just love at first sight. The so-called liking is just love at first sight. What I mean is, since we are all from Jojo and belong to the Qinglong Empire, that makes us one of our own, right? Song Chen rephrased. Suing thought for a moment and nodded slightly. That's true. She had indeed come seeking revenge, but she couldn't refute Song Chen's statement because she thought the same way. Since we're one of our own, then it's easy. We can just tear off the masks and fight, no problem. Turning hostility into friendship is also fine. By the way, where are your teammates? Song Chen looked around casually and asked this question. Suing replied, they'll be here soon. Their speed is a bit slower than mine, so they should arrive in about 3 minutes at full speed. Good, then we can chat for 3 more minutes. Song Chen smiled. Suddenly, the atmosphere became strange. The strangeness was due to no one expected that with just a few words, Song Chen had completely extinguished Su Ying's anger without a trace. Why? This question hung over Xin Xingning, Tang Xiling, Zhang Yanyan, and Su Zhao's heads. It also emerged in the minds of the observers. Are young people's thoughts changing this quickly now? A new idea every second, without a pause. Is that it? Speaking of which, what did Suing want from Song Chen? I remember this girl was quite angry just now. Zhang Haike was full of questions, confused. The principals exchanged glances, each looking at the other, thinking, you ask me, I don't know either. Expecting a few old men to figure out the twists and turns here was no different from a primary school student looking at a test paper and thinking, what the heck, the Goldbach conjecture? Am I supposed to solve this? How about we call in an outsider, principal? Zhang Haike whispered, adding, young people's matters are often clearer to female teachers, right? Let her come. Principal Tang Jin nodded, seemingly having anticipated this. The person Zhang Haike wanted to invite was naturally Xin Xingning's exclusive mentor, Qin Qianan. Originally, Zhang Haike was considering how to bring Qin Qianan into the boardroom for observation, while also bringing in Tang Xiling's exclusive mentor, Chu Qing. After all, they were both the beloved confidants of his precious students. His precious student was truly doting on their confidant. As the exclusive mentor of his precious student, he naturally had to maintain a good relationship with these two female mentors. But then he thought again. Bringing Qin Qianan over to chat and analyze the situation was fine. She was very good at controlling the rhythm and atmosphere of conversations. But bringing Chu Qing over, that might just kill the mood. This Chu Qing was famously an ice-cold beauty, known for not giving anyone face. Even the principals found her hard to deal with. Just a phone call away. Qin Qianan smoothly transitioned to the board observation room, sitting next to Zhang Haike and exchanging a glance. You called me to analyze the situation, right? It's very simple. As soon as Qin Qianan spoke, she piqued the interest of the principal, vice principal, Zhang Haike, and several nearby board members. Actually, it's just. Originally, Suing wasn't that angry. It's just that, this is a bit private, so I can't elaborate. So it seems like she came to pick a fight, but in reality, she just wanted to get closer and see what Song Chen is like. With those 2 sentences, Zhang Haike was even more confused. And then, didn't she see him? Where's the anger? Where's the fire? Old Jiang. Principal Tang Jin quickly waved his hand, saying seriously, our relationship with Lanshan Academy is very good. The female principal there was a good friend of mine back in school. We were classmates. So? Zhang Haike spread his hands. So there's no so. Tang Jin was a bit annoyed, thinking that this damn old Zhang must know some insider information to ask like that. He really wanted to stab him. Young people don't really get angry. There's no need for conflict. Love at first sight is equivalent to forgetting past grievances upon meeting. As Qin Qianan said this, several old fellows immediately understood, but couldn't help feeling a bit stunned and amused. Is it really that childish? But thinking carefully, you can't say it isn't true. Although Lanshan Academy is one of the top 4 universities in the Qinglong Empire, due to its geographical location, it is relatively close to the north, covered in ice and snow year-round, with very low temperatures, and it guards the northern border of the Qinglong Empire. Of course, the more critical point is, as elite students of Lanshan, the top tier has always been women, and this has remained unchanged throughout history. Thus, this top university is jokingly referred to by the people of the Qinglong Empire as a women's elite academy. And this was the true intention of the founder of Lanshan, the female principal known as the white-haired witch. Genius is indeed genius. But who says a genius can't have emotions, can't have beautiful dreams like a girl? Completely disregarding this aspect, those so-called geniuses without such thoughts actually belong to the category of emotional deficiency or specialization, just like our last genius from Qinglong Academy. Before Qin Xiannan could finish her sentence, she was already stopped by Tang Jin waving his hand. In fact, by this point, several board members' expressions had turned very ugly. This matter was considered one of the significant losses for Qinglong Academy. The last genius graduate, recognized as the number one in combat power, with a staggering fighting ability, that young graduate known as the Watcher, was captured by a bone-scraping knife and ended up joining the Alliance of Peace, entering the so-called Dark World. So whose fault is it? Qin Xiannan casually threw out this question, not saying more. Meanwhile, in the floating pagoda's secret realm, the 4 female teammates, lagging behind Suing, arrived here within the time Suing estimated. At first, the 4 girls all had frosty expressions. But upon seeing that Suing didn't seem angry and was instead happily chatting with Song Chen, is he an elite from Qinglong Academy? He could go for a beauty pageant. He's totally my ideal type. Really, he looks even more like a male lead than what I read in novels. Songge, are you married? If we talk about a talented man and a beautiful woman, Su Jie and Songge, huh? Su Jie, why is your face red? Huh? Why did it turn white again? The 4 little girls chattered so much that Song Chen couldn't handle it. You all go inside first, I have some serious business to attend to. The female lead, Shin Xingning, is the face of the operation. The female lead, Shin Xingning, is the face of the operation. You all go inside first, I have some important business to attend to. As soon as Song Chen said this, Suing and the 4 young girls were momentarily stunned, a bit taken aback. Suing hesitated. She remembered that there were other girls around Song Chen, and their relationship was very, very close. Otherwise, how could they have spilled a bit of holy water in that fleeting moment of passing by? That could only mean an extremely intimate relationship. Are we really going to meet now? For a moment, Su Ying's thoughts became a jumbled mess, and she even found it hard to grasp what she was thinking. She felt both a bit excited and a bit anxious. What are you thinking about? Seeing Suing lost in thought, Song Chen poked her arm. Ha! Suing snapped back to reality. Look over there. Song Chen raised his hand and pointed in another direction, indicating for Suing to look. There are other teams coming. Only then did Suing react. In the Great Pagoda's secret realm, encountering other teams of elite students usually meant facing a fierce battle. Most of the time, it would be like that. After all, the mechanisms and rules of this Great Pagoda's secret realm, as well as the resources within it, encourage competition. And this competition is not just among young professionals but also a competition of strength between various countries and alliances around the world. To put it bluntly, there's an element of face involved. Let me help you, Song Chen. Suing glanced at the approaching team in the distance, which had about 10 members, and even included flying professionals swaying in the air, showing a very coordinated teamwork that didn't seem like that of novices at all. Dealing with such a well-coordinated team, even Suing, the proud daughter from Blue Snow Mountain, would inevitably be cautious and not underestimate them. Help me? If you want to help me, well, just take those 4 inside the capsule safe house, that's enough. Song Chen nodded, pointing to the capsule safe house behind them, adding, you don't have much time left, at most 3 minutes. Suing hesitated a bit. She really wanted to fight alongside Song Chen. She couldn't quite explain why, but she had that inclination. It was as if fighting side by side with Song Chen granted her some kind of qualification. Don't hesitate, hurry up. Go quickly. Song Chen was filled with questions, thinking to himself, is this really the proud daughter from Blue Snow Mountain? Her perception isn't great. If it weren't for her good looks and pleasant voice, I wouldn't even bother to remind her. As for the 4 teammates beside Suing, Song Chen merely offered a polite smile, nothing more. It couldn't be helped. Flowers can be divided into fully bloomed ones and buds that haven't opened yet. Can they be compared? Song Chen never denied that he was a visual creature, primarily driven by what he saw. Really don't need help? Suing felt a bit reluctant, turning back 3 times. Song Chen slapped her backhandedly, his face serious. Stop talking so much, are you really from Blue Snow Mountain? If you keep dragging this out, I might just take you out with them, and don't cry then. Suing ran away, fleeing in a panic. The door of the capsule safe house opened just in time, welcoming Suing and her 4 teammates inside. Welcome, Suing from Blue Snow Mountain. Hello, let me introduce myself. I'm Shin Xingning, Song Chen's girlfriend. Shin Xingning opened the door and immediately struck hard. What does a head-on blow mean? Suing was momentarily stunned, her lips twitching as she managed a polite smile. So spicy. No chance at all. In that moment, Su Ying's mood sank to the bottom of the valley. She thought to herself, looking at Shin Xingning's appearance and figure, it seemed they were on par with each other. How could she compete? Hello, I'm Tang Xiling, I'm the second in this big family, Tang Xiling introduced herself. Su Ying's head buzzed. Oh, another beautiful girl with a strong personality, it seemed they were evenly matched. Wait, second in rank? Su Ying was pondering what this ranking really meant. Zhang Yanyan peeked out from behind, smiling as a greeting. I'm third, Zhang Yanyan. I should be the fourth sister, right? 3 elder sisters? Su Zhao's voice was comparatively softer, with a hint of insecurity. After all, she had just joined this team and had only recently entered this harmonious family. It was normal for Su Xiao to feel insecure. She wasn't like Xin Xingning and Tang Xiling, who had already played bumper cars, nor was she like Zhang Yanyan, a seasoned fangirl whose main role was to cheer for Song Chen. Moreover, Zhang Yanyan had seen quite a few particularly private matters, so she could barely be considered experienced. There's a fourth sister? Then doesn't that mean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, if we really count, I should be ranked 5th? Ah, looks quite gentlemanly, and good-looking too, but who would have thought their personal life was so chaotic? Su Ying's mind was a jumble of chaotic thoughts, various wild ideas. The above rankings are not in any particular order, it's nothing. Come, everyone sit down. Xin Xingning took on the role of the hostess, her demeanor perfectly poised. In a sense, Xin Xingning truly fit the role of the hostess in this big family. Whether in dealing with people or negotiating, she handled everything with great finesse, moving gracefully and politely. In contrast, Tang Xiling's temperament was more of a lone wolf, still a socially anxious girl in front of strangers. Asking her to introduce herself was already quite a favor. As for Zhang Yanyan, a significant rich second generation, she inevitably had a somewhat domineering aura, treating others. If she didn't throw money at you, it would be considered a blessing. As for Su Xiao, she was simply too well-behaved and innocent, lacking in guile, giving off a rather restrained and timid vibe, not very open. So, in comparison, it was indeed Xin Xingning who was more suitable to represent this family, giving it a more upscale feel. Sit down and have some tea. Oh right. Xin Xingning directed Su Xiao to make tea, then turned to Su Ying and said, Song Chen asked you not to hold back. There are reasons he can't say, so don't take it to heart. It's not that he really doesn't like you, on the contrary, from my perspective. Well, the fact that Song Chen didn't send you out of the floating pagoda's secret realm already shows he has some feelings for you. Su Ying was slightly taken aback. The heart that had sunk to the bottom suddenly reignited, even feeling a bit restless. Su Ying was greatly shocked. Was it only a few seconds? Su Ying was greatly shocked. Was it only a few seconds? The rekindling of ashes often signifies that a person has found hope in life. Love is also a part of life, right? That makes sense. The fact that he didn't send me out of the floating pagoda's secret realm means Song Chen originally intended to get rid of me? Su Ying's reaction speed was quite fast. Xin Xingning's words were straightforward, leaving little to the imagination, almost explicitly stated. Fortunately, Su Ying wasn't foolish and understood. That's how it is. Tang Xiling nodded. So, just wait here. Zhang Yanyan opened a bottle of drink and handed it to Su Ying, adding, Brother Song not driving you away already proves a lot, like your looks. Isn't it a bit too straightforward? Su Xiao asked quietly from the side. Zhang Yanyan thought for a moment and shook her head, replying, You don't understand, this proud daughter of the Blue Snow Mountain has her own ideas. You think she's shy, but in reality, she understands everything, she just hasn't said it. 800 pairs of eyes. In our loving family, no, if you put her in empresses in the palace, she would definitely make it to the end. This was a perfect description. Su Xiao instantly understood and couldn't help but exclaim, That's really a high compliment. What about me? You? Zhang Yanyan hesitated. How should she respond? She initially wanted to be polite with Su Xiao, to say a few formal words, but when the words reached her lips, you, placed in empresses in the palace, honestly, Su Xiao, probably wouldn't survive past the first 3 episodes. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao was immediately stunned. I wouldn't survive past 3 episodes? I'm so cute and kind, and pure, why wouldn't I make it in empresses in the palace? Are you serious? It's like this. Tang Xiling nodded expressionlessly in agreement. Su Xiao became obedient. If even Tang Xiling said so, then considering her temperament, it really might be that she wouldn't survive past 3 episodes. Su Ying, who had been silent all along, also didn't speak. Although Zhang Yanyan and Su Xiao's conversation wasn't hushed or hidden, Su Ying could accept it. Those words were not without praise. What's wrong with having 800 pairs of eyes? Others want them but can't have them. Alright, let's not chat for now. Song Chen is already over there. Hey, those people seem to be elite students from the Eagle Sauce Alliance. Su Xiao, do they look familiar to you? Xin Xingning noticed the situation on the surveillance screen. Song Chen was already confronting that group of elite students, standing at a safe distance. Clearly, that group of elite students was experienced, not keeping too close to Song Chen. Not knowing the details and not rushing to get close was indeed a very rational approach. Familiar. Did you see that flying person in the sky, Sister Ning Ning? That flying person seems to be called. What was it? I can't remember. Can fly. It seems like they're using some kind of judgment staff, with damage leaning towards light attributes, and they're very fast, hard to deal with. When talking about the opponents they had faced, Su Xiao was filled with anger. Moreover, she seemed to hold a lot of resentment towards that so-called enforcer. So which one is the lawbreaker? Zhang Yanyan, who loved to watch the excitement, leaned in closer, scanning the screen for the lawbreaker. Su Xiao was also looking. The person hiding in the corner of the second row is the lawbreaker. I encountered a lawbreaker in the wild area before. It's that kind of state. They don't look very conspicuous, but they're actually quite tricky, Tang Xiling stated. After Su Xiao confirmed, the lawbreaker in that team was identified. Don't worry, Xiao Xiao. Zhang Yanyan waved her hand grandly and said, based on our Song Chen's protective style, he'll take revenge for you in no time. Calculating by the second seems more reasonable, Tang Xiling thought for a moment and said, oh, Sister Ling Ling, are you saying Brother Song only has a few seconds per second? Zhang Yanyan pondered. Suing, who had been silent all along, was now stunned, her tone slightly out of control. Only a few seconds? At this moment, several girls around turned to look at Suing, each of their gazes filled with unspoken emotions. There was confusion, and there was surprise. Suing then realized that her reaction seemed a bit excessive, but she couldn't help but mutter in her heart, a few seconds is too fast, isn't it? Looking at Song Chen's physique and appearance, he doesn't seem like someone with an overly weak constitution. So this timing. After pondering back and forth, Xin Xingning had already grasped the situation, suddenly enlightened but also somewhat amused. Yanyan, don't lead the rhythm randomly. What rhythm am I leading? Zhang Yanyan looked completely bewildered. You. Xin Xingning's expression turned serious as she said in a low voice, our Song Chen is clearly super strong, okay? Strong and fierce, his combat power is off the charts. And that what, per second? 00 refers to Song Chen's speed in taking down opponents, understand? I didn't say it was about other speeds. Zhang Yanyan spread her hands, her face full of innocence and a strong sense of grievance. You've already led it astray, didn't you see how Suing just thought of it wrongly? Xin Xingning huffed, particularly serious. I absolutely cannot allow this kind of defamation of Song Chen's reputation. It concerns a man's dignity. Right, you're right. Zhang Yanyan immediately nodded. Now it was Su Ying's turn to feel awkward. After a few exchanges, why did it feel like I had turned into a clown? Is this really appropriate? Here it comes. Quick, look, Brother Song has already grabbed a weapon. Wait, what kind of strange weapon is that? The hilt of a sword? What is that? Su Xiao was just about to get excited, but the next second she felt a bit confused. From the surveillance footage of the capsule safe house they could indeed see Song Chen ready for battle, holding the hilt of a sword. That's the shadowless sword, a type of light sword. Tang Xiling was quite patient with Su Xiao, explaining it all. Before she finished speaking, the group of girls in the safe house suddenly saw a rich, almost tangible aura of blood energy erupt from Song Chen's body. What is this? Su Ying's brows furrowed slightly. After all, as the face of Blue Snow Mountain, a child of destiny, Su Ying's knowledge was naturally not to be underestimated. She immediately saw through Song Chen's profession, which was Berserker. And this move right now, it seems to be just a basic skill of the Berserker? This? Su Ying saw Song Chen jump, but her head was full of question marks. In a duel between elite professionals, every move is crucial. Using a small skill to test the waters can easily lead to losing the initiative. Overturning the perception of the child of destiny, huh? Overturning the perception of the child of destiny, huh? Oh, you understand Berserkers too, Suing? Xin Xingning turned to look at Suing with curiosity, slightly surprised. This left Suing a bit stunned. As an elite student in a top university, a child of destiny, how could she not understand anything? Wouldn't that make her just a pretty face? To understand as much as possible about each profession, to familiarize herself with the characteristics, traits, and combat styles of each profession. This is the path of growth for a master. I know a little bit. Su Ying's tone was quite modest. After all, it was in front of Xin Xingning and Tang Xiling and the others. Being a bit humble was inevitable. That said, who isn't an elite student, right? Being able to enter the floating pagoda's secret realm proves that one is quite a prominent elite in their own academy, incomparable to ordinary students in every aspect. You indeed only know a little. You really don't understand Song-chen. Tang Xiling beside her spoke up, her tone quite serious. But this sounded. It felt full of tension. Shin Xingning glanced at Tang Xiling, seeing her serious expression, realizing that her friend wasn't joking anymore. See, I told you that you're not good at communicating with others, right? Your way of speaking has some issues. Shin Xingning took on the demeanor of the female lead and said seriously, Lingling, let me handle the communication next time, okay? Sure, but what I said is also a fact, Tang Xiling shrugged. That's true, Shin Xingning nodded. The two exchanged a few words, leaving Su Ying, who was nearby, a bit dazed, unable to come to her senses for a long time, her face full of confusion. Turning her head, Su Ying saw her 4 teammates, all of whom were in a state of shock, standing there staring blankly at the monitor screen, nearly drooling. Besides her 4 elite teammates from Blue Snow Mountain, there was also one person on the scene in a dazed, drooling state, and it was neither Shin Xingning nor Tang Xiling, nor was it Zhang Yanyan. It was the universally recognized innocent and well-behaved girl, Su Xiao. What's wrong with them? What did they see? Could it be that Song-chen? Lost? Su Ying suddenly snapped back to reality. She remembered clearly that Song-chen's opening move was a small jump attack, which looked quite ordinary. With her rich combat experience, she knew well that battles between professionals seemed complex but were actually simple. Combat experience was one aspect, but how to choose one's skills was even more important. Just throwing out a small skill to test the waters, what could you possibly learn from that? The real fear was not being able to test anything at all, and instead, the opponents seizing the opportunity to gain the upper hand. That was what battle was about. But in the instant her gaze shifted. Su Ying's beautiful peach blossom eyes widened involuntarily, and a flurry of chaotic thoughts rushed through her mind. Suddenly, she began to understand what Tang Xiling had said earlier. Looking back now, Su Ying had to admit it. Tang Xiling was indeed spot on. She, Su Ying, did understand the Berserker class and knew a bit about it, but ultimately, she completely did not understand Song-chen. Wait a minute. My mind is a bit muddled. Su Ying quickly waved her hand, pressed her temples, and rubbed her eyes before looking back at the monitor screen. Huh? There were 2 more people just now. Where did they go? I'm also a bit dizzy. I shouldn't have rubbed my eyes just now. This made Su Ying extremely frustrated. In total, she had only glanced at the monitor screen 3 times. The first time she looked, Song-chen had just executed the opening move of the mountain crushing strike. The second time she looked, there were still 2 elite students from the Eagle Sauce Alliance standing there, while the other 8 had already vanished, as if they had evaporated. And then the third glance. Gone. The only person left standing was Song-chen, holding his shadowless sword in one hand, and around him, there was no one, utterly clean. Was it over? What about those 10 elite students from the Eagle Sauce Alliance? It felt like a high school math class. Su Ying was like that student who bent down to pick up a pen during class, only to find that when she looked up, she could no longer understand what was written on the blackboard. The same kind of confusion and bewilderment. Where did they go? What exactly did Song-chen just? Su Ying's voice dropped significantly, looking earnestly at Shin Xingning and Tang Xiling, clearly wanting to seek an answer. Shin Xingning shrugged and calmly said, he dealt with it. Tang Xiling shrugged as well and said, I told you, you only understand the Berserker class, but you don't understand Song-chen. It seems that way. Su Ying nodded. Song-chen is Song-chen, and the Berserker is the Berserker. They are fundamentally 2 different things. You understand what I mean, right? Shin Xingning thought for a moment and continued, to put it simply. In my view, there are only 2 types of Berserkers in this world. One is other Berserkers, and the other is Song-chen. You saying that makes it clear to me, he's very special. Su Ying's reaction was quite quick. Right. Tang Xiling added, other Berserkers are serious Berserkers, but Song-chen's Berserker. He belongs to the instant kill style. Instant kill style? Su Ying thought for a moment, pondering that it really seemed to be the case. Otherwise, how could that team of elite students from the Eagle Sauce Alliance disappear in the blink of an eye? It couldn't be that they all teleported, right? That team has already been sent to the floating pagoda's secret realm by Brother Song. By the way, Xiao Xiao. Zhang Yanyan looked at Su Xiao and smiled. Brother Song even took out that spellcaster in an instant, avenging you. Our Brother Song is very protective, don't you feel that now? Su Xiao nodded repeatedly. After a moment of thought, Zhang Yanyan came up with a brilliant idea and smiled at Su Xiao. Speaking of which, Xiao Xiao, since Brother Song helped you get revenge this time, how do you plan to repay him? Su Xiao was momentarily taken aback. How to repay? If you hadn't brought it up, I wouldn't have thought about it at all. Then just agree to one request from Brother Song, anything is fine. Su Xiao thought for a moment and felt that saying it like this lacked sincerity, so she added, of course, it has to be within my capabilities. If I can't do it, then there's really nothing I can do. That's easy to say. Zhang Yanyan laughed happily and calmly said, then how about you be Brother Song's sparring partner later? Sparring partner? Su Xiao was stunned, her pretty face filled with terror. Me? Spar with Brother Song? What qualifications do I have? Su Ying's suggestion, the bandit style suits you best. The moment Zhang Yanyan said this, the first thought that popped into Su Xiao's mind was, what the hell, am I going to fight Song Chen? Are you serious? Just now, Song Chen's instant kill move, the mountain crushing strike, was something Su Xiao witnessed with her own eyes. A seemingly ordinary mountain crushing strike easily sent away the team of elite students from the Eagle Sauce Alliance, a total of 8 people, including the spellcaster who had left Su Xiao helpless and under pressure. Then with another casual swipe, he sent away the last 2 elite students from the Eagle Sauce Alliance with 2 quick direction changes. Why is instant kill called instant kill? Naturally, it's because the speed is too fast, the time is too short, so quick that one can't react before being taken out. That's instant kill. In just a few seconds, 10 elite students from the Eagle Sauce Alliance were sent away. This kind of combat power. Su Xiao shrank her neck and said softly, with my skills, how can I spar with Brother Song? I'm afraid if he just raises his hand, I'll be done for. Can't practice, I can't do that request, can we change it? Seeing Su Xiao's timid appearance, Xin Xingning smiled and waved her hand, saying, what Yan Yan means is not to really have you spar with Song Chen, that wouldn't be a match, right? What she means is more like you coming to help Song Chen with another aspect, like yoga or gymnastics. Do you understand? This left Su Xiao confused. Yoga gymnastics? I didn't expect Brother Song to have such a wide range of interests. I can do Pilates, and I have some experience, so I can teach Brother Song that. If the sisters don't mind. Su Xiao said, feeling a bit shy. Xin Xingning shrugged and smiled, anyway, I don't mind, Xiao, it's just that Yan Yan might not know. What about me? Zhang Yanyan was taken aback. On the side, Tang Xiling made a surprising remark and directly said, so the question is, if Xiao teaches Song Chen Pilates first, Yan Yan, won't you fall behind again? You really shouldn't say that, Sister Lingling. Zhang Yanyan suddenly realized. It really is. Immediately, Zhang Yanyan adopted a defensive attitude, looking warily at Su Xiao. This matter needs to be approached slowly, Xiao. We should discuss it properly, at the very least, there should be a sequence, right? Don't you think? You're right, Su Xiao replied calmly, not competing or fighting back. The more she maintained this nonchalant demeanor, the more it highlighted a feeling that made one feel pity and affection, much like a little sister from the neighbor's house, who becomes increasingly endearing the more you look at her. Su Xiao now gave off this kind of vibe. It seems like you are discussing something interesting. Are you fighting over Song Chen's allegiance? Can I join in? Who is speaking? Zhang Yanyan instinctively replied. Suddenly, the atmosphere around them became strange. Zhang Yanyan and Su Xiao, along with Xin Xingning and Tang Xiling, were quite familiar with each other, including their tones and voices. So, in that instinctive reaction, Zhang Yanyan felt that the voice speaking was somewhat unfamiliar, not very well known. Who is it? It's Su Ying. Suddenly realizing, Zhang Yanyan paused, looking blankly at Su Ying not far behind her, a bit taken aback. It took a full moment, probably about half a minute. After the atmosphere around them became extremely strange and silent, Su Ying finally touched her extremely hot face, covering her eyes, feeling a peculiar sense of social death. This is really social death. What did I just say? Did I just reveal my true feelings? Did I want to share a piece of the pie at this table too? No, Miss Su Ying. You. Xin Xingning hesitated. However, before she could finish her sentence, Song Chen had already walked in through the door, looking quite calm, not at all like someone who had just taken down a team of 10. Strange, these people didn't drop any items from the secret realm? What's going on? Song Chen shrugged, waving a vine-like object he was holding, saying, I just picked up this old vine, seems to be some kind of rare material. That's normal. Xin Xingning shrugged and said, the floating pagoda secret realm has just opened, and it hasn't even been a day yet. How could we gather so many materials? Resources? That's very normal. Moreover, since today is the day when all elite student teams from around the world enter the floating pagoda secret realm, the chances of teams colliding with each other will be higher, so it's natural that there will be more fighting today, and less time spent searching for materials and leveling up. This analysis was quite accurate. After all, elite students from various countries around the world form teams to enter this floating pagoda secret realm. Even though there would be many entrances and teleportation points when the secret realm opened, it was still difficult to avoid collisions. It's very possible that at one teleportation point, 2 or 3 teams could be teleported in at the same time. Or it could be that only one team arrives at a teleportation point. In short, on the first day of the Floating Pagoda Secret Realm opening, fighting will definitely occur more frequently than resource gathering, which is very normal. So, if we calculate it this way, even if we take down more teams today, we won't gain anything? Songchen sighed, taking the drink Tang Xiling handed him and sitting down, looking bored, clearly lacking the will to fight. It's okay, there will always be opportunities, Xinxingning said nonchalantly, adding, it's fine to be a bit lazy these days, just wander around. Actually, I have a good suggestion, Su Ying suddenly spoke up. With a sudden call, all the gazes around focused on Su Ying's face, waiting for her to say something astonishing. According to the rules of the Floating Pagoda's secret realm, she began, the rare materials and resources collected from this secret realm, including design blueprints, weapons, equipment, skill stones, and attribute stones. As long as the person possessing these resources hasn't teleported out of the Floating Pagoda's secret realm, if we take them down, those resources will automatically drop. Su Ying paused slightly and turned to Song Chen. So, why don't we wait until the last 2 days to act? A 7-day period, and then a unified raid across the entire secret realm in the last 2 days? Song Chen thought for a moment and chuckled. You know, this style oddly suits me. Su Ying, didn't your mentor ever mention this? Don't you read? The opening time of the Floating Pagoda's secret realm is only 7 days, which is 1 week. After a week, the secret realm will close, and all elite students within will be forcibly expelled. At that time, the teleportation symbols back to the city will also become invalid. After careful calculation, Song Chen felt that Su Ying's idea was indeed very reasonable and quite prescient. The reason was simple. There are only so many people in the Floating Pagoda's secret realm, but the area is vast and sparsely populated, so the competition isn't overly brutal or intense. So, only those with real strength can stand until the end, while those without strength might not even last until the 7th day, as they would exhaust their teleportation symbols and be forced to leave the Floating Pagoda's secret realm. The closer it gets to the end, the more resources and materials will accumulate. After quickly tallying it up, Song Chen nodded and said, I really like your idea, Su Ying, but considering that the Floating Pagoda's secret realm has multiple entrances, you're worried about not being able to stop others at the end, right? No worries. Su Ying waved her hand and continued, it's clear you haven't studied the mechanisms and rules of the Floating Pagoda's secret realm in detail. Song Chen raised an eyebrow. Her words hit the mark. Previously, the detailed rules and mechanisms about the Floating Pagoda's secret realm that Zhang Haike sent him were too lengthy, and Song Chen had only selected a portion of what seemed important to remember. There was no way. There was just too much text to read. People like Song Chen who had this problem included Xinxingning, and of course, Tang Xiling could barely be counted. As for Zhang Yanyan, don't even joke about it. Zhang Yanyan was someone who didn't even touch her textbooks during class. Expecting her to study the rules of the Floating Pagoda's secret realm? How could that be possible? It could be said that the whole family, top to bottom, disliked reading. Too many words made them dizzy. Reading for 3 to 5 minutes was fine, but reading too much would definitely leave them confused. Clearly, Su Ying did not belong to this category. So, Song Chen, are you really deciding to take this bandit route? Is that okay? It could easily lead to enmity, right? Xinxingning pondered, starting to weigh the pros and cons. Tang Xiling, who was nearby, thought for a moment and suddenly asked, so here's the question, given the current situation, it seems like you have quite a few grudges with other academies, right? That's true, Song Chen smiled. This was absolutely correct. Not to mention anything else, the Little Devils and the Eagle Sauce Alliance had seen elite students sent out by Song Chen one after another, and that was no joke. They really had been sent out, forcing the consumption of one teleportation back. You should know that in the Great Pagoda secret realm, each person only has 3 chances to return to the city, which means 3 opportunities to save their lives. Moreover, the Great Pagoda's secret realm will remain open for 7 days, so these 3 chances to return and save oneself are incredibly precious. Enemies? They have long been enemies. Those are irrelevant. Anyway, they are enemies, and if we encounter them again, we can just send them away, simple. I still have a question, Sister Su Ying. Song Chen turned to Su Ying and asked, how can I determine which team has the most resources? We will have to wait until the 7th day. Su Ying seemed to have anticipated this and replied. While speaking, Su Ying took out her signal-less phone, opened a document, quickly scrolled a few times, and handed it to Su Xiao. Her insight was exceptional. She had noticed early on that none of the 4 people, from Song Chen to Xinxingning, and from Tang Xiling to Zhang Yanyan, liked to read. Too many words made them dizzy. If anyone in this family could study well and focus on reading, it would only be the obedient and clever Su Xiao. So, look at the 6th rule annotation on the 5th line. Su Xiao, Su-Ying pointed to her phone and then looked at Song Chen, calmly saying, according to the detailed rule annotations and explanations from seniors who have participated in the Great Pagoda's Secret Realm, when the Great Pagoda's Secret Realm reaches the 7th day, the return teleportation talisman will automatically turn into a map, and at that time, the positions of all teams will be marked in real time on this map, and they will be ranked according to the amount of resources each team has collected, which will also be indicated on the map. After finishing her speech, Song Chen's pupils slightly trembled, a mix of surprise and astonishment. There are such detailed rules in the regulations? I completely overlooked that. People who don't like to read are like this. But, didn't your mentor mention this? Su-Ying was a bit puzzled. It stands to reason that such important rules and matters should be emphasized repeatedly by a dedicated mentor. There's no reason to say nothing, right? What's the point of having a dedicated mentor then? A mascot? No, they didn't. Our mentor might trust my combat ability too much, thinking that such trivial matters don't need to be mentioned? Probably. Song Chen shrugged, unsure how to explain. Who knows what Jiang Haik was thinking? But the problem is, even if Jiang Haik forgot to mention it, it shouldn't be that Tang Xiling and Xin Xingning's dedicated mentors also forgot to say this, right? That's unreasonable. Unless their mentors subconsciously thought that since Xin Xingning and Tang Xiling would form a friendly team with Song Chen, this trivial matter didn't need to be considered? So this could also be seen as a kind of blind trust. Oh, I remember now. There are only two ways to leave the Great Pagoda's Secret Realm. One is to suffer a fatal injury and forcibly use the return teleportation talisman, but in that case, the resources and items collected by that person will be forcibly dropped. To leave the Great Pagoda's Secret Realm with resources and items, there is only the second way. That is to wait until the 7-day opening time ends, at which point everyone will be teleported out of the Great Pagoda's Secret Realm, and they can keep all the resources they have gathered. While Xin Xingning spoke, she pondered, so, what Sister Su-Ying said makes sense. Su Xiao, who was beside them, nodded and said, the content in the detailed rule annotations indeed matches exactly what Sister Su-Ying said. After the two girls' affirmation, Su-Ying felt more confident and instinctively straightened her back, but this action seemed a bit like a show of defiance to the other girls around. It's just like competition among animals. Your horns are bigger than mine? Nonsense, mine are the biggest. This is how the struggle for mating rights goes. But in the next moment, Xin Xingning casually glanced at Su-Ying, sighed lightly, and shook her head slightly, saying nothing the entire time, yet she had already broken through someone's defenses. Su-Ying's defenses were shattered, and how much do I weigh? Su-Ying's defenses were shattered, and how much do I weigh? This is truly like Garen's light words, silent yet breaking defenses. The problem is, if only Xin Xingning said something, if only she said anything, then the atmosphere around wouldn't be awkward to this extent. For a moment, Su-Ying felt like she could die. Comparing goods means discarding, comparing people means death. This is no problem, it's very reasonable. Tang Xiling beside her was stunned. Meanwhile, Zhang Yanyan admired her greatly, giving Xin Xingning a thumbs up and praising, when it comes to this, you really are ruthless, Sister Ningning. What are you talking about, girl? I'm just stating facts, Xin Xingning shrugged. Shrugging highlights her figure easily. Even as Xin Xingning's shoulders moved, her pair also seemed to jump in unison, giving off a vibe of continuous strikes. Su-Ying. Su Xiao looked down, thought for a moment, and ultimately chose to remain discreet, saying nothing and showing no expression, as always obedient. Expressing? Saying something? Su Xiao didn't think he was qualified. If anyone had the right to speak, it was indeed Tang Xiling. Xin Xingning and Tang Xiling could truly be called the two generals in this loving family, with the most say and the heaviest weight. As for Zhang Yanyan, in comparison, she seemed rather conventional, just okay, quite good, and upon closer inspection, not bad, while at a glance, she also had some family background. Su Xiao's situation was somewhat similar to the most suitable for human palm engineering. Just right. Really just right, watertight. As for the recently acquainted Su-Ying, an elite student from Blue Snow Mountain, a child of destiny, she was indeed on par with Su Xiao, able to split evenly. No, it was more like a 60-40 split. In fact, Su Xiao was the 60 in that 60-40 split. Originally, Song Chen hadn't paid much attention to this detail, he had been focused on Su-Ying's looks, pondering whether she was skilled in hydration and makeup. Now, it was good. Xin Xingning's classic look at Su-Ying, then at herself, ultimately saying nothing and adding a light sigh, undoubtedly broke Su-Ying's defenses. Coincidentally, it also caught Song Chen's attention. It's fine, it's fine. As the old saying goes, when you open a window, a door must close, right? So, just a little joke, Miss Su-Ying. Seeing Su-Ying's expression shift from sunny to stormy, Song Chen smiled and waved his hand, adding, I'm not picky, anything is fine. Pa. Suing huffed, refusing to speak. Is this really infuriating? This family is truly infuriating? It's really like you can't have two types of people sleeping under one blanket. What were we talking about just now? Song-chin decided to change the topic in a stiff and direct manner, looking around at the group of girls, suddenly feeling a strange sensation. Goodness, is this a star-studded gathering? We were talking about how the floating pagoda's secret realm will close on the 7th day, allowing us to transport all the resources we've gathered away. Are we going to make our move then and sweep through the entire secret realm? Su Xiao, clearly a good student who pays attention in class, picked up on Song Chen's lead and brought the topic back. And indeed, the topic was miraculously brought back. Looking around at everyone, Song Chen pretended to be serious and said in a deep voice, "Next, let's hold a family meeting to discuss the robbery. To discuss how to greet the other elite teams in a friendly manner. We must greet them warmly. We can spar, but it must be moderate. Our principle is to befriend others. No, to be kind to others. We must build good relationships and let everyone experience our style of treating people with kindness as much as possible." A few simple sentences, and he had already misused several words. By the end, Xin Xingning was covering her face and didn't want to speak anymore. Tang Xiling glanced at Song Chen and gave him a sweet smile. "You said what's on your mind, right? Pay attention next time." "Okay, senior sister, I will definitely be careful next time." Song Chen nodded seriously. The 4 girls from Blue Snow Mountain in the capsule safe house were a bit surprised, wondering if they had misheard. Confidentiality. Suing had already looked at her 4 junior sisters from Blue Snow Mountain, her expression calm but extremely serious. "I don't want anything said in this safe house today to reach anyone else's ears." "No problem, Senior Su." The 4 junior sisters nodded in unison. It was clear they were Su Ying's little fans, the loyal kind. Song Chen wasn't particularly interested in these 4 little fans, although Suing wasn't very well known, she didn't mind them sleeping on her. But Suing was beautiful, right? After all, you have to have something, either beauty or fame, right? These 4 little fans clearly had nothing at all. They didn't have anything to attract Song Chen's attention. There was nothing to be done. That's just how the guys in the biology department are. It's fine. The confidentiality of the capsule safe house is quite high, right? It seems that even the surveillance can't see what's happening inside the safe house or hear the conversations here? As soon as Song Chen said this, Suing shook her head. "It's not like that. The senior responsible for monitoring the floating pagoda's secret realm is very strong. With her abilities, it wouldn't be difficult for her to see what's happening in the capsule safe house and hear the conversations. However, this senior is known for valuing privacy, so outsiders shouldn't know about our discussions." Upon hearing this, Song Chen shrugged, showing no further reaction. It's all irrelevant. So what if someone outside can hear? If they hear, they hear. After all, there are only so many elite students who can enter the floating pagoda's secret realm. It's a grand stage of the secret realm. If you have the guts, come on in. I'll first share my thoughts, and then I'd like to hear your opinions. Just as Song Chen was about to speak, he suddenly turned to Suing, looking a bit confused. "I almost forgot to ask you, Suing, what is your current identity?" "What identity?" Suing was momentarily stunned by the question. "Who am I? What identity do I have? What am I supposed to do? Are you planning to cooperate with us to form a friendly team, or?" Song Chen looked at Suing and continued, "Of course, you can also try sparring with me. I promise to start with a big sniper, unarmored, single banana path." Suing? She was genuinely confused. But someone like Xin Xingning, who had mixed up her knowledge, instantly understood and showed a look of realization. Song Chen immediately exchanged a perfect fist bump with Xin Xingning. "You understand me, my experienced cousin." Xin Xingning, Tang Xiling, beginner-level dragon-slaying technique players. Xin Xingning, Tang Xiling, beginner-level dragon-slaying technique players, give me some rice. A beautiful fist bump celebration. Song Chen and Xin Xingning displayed perfect synergy, which indeed made Suing feel a bit sour, even slightly breaking her defenses. It was quite enviable. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Yanyan and Su Xiao beside them were quite envious as well. The two of them had not interacted with Song Chen for long, and their approach was not as domineering. In comparison, they were far inferior to Xin Xingning, and certainly not as good as Tang Xiling. After all, these two were not only heavyweight competitors but also skilled in dragon-slaying techniques, having already grasped many secrets of the art, even if they were still at the beginner level. But being a beginner was still better than knowing nothing at all. Wait, what is this banana thing and no armor? I don't understand. No, that's not the key issue. The key is, we actually don't want to be enemies with you, right, you four? Suing cleverly shifted the topic, looking at the 4 junior sisters behind her. The four junior sisters understood Su Ying's thoughts very well and nodded in unison, expressing their absolute support for Su Ying's decision and stance. You see. Su Ying spread her hands. Tang Xiling, on the side, was watching clearly and vaguely guessed what Su Ying was thinking, but she was too lazy to say anything. Many people were like that. You might think they were mute, but in reality, they saw everything clearly, they just didn't want to speak up. This type of person was the best at observing. Just like Tang Xiling, Xin Xingning didn't have so many thoughts, she always said what was on her mind, being relatively direct and extremely good at breaking the deadlock. So you don't want to fight with us, which means you want to form a friendly team? If that's the case, how will the experience points be distributed? And when the Great Secret Realm opens on the 7th day, we have the ability to quickly clear the entire map, sending away batch after batch of elite students, but you definitely can't keep up with us. How will that be divided? Xin Xingning's thoughts were very clear, her speech fast but articulated well. Su Ying immediately understood. You can't say it isn't true, it really is that way. It's like a buyer's market versus a seller's market. Songchen belonged to the side that held the initiative, he could buy whenever he wanted, and he could sell whenever he wanted. The initiative was too great, and the stage was too vast. As for Su Ying and her four junior sisters from Blue Snow Mountain, to put it bluntly, having the five of them or not made little difference, it was more or less the same, like having them was fine, but not having them was also okay. As the saying goes, it's easy to add flowers to a brocade but hard to send charcoal in the snow. We don't want experience points. If we're hunting monsters, we can act separately. You go hunt yours, and we'll hunt ours, no one will delay anyone. Collecting resources will be the same. As for the last day, when the floating pagoda Great Secret Realm ends, how much resources one can plunder depends entirely on one's own strength. How about that? Whoever gets it counts as theirs. Su Ying said thoughtfully, as a result of careful consideration. This was more reasonable. To put it plainly, it was about hunting monsters for experience. You hunt yours, we hunt ours, no one delays anyone, and no one takes advantage of anyone. Similarly, when the floating pagoda Great Secret Realm reaches its last day, and the city teleportation symbols turn into a global ranking map, it will all depend on each side's combat power. In simple terms, it was, we are allies, but not really allies. Anyway, we can fight whoever we want, but there will be no internal strife or infighting. Okay, this division is fine. Oh, by the way, when leveling up and hunting monsters, remember we need to go in two directions. For example, if we go east, you have to go west, and the distance must be quite far, at least ensuring a gap of about 100 kilometers. Song Chen's tone was very serious and solemn. This left Su Ying a bit confused, her pretty face showing a hint of bewilderment. What does this mean? Is it hard to understand? Actually, I'm worried that if I accidentally have a little breakdown, I might take out all five of you sisters in an instant. That would look really bad, right? Song Chen shrugged, his expression serious as he said, Don't think I'm joking. I'm not joking. Su Ying, hee. Xin Xingning was shocked. Song Chen, she doesn't believe it. She just witnessed you take out a 10-man team from the Eagle Sauce Alliance in an instant, and she still doesn't believe it. Impressive, Tang Xiling praised. Sister Su is mighty and powerful, I hope she can keep it up. Zhang Yanyan was also a bit surprised. Su Xiao didn't say anything, but her eyes revealed a lot of astonishment. Oh my goodness. This Su Ying from Blue Snow Mountain is really brave. No. Su Ying paused for a moment and quickly said, I'm not doubting the damage of that one skill, I know how exaggerated that damage is. I'm just wondering, why does the distance have to be set to 100 kilometers? Xin Xingning, who was about to say something, was stopped by Song Chen waving his hand, shrugging, It's nothing, it's just a saying. If you feel that 100 kilometers is a bit much, then you can disregard it. Shen Xingning, Tang Xiling, Zhang Yanyan, Su Xiao. The four girls exchanged glances, all a bit confused about what Song Chen meant. Could it be that he plans to take down the sheltered girl from Blue Snow Mountain and teach her a lesson for being so naive? Song Chen didn't respond and didn't bring it up again. He had already understood. Even though Su Ying had just witnessed Song Chen instantly take out 10 elite students from the Eagle Sauce Alliance, she still had some doubts about his strength. After all, Song Chen's level wasn't even that high yet. And Su Ying? A proper second transformation high-level professional, and her level was even a bit higher than Tang Xiling's, which shows she was also a leveling fanatic in Blue Snow Mountain. In fact, considering Tang Xiling's temperament, she also had the personality of a leveling fanatic. When there were no other matters, her favorite thing to do was level up alone. It was just that she had been cleverly held back by Song Chen. This, in a way, slowed down Tang Xiling's leveling pace, as she was currently preoccupied with thoughts of transparency and being transparent. So, Seeing Shinxingning's gaze turn over, Songchen slightly shook his head, his eyes clearly conveying, no matter how much I say, she won't believe it. It's better to give her a bloody lesson, that would leave a deep impression. You five are here, how can I do bad things? You five are here, how can I do bad things? You're right, Shinxingning returned to look to Song Chen, nodding slightly. This situation is indeed hard to say. Well, when the time comes, everything will be clear, it won't be too late. But speaking of which, isn't our capsule safe house a bit too small? This was the truth. Song Chen was also a bit troubled by this matter. The capsule safe house they were currently staying in was something Shinxingning had purchased at a high price. Although it was quite spacious and had plenty of rooms, it was still more than enough for just their group of 5. Now that another team from Blue Snow Mountain had arrived, with 10 people living in this capsule safe house, it felt a bit crowded. Of course, the key point was, with more people, it was actually harder to do anything bad. And not being able to do bad things made Song Chen very unhappy. I've come out, I'm living with my sisters, why can't I do bad things? You might as well just kill me. It's fine, even though we don't have a safe house, we do have a portable family tent, so you don't have to worry about us crowding together, Suing said nonchalantly. However, there was a hint of jealousy in her tone. Although Song Chen hadn't voiced his true feelings, Suing was no ordinary naive girl, she was quite perceptive. Just from the subtle changes in Song Chen's expressions, Suing had roughly figured out that if the 5 elite students from Blue Snow Mountain forced their way in, it might not lead to a pleasant gathering. In fact, if it ruined Song Chen's good fortune. Hey, what are you talking about? Guests are always welcome. Shinxingning waved her hand grandly and said, let's rest first. Once we study the layout and environmental position of the floating pagoda's secret realm, we can find a relatively central spot to set up camp. Camping together means we can look out for each other. The hostess's demeanor was just right. However, this attitude suited Shinxingning perfectly, and her way of dealing with people was quite effective. In a sense, the head of this loving family, led by Song Chen, undoubtedly had Shinxingning as the face of the group, exuding a bit of an empress vibe. We actually know of a pretty good spot. I remember it was called Cloud Cover Peak or something like that. It's a small hill with a relatively good environment, not too hot or cold, and the scenery is excellent, with an unobstructed view all around. Suing seemed to transform into a real estate agent. Song Chen waved his hand, let's talk about moving later. For now, let's rest. We're not in a hurry to hunt monsters or gather resources. We can take it easy and enjoy a leisurely retirement. Alright, then we won't disturb you any longer. Suing nodded politely and exchanged a glance with the 4 younger girls beside her, leading them out of the capsule safe house. Shinxingning followed them out, casually closing the door behind her, not sure if she was going to discuss some secret with Suing or something else. What are they talking about? It seems so mysterious, like a secret meeting. Is there something fishy going on? Zhang Yanyan leaned in close to Song Chen with a mysterious look. Song Chen shrugged, lounging comfortably on the lazy sofa, too lazy to even blink, let alone speak. That's how people are. Once they get lazy, they can't even be bothered to lift a finger, even breathing feels like a chore. Let me give you a shoulder massage, brother Song. Su Xiao moved behind Song Chen and whispered. Song Chen looked surprised, his eyes wide in disbelief as he turned to Su Xiao. Wait, little sister, you've actually learned massage techniques during this time apart? You're quite talented. Just a little skill. Su Xiao shrugged and added, I learned it from a very gentle senior sister, she's really super gentle. Where? Jianyun Academy? Song Chen pondered, quickly searching his mind. Both Song Chen and Shinxingning were locals of Jianyun and were familiar with Jianyun Academy, which was Su Xiao's school. Jianyun Academy was considered a top-tier institution. If it weren't for missing the college entrance exam and entering the capital's academy through special enrollment, Song Chen would likely have gone to Jianyun Academy for further development. Yes, Jianyun Academy. Su Xiao said as she began to massage Song Chen's shoulders, using techniques like scraping and acupressure, her methods surprisingly effective. Your senior sister isn't from Jianyun, is she? After searching for a while, Song Chen blurted out this question. No. Su Xiao thought for a moment and replied, I remember that senior seems to be from the western regions, I think. I can't recall. As expected. Song Chen squinted and nodded, mumbling, the girls from Jianyun City, around our age, I really have a clear idea about them. I know exactly who is who, there's no girl in the guide who can massage and has a gentle temperament. What gentle? Shinxingning, who had just walked in, happened to catch a key word. Nothing. Song Chen quickly waved his hand. Are you kidding me, buddy? If that vinegar jar Shinxingning found out that Song Chen was thinking about the girl guide from Jianyun City, who knows what kind of madness she would unleash. A beating from Cuckoo would definitely be unavoidable. It might even involve some 120-pound continuous suppression, like a chokehold or something. In any case, it wouldn't be comfortable at all. By the way, what were you talking about with suing? Song-chin pointed to the door. Nothing much, I just checked the quality of their tents. Shin Xingning shrugged and said, family-style tents are actually one of the products of refining tools, but the level is much lower than that of capsule-safe houses. The two are not on the same safety level at all. That's true, there's a reason for the price. Song Chen exclaimed sincerely. Although he hadn't seen the tents where Su Ying and the others were staying, he imagined they couldn't be as comfortable as their capsule-safe house, which had surveillance, sofas, shower rooms, dining tables, projectors, and everything else super comfortable. Later, I'll invite Su Ying over to play cards with us, maybe some Day.As or something. Shin Xingning stretched lazily, her expression suddenly becoming much more serious. But I always feel that Su Ying's approach to us isn't very pure. You five living well is more important than anything else. Oh, is there a mole? Zhang Yanyan immediately became interested and turned to Shin Xingning. So what's your speculation, Sister Ningning? This sudden topic of a mole left Shin Xingning momentarily stunned. A few seconds later, she finally reacted. Not the mole you mentioned, I mean, Su Ying's approach to us isn't very straightforward. For example, she might be here for Song Chen. That's quite normal. Zhang Yanyan shrugged, casually glancing at Tang Xiling, giving her a small hint with her eyes. This hint. Su Xiao absolutely couldn't understand it. After all, she was a latecomer and had been picked up by Tang Xiling in the floating pagoda's secret realm, so there were too many things she didn't know or hadn't seen. Tang Xiling understood very well. If we talk about the scene where that holy water was splashed everywhere, Zhang Yanyan had seen the whole process, and naturally, with a woman's sixth sense, she could vaguely guess why Su Ying, the proud daughter of the Blue Snow Mountain, was chasing after them. It's also possible that she initially came seeking revenge. For example, wanting to get back at someone for being forcefully splashed with water and having their hair washed. After all, if it were me, I would probably want to take a knife and vent my anger on a couple of people. Tang Xiling shrugged and continued, but for some reason, after Su Ying came and saw Song Chen, it's hard to say it wasn't love at first sight. Divine love at first sight. Zhang Yanyan made a goosebumps-inducing gesture, looking quite disdainful, unaware that when she first saw Song Chen, she was no different from Su Ying. Most guys are visual creatures. Aren't women the same? Alright, stop flattering me. With my buddy's looks, it's just like that. The main thing is his exceptional aura. You guys understand what I mean, right? Song Chen lounged on the lazy sofa, not wanting to move at all, speaking lazily. There was indeed a bit of pretentiousness in his words. But the problem was, no one refuted him. From Shin Xingning to Tang Xiling, and then from Zhang Yanyan to Su Xiao, all four girls surprisingly thought his words made a lot of sense. Sure, it was a bit pretentious, but there was truth in it. By the way, Song Chen, today is just the first day of the Floating Pagoda's secret realm opening. It's only been half a day. What should we do these next few days? Shin Xingning remembered the important matter and asked. Song Chen thought for a moment and pondered. I plan to take advantage of these 2 days to give Su Ying a bit of a shock, so she knows the power of a berserker. You mean a shock, right? Shin Xingning rolled her eyes. It's a shock. Song Chen looked puzzled. Stop talking nonsense. Tang Xiling waved her hand and asked expressionlessly, so after giving Su Ying a bit of a shock, what's the next move? To take her under my wing. These next few days, we'll just level up normally, grind monsters, and if we happen to encounter other elite student teams, we'll take them down, no problem. Song Chen thought for a moment and continued, of course, we also have to keep playing bumper cars. Bumper cars are really fun, right? What do you guys think? Shen Xingning, Tang Xiling, Zhang Yanyan, Su Xiao. Among the four girls, the only one completely in the dark was Su Xiao, who had no idea what the code or riddle was about. As for Su Ying, Song Chen didn't think too much about it. He was indeed quite taken by Su Ying's looks and was also quite interested in her figure. After all, having eaten a lot of delicacies, one inevitably wants to change things up and try a fried egg from Barrenland, right? That's no problem. That's just how people are. It's just that. Su Ying had yet to make an accurate judgment about Song Chen's combat power. Or rather, she had no concept of Song Chen's ability to take down opponents in an instant. She didn't know where his upper limit was or where his lower limit lay. So Song Chen planned to give Su Ying a bit of a shock. After having lunch, the whole afternoon was spent in the capsule safe house, focusing on relaxation. As for Su Ying, to be fair, the proud girl from Blue Snow Mountain was quite serious and diligent. In the afternoon, she actually took her 4 junior sisters to explore the surrounding environment, defeating quite a few monsters and collecting a lot of rare materials. The benefits of the Floating Pagoda's secret realm were evident here. Rare materials that usually required grinding various hidden dungeons or high-difficulty dungeons could be obtained just by casually defeating wild monsters in this secret realm, making the difficulty of acquisition drop significantly. Besides rare materials, things like weapon design blueprints, skill stones, and attribute stones also became very easy to obtain. Coupled with the monster's levels, strength, and the experience points rewarded, the Floating Pagoda's secret realm was a process full of infinite hope for elite students with considerable combat power to quickly enhance and strengthen themselves. The Blue Snow Mountain Academy, to which Suing belonged, was still striving. Other top-tier academies, first-class institutions, and universities from various countries and alliances were all working hard. Song Chen, Xin Xingning, Tang Xiling, and Su Xiao from the Azure Dragon Academy were just binge-watching shows, following anime, drinking beer, playing games, and enjoying bumper cars in the capsule safe house, focusing on a people-oriented, happiness-centered approach. What is this kid doing? What is he doing? Zhang Haike was a bit puzzled. The capsule safe house was the same as the tents or similar props used by other students, and the monitoring perspective couldn't see what was happening inside. So, Zhang Haike, Qin Xiannan, and the principal and vice principal of the Shangjing Academy, along with a group of school board members, were left with the last scene they saw. Song Chen had eliminated an elite team from the Eagle Sauce Alliance in an instant, and then entered the capsule safe house, never to come out again. In the meantime, Suing and 4 junior sisters from Blue Snow Mountain had come out, and they were quite busy, exploring maps and fighting monsters, looking very diligent. He's resting, perhaps? Qin Xiannan, who understood Song Chen's temperament quite well, pondered and said, or maybe they've already discussed their strategy. What's it called again? A gentleman conceals his abilities and waits for the right moment to act. It's about conserving energy for a decisive strike, Principal Tang Jin added. The vice principal beside him felt the same but didn't say much. Seeing that both the principal and vice principal thought so, Zhang Haike shrugged and muttered, if you didn't know better, you'd really think this kid went on vacation. You 4, no, you 5, living well is more important than anything else. Su Zhao's background, a visitor from the Mage Tower? Su Zhao's background, a visitor from the Mage Tower? This was exactly Zhang Haike's sentiment, which Song Chen couldn't hear at all. Otherwise, Song Chen would definitely give his reliable mentor a thumbs up. However, those outside the Great Secret Realm could only see what was happening inside through the monitoring of the Great Secret Realm, observing every elite student team. But the scenes and situations inside the tents and safe houses were treated as private and could not be seen by outsiders. Hey, why do you say you 5 are living well? Principal Tang Jin suddenly asked this question after thinking for a moment. Hearing that it seemed to concern Song Chen's romantic life, and possibly even his marriage, several board members became very interested, all perked up to listen, trying to catch some interesting content. In the past, a few board members wouldn't have paid any attention to Song Chen. The Shangjing Academy was the undisputed top university within the Qinglong Empire, ranking first among the 4 top institutions, and currently, half of the 18 kings of the Qinglong Empire came from Shangjing Academy, which was enough to prove the depth of this top institution. As board members of Shangjing Academy, their perspective was certainly not at the level of ordinary people. It was impossible. Previously, these board members wouldn't even have glanced at Song Chen, just like Xie Changshan from the Xie family, who had even considered other ways to eliminate Song Chen. Now Xie Changshan was entirely focused on figuring out how to mend the relationship between the Xie family and Song Chen, trying to make amends as much as possible. But since Song Chen had a grudge against Xie Jiangnan first, and then there was the wilderness leveling area ambush plan orchestrated by Xie Changshan. To repair the relationship with Song Chen, Xie Changshan believed he first had to abandon the Xie Jiangnan card, and secondly, damn it, I can't just sharpen my spear at the last moment and rush back to have a daughter or something, right? That's too late. Xie Changshan was a bit at a loss, worried and wanting to pull his hair. He wasn't stupid. He could see clearly that among the 10 people sitting in this board observation room, 9.5 had already developed the intention to win over Song Chen. At this point, if one still couldn't see Song Chen's potential, then they really didn't deserve to sit here. Ah, damn it, I'm already behind at the start. Xie Changshan secretly glanced at the people in the room, still wanting to pull his hair. What to do? Oh no, I remember that old Chen's family has a girl. How old is she this year? 28? Thankfully, she's a bit older. Who else has a daughter? Looking at this trend, the more families that have daughters, the better their chances of winning over Song Chen. Could this also be Song Chen's weakness? As he pondered, Xie Changshan habitually placed himself in opposition to Song Chen to consider the issue, thinking whether this tactic could cause some trouble for Song Chen. On the other side of the conference table, Zhang Haike was probably introducing a few girls to Principal Tang Jin, Xin Xingning and Tang Xiling, you know them, Principal. One is this year's genius freshman, and the other is a top student from the previous grade. And Zhang Yanyan goes without saying, right? The second daughter of the Zhang family, known for her immense wealth. There's also a girl named Su Xiao. I haven't had the chance to look into her specific background yet, but I remember Song Chen mentioning her. He said he met her in Jianyun City just after awakening his profession, and they formed a good connection. I still need to check her identity. Is there a powerful Su family? After the series of explanations from Jiang Haik, Principal Tang Jin touched his mouth thoughtfully. Su family? Which Su family? Is it some newly rising family? After pondering for a while, Tang Jin suddenly widened his eyes and asked in a low voice, Old Jiang, do you know what profession that girl Su Xiao is? She's a mage. Jiang Haik was puzzled. Didn't we just see it? Tang Xiling picked up Su Xiao, and you saw her in that mage robe, right? What kind of mage? Tang Jin's expression immediately became serious. I think it's a lightning mage? Jiang Haik scratched his head, recalling. Song Chen had indeed mentioned this to Jiang Haik before, though it was just a casual remark, but Jiang Haik remembered it. Lightning mage? Su family? What about the Su family? What? Tang Jin was stunned for several seconds, rubbed his temples, and took a few deep breaths before quickly regaining his composure. Seeing Tang Jin's hesitance, taking deep breaths and rubbing his temples, Jiang Haik realized there was a problem but didn't understand. What's going on, Principal? Can you elaborate? Well, it's hard to say. First, I need to ask you, do you know about the Mage Tower? Tang Jin's tone was quite calm as he looked at Jiang Haik. The Mage Tower? What is that? Jiang Haik clearly didn't know. Qin Xiannan, who happened to overhear this, was taken aback and immediately lowered her voice. Wait a minute, Principal, are you saying the Mage Tower? That girl came out of the Mage Tower? Most likely. Tang Jin scratched his head and shrugged, but according to rules set long ago, families guarding the Mage Tower cannot leave unless the endless sea boils or the extreme North Snow Mountain collapses. Maybe something unexpected happened? Qin Xiannan asked. What kind of unexpected event could there be? Tang Jin thought for a moment and added, the Mage Towers located at various pivotal points around the world are said to be the strongest fortresses that cannot be breached, and they also possess terrifying offensive capabilities. How could there be an accident? Moreover, each Mage Tower must be directly controlled by a family. Wait a minute. At this point, Tang Jin took out his phone and sent a text message, deep in thought. Unless there is internal strife within the family, the most solid fortress may not necessarily be breached from the outside. It could be more easily destroyed from within. That makes sense. Jiang Haik nodded in agreement. Speaking of the Mage Tower, with Tang Jin's mention, Jiang Haik vaguely recalled something, but those people and events were too distant, and they rarely intersected in daily life, so he couldn't remember clearly. By the way, before Jiang Haik could ask anything, Tang Jin had already spoken up. What's the relationship between Song Chen and that girl named Su Xiao? Is it good? Is there a possibility for them to develop into a suitable pair? What's up, Principal? Are you playing matchmaker? Qin Xiannan was taken aback. Then you need to specially recruit Su Xiao into the Qinglong Academy first. Jiang Haik chuckled and added, and suing from Blue Snow Mountain, not a single one can be missing. The Lightning Mage Tower lineage must have descendants who are lightning mages. The Lightning Mage Tower lineage must have descendants who are lightning mages. Now it was Principal Tang Jin's turn to be confused. Special recruitment? Is there going to be special recruitment again? Special recruitment isn't exactly unprecedented. It's not as difficult as one might imagine, but there will definitely be some resistance in the process. For me, what's special recruitment? Tang Jin's rhetoric was smooth. It indicated both pressure and showcased his own prestige, achieving a balance that wouldn't affect his authority. But speaking of which, Principal, is there any pressure in specially recruiting Su Xiao into our capital academy? Shouldn't we investigate the Mage Tower side first? Which Mage Tower? The Lightning Mage Tower? Upon hearing Jiang Haik's words, Tang Jin shifted to a more serious sitting posture and nodded. Yes, it's the Lightning Mage Tower. There are many Mage Towers, and this is the most confidential secret. Even I don't know how many Mage Towers exist in this world. The Martial God Tower is the same. They are all top secrets, existing to deal with large-scale invasions that could occur at any time. After a slight pause, Tang Jin lightly tapped his fingers on the table, pondering. Su Xiao comes from the Lightning Mage Tower. It should have been obvious that only the bloodline from the Lightning Mage Tower would cause every generation to awaken as a Lightning Mage, such a supermodel profession. If the descendants of the Lightning Mage Tower have left, does that mean there's really been internal strife over there? Or external forces? If it's external forces, it could only mean a large-scale monster invasion. The possibility of external factors is low. Jiang Haik shook his head and added, if there really was a crack or something affecting the balance, I would have been notified long ago. You're right. Tang Jin nodded. When it comes to notifications about such matters, Jiang Haik would definitely receive them earlier than Tang Jin, as he was a member of the Doomsday Resistance Front, belonging to the type that would return at the call of battle. So it's family infighting? If it's family infighting, the resistance could be quite significant. Tang Jin pondered for a few seconds and said, in that case, wanting to specially recruit Su Xiao into our capital academy, into Qinglong Academy, we might have to first resolve the internal issues of their lightning mage tower, which would be quite troublesome. That is indeed troublesome. How about starting with Suing? What do you think about Suing? Jiang Haik was reluctant to get involved with the lightning mage tower's affairs. This could easily drag him into the fray, and he might even have to exert effort, risking his life. That would definitely be a thankless task. But the problem was, Song Chen's personal mentor was Jiang Haik. If Song Chen specifically requested to have Su Xiao specially recruited into Qinglong Academy, then Jiang Haik would have to contribute, no matter what. After all, with Song Chen's rising fame and increasing importance, Jiang Haik's status and authority would naturally rise as well, making him quite impressive all of a sudden. Suing, huh? As for Suing, actually, Tang Jin hesitated, stammering, unsure of what to say, as if he had some unspeakable difficulties. Jiang Haik slowly typed out a question mark. Qin Xiannan thought for a moment and clicked her tongue. I suddenly remembered, Principal Tang Jin seems to have some past connection with Lan Xueshan, right? Is that so? Jiang Haik immediately became interested. Come on. Tang Jin quickly waved his hand, fixing a serious principal's gaze on Qin Xiannan. How do you know about this? Where did you get this gossip? Is that all? Our female mentor's gossip group has even more explosive stuff than this. Qin Xiannan pouted, completely unconcerned. Tang Jin? There's this too? So the gossip in our capital's academy isn't a secret at all? It's already been thoroughly gossiped about by the female mentors? The pressure comes from Lan Xueshan, so whether Suing can be specially recruited into Lan Xueshan depends on their side's intentions. But thinking about it carefully, it seems that as long as there are no issues on Su Ying's side, Lan Xueshan should also let her go. After pondering this carefully, Jiang Haik shook his head again and said solemnly, letting her go seems a bit difficult. After all, Suing is considered one of the best among the younger generation, a favored daughter of heaven. How could Lan Xueshan possibly let such a shining talent come to our capital's academy? Isn't that the problem? Qin Xiannan shrugged. It's indeed quite tricky. Tang Jin's side as well. This is the current state of the world. No top academies from various countries or alliances are willing to easily let go of their truly talented students. Who would be willing? They would definitely offer quite generous conditions to keep them in their own camp, to expand their strength or serve as substitutes for the first-tier teams. The headaches just kept piling up, at least for now. Tang Jin pondered that if Song Chen really wanted to make some demands, like bringing both Su Xiao and Suing into the Qinglong Academy, then as the principal, he would really have to give some face. Who's joking here? Even a fool could see it. Once this floating pagoda secret realm ends, when Song Chen comes out, countless olive branches will surely appear, and who knows how many forces will come to invite Song Chen, offering him absolutely generous conditions and treatment. This is something that doesn't even need to be thought about. As long as one isn't blind, they can clearly see the potential in Song Chen. What a headache of a guy. Really a headache. How should we deal with this? Tang Jin also started pulling his hair. Thus, after Xie Changshan from the Xie family, the principal of the capital's academy, Tang Jin, also began to pull his hair, looking troubled. Meanwhile, the instigator causing many forces to worry and pull their hair, Song Chen, was rolling up his sleeves and playing cards with a few girls. Yes, playing a card game like Big 2, without glaring, shouting, or slamming the cards. Can it even be called playing? The main point is to get more and more into it. What should we eat for dinner? Who's going to cook? Xin Xingning asked while shuffling the cards, looking at everyone. Just to be clear, I can't really cook at home. I can't either. Tang Xiling shrugged, the second to chime in. I can eat. Zhang Yanyan clearly showed her rich second-generation attitude, famously only knowing how to eat and not cook, which is quite reasonable. Chef Suing, online. Chef Suing, online. I only know a little. Su Xiao, being honest, weakly raised her hand. Song Chen couldn't help but facepalm. Not poking fun, really not poking fun. Luckily, these few at home are quite wealthy, so even if they can't cook, they won't starve to death or anything. It's all good. I can cook, but is it convenient to cook here? Suing put down the cards in her hand, expressionless as she glanced around, even rolling up her sleeves, ready to get up and check the kitchen. Xin Xingning immediately pressed down on Su Ying's delicate hand. Tang Xiling, who was nearby, also looked on with vigilance, wary of Suing. No, sister. I know your cards are bad, you can't escape, but we're on the same team. You can't use cooking as an excuse to slip away. What am I supposed to do? Zhang Yanyan was quick to react, instantly guessing Su Ying's thoughts. Goodness, really? Wanting to slip away just because the cards are bad, huh? You can escape, but what about me as your teammate? Just left to fend for myself, growing wild? Su Ying's pretty face flushed, realizing she had been exposed. Song Chen thought for a moment and said, "You go cook, give me your cards, and if we lose this round, it counts as mine." Su Ying was slightly taken aback. Before she could react, the cards she was about to discard were already taken by Song Chen. Is there such a good thing? Su Ying had just drawn her cards and knew they were going to be terrible. What junk? Don't even think about escaping. She probably wouldn't even be able to open a point. Su Ying's partner was Tang Xiling. Tang Xiling might be accommodating in other matters, but when it came to winning or losing, she was very serious about it. This was a matter of each person's temperament. No matter how capable Su Ying was, she couldn't change Tang Xiling's temperament in such a short time. She wasn't Song Chen, who had that ability. Alright then. Su Ying didn't intend to force it. In her view, the outcome was bound to be a loss, and holding on would only prolong the inevitable, which was meaningless. The game was played by 6 people, including Xin Xingning, Tang Xiling, Zhang Yanyan, and Su Xiao, along with Su Ying and a junior from Lan Shuashan. Song Chen didn't participate. He was busy looking at strategies. The document Zhang Hake had sent to Song Chen contained various precautions, issues, and possible resource locations within the floating pagoda's secret realm. The things he had overlooked before now needed to be reviewed again. This indeed gave Song Chen, who didn't like reading, a headache, but not reading wasn't an option. Relying solely on brute force? That wasn't Song Chen's style. You won't get to open a point just because you're here. Tang Xiling shot a glance at Song Chen and raised her hand to initiate the first round of probing. Song Chen was completely unfazed. He knew the color of the stockings you brought, so why would he be afraid of your card skills? He could make you kneel and call him boss. In less than half an hour, a round was finished, and Su Ying's lunch was almost ready. Did you win? 1. Song Chen nodded confidently at Su Ying, then sniffed. Wow, I didn't expect you to be a cook. What cook? Su Ying was a bit embarrassed and quickly added, this is just a hobby. Do you understand what a hobby is? I understand. Song Chen nodded repeatedly, calling everyone to the table to eat. As the saying goes, one is short when receiving help, and one is at a disadvantage when eating. After a lunch, even Zhang Yanyan, who had a somewhat exclusive personality, had developed a lot of goodwill towards Su Ying, and her polite words increased significantly. To be honest, the food was really good. Then for the next few days, the meals will be up to you, Senior Su Ying. Song Chen made a gesture of respect and smiled. I see the food supplies are quite sufficient. With our group's appetite, we could eat for half a month without any problem. I don't want to be leveling up and gathering materials, okay? My profession isn't a cook. Su Ying pouted, not in a good mood, but anyone with eyes could see. Su Ying was happy making this lunch, and everyone enjoyed eating it. By the end, it could be said that both the host and guests were truly delighted, feeling quite satisfied. Then I'll reluctantly take you to hunt some monsters and gain some experience, Song Chen shrugged and added, let's consider it as our family of 5's meal expenses. What do you think, Senior Su Ying? Team up? Su Ying fell into thought. In fact, she had already considered forming a team, but after seeing Song Chen, she realized he had quite a few people on his side. Including Song Chen, there were already 5 people on his side. On Su Ying's side, there were also exactly 5 people. Of course, neither side had any dead weight. When it came to fighting, they were all formidable and had considerable combat power. What's wrong? Are you not happy? Song Chen was a bit surprised. Not at all, Su Ying quickly shook her head and said, what I mean is, with our 2 teams combined, that's 10 people. I'm afraid the experience from hunting monsters won't be enough to share. Theoretically, that's true, Song Chen nodded. 10 people sharing the experience from one monster meant that Song Chen would have to defeat 10 monsters for each person to receive the full experience from one monster, which would slow down the pace and reduce efficiency. For leveling up and hunting monsters, it's better for the 2 teams to act separately. Our Blue Snow Mountain team works well together. Su Ying pointed to the 4 younger girls beside her and added, don't be fooled by their age. The combat power they generate through teamwork is quite strong. They can easily take down an average 5-person team. Alright, just be careful not to step into my skill range when we're hunting monsters. Song Chen nodded and didn't say more. Su Ying? However, Song Chen didn't anticipate the complexities of a woman's heart. What he said was the truth, but in Su Ying's ears, it sounded a bit like, I know you all probably can't handle it, so don't come crying to me later. That's all. You all handle breakfast yourselves. Lunch depends on the situation. I'll come if I have time. I will definitely make dinner. Suing said, waving her hand as she took the 4 younger girls from Blue Snow Mountain back to their safe tent to rest. After a while, Song Chen was confused and turned to his 4 girls. What's up with them? Did I hear that right? Are they angry? Yeah, they're a bit upset, Shen Xingning nodded. Annoyed, Tang Xiling added. It doesn't matter. Zhang Yanyan imitated Song Chen's catchphrase, calmly waving her hand. Without Suing, would our family starve? Isn't Xiao Xiao also able to cook? Come on. Let's make some late-night snacks and drink. Su Xiao. Tang's hand-drawn map, discovered Senior Xie Jiangnan. Tang's hand-drawn map, discovered Senior Xie Jiangnan. Me? Again, it's me? Su Xiao immediately felt the pressure rising and weakly asked, do we have any pre-made dishes here? Or noodles? Potatoes? This left the surrounding people confused. It seems we don't have pre-made dishes here. No, wait, we actually have quite a few. There's a cold storage compartment, you can check it out. Shen Xingning pointed towards the kitchen but was a bit puzzled. What do you need potatoes for? Is that some kind of code? Not a code, Su Xiao shook her head. Tang Xiling thought for a moment and said, you're not planning to make fries with the potatoes, are you? Can you even fry fries? I said I only know a little bit. Su Xiao said a bit aggrieved, pouting. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent. Shen Xingning looked at Tang Xiling looked at Zhang Yanyan, and Zhang Yanyan finally looked at Song Chen, the 3 of them exchanging silent glances. Indeed. French fries really don't test cooking skills, all you need to do is cut the potatoes and heat the oil. The technical requirements are quite low. Then how about, call Suing back? Shen Xingning tentatively asked. Song Chen shrugged and sighed, let's just leave it at that. We won't starve anyway. Besides, we're training and fighting right now, what does drinking heavily have to do with it? That's true. Tang Xiling shrugged, having nothing more to say. After thinking for a while, Tang Xiling pondered and said, how about I go out for a bit and see if I can get lucky? What do you think? What, are you planning to loot corpses again this time? Zhang Yanyan teased sarcastically. If we follow the pattern that Tang Xiling always brings back corpses every time he goes out, it wouldn't take long for the house to become quite lively. Who knows how many people there would be? I'm just going out for a stroll, just to look around. Tang Xiling shrugged, casually threw on a jacket, and headed out, walking at a leisurely pace, like a post-meal stroll. Song Chen continued to lounge on the lazy sofa playing games. No rush. After all, leveling up and grinding monsters doesn't depend on this moment. As for Tang Xiling's safety while wandering around, Song Chen wasn't worried. Given Tang Xiling's unique assassin profession, even without Song Chen around, he could easily ensure his own safety, able to go invisible anytime, anywhere, specializing in being elusive. The problem lies in, besides Song Chen, who has the ability to instantly take out a large area of enemies, what other professionals have that kind of combat power? Indeed, the best way to deal with an invisible professional is to use area damage methods. Regardless of whether they are invisible or not, just hit them with an area damage skill and see how they dodge. In summary, Song Chen didn't believe there were any professionals in this floating pagoda secret realm like him, so Tang Xiling would basically have no life concerns. He was quite safe. A night without conversation. Following the principle of conserving energy and striking hard during the day, Song Chen didn't drive at all that night. Even when Zhang Yanyan deliberately changed into a lowly outfit, he wasn't fooled. Mainly because Zhang Yanyan really didn't suit that outfit at all. The next morning. Hey, Xiling is back. When did you come back? Song Chen yawned as he took a bottle of orange juice from the fridge, just in time to see Tang Xiling curled up on the lazy sofa, looking quite spirited as she focused on her phone. The floating pagoda secret realm is similar to other dungeons and secret places. Once you enter, there's no signal for things like phones, laptops, or tablets. Offline content can be saved, and single-player games are no problem. I just got back not long ago. Song Song. Hey, what do you think of the nickname Song Song? Tang Xiling looked up at Song Chen, her eyes half-smiling, the corners of her mouth curving into a very beautiful and enticing arc. This smile seemed to be somewhat cold yet alluring, giving off a feeling of keeping people at a distance, creating a wonderful contrast. It's okay. It just sounds a bit clingy. As Song Chen spoke, he sat down next to Tang Xiling with the orange juice, feeding her a sip before taking a sip himself. What are you looking at on your phone? Looking at some information related to the floating pagoda secret realm, Tang Xiling said, suddenly putting down her phone. By the way, Song Song, guess who I ran into when I came back this morning? Upon hearing this, Song Chen was slightly taken aback. Who did you run into? Tang Xiling shrugged and smiled. Xie Jiangnan, from the Xie family, you must know him, right? Have you met him? Song Chen asked as he got up. What are you doing? Tang Xiling was momentarily confused. The way he looked, It seemed like he was about to roll up his sleeves to seek revenge. Is there a need for such urgency in settling scores? Of course, I'm just showing some camaraderie between fellow disciples. I know he misses home, so I'm sending him back to take a look. That's not a problem, right? Song Chen smiled, pondering what to have for breakfast. Tang Xiling opened a hand-drawn map on her phone. The technique looked quite ordinary, but it was quite realistic, easily distinguishing the surrounding terrain. You drew this? Song Chen was surprised. This girl has some artistic talent? Tang Xiling nodded. Yeah, it's a hand-drawn map. I'll send you a copy via Bluetooth, marking the location of our capsule safe house in Xia Jiangnan's camp. When are you leaving? Should I go with you? No need, I'm just going to level up, it's no problem. Song Chen waved his hand, put on a jacket, and said, remember to let those two eat while I'm gone. Okay. Tang Xiling didn't say more or ask further. It's normal for a man to have something to do, let him go do what he wants. Song Chen left. He headed straight for Xia Jiangnan's camp, but his speed was not fast, resembling a morning jog, not in a hurry at all. Early in the morning. There weren't many people in the observation room of the school board, but Zhang Haike was on duty 24 hours, having never left the observation room. Also accompanying him were Principal Tang Jin and Qin Xiannan, Xin Xingning's dedicated mentor. Besides them, there were two young board members, both capable of staying up late. I'm going back to catch some sleep. Wait. Qin Xiannan was about to go back for a beauty sleep when she suddenly saw Song Chen leave, instantly alert. What is this kid up to? He looks like he's going to seek revenge? Isn't it reasonable for me to send Suing home after a mountain collapse? Revenge? How did you figure that out? Zhang Haike asked, puzzled. Has Qin Xiannan evolved to this extent? Does she understand Song Chen's temperament better than he does? That can't be right. Just a guess. Women's sixth sense. Qin Xiannan shrugged and pointed at the tablet in front of her. You can also look at the map. Lao Jiang, where is Song Chen heading? Where? Zhang Haike didn't react immediately. After looking closely for a moment, Zhang Haike suddenly realized he saw the emblem of the Capital Academy, not far from Song Chen's position. The Capital Academy has more than just Song Chen's elite team. Xia Jiangnan also has a team, but his team consists of 10 members, which is much larger than Song Chen's side. After all, it's a group of friends. So he really is seeking revenge? Zhang Haike rubbed his chin, sneaking a glance at Xie Qingshan's direction, only to notice that this board member from the Xie family looked grave, as if his father had died and his mother remarried, with a face full of deep grievances. See? Qin Xiannan shrugged. If anyone in this observation room is currently the most troubled, it must be Xie Qingshan. He was about to pull his hair out. This isn't just a saying about having both hands full. No matter how you put it, Xie Jiangnan is still a member of the Xie family. But in Xie Qingshan's eyes, which prioritize the big picture and interests, Xie Jiangnan is merely a pawn that can be sacrificed at any time. In a large family, offspring are truly just tools or pawns. But the problem is, in Xie Qingshan's view, no matter what, Song Chen absolutely cannot become an enemy again. As the saying goes, it's better to resolve enmity than to create it. Given the current situation, Xie Qingshan has some confidence that he can help mend the relationship between the Xie family and Song Chen. Even if they previously ambushed Song Chen or employed some underhanded tactics, it is not beyond repair. There is no relationship in this world that cannot be fixed. If there is, it simply means the interests involved are not significant enough to stir people's hearts. This is actually completely in line with the hot pot theory. There is nothing that cannot be resolved over a hot pot meal. If there is, then it just takes 2 meals. Seems like we can't stop Song Chen now, right? Forget it, let him develop freely. Zhang Haike's voice was very low and light, communicating with Qin Xiannan in a hushed manner, as if discussing some deeply concealed topic. In reality, they were worried that Xie Qingshan might not be able to withstand the pressure. Soon, very soon, almost in the blink of an eye, Xie Jiangnan and the other 9 elite students from the capital's academy were sent out of the floating pagoda's secret realm, so fast that they didn't even have time to react. The focus was all on speed. At the entrance of the teleportation portal of the floating pagoda's secret realm, Xie Jiangnan stood there in confusion, looking at his hands and then at the group of sycophants around him, his thoughts still not returning. How did we get out? Yeah, how did we get out? I remember. We ran into someone we knew. Who was it? Recently, there's been a lot of buzz about a certain figure at the capital's academy, that scoundrel? Song Chen, yes, that's right, Song Chen, that's him. A few students began to regain their senses, recalling the moment they encountered Song Chen in the floating pagoda's secret realm. They didn't remember it very clearly, but they remembered Song Chen's figure distinctly, clearly recalling this culprit. Wait, did that scoundrel do this? How could he just show up and take us out in an instant? That's unreasonable. By the way, did you see what Songchen did? And also, what does it mean that he attacked us? Attacking his own compatriots? That's just despicable. Once they realized what had happened, two little fairies quickly took the moral high ground and began to incite. In a daze, Xia Jiangnan finally came to his senses, gritting his teeth and turning around, intending to re-enter the floating pagoda's secret realm to find Songchen. Jiangnan. Before Xia Jiangnan could take 2 steps, he was stopped by Xia Changshan, who came from the side and pressed down on his shoulder, halting his advance. Second uncle? Xia Jiangnan was stunned for 2 seconds. Be careful and honest when you re-enter the floating pagoda's secret realm. Xia Changshan dared not say too much, only offering this normal piece of advice. The reason was simple. There was a captain of the Qinglong army's guard watching nearby. In this situation, if Xia Changshan said anything more, if he dared to reveal any information about the floating pagoda's secret realm, such as the positions or movements of other teams, if he dared to disclose anything, Xia Jiangnan would be disqualified in an instant, and his student status would be revoked. The captain of the Qinglong army's guard truly had that kind of power. What do you mean, second uncle? You. Xia Jiangnan's face turned pale, growing increasingly grim. He naturally understood his second uncle Xia Changshan's implication, which was simply to tell him that after re-entering the floating pagoda's secret realm, he must absolutely not seek out Songchen, must absolutely not seek revenge. But this, for a moment, Xia Jiangnan felt a bit lost. This isn't the kind of strategy you told me about before. How come I just entered the great secret realm of the pagoda and after being sent out, the approach changed? Coach, this wasn't the tactic at the start. Trust me. Xia Changshan sighed, shaking his head without saying more. He couldn't say much, revealing even a little would lead to big trouble. For now, he can only place all his hopes on Xia Jiangnan's enlightenment. Xia Jiangnan didn't speak again. He barely lingered, leading a group of elite students into the teleportation portal of the great secret realm of the pagoda for the second time, disappearing from the capital academy. Meanwhile, Songchen casually picked up a few materials. Not many, but each one was a level 50 rare material. He had no idea where Xia Jiangnan and the others had gotten these items. It wasn't even the last day in the great secret realm of the pagoda. Such rare materials and resources couldn't be taken out at all, especially since they were eliminated by Songchen in an instant. Hide! Something big has happened. Just as Songchen finished tidying up, he turned to hear Tang Xiling's voice, and immediately his heart sank, thinking, oh no, has my home been robbed? What happened? Songchen maintained his calm, though his mood was anything but. Did you not pay attention to the distance? Your attack range seems to have been a bit too large. You not only sent Xie Jiangnan and the others away. Tang Xiling hesitated, then continued, but also Suing, she was sent away too. Song Chen, huh? The master of Blue Snow Mountain, MOU, it was truly a coincidence. Just as Xie Jiangnan was sent out of the great secret realm of the pagoda by Song Chen with a small landslide attack, at the moment Xie Jiangnan stood at the teleportation portal of the capital academy, looking around in confusion, in the Qinglong Empire, Blue Snow Mountain. Ha! Little Su Su? A middle-aged beauty wearing an off-shoulder sweater, wrapped in a thick scarf, and stepping in exquisite black-heeled shoes exclaimed in surprise. Suing looked bewildered, slowly turning to the beautiful woman beside her. Master, now that this has happened, let's have a cup of hot tea. I just brewed it. The middle-aged beauty handed a cup of hot tea to Suing. The 4 junior sisters following Suing did not receive such treatment. They all lowered their heads, silent and afraid to breathe. The woman before them was none other than MOU, the master of Blue Snow Mountain, one of the top 4 academies in the Qinglong Empire. At the same time, MOU is also Su Ying's exclusive mentor. Their relationship was a blend of teacher, friend, and mother-daughter, subtle yet enviable to outsiders. Who could drink hot tea personally served by MOU? In the entire Blue Snow Mountain, such instances were few and far between. I seem to have been eliminated. Yes, the secret realm teleportation talisman has been used once. Suing took a sip of hot tea and looked at the secret realm teleportation talisman in her hand, confirming that she had indeed been sent out. But I didn't notice anything. Who could have such combat power? I didn't even detect their presence. It's unlikely it was a sneak attack from someone beside me. So it's very likely an attack initiated from a super long distance. How far would the attack range have to be to not be detected by me? The more she reviewed, the more confused Suing became. She didn't even know which of her speculations was correct or if she had guessed right at all. The more she thought about it, the more uncertain she felt inside. If this got out, who would believe it? The pride of Blue Snow Mountain, a genius girl for decades, with exceptional combat power, was eliminated in the great secret realm of the pagoda without even realizing it? Completely unaware? Not even knowing who the opponent was? Such things are probably hard for outsiders to believe, and when Suing was just eliminated, she herself couldn't believe it either, staring blankly for a long while. I advise you not to think too much about it, it has nothing to do with you. With the supervision personnel from the Qinglong army nearby, Mou didn't intend to say much, merely holding her teacup and displaying a look of reassurance. This was the unspoken signal and understanding between teacher and student. Seeing Mou's expression, Suing understood that it wasn't someone targeting her in the pagoda's secret realm, nor was it a deliberate ambush, and certainly not some high-level person using some method to enter the pagoda's secret realm. Instead, it was a pure accident. Accident? As the thought of these two words crossed her mind, Su Ying's brows furrowed slightly, and a name immediately popped into her head. No way? Could it be that what he said before was the truth? His attack range really is nearly 100 kilometers? That's impossible, how could that be? The first person that came to Su Ying's mind was Song Chen. Suing also remembered that Song Chen had indeed advised her a few times before, suggesting that she should form a team, otherwise, it would be easy to accidentally injure someone. And wasn't that exactly what happened? But Suing truly hadn't expected this. Sister, I didn't do anything, I got taken out along with my tent. Is this really something a person can do? You seem to really like that boy. Don't deny it. Mou took small sips of her tea, raising her chin to silence Su Ying's attempt to retort, continuing, as for your feelings, I won't interfere, you can choose for yourself. What was that saying again? Every good boy's growth path must have a few girls who don't cherish their feelings. That doesn't seem right. Never mind, it's not important. Suing, so you're just going to turn your elbow outwards? Alright, finish this cup of tea and you can go back. Just warm yourself up. Oh, here's a capsule safe house. I was planning to give it to you before, but you left in such a hurry that I didn't prepare these living supplies properly. While speaking, Mou casually tossed a capsule safe house to Suing, then pointed to the nearby teleportation portal, indicating that Suing could leave. Suing didn't hesitate much. This was an accident after all. She was eager to return to the pagoda's secret realm and had to find Song Chen to ask him properly if he was the culprit behind it all. I'm leaving now, Mountain Master. Suing waved goodbye to Mou and stepped into the secret realm's teleportation portal with her 4 junior sisters. In an instant, the 5 of them disappeared into the portal, entering the pagoda's secret realm for the second time. The child has grown up. Watching Suing leave and disappear into the portal, Mou sighed softly. It's hard to say how things will develop, never mind. Meanwhile, inside the pagoda's secret realm, Song Chen touched his face and looked at the spot where Suing and the others' tent had been, unable to utter a word for a long time. Well, this is great. Did my attack range really stretch that far? I forgot. It's all said Jiangnan's fault. Inexplicably, my blood pressure shot up, and when my blood pressure goes up, I can't control my emotions, and when I can't control my emotions, my health drops a bit. But it seems there's no real problem. It really is Xia Jiangnan's fault. Song Chen made a fist and slapped his palm, suddenly feeling enlightened. Beside him, Xin Xingning, eating ice cream, looked at Song Chen with a dumbfounded expression. Why are you telling me this? I'm not suing. Explaining it to me doesn't help. That makes sense. So you ate ice cream this morning? Song Chen put on a serious face. There's nothing I can do. Our kitchen is a disaster. I don't even dare to go in, Xin Xingning said, adding, otherwise, why do you think I woke up so early? Just to get some fresh air? When I came out for some air, I actually wanted to find Suing to chat, but guess what happened? Song Chen took the ice cream Xin Xingning handed him and shook his head. What happened? Xin Xingning thought for a moment and described the scene at that time. You know that feeling during a typhoon, right? It was exactly like that. Suing and the others' tents just disappeared in an instant. Yes, just gone. And the next second, all 5 of them were gone too, all thanks to your handiwork. Su Ying's revenge had returned. Xin Xingning indeed had a talent for describing scenes. That kind of weather during a typhoon could even take away the balcony windows. It was simply too vivid. I didn't mean to do it. It's not my fault. If you want to blame someone, blame Xie Jiangnan. That guy's camp was too close to ours, so of course, it was easy to accidentally hit them. Song Chen shrugged, indicating that this had nothing to do with him. Xin Xingning also shrugged and pouted. It has nothing to do with me either. When Suing comes looking for you, good luck. I'll just go all out, Song Chen said confidently. What does going all out mean? Xin Xingning was stunned for 2 or 3 seconds before realizing. Her face instantly flushed, clearly recalling some indescribable scene. You're blushing like a teapot. I plan to go out and grind some monsters later. Do you want to come with me? Song Chen looked at Xin Xingning and asked. Sure, I'm fine with that. Xin Xingning nodded. After all, going out to grind monsters with Song Chen meant he would be doing all the hard work, a pure enjoyment version of the boss position. But if you take me out to grind monsters, then you can't take Ling Ling, and don't bring Yanmei or Xiao Xiao either, just the two of us will duel. Xin Xingning unexpectedly blurted this out. Song Chen smacked his lips. He vaguely understood Xin Xingning's hidden meaning and immediately shook his head, looking serious. You wanna go wild, right? No way. Why not? Xin Xingning was taken aback. Then Song Chen pointed to the sky, shrugging, well, I can't help it. The broadcasting rights for the floating pagoda's secret realm aren't in my hands. Ningning, you wouldn't want our business to be seen by the whole world, right? What the hell? Pfft. Xin Xingning spat, turned around, and dove into the safe house. Going wild was indeed very interesting and thrilling. But if the process of going wild was seen by the whole world, that level of social death was simply absurd, terrifyingly so. In the blink of an eye, the morning passed. As the combat power of this friend group and the only guy, Song Chen naturally took on the laborious task of grinding monsters all morning. Although Su Xiao joined to share the experience, Song Chen's grinding speed was simply too efficient. With an attack range of hundreds of kilometers, just a small jump and a mountain smash could ensure that within that range, not a single wild monster could survive. The floating pagoda's secret realm was indeed quite large, and the monster density was high enough. Otherwise, how could Song Chen single-handedly pull up the experience points for the entire team of 5? I exploded a bunch of rare materials. Does anyone know about this? Approaching lunchtime, Song Chen returned with a bag of rare materials, including a few second-turn attribute stones. The allure of the floating pagoda's secret realm lies in the fact that you can obtain a large number of rare materials, all sorts of them, even including attribute stones, skill books, and so on. In the end, it all comes down to luck. As the old saying goes, wherever the lucky one goes, luck follows. It's time for you to reap the benefits. Every stone you pick up on the road is a damn artifact. I don't understand. Xin Xingning shook her head first. I don't understand either. Tang Xiling followed closely. Zhang Yanyan didn't even lift her head, completely focused on playing a game of elimination, her furrowed brow clearly indicating she wasn't very bright at the moment. I only understand a little bit, but this is my first time in the floating pagoda's secret realm. Theoretically, there are various rare materials around level 50, and I can't recognize them all, but having more of these things won't hurt. If it really doesn't work, we can sell them, or if we need certain materials, we can trade the ones we don't need. Su Xiao, as usual, honestly gave her opinion. Song Chen smiled and patted Su Xiao's head, still fond of her short hair. He didn't know why, but he felt Su Xiao's appearance matched her ear-length hair perfectly, embodying the pure and honest style of a neighbor girl. So what are we having for lunch? Zhang Yanyan finally looked up. Song Chen couldn't help but facepalmed. He could already foresee their future lives. But it didn't matter, after all, his few girlfriends all had plenty of money. At worst, they could hire a few more chefs and housekeepers. Who doesn't know how to enjoy life? Let's have instant noodles. I feel like eating instant noodles today. No other reason, just that I haven't had them in a while. I keep wanting a bite. Xin Xingning got up and went to the kitchen, turning back to look at everyone. What about you? What flavors do you want? Song Chen raised his hand. Can I have a 3-flavor one first? Wait. Before he finished speaking, Tang Xiling suddenly interrupted, pointing at the surveillance screen of the capsule safe house, saying, I think we might not need to eat instant noodles after all. Why do you say that? Xin Xingning walked over, puzzled. On the surveillance screen, 5 graceful figures looked so familiar, especially their striking white and blue uniforms. Ah, Suing is here. Is she here for revenge? Xin Xingning couldn't help but laugh. The 3 girls beside her, Tang Xiling, Su Xiao, and Zhang Yanyan, had already heard this juicy gossip long ago and immediately became interested in the drama. Looking at that expression, it seems like she's here for revenge. I bet 10,000 that Suing will first question Song Chen, then she'll want to fight, but in the end, it probably won't escalate. Zhang Yanyan cracked sunflower seeds and started the betting. Xin Xingning thought for a moment and said, I'll bet with you for 10,000, I bet they'll start fighting right away. Tang Xiling hesitated for a moment and nodded, I'll bet 10,000 with Yanmei too. All 3 girls had placed their bets, and Su Xiao, after thinking for a moment, weakly said, Can I remain neutral? Neutral means what? Xin Xingning countered. It means. Su Xiao said, it means I won't argue or fight, as if this incident never happened, everything stays the same. As soon as she said this, Xin Xingning, Tang Xiling, and Zhang Yanyan were all taken aback, pondering whether Su Xiao's idea was a bit too ambitious. It's not impossible, but the likelihood. No, I still want to keep my idea. Xin Xingning ultimately shook her head, not believing Su Xiao's notion had any chance of success. Beside them, Song Chen could no longer hold back. Does anyone understand what you guys are doing? Song Chen rubbed his chin, took a bottle of ice-cold cola from the fridge, and said, Su Xiao and I will also bet 10,000. I bet you three will definitely lose. Suing, senior sister, be my girlfriend. Suing, senior sister, be my girlfriend. I'm diving right into the game, taking a chance. Let's get this started, shall we? The gambling buddies are definitely going to stir something up with Suing, right? Alright, let's show you what it really means to rely on looks to make a living. Watching Song Chen leave the capsule safe house with Flair, the four girls exchanged glances, all a bit puzzled, trying to figure out what Song Chen was playing at. It just felt off somehow. What does he want to do? Shin Xingning took several seconds to snap back to reality, looking blankly at Tang Xiling. I always feel like there's something more to what he said, right? Is there? Tang Xiling also looked confused. It's a bit like, what's it called? Reactance. Zhang Yanyan continued, I know reactance very well. Clearly, Song Chen is feeling a bit rebellious because the three of us are betting on him and Suing, so he's reacting against it, or maybe he's a bit angry. You really understand reactance? Su Xiao looked at Zhang Yanyan with curiosity. Of course. Zhang Yanyan had a knowing expression and said, reactance is very simple. It's basically when you tell me to go east, I go west. You want me to catch a cow, I'll go catch a chicken. The more you don't want me to do something, the more I have to do it. I'm angry. Catching a cow and catching a chicken isn't the same thing, right? I thought there's no difference? Shin Xingning instinctively said. As the saying goes, too many words lead to mistakes. The moment the words left Shin Xingning's mouth, she realized something was off, thinking, oh no, have I exposed myself? Has my nature as a female bandit finally been discovered? But fortunately, at that moment, neither Tang Xiling nor Zhang Yanyan paid attention to Shin Xingning's slip of the tongue, as they were all pondering over what Song Chen had just said. As for Su Xiao, she vaguely sensed something was off, but her obedient and simple nature meant she didn't think to dig deeper into Shin Xingning's words. Wait, I have a very bold guess, do you want to hear it? Shin Xingning suddenly jolted, her face lighting up with realization, adding, of course, this is just a guess, so don't overthink it after you hear it. What are you trying to say? Tang Xiling was a bit impatient. It's just, Shin Xingning thought for a moment, organizing her words, I feel like Song Chen is going to win over Suing. Think about it, wouldn't that mean all grudges are settled with a smile? Isn't that the idea? That makes sense. Tang Xiling nodded thoughtfully, feeling that this reasoning wasn't entirely unfounded. Zhang Yanyan was already stunned. Su Xiao, who was a bit slower to react, finally pieced together the situation and suddenly realized, her little face turning serious and a bit unhappy. How about we go eat some gossip? The surveillance in this capsule safe house only provides video footage. If we want to hear the sound, we still have to go outside, get a bit closer, or use some props to eavesdrop. Zhang Yanyan started brainstorming, encouraging the three girls around her to go out and catch some gossip. You know what? It really worked. The four girls hit it off immediately. So, led by Shin Xingning, with Zhang Yanyan assisting and Su Xiao trailing behind, the three-person gossip team was formed just like that. As for Tang Xiling, the moment she stepped out of the capsule safe house, she had already activated her invisibility skill, disappearing from sight, ready to find a better angle and position to observe closely. TSK, you can't say that, being an assassin and also working as a paparazzi to dig up gossip, that's quite a skill. Xiao Xiao, do you have any group invisibility skills or something? Can you use it? Shin Xingning asked Su Xiao beside her. Su Xiao looked bewildered. As a lightning mage, how would she know about that? Although the Thunder Mage is one of the branches within the larger profession of mages, overall, Thunder Mages are quite specialized. The reason is simple. Thunder Mages focus on absolute ferocious damage, highlighting their skills with high explosive power, incredibly domineering, and can be considered walking artillery. Among damage-dealing mage professions, Thunder Mages definitely rank among the top few. However, skills like group invisibility lean more towards supportive mages, which naturally are not skills that Su Xiao can learn. I can't do it, Sister Ningning, Su Xiao said honestly. It's fine, we don't need to use lowly tactics like invisibility to watch the show, let's use some high-tech instead. Shin Xingning nodded at Zhang Yanyan, then took out a device that looked like a radio and pulled out 3 pairs of Bluetooth headphones from it. Su Xiao? Zhang Yanyan fiddled with the device that resembled a rocket launcher, aimed it at Song Chen and Suing, then nodded, it's steady, let's watch. Let them see the determination of rich ladies watching the show. Shin Xingning distributed the Bluetooth headphones to Zhang Yanyan and Su Xiao, clearly confident. Once Su Xiao put on the headphones, he immediately realized. So that's how it is. The rocket launcher-like device that Zhang Yanyan had created was actually a signal receiver, or rather, an ultra-long-distance microphone. And with the sound receiver in Shin Xingning's hands, the props in the hands of the 2 rich ladies inexplicably formed a pair, just in time to be useful. It's hard to say whether this is fate's arrangement. Must be expensive, right? This whole set? Su Xiao asked quietly. Shen Xingning thought for a moment and shook her head. I forgot. Zhang Yanyan beside her waved her hand and said, not very valuable, the whole set costs about the same as my black handbag. Su Xiao fell silent. The black handbag that Zhang Yanyan mentioned was a small bag she used for cosmetics, not expensive, just over 300,000 dragon coins, with a series of flashy functions, but basically useless. What are they talking about over there? Oh, they started greeting each other from over 10 meters away. Suing seems really annoyed this time, completely ignoring Song Chen's wave, right? Shen Xingning held up the binoculars, her tone slightly excited. Really? Really? Zhang Yanyan's gossip spirit also ignited, raising the binoculars to look over while clicking her tongue. She marveled at Su Ying's figure and face. With such spy-like equipment around, binoculars were definitely a must-have for everyone. Welcome back, Suing from Blue Snow Mountain. Are you tired from the journey? Would you like a drink? To be honest, I have something to say to you. Yes, just as you think, eh? Your gaze really pleases me. Will you be my girlfriend? Suing, the limited edition little zombie. After a brief silence from the limited edition little zombie Suing, Tang Xiling, who was invisibly eating melon a few meters away, trembled, her beautiful eyes shaking twice, her heart startled. No, huh? The three melon-eating generals behind her reacted just like Tang Xiling. Shen Xingning, what the? Zhang Yanyan, what? Su Xiao, brother Song is amazing. But if we talk about who had the strongest reaction, it must be Suing, who was facing Song Chen directly. This proud girl from Blue Snow Mountain felt her head buzzing at that moment. It was like when a little boy fell onto the island of Fusong years ago. Boom! What does it mean to have a face-to-face critical hit? What does it mean to have a nuclear bomb slapped on your face? Su Ying's mind was completely blank, truly a complete blank, her eyes vacant as she looked at Song Chen, her red lips slightly parted yet tightly pressed together, her pale hands gripping the corners of her clothes, seemingly unconsciously straightening her legs. Such a big reaction? It can't be, right? Song Chen clearly underestimated his own impact and completely misjudged the explosive power of his few words, instinctively taking a sip from the open cola. Then, without thinking, he handed it to Suing. Have a drink, calm down, Song Chen said casually. Oh, thank you. Suing drowsily accepted it, gulping down several sips before realizing, wait, this is indirectly that, right? Just thinking about how the situation here would be seen by those outside the floating pagoda's secret realm made Suing a bit unable to hold it together, her pretty face visibly flushing with a wave of redness. Just then, a gentle breeze stirred. It was indeed the gentle breeze that brushed against Song Chen's clothes and lifted Su Ying's long hair, sending a few strands drifting towards him. Junior 1, oh no, Su Ying's first kiss. Junior 2, is this a live idol drama? Junior 3, humph. Junior 4, to be honest, are Suing and Brother Song. They really do look good together, a match made in heaven. The four juniors whispered among themselves, gritting their teeth, the jealousy in their eyes almost coalescing into a tangible, radioactive destructive force. It was really hard not to be jealous. Just like countless men liked the beauty that was Suing, many girls also really liked the type of man that Song Chen was. Everyone has a love for beauty, that's perfectly normal. Men are visual creatures, but are women not? Not at all. Meanwhile, the three onlookers each gripped their binoculars tightly, staring intently at the man and woman in the frame, their silver teeth grinding audibly. Su Xiao's gritting was slightly softer, appearing timid and weak. Meanwhile, Shen Xingning and Zhang Yanyan had no reservations, their silver teeth grinding loudly, their expressions fierce, as if they wanted to drag Suing over and devour her whole, their aggression palpable. What's going on? What exactly is happening? The more Zhang Yanyan looked, the more sour her mouth felt, and she instinctively turned to Shen Xingning, whispering, Sister Xingning, did Brother Song confess to you? It seems not. Shen Xingning thought carefully. If it were about being closer, their relationship had indeed progressed, and it was very close, very intimate, characterized by a seamless bond, with distance already becoming negative. But to say it was a confession like this, it seemed, perhaps, it really hadn't happened. What about Lingling? Nothing there either? Zhang Yanyan continued to probe Shen Xingning, secretly relieved inside. As the saying goes, it's not about having little but about having unevenness. Everyone in the world is the same. Tang Xiling? I don't know, but I guess not either. You know her temperament, if she were to confess to Tang Xiling, she'd probably turn red right away, and who knows, she might even combust on the spot. Shen Xingning shrugged, not thinking too much about it. She had known Tang Xiling for far too long, and with Song Chen and Tang Xiling forming a harmonious little family, that wasn't something that happened overnight. If there were to be a confession, Shen Xingning thought, how could I not know? Could it escape my keen senses? Impossible. That's good, that's good. Zhang Yanyan let out a light sigh of relief. Beside her, Su Xiao also quietly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this was fine, as everyone was on the same starting line, all lagging behind a bit, big steps. How are you considering it? Do you agree? Song Chen looked at Su Ying with a smile, completely unhurried, even taking a keen interest in examining Su Ying's figure and appearance. It wasn't that he hadn't seen her before. It was just that being this close, scrutinizing her carefully, savoring the moment, was a first for him, and he felt like the more he looked, the more he liked her. I agree. I guess? I. Su Ying felt as if her tongue had a mind of its own, completely out of control, and quickly raised the ice cola in her hand to cool her face. Let's go home first, Song Chen waved his hand. He even directly used a tactic of becoming more courageous as he went, taking Su Ying's hand and pulling her toward the safe house. It was all about being straightforward. Su Ying, the limited edition little zombie, was completely dazed, stumbling along, being led by Song Chen, and the more they walked, the sweeter her mouth felt. She couldn't tell if it was the cola that was too sweet, or if it was their hands that were too sweet. It could also be that the figure of the person in front of her was too sweet. At this moment, Song Chen didn't mention the earlier blunder, and Su Ying completely overlooked why she had come in such a fierce manner, having turned into a marionette. Where's Ling Ling? By the time Song Chen brought Su Ying back to the safe house, Xin Xingning and the other three girls had long since returned, clearly showing great potential for being spies, having not been noticed by anyone present. Ling Ling? She's in a bad mood and ran away from home, Xin Xingning shrugged. Nearby, Zhang Yanyan was casually cracking sunflower seeds, her gaze constantly darting toward the hands of Song Chen and Su Ying. It was all about the silent hope that they would be aware of the situation. Ran away from home? Song Chen was filled with suspicion, a question mark over his head. Su Ying also just realized that she seemed to have entered an environment similar to a battlefield, thinking to herself, oh no, this isn't my home ground? By the way, I was inexplicably sent out of the great secret realm, and my mentor just happened to give me a capsule safe house. Su Ying thought for a moment and looked at Song Chen. Do you want to come over and help me tidy up? Tang Xiling was being besieged and was about to go berserk. Tang Xiling was being besieged and was about to go berserk in the battlefield? The sisters directly initiated the attack. At the same time, when Xin Xingning heard Su Ying invite Song Chen to her place, she immediately trembled, thinking, oh no, is this aimed at me? The coincidence was that Song Chen just happened to look at Xin Xingning, and their gazes collided in midair. After all, they had grown up together as childhood sweethearts, knowing each other inside out, and they had a perfect understanding. A single glance could convey their feelings. Xin Xingning's gaze was simple. Go ahead, if you go, don't come back. Over there is one wife, and here are 4 wives, you choose. Song Chen, is there even a need to choose? Turning his head, Song Chen looked at Su Ying with an apologetic gaze and said, it's fine to go sit for a bit. How about we all go to your place for dinner later? We're all family, you understand what I mean, right? A bit, Su Ying nodded thoughtfully, her gaze crossing over Song Chen to the 3 girls behind him. The balance was right there. Which side was heavier or lighter? Su Ying could see very clearly. She was quite confident in her own looks, but she didn't dare to claim she could outshine the 4 girls on Song Chen's side. Could they even be compared? The key point was that the 4 girls each had different temperaments, and unless Su Ying could truly transform in 72 ways, she really couldn't compete. Ha, we're all family here, no need to speak like strangers, right? Then let's go, the few of us can visit Su Ying. It counts as warming up the new house, doesn't it? No problem at all. Xin Xingning took the initiative to break the ice. Su Ying also put on a smile, going along with it. Just kidding. It wouldn't be appropriate to create a scene in front of Song Chen, would it? That would definitely affect the first impression. This is my first time using this capsule safe house. I'll have to ask Xingning to teach me a bit? Su Ying cheerfully pulled Xin Xingning out the door. The two looked like those best friends who had known each other for 10 years, linking arms, and on the surface, no one would think there was any competitive relationship between them. Life is like a play. Song Chen sighed deeply. As Zhang Yanyan walked past him, she casually patted his shoulder and clicked her tongue. Isn't that why they say beauty brings disaster? No, that term doesn't quite fit you. Then what should I use to describe it? While pondering, Zhang Yanyan followed them out. Su Xiao also walked past Song Chen, obediently rubbing his shoulder. Does it hurt, Songgu? It's okay, right? I'll head out first. After 2 waves of this, Song Chen was left dumbfounded, thinking, what the hell, I'm a tall and youthful guy at 180, and I just got taken advantage of by 2 girls one after the other? Confused, he touched his face and followed them out. This time he didn't forget to pull Su Ying and her 4 junior sisters into the group to avoid another blunder like last time. If he raised his hand and sent Su Ying and the others into the floating pagoda secret realm, that would be quite the fun. It wouldn't be something easily resolved with just saying be my girlfriend. Lunch was naturally settled in Su Ying's safe house, no problem there. Warming up means eating, and that's very traditional. Hey, why hasn't Ling Ling come back yet? She should know it's mealtime and run home. What's going on today? Is she really angry? Is she really running away from home? Song Chen was shoveling food into his mouth, a bit puzzled. It shouldn't be like this. Although Tang Xiling had a somewhat cold and solitary personality, she was still very understanding and had never had a falling out with Song Chen. There was no reason for her to turn against him over such a trivial matter, right? She must have encountered something, or maybe she made a new discovery, who knows, she might even bring back a second Xiao Xiao. Zhang Yanyan shrugged and said. Su Xiao let out a small hum and mumbled, what do you mean by Xiao Xiao too? Seriously. Xin Qingning put down her chopsticks, her brows slightly furrowed. Should we go look for her? The floating pagoda's secret realm isn't like the outside. In fact, the chances of encountering trouble are higher, but there's no life-threatening danger. Let's look for her. Song Chen really didn't have the heart to eat. What a joke. My girlfriend is missing, and you still want me to eat? I can't eat a single bite. By the way, Song Chen, our team has suddenly expanded to 10 people. The leveling speed is bound to slow down a bit, right? How about we split up while leveling and team up when something happens? Just as they were about to set off to find Tang Xiling, Su Ying habitually asked this. This was indeed normal human thinking. Professionals always valued levels and combat power. In fact, even if someone was a lifestyle professional with very average combat power, upon meeting a level 100 expert, one would instinctively feel a sense of reverence and immediately show respect. This was just habitual thinking, very normal. Let's not do that. Song Chen shook his head and said, did you forget what happened before? Does it feel good to be sent out of the floating pagoda's secret realm by my little collapse? Do you want to experience it again? Then forget it. Su Ying's pretty face flushed slightly. A second time? Once is enough, okay? It's fine, with 10 people, the leveling speed won't be too bad. You have to know how high my leveling efficiency is. You'll definitely wake up laughing in your sleep, trust me. Alright, you guys search around a bit. I'll go further out to take a look. If there's any danger, signal me. Song Chen, feeling uneasy, reminded them again before raising the shadowless sword in his hand. When it comes to speed in exploring the map, it's definitely still Song Chen. He dares to say that if anyone claims to be second in this floating pagoda secret realm, no one would dare to claim first in front of him. Do you understand the value of a bloodthirsty sliding slash that can teleport dozens of kilometers in an instant? Unable to keep up with Song Chen's speed, the 9 girls in Xin Qingning's all-female team didn't stray too far but instead spread out in a fan shape to search the surroundings. Meanwhile, after just unleashing 2 bloodthirsty sliding slashes, Song Chen suddenly came to a forceful stop while moving at high speed, as if a motorcycle traveling at 300 kilometers per hour had slammed on the brakes. A few hundred meters away, Song Chen squinted slightly. He saw a team of 7 professionals, all of whom were paladins, a combination known as the ultimate Iron Turtle, capable of healing and tanking, making them particularly troublesome. At that moment, these 7 paladins were surrounding one person. That person was Tang Xiling. Paladin Iron Turtle? Flat A to death. Paladin Iron Turtle? Flat to death. The Paladin class is quite regionally distinct. Generally, the chances of awakening in the Qinglong Empire are lower, while the chances are higher in some Western empires and alliances. The characteristic of this class is a frontline meat shield that can heal and tank, with thick health and high defense, famously known as the Iron Turtle, making them very difficult to deal with. Under normal circumstances, paladins paired with warriors and mages replace the priests in the orthodox iron triangle of warrior-mage-priest, creating a team that can fight, tank, and kite, with formidable combat power. But this situation was not normal. 7 paladins? Judging by their clothing and style, they look very much like professionals from the alliance countries over by the lions. Good. Song Chen squinted his eyes slightly, the corners of his mouth gradually curling into a pleasing arc. In terms of combat power and instant burst, Tang Xiling was not weak at all. Her class is one of the highest burst types among assassins, best at one-hit kills. However, Tang Xiling was clearly being dragged into the rhythm of these 7 paladins, and it was unclear what skills or items they were using, but it seemed to prevent her from using stealth or escape skills. An assassin unable to go invisible and short-distance teleport, an assassin restrained by iron turtles. No matter how strong her burst is, it would ultimately be very difficult for her to escape this quagmire. The longer the time drags on, the more trouble she would be in, and she would inevitably be dragged to her death here. Of course, being in the floating pagoda's secret realm, and with the secret realm return scroll, Tang Xiling wouldn't die, but if this continued for another 2 or 3 minutes, she would definitely be sent out of the secret realm, wasting a chance. Meanwhile, in the midst of a tough battle, Tang Xiling was already feeling fatigued. How could she not know the advantages and disadvantages of her class? The advantage is naturally the high burst damage, while the disadvantage is the lack of sustainability. There's nothing to be done about it. How to fight? I can't break free. With a flick of her wrist, Tang Xiling used her displacement skill to parry a mace strike from one of the paladins with her short knife. Turning around was a quick retreat, but two sluggish halos had already come crashing down. Dodge? There was no way to avoid it. A sister assassin from the Qinglong Empire, how rare. What was that saying? A lone assassin is the easiest to bully, right? Stop the nonsense, take her down and send her out of the great secret realm. Does she not have a team? Won't we stir up the teams from the Qinglong Empire? What if they all come looking for us? What are you afraid of? Don't we have a second team? Don't forget our mission. We are here to escort the geniuses of the first echelon. We can sacrifice ourselves at any time. Oh, pretty girl, you say beg me not to kill you. I might consider letting you go. It seemed victory was assured, the situation already decided. Among them, a few golden-haired paladins began to whistle, clearly enjoying the feeling of teasing their prey. Poof! Tang Xiling snorted coldly, gripping her short knives, secretly brewing a powerful move. Even if she couldn't take down these 7 paladins, she could at least grit her teeth and take 2 of them with her. Strike! Star catastrophe! In an instant, Tang Xiling's figure burst forth, leaving behind trails of afterimages, as if the sluggish halos had completely lost their effect in that moment. 2 short knives pierced the hearts of 2 paladins, but the next second, Tang Xiling was somewhat bewildered. The 2 paladins she had struck instantly collapsed into beams of light, vanishing without a trace. And not just them, the 4 other paladins standing nearby, armed with shields and spiked clubs, also simultaneously transformed into flowing light and disappeared. What the? No way? Tang Xiling began to doubt herself, even glancing at the 2 short knives in her hands, for the first time questioning her own skills. Was it really a high-explosive single-target move? Was it not a group instant-kill move? What's wrong? Are your weapons broken? Until Song Chen's voice rang in her ears, Tang Xiling finally reacted, feeling as if she had just let out a breath, completely relaxing. No, I thought I had exploded. Tang Xiling whispered, stealing a glance at Song Chen beside her, the light in his beautiful eyes growing brighter, as if filled with little stars. How could someone be so handsome? It's fine now. Song Chen pinched the corner of Tang Xiling's mouth, turning to look at the only paladin who had not been sent out of the floating pagoda's great secret realm. This person was clearly the captain of the team, the strongest, with the best equipment and items. This is what a captain looks like. Last words? Song Chen looked at the paladin, thought for a moment, and then said, forget it, last words or not, it doesn't matter. The paladin slowly came back to his senses, his incredulous gaze sweeping around, unable to believe that his teammates had already been sent away. Wait, may I ask who you are? The lone paladin seemed to understand something, his eyes towards Song Chen filled with a hint of fear, completely forgetting the pain of using his life-saving item, wanting to ask something more. Look! Song Chen pointed at the paladin with the hilt of the shadowless sword, turning to Tang Xiling and saying, this is what they mean by bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Is he scared? No, he just knows he's about to die. I almost got sent away just now. Tang Xiling huffed. Before her words fell, Song Chen gently pushed the sword hilt forward, and immediately there was a soft sound as the shadowless sword pierced the paladin's heart, breaking through the thickest armor of the heart-protecting mirror. Whoosh! The last remaining paladin transformed into a streak of light and effortlessly left the floating pagoda's secret realm. Ha! Tang Xiling was stunned, looking incredulously at the shadowless sword in Song Chen's hand. How? How did you do this? This left Song Chen equally confused. How did I do this? I just made a simple strike. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Song Chen touched his face in bewilderment and continued, based on my blood-selling strength and life value, it's normal for a single sword strike to deal over 1,000,000 damage with this boost. Tang Xiling. Suddenly, she didn't want to talk anymore. She felt quite unhappy. There really is a huge gap and difference between people. Bullying my wife? Then no one gets to play. Bullying my wife? Then no one gets to play. How do you feel? Song Chen turned to Tang Xiling beside him and casually touched her chin. Tang Xiling shook her head and said, it's just that the consumption is a bit high, but I'm okay, though I can't hold on for too long. The implication was clear to Song Chen. If he hadn't arrived just in time, those 7 paladins would have teamed up to force Tang Xiling out of the floating pagoda's secret realm, consuming one of her return chances. Every elite student entering the floating pagoda's secret realm only has 3 chances to save their lives, which means a chance to return. While this might not be useful outside, in the context of the floating pagoda's secret realm, Given the resources, growth potential, and benefits to be gained, it is absolutely precious. Let's go. I'll take you back first. Song Chen didn't ask further. He didn't even ask Tang Xiling why she was in this place or why she was being attacked by those 7 paladins. Were those important questions? Not at all. Those questions didn't matter. What mattered was, damn it, my wife was bullied by you, so fine, no one gets to play, okay? After several bloodthirsty slashes, Song Chen held Tang Xiling in one arm and used the displacement skill with the other, effortlessly returning to the capsule's safe house and immediately sent a signal to the others. Soon, a group of people returned in a hurry. How is it? Are you back? Ha! When Xin Xingning saw Tang Xiling, she immediately sensed something was off. Lingling, what's wrong with you? Did you get into a fight? I was surrounded, Song Chen answered for Tang Xiling. Surrounded? Suing frowned, her keen insight already detecting the hostility in Song Chen's tone, which seemed to be holding back some anger that could erupt at any moment. Alright, it's fine for now. Song Chen ruffled Tang Xiling's hair, stood up, and looked at the girls around him. You all stay together for now, I'm going out for a bit. Okay, I understand what you mean. Xin Xingning nodded in response first. Be careful, Tang Xiling knew she couldn't stop Song Chen's decision, so she just offered a brief reminder. Zhang Yanyan and Su Xiao didn't express any opinions. They had arrived a bit later but understood Song Chen's principles. He would never initiate trouble, and everyone could get along harmoniously. But if you came looking for trouble, then sorry, not only would I deal with you, but I would also find a way to uproot you and eliminate you completely to prevent future issues. This principle seemed to Zhang Yanyan and Su Xiao more like a tendency to protect one's own. And in reality, the truth was that Song Chen indeed had a tendency to protect his own. I can bully my own wife however I want, but if anyone else dares to touch her, sorry, buddy, I even dug up your ancestral grave. Wait for me to come back. With those 4 words, Song Chen turned and walked out. Suing quickly followed him, but this action left Xin Xingning and the other girls momentarily stunned. They were too lazy to gossip further. As if anyone could influence Song Chen's decisions, that would be like the sun rising from the east. Song Chen, are you planning to find that team? To wipe them out in the pagoda's secret realm? Suing caught up with Song Chen and asked in a low voice. Song Chen nodded as if it were obvious and said, of course, isn't that reasonable? They bullied my little Zero, so I have to get my revenge. Is there a problem with that? What about our plan? Suing hesitated. In fact, after hearing Song Chen's response, Suing was shocked yet incredibly happy. She knew very well that this was Song Chen's protective nature flaring up, and she was even more curious if his protective nature would manifest towards her, Suing, as well. The plan should not be affected. Song Chen thought for a moment and continued, anyway, I'm looking for that paladin team. I definitely want to exhaust all 3 of their life-saving chances in one go. As for the other teams of practitioners, let's just say, if we encounter them, it wouldn't hurt to kill a few, right? What do you think? Suing paused, unsure how to respond. Killing a few randomly? That didn't seem like a problem. But the issue was, Suing quickly interjected, no, I won't stop you from going on a killing spree, believe me. But there's one problem. If you send all the teams in the pagoda's secret realm away, who will help us gather resources later? Have you thought about that? That makes sense. Song Chen actually considered it seriously. Fighting might be thrilling for a moment, but continuously fighting would not be sustainable. This reasoning was indeed valid. However, the pagoda's secret realm was quite large, with various scattered resources and materials everywhere, all in disarray. Doesn't collecting them take time? It does. This is a very simple truth. With Song Chen's current combat power, he could easily crush a team and send them out of the pagoda's secret realm. But this would mean fewer people to help gather materials and resources. Fewer people would lead to fewer resources, which wasn't cost-effective. Then I'll pay attention and try to focus on those paladins. How does that sound? This way, it won't affect the other teams scavenging for resources, and it won't impact our 7-day plan. It's barely feasible? Song Chen turned to Suing, adopting a more gentle negotiating tone. Now that the conversation had reached this point, Suing had no reason to disagree and quickly nodded. This is naturally the best way to handle it. Just control yourself a bit, don't be too impulsive. Okay, Senior Su. Song Chen nodded, then turned and swiftly left with a bloodthirsty slash. He moved so fast that Suing didn't even have time to react. Then, a gust of wind swept by, and Song Chen's figure stopped precisely beside Suing, casually biting her delicate face. Hee. Song Chen's figure vanished again, this time truly gone. Suing stood there in a daze for a long time, feeling a mix of irritation and a bit of shyness. What are you hee-ing about? It feels a bit like an affair. Ugh. While mumbling, Suing sneakily looked around and then happily touched her face, unconsciously humming a cheerful little tune. What's wrong with drooling? It really does taste good.